The main character of today's story is Su Ping. A few days ago, he discovered that he had crossed into a world nearly identical to Earth. The only difference was that the scientific level here was superior, and humanity had long entered the interplanetary era. However, the pillar of this society was not technology, but spirit beasts. Countless species of spirit beasts were closely bound to humans, taking on all kinds of work and daily activity. Even wars were decided by them. Spirit beast masters trained and controlled them. Even the status of a country in this world was uniquely defined. Everything depended on the power of the spirit beasts. In other words, this was a place where the strength of the spirit beasts determined the voice of power. After understanding the context, Su Ping immediately resolved to grow stronger in order to survive better. Therefore, he began to investigate his identity in this new world. As soon as he opened the door, the first person he encountered was his sister Ling Yue. His eyes were drawn to the silver badge on her chest, staring at it without looking away. His action led Ling Yue to misunderstand and immediately gave him a few stern warnings. Knocked dizzy, he clutched his stomach and staggered. It turned out that Ling Yue had become a spirit beast master. She sternly warned him not to cause trouble. Hearing this, Su Ping silently analyzed that the relationship between the two seemed to be quite strained. Soon after, he even heard her recount a series of his terrible achievements. Ling Yue had no kindness, her face cold as she forced him to the processing shop. After speaking, she slammed the door and left. Su Ping was not at all flustered. On the contrary, he realized that he owned a shop. He immediately followed the directions on the device to find the spirit beast shop. Filled with great expectations, Su Ping approached the door. But as soon as the door opened, his hopes faded away. A strong, unpleasant smell came from the dog cage, making him furious. Despite his constant shouting, the dog remained indifferent. Annoyed, Su Ping rolled up his sleeves, ready to handle the situation. Before he could act, he was kicked from behind. He fell and rolled several times, cleaning the floor in the process. Turning around quickly, he saw the yellow-headed man and the black vortex blocking the exit. He smiled arrogantly, provoking Su Ping. At that moment, Su Ping realized the situation was somewhat unfavorable. The yellow-headed man began complaining about Su Ping locking the black vortex with 10 lionesses for 3 days. It had drained it to the point of looking awful. Su Ping realized his mistake and awkwardly laughed, asking for forgiveness. The other party didn't bother to listen and angrily scolded him. He immediately ordered the black vortex to attack. It slashed wildly with sharp claws everywhere. Despite this, Su Ping remained still, questioning the yellow-headed man. Before he finished speaking, a sharp blade was pressed against his neck. He quickly stepped back, trying to make peace and offered compensation. But those words fell on deaf ears. In the midst of the tension, he smiled with hidden meaning. He ordered the black vortex to continue displaying its ultimate technique. He even ordered the destruction of the entire shop. Su Ping hurriedly retreated. In that instant, his opponent released a violent wind bullet with immense destructive force. Everything was blown away. Su Ping had just arrived and almost met a tragic end, feeling extremely uncomfortable. With his scream, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky. The strike caused Su Ping to collapse. Space suddenly softened, and a system interface appeared before him. Checking target compatibility, the binding contract began. The opportunity had come, and Su Ping accepted without hesitation. But immediately afterward, he was stunned as the bound object was the small shop itself. The system notified that the host of the super pet system was Su Ping. He widened his eyes, clenched his fist as he felt the flow of energy in his body. What was this? The screen lit up. The host's shop would be immune to all damage. From now on, all attacks were ineffective against him. Still in shock, Su Ping looked at his hand. If all attacks were useless, didn't that mean he was invincible? His gaze wavered, sweat trickling down his forehead. But wasn't the object bound just the shop? The system casually added that the shop owner was also part of the contract. Su Ping could only feel speechless. Please be a bit more professional. Time continued to pass, and the yellow-headed man was still training the black vortex, opening its mouth to receive a glowing orb. The chicken-headed figure reached out, pointing toward the swirling black vortex, giving an order, "Lift that up for me." Black vortex's mouth opened wide like a deep cave intending to swallow the orb, when suddenly a hand appeared, gripping its beak tightly. Su Ping's expression darkened. "What do you think you're doing with my shop?" The black vortex widened its eyes, trembling all over. Su Ping's cold gaze swept over, forcing the black vortex to swallow dryly. When he released his hand, the black vortex slumped to the ground, tears welling up. Su Ping turned to the chicken-headed figure, asking, "May I ask if this guest is dissatisfied with my service?" The chicken-headed figure turned pale, thinking this person could block the black vortex's ultimate move barehanded. truly a rare master. He quickly waved his hands, no, nothing. Seeing this, Su Ping calmly suggested, if there are no complaints, let the black vortex stay in my shop for a few days. He smiled warmly, like a beauty, I will take care of it well. But in the chicken-headed figure's eyes, that smile was chilling. Sweat poured from the chicken-headed figure as he panicked and turned to flee, thinking only to leave quickly. The black vortex hurriedly followed. Su Ping stood still, muttering, why did it run away? Am I that scary? The system notified that the shop threat had been eliminated, granting a one-time shop upgrade. Su Ping pressed use, silently praising the system's thoughtfulness. Streams of energy swirled around Su Ping. When the aura dissipated, he appeared in a completely new space, bright and tidy. The floor was so shiny it reflected like a mirror. Su Ping marveled, such an upgrade, amazing. He walked to another room, wondering what it was for. Opening the door, he saw 2 separate resting spots for 2 pets. He looked closely at the pets, realizing this was the nurturing area. Only their forms seemed smaller than remembered. The system corrected, these are pet nurturing slots. All pets will be adjusted to standard forms. Currently 2 of 9 slots occupied. Main function is to aid cultivation and therapy. Su Ping pointed at them, asking about excretion. The system replied that during cultivation they are neither hungry nor excrete. Su Ping continued, both of these are customer pets, right? If someone comes causing trouble, how should I handle it? System notified, the main line activated. A mission opened. Choose a pet to raise to grade 3 or above. Chu and Gaiet dog or Shadow Lightning Rat. Su Ping chose Shadow Lightning Rat, muttering the system is complicated. Information displayed. Shadow Lightning Rat, Grade 1, Lightning Type, Combat Power Grade 1, Skill Mastery is adorable, mainly for viewing. Held the rat in astonishment. Adorable is a skill. Lightning type with no sign of thunder, sending chills down his spine. The system explained, depending on the owner's training, pets will learn different skills. The system began teleporting. The pet was sent to Lei Ding Yun High Realm Nurturing Area. Before Su Ping could comprehend, a circle of light appeared beneath his feet. Both he and Shadow Lightning Rat were sucked into the light before reacting. Landing in the new place, Su Ping rolled to land safely, while Shadow Lightning Rat plunged beak first. Su Ping widened his eyes at the scene. This is Lei Dingyun High Realm. Giant leafless trees grew everywhere. Bolts of lightning continuously struck from the sky. The ground was scattered with sparkling crystal clusters. Su Ping looked at the tree in front in awe. Such huge trees, creatures here must be even more gigantic. Shadow Lightning Rat shivered on his shoulder. The system displayed information about ancient giant beast territory. High chance of encountering monsters under 100 meters, low above 1,000, extremely low above 10,000. Su Ping hugged Shadow Lightning Rat, muttering the newbie area is scary already. Even with high chance, encounters cannot happen everywhere. Suddenly a giant round-headed creature with countless tentacles appeared, the Lei Yuan Ding King Beast, 100,000 meters tall. Su Ping looked up, stunned, first time seeing such a massive being. It opened its mouth, releasing fierce bursts of lightning. The system notified the host had died. Su Ping fell to his knees, coughing violently, eyes wide. What was that just now? The system displayed the host had been defeated by the King Beast 0.73 seconds ago, currently awaiting resurrection. Mission warning, failure to complete on time results in point deduction. Below 60 points leads to elimination. Su Ping froze, asking why no prior warning and current points. The system said to pull the interface to view rewards and penalties. Free resurrections unlimited. Reward is 3-day novice pet appraisal technique. Failure results in point deduction. 2 low points cannot view. Su Ping yelled, newbie area with a king beast like this, what's left of newbie? System reminded the chance of encountering a king beast is extremely low, find suitable targets yourself. Host's perception is weak, so temporarily bind with the pet. Su Ping forced a smile. System began resurrection process. Su Ping gradually revived, limbs not fully functional yet. Shadow Lightning Rat was also resurrected. Temporary contract symbols appeared on both foreheads. The system said final words, consciousness linked between host and rat, adapt if unfamiliar. Good luck exploring. Su Ping looked around, noticing a pony grazing. Seems less threatening, might be an opportunity. Shadow Lightning Rat screamed in fear. Su Ping felt its fear through the contract. Danger ahead. A giant arthropod lunged, causing the pony to cry out in pain. It was a 10-meter juvenile giant sandworm. Su Ping observed silently, just as predicted. He pointed to give the command. Under 100 meters could try. Lei Guang test charged, Su Ping cheered behind. Surprisingly, the rat's collision was like a mere scratch to the giant sandworm. Shadow lightning rat fell to the ground. Giant sandworm turned its head puzzled. System notified rat died from head injury but learned collision skill, asking to resurrect. Su Ping pressed resurrect, thinking infinite chances anyway. Shadow lightning rat immediately revived. Remaining uses unlimited. The rat ran around the giant sandworm. Su Ping shouted to keep distance and exploit small size. He observed and commanded, attacking weak points on back and belly. Rat lunged, aimed straight at the giant sandworm. Su Ping rejoiced seeing it effective. Giant sandworm suddenly turned, opened its mouth attacking, causing the rat to fall. System reported rat died from internal injury, asking to resurrect. Su Ping chose resurrect. Without hesitation, he activated resurrection again. Once more the rat lunged, but outcome the same. Su Ping continued pressing resurrect. In the next rounds, Thunderlight Beast continued to be revived to charge into the challenge. Kept rushing straight into the giant sandworm and collapsing, only to be regenerated to continue the fight. Su Ping repeatedly shouted 2 revival commands. This time Thunderlight Beast became more muscular and ferocious. The system notified that because the area was filled with lightning elements, it had absorbed part of the lightning energy. Now it could increase electrical power in collision skills and evolve into Thunder Electric Surge. Su Ping clenched his fists with joy as the skill had been strengthened. Attacks with elemental attributes would certainly pierce through the opponent's defenses. He immediately commanded Thunderlight Beast to use the new ultimate to finish this battle. Thunderlight Beast rolled up a massive whirlwind as if to sweep everything away. The giant sandworm's body had a large hole from the strike. After that hit, Thunderlight Beast was sweating profusely and panting from exhaustion. The system notified again that Thunderclap charge had been completed. Combat power increased by 1 level and quest progress reached 2%. Su Ping happily praised Thunderlight Beast for an excellent fight. He mentally calculated that its current stamina was only enough for 1 Thunder Electric Surge. It needed rest before pursuing other targets. Suddenly the ground shook violently, causing Su Ping to stagger. Cracks opened, debris flew, and he fell. A horde of enormous giant sandworms suddenly appeared in front of Su Ping. They were fully grown, hundreds of meters tall. Su Ping was stunned and exclaimed, "Oh my, why are there so many?" A massive body swept across, throwing Su Ping far away. He was struck and coughed up blood in pain. Su Ping looked at the giant sandworms with eyes full of pain and anger. Some earlier ribs had been damaged. The adult was clearly much stronger than the young one. Should he continue this battle? Seeing the dense swarm of giant sandworms, Su Ping felt helpless against the overwhelming power. He glanced at Thunderlight Beast lying on the ground. It was also injured and its stamina hadn't recovered. Su Ping closed his eyes, spread his arms, understanding it was time to stop. There were too many enemies. No matter how many times they revived, the situation was hard to turn. Rebirth for leveling up seemed the wiser choice. The giant sandworm opened its jaws full of sharp teeth and lunged forward. Thunderlight Beast trembled, letting out a weak cry. Su Ping looked at it with softened eyes. At that moment, a flash of electricity streaked across in front of the giant sandworm. He raised his head in amazement, realizing it could still unleash one more Thunder Electric Surge, driven by its indomitable will. Thunderlight Beast forced itself to stand, constantly emitting warning sparks around its body. Su Ping glared, his fighting spirit blazing. "I feel your resolve. When cornered, you must fight." He picked up a horn from the ground. "You never gave up." When their eyes met, he could not remain still and wait for luck. The giant sandworm roared and charged with terrifying speed. Both sides shouted, exerting all their strength to fight to the end. Su Ping leaned against a mound of earth, silently recovering and choosing random revival. Panted from the back, sweat beading, clearly revived at full state yet still fatigued. The system quickly reminded that revival consumed the host's mental energy. With a weak initial mental foundation, repeated use leading to exhaustion was normal. Increasing combat strength also required mental training. Su Ping smiled, realizing no matter how good the tool, if the user lacked strength, it was useless. Training oneself was essential. Suddenly Thunderlight Beast below let out a warning cry. Su Ping was startled and immediately scanned for nearby danger. Watched cautiously. This terrain differed from the giant sandworm area. Unease came from unusual ground movements below. Both Su Ping and Thunderlight Beast were thrown off as a stone tentacle monster, about 10 meters tall, emerged. It immediately attacked, spewing dense poisonous gas. The toxin corroded the terrain behind quickly. Su Ping smiled and commanded Thunderlight Beast to counterattack with full force. "Show it how much you've grown." High above, the calm sky drifted clouds silently. Where the giant sandworm fell became unusually quiet. Su Ping panted, his body covered in wounds. The system cheerfully congratulated the host for completing the quest. Both lay on the giant sandworm's body, catching their breath. Su Ping had revived 69 times and Thunderlight Beast 847 times in total. Amid the jubilant announcement, total completed attacks reached 472. Su Ping examined the densely packed system board. Thunderlight Beast upgraded Thunder Electric Surge, Thunder Strike, and comprehended Thunder Shadow Remnant. Additionally, it received a primary pet appraisal reward. Su Ping widened his eyes in amazement reading each line. Thunder Strike and Thunder Shadow Remnant were legendary top 10 lightning skills. He quickly calculated Thunderlight Beast's future potential. Pet skills were divided into 6 tiers based on combat power. Higher tiers meant stronger power from level 1 to 9 and King Beast. Among countless skills, some were ancient secret techniques. Their comprehension methods were lost, only pets of extraordinary talent could reach them. The system continued excitedly. Thunderclap Cloud Sea Realm held pure lightning elements. Through countless life and death moments, Thunderlight Beast unlocking potential and comprehending secret techniques was understandable. Su Ping smiled and nodded. I see, take me home quickly. The screen gradually faded with the notice of closing the training area. The link to Thunderclap Cloud Sea Realm would sever and the temporary contract terminated. Teleportation began. Su Ping closed his eyes, awaiting the moment of return. The host announced excitedly via microphone that the final selection round of the pet combat team had begun. The crowd turned their gaze to him. The annual event at Ha Cheng Shanshan Academy, Longjiang City. Who would win this year and who would become master pet students? Among the crowd, Yan Ying quietly observed. Who would join the pioneering team first, Yihao Sao or Jiang Zuhan? The announcer continued enthusiastically nominating Zhang Zhao, a third-year pet combat student from Phoenix Academy. Yan Ying sighed, thinking this round would not be too difficult. Unpleasant memories surged. In the previous 2 rounds, Jiang Zuhan and Yihao had won, while she repeatedly faced championship seeds. 2 consecutive losses left her angry and exhausted. Now, the final round meant facing Zhang Zhao. Only by NHA Evil Tiger was eligible to enter. Yan Ying's gaze became resolute. Though Thunderlight Beast was not very strong, she still decided to take it. She walked quickly with calculation. At least 2 pets were needed to meet combat requirements. By NHA, Evil Tiger had to take the field for a chance. She arrived at the pet store of pet naughtiness. Yan Ying entered, looked around, and asked loudly if anyone was there. Seeing the store empty, she guessed they were cleaning. Luckily, she arrived in time. She called inside that she had come to pick up a pet. Su Ping quickly stepped out to greet her. Yan Ying got straight to the point. Half a month ago, I left Thunderlight Beast here. How is it now? I want to take it back soon. Su Ping looked closely and recognized her as its owner. Su Ping frowned, replying that it was extremely healthy, even better than before. Please proceed to the counter. Yan Ying saw the owner's slightly unusual attitude and explained that even taking it early, she would pay fully as agreed, not a penny less. Su Ping turned his back without saying a word. Yan Ying anxiously wondered if she had offended him. Thunderlight Beast lay exhausted across the bench. He picked it up, smiling and softly reminding time to get up. It's also time for you to go home. Hearing this, Thunderlight Beast immediately perked up, eyes squinting with joy as it kicked repeatedly. On the way, he joked, now that you're back with your master, don't forget about me. System suddenly rang, assigning a new task. Shop payment confirmed. Currency will automatically convert into energy. The Chaotic Life Core mission is officially activated. The host must create a pet belonging to themselves within 7 days. Reward is a random combat pet skill book. Failure will result in point deduction. Falling below the required points leads to removal from the survival server. Additionally, awakening potions can be purchased in the shop to become a combat pet master. Su Ping stared at his hands in shock. Could it be that he really has a chance to become a combat pet master? 3 options appeared with clear notes. The shop offered Awakening Potion 100, Basic Capture Ring 100, and Basic Pet Rations 100. Using the potion could awaken the pet. The shop exists within the host's mind. Later, anything could be purchased simply by thinking of it. Su Ping eagerly pressed purchase, but the system immediately locked it. Transaction impossible, insufficient energy. Energy is mainly converted from the host's money at a rate of 100 to 1. Today, only 1 energy point remained. He frowned, checking his watch. Could that energy really be real? The screen displayed a detailed bill. Total 10,800 yuan collected, but only 1 energy point exchanged. Su Ping shouted in frustration. What is this? My family pet comprehended 10 ultimate skills but is only valued at 108 yuan. The MC cheered excitedly. Spectacular. Zhang Zio's long quan with just one move. The atmosphere became suffocating. According to him, that move was enough to harm Yan Ying's by Nha evil tiger. Zhang Zio stood by his battle pet, his confident demeanor earning continuous praise from the MC. He smiled smugly and asked if anyone wanted to continue. Zhang Zio, third-year student at Phoenix Academy. Judge above spoke. This match is clear. He analyzed that in the previous 2 rounds, Yan Ying was a promising seed, but repeatedly facing the Academy's trump cards left most of her pets severely injured, nearly eliminating any chance to turn the table. Yu Jai sighed in disappointment. The outcome was obvious, yet she still didn't conserve strength, rushing in recklessly. The man beside him calmly responded. Outsiders remain alert. This result decides if she qualifies for the pioneering combat team. He held grapes while speaking. With no chance to win, one must gamble. The MC continued loudly. Let's see how Yan Ying handles this difficult situation. Long red hair stood out on the battlefield. Will she accept stopping or fight to the end? Yan Ying wondered why defeat came so quickly. The MC increased volume for analysis. After the previous loss, Bai Nha Evil Tiger had treated wounds but hadn't fully recovered. Hit again, victory chances nearly 0. Su Yan gritted her teeth in tension. 3 years at the academy, could it end this way? Zhang Zio put his hands in his pockets, voice full of confidence. Is that all she has? Mo Long Dog, give her some face. Immediately, Mo Long Dog opened its mouth and shot a blazing fireball straight ahead. Zhang Zio wanted to exploit Bai Nha Evil Tiger's incomplete recovery to end the match. Yan Ying widened her eyes, both shocked and worried. In that instant, Su Yan closed her eyes and loudly said, I can see. A resounding echo filled the arena, red light flaring brightly. The audience wearing glasses gasped. I thought that strike would reach here. The person beside reassured. Don't worry, the arena shield is controlled by senior referees, not something students can break. A figure from above timely blocked the attack. The referee intervened as Yan Ying surrendered. The MC quickly announced the result. Congratulations to Zhang Zio for winning. Zhang Zio, still annoyed, snorted lightly. Almost, consider yourself lucky. See you next match. She worriedly looked at the small thunderlight beast eating carelessly. Only it could enter the field now, but since returning from the shop it had eaten only strange foods. Could the shop have influenced it? In this state, should it compete? She bowed her head to think. Even Bai Nha Evil Tiger couldn't withstand, how could she let it be harmed? MC sounded again. According to rules, only Thunderlight Beast is eligible to continue. A thought of increasing strength flashed through her mind. She frowned decisively. Even with combat pet secret techniques, level 3 enhancement only temporarily raises level 1 combat power of Thunderlight Beast to level 3. MC shouted. Everyone knows level 3 Mo Long Dog against level 1 Thunderlight Beast is a one-sided match. The audience cheered mixed with jeers. Go ahead, Yan Ying. Who knows, maybe there's a chance. Go down quickly. Shouts echoed everywhere. Go down, go down, go down. Another thought flashed, making her hands tremble slightly. The gap is too big, cannot let Thunderlight Beast act recklessly. Perhaps should stop. I surrender. Suddenly Thunderlight Beast surged forward decisively. The MC was shocked. It confidently faced the towering Mo Long Dog. It seems Yan Ying still chose to fight. The match began. She froze, calling softly, You. Thunderlight Beast glanced back reassuringly. 3-2. Zhang Zio smirked. Going up by itself works too. One, he shouted, Mo Long Dog. Following the command, Mo Long Dog unleashed a series of fireballs. Begin. That moment, blue sparks flashed around Thunderlight Beast, cracking the ground. Yan Ying was stunned. What is this state? She clenched her fists. Thunderlight Beast used lightning speed to dodge. Being called by name mid-skill, it hesitated a beat. Crap. And it could not avoid all incoming fireballs. Thunderlight Beast screamed in pain. Yan Ying anxiously called its name. Yu Jai exhaled lightly, telling herself perhaps she was overthinking. MC reported rapidly. Thunderlight Beast was knocked down. In this situation, fleeing is shameful but slowing down is dangerous. Zhang Zio pointed and commanded. Mo Long Dog, advance and suppress it. The MC continued. Mo Long Dog prepared for close combat. Zhang Zio seemed unwilling to end it quickly, intending to teach the opponent a lesson. Yan Ying immediately activated a blue aura. Level 3 enhancement. Thunderlight Beast, lightning speed, dodge quickly. Judge leaned back in shock. That speed so fast. The person beside spoke gravely, interesting. The MC stammered, Thunderlight Beast dodge. She shouted, counterattack immediately. Thunderlight Beast regained rhythm, continuing to strike. Yu Jai's eyes widened. Could it be that move? A sharp blue lightning shot straight ahead. It was Thunder Sever, a level 7 lightning skill. Lightning pierced the arena's energy barrier. The beam soared into the sky, astonishing the audience. The MC affirmed, level 1 Thunderlight Beast using level 7 Thunder Sever. 4 judges watched closely. Vice Principal Dong A smiled in satisfaction, promising talent. Mo Long Dog finally collapsed, its body charred and blistered. Zhang Zio was flustered. Impossible. The entire arena fell silent, all eyes on the MC. He gripped the microphone, raising his voice. Thunder Sever. Su Yan's Thunderlight Beast has mastered level 7 skill. Unbelievable. The winner is. Green screen clearly displayed the winner's name, Yan Ying. The audience all stood, cheering. How could a level 1 Thunderlight Beast learn such a high-level skill? Incredible. She sat down, gasping, looking at it doubtfully. Level 7 Thunder Sever. How did it become so strong so fast? Yan Ying suddenly remembered something. Wait. She looked at Thunderlight Beast, confirming it was all thanks to that pet shop. Yan Ying tried to recall all of her previous memories, unless the shop owner was the legendary Hidden Master, even though his appearance didn't resemble it at all. As for Su Ping, he sneezed repeatedly and muttered, blaming the dog for its random behavior causing the unpleasant smell. Su Ping covered his nose with his hand, helplessly thinking, feeling like someone had just mentioned his name. In the arena, the MC held a microphone and loudly declared, greeting the audience. This match promised to go down in the history of the Academy, and the viewers were about to witness a miracle as a level 1 pet mastered a level 7 skill, something never before seen in the Fengshan Academy or even Longjia. Zhang Zio covered his face, worried. He should have planned better. Why was he letting such a useless creature face this crucial match? He excitedly declared the score was tied 1-1. Both sides were preparing for the final showdown, but it was still unclear whether there was a way to counter the Thunderbolt Rat. Zhang Zio raised his hand, gathering energy, and coldly said, Yan Ying, you really aren't bad. He growled in frustration. Could Yan Ying and the Thunderbolt Rat win? But things didn't stop there as a shadowy figure slowly emerged, quickly retreat. Behind Zhang Zio appeared a huge beast with fierce green eyes, the Earth Crusher Beast. He glared coldly and said in a harsh voice, Thunder Slash won't be effective. He shielded the Thunderbolt Rat and worried silently. That was a level 4 Earth-type pet that had never been revealed, his trump card. The MC continuously updated as it completed its transformation. With a 3-level difference and a different element, the Thunderbolt Rat might face a disadvantage, but it still bravely charged into battle, and the match immediately began. He glanced down with a comment. It seemed Zhang Zio was about to unleash his full strength, yet the kid wasn't even trembling. Perhaps there was nothing more to discuss in this match. Fire God Xua analyzed, as long as it wasn't suppressed by a bloodline conflict, the chances of winning were still high. If a level 1 pet could stand firm after using a level 7 skill, filled with fighting spirit like that, it certainly hadn't shown its full strength. He lowered his hand, signaling the start. Light shone on his face, with a level 2 strength boost and a level 2 speed boost effect. The body of the beast emitted a green light, activating a level 3 defense-enhancing skill. The MC raised his voice. That was the skill of the Earth Crusher Beast, and now its power was approaching level 5. Su Yan frowned, resisting the heavy pressure. She had to empower the Thunderbolt Rat, but it had already rushed off, leaving her stunned. The distance was too far to activate the enhancement. The Earth Crusher Beast also charged forward without hesitation. Had Yan Ying been careless in not enhancing the pet before confronting it head-on? Zhang Zio sneered, that little mouse. Let the Earth Crusher Beast stomp you flat. Thunderbolt Rat's eyes sparkled with brilliant blue. It dodged the Earth Stomp and split into 2 lightning figures, darting past both of the opponent's legs. Zhang Zio stood frozen. That was the Lightning Shadow Phantom. The whole audience shook as the MC confirmed this was a level 7 skill. The girl said with interest, how interesting, our team must recruit Su Yanni. Thunderbolt Rat completely ignored the Earth Crusher Beast at this moment. It suddenly dashed straight towards Zhang Zio, catching him off guard. Instead of fighting, it chose to attack its master. Exactly as Su Ping had advised, to target weaknesses and handle the vulnerable one first to reduce the opponent's strength. It charged fiercely. Zhang Zio panicked and shouted for it to stay away, then activated level 3 Crystal Shield. From above, it opened its mouth and launched a sharp electric beam straight down. Thunder Slash. The thunderclap echoed in the barrier, and the MC shouted loudly that both the real body and the shadow clone had unleashed Thunder Slash. The crystal shield that was raised shattered instantly. Would Zhang Zio be able to retreat in time? Black fur scattered down to the ground, which had been hollowed out into a deep pit. A bird swooped down in time to save him. The referee, the wind spirit bird, acted just as Zhang Ziao fell unconscious. The referee, wearing a black robe, smiled and declared the third match belonged to Yan Ying. The MC immediately cheered for her victory through the qualifiers, and the entire stadium stood up, chanting her name non-stop. Yan Ying stood silently in the arena, holding her cheeks in happiness, wondering if she was dreaming when the thunderbolt rat still held onto the lightning shadow phantom. She lowered her head, firmly thinking that it was all thanks to the pet shop, the seemingly ordinary master behind it, but one whose depth couldn't be measured. Night descended on Longjiang. Under the moonlight, Su Ping lay thinking about how to earn 10,000 in 7 days. Relying only on pet care wouldn't be feasible. In front of the system screen, he saw that the shop only offered pet care, rental, and food sales. Both of the pets under care had been gifted by the system, and the fee was 10 points per hour, while the rental required a pet to assess, and food sales required him to gather them himself. It seemed like only the third option was left. He asked the system if food was available in every training zone or only in the dangerous areas. The answer was that food could be found everywhere, but higher-level areas had a greater chance of rare items. He thought to himself, high-level areas meant more opportunities to collect rare items. Thinking back to 3 days ago, when he focused only on training and missed the opportunity in the high-level area, Su Ping felt like he had been hit with 2 invisible arrows in his back. He stared at the ceiling, calculating, in 3 days he must become a battle pet master, then requested the system to open the training zone list. A series of screens immediately appeared around him. The list clearly showed from the top-level 1,000-point areas like the Ancient God Realm, Thunderstorm Realm, to the intermediate and basic levels requiring only 1 point, and his remaining energy was exactly 1 point. He sighed tiredly. He could only go to the basic area. If only he had picked some herbs last time, it would have been better. The system had once reminded him that the standard for becoming a master was to gather everything related to pet care. The system suggested the most suitable area was the outer star cloud 1002, costing 1 point, and asked him if he would enter. Su Ping's gaze was firm. As a master, he couldn't miss the opportunity to level up. He immediately entered. As soon as he connected to the outer star cloud 1002, he received a notification of a cubic space containing 3 attempts of the ancient flower herb identification skill, which could be used with intent. The system reminded him that the search time was 1 day, with 30 free attempts, and wished him luck. He tried using his intent to retrieve the identification skill as instructed. His hand touched the void, and the power immediately gathered within his sight. A series of herbal information appeared like an encyclopedia, from stone flower for light healing, golden chrysanthemum for cushioning low-level pets, to phoenix wood for stamina recovery. He realized that the safe zone only had cheap recovery food like the shelter herb. Suddenly, data on the stone snake appeared along with its attributes and skills, but what caught his attention was the rare lava fruit beneath it, something that could increase fire damage. Recognizing the precious opportunity, Su Ping rushed over, understanding that valuable items were always found in danger, though the storage space was limited. Since it was the food for the stone snake, he decided to pick the most valuable item to harvest. Though the stone snake defeated him multiple times, he still managed to store the fruit in the newbie space. The number of revives decreased to 29, then 16 as he continued to take risks to collect herbs. He continuously consumed his revival chances without hesitation. Each time, he ended up in a state where he couldn't continue. On the last turn, when he ran out of revives, he was pushed out of the training zone. Back at the starting point, Su Ping panted. Dying and reviving 30 times in a day was indeed overwhelming. Yet looking at the loot he obtained, he still felt satisfied as all his efforts were worth it. Newbie space had filled up with 30 valuable herbs ready to be appraised, while Little Fire sat among the food, sighing sadly. Lao Fan looked at the scene with clear worry on his face. My precious pet hasn't eaten in a week. What should I do now? Ngok Kin, a member of the Black Wolf Squad, brought all kinds of rare food to show him, saying this was the most expensive pet treat on the market, and just letting Xiao Huo try it once would surely restore its appetite. As soon as he caught the scent, Xiao Huo seemed to awaken, his eyes glowing red as he darted forward, chattering constantly. The old man rejoiced, seeing a chance to make a recovery, hurriedly asked if it was true, then urged him to try it immediately. Come on, Xiao Huo, open your mouth. Yet as soon as he took a bite, he coughed violently. Food on the ground warped while Xiao Huo vomited a dark liquid, making the girl panic, saying even the Yu Ming Tian 2 parasite would refuse it. And Ngok Kin immediately demanded contacting the best pet hospital, suspecting a heart parasite, fearing delay might be fatal. Old Pham fidgeted anxiously, urging to call a doctor right away. Before they could reach the door, another person appeared, joyfully reporting that Yahello had hope. The girl anxiously told the old woman that Yahello needed to go to the city for treatment. But before the old lady could understand, he had taken the pill from her hand, chattering. He swallowed the pill entirely, looking delighted. The old man showed clear joy, asking if Yahello had finally eaten, and the old lady nodded, confirming the shopkeeper's words were correct. He remembered the man saying fire-aligned pets would lose appetite or even vomit blood if fed chaotic food, and that feeding them the red rock fruit on schedule could improve it. She suspected they might have fed the wrong type, but Ngok-kin dismissed it as nonsense about attribute types. Half believing, half skeptical, he turned to ask his grandmother the price of this treat. The old lady calculated and replied about 130 per pill. Ngok-kin was shocked at the high price, realizing a box of 12 would be over 1,500 yuan. The girl thought such expensive items couldn't exist here and suspected the shop of fraud, recounting stories of stores adding chemicals to create addictive flavors, harming pets in the long run. Old Pham was stunned as if struck, exclaiming in horror. Ngok-kin held her shoulders, pressing her for the shop's name and location to inquire properly. She vaguely remembered it was mischievous pet essence, so Ngok-kin went straight in, pointing and demanding the owner tell the truth. He slammed the table before Su Ping, snapping, asking what had been mixed into the pet food. Su Ping considered the small red pill he sold, guessing they meant the red rock fruit, then calmly asserted the store's product was completely natural with no additives, and the bird's reaction was unrelated to quality. Ngok-kin still shouted before the crowd, questioning why the pet lost appetite after eating. People whispered suspicions about the shop and speculated various issues. Su Ping frowned at the baseless conjecture. The brown-haired girl crossed her arms coldly, suggesting the Pet Food Association investigate the shop, which was agreed upon. Su Ping's expression darkened. He coldly demanded evidence before making accusations, causing the girl to hesitate and sit down. Ngok-kin, furious, rushed forward thinking his sister was being bullied. He grabbed Su Ping by the collar, threatening. Su Ping calmly resisted, causing Ngok-kin's hand to hurt and distort, shocking him at the sudden surge in strength. The system displayed an urgent mission to prove the shop's innocence and protect its reputation. Success would reward a 5-day training opportunity with unlimited deaths. Failure would deduct 10 points. The crowd eyed Su Ping cautiously and began to leave. He pondered how to explain clearly to avoid losing points and customers. Su Ping raised his hand to reassure, guaranteeing the food was safe, and if doubts remained, he would prove it through strength. The group loudly demanded the shop be closed, claiming he was covering up and insisting on immediate closure. Su Ping shouted for silence, then produced a blue lamb yuan pill, asking if anyone had a low-level water pet. The brown-haired girl hesitated but said she did. He summoned a chubby, cute blue seal before everyone. A low-quality level 1 water spouting pet appeared, and Ngok-kin quickly blocked, fearing Su Ping intended to harm it. Su Ping sat down, saying this was lamb yuan, and its quality would be revealed as it ate. He let go, allowing the girl's pet to swallow the lamb yuan pill. People murmured in doubt, unfamiliar with the fruit's name, as the seal suddenly emitted a blue light, absorbing its potency. Cried out, its body visibly enlarging. The light spread throughout the room, leaving everyone stunned. Water splashed as the spouting pet transformed, astonishing everyone as it leveled up from 1 to 2, its appearance becoming shinier. Su Ping closed his eyes to calculate. Lamb yuan indeed helped low-level water pets level up, but combat power increased only slightly due to poor aptitude. He explained that level-ups grant combat power depending on aptitude and bloodline. Pets with high bloodline naturally mature to a certain level, but surpassing that requires additional training. The crowd was amazed at the transformation. Ngok-kin was shocked that a single pill had leveled up the pet, thinking the shop owner must have extraordinary background. The girl lifted her pet to check while Su Ping calmly observed, asking if it had truly leveled up. Ngok-kin immediately bowed, apologizing for the previous offense. Su Ping coldly said it cost 8,700 per pill, fair trade with no compulsion, causing the two siblings to pale. The girl, heartbroken at spending money, still told her brother to pay, believing the leveling treasure was a bargain at that price. Su Ping thought the price was still too low for the effort of gathering it. He asked if the system could raise the price but was denied, so he suggested adding discarded Buddha heart leaves and red rock fruit to improve aptitude and restore the fire burst. Gok Kin patted his sister's head, telling her to pay quickly, while the crowd speculated if it was a marketing ploy. The atmosphere grew lively as many wanted to buy after seeing the clear effect. Su Ping cheerfully served each person, the system reporting 31,560 coins converted into 315 energy points and mission completed. He was elated to escape poverty and decided to open a system shop. The screen displayed items like 100 awakening potions, 100 basic pet traps, 10 basic rations, and current energy of 315. He chose to purchase. The screen deducted 100. A green bottle appeared in his hand, and he wondered if it truly worked. Without hesitation, he tilted his head back and drank the entire bottle. Instantly, his body froze, heart pounding from the sudden transformation. Su Ping's body transformed in a flash, blazing with a dazzling golden aura, the force propelling him powerfully forward. Just before his feet touched the bare ground, he managed to adjust his stance. His eyes glowed with golden light, golden energy surging violently without end, finally reaching its peak. Su Ping was lifted into the air, the fluctuation of power keeping him suspended, his hair standing on end in the wind, exuding the aura of a battle beast master. And then his gaze caught something unusual. With just 2 fingers, Su Ping lightly pinched the tiny fly that had just passed before him. This was the reflex at the legendary level of a battle beast master. The system notified him of 215 energy points remaining and asked if he wanted to upgrade the chaotic nurturing intelligence. He read carefully. Level 1 consumed 10 points per attempt with a certain chance of failure. Low bloodline beasts had a relatively high probability. Intermediate was rare. Level 2 required 100 points, and each nurturing also cost 100 points with similar risk, but slightly higher chance for high-level beasts. After a moment of consideration, he didn't upgrade directly but chose to nurture, despite multiple attempts only reaching intermediate, the risk still too high. The screen immediately deducted 100, then another 100. Standing in the formation surrounded by 4 spirit beasts, he absorbed energy to conduct level 2 chaotic nurturing, leaving a balance of 115 points. With a serious face, he decisively touched the screen. Success or failure depended on this moment, proceeding with the nurturing. A blue column of light shot straight into the sky from the formation Su Ping created. The counterforce made him brace, and finally the level 2 chaotic intelligence nurturing succeeded. In the gradually clearing smoke appeared a small creature with peeking eyes, its type unknown. He widened his eyes in astonishment. This was Yahello appeared small and adorable, its skeletal body radiating vitality. The info panel showed level 1, demon system, combat power level 1, poor aptitude, skill. Self-assemble limbs, the weakest existence in this system, usually only carried reluctantly. Su Ping swallowed in helplessness, spending a large amount of energy only to obtain the lowest ranked beast. 100 points consumed for such a disappointing result. The system continued to assign tasks after nurturing, rewarding a random skill book for beginner battle beast masters called Killing Intent, consuming mental energy to trigger combat intention in the beast, putting it in a frenzy, maintaining strong attack even when injured. He rested his chin in thought. In a world full of powerful beings, relying solely on basic attributes might result in being defeated instantly. The Killing Intent skill focused on winning with weak points seemed not bad. At this moment, the system activated the main quest requiring nurturing a beast to supreme intermediate aptitude, rewarding chaotic energy for 7 days. Failure deducted 10 accumulated points. Su Ping was both surprised and anxious comparing Yahello, which was inferior even to a supreme intermediate lightning rat. A level 2 electric system rat with combat power of mid-level 3 and many strong skills, but only low intermediate aptitude, while Yahello was even worse at low rank. Gently prodding the tiny skeleton to tease it, he watched it respond happily. This task was as difficult as reaching the heavens. Turning trash into treasure was a major challenge, the system indeed overly optimistic. Suddenly a call indicated visitors. Su Ping turned to the door. 2 girls with green and red hair stepped in asking about the owner, chatting a little about the small beast shop, squeaks following them. Su Ping showed annoyance and reluctantly greeted upon seeing Yan Ying and Luo again. Why her? 108 yuan, I'm busy. Angry girl pointed at him. I am Yan Ying, not 108 yuan, and And moreover, the performance of the lightning test yesterday was very different from before. What did you do to it? He pretended to be puzzled. Is there a problem with the beast? I did nothing but let it watch some duels and took it for a little exercise. As he spoke, he smiled brightly, startling the lightning test. You are right, lightning test. It only dared to squeak in response. Yan Ying saw Su Ping patting her pet and was amazed. If it only exercised a little, it would be strengthened. But the rat, unafraid even of level 4 Mo Long, trembled in front of the owner. In her eyes, Su Ping's figure seemed terrifying, making the pet afraid. If he could exert pressure with so little activity, his actual power must not be below level 5, perhaps even level 6 or higher according to Luo's whisper. Yan Ying signaled Luo to be quiet. Now was not the time to talk much. The owner might be level 7. Angering him could be fatal, she asked. How could I tell? Su Ping squatted, swinging his hands in different gaze, the system temporarily not assigning tasks so likely not important, then asked, do you also want to complain about my high prices? Hearing this, Yan Ying went pale, thinking his gaze like a wild beast observing prey. He repeated, or do you think my fees are high? She hurried to explain her visit. If the lightning test was nurtured this strong, then 108 yuan was really too low. Surely the owner was testing her sincerity. Yan Ying immediately used her personal device to transfer 1,000 yuan to TI letter 1EC3 U10 NGH letter 1ECBCH pet shop as a token, but the system reported the transfer failed. The rejection notice made her head spin, not understanding what happened. Seeing Su Ping's stern expression made her even more worried if the amount was too small. She quickly increased the amount to 5,000 yuan and anxiously observed his reaction. Notification showed 5,000 yuan sent to the shop. Su Ping's face remained cold. The system continued to reject the transfer. Yan Ying panicked. Luo helplessly watched her repeatedly transfer money. What else are you doing? In desperation, Yan Ying pleaded for help. This was extremely important. Summoning all her courage, she saw this as a rare chance to befriend a master. Boldly transferring 10,000 yuan to TI letter 1EC3 U10 NGH letter 1ECBCH pet shop. The result was still transfer failure. The other party refused. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Su Ping's expression grew uglier. Yan Ying nearly went insane, pressing transfer repeatedly, refusing to believe it would fail, determined to fight to the end. When she transferred 100,000 yuan, Su Ping briefly rejoiced, thinking a big sum was coming. Wealthy lady before me, let me receive quickly. The system strictly prohibited the owner from receiving money beyond shop pricing. Any excess transaction was automatically refused, making Su Ping furious to the point of spitting blood. Yan Ying almost cried at the continued rejection, begged the owner to quote a price. Su Ping coughed, quickly saying no need, just state the matter clearly. If this continued, the system would make him furious. Yan Ying covered her mouth, looking at him with teary admiration, rarely seeing someone young with power yet indifferent to money. She pointed at the lightning test beside her, honestly saying in a few days it will compete, but other pets are injured, placing final hope on it and hoping to nurture it for 3 more days. Su Ping immediately pleased for the chance for Xiao Qulu to train. The lightning test arrived just in time. System pricing table appeared from level 1 to king beasts with corresponding fees from 10,000 to 10 million. His eyes brightened, realizing nurturing really made money, only regretting that only sub-level 3 orders were currently accepted. Clearly explained, the shop accepts 3-day nurturing for 10,000 yuan, not cheap but worth it if results match previous. Yan Ying immediately agreed to entrust the lightning test, thinking at this level she gains much. Checking account, 10,000 yuan converted to 100 energy points, total remaining 115. After receiving the order, Su Ping asked if other services were needed besides nurturing. The shop also offered boarding and minor healing. During boarding plus healing, Yan Ying's eyes lit up like seeing a savior, much more convenient than distant and costly pet hospital. She summoned 3 large pets filling the shop. The system immediately reminded the owner to upgrade boarding slots to avoid reputation issues. Su Ping asked, puzzled, what do you mean by reputation issues? The system explained free boarding slots made from waste spirit stones with weak spirit power and chaotic secretion could aid some growth but easily cause mutation. He gritted his teeth and upgraded, buying 3 more slots. Successfully purchased, deducting 50 energy points, total slots 5 out of 9, 100 yuan per hour. Level 2 slots no mutation risk but cost 1 energy per day to maintain. If insufficient, they disappear, making Su Ping so angry he choked, dripping blood from the corner of his mouth. He told Yan Ying to pay 21,600 yuan for boarding 3 pets for 3 days, up front. Yan Ying immediately transferred. Luo looked at Su Ping in confusion. This owner truly extraordinary. 3 pets rested within the formation of 4 curved pillars. 21,600 yuan converted to energy-raising total to 291 points, simultaneously triggering a branch mission requiring customer pet nurturing double the original within 3 days, rewarding 3 beginner primal energy pills. Failure deducted 10 points, while upgrading Yahello to Supreme Intermediate required combat power level 7 from level 1. Even harder than upgrading Lightning Test to level 2. Su Ping excitedly pressed to accept the mission, conveniently handling both at once. Confirm. He used the opportunity to enter the training space freely and chose top-level mode. Worlds like Ancient God Realm, Cloud Sea Thunder Peak Realm, and Chaotic Soul Realm appeared, the most suitable for Yahello. Smiling enthusiastically, Su Ping chose Chaotic Soul Realm, touched the image. A red light enveloped him and the beast, and both disappeared before everyone's astonished eyes, entering the realm. The red tentacles tightly wrapped around Su Ping and Yahello, the pungent stench of fresh blood rushing into their noses, making both of them extremely uncomfortable. Against the dark red sky, a gigantic red moon hung ominously. In front was a pool of dark water with countless bones of various lengths scattered around. Su Ping crouched down, panting from the overwhelming stench of death rising up, just as a shadow suddenly appeared behind him, intensifying the oppressive aura. Chit. A skeletal hand descended, causing Yahello to shatter immediately and disintegrate into a pile of bone. Colossal skeleton manifested in fury, its vicious gaze charging towards the intruder. As soon as it entered its domain, an enemy alert sounded. Yahello immediately resurrected. The Thunderlight Rat activated its power. A brilliant flash of green light lit up the surroundings. The massive skeleton breathed heavily, standing tall amidst the scattered remains. Su Ping suddenly dashed out from the pile of bones, commanding his pet to charge forcefully into the enormous body. He smiled confidently upon realizing that the high-level training ground was not only filled with king beasts. The information panel appeared displaying data about the giant skeleton of the Demon War system. Level 7, Battle Power Level 5, Poor Talent. Skills included Body Recombination, Destruction, and War Roar. Shortly after, it swung its massive arm down onto Su Ping's position, knocking both him and his pet away. His face turned pale, but he quickly summoned a resurrection for his pet. Yahello shattered and revived. The Thunderlight Rat activated its counterattack. The Thunderlight Rat screeched loudly, electric sparks crackling around its body. Electric sparks coalesced into blades of lightning that shot toward the massive skeleton as it charged forward. The lightning blades slashing down onto its arm, a blinding green light flared up. The giant skeleton let out an enraged roar that echoed loudly. Thunderlight Rat was hurled far away, its energy scattered as it fell unconscious. In its fury, it was struck again by a bolt of lightning. Several pieces of bone flew off, and one of its shoulders was shattered. However, the bone fragments quickly recombined, regenerating into a powerful long arm. Su Ping's gaze darkened, then he smiled faintly as if he understood. The gemstone enhanced the body recombination skill, truly a treasure. The Thunderlight Rat and Yahello revived again. 2 small beasts trembled and huddled behind Su Ping, while he could only sigh in helplessness. He pulled a skill book from his storage space and activated it. System's notification sound rang clearly. You have comprehended the level 1 killing intent martial skill. The giant skeleton roared as it charged forward. Su Ping immediately upgraded both pets to level 1 to increase their power while activating level 1 killing intent. After being enhanced, Yahello charged ahead to fight the giant skeleton. The heavy punch caused the ground to sink deeply, forming a circular pit. Yahello collapsed, the Thunderlight Rat also exhausted. Even the host was swept away. Immediately after, all 3 resurrected at the spot despite being slammed into the ground by the punch. He quickly analyzed the opponent. Despite the previous strike being powerful, its clear weakness was the misalignment of its body's center of gravity, making it hard to maintain balance. Giant skeleton swung its long arm down again. The Thunderlight Rat also charged up to assist, but still could not withstand the direct attack. It vanished and reappeared, splitting into multiple afterimages to mislead the target. The afterimages circled around the giant skeleton, causing it to become confused and counterattack. The Thunderlight Rat's lightning strikes continued to launch. Su Ping hid behind the afterimages of the Thunderlight Rat, striking its leg with one hand and its neck bone with the other. Yahello coordinated to assist. The target was the gemstone chit. A flash of light struck directly into the giant body. The giant skeleton's body broke apart into pieces, a scene that shocked Yahello. Its head fell off, revealing a red gem embedded in its forehead. The gem bounced out and hit Su Ping, causing him to clutch his head and shiver. The system notified that the Thunderlight Rat had completed defeating the target, and its battle power increased to level 3. Su Ping picked up the gem, reading the notification with a smile. The new skill Shadow Flicker upgraded to multiple shadow flickers, using lightning to create 2 brief clones, with a small chance of generating 3 clones, indeed a great harvest. Yahello lifted the red gem in his hand, admiring it, and Su Ping's gaze was also drawn to the red glow. He asked Yahello what he was doing. The system immediately provided information that this was the unique soul absorption ability of the Demon Beast system, capable of absorbing energy from others of the same type to level up. Yahello spread his arms to support the intense red light. After leveling up, it changed drastically, becoming colder and more rigid with the new power. The system notified that Yahello's battle power increased to level 1 and he had comprehended basic swordsmanship. Su Ping was happy and pulled the boy along, but accidentally detached his head. Originally intending for the Thunderlight Rat to enjoy the meat, while he himself slurped the soup, now even the bones were put to use. Truly a specialist in saving resources. A new creature was summoned, causing Su Ping to shudder chit. Suddenly, a cold-looking woman appeared with a blank expression. What is that? A strange beast with wings surrounded by green aura appeared. Even the system could not determine its attributes, level, battle power, or skill. Su Ping carefully observed and pondered, could this be a high-level creature from this training zone? Perhaps from her, he could find a supreme treasure. She extended her hand, and all the spiritual energy around her was immediately drawn towards her. The life force in Su Ping's body was drained, his body fading like smoke. The host, along with the Thunderlight Rat and Yahello, collapsed one by one. Fortunately, he managed to escape. Filled with shock, "Dad, she's too strong. We were defeated just by encountering her." Su Ping suddenly spoke, causing her to freeze. "Excuse me, are you the final boss here?" He tried to maintain a cheerful demeanor while she seemed confused. "Hello, do you have intelligence?" His words seemed to provoke her, causing her to drain his life force again. Despite that, he still tried to buy time. "Hold on, let me finish." But before he could finish, he was defeated again. In another space, he was furious and didn't know what to do. The system again asked how many times he wished to resurrect, whether to resurrect at the spot or randomly. He complained about being used as free target practice, wasting so much time. In the end, Su Ping chose to teleport elsewhere. "Well, let's change the place and try our luck." Riding on the back of the monster, he felt the silent atmosphere around him. It suddenly dawned on him, he exclaimed, "This is." He wasn't sure where he was. Below him were countless soldiers. Where exactly was this place? Among the crowd, he recognized the one he had just fought. But what was more surprising was that she and the person beside her were now truly paying attention to him. Unfortunately, Su Ping slipped and fell below. Worse, a gigantic mysterious hand grabbed him. "This is bad." That moment, the giant spoke, claiming to be the king of the Death Realm, asking him who he was and how he got here, giving him 3 seconds to answer. While being squeezed to the point of suffocation, Su Ping struggled to say he was just passing by and asked if he was the leader of this place. However, he forced himself to stay alert and observe everything around him. Why wasn't it attacking directly? What exactly is it probing? No matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape, trapped and defeated in an instant. Thankfully, he still had the resurrection mechanism in hand. The decision to live or die was in his hands, but once locked down, the system's resurrection ability became useless. If too much time passed without completing the task, his life would be over. He looked at Su Ping with cold eyes, offering a warning. "Anyone who could silently approach me was definitely not ordinary. Answer immediately, I won't ask a second time." Perhaps now he realized something. It turned out he was wary of his strength. "Stay calm, there's still a way out." They may have never seen a human or even known about the system. It would be better to use this blind spot to mislead them. Su Ping maintained his arrogant demeanor, not at all intimidated. "I am the avatar of the strongest in the human dimension. I'm here to assess your threat level. If it exceeds the limit, I will erase you all." Below, the monsters began to murmur, voicing their stance, demanding to protect their king. His gaze suddenly became even sharper, and in the blink of an eye, his body was off the ground. He took the opportunity to display his sharpness. "Is this your loyal subordinate? Do you not feel guilty casually eliminating them? Or are you just used to bullying the weak and avoiding the strong?" But before he could react, his body was knocked in all directions, and the host had perished. This time he was truly enraged. "Are you insulting me by talking about protection? Nothing in this world can threaten me." He was reborn with a sneer. "Oh really? It turns out I've been fooled." As long as I'm not locked up, everything is still under control. The scene made all the monsters terrified, as if time and space had been reversed. Circles of red appeared around his chair, wrapping tightly. Then came a series of continuous resurrections. The host had perished, the host had perished. The host had perished. The host had perished, but with each resurrection he appeared more confident. The host had perished, the host had perished. The stronger the defeat, the fainter the feeling. He was getting used to it. In the lingering smoke, he approached. The one who could continuously reverse the time and space of the death realm. How terrifying is this human who claims to be an intruder? With a fierce look, Su Ping focused on the stone in his hand. The host had perished. That gemstone must be extremely valuable. He quickly lunged forward. The host had perished. He had to get it. In an instant, his hand reached the target. Got it. For him, only a faint mist remained, and he and the gemstone had vanished without a trace. He stood frozen in shock. Spatial shift, again with a spatial shift. Immediately, he shot up with a roar. Being able to use two supreme laws simultaneously, the distance exceeded what I can control. Who exactly is this? The system again displayed a random resurrection notification. Elsewhere, Su Ping began to regenerate his body. Did he think he would just stand there and take it? How naive. Once the performance was over, he would withdraw, so refreshing. When fully restored, he summoned Yahello. Yahello. He took the gemstone he had just obtained and showed it, causing Yahello to widen its eyes. Look at this treasure. Despite feeling a little tired, he smiled, waiting. Do you like it? My spirit beast shouldn't always chew on scraps. Absorb it. Next time, it's your turn to shine. A strange creature suddenly charged forward, attacking something in front. It was immediately dealt with by Yahello before it could do anything. Basic swordsmanship. After finishing, the system announced successful destruction. Combat power increased to level 4, mission progress at 46%, 1 day remaining. At that moment, a giant foot stepped on the head of the previous beast. With just a bit of force, its head exploded. Creature was abnormally large, surrounded by many smaller ones closing in. Nevertheless, Su Ping was not flustered and even smiled defiantly. Came to offer some experience, huh? It's all yours, Yahello. Receiving the order, it immediately struck. A slash flashed and the system reported continuously. Yahello completed the kill, combat power level 6. Lightning Rat completed the kill, combat power level 6. Progress 94%, 14 minutes left. Both were exhausted, sitting on a pile of bones, panting. Haha, these guys are really too weak, not enough at all. The remaining monster let out a deep roar. A strange object appeared from afar, sucking up all the killing intent and condensing into another monster. The roar echoed. The sight startled him. It still hasn't ended. Right after he smiled arrogantly, perfect timing, the killing intent rose. It charged at him, making him even more excited. As long as he could take it down, the progress would be sufficient. He immediately ordered Yahello to charge ahead. Yahello, basic swordsmanship. However, that strike seemed to do no significant damage to it. All they could do was divert the monster's movement. This time it was truly enraged, slamming its hands onto the ground, and countless other arms sprouted. In the blink of an eye, both the lightning rat and Yahello were ensnared. What is this? The system displayed a timely notification. Progress 94%, 7 minutes left. Time was running out. Angrily shouted, "Don't remind me. Damn it, another hard-to-break restraining spell." Lightning Rat, he ordered to use Thunder Cut on its center. The rat squeaked in response. Unexpectedly, the move was easily blocked, much to his surprise. The burn marks on its body quickly closed up as if they never existed. It remained incredibly fierce, with countless arms swinging violently. The system couldn't analyze it. Unknown origin, unknown attributes, unknown rank, unknown combat power, unknown aptitude, unknown control ability. He began to tense up, calculating. As expected, it couldn't be assessed, but two things were certain. 1, the arms were immune to most damage-dealing skills. 2, the core in the center was its real weakness. The system continued to warn, only 3 minutes left. He immediately yelled, "Lightning Rat, activate Thunder Cut. Gather the lightning to cover your body." Despite being trapped, it still desperately released powerful electricity. An electric ball surrounded its body, no hand dared to touch it. Squeak. The system reported, "Lightning Rat has comprehended the Thunder Shield skill. It uses lightning to protect the body, maintains damage, and causes paralysis in close combat, especially effective against demonic enemies." After completing it, he was overjoyed. He had comprehended it. The arms were all shocked and contracted. Even the monster couldn't avoid the effect. Once freed from the restraint, he immediately shouted loudly, "The restraint has been broken." Yahello now. It happily charged ahead and delivered the final blow. The opponent's body was split in two. Thanks to this battle, both the Lightning Rat and Yahello leveled up. Yahello completed the kill, combat power level 7. Lightning Rat completed the kill, combat power level 7. Su Ping grinned mischievously as he let Xiao Qulu absorb the magic power from the red blood gemstone. It had only absorbed a small part, yet its combat power had surged. If it absorbed the full amount later, it would be even more terrifying. Finally, the system reported completion. Main mission completed, received a part of the chaotic energy map. Side mission completed, received 3 strength-enhancing pills. The rewards were automatically stored in the storage space. The training area was closed and the scene transitioned to another room. Appraisal skill activated. Xiao Qulu's information appeared. Demonic Beast, level 2 upper rank, combat power level 7 mid rank, above average aptitude. Abilities include Puppet Magic, Ghost Slave, Corpse Control, Swordsmanship Intermediate, Broken Intelligence combination. It's the lowest ranked demonic beast, but the king's talent is slowly awakening. However, looking at those stats, Su Ping still felt unsatisfied. Rank 2 at best, combat power maxed at level 7, aptitude only above average. Hey system, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? While he was still hesitating, the system immediately confirmed, compiling an evaluation from all data since Xiao Qulu entered the endless chaos, leaving the host with no doubt. Thinking of the one who had taken the Origin Chaos Pearl, he smirked, quite intriguing. System continued, displaying Lei Guang test information, cutting through his thoughts. Shadow Lightning Rat, Lightning Type, Grade 3 mid-level, combat power lower rank, above average aptitude. Skills included Lightning Prison 10 Direction, Lightning Shadow Afterimage, Lightning Break, Lightning Spear, along with Thunder Shell, Spirit Summon, Death Claw. Once a mere beast, now capable of independence. Hearing this, he could not hide his excitement. A Lightning-type pet mastering Spirit skill. If others saw this summoning ability in battle, they would surely be astonished. While Su Ping was still calculating, Lei Guang Test and Xiao Qulu had fallen asleep. The anticipation made him eager. He moved to another corner of the room to retrieve an item. In his hand was a scroll glowing faintly golden. The system, this chaotic energy map, what exactly is it? The system responded immediately. This is an ancient lost cultivation method, compatible with the host's current level. On the screen appeared a man practicing martial arts. The Death Spirit Chaos map treated the body as the universe, aligning stars with acupoints, bones, and muscles for cultivation, entirely different from common Federation energy system. Su Ping felt exhilarated, meaning he could cultivate as well. Su Ping sat upright in a meditative posture, imagining himself amid the chaotic energy universe. A figure absorbed streams of golden energy. Another figure extended hands, projecting energy outward, gathering into the origin pellet to increase power. When spun into a vortex, energy would affect the external world. This is a first-grade chaotic energy map, refined realm. Carrying a small glowing golden orb, he muttered, so absorbing energy and spinning right. Turned, swinging hands to catch golden light particles in the air. From a battle pet master's perspective, it seemed easy. Looking at his hands, he realized he couldn't touch them. Energy passed straight through his body. Looking down at the small orb residing in his abdomen, he tried using his body to block the energy flow. The orb suddenly glowed brightly. He cheered, it worked. Turns out only Origin Force could absorb it. Then he retrieved a flask from the virtual space. Right, he still had 3 Origin pellets, time to test their effect. He took the 3 blazing red pellets and swallowed them. Golden energy surged around Su Ping. The Origin pellet grew noticeably. The system announced, "Congratulations host for entering the refined realm," opening the character sub-panel. He was surprised as combat power rose to grade 3. The info panel displayed Su Ping, human, early refined realm, combat power grade 3 mid-level, score unknown, skill killing intent. He laughed, asking, "The snapshot looks fine, why is the score a question mark?" The system replied, "Current strength insufficient to view, quickly level up." Su Ping confidently thought just 3 pellets and combat power rose to grade 3 mid-level. Normally takes years. He inquired about the Origin pellets. The system replied, effective only for grades 1 and 2, at grade 3 self-cultivation needed. This universe is formed by the chaotic energy map, simulating the real universe. The system warned, avoid large stars when absorbing energy or risk being drawn in. Su Ping asked what happens if sucked in, just a cultivation interruption. The system replied coldly, Yuan Shen will be destroyed. He startled. The system added, this is the only warning. Time in the energy universe corresponds to reality, consider carefully. Su Ping murmured, opportunity always comes with risk. A scene of big fish swallowing small flashed in his mind. He slipped hands into pockets, deciding to avoid big stars and absorb small ones. Easier than the training area. Thinking of the girl blushing, striking toward him, he felt a brief pang. She is also a grade 3 battle pet master. He wondered if he could withstand one of her strikes now. At the apartment, his mother advised, eat a bit more so you won't be hungry. Ate with his mother, praising her skills. Finished, he asked permission to return to his room. Mother affectionately said, "Go upstairs quietly, tomorrow morning make the corn cake you like. His sister is training, don't disturb." He turned and replied, "I know, mother." Watching her busy with chores, though not his biological mother, the warmth felt like a real family. He stretched, thinking Ling Yue was preparing for a match with Yan Ying, intended to challenge her, then decided to return to cultivation. Light from the doorway was too bright, arousing curiosity to peek. Energy dense. Watching his sister cultivate a bit shouldn't be overly curious. In the room, Ling Yue sat curled with a cat. Energy orb around her shone brightly. Su Ping thought, refined realm really powerful. She could absorb such strong energy just sitting. Energy seemed pulled into her body. Perhaps this is the method taught by the Refinement Academy. Compared to chaotic universe energy, real energy weaker and evenly distributed, the other denser and sparse. Su Ping sat cross-legged, thinking if applying Academy method to chaotic universe, cultivation speed would soar. The orb in him appeared, spinning energy. Time to try. He suddenly understood the pull. With sufficient mass and spinning creating suction, energy finds you, no need to chase each bit. He sat outside, spinning clockwise, while Ling Yue spun counterclockwise inside. He experimented to see if the directions made a difference. Ling Yue felt weak and woke up. Absorbing stars is getting harder. Su Ping grinned as energy gathered toward him, tried spinning both directions simultaneously. Golden light around her pulled aside. She murmured, "What's happening?" Ling Yue watched her energy diverted. Operation disrupted, could not absorb. She was startled, thinking a master might be nearby. Energy suddenly surged violently, startling her. Mother downstairs called up, "Yu, what's wrong?" She blushed, replying, "I'm fine, just cultivating." She suspected this energy was unusual. The movement direction clearly came from her brother's room. At this moment, Su Ping sighed in exhaustion. Success made energy around him dense. Control improved significantly. In the quiet store, Su Ping closed his eye. His consciousness fully focused on the chaotic energy universe. Feeling power surge, he was exhilarated. Small stars gathered and were absorbed continuously, keeping a safe distance. He murmured, "Can cultivate even while sleeping." At this moment, two girls entered. "Boss, we've come to pick up the pets." Su Ping mumbled about size differences. He suddenly realized it was the two of them. They asked in surprise, "What's all this?" He cleared throat, explaining he meant their energy was weak, needed more effort. Yan Ying was surprised. Shadow Lightning Rat already leveled up. She asked, "Giving a grade 7 pet to the academy only leaves 3 or 4, is that really okay?" Su Ping said, "Wait a moment," and brought out the pet. Placed the pet on the table, saying, "Take it, last time settled already." Yan Ying hugged the pet, nodding thanks. She noticed Shadow Lightning's fur seemed different. Moreover, they seemed unusually calm, just a few days away from their owner without excitement, perhaps still attached to this place. He showed clear signs of boredom, not even bothering to spare a glance, casually waving his hand to dismiss her. Yan Ying's face darkened slightly. After just a few days of care, the pet had developed an attachment. Although the contract's energy could transmit emotions, the bond between master and pet was initially shallow, merely a basic command response. Once the contract was broken, all connection would vanish. Luo approached to check on her pet. The wound seemed to have fully healed and the fur looked shinier than before. She let out a sincere sigh of relief, truly a thoughtful shot. "Boss, thank you for taking such good care of them. Could you recommend some suitable food for them?" He glanced at her lazily, wondering if she was trying to repay him with this. Never mind, he decided not to trouble her this time. He scanned the shelves and casually introduced, "Choose this one, it's 1,200 per stick. Perfect for L letter 1EA1C PH letter 1E5NG. She widened her eyes in surprise, repeating, "It's really 1,200 per stick." Yan Ying was filled with excitement. There was still some time before the match began and she wanted to warm up. The transformation of the electric mouse caught her attention. Just how strong had it become? The hall was empty and she proactively suggested, Luo, summon your strongest pet, don't hold back." Luo smiled teasingly, feeling confident. She also summoned her pet decisively, not holding anything back. "Peer," Luo's eyes gleamed with excitement mixed with challenge. "Don't be quick to show mercy now." Even though she was mentally prepared, Yan Ying was still overwhelmed. Indeed, it was the humanoid pet with high bloodline, the trump card that Luo was most proud of. Although it hadn't fully matured, it already possessed level 5 combat strength. She glanced at her own electric mouse, muttering softly, hoping it would hold its ground. All she needed was to test the might of Lightning Cut and Lightning Phantom's fallen image. Yan Ying shouted loudly, "Move forward." Luo behind her didn't hesitate. Tang, play with it for a bit. At the very first moment, Luo's pet unleashed its energy, gaining the initiative. Sharp claws kept rushing toward the electric mouse. The intense battle unfolded before them. Tang even kicked up rocks, shooting them toward the opponent like rain. Yan Ying seized the opportunity and shouted, "Lightning phantoms, fallen image." The lightning energy erupted, splitting into 3 phantoms that counterattacked simultaneously. Luo exclaimed in surprise. It actually split into 3 phantoms. Yan Ying smiled with joy. The more phantoms there were, the clearer it showed that the electric mouse had made significant progress. Luo, startled, yelled, Din, are you really letting it fight? My shield is weak. She quickly reassured, don't worry, I'm just having the electric mouse get close, not giving a command to attack. In her mind, she thought, the Earth Tang turtle has a high bloodline and excellent observation ability. This is a good opportunity to test Lightning Phantom's fallen image. The situation gradually turned. Tang was pushed back. The lightning mouse seized the opportunity to close in on the opponent's shield. A surge of electricity exploded violently and spread out. After the shock, unexpectedly, Tang caught the electric mouse. Both of them were stunned by the result. It had been caught. Then, the space suddenly fell into silence. Suddenly, the lightning mouse broke free, hitting the gap in Tang's defense. The Earth Tang turtle had completely fallen into the trap. Lightning mouse gained the upper hand, baring its teeth and threatening, causing the opponent to tremble. Tang staggered, leaving Luo stunned. What's going on? Is it afraid now? Not only had it failed to capture the opponent, but it had also created a protective shield around her. Tang. Large boulders gradually closed in, forming a solid fortress. Luo, voice trembling, reassured, Tang, I'm fine, let me out quickly. Yan Ying was also startled by the situation. She couldn't believe her eyes. The Earth Tang turtle with a high bloodline actually had a restraint attribute, yet was frightened by a low-level lightning mouse. Her heart surged with excitement. This power was truly beyond imagination. The MC's projection covered the arena. His voice echoed, the annual direct voting system of the Fengshan Academy has concluded. The official match begins. The MC turned to Yan Ying, standing proudly on the field and loudly introduced on the left, the black horse of the second year, Yan Ying. Turned to Lai K1EBF, who was leisurely advancing on the right, a top 10 contestant from last year. Upon hearing his name, Lai K1EBF smiled arrogantly. The rules remain the same. Each side will send out 3 pets in turn. The MC emphasized the competition rules. The side that eliminates all of the opponent's pets first will win. As soon as he finished speaking, Lai K1EBF decisively waved his hand, go. Immediately, a giant green beast materialized, its massive body enveloping him, water beast concealment. Surrounding audience buzzed, look, he's summoning his main pet first. Someone nearby was doubtful, isn't he afraid of being targeted? Some shook their heads, top 10 last year and still making this mistake. Or is he underestimating his opponent? Yan Ying observed coldly, the water beast concealment with a mid-tier water bloodline good at hiding and ambushing. Then she snorted lightly, advanced. As soon as she finished speaking, a blazing red phoenix soared through the air, L letter 1EA1C PH letter 1EA5NG. Yan Ying tilted her head, challenging, the attributes are countering each other. Let's see who has superior combat power. The MC excitedly commented, truly magnificent, contestant Toe has sent out L letter 1EA1C PH letter 1EA5NG, a high bloodline phoenix, clearly a formidable opponent for the mid-tier water beast concealment. How will Lai K letter 1EBF respond? Amidst the tense atmosphere, Lai K letter 1EBF unexpectedly raised his hand calmly, saying, I surrender. The MC was stunned. Wait a moment, did you just say you surrender? Am I hearing things? Lai K letter 1EBF adjusted his glasses, his voice full of calculation. No mistake, I give up this round. The MC, stunned, announced, though the reason is unclear, contestant Lai has surrendered. The first round goes to Yan Ying. She frowned lightly, looking at him smiling. What exactly is he planning? Lai K letter 1EBF smiled darkly. Sometimes, to catch the prey, you need to bait it first. Right after that, countless strange threads suddenly shot toward Yan Ying, catching her off guard. What is this? A massive spider web instantly covered the arena, setting up a meticulous trap. Stone spider in the center hissed. Lai K letter 1EBF stood calmly under its shadow, casually saying, L letter 1EA1C PH letter 1E5NG isn't your strongest, but it's the hardest to deal with. He adjusted his glasses, his voice laced with mockery. And as for the electric mouse, earth beast, and white tiger, all of them fight on the ground. I just need to send out a pet with high combat power to overwhelm them. In his mind, the scene of a fierce battle flashed. Only L letter 1 EA1C PH letter 1 E5 and G was good at aerial combat. Even level 5 pets would have trouble reaching it, and it could even wear them out, so it must be dealt with first. Lie K letter 1 EBF smirked. Sorry, classmate Toe, I've already reviewed all your data. The loss is inevitable. Immediately, a fiery blaze shot straight toward him. Lie K letter 1 EBF hurriedly activated his shield, blocking the attack. He sneered, calling it weak, but before he could gloat, he quickly withdrew his hand, letting out a small cry of pain from the burn. Yan Ying stood opposite, blowing on her fingertips, coldly saying, "Are you finished?" Humiliated, Lai Letter 1 EBF gritted his teeth in frustration. You pointed and shouted loudly, "Earth Beast, piercing stab technique." Yan Ying immediately signaled, L letter 1 EA1C PH letter 1 EA5NG, dodge. The red phoenix swooped gracefully, avoiding the spikes that rose from the ground. She was secretly amazed so fast. She quickly gathered her strength and shouted, "Enhance, break out of the encirclement," then poured all her strength into a counterattack. L letter 1 EA1C PH letter 1 EA5NG spread its powerful wing, shattering the stone formation and soaring into the air. Yan Ying's voice echoed, "Crimson flaming phoenix, flaming slash." L letter 1 EA1C PH letter 1 EA5NG immediately responded, shooting a barrage of fiery missiles from its phoenix wings. Lai K letter 1 EBF immediately commanded, "Earth Beast, Earth Tang Shield." His pet roared in response. Dense stone shield quickly rose up in front. Yan Ying widened her eyes in shock. How is this possible, even though the Earth system has an advantage against fire still? Focused intently on the stone shield gradually emerging through the mist, her voice filled with doubt. This earthen wall is truly solid. At that moment Li Jai's lips curled with delight. Mocking, "Now you realize the difference. Luo Feng is only level 3 yet dares to challenge a level 4 mature terrestrial beast, imprisoned in the ground." He coldly ordered it withdrawn. The stone spider acted immediately, its giant legs pounding the ground. While he cheered excitedly, the renowned prison technique of the terrestrial beast had appeared, said to be able to constrict any weaker creature. Its ferocity even high-level pets must respect. The massive net slowly shrank, enclosing Yan Ying and Luo Feng. She darted her eyes, her voice trembling. The net is tightening. Luo Feng tried to break a hole to escape. Yan Ying took a deep breath to regain composure, instantly channeling all her spiritual power to the divine beast to enhance its level 3 strength. Luo Feng clung to the net, unleashing a fierce blaze with full force. Seeing this, he could not contain a loud exclamation, though Luo Feng struck repeatedly. The prison continued to tighten. The situation was desperate. Even the beast tamer was in danger. His voice nearly roared, surrender would be reasonable, yet Su Chuo stubbornly persisted. At the same time, the net had already tightened around Yan Ying. She struggled to whisper, "Luo Feng." Trapped in the net, Luo Feng shrieked sorrowfully at the call, thrashing so violently that he suffered severe damage. Yan Ying watched the divine beast anxiously, choking, "Luo Feng, don't resist. The more you struggle, the more you hurt yourself." At the other end, Li Jai admired his handiwork and calmly said, "Everything is within my calculation. Admit defeat. The pain will end immediately." Yan Ying froze at this, biting her lip in hesitation, stammering, I admit." But Luo Feng was unwilling. He roared violently, gathering his last bit of strength to form a fireball, launching it straight out. The flames erupted, tearing the net binding them. The scene left the entire audience stunned. Exclamations of awe rang out. What is this? The ultimate linear strike appeared. The mountain on Li Jai's divine beast's back was cut off. The arena erupted. Su Chu's Luo Feng had comprehended a level 8 advanced skill. One strike rendered the terrestrial beast incapable of fighting. The white-haired person next to Hu Chi was baffled, unable to believe it. Though Luo Feng had high lineage, his innate talent was at the bottom, and the inherited skill did not include the ultimate linear strike. She gazed down at the arena and laughed with excitement. Whatever happens, this Luo Feng truly made a mark. The important thing is he is still immature. His future is indeed vast. Suddenly, a long-bearded man interjected, reminding, "Don't forget this girl's lightning mouse once used a lightning strike." The white-haired person asked eagerly, "Vice Principal Dong, what is her name? What year is she?" Hu Chi looked at them annoyed. As soon as he finished, she unexpectedly grabbed the white-haired man's collar. Hu Chi's gaze icy. "Her name is Yan Ying. I have taken notice. What, want to compete?" He forced a smile. "I'm just asking." Meanwhile, the long-haired man propped his chin thinking. Unexpectedly, a genius appeared this year. If the girl joined the pioneer squad, achieved merit, and brought glory, the academy would have a firm pillar. The audience in the stands murmured, "It's her. The girl who raised that mouse king. So frustrating, my pet still hasn't learned an advanced skill." On the arena, Luo Feng flapped his wings high, radiating dazzling blinding light. Yan Ying looked up proudly, leveled up. Not only learning the level 8 ultimate linear strike but combat power reached upper level 4. Then she paused in doubt. Can innate talent be this high? Really, my Luo Feng? Su Ping's words flashed through her mind. Our shop's fostering service not only heals but also enhances comprehension and physical strength, she murmured, showcasing like this as well. Soon after he announced, Round 2 Yan Ying wins, inviting both sides to prepare for Round 3. Li Jai, no longer calm, waved to recall the divine beast, frustrated. What sort of luck is this? Nearly won. Li Jai gritted his teeth and shouted, Indeed, Luo Feng is the hardest to handle. Fine, let her know true terror. The space before him tore open. A giant divine beast gradually appeared. Yan Ying turned pale, the audience cheered. Four-winged mature wind demon, combat power upper level 5. Chi asked worriedly, aren't students forbidden to bring violent beasts? What if something happens? Violent beasts are inherently aggressive, without mercy. The silver-haired man replied, Chi, you are too conservative. Every year many die in the wild. Violent beasts wait for no command. The long-bearded man reassured, don't worry. Stroking his beard, he spoke gravely, our teachers are strong. Referees are high-level experts. No accidents will occur, he continued, this wind demon probably hired for the match. I will teach it properly afterward. When the wind demon appeared with murderous aura, Luo Feng looked small. Before the wind demon's might, Li Jai couldn't stand, knelt shouting, Wind demon, unleash all. Wind demon remained silent, its cold gaze locking the opponent. Li Jai cursed involuntarily, suspicion rising, the level gap too large for easy control, forced summon indeed reluctant. At that moment Yan Ying channeled power. Multicolored light flared around her, enhancing strength and wind. She continuously issued orders, heightened perception, raised defense. Each command made Luo Feng glow brighter, power surged. Then she decisively shouted, opportunity, attack the beast tamer, seize initiative. As Luo Feng flapped his wings, the wind demon sensed it, its eyes flashing intense murderous light. The wind demon dashed and defeated the opponent in an instant. Yan Ying frozen, only thinking too fast. He was horrified, just one move and Su Chuo's Luo Feng was defeated in a blink. Suddenly the wind demon changed direction, lunging at her, a whirlwind wrapped Yan Ying. She cried out, what do you want? Violent wind howled, each stream like invisible blades sweeping her. Yuo Qi in the stands anxiously asked, what's happening? Yan Ying lost this round. Why hasn't the wind demon stopped? At the same time Li Jai suddenly collapsed. Eyes blank, the audience shouted, damn, Li Jai is unconscious. Wind demon continued to strike despite Yan Ying's desperate pleas. Stop. The long-bearded man could not sit still, shouted, the wind demon is out of control. Referee suspend immediately. The referee ordered the divine beast go, Phoenix Spirit. Phoenix Spirit darted toward Yan Ying, struggling to resist. Just before reaching, a beam of light tore across space ahead, forcing Phoenix Spirit to halt. The judges were astonished, too fast, what surpasses Phoenix Spirit? The shout rang out. Lightning Mouse intervened before Yan Ying, he shouted, Lightning Mouse stop the wind demon. Yuo Qi frowned, thinking, not right. Yan Ying didn't open summon slot. Lightning Mouse seems to have been on the arena from the start. Its hidden aura is terrifying. He continued, round 3 officially begins. As he finished, a storm of wind blades descended on Yan Ying. She panicked, too many to dodge. Suddenly Lightning Mouse spun. Formation flashed beneath. From that glow, a spectral warrior with sword and shield slowly appeared, dark aura spreading through space. The audience shouted, summoning a spirit. Lightning Mouse can even use demonic system skill. Unbelievable, I want to raise a Lightning Mouse too. Yan Ying was suddenly lifted. The spectral warrior shielded her with his body from the wind blades. Amidst the chaos, he exclaimed, live long and see strange things. Lightning Mouse using demonic skills and blocking the wind demon strike. On the arena floor, Lightning Mouse faced the wind demon, screeching angrily. The wind demon roared, shaking space. Then both vanished, only energy waves exploding, cracking the ground. The two divine beasts collided, the impact sounding like thunder. Protected by the spectral warrior, Yan Ying called worriedly, Lightning Mouse. He still commented, letting Lightning Mouse face upper level 5 wind demon is too risky. When both stopped, he held his breath for the result. Then suddenly the wind demon split and fell. He almost shouted, finished in a flash. Lightning Mouse defeated the out-of-control wind demon. The wind demon weakened, collapsing. Lightning Mouse's power enveloped the arena. He astonished. The wind demon was slashed into such a large wound. Seeing Lightning Mouse still clawing, enraged, murderous intent not dissipated, he murmured, lightning strike, no, its strength is terrifying. The airborne referee was stunned, uneasy, murderous intent too heavy. Could it be Lightning Mouse wants to strike again? He tilted his head suspiciously. Seeing Yan Ying panic, he pondered, already won yet still afraid. Could Lightning Mouse also be out of control? Referee let out a quiet sigh, realizing the contestants had all gone beyond necessary force. He immediately ordered the Storm Phoenix into action while discreetly considering the rules. In a match, intentionally killing the opponent's pet would at minimum result in disqualification. Watching his divine beast charge straight at Lei Guangshu, the referee thought he could not let such a promising star have his future blocked. Lei Guangshu quickly sensed the danger, narrowing his eyes and turning back. Its energy erupted violently once more. Lightning strikes followed in rapid succession. The Thunderbird was hit, managing only a weak cry before faltering midair in the 10 Directions Thunder prison. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, the referee shouted urgently, commanding the Storm Phoenix to return immediately. The Thunderbird exerted all its strength to escape the dense lightning, cries of pain echoing. He was astonished, unable to believe it could injure his Storm Phoenix. The referee frowned in disbelief. At level 7, few pets could match its speed, let alone Thunder Rat. The audience was stunned by the attack. They buzzed about the 10 Directions Thunder prison, hearing that once trapped inside, countless bolts would strike at once, even magma-type pets struggling to resist. A long-haired man stroked his beard, nodding, remarking that Thunder Rat mastering level 7 lightning moves was already rare, now even performing level 8 10 Directions Thunder prison. White-haired man continued, such advanced skills learned by a pet were extremely rare. Even mid-tier bloodline pets could fetch sky-high prices. Yu Jai silently admired, this rat dared face a level 7 Storm Phoenix, brave indeed, she smiled, liking this rookie more with each moment. On the battlefield, the Storm Phoenix screeched angrily, wings flapping wildly. The referee, puzzled, called its name. The strong wind from its wings quickly formed a tornado, dark shadows covering the arena. Both divine beasts shrieked simultaneously as if declaring war. The tornado seemed poised to tear the sky apart. The referee recognized the danger and yelled for the Storm Phoenix to calm down, channeling energy while worrying. If it fought out of control against Thunder Rat, the consequences would be dire. Watching the tornado grow ever stronger, the referee felt near despair as the entire arena was swept away. Yan Ying stood frozen in the center, only now fully aware of the surrounding chaos. Yan Ying spoke softly, "Thunder Rat, have you learned another advanced skill?" Hearing her voice, it immediately retracted its lightning energy, its eyes gentle toward her. It happily squeaked and ran to her. Yan Ying picked it up, pampering and calling it her treasure. The referee and his divine beast froze, staring at the scene in disbelief. He questioned, had Thunder Rat lost control? The host appeared in the arena, announcing Yan Ying's victory and congratulating her on advancing to the next round. Elsewhere, Su Ping stretched and yawned, casually remarking, "That's considered impressive." The ring on his hand projected a small screen showing pet care videos. A female voice instructed transmitting energy into the kitten's body and adjusting its front legs, meridians to enhance strength. Su Ping sped up the video, making the instructions sound rushed. The method required precise knowledge of the pet's anatomy, or the transferred energy would be wasted or counterproductive. Girl measured with a tape, noting the kitten was 12 cm long with front legs lengthened by 2 cm. She then added pads for combat training, boosting attack power by 1/5 in 3 months. Su Ping watched intently, thinking how hard it was to increase combat strength in this world. No wonder Yan Ying panicked. He smiled, considering filming to attract viewers himself. Suddenly, a luxury car stopped right in front of Su Ping's store. Yu Jing stepped down leisurely, smiling in greeting after a long time, then inspected around, nodding at the new stock added to the store. Su Ping looked up calmly, asking if his hand had fully healed. Yu Jing raised a fist, joking, "Has the shopkeeper never been to the city hospital?" He waved, creating a light breeze that ruffled Su Ping's hair, adjusting his clothes to show that money could even mend broken bones, then tilted his head, asking, "Do you think I'm poor?" Su Ping leaned on the shelf, casually inviting, "Then support the store a bit, spirit-based food can be discounted for you." Yu Jing froze, exclaiming the price was hundreds of times higher than before. The brown-haired girl beside him was also shocked, saying a single item nearly matched his surgery fee. Su Ping sighed, saying, "If you don't buy, go away, I still have cultivation." Yu Jing forced a laugh, apologizing for bragging, admitting his strength was still below Su Ping's, and said he came to invite him down the mountain to participate in reclamation. In the past, Lam Tin was a resource-scarce planet, until a massive energy source opened a space forming a crack in the cosmos. These unstable cracks acted like bridges to unknown planets. Some places had abundant resources, some were overrun by beasts, even planets as hot as furnaces. Thanks to these cracks, humans continuously harvested resources from other worlds. From there, they built powerful nations. The prosperity lasted only a few hundred years, as competition for premium cracks led to civil war and a dramatic population decline. Nearly 70% of Lam Tin became barren, unfit for habitation. The remaining survivors unified to form a federation. They relocated to areas with fewer cracks for stability, focusing on cultivating combat pet masters and selecting elites to pioneer into cracks to gather resources. Su Ping mumbled over this history, frowning, contemplating the reclamation. Yu Jing saw him silent, explaining that last night a new crack appeared outside the Longjiang base. Their Black Wolf squad entered first but was ambushed and lost a red-tailed blood fox. At that moment, the system displayed a secondary mission to locate lost pets. Success grants a skill manual for demonic arts, failure deducts 10 points. Su Ping read each line carefully, recalling how previous energy maps enhance strength. This manual would be equally valuable. He smirked, eager to test his combat ability. The scene quickly shifted to a fortified city. Specialized vehicles sped up then slowed before the checkpoint. Security staff observed and reported over the radio that it was the squad vehicle, clearing it immediately. The vehicle proceeded smoothly into Reclamation Base 38 inside the city. Shortly after, Yu Jing helped Su Ping out, waving excitedly, reporting to the captain that they had arrived. Han Gangli greeted at the gate, introducing himself as the Black Wolf squad captain and asking Su Ping's name. Beside him, Deputy Li Ying polished a blade. Su Ping calmly replied, giving his name, the character Ping in normal form. Li Ying sheathed the blade, politely noting he had often heard Fam Yu Jing mention him. Today meeting him indeed confirmed his talent, guessing around 20 years old. Su Ping shook his head, replying briefly, 18. The three were stunned. Li Ying lowered his voice, saying 18 and not yet a combat pet master graduate, asking which school he studied at. Su Ping honestly replied self-taught, causing Yu Jing to quickly interject to prevent him from speaking further. Han Gangli paused slightly, then advised that venturing into the crack was very dangerous, requiring registered identity and requesting to see one of his pets for coordination. Su Ping smiled, gesturing to show his ability, saying it was no problem, but he wouldn't join the reclamation team, only came to find the red-tailed blood fox. Li Ying frowned, shouting that for someone so young to speak boldly, did he think joining was automatic? Han Gangli immediately raised a hand to stop him, reminding that this guest was invited by young Pham and should not be disrespected. At the same time, Su Ping lowered his voice, calling, "Come out," and a pair of glowing red eyes instantly opened wide. The crack in space, Zio Kulu shot out, landing firmly like a true warrior. The three others stared in shock, stammering, "What is this?" Suddenly, Zio Kulu's skull rolled off and hit the ground, causing the three to crouch down quickly, frantically calling Zio Kulu's name. Su Ping sighed while inserting a pill into the boy's skull, muttering in reproach clearly. He had absorbed 7 or 8 days of energy in the training area before leaving, but his head is still this big. Still, bringing it along to the reclaimed area should suffice. Han Gangli and Li Ying's faces darkened, gritting their teeth to keep calm. NG letter 1 ECDC Kin leaned toward Su Ping, whispering, "Boss To, do you only have one pet?" He nodded calmly, answering, "Yes, for now, only one." Hearing this, his face turned pale, his voice trembling, "Boss To, perhaps you don't understand the temper of our team leader and vice captain. If I lead the wrong person, my life is over." Su Ping reattached Zio Kulu's skull, smiling reassuringly, "Don't worry, if I've promised, I won't let you down." Following his command, Zio Kulu drew his sword and struck down, immediately creating perfect round cutting rings in the ground. In the distance, the boy sheathed his sword just after landing, the cold metallic sound ringing sharply. The three team members gaped at Zio Kulu, silently admiring, so fast that they could only catch the motion of the sword being sheathed. Moments later, the ground shook violently. The earth that had been cut away suddenly rose up before their astonished eyes. System's mechanical voice rang out, asking them to step forward to input identification information. Su Ping stepped forward for the system to scan the data, the screen showing recognition while a series of algorithms verified through his gaze. The system greeted, "Hello Su Ping," then displayed detailed information such as male gender, 18 years old, previously attended Lan Long Kindergarten, St. Owen Elementary and Middle School, Bashian High School. Family includes father To Vi letter 1 EC5 and San, mother Lithan Enhu, younger sister Ling Yue, with no battle pet master bloodline. After confirming, the system notified that temporary reclamation registration rights had been granted. Su Ping was a little surprised, so that's it. A regular high school student actually became a battle pet master at the age of 18. At the same time, Li Ying also completed his verification beside him, coldly reminding him not to be too happy. A temporary reclamation worker still earns merits like usual, but doesn't have the privileges of an official member. NG Letter 1 ECDC Kin politely led the way, and Li Ying added that if any trouble occurs outside, they would still be treated like regular people. NG Letter 1 ECDC Kin laughed heartily. Don't worry, Boss Toe, if I get caught, I'll vouch for you. The slight privilege of a reclamation worker is still useful. Su Ping's expression soured and he sighed inwardly. These people are always thinking about privileges. The door to the basement slowly opened, and the system activated the notification for the Federal Reclamation Warehouse. As the door cracked open, a gust of wind swept through, leaving Su Ping stunned by the scene inside. The entire basement was filled with high-grade armor and weapons, stretching all the way to the end of the path. Pan Gangli stood confidently in front of everyone, calmly saying, Brother Toe, the wasteland area is very dangerous. Pick a few items for self-defense, I'll treat you. Su Ping hesitated, thinking to himself that these were rare treasures in the market. He laughed loudly, winking, of course, if it's too expensive, then forget it, you understand. Su Ping smiled and nodded, saying, understood. NG Letter 1 ECDC Kin entered the basement and couldn't help but marvel. Every time he came to the reclaimed warehouse, it always opened his eye. In front of a glowing golden dragon treasure, Su Ping quietly assessed. Some of these items are even comparable to what's found in the training area, possibly from another star field. Seeing him hesitate, Huang D-Stroke I Letter 1 EC7T reminded him, it's been quite a while, Brother Toe, have you made your selection? Su Ping nodded calmly, pointing to the box next to him. Give me these and it will be enough. The group curiously looked at what he had chosen. When the system displayed the information, it showed the basic battle pet master cultivation methods from level 1 to 6, along with level 1 treasures and a labor fee of 10. The three of them were stunned again, it's a basic cultivation method. And Gangli and Li Ying laughed, teasing NG Letter 1 ECDC Kin, how did you invite someone like this? NG Letter 1 ECDC Kin was also surprised, holding Su Ping's shoulder worriedly saying, we're heading into the wasteland area. The team leader wants you to take armor and weapons for self-defense. Why choose a cultivation method before success? He simply replied, I don't want to owe too much, don't worry, I'll be careful. Hearing this, Huang D-Stroke I Letter 1 EC7T furrowed his brows, thinking, cultivation methods take time. Either this person is too foolish or extremely confident in his strength. Hopefully, it's the latter. Soon after, Su Ping was given a box of items that surprised him, not knowing what was inside. NG Letter 1 ECDC Kin had already put on his armor, excitedly saying, this is a gift from the team leader. It can withstand most level 5 battle pet attacks. If the H Letter 1 EA1C land team loses again, it'll be a huge embarrassment. Su Ping nodded lightly in acknowledgement. Night fell on the desolate reclaimed area, and a faint light appeared at the distant mountaintop. As they walked, Su Ping asked about the Skywater Rift. How much did he know? NG Letter 1 ECDC Kin, walking behind, lowered his voice, replying, it's currently ranked B in danger level, often hiding demonic beasts, and no rare minerals have been discovered. Su Ping furrowed his brow, thinking, demonic beasts? Looks like I've come to the right place. He asked who would replace the injured ones from earlier. Both stood atop the stone beast's head, and NG Letter 1 ECDC Kin replied, the second vice captain has sent someone. I hear his temper is cold, don't anger him. Just then, a bird's foot suddenly shot out from the darkness, landed with a thud right before the stone beast of their group. The beast jumped, startled, and Su Ping shouted, who is it? Not far ahead, Lin Mo was having his pet tear apart a giant bird. He sneered, you're too slow. The reclamation worker Lin Mo has been waiting for ages. On the mountaintop, thin smoke rose quietly into the still air. Thanks to his quick reflexes, Su Ping managed to catch his teammate, sighing with relief. NG Letter 1 ECDC Kin, still shaking, tried to joke, thankfully I'm steady, falling from here. Even a level 6 would be in trouble. Su Ping only silently thought to himself, stop bragging. In the distance, Lin Mo approached Pan Gangli, shaking his hand, asking, I heard your blood moon serpent was lost. Pan Gangli sighed, blaming his carelessness. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have come back in. Lin Mo laughed, saying he had advised only the elite to enter the wasteland area. Finding him was the right move. Pan Gangli happily agreed, while Su Ping quietly put on his armor. Lin Mo's gaze suddenly landed on him, sneering, who is this? Why isn't he in the records? Pan Gangli turned back enthusiastically, introducing, this is the aide invited by Zio Pham, Su Ping. Lin Mo observed him carefully before nodding lightly. He seems clean. Is it your first time in the wasteland area? Su Ping remained cold, replying, should I explain my actions earlier? Lin Mo's face darkened immediately, thinking to himself, who does he think he is questioning me? He coldly replied, swords and knives are merciless. If something small like this can't be handled, what can we expect in the wasteland area? Pan Gangli quickly intervened. Although Brother Toe isn't an official member, he understands battle pets and his strength meets the requirements. He snorted and turned away, saying, if strength meets the standards, anyone can reclaim the wasteland. His dissatisfaction with Su Ping's gaze was clear as he coldly ordered, everyone must listen to the commander inside, or else don't blame me for being ruthless. Pan Gangli responded kindly, those I brought will be well managed, but Su Ping's face darkened unusually. Lin Mo suddenly paused, muttering, what's this, the gaze of that kid? When his eyes met Su Ping's, he involuntarily shuddered. A cold feeling rose in his heart, as though being stared at by a wild beast. Is this really someone new to the wasteland area? After a brief fight, the group continued to venture deeper. Letter 1 ECDC Kin chatted as they walked. Brother Toe, our reclamation workers are straightforward, don't mind them. Su Ping smiled and shook his head, no problem. His eyes suddenly sharpened as he thought, my thoughts coincidentally align with his. The group continued moving forward. Letter 1 ECDC Kin reminded them to increase the light since they had entered a different star field. Lin Mo led ahead, focusing on reconnaissance, and since no demonic beasts had been found, everyone stuck close together. We need to pass through that forest. Li Ying will find the way. Yes. Soon they arrived at a mysterious, eerie forest, and a strange bird appeared in the sky, patrolling in the night. Letter 1 ECDC Kin observed and said, there are only small pets near the lake ahead, unknown species. Li Ying shook his head, the fog is too thick to identify from above. Pan Gangli asked if there were any other routes but was told all the other paths were blocked by demonic beasts. Based on his reconnaissance experience, Lin Mo suggested approaching to take a look. If it's a high-level demonic beast, we'll deal with it then. The group quietly observed the beasts, and after careful consideration, Pan Gangli concluded that they were adult Lin tiger beasts with around level 5 combat power. During this, Lin Mo hesitated and ordered to deal with it immediately. Pan Gangli cautiously reminded him to end it quickly and decisively. He nodded, saying, no problem, let me take the credit. Just then Su Ping spoke up, wait, are you sure you're not mistaken? Let me borrow the night vision equipment and check. Stopped, Lin Mo glared, are you doubting our judgment? Su Ping calmly explained, Lin tiger beasts rarely drink water, mainly absorbing moisture from insects, and with the temperature here, they aren't likely to be active outside. After he finished speaking, Li Ying nodded in agreement, yes, Lin tiger beasts are tropical. They shouldn't appear in such a damp and cold place. Lin Mo, are you sure you're not mistaken? Lin Mo immediately took out the binoculars and confirmed, it's definitely a Lin tiger beast. Amateurs shouldn't give orders and waste time. In his impatience, he ordered to take down the target. The attack rushed forward and the beast collapsed, the scene quickly ending in the darkness. Witnessing this scene, Pan Gangli was utterly stunned, as Lin Mo's Lin tiger had clearly died, so what stood before them could not possibly be it. The next moment, the tiger was violently knocked back by Lin Mo's summoned beast, while Nguyen Trang had transformed into the Lin tiger mat. Su Ping immediately spoke up, asking Lin Mo to recall the summoned beast and retreat if he didn't want it to be in danger. But the only reply was a sharp retort questioning what right he had to issue commands. At the same time, Lin Mo's summoned beast's eyes turned eerie, with its pupils dilating unnaturally. It then let out a roar of agony that echoed throughout the space. Noticing something strange, Pan Gangli hastily inquired about the rare demon beast soul, and Su Ping explained that they reached level 7 when fully matured, often pretending to be weak to lure prey before infiltrating and dissolving it from the inside. After hearing this, he suggested that the group combine forces to deal with it. Su Ping shook his head, stressing that the biggest concern wasn't the beast's soul but the creature symbiotic with it, the blood beast soul. Ngok Jing widened his eyes in astonishment, completely unfamiliar with the terms beast soul and blood beast soul that Su Ping had just mentioned. Su Ping slowly moved forward, asserting that wherever there was a beast soul, there was usually a blood beast soul hiding, and standing before the murky red pool, he speculated that the liquid was not water. After a brief hesitation, he concluded that it was actually blood, and beneath it was a blood beast soul hiding. At that moment, everyone realized the connection had been severed, and Su Ping urgently shouted for them to retreat because the level 7 beast soul was supporting the entity. Blood beast soul before them was at least level 9, perhaps even a king beast. The group immediately fled, while the blood beast soul behind them continued to chase relentlessly. Before long it closed in, and Su Ping had no choice but to shout for the bloodthirsty demon wolf and winged spear snake to accelerate. Realizing that constant running wouldn't work, the two proposed another plan, asking Li Ying to calculate the route. Li Ying urgently reported that there were two directions, one with an unknown level of fierce beasts in the east, while the west was temporarily safe. A map of the Void Rift Forest simulation appeared on the screen, and Pan Gangly, frustrated by the lack of options, considered withdrawing westward as they had already lost a summoned beast and didn't want to risk more. Pan Gangly turned to ask Su Ping for his opinion on what to decide. Su Ping smiled confidently, suggesting heading straight east, which stunned everyone as they asked him what he had just said. Given this contradictory decision, the group was suspicious and advised retreating since a single blood beast soul was already overwhelming. Pan Gangly was also worried that choosing wrong would have dire consequences. Seeing the hesitation in the group, Su Ping firmly stated that if they wanted to find the blood beast's soul and return, they had to trust him as time was running out. Faced with his determination, Pan Gangly reluctantly nodded, silently hoping this would not be the last wrong decision of his life. He led the way on his summoned beast eastward as ordered, while the blood beast's soul continued to surge and pursue behind them. While observing the situation, Li Ying suddenly noticed something unusual and quickly called out to the captain. He reported that the fierce beasts in the ravine were actively avoiding them. Pan Gangly realized that they were likely avoiding the blood beast soul behind, but before he could finish his words, his eyes widened at something strange. Pressure from the blood beast soul's pursuit gradually decreased noticeably. Everyone was surprised to see it slow down, and Su Ping analyzed that although powerful, the blood beast soul was not a predator. He deduced that it preferred to lure prey through the beast soul, and since the ravine was too narrow, their group wasn't worth risking it. Pan Gangly silently admitted that if he understood it this clearly, he wouldn't have chosen to retreat either, while Mac was annoyed by the staring gaze. Just then, Li Ying warned them that they were approaching the blood lake, but there was a fierce beast blocking their exit. Su Ping looked up and asked for the night vision equipment. Though reluctantly, the other person threw the device to him with an annoyed remark, and Su Ping smiled as he accepted it, saying thank you. The device immediately displayed a message that the night vision enhancement mode had been activated. Through the lens, Su Ping saw a figure holding a sword, standing silently in the distance. He recognized it as a level 5 death soul, and Pan Gangly was worried because it was also of the evil demon system. But Su Ping summoned Zio Kyulu to calm them down and told everyone to keep advancing. Zio Kyulu quickly charged straight toward the female death soul. It moved swiftly, executing intermediate sword techniques with remarkable proficiency. The group marveled as the opponent was swiftly defeated in an instant, though Max still expressed dissatisfaction, claiming he could have done the same. After a long journey, they arrived at another desolate land. Seeing the massive mountain ahead, Pan Gangly couldn't help but worry since he had encountered high-level fierce beasts here before and lost track of the blood tiger. Su Ping dismounted his beast and seriously suggested that everyone split up to look for clues before the space fell into an unusually eerie silence. Suddenly a monkey appeared, crying out in panic. Ngok Jing, surprised, asked what the multi-eared monkey had discovered, then realized it was holding something. The monkey presented a pair of armored gloves, and Lin Mo immediately recognized it as equipment from Ha Yun Jin, something only a frontier captain could afford to buy. Ngok Jing shuddered, thinking that if even a frontier captain had perished here, they must have encountered something terrifying. Su Ping approached and asked if there was any discovery and if he could take a look at the item. Lin Mo mocked him, asking if he really understood the equipment, but Su Ping calmly insisted on being given the item, despite the other boasting about his frontier captain's silver medal status and making arrogant threats. Mac deliberately dropped the gloves to the ground and pretended to slip, telling Su Ping to pick them up himself. Su Ping's gaze suddenly turned cold. Bent down to pick up the gloves despite the provocation, inspecting them and finding dried blood from several days ago. Yet the lingering dark aura remained strong, suspecting a high-level demon beast was nearby. Seeing his changing expression, Pan Gangly anxiously asked if there was any clue related to the blood tiger with beautiful fur. Su Ping examined carefully, then sighed, stating that the trace was from a few days ago and the target had likely already left. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo laughed mockingly, thinking that Su Ping had no special insights, and those words pushed Su Ping to his breaking point. Finally, Su Ping couldn't hold back any longer and threw a punch directly at him. Witnessing the scene, the group instantly turned pale. Ngok Kin tried to calm himself and called out loudly, "Boss to sir." Struck by a heavy blow from him, he flared with rage, "You brat, today I won't spare you," he roared as he drew his sword from behind. "How dare you lay a hand on me?" He thrust the tip of his sword toward him as if ready to strike. "Looks like you have no will to live." Suddenly a streak of light tore through the air. The cold sword was unexpectedly turned back as Yahello appeared out of nowhere, its tip aimed straight at him in warning. Seeing the tension, Li Ying quickly stepped forward to mediate. Tell your pet to step back. Su Ping glanced and replied sharply, why didn't you tell him to lower his sword first? Realizing the murderous intent spreading, Ngok Kin hurried to reassure Boss Su Ping, calm down, let's talk things over. Why resort to action like this? He responded coldly, he provoked me first, and as he finished Yahello erupted with fierce momentum, harassing me 5 or 7 times. The boy still held the sword pointed straight. Don't blame me for acting without mercy. Li Ying felt the rising murderous intent and shivered. Could he really be confident enough to sweep everyone away right here? Lin Mo still yelled loudly, don't think I won't touch you. Pan Gangli stepped forward as team leader to mediate. Brother 2 is a bit hot-tempered. I apologize on his behalf. Damages will be compensated. For my sake, first complete the task. Ngok Kin also nodded repeatedly to counsel. Internal conflict in the wilderness is taboo. Ultimately, no one would return unscathed. Su Ping calmly clarified his point. I only see that those who disobey orders cause more trouble. Lin Mo gritted his teeth in anger but finally lowered his sword, still bitterly muttering that one surplus is worse than one less. Su Ping, I remember you. Follow orders for now. We'll settle accounts back at the base. At this point, Su Ping softened, looking at everyone he proposed. Next, let me lead. What does the deputy think? Li Ying squinted in thought. If action is taken, he fears this brat might not retreat intact. Could he understand we can only maintain the overall situation? I just follow the captain, don't ask me. Pan Gangli said sternly. Enthusiasm is good, but next time if you cause trouble, I won't let it slide. After speaking, he leaned close to whisper. I can see your skill, go ahead, I won't oppose, but Lin Mo probably won't settle, watch out for tricks along the way. Lin Mo still stood there glaring with anger choked in his chest. Su Ping smiled faintly and nodded in understanding. Just then a strange light appeared above. Pan Gangli exclaimed in surprise, what is that? Moments later, he realized something was happening and hurried everyone to go see. Over there, Chen Shan struggled to pull Gu Zhu to safety. Move quickly. She didn't want to be a burden and urged, don't worry about me, you go ahead. The demonic pet slowly closed in on them, opening its mouth with a piercing sound. Chen Shan and Gu Zhu gritted their teeth to endure. It was disastrous, the mental shockwave. At that moment, a barrage of sharp darts flew at them like rain. The arrows forced the demonic beasts to fall. Chen Shan could only stare as one dart flew straight at her, freezing her body. In the critical moment, a force shattered the arrow into pieces. Chen Shan and Gu Zhu fell back in shock. The person who saved them curiously asked, who are you? Pan Gangli led the introduction. We belong to the Black Orchid Squad. We received your distress signal. Chen Shan forced herself to speak. Beware, the ambusher is. At that moment a shout rang out. The demonic pet. Pan Gangli gritted his teeth. Indeed it is. Demonic pet advanced leisurely. The hateful one that attacked us before is the same. The three quickly pulled Chen Shan and Gu Zhu up. Hurry. But Lin Mo deliberately shoved Su Ping and Gu Zhu aside, taunting, hold tight or you'll fall. The two were pushed unexpectedly, unable to resist. Facing the demonic pet, Su Ping briefly felt the pressure weighing down. Seeing the giant figure approach, Su Ping ordered calmly to move quickly. Just then Li Ying and Ngok Kin arrived to assist boss to hold firm. The failed plan made Lin Mo click his tongue in frustration. Su Ping still loudly coordinated the deputy should find flat ground. Li Ying recalled the terrain couldn't stop the demonic pet. Circling would slow the pace. This brat almost faced danger yet remained calm. Li Ying nodded in agreement. Pan Gangli shared the situation. Along the way we saw traces of devastation. Your team only has 2 left. Chen Shan gritted her teeth replying, my final defensive beast is used up. At this point Gu Zhu loudly said, my blue flame bird still has fighting capability. Yang Lai looked at the blue flame bird in shock. Even among level 8 pets it was severely injured. Combat strength of the demonic pet seemed to near a higher threshold. Su Ping observed secretly and noticed its weakness shielded by hard bones. Only Yahello could hardly penetrate the defense, requiring everyone's cooperation. We settle accounts after passing this stage. In the urgent moment, Chen Shan quickly proposed. At this rate no one can escape. Leave the pet to block the rear while we retreat. Lin Mo got angry hearing this. I just lost one, and now you want me to give another. Chen Shan pounded her chest pledging, after leaving I'll compensate all losses and additional reward. Never break my word. Pan Gangli turned to ask, Chen Shan, aren't you the famous pioneer on the ranking board? Lin Mo gritted his teeth disdainfully. I don't care who you are, my pet took much effort to raise. It's not just about buying, Chen Shan resolutely replied, I'll pay triple. Pan Gangli loudly reminded Li Ying, tell your people to leave the pet, otherwise all will be trapped here. Li Ying bowed to ask the team behind, heard clearly, to live each must contribute. Su Ping and others fell silent, unsure of the decision. Ngok Kin took a deep breath and decisively said, I agree. Wu Zu looked back at the blue flame bird with anxious eyes. Su Ping exhaled lightly, and without hesitation leapt off the demonic beast's back. Su Ping and Zio Qilu touched the ground almost simultaneously. The two slowly advanced to face the demonic pet. And Gangli's face turned pale with worry. Boss Tu Lin Mo smirked mockingly. Want to be a hero, then stay alone. I won't let anyone return to save you. Just then the ground shook and more creatures emerged. What is happening? And Gangly and everyone stood frozen. Not good. We are surrounded. A group of zombies trudged forward. Pan Gangly froze for a few breaths, completely unprepared. Could it be they weren't targeting us? Seeing Su Ping and Zio Qilu standing still, Pan Gangly panicked and shouted, Captain, the enslaved spirits, your beast is still beside you. Zio Qilao stepped forward proudly. Su Ping just silently observed and sighed. Leaving it alone sent chills down the spine. Immediately he gave the order, murderous aura spreading. All surged forward simultaneously. While the ghost beast high stood silently watching, Zio Qilao launched a fierce direct attack. Su Ping coordinated from outside. Zio Qilu crept along the flank silently toward the battlefield, concealing its aura, launching a sudden ambush. Zio Qilao suddenly maneuvered Ghost Beast High into a passive stand. Witnessing that, everyone outside was amazed, and level 8 Ghost Beast dominated by a small skull. And Gangly jumped off his beast, shouting, Brother to I'll assist. Seeing this, Yu Jing also jumped down. Captain, I'm joining the battle. Li Ying glanced around and suggested, since the captain charged, let's advance together. Ma Kong gritted his teeth and shouted, What, make me support that brat? Li Ying calmly replied, retreating now would only cause ridicule. Moreover, if Ghost Beast High is defeated, the credit is enough for several new beasts. He punched his thigh, roaring in frustration, so annoying. Su Ping casually teased, controlled by a rookie again. On this side, everyone summoned beasts, arranging battle formations including bloodthirsty demon wolf, winged spear serpent, and devouring shrew. Holy flame bird launch, six-armed demon ape also charged. The beasts swarmed to attack Ghost Beast High. The initial assault used intermediate spear technique. Level 8 Ghost Beast couldn't react in time, taking the full impact. Next came a coordinated aerial combo, extreme arrow secretion and frost bone earth spikes. On the ground they added destructive punch. Watching the coordinated rhythm, Jing Yu and Pan Gangly excitedly shouted, Excellent, shred it, bloodthirsty demon wolf. Mo Long Dog also charged, pressing close, unleashing primordial blood beast pounce. It attacked Ghost Beast High with full force. Ma Kong froze, that is. Su Ping observed, astonished to see its skeleton fully exposed. Gu Zhu and Chen Shan urgently shouted, Get back, that's psychic shock. As the words ended, Ghost Beast High struck, sending beasts flying. Su Ping and others immediately reinforced Chen Shan's shield. Winged spear serpent also moved to defend. Hang Diet placed his hand on his forehead as if summoning, bloodthirsty demon wolf, respond quickly. He looked at his beast, hope rising, stand up, let's go. Ghost Beast High advanced slowly, activating combined bone fracture. Chen Shan fell, blaming himself for the previous attack's ineffectiveness. Indeed, using level 6-7 beasts to beat level 8 was an illusion. Ghost Beast High moved closer, revealing familiar sharp spine. It immediately struck, targeting both people and beasts. Everyone frantically commanded, Not good, distance too far to summon space, retreat now. But Su Ping calmly ordered Zio Qilu intermediate sword technique. It immediately swung for a critical strike, leaving everyone stunned. Zio Qilu didn't even faint. Pan Gangly stared at Su Ping, that's a level 8 psychic shock, how can it be resisted? He strolled forward saying, Hard bones can't endure. But what if Zio Qilu simultaneously unleashes Infernal Howl? Pan Gangly remembered, Infernal Howl produces a small explosion. Could it neutralize psychic impact? This combat method was unheard of. Normal people wouldn't dare risk testing. Moreover, the timing without hundreds of rehearsals is nearly impossible to master. He watched Su Ping's back, wondering how many ordeals he had endured. Ghost Beast High frowned, releasing energy that sent chills down the spine. Everyone's eyes widened. Could it have reached level 9? Death Destruction prepared to strike. Some panicked and fled. I won't risk it. At activation, even a 1,000-meter radius is unsafe. Su Ping decisively ordered Zio Qilu now. It seized the opportunity and charged. One strike weakened Ghost Beast High noticeably. Everyone watching was amazed. Master 2. Ghost Beast High's body began cracking, one move already causing heavy damage. System notification. Yahello has completed eliminating the target. Everyone even more shocked. A level 8 ghost beast defeated while Yahello appeared ordinary. This tactic I never imagined, how is it possible? Jingyu trembled, thought it would be hard to escape. Master 2, how did you know to strike from inside to defeat it? Su Ping just exhaled softly, nothing, encountered similar type before. A thought flashed through his mind, why only demon system beasts can use combined bone fracture? Why Yahello sometimes reconstructs when broken, sometimes not? The answer was clear. The body is superficial, spirit core is the essence of demon system beasts. As long as the core is intact, they can trigger combination skill. Conversely, knowing this weakness, any demon system beast is just a thin shell. Su Ping's expression showed confidence. This battle reinforced his theory. Yahello continued to strike, annihilating Ghost Beast High completely. Soon its body was reduced to scattered bones. Li Ying's eyes widened, that freak still hasn't disintegrated completely. Chen suddenly felt uneasy, wrong. Its movements are strange, as if controlled, could it be? Immediately after, a puppet technique was executed. Jingyu approached cautiously, asking Master 2, did you control it? Su Ping replied vaguely, consider it done. Jingyu was stunned, what do you mean consider it done? Simultaneously mastering high-level spirit enslavement and turning a level 8 enemy into a puppet, is Yahello a warrior or mage? And everyone advanced to assist, helping the beasts recover. Pan Gangli regained composure, no delay, continue searching for bloodlet. Li Ying immediately nodded, yes. At that moment Su Ping stepped forward, wait, I have business to handle, hope you consider you saw nothing. Ma Kong hurriedly said, brother to give me some face. He stayed on guard, his eyes filled with caution. So what exactly are you planning to do? Su Ping smiled lightly and shook his head, I have no other intentions, I just wanted to remind you to be more careful. Yahello stepped forward, swinging his sword decisively. Su Ping calmly reminded him that the wilderness area posed hidden dangers and one must be cautious when exploring. In the blink of an eye, he had lost an arm, screaming in pain due to the unexpectedness. Seeing that he still stubbornly maintained an arrogant attitude, Su Ping coldly warned, out of respect for the captain, get out of my sight immediately. Don't let me see you again. He collapsed, clutching his shoulder, bloodied, mumbling incoherently. Su Ping lowered his voice, full of pressure, his gaze sharp. If you don't leave on your own, I'm ready to send you off. His words made him tremble violently. To save his life, Mac dared not hesitate, quickly picked up his arm and fled. Jingyu watched the scene in shock and called out, Boss Tso, that was a bit too much, don't you think? Zhu observed, thinking to herself that this person's intentions were hard to read. Keeping him would eventually cause trouble. Driving him away was the best solution. At that moment, Li Ying turned to Chen Shan and Gu Zhu and asked, we are searching for the blood demon Flame Tail, do you have any leads? Chen Shan scratched his head and shook his head, blood demon? I don't recall anything. Gu Zhu suddenly remembered, I think I saw its footprints in the forest before. Su Ping immediately pressed for more details. Where exactly was it? Soon after, the land once again sank into a desolate, hazy silence. Su Ping rode the demonic beast, his mind full of doubt. When things calmed down, Yahello lightly jumped down from his high position. Su Ping pondered for a moment, feeling that something in the cave was drawing Yahello's attention. He bent down and said to Gu Zhu, let me borrow the signal gun for a moment. She threw it to him, take it. Su Ping took it, checked it briefly, and then continued moving with everyone to another area. In a corner of the land, the Mo Long Hound was hiding, nursing its wounds from the recent battle. Seeing it lying obediently, Pan Gangli happily exclaimed, finally I found it. The group immediately moved toward the Mo Long Hound. Pan Gangli joyfully stroked its head, it's been hard to find you. After finding the Mo Long Hound, Pan Gangli happily announced that the mission was complete and they were preparing to return. Suddenly Su Ping spoke up to stop them, wait a little longer. Pan Gangli looked at him in surprise, brother Tso. He walked over to the nearby purple stone and placed his hand on it, sensing that something was hidden there. Jingyu immediately approached, let me check. The screen only displayed a few lines of notifications, with an unidentified elemental content. Jingyu shook his head and reported, it doesn't match any known elements, this is probably a new type of mineral. Pan Gangli nodded slightly after hearing that. Seeing everyone leave without a care, Su Ping couldn't help but wonder why aren't they concerned. Jingyu smiled and explained, you're new so you don't know. If the exploration team finds a valuable mineral, it could make them extremely rich. But the Tin and Gan waterway connects to countless star fields. The probability of encountering high-grade minerals is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Time for exploration is extremely precious. No one wants to waste it. Therefore, as long as a report is made after returning, the federal government will send someone to investigate. Su Ping remained seated, his gaze softening as he looked at Zio Kyulu. Its eager attitude indicated that this mineral wasn't ordinary. Before the government got their hands on it, wouldn't it be better to take advantage of it first? Just then, the system notified him that the mission was completed. Outside, Guzu walked in. "Boss So, here is my business card." He gently brushed her hair, hesitating a little. "If you're interested, I hope you can visit our academy. I want to introduce you to the principal, who is also a senior lecturer at Feng Mountain." Su Ping took the card with a stiff smile. "Thank you for the kind offer." Looking at the business card, he wasn't very excited. Even after crossing into another world, he still couldn't escape the bookish life. Compared to that, he was more curious about the system reward. So he found an excuse to leave. "I have other matters to attend to. Let's talk more next time." Guzu softly called after him, "Wait." Seeing him leave so decisively, Guzu felt a slight emptiness in her heart. She scratched her head and sighed. "Perhaps I should have been more straightforward and invited him to be a lecturer at Feng Mountain." Next morning, Su Ping woke up, still feeling hazy. Before he could fully regain his senses, he was met with Ling Yue's stern gaze. "Seeing you like this, did you not sleep all night, wandering around the whole night?" He sluggishly walked into the house and replied, "What a coincidence, you woke up early too." Ling Yue stuck out her tongue teasingly. "Whose coincidence with you, useless older brother? I wake up early every day to train." Su Ping didn't care, answering as he went upstairs, "Well done, I'm proud of you." Hearing that indifferent reply, Ling Yue stomped her foot in frustration. "Who needs you to be proud?" In the room, Su Ping lay down, looking at the system interface. He noticed a strange item appearing, asking, "System, what is the Golden Crow Divine Demon Body?" System immediately displayed information. "This is the ancient body refinement technique of the Golden Crow clan. The Golden Crow is a creature born from the fiery energy of the sun. They are born with power like mountains and rivers, and as they cultivate, they can break through limits and fight almost invincibly. In ancient times, the Golden Crow conquered half of the wild expanse, turning everything it passed through into ashes, so future generations called it the Divine Demon." Upon hearing that, Su Ping, already tired, sat up in shock. Is it really that powerful? The system continued to display more related warning. He suddenly realized the oddity. In the end, he would no longer be a person but transform into the Golden Crow, ruling the world. That title symbolized supreme power. Su Ping stared at his hand, asking in disbelief, "Will this body transform into a monster? This sounds like the role of a villain." The system reassured him that there was no need to worry, then explained in detail. After reading it, Su Ping was stunned. A normal life, what was that even? He inadvertently recalled the moments he had shared with the team. In this world, the weak have no dignity. Maybe not being human would make one seem more human. With that thought, Su Ping let out a cold laugh. "Fine, let's play by your rules." Outside a house, a few workers were unloading large crates from a truck. Su Ping stood with his arms crossed, his voice stern as he directed, "Place the goods here, you all can leave now." "Yes." He sat next to the crates, placed his hand to confirm his fingerprint, silently marveling at how convenient it was to have the federal warehouse deliver directly. The confirmation sound rang out, the crate opened, and a blue light floated in front of him, pleasing him. On the mineral exploration path and defeating some fierce beasts to earn contribution points, he had just enough to purchase a light combat suit to wear on the outside. The primordial armor was activated. It could enhance defense based on the wearer's energy, protecting against attacks from level 1 to 7. Suddenly, the strange blue light enveloped his body, slowly merging into him. The scene shifted as he closed the chest, emitting a blue light, while other chests were wide open, revealing amethyst crystals and various precious woods. The materials for the first floor of the Golden Crow God Demon Body had been gathered, the effect even surpassing entering the training area. In his mind, he had already outlined a plan to cultivate with these resources. Most of the materials and energy could be taken from the reclaimed storage and chaotic maps. After upgrading, it would open up more dangerous regions, forming a complete cycle. His gaze lingered on the amethyst chest, as the problem still lay with the pile of ores. He picked up a chunk of ore and mumbled, asking the system whether upgrading the pet incubator required a fee. The system interface appeared, replying that all upgrade and maintenance costs were paid by the contractor using energy points, which made him consider another possibility. His gaze sparkled with calculation, the corner of his mouth curving slightly. If he used these very ores to modify the incubator, could it reduce the cost? When he received the answer he wanted, he fell silent. All of this was to nurture a stronger pet. A confirmation sound played, unlocking the incubator modification feature. As long as the designated materials were available, only 20% of the energy would be required for the upgrade. Fully upgraded incubator also activated a new function. The stats board appeared, showing 298 clear crystal, 70 pebbles, 30 giant beast bones, 10 soul heart, 258 energy, which could greatly increase qualities in combat strength, supplement recognition and light healing effects, with 50% effectiveness for regular systems and 70% for demonic systems. Seeing that the modification was flexible, he smiled with satisfaction at the high degree of freedom. Though there were side effects, the benefits were worth it, plus these materials were not hard to find at the reclaimed base. He stood quietly, looking at the ore chests with a calm expression, but inside he was anxious due to the lack of energy. He had been so focused on training that the shop was close to running out of supply. Elsewhere, Yan Ying unexpectedly received a call from Su Ping of the Little Dao Chi pet shop. The expert taking the initiative to contact her surprised her. Her image appeared on his watch, and he asked directly about the effectiveness of training the electric mouse. She happily replied, extremely satisfied, and didn't know how to express her gratitude. She heard his request for help. She was excited about the opportunity to get closer and immediately confirmed that she would definitely help as long as it was within her ability. Upon hearing that the task was to make a short video with him, she hesitated, not expecting such a request. Her face flushed red as she imagined what the video might involve, awkwardly asking what the video was for. He simply responded that it was for promotion, and if she didn't want to participate, he would find someone else. She could only awkwardly agree, her face burning with embarrassment. When she arrived at his place in a seductive spaghetti-strap dress, she trembled slightly from the awkwardness, and he briefly blushed before complimenting her makeup. After a few awkward words, he quickly returned to the main objective and asked her to summon the electric mouse. He pushed aside the awkwardness, saying that as long as it didn't affect the performance, they should quickly summon the pet. She felt a little disappointed when she realized that the focus was only on the electric mouse. In her mind, she pictured the large horned mouse, worriedly asking if she had to be in the video with it. He explained that they only needed to record the summoning and the execution of the lightning technique. She widened her eyes in surprise, wondering if that was all they needed to film. Realizing her misunderstanding, she blushed, and he added that only the electric mouse could prove the effectiveness of the training, asking if she had it with her. He quickly responded that she had brought it and suggested using the upcoming match between the champion and runner-up for the promotion. She leaned on the table and explained that Yi Hao would be fighting her, and if Su Ping joined the match, the promotional effect would be better. He agreed with her proposal and asked why she didn't win the championship. She admitted that Yi Hao's 9th-tier bloodline of the Silver Serpent Thunder Dragon was too strong, and although she had only hoped for the top 20, she ended up in 2nd place. When he heard about the 9th-tier bloodline, he showed interest. On the rooftop of the campus stood a golden statue of Feng Shan Academy. As they walked around the school, he wondered why so many students were raising electric mice for testing. She explained that after the year-end competition, electric mice had become a trend, then asked if they needed to distribute promotional flyers. He declined, thinking that most people were just following the trend. He turned away and she felt a little sad, knowing that many would drop out due to the price, and she still hadn't finished paying off her debt. He passed by a group of female students surrounding Yi Hao, gossiping about how he was about to join a strong team and had received an invitation from a top-tier battle team. Yi Hao noticed them and unexpectedly called Yan Ying over, saying he wanted to discuss something, which surprised the other girl. He thanked her for helping his Silver Serpent Thunder Dragon break through to level 7 in their previous match. She responded friendly, and Su Ping, overhearing their conversation, showed displeasure. Yi Hao leaned in and suggested that she consider using the electric mouse for testing, as his Silver Serpent Thunder Dragon had mastered level 7 Dragon Might but was not yet fully skilled. She thought to herself that if the electric mouse's bloodline was suppressed, it would be very disadvantageous. She nodded in agreement, while Su Ping observed the entire interaction and remarked that the match with L letter 1EA1C, PH letter 1EA5NG would definitely be a spectacular one. Yi Hao turned away, saying he would go easy on her. Su Ping coldly replied that even if the opponent was a beast king, the electric mouse wouldn't be intimidated. Yi Hao then asked about Su Ping's identity. Yan Ying introduced him, saying this was Boss To, the one who had trained her electric mouse. She added that Yi Hao was the annual champion and was generous with his pets, and Su Ping politely responded. Yi Hao thought for a moment and complimented Su Ping, saying money wasn't an issue if it meant upgrading his pet, and asked if Su Ping was interested in accepting a training contract. Su Ping smiled and replied that the shop was busy, but if there was sincerity, he could make an exception this once. He raised his hand with 5 fingers, saying the priority fee was 500,000, which left Yi Hao stunned. Su Ping found the price normal, while Yan Ying, standing beside him, almost laughed, teasing, was Yihao really so reluctant to spend money? Yihao's face stiffened, veins popping in displeasure. Finally, he said that money wasn't an issue if Su Ping truly had the ability, and Su Ping replied that they would meet again on the battlefield. On the field, blue light flashed as the monster was struck with a beautiful counterattack. The contestant controlled the monster surrounded by purple light, charging fiercely in the first-year exhibition match. On the opposite side was Ling Yue with the electric mouse. She coldly ordered an acceleration at level 2 and launched a snowball. The electric mouse grew larger, its momentum rising fiercely. Despite being smaller than its opponent, the snowball charged forward with unwavering will. Mage's buff helped the snowball shoot a golden beam that hit the target, followed by a finishing move that brought victory to Ling Yue. In the stands, Su Ping and Yan Ying watched closely, acknowledging the thrilling match, though there were still areas for improvement. Below the referee's area, 2 fire mechanics were closely watching the match. If this had been a few years ago, their skill level would have been enough to join a combat team, but this season was filled with talent. Her illusion flame beast was no ordinary beast, though it hadn't yet reached the level to make people gasp in awe. The man with green hair and strange glasses chuckled. Indeed, both the champion and runner-up this year were extraordinary. One had tamed a rare level 9 bloodline beast. The other had used the low-level Thunderbolt rat to advance straight to the final. Truly a showdown of the best. The vice principal stroked his beard thoughtfully. If that girl encountered a renowned teacher, her future would surely shine, but sadly. 2 behind the scenes were observing the entire situation. Whether or not they met a great master was still a matter of fate. And now it was the final match, the most anticipated one tonight. She raised her hand, signaling to the Thunderbolt rat, her eyes determined. The MC announced loudly, runner-up of the Feng Shan season, Yan Ying. Across from her was a giant monster controlled by Yihao. Just the aura alone was enough to send a chill down one's spine. Her opponent, the season's champion, Yihao. Ling Yue was stunned to see Su Ping appear on the arena. That useless brother of hers had actually stepped onto the field. Meanwhile, he casually patted the Thunderbolt rat's head. Little guy, have you forgotten me? It's been so long since we fought side by side. The rat hastily backed away, leaving Yan Ying confused. The audience above murmured, what's wrong with the Rat King? Why is it avoiding? Could it be afraid of the dragon's might? The girl could only helplessly clutch her forehead. He wasn't even a beast master. Having him on the field just made things more troublesome. How sneered, if you had listened to me sooner, you wouldn't be embarrassed like this. Yan Ying reluctantly recalled her summoned beast and summoned the phoenix. He immediately gave the order. The phoenix cast ultimate line strike. The MC eagerly commented. Yan Ying changes her strategy, using the phoenix to attack instead of her trump card. Yihao chuckled coldly. Silver Serpent Thunder Dragon, let's play with it a bit. Immediately after, it let out a low roar. Seeing the phoenix being knocked back, the MC was shocked. Just a roar had broken an 8th level skill. Truly a level 9 bloodline dragon beast, overwhelmingly dominant. Yan Ying anxiously looked on. Phoenix, try again. Yihao arrogantly responded, don't you understand the difference yet? Silver Serpent Thunder Dragon, defend. Phoenix continued to unleash ultimate line strike but was blocked. The MC was excited. The Silver Serpent Thunder Dragon dared to take the hit directly. Was it a mistake or the confidence of the strong? After that powerful strike, the Thunder Dragon only had a slight scratch. Yan Ying's face turned pale. Even the Phoenix's full force didn't cause any significant damage. The MC sighed, the more you try, the more powerless you feel. This is the pressure of a level 9 bloodline. The audience buzzed, it's too strong. An 8th level skill is like a scratch. The team captain, resting his chin, remarked, even if she mastered the 8th level skill, it was still only a fire phoenix of level 5. Compared to the Silver Serpent Thunder Dragon, there was still a gap. Yihao, full of confidence, ordered, Silver Serpent Thunder Dragon, show her your power. A series of moves erupted, flame eruption, silver light explosion. The ice sea freezing was unleashed, using fire, wind, and water skills simultaneously. The operations were so smooth that the audience marveled. The MC narrated every shift in the battle. The range of impact was enormous. On the other side, Yan Ying tried to reassure, Phoenix, don't be afraid, accelerate. But before she could finish, a sudden ambush hit her. The shockwave forced her to defend herself. The MC suddenly realized the Phoenix had a weak spot. Quickly announced, the Phoenix was knocked down by the skill frenzy shot. Yan Ying hurriedly ran to it. The MC shouted, this is the power of the champion, a complete complete domination. She anxiously checked the phoenix, realizing the silver serpent thunder dragon had become much stronger than before. There was almost no chance of winning, and she feared that the thunderbolt rat wouldn't be able to turn the tide either. Hao sighed in frustration. This is the best I can nurture, and you still ask for a high fee. Suddenly, Su Ping's entire body glowed with a cold red light. At that moment, the aura of the thunderbolt rat changed, catching Yan Ying's attention. Su Ping's cold eyes gave the order, "Move forward, bring it down." Instantly, the thunderbolt rat rushed forward like a lightning bolt, thunder strike. In the blink of an eye, it closed in and unexpectedly unleashed summon spirit. The MC shouted loudly, "The Rat King is on the field now." Yihao squinted. Its speed was even faster than in the final. The MC was shocked. The thunderbolt rat broke the silver serpent thunder dragon's armor, and its resentment suppressed the dragon clan's recovery ability. Yihao sneered, "Now this is worth it, level 4 enhancement." He ordered to stomp the opponent. The dragon tail breathed out freezing air, ice sea freezing, intending to freeze the entire ground, which was extremely dangerous for a non-flying beast. The plan seemed to be working. The thunderbolt rat had nowhere to dodge. Was the match about to end? Despite being half frozen, Su Ping remained calm. "Thunderbolt rat, use the combination of the 3 moves I taught you. Aim for the mouth." Thunder flashed. The MC was amazed. "Thunder hell of the people." Countless afterimages of the thunderbolt rat appeared on the arena. The MC cheered. "It's out of the ice now." Thunder hell of the people was executed, using thunder strike to open a path to escape. How predicted, 3 of them, one must be real. He focused on the target with the lightning armor protecting it, attacking it. The silver serpent thunder dragon immediately changed direction. The missed attack left him stunned. Was it fate? He quickly changed direction, but it was useless. That one was just a clone. Su Ping coldly scolded, "Idiot, all 3 are just distractions." Another thunderbolt rat appeared, launching a surprise attack. Yihao was horrified. There was a 4th one. The MC excitedly shouted. The only weak spot, the corner of the mouth, was hit. The audience cheered. The Rat King exploded. Some were puzzled. The silver serpent thunder dragon had broken through to level 7. Why was it at such a disadvantage? Could it be? Hao stared at Su Ping. Was it because of him? He frowned. What if he lost this match? Could the previous champion have just been lucky? He ordered a counterattack. The MC was urgent. The silver serpent thunder dragon attacked directly. Su Ping was half frozen and it was hard to avoid. Su Ping simply said, "How embarrassing." On the field, the 2 summoned beasts clashed fiercely. Thunderbolt rat's counterattack made the MC exclaim, "What a beautiful counterattack." The silver serpent thunder dragon's wound was dug even deeper. The audience couldn't believe it. The result was quickly determined. The silver serpent thunder dragon fell. The thunderbolt rat claimed victory. The audience was in an uproar. The dragon beast had lost miserably. Ling Yue was also stunned. Yihao muttered, "The thunderbolt rat won too smoothly. Was it hiding its strength, or was it because of that man?" The MC shouted the winner's name. Rat King Yan Ying had avenged the finals. She was still fumbling through the melting ice, and that was it, the end. Su Ping took the opportunity to mock. "Are you satisfied with my strength now? $500,000 in cash or bank transfer." Yihao agreed to follow along but was still uncertain. "I will send you the money later. First, help me clarify something. Can my thunder serpent thunder dragon be cultivated to the strength of the thunder light test?" He answered calmly and turned to leave. "Of course it can, but whether it's your turn depends on my mood." Seeing Bing preparing to leave, she urgently called out, "Wait for me." The captain of the shadow team was talking to someone. "Did you notice? The guy on stage was with a little girl. His strength is probably not ordinary." On the other side, Huo Ci replied, "I noticed long ago, during the battle with the thunder light test. His presence was guiding behind the scenes. Even Binhai Lan Dong couldn't pose a challenge. Too bad our team already has enough members this year." He turned to ask the person beside him, "Vice Principal Dong, which class is that student from?" He smiled awkwardly and replied, "He's quite secretive. You should ask him after the match. You'll know better." Inside, he was secretly annoyed as he couldn't remember this person at all. A talented student on par with Yihao, yet the instructor never reported it. Such negligence must be dealt with when we return. After the match, a shout rang out in the vice principal's office, "Stand up immediately." Inside the room, Yan Ying hurriedly gestured to him, "This is the place for guests. My instructor said someone important wants to meet us. They'll be here soon." Hearing this, Su Ping remained calmly seated. What's the difference about the guest chair, isn't it empty? Even though she tugged at his sleeve to urge him to get up, he still leisurely poured himself tea. I was planning to talk business with the principal. Just then the door opened. Guzu greeted with a bow, "Senior, please come in." Even Vice Principal Dong received them with respect, didn't expect someone in our academy would be worthy of meeting him. The tea is ready. The one they respected was the captain of the White Crane battle team. Watching the match earlier made even this old man's blood stir. His hoarse voice praised this young man, saying he's worth nurturing. Yan Ying, upon hearing this, hurriedly pulled him, "Quickly get up, it will be trouble if the vice principal sees you sitting." Su Ping casually asked, "Why are you calling me?" He smiled kindly at the young people before him. Youth is truly precious. The three high-ranking individuals were present: the captain of the Iron Hand battle team, the leader of the White Crane battle team, and the captain of the Shadow Death battle team. The aura of the experts made her tremble. Vice Principal Dong stroked his beard and gently asked, "Looking at your age, you must be a sophomore. Who is your instructor?" He whispered to Su Ping, "Just tell me, I'll arrange the best dorm for you." Gu Zhu laughed and reminded Vice Principal, "He's not one of our students." That's when Su Ping recognized her mislaugh. Hearing this, Vice Principal Dong became even more excited. "It doesn't matter. How about coming to our academy for training? We'll waive all tuition fees, and upon graduation, we'll even give you a high-level bloodline beast." Yan Ying was secretly astonished at the offer. Free tuition and a high-level bloodline beast, never seen such a deal. Meanwhile, the captain of the Shadow Death battle team looked displeased. The old fox had acted all friendly earlier, but here you are, calmly sipping tea, not caring at all. He was shocked inside. How could such a great offer not move him? Yet Vice Principal Dong wasn't giving up. "Then we'll also give you a monthly stipend." Just then Gu Zhu spoke up. "Let me introduce a bit, Vice Principal. Do you remember when I went to the wild waterfall and encountered danger? A young man cut down the demon sea beast and saved me in Yi Chan San." He nodded confidently. Of course, that was a major event for Feng Shan. Vice Principal Dong suddenly realized, could it be? He couldn't hold back his thoughts. It's the young man before us. Su Ping, noticing the curious gazes, joked, "What are you all staring at? Do you want some tea too?" Gasps of surprise rang out. Defeated an 8th-level demon sea beast and saved the fake gold medal Yi Chan San. The captain of the Shadow Death battle team exclaimed, "Such combat power is terrifying. Which family's young master is out training?" The captain of the Iron Beast battle team confirmed, "None of the 4 major families have seen this face before." The leader of the White Crane battle team widened his eyes. So secretive, could he be the youngest son of the Yi family? Su Ping frowned and rebutted, "What Yi family? I'm from the Su family. Don't casually change someone's surname." Yan Ying hurriedly pulled him. "The shopkeeper Su is too harsh. If we upset them, we'll be in trouble." Hearing this, he sighed with relief, so he's just a passerby. The captain of the Iron Beast battle team then invited, "Don't be just a student. Join our battle team, directly into Team 1, double the benefits." She was stunned, straight into Team 1 with double benefits. Meanwhile, she had to sign a contract to temporarily join Team 4 with almost no benefits. However, Su Ping simply declined, not interested. Joining a battle team is not as good as reading books. He froze and exclaimed, "What?" Captain of the Shadow Death battle team quickly presented another offer. "Don't waste your talent like that. Join our battle team. We'll give you 100,000 wild accumulation points." The leader of the White Crane battle team also spoke. "I'll personally teach you martial arts and even make you a set of suitable armor." Yan Ying's eyes lit up and she excitedly shouted, "Go, go." Su Ping helplessly said, "Why are you so excited? I still have to look after the store and train beasts. I don't have time for wild training." At that moment, Gu Zhu confidently suggested, "Mr. Su, would you consider becoming our academy's special instructor?" Upon hearing this, Su Ping showed some interest. "Special instructor, you say?" Yan Ying was also taken aback by the offer, because she understood the requirements for this position. You need a combat power above level 7, and you must pass several rounds of tests before being eligible. An instructor can affect hundreds of students under their supervision. Many people dream of this position, but it's not easy to get, yet now all it takes is a word. Uzu continued with the benefits. Just open a class every week. The rest of the time you can arrange as you like. The treatment goes without saying. You can use any resources in the academy however you want. Upon hearing this, Su Ping's eyes brightened. Use resources freely. He secretly calculated, refining the Golden Crow Divine Demon requires many precious material. If I can get them from here, it will save a lot of effort. After thinking carefully, this truly seemed like a great opportunity, and with the status of an instructor, the store would face less trouble, truly hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. He decisively nodded at Gu Zhu, sealing the deal. A few books were placed on the table, followed by a stack of documents that left Su Ping stunned. What is all this? Zhu gently explained, to become an instructor, you need to pass a series of tests. physical assessment, combat ability evaluation, and teaching capability. As long as your average score is 60, it's not too hard. Upon hearing this, Su Ping became disheartened. Maybe not then. Vice Principal Dong quickly reassured, that's the standard for outsiders. Mr. Su has already proven his combat ability by defeating the demon sea beast at the wild waterfall. As for teaching, you can just audit a few sessions and you'll get the hang of it. He looked at him suspiciously. What exactly do you mean? He answered bluntly, as long as you pass the physical test, the education system will need to record the instructor's strength to assign students to you accordingly. Su Ping immediately understood, clearly, they want to test my strength. If I fail, they'll probably reduce my benefits. Even so, he agreed, all right, how do we test? Vice Principal Dong stood up and gestured to follow. Soon after, they arrived at an advanced test field in front of a giant machine. He said, you only need to face B letter 1EA1CH, TR letter 1EA1CH by yourself. Vice Principal quickly set the condition, if you can last for 1 minute, you'll pass. Su Ping asked further, no beast spirits allowed. He nodded and confirmed, that's right. Gu Zhu anxiously thought, this is an advanced testing device. I can barely last 30 seconds. Is Vice Principal Dong really going to let Su Ping endure such pressure? On the contrary, Su Ping was excited, just right to test the results of my recent cultivation. He confidently said, let's begin. Immediately, the B letter 1EA1CH TR letter 1EA1CH machine unleashed waves of energy. Su Ping swiftly dodged but was still pressured into a corner. He reacted quickly and raised his spirit shield to block. Soon after, the machine gathered another round of energy. This attack was stronger, causing the spirit shield to crack. Recognizing the danger, he quickly retreated to avoid it. In the observation room, Vice Principal Dong focused on watching. During the first 10 seconds, B letter 1EA1CH TR letter 1EA1CH hadn't landed a hit. His reflexes were good, but the spirit shield was still weak. Below, after dodging the attack, Su Ping accidentally stepped on a formation. He was tossed into the air and sharp ice shards immediately appeared around him. The situation was dangerous as he was floating, making it hard to maneuver and dodge. The ice shards rushed towards him, continuously attacking. Seeing this, he looked at the clock. Less than 20 seconds and it's over. After all, it's the first time facing B letter 1EA1CH TR letter 1EA1CH. Let's just consider it. B letter 1EA1CH TR letter 1EA1CH didn't stop and shot out more thorny vines. The sharp vines immediately constricted Su Ping. He then had to face the final attack from the machine. Gu Zhu cried out anxiously, be careful. But she could only helplessly watch the flames envelop Su Ping. She turned to plead, Vice Principal, please stop the test. Vice Principal Dong calmly reassured, don't worry, he hasn't given up yet since we haven't heard a cry for help. Inside, he thought carefully. The attack from B letter 1EA1CH TR letter 1EA1CH would increase gradually, from 1st grade to 6th grade in about 5 seconds. Below, Su Ping used all his strength to resist. The primal armor was about to overload. The vines were tightening, making it difficult for him to maneuver. Gu Zhu noticed something was wrong. 4 seconds, then 5 seconds, but B letter 1EA1CH TR letter 1EA1CH still hadn't stopped. The longer it dragged on, the more anxious she became. Vice Principal, it's been 10 seconds and it's still not over. This flame storm is probably at the 8th grade now. Both were stunned by the turn of events. Could it be that Su Ping had lost consciousness? But at that moment, his eyes glowed golden, then widened. Su Ping's entire body erupted with intense energy. He immediately broke free from the binding thorns. Then Su Ping raised his hand, clenching it into a fist aimed at the annoying machine. He lunged at the white device, and a single strike nearly destroyed it completely. The two watched in shock, unable to speak, not only defending but counterattacking. They had never expected this. Facing the white device that could normally only stand still, was the equipment malfunctioning. Su Ping gradually stabilized, wondering about the sensation. The system immediately explained, the first stage of the Divine Demon Golden Body was incomplete, normally only slightly enhancing physique. Only in special circumstances does it activate the Golden Body aura, temporarily applying a portion of its power. Reading this, Su Ping stared blankly and repeated, incomplete, only a part. He could not help exclaiming, this power is incredible. Suddenly a mechanical voice interrupted. The test concluded. Average 3rd stage spirit, average 7th stage attack, low 8th stage defense, overall combat evaluation high 7th stage. Seeing the two approach, Su Ping asked if this qualified. The vice principal leading the group applauded, truly outstanding. Mr. Su's ability fully qualifies him as a senior adept. Gu Zhu was surprised to hear the title for the first time. He warmly welcomed him. Tomorrow the electronic adept card will be updated. Welcome to join Phoenix Mountain. Hearing this, Su Ping thought quietly. The white device's strength was beyond ordinary endurance. Without the divine demon body, he probably couldn't have lasted, like a fish on a chopping board, truly terrifying. Suddenly, the vice principal changed tone to concern. Mr. Su's expression seemed off. Was it because of torn clothes? He felt irritated by the pretension but didn't want to argue. Outwardly calmly said if there's nothing else he would leave first. The vice principal offered a ride but Su Ping declined firmly, no need. Still he smiled warmly to say goodbye, remember to hold a class each week. Then Gu Zhu spoke. Offense and defense reached level 7 to 8 but spirit only level 3. Too unusual, could this be possible? The vice principal's gaze became serious. Only one possibility. He possesses a special secret technique but has not practiced long. His face full of calculation, ordered to find a way to make contact. Behind him must be a master. If there's a chance, make acquaintance. She nodded in response. His ambition grew. His shop might hold clues, first must know its location. Suddenly Su Ping poked his head through the door, said no need to complicate. If you want to know, I'll send the location, just introduce a few students with money. The sudden appearance startled. While later, Su Ping's mother worriedly asked why her son ended up like this. Was he hurt? Su Ping awkwardly reassured her he was fine, but she still checked him all over. Suddenly realizing he had developed muscles, making him even more embarrassed, quickly told her not to check. He'd change and explain later. He only laughed teasingly, her son embarrassed, remembering how she cared for him as a child. The scene shifted to Su Ping's room. Seeing the pile of clothes made him regretful. The primitive armor was also ruined, unsure if still under warranty. At that moment, Ling Yue suddenly opened the door, asked if Su Ping had acquired spirit power. He turned to answer casually, so what if I have it? Ling Yue blushed, scolding him as strange. When did he awaken? Being scolded unfairly annoyed Su Ping. He clarified she had barged in herself, but she still pressed, called him weird, and demanded he put on clothes first. Su Ping teased she barged into her brother's room and called his name. If not corrected, how could she respect him later? He laughed. Isn't it because you like to watch? Then watch all you want. Ling Yue quickly covered her eyes, mumbling that he was strange. She was both embarrassed and threw a punch, saying she just broke through level 4, don't come near. But Su Ping confidently stepped forward. The current him was different from before, only regretting some unexpected losses. Afterwards he fell painfully to the ground, not understanding why. His defense had already reached low level 8. The system explained it was data from an incompletely activated state. His body only reached high level 3, making him annoyed for not being forewarned. Later at the dining table, his mother continuously asked about awakening the bloodline battle pet. What it is, its quality. He had to answer that he only had a Zio Kulu with medium or low potential. She generously said she'd buy a better one. Ling Yue objected, saying he couldn't even use it yet. He also criticized the rarer the pet, the higher the maintenance cost, hard to sustain with current income. Hearing this, his mother suddenly remembered, asking if there was enough money in the shop, if not just say, don't borrow recklessly. These words made Su Ping ponder. Then he replied that recently he hadn't earned much, just that. The screen showed his assets, 16,677 spirit coins, and a much larger total with transaction history. Both were astonished at the numbers. His mother happily asked where the money came from. Ling Yue doubted if he had done something wrong. Su Ping calmly fabricated, saying Phoenix Mountain students preferred lightning trials. He sold a few, making a profit. Some matters must be kept secret, cannot reveal the real source. Hearing this, his mother reassured him, finally making progress. Later, Ling Yue should help him, but she remained aloof, saying she didn't want to care. Su Ping still calmly replied, hoping for her help in the future. The next day, in front of Su Ping's shop, a woman entered asking if he was the one who nurtured lightning trials. Being the client, Su Ping was delighted. His reputation rising so business prospered. He greeted her warmly and asked her needs. She coldly said she wanted 4 strong ones like that one. Hearing this, he only lightly coughed, thinking the request too great, but still tactfully explained he only offered standard nurturing, charged per session. She considered each word carefully, asked if it was impossible to recreate that lightning trial, then asked about standard nurturing effectiveness. Su Ping introduced the price, saying although not like before it still increased strength, low-level pet 10,000, mid-level 100,000. She was unconvinced, increasingly thinking he relied on fame to make money. After considering, she turned and left, saying she would find elsewhere. Su Ping hurriedly called her back. System notification appeared, indicating the client still doubted and might cancel, allowing a one-time professional nurturing. Su Ping read and forgot regret, realizing professional nurturing existed, System showed cost 100 times normal, 30 days duration, pet intelligence medium or above required, rewards included vitality pills and divine demon battle techniques, failure would deduct points. After thinking, he found the rewards tempting but the price too high, unsure if anyone would pay. Just then the woman returned asking if he had anything else to say. He immediately changed tone, saying to achieve results like lightning trial requires high cost, normal clients hard to meet. During this she seemed unconcerned, asked the price. Su Ping quickly gestured 1 million. Hearing the figure of 1 million, suspicion and disdain rose in her heart. Could it be that this person intended to take the large sum and disappear? She even blurted out asking whether this shop space was rented. He smiled calmly and replied that of course not. The store was reputable so she could rest assured. If she didn't believe it, she could check the Phoenix Mountain Academy website. I am Su Ping, peaceful and stable. Hearing the academy's name made her slightly uneasy. Could it be that he also came from there? Soon, the search screen displayed the words Phoenix Mountain Academy, Long River Branch, Su Ping. The cold woman checked the information, thinking it was probably just a first or second year student. If he dared to cause trouble, this senior would make it difficult for him to survive in the academy. Within minutes, the system returned all records related to him. Information clearly stated Su Ping belonged to the combat department, with the title Senior Guidance Teacher, code number 4572. Each line displayed left her stunned. Her mind kept denying that someone so young could hold a senior position and possess outstanding combat stats in the combat department. Just then Su Ping's voice asked whether I could still live peacefully at Phoenix Mountain, Senior. She immediately blushed and bowed, stammering an apology to Master Su, admitting her earlier rudeness and hoping he would forgive her impulsiveness. Seeing her quick change in attitude, Su Ping thought the teacher identity was indeed convenient, but outwardly remained calm, saying in the shop, just call me the shop owner. If you want training, prepare the full fee. The cold demeanor vanished. She softly replied that the shop owner was right but her funds were limited, then quickly summoned her pets, this time intending to nurture Tian Xiang Chu Ha. System immediately reported receiving 1 million spirit coins converted into 10,000 energy, total energy reaching 1048. The numbers made Su Ping's eyes widen. 1 million instantly transferred, compared to Yi Hao's previous 550,000. Indeed, her price had been too low. Seeing his expression change, the guest anxiously asked if the shop owner was dissatisfied. Su Ping quickly corrected her face, shyly asking him not to mind and promising a gift upon completion. His eyes sparkled, truly a generous guest must entertain properly. He turned away mysteriously, reassuring that he treated all guests fairly. I will start training now, if nothing else, return next month to collect. Hearing this, she admired him even more, not only forgiving her previous mistake, but also promising to raise her pet to level 7 within a month. Truly generous and impressive. Finally, the order was confirmed. She thanked Master Su repeatedly. The scenery changed and the system notified deduction of 10-0 energy, leaving a balance of 1048. Looking at the energy in hand, Su Ping pondered whether 10,000 points should be used to increase spiritual intelligence or upgrade the shop. Carefully considered, entrance to Thunder Hall in Cloud Sea Realm costs 1,000 energy. To train into Thunder Light Trial must enter at least twice, otherwise lacking for upgrades. Professional training opportunity only once, needs careful planning. Suddenly the system announced that the training space could provide resting spots for pets not yet received without occupying storage slot. Hearing this, Su Ping asked for detailed explanation. The system described the primary clone function simulating the subject for regular training. Each use splits income 50%. Hearing this, he could not help but exclaim in amazement. The clone function was extremely powerful, even if each round only earned 50 energy. With many guests training continuously, assuming 10 orders a day, in 20 days the investment is recovered. Just then, voices outside arose, someone asking if this was the shop and inviting others to see. The noise at the door made him realize the unusually lively atmosphere, voices and laughter blending together. Seeing the crowd approach, Su Ping's eyes brightened. Could all of them be guests coming? One by one, they entered, asking the shop owner whether pet training or boarding was available. This made Su Ping immediately choose to upgrade, eagerly agreeing to accept all. The system reported entering training area Shard 9527, 30 resurrections, 7-day limit, consuming 10 energy. Shortly after, Su Ping and the pets all descended to the ground. Notification appeared stating that the first clone activation required the subject to create a complete copy. He agreed to activate the skill, deducting 200 energy. In the blink of an eye, a clone of Su Ping appeared. Looking at the clone with a probing gaze, he wondered if this was indeed the function, its slightly naive expression making him skeptical. Nevertheless, he still led it along, as the environment attribute was very important. A dense fire element would support effective fire skill training. Soon they reached the underground lava zone at 2,000 degrees, feeling the heat. Su Ping commented the place was quite suitable and jumped in first, calling the pets to follow closely. Surrounded by lava, he did not feel as hot as imagined, recalling the duel with Bai Ji, which was similarly strange. Recalling that battle, the temperature was enough to force others to give up, but he remained unharmed, even activating the golden umbrella stance. In the blink of an eye, they reached Lava Lake. In Su Ping's mind, a hypothesis arose that the golden umbrella spirit might have special interaction with fire attributes. Boldly, he prepared to dip his hands into the lake, thinking that with revival support, the experiment would not cause loss. The result proved the decision correct. Fire elements became obedient as if tamed, clearly an advantage of the golden umbrella bloodline. Looking at the clone, he could only sigh, telling it not to imitate recklessly. It obediently recreated its arm. Next, Su Ping's commands made the pets tremble. Precious time meant immediately releasing all of them into the lava to train. The whole group was thrown in, while he leisurely immersed himself, enjoying the experience. Each creature falling into the lava, bones glimpsed. The system reported Scarlet Flame Dog, Purple Flame Cat, Flame Armor Toad, Little Fire Master completely fire transformed. Hearing this, Su Ping complained, asking whether they still deserved the fire attribute name. The screen showed resurrection options. He chose on-site resurrection and encouraged them to try harder. In an instant, the pets were fully restored. However, they appeared right on the surface of the lava lake. Su Ping continued resurrecting. Hearing splashes, he praised improvement and requested continuation. After a while, all pets successfully learned fire tread skill, at the same time mastering flame apparel and blazing tail. Also fire roar. The witnessing customers cheered happily, as in just one day they learned a new intermediate skill, all admiring the owner's craftsmanship. Praise spread, attracting more people, some wanting training, others to buy food or board their pets. Su Ping smiled calmly, coordinating, asking everyone to line up. Everyone would be served. After a busy day, the system calculated income of 25,860 spirit coins, converted into 2,586 energy. Total 11,650. Seeing the crowded pets, he was excited, as in just a few days he achieved the goal. The pens were overloaded. He opened the system interface, looked at the material warehouse, and decisively chose to buy more. Suddenly, a notification appeared stating the boarding slots had reached the limit 25 out of 25. Cannot purchase more, asking whether to upgrade to level 2 at a cost of 1,000 per slot. Su Ping pondered and decided not to upgrade for now, calculating that he must first train Tian Xiang Chu, expensive entry to high-level area. Training only one pet would be unprofitable, so another plan was needed. Su Ping immediately made a choice in the system, deciding to upgrade the spirit thread to nurture the chaotic source. The system quickly confirmed the deduction of 10,000 energy points, with a remaining balance of 1,650 points. Before him appeared an unusual treasure, and the system's mechanical voice clearly introduced it, stating that when the nurturing level of chaos was increased to 1 million, there was a very low chance of generating a beast with royal bloodline, each attempt requiring 1,000 energy points. Before proceeding with the withdrawal, Su Ping clasped his hands in prayer, spending 100,000 spirit coins at once, an incredibly expensive price. He had to get a big hit this time. Last time he only got common items. His eyes gleamed with determination. He didn't need a royal beast, but at the very least, give me an intermediate level 6-tier pet to nurture. The originally clear sky suddenly gathered dark clouds, and within an instant, the entire sky was covered, accompanied by the sound of rolling thunder. People looked up at the sky in confusion. The weather had changed too abruptly today. Suddenly, a red lightning bolt tore through the clouds, heading straight for the city. Standing opposite the pressure of this aura was Su Ping, and in the fiery red lightning, the silhouette of a creature gradually appeared. He froze when he recognized the form. It was. The creature that stepped out of the lightning was the infernal Zhu Longshu. The system immediately provided the data. Infernal Zhu Longshu belonged to the dragon and fire systems, with a bloodline of level 9 and average combat power of level 3, possessing dragon might and dragon fury. Su Ping happily patted its head. It was indeed high quality, already level 9. If nurtured further, it could advance to a royal beast bloodline. This was a huge profit. However, it got angry and spat out a warning flame. For the majesty of the dragon clan did not allow the weak to casually touch its body, especially the head. He slightly leaned away and thought to himself, the head may not be big, but the aura is certainly not small. In an instant, Su Ping had gripped its jaw, his cold gaze full of intimidation. In this shop, I am the one in charge, obediently sign the contract, and if you understand, blink. It helplessly agreed, tearfully consenting, and the contract was completed. Suddenly, the watch on his wrist rang urgently. Master To, you have a public seminar with Nam Ba. Please arrive before the opening time. The scene quickly shifted to the Feng Shan Academy. The head of the combat department stood at the gate checking the time, only 2 minutes left. The lack of discipline on the first day of teaching was truly unacceptable. Gu Zhu quickly lowered her head to explain. Master To was unfamiliar with the way and may have gotten lost. Please go ahead with the class. He stood there still questioning. After just a few days, the combat department had become so lax. I heard the new recruit was recommended by you, didn't report it to me, now you want to become the head of the department. You can only bow and say that you don't dare. Gu Zhu's heart was burning with impatience, hoping Su Ping would arrive soon to avoid angering the head of the department. She apologized and took full responsibility if he was late, just as a figure descended between them from above. Gu Zhu joyfully called out Su Ping's name, and the head of the combat department sternly asked, is this the new recruit? Su Ping, feeling exhilarated for arriving on time and the satisfying feeling of sending the dragon, smiled and answered, yes. In the classroom, the students whispered about the young new teacher. Some suspected he had connections, others commented that his online profile had been completely erased, which was suspicious. Some even joked that he might be the principal's child or had paid his way in. Ling Yue, hearing this, angrily retorted, so what if he's young? Having been a mentor must mean he has strength. Instead of gossiping, focus on your cultivation. The female student in the blue dress laughed mockingly, asking if Ling Yue dreamed of becoming a senior teacher, while others teased that relying on cultivation alone was too naive. At that moment, Gu Zhu's voice rang out, calling for order. She announced that this was a public lesson, where the head of the department and she would teach about wilderness materials and practical combat, with Master To assisting. His appearance stunned the entire class. His age was close to theirs, yet he was standing at the teaching podium. Yihao looked in disbelief. Was this person really a teacher? His friend boasted that with Yihao's strength, it wouldn't be hard to become one in 2 years, causing him to cough awkwardly to stop it. Ling Yue was also stunned when she recognized Su Ping, unable to believe he was there. Several students teased her for defending him earlier, making her blush and awkwardly deny it. A bold student stood up and asked if the teacher had really defeated a sea monster and could share more detail. The question piqued the class's curiosity. They discussed the sea monster being a rare high-tier beast. Many had never seen one, and the skeptics doubted its truth. Su Ping happily replied that he could share, but it wasn't the main topic today, and would discuss it in detail later. The head of the department then mocked that the new teacher was acting high and mighty. Students cheered, demanding that the teacher show his abilities to prove his teaching qualification. Yihao was also curious to know Su Ping's real strength, as they had not gotten a clear look during their previous fight, and he wanted to know what pet Su Ping had nurtured to surpass him. Ling Yue was worried, thinking how could a newly awakened owner deal with the sea monster, fearing she would lose face, while Gu Zhu tried to maintain order and assured the teacher's strength. However, the head of the department intervened and questioned whether her recent achievements were convincing enough and demanded Master To demonstrate. The entire class was filled with anticipation. Gu Zhu reluctantly apologized for speaking out of turn, apologizing to the head of the department. The head continued pressing Master To demonstrate to avoid rumors that he had only entered Feng Shan through connection. Su Ping secretly sighed. Whether in the battle team or the academy, he couldn't get any peace. He reluctantly said, the price for me to make a move is not cheap. In the space, Xiao Qulu leisurely stepped out. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw it was just Xiao Qulu. Yihao's friend laughed, saying this tiny thing had also played with him when he was 10 years old. The head of the department smirked, saying as long as it didn't harm the students it was fine. He would take responsibility. Su Ping calmly ordered Xiao Qulu to accept the task but not harm anyone. Ling Yue was embarrassed, wishing she could sink into the ground, thinking what could such a low-tier pet possibly demonstrate. On the contrary, Xiao Qulu exuded a chilling killing intent and swung its sword. The swing of the sword cut through the air, leaving only some remnants on the platform. The three of them simultaneously exclaimed in shock, this. Xiao Qulu calmly sheathed the sword again. The students sitting nearby were bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. Some said it was Zio Kyulu, others insisted it must be the Dry Bone King. Even Yihao paled and admitted that his silver snake thunder dragon beast might not survive against it. Ling Yue still doubted if a level 1 Zio Kyulu could have such strength when its master had only recently awakened. Before everyone's astonished gaze, Su Ping raised an eyebrow and asked, "So, do you want to see it again?" Combat Commander immediately responded, wondering if he was joking, while Guzu behind him just smiled slightly, also amazed at his strength. This classroom was built with special materials, worth at least tens of millions, and could even withstand an 8th level bombardment, yet Zio Kyulu's slash left a mark on it. Su Ping stood at the podium, full of momentum, and spoke loudly. "If anyone still disagrees, raise your hand. You are welcome to come up and discuss with me." In response to his words, only silence filled the room. Su Ping spoke coldly, "Why is everyone bowing their heads in silence, huh? If no one has any objections, can we start the lecture?" Students hurriedly nodded like chickens pecking at rice. She then signaled for everyone to open their books to page 45. This is the type of material discovered in the A-Level 5220 Cosmic Crack. Later, in a subsequent class in this very room, someone once sighed that it was the quietest class of their life, so quiet that the sound of a single hair falling to the floor could be clearly heard. The person recalled the scene that day. No one dared to be distracted or lower their head to take notes. He understood why everyone was like that, because all attention was drawn to the deep slash. And after class, a luxury car slowly stopped in front of the door. Su Ping stepped out of the car and politely said that it was too formal for the vice principal to personally send a teacher home like this. Vice principal also opened the door and followed, laughing as he said he had heard that on the first day, Su Ping had made the whole class obediently silent. Master To really was an outstanding talent of Phoenix Mountain. Su Ping glanced lightly, thinking to himself, what is this old fox scheming now, but still calmly placed his fingerprint to open the door. The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Was he just here to see me upstairs? Just then, Chen Shan walked over from afar and greeted Brother To. He smiled and greeted first. It had been a long time since they last met, and Su Ping couldn't help but wonder, calling out Chen Shan's name. Soon, the shop was filled with a faint tea fragrance. Su Ping suddenly realized that it was unusually quiet this afternoon, with no customers. Chen Shan openly explained that Yimo had personal matters to discuss, so he had temporarily cleared the entire street and would compensate for any losses. Upon hearing this, Su Ping glanced meaningfully at Vice Principal Dong and said, "My friend has a secret matter to discuss," but he slowly replied, "Actually, I also have something to find Master To for." The vice principal's expression turned serious as he announced that the Global Elite Tournament would be held soon. He slowly introduced that the Elite Beastmaster Tournament was held once every 3 years, and only those with energy intensity of level 7 or below were eligible to participate. In addition to the generous prize money, the champion would also receive guidance from a legendary Beastmaster. Most of the champions from previous tournaments easily advanced to the rank of Marquis, and some geniuses even reached the legendary level, earning respect from everyone, because they possessed the ability to protect an entire continent from disaster. Finally, the vice principal got to the point. If Master To agrees to participate, I can approve a 1-year leave with full salary, and there will be additional rewards after the tournament. But Su Ping firmly shook his head and said he had no intention of participating for now. The answer left him stunned. How could a Beastmaster not be interested in the elite tournament? A flash of calculation appeared in his eyes. Becoming the champion would mean being noticed by the whole world. Now that his fame was enough to earn money, increasing it further might bring trouble. It would be better to quietly rely on the system and improve in a safer manner. Chen Shan, upon hearing this, propped his chin and looked into the distance. He had originally planned to invite Brother To to explore the secret realm, but unfortunately he was caught up in the tournament, so the plan had to be put on hold. Sparked Su Ping's curiosity, and he asked what the secret realm was. Vice Principal Dong seemed to understand and said, "You are referring to the 3 exclusive secret realms of Area A." Then he suspiciously asked, "How do I know about it? Something that only explorers of silver metal or above should know." He stroked his beard and answered, "Before retirement, I was also an explorer of half gold." Su Ping, however, became impatient and said, "Stop beating around the bush and just speak direct." Tu slowly explained that most of the cosmic cracks only led to common star fields. Even with treasures, they were just ores or primitive creatures. The 3 special cracks, however, were Long Tai Mountain, the dark abyss at the bottom of the deep sea, King Bone underwater, and the fiery hell of the demon god Worm. These connected to the star field that once birthed a civilization that rivaled or even surpassed the Blue Star. Chen Shan frowned and stood up, saying that although those civilizations had perished, the divine weapons excavated inside, small ones, were priceless and hard to buy. while large ones could completely change the world situation, even helping to understand the higher-level rules of the universe. After hearing this, Su Ping was overwhelmed and sighed that it was indeed a completely different level. Vice Principal continued that within the secret realms, there were countless fierce beasts and mechanisms guarding them. Many powerful experts had risked entering, only to never return. Therefore, the Federation had sealed them off, only opening a relatively safe outer area for top explorers just before the global tournament. He sighed and admitted that Emo was lucky to have a chance to explore Long Time Mountain, so he wanted to find teammates. Unfortunately, Brother Toe. Su Ping pondered for a moment, then said, although I'm not interested in the elite tournament. Both immediately became curious, waiting for the next part of his sentence, but in his mind, Su Ping excitedly calculated that the system's training, which covered all aspects, might already include Long Time Out. With his infinite resurrection ability, those fierce beasts and mysterious mechanisms were nothing to worry about. Thus, he calmly responded that he might consider this secret realm. By then, night had fallen and the moon hung high in the sky. Su Ping's shop was still crowded with people calling the boss, "It's my turn," others requesting training, voices calling out continuously. Despite that, he still smiled and said, "Sorry, it's closing time. Anyone who hasn't had their turn, please come early tomorrow." Customer regretfully almost wanted to cry and said, "If only I had come a bit earlier, I would have waited right by the door to enjoy the night breeze. Don't anyone take the front spot from me." Others quickly agreed, "I'm staying at a nearby hotel, I'll come out to queue." The crowd immediately started discussing holding spots. Inside the shop, Su Ping stretched and complained that the sudden influx of customers was unfamiliar to him. "It's been 3 days and I haven't had a chance to cultivate." Then called the system to open the special training interface. The system space appeared, and Su Ping ordered a search for the secret realm of Long Tai Mountain. The system coldly reported no results. He changed the search to include all high-level items with the word Long, and after a while the screen displayed the Long King's illusionary inheritance, requiring 2,000 energy for entry. He muttered, puzzled at that name. Observing the image of a cactus skeleton displayed, Su Ping felt that this was the right direction and asked the system how this inheritance differed from other special training programs. The system replied that the illusionary inheritance, as its name suggested, was just an illusory space. Apart from combat and cultivation, the host could not bring out any item. Su Ping dissatisfiedly questioned why the entrance fee for this illusory place was twice as expensive as the Thundercloud Sea Realm and the Chaos Undead Realm. The system immediately displayed an explanation that each inheritance site had a king's soul residing, waiting for someone worthy enough to pass the inheritance trial. The king's soul of higher tiers could not be replicated casually. It also emphasized that only the strong or those stronger had a place in the inheritance site. There was no leveling between the strong and weak. Su Ping could only remain silent, thinking that since the king's soul couldn't be replicated, oh well, if only they could still restore some other treasure. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that taking only Zio Kyulu there would be a waste. Therefore, Su Ping entered the beast care room, stood before a creature, and thought that its owner had passed the deadline to receive it. If it wasn't for forgetfulness, something must have happened. Gently extended his hand above the dog's head. A moment later, a seal appeared on its forehead, and the official contract was formed. The system display showed a level 1 Pursuit Moon Hound. Combat system, Combat Power 1, low-grade talent. Skills included howling and biting, thick skin and strong meat. High loyalty, suitable for beginners. After reading through, Su Ping understood that its owner must have encountered an unexpected incident. Without saying much, he accepted the Pursuit Moon Hound. "Having stayed here for free for so long, you'll have to work hard to perform well in the future." So Su Ping's beast family gained a new member, and they quickly entered the secret realm. The system announced the deduction of 2,000 energy. The host had connected to the Long King's illusionary inheritance. Duration 7 days, maximum 10 deaths, explore freely. The surroundings were littered with gigantic skeletons of the dragon clan. Suddenly, the skeleton emitted a deep, resonant sound, "You all." A solemn voice spoke each word clearly. "You came here to undergo my inheritance trial." Su Ping replied coldly with 2 words, "accept." Immediately after, the group was once again displaced from their original position. Before their eyes appeared an enormous ancient dragon pillar. Su Ping had to crane his neck painfully to see it fully. The skeleton guided with its voice. "The dragon pillar has 9 sections, the 9th is the highest. Climbing there grants the right to be chosen for inheritance." Hearing this, he asked further, "Is it only the right to be chosen? Then how does one truly obtain the inheritance?" Xuang Long slowly recalled the peak period. "When I was still glorious, blood and flesh fell and formed the sky. Dragon scales scattered, creating 109 land fragments as earth." Continued regretfully, "But Long Lan Kai Dia was corrupted by evil energy, giving rise to countless demonic creatures. It had to be cleansed before my kingly soul could recover. and then the Long Clan, as I said. When one reached the 9th section, they would face the final inheritance trial. Su Ping listened quietly and pondered. Such levels naturally could not grant inheritance arbitrarily. A complicated trial made sense. Yet reality did not fully match his expectations. It was just that. Su Ping frowned and thought 109 dragon scale fragments were indeed too many. Relying on himself alone would take forever. Yet he still moved forward. Could this place truly have no light at all? Suddenly the voice echoed again. Challengers must learn reverence. The image of a powerful dragon appeared, dragon majesty filling the space. Unprepared, Su Ping was pressed by the force. Just then the sound of the lunar hound startled him. He suddenly realized the lunar hound had entered with him. Why did the sound seem to come from inside? Soon the sounds of other pets followed one after another. Su Ping grew suspicious as the sounds came from multiple directions. Could there be something eerie? He turned on his flashlight to check. The light spread, causing him to pause. This was. Before Su Ping suddenly appeared a statue. Light gradually filled the room. Yahello and the lunar hound held their heads and groaned. Other pets also showed pain. Seeing the large obstacle ahead, Su Ping could only sigh. It was just hitting the wall. He ignored them and continued observing around. The wall's unique structure was surely causing the sound to shift position. Still curious, was the first floor really so simple? He recalled the dragon's words about reverence, but what was the reverence here? He continued to probe. Suddenly, the statue silently launched an ambush on Su Ping. Fortunately, Yahello blocked it in time. He immediately realized this guardian statue was alive. If so, the others would be as well, but his reaction was one beat slow. He and the pets were knocked down by the remaining statues. The system displayed, host has died, 9 revivals remain, choose revival in place or random. In his spirit state, Su Ping silently blamed himself for acting slowly. If he had focused on the primal armor earlier, he might have blocked it. He chose revival in place out of habit. Still regretful, but luckily Yahello held. Once again the four stood before the statues. Su Ping ended his spirit state and revived. Faced one of the statues directly. Calmly repeating the flashlight motion as before, the 2 statues immediately sensed it and charged. His gaze tightened slightly, because Yahello was standing directly in front of him. Seeing this, he turned off the light and commanded, Yahello, don't move. The 2 blades immediately halted near Su Ping's face. He gently pushed them aside and speculated. Indeed, learning reverence meant not looking directly at the dragon face. Thanks to this, Su Ping's team safely passed the first floor, everyone closely following. He walked leisurely in the dark, the tactical sense of a beast master far surpassing normal humans. Even blind, he could sense spiritual energy around. Su Ping focused on sensing the flow in space, but expanding range under dragon pressure consumed immense mental energy. He moved calmly, having understood the rules of the first floor and accustomed to pressure from prior training. Everything gradually became routine. Before long, he found the exit, as easily as reaching into a pocket. At that moment, the dragon on the door suddenly flew out. Even with eyes closed, Su Ping clearly sensed the approaching killing intent. He realized something was wrong. This killing aura did not come from a living creature. A wave of energy passed, and Su Ping understood it was just an illusion. Finally, they reached the exit. Su Ping curved his lips slightly. A voice congratulated the challenger for passing the first floor and invited him to the second. The scene shifted. They returned inside Su Ping's shop. The group safely appeared at the spot. System announced, the Zhu Longshu training strategy increased 4 levels in Dragon Insight. The Lunar Hound increased 3 levels in Rage Insight. Tian Xiangzhu increased 3 levels in Fragrance Resistance and Acute Poison. Yahello increased 8 levels in Dragon Strike Insight. Hearing this, Su Ping exhaled. The Long Bone Tower had reached the 8th floor on its first attempt. A good achievement. Tian Xiangzhu also gained proper cultivation over several rounds. However, he still was not fully at ease. The 9th floor guardians were level 9 in strength. Even Yahello at mid-level 8 with Dragon Strike Insight could not match. The gap between 8 and 9 was too great. He would likely have to fully absorb the Dry Tower King's Blood Pearl for a chance. At 6 a.m. outside Su Ping's shop, Ling Yue in disguise watched secretly. That useless older brother could not even withstand a level 4 punch. How could he be a high-level master? Surely there was hidden truth. Let's see how I expose him. Outside, the crowd waiting was packed, everyone looking impatient. The girl waited until her eyes ached before seeing the person she needed to meet. The useless brother arrived early today. What on earth happened? Before it was always 1 or 2 in the afternoon before the doors opened leisurely. As soon as Master 2 appeared, the guests cheered. Finally, he's here. Can he help me nurture my beast today? I've been waiting so long. Do you remember me? The scene left Ling Yue stunned. These people treated her brother like a savior descending. The level of trust was astonishing. Over there, Su Ping calmly walked through the crowd and reminded, "Step back a little, line up first according to tradition." Everyone immediately obeyed. At that moment, someone cautiously asked to give way, but the person in front shouted irritably, "Who are you? If you want to do something, queue up." When they saw his face clearly, the other person turned pale, stammering, "Yi Hao." The crowd quickly parted to either side, respectfully inviting young Master Yi. Greetings echoed repeatedly. Ling Yue hid in a corner, heart uneasy. Has Yi Hao been champion for years with remarkable achievements? Could her brother have inadvertently offended such a figure? Su Ping scrutinized the person before him. Amid the lively greetings, he coldly asked, "What business do you have with me?" Yi Hao smiled in response. "A benefactor with much business might forget. That silver lightning serpent dragon, don't you remember?" In front of the shop, the air was tense like a drawn bow between the two. People around whispered, "Such strong pressure. That's the silver lightning serpent dragon." Step back quickly. They hurriedly scattered, fearing being pushed over in the crowd. Ling Yue secretly watched with curiosity. Why did Yi Hao summon the silver lightning serpent dragon? Could he be settling old scores here? On the other side, Yi Hao looked pleased. After displaying the beast's majestic bearing, didn't he remember the nurturing matter? Hearing this, Su Ping just slightly smirked, thought it was something serious. Thinking of its rank, he immediately asked the system, "When will level 9 bloodline unlock high-level nurturing service?" The system quickly listed the conditions. Must complete 1 professional nurturing and upgrade the shop to level 3, which requires expanding to 3,000 square meters. Hearing this, Su Ping could only sigh. Is this opening a shop or building a factory? A female customer exclaimed excitedly, "First time seeing a level 9 dragon beast up close." Someone added, "Even Yi Hao's silver lightning serpent dragon came for nurturing, proving the owner has real strength." Another objected, "A level 9 bloodline is like nobility. How could it be equated with lower level?" Another continued, "Even if a grandmaster presides, if never guiding a dragon beast, it's just talk." The girl nodded, "Indeed, I've never seen the owner nurture high-level beasts." Yi Hao also asked directly, "Master to never nurtured a dragon beast." Su Ping calculated internally. This is a potential client with an extraordinary background. Revealing he hadn't taken high-level beasts might lose a major opportunity. Thinking this, he decisively replied, "Yes, done a few times, just not many." Immediately a surge of aura made everyone stunned. What is that? Terrifying pressure. Ling Yue had to pinch her nose. The smell was pungent. What on earth is her brother raising? Soon someone shouted, "It's the Zhu Longshu of the training hell," followed by a roaring response. The might of Zhu Longshu made many kneel. Dragon majesty radiated, creating clear oppression. Even the silver lightning serpent dragon bowed. Yi Hao astonished, "Just the aura alone can subdue my beast." He could hardly believe it. Clearly the silver lightning serpent dragon's physique was superior. Su Ping calmly said, "You're mistaken. The reason isn't the dragon majesty." He slowly added, "The key is the bloodline," leaving Yi Hao bewildered. "What do you mean?" Su Ping explained calmly, "Level 9 is an extreme boundary of power. The gap even surpasses the sum from level 1 to 8. Between high and low-grade beasts, bloodline dominance always exists." He continued, "In the Dragon Clan, bloodline hierarchy is even more pronounced. It's the strictest caste system. The clearest example, Silver Lightning Serpent Dragon must train hard to master Dragon Majesty, while Zhu Longshu is born with it." Yi Hao blushed, realizing, "Many thanks for the guidance," inwardly regretting doubting, wanting to find a place to hide face. Su Ping stepped forward and patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Rest assured, I understand your desire to increase power. Your turn will not be forgotten." Yi Hao gratefully called Master to, unaware he was already in Su Ping's control. A valuable client secured. Over there, Ling Yue sat dazed, mumbling, "Zhu Longshu of training hell. Zio Kulu top quality, lightning test, senior master." Only then did she begin to believe somewhat. Could it all be true? Since when did he become so formidable? Yet Ling Yue remained half doubtful. Could it all really be true? The guests crowded to request nurturing. "Master to help me again, me too, remember me." Su Ping rubbed his hands in response. "No problem, line up and pay first." Only 4 pitiful beasts ran frantically. At night, Su Ping checked the books. Today's total converted to 43,692 energy points remaining. He rested his chin, calculating. To upgrade the shop to level 3 needs 100,000 energy plus professional nurturing and 3,000 square meter. Energy insufficient but customers plenty. The problem is buying space. Even lower city costs 40 to 50,000 per square meter. Expensive, but if upgraded successfully, revenue will soar. Also a reason to bring Mother and Ling Yue in for system protection. However, that huge sum still gave him a headache. Where to find such capital? Su Ping considered options. Land reclamation too risky, unless for points exchange. pledging Zhu Longshu for 1,000,000,000 feasible but unusable during that period, resulting in loss. Thinking so, he suddenly had a new idea, perhaps another way to utilize the senior master title. Night fell and lights blazed across Longjiang Upper City. On the large screen appeared Longjiang pet tutoring prices. Level 7 200,000 per hour elemental system, Level 7 300,000 poison system, Level 8 400,000 combat system, Level 9 1,000,000 dragon system. A man with feet on the table grumbled, "Why no online tutor for undead beasts? All these small pages full of scam." He was Su Quang, Level 5 Battle Beast Master of the War God Academy. Sighing, finding rare beast tutors is so hard. Suddenly, a message appeared from Longjiang First Handsome Master account. This time, Su Ping was in a taxi speeding toward Longjiang Upper City Base. Upon exiting, he touched the payment ring. Notification showed deduction of 1,802 spirit coins. Observing the surroundings, Su Ping noted the upper city was indeed prosperous but costly. Suddenly, two arms blocked his path. A guard with a baton blocked the door, glanced at his attire and asked, "You're not a resident. Idlers aren't allowed here." Hearing this, Su Ping opened the message screen. Inwardly annoyed, "I'm a professional master giving midnight tutoring, not a vagrant." The message clearly read, "Tonight senior, please come to this address. Give the guard my name. I'll wait in the combat area." Reading it, he frowned slightly at the excessively flattering tone. Su Ping lowered his hand and said directly, "I'm looking for Su Quang. Please lead the way." Hearing the name, the two guards immediately changed attitude. Turns out he was a client of young Master Su. Follow this way. Meanwhile, inside, Su Quang was sparring with a robot. System notification announced security level, adjusted to upper 3. Hearing this, he still felt unsatisfied. The robot, with a fierce momentum like a wild bear, threw a punch like a blazing inferno straight ahead. The system announced, adjusting the protection level to 4, upper level, activating the Lang Jiao Fist martial arts module. He lowered his stance, one hand pushed forward, the other pulled back, gathering all his strength, his eyes locked firmly on the target ahead. At the right moment, Su Quang lifted his leg and leaped, delivering a powerful punch to the robot's side, causing one of its arms to detach with components flying everywhere. Half of the machine's body was destroyed, with electric sparks leaking. The system reported that the mechanical energy loss had exceeded 80%, forcing the machine to shut down. Just then, Su Ping was escorted in, and as he entered, the guard loudly announced, "The guest with the appointment has arrived." Su Quang stood straight, clenched his fist, and smiled, then respectfully greeted, "Senior, you finally arrived." Still maintaining a cold demeanor, Su Ping glanced around and silently noted that this was a training ground for the rich, not much smaller than Feng Shan. The guard finished his task and bowed with a smile, asking for permission to leave, so as not to disturb the training session. Hearing this, Su Quang softly responded, His initial warmth faded, replaced by suspicion, wondering why the person arriving was so young. Without waiting too long, he furrowed his brows and asked, "Are you an assistant or a student of Longjiang the Handsome First?" Su Ping answered calmly, "I am that person." Su Quang's face changed, stammering, "Are you really Senior Longjiang the Handsome First?" Su Ping nodded in confirmation, "Yes. You're Su Quang, right? The records say you cultivate the necromancy system. Coincidentally, I have some knowledge of this beast system. I can offer some pointers." Feeling offended, his aura darkened as he emphasized the two words, "offer pointers." He silently assessed, "This person has an ordinary aura, and the energy I sensed doesn't exceed mine. He came in here with a title to offer guidance without knowing if he could win or lose." Remembering the icons he had sent in their chat, his face grew even uglier. A person so ordinary and I still called him senior, how embarrassing. Seeing his strange expression, Su Ping asked, "What's wrong with you?" He coldly replied, "I'm really uncomfortable." Understanding, Su Ping smiled and asked, "You just tried to probe my spirit energy, didn't you?" Direct question stunned him, wondering why he had been caught. Clearly, his energy was weaker than mine, but he had still detected the probing move. Su Ping smiled lightly, seeing his expression, "I know I'm right. If you couldn't even sense that, then my chaos energy cultivation would have been a waste." Without beating around the bush, he raised his hand and said, "If you're still not convinced, pour your energy into your right hand, punch me, and see what happens." Su Quang raised his eyebrows, thinking the opponent was looking for an excuse. He clenched his hand, gathered his energy, silently thinking that once he struck, the other person wouldn't be able to withstand it. He lowered his body into position, his arm strengthened by the energy, his face full of confidence, warning, "Don't regret this." Unexpectedly, the light around his fist dimmed, causing him to pause, bewildered, wondering what was happening. Why was it harder to gather energy than before? had I used too much? Seeing his confusion, Su Ping simply smiled. Behind him, Jiala silently gathered energy towards himself. Su Kuang watched as his fist trembled slightly, grinding his teeth in helplessness. His energy seemed frozen, just an arm's length away but not responding to his command. Without hesitation, Su Ping thrust his energy-filled hand forward. A burst of energy shot out, leaving Su Kuang wide-eyed in shock. He reacted quickly, raising his hand to block, only being pushed back a few steps. Standing in place with disbelief, he thought only powerful spirit energy users could influence the surrounding flow. At the 9th title rank, one could control spirit energy almost absolutely. Floating objects or stepping in midair were trivial. Seeing Su Ping's calm demeanor, he admitted that the energy of this person, which he had assumed was inferior to his, was actually being manipulated in an unusual way. The feeling of being suppressed made him realize that the person before him must be hiding their true strength. Could it be that this young man is a title-level powerhouse? Gaining his composure, he thought that only a level 9 title could be awarded by the Federation, with each title representing absolute strength in a specific field. After thinking, he respectfully asked, "May I ask what your title is, senior?" Hearing this, Su Ping silently praised him for being smart, knowing to ask the important question. But this subject wasn't one he could delve into too deeply, or he would expose himself. He waved his hand and said, "You're not qualified to know my title. If you're still unconvinced, try again." Accepting the challenge, Su Kuang opened space behind him and replied, "Please guide me, senior." He swung his arm and 2 beast spirits immediately appeared, ordered to attack. The appearance of the 2 beast spirits caused the wind to whip up violently. Su Ping stood ready, observing, recognizing that they were the Tai Jia Dai beast and the soul-devouring beast with a 6th-tier bloodline. Without hesitation, the soul-devouring beast unleashed a blast of dark energy first. His vision was obscured, but he remained calm, assessing that this was just a disruptive poison gas. Just as the Tai Jia Dai beast pierced through the dark screen, it lunged forward, closing in. He swiftly lowered his body to avoid the blow while simultaneously analyzing. This species is suited for combat in wet environments, but in a dry, solid ground at level 6, their actual combat strength would only be at the level 5 range. With a cold gaze, Su Ping gently grabbed its arm, calculating. Thanks to the Golden Crow Divine Demon Body, he had stabilized his output to 7/10 of his strength even in an incomplete state. Using both hands, he forcefully hurled the spirit beast forward, evaluating his current combat strength at mid-level 6. Seeing the beast thrown effortlessly with his bare hands, Su Kuang was left speechless, amazed. Fortunately, there was a puddle below, so the Tai Jia Dai beast landed relatively safely. He clenched his fist in frustration, originally planning to take advantage of its soft body to erase its footprints and deliver a surprise attack. Su Ping chuckled softly, "The idea isn't bad, but without handling the side effects well, it's just theory." Just then, there was slight movement behind from the soul-devouring beast. Sensing this, he turned his head with a cold gaze, telling it to wait. "Let me show you how I pull you out." Su Ping gathered spirit energy while calculating, remembering the roar of a fire dragon he had heard in the Dragon King's inheritance. Now he would try using spirit energy to enhance his body and release it. The enhanced spirit energy made a roar like that of a dragon, emanating with majesty, and the air trembled heavily. The soul-devouring beast was forced back and fell to the ground. The battle nearly ended as the soul-devouring beast lay motionless on the ground, while the Tai Jia Dai beast also fainted in the water. Su Ping closed his eyes to adjust his breathing, silently reflecting. These 2 beast spirits were used to overpowering weaker opponents, so they lacked tactical experience. Though his dragon roar didn't reach the full power of the Dragon King, it was enough to frighten the students in the tower. Su Kuang's face turned pale as he kept asking himself how a beast tamer could release a dragon roar, a technique belonging to high-level dragon beasts. Su Ping answered calmly, "It's just using spirit energy to reinforce the body, nothing special." The combat skills of those 2 little guys were still messy, but their physical conditioning was quite solid. Hearing the term "little cuties," Su Kuang was at a loss for words. The senior's taste in aesthetics is truly unusual. Su Kuang excitedly clenched his fists and said, "The necromantic beast spirits are truly overpowered, often catching people off guard. But the training process is grueling, causing peers to distance themselves, and even the teacher looks at them differently. Information on this system is extremely rare. It's a pity I met Senior too late today." Hearing him go on, Su Ping sighed and rubbed his forehead. Enough already. His previous victories had mostly relied on his level advantage and the rarity of his beast spirits. When meeting someone knowledgeable, his tactical weaknesses would become apparent. His words were like a bucket of cold water, and Su Kuang quickly asked, Then what should I do according to you, senior? Su Ping took out a glowing blue object. Su Quang was astonished, recognizing it as the legendary king's bone lotus. Su Ping confirmed, this item greatly enhances the understanding of necromantic beasts, allowing for learning new skills to adapt and change tactics. I will also guide you in command. He eagerly clasped his hands and said, this item was once priced at 5 million, but it's hard to find. If senior gives it to me as a greeting gift, I would be truly grateful. Su Ping immediately clarified, don't get too happy. The fee for level 9 guidance is 1 million, the separate cost for necromantic beasts is 1.2 million, and there's an additional transport fee of 3,604. You need to pay in advance for services. Later, I can also supply you with necromantic beasts. Hearing the price, Su Quang was stunned. The king's bone lotus was only 1.2 million, and the total cost was still lower than the market price, plus the long-term supply offer. Realizing this, he smiled and responded, yes, senior. Time quietly passed until evening. Su Ping sat in the taxi and still reminded one last time, remember carefully, next time when your bone beast encounters a flying scented beast, first add a few layers of bone spears. He leaned on his hand and closed his eyes, continuing, when the bone spears block the attack, you can counterattack, then use thorn fog to activate the blood spirit and expand the detection range, slowly wearing down the opponent. Su Quang stood outside the car door, respectfully nodding, understood, senior. The car door slowly closed as he softly said, yes, I'm leaving. Su Quang bowed his head and sent him off, take care, senior. After watching the car disappear, he suddenly panicked, oh no, I didn't ask for contact detail. As soon as he entered the house, Su Ping called out, I'm back. His mother and younger sister were sitting on the sofa, and upon hearing this, they responded, why are you home so late? You must not have eaten. Let me reheat the food. Sitting down at the dining table, seeing the full spread of dishes, he asked in surprise, what's the occasion today that there are so many dishes? Thinking to himself, usually, my younger sister only leaves a little soup for me. He glanced over at Ling Yue, who was sitting behind him, hugging a pillow. While eating, he nodded and complimented, not bad at all. Ling Yue hid half of her face behind the pillow, only her red eyes visible. Hearing her son's praise, his mother patted her head, of course, my cooking is good. Su Ping took a bite of chicken leg and felt moved. This is the first time I've had such a feast since my soul transmigrated here. Could it be that the original owner's mother was a chef of some renown? After the meal, in front of Su Ping's bedroom door. In the dark room, he sat calmly, reflecting. Today, thanks to the first level of the Golden Crow Divine Demon Body, I was able to exert level 6 combat power. But if I face an expert controlling 2 level 6 beast spirits working together, I still have to rely on Zio Kula. He felt that he was stuck at the top of level 3, cultivating the chaos energy art might take several weeks to break through. If I could buy Origin Force pills in the system, that would be different. He opened his eyes and gave the order, system, open the store. Looking at the screen, he understood that Origin Force pills were rare. The current energy was 65,278. 3 items were available. Ancient Appraisal Art 300, Beast Tamer Pet 1000, and Primary Beast Orb 100. Below, he noticed the refresh option for 100 energy. After thinking about it, he clicked refresh. The new item displayed was a middle-class beast orb priced at 10,000 energy. It had a 75% chance of capturing level 7 wild beasts, a 50% chance of level 8, a 25% chance of level 9, and a 1.25% chance of capturing a king beast. Su Ping sighed, not bad, prepared one just in case, then immediately bought it. He clicked refresh again, leaving him with 55,078 energy. The new items displayed were Overtime Training Voucher for 2 days, priced at 10, Purple Drug 50, and Primary Beast Tamer Spirit Control Skillbook 50,000. Seeing the 50,000 energy price, he stared wide-eyed. What is spirit control? He stared at the information, pondering, this is expensive and only at the primary level. What if it's a scam and I lose everything? But what if it's an overpowered skill? His hand hovered over the buy button, hesitating. What if I get Origin Force pills next time? In the end, is it worth it? With a determined gaze, he clicked buy. Closing his eyes, he absorbed the energy from the skill book he had just bought. When he opened his eyes, he focused his spirit energy in his hand and directed it at the cup of water on the table. The cup lit up and flew up as commanded, rise. He reached out and caught the floating cup. He controlled the cup to spin in the air without spilling a drop, smiling with satisfaction. This primary spirit control skill is already this effective. Looking at the cup, he thought, spirit control is using spirit energy to manipulate objects from a distance. Normally, to affect an external object, one needs to use a large amount of spirit energy and compress it several times. Thoughts continued as he observed the spirit energy circulating and repeating. The spirit energy seemed to transform into a tangible arm, making him realize that he had felt the spirit energy in its solid state. This effect could even directly destroy objects. When spirit energy is fully solidified, one can freely create or destroy objects. That's a level 9 title rank. Below level 9 beast tamers don't have enough spirit energy or control to solidify it like this. He waved his hand, causing the chair in front of him to lift. He sighed, spirit control helps me solidify spirit energy. This is definitely a product of the system. He closed his eyes and crossed his arms in front of his chest, continuing to gather spirit energy to see how far it could go. Gritting his teeth, he focused his spirit energy. The ground beneath his feet started to emit a thin smoke. Looking down with concern, he thought, is that all? This force still isn't enough for real combat. He sighed in dissatisfaction. He had originally planned to use origin force pills to increase his spirit energy, but now he felt even more lacking. A few days later, Su Ping was cycling on the road when his wristband beeped, notifying him that there was a seminar at 2:00 p.m. requiring his early presence. Hearing this, he accelerated, overtaking the car in front of him. People in the car looked on in surprise. How could a bicycle be faster than a car? While riding, he laughed. Thanks to my technique, both bike wheels are covered in spirit energy. Spirit control still has a lot of potential to explore. Meanwhile, at Fengshan Academy, Dai Yan and the Sword Blue team approached two students from Fengshan, asking, "We heard your school has a very powerful Yahello. Do you know him?" The brown-haired student stammered, "Yes." The black-haired student retorted, "Who are you? Why are you looking for Yishao?" His hostile tone made him get hit on the head, and the group nearby laughed, shouting, "Call him out to welcome the Sword Blue people." The black-haired student wouldn't back down and shoved him aside, yelling, "Why are you bullying us?" He stood firm in front of his friend and said stubbornly, "If you have the guts, go find Yishao and see if he teaches you a lesson." The man in black grabbed the black-haired student's hand and twisted it behind him, threatening, "Dare to resist, I'll teach you a lesson." After showing off, he let go and asked, "Are you going to look for Yihao now?" The black-haired student crossed his arms and replied, "I'll go." Suddenly, a foot blocked the way, and the black-haired student asked in confusion, "Didn't you want me to go find Yihao?" Dai Yan stood with one leg crossed, arms folded, and said, "There's something else. Earlier you pushed me. Don't think this is over." The half-face-covered guy smiled teasingly. "Why are you bullying the junior?" The group laughed and urged him to leave quickly. The group pressured the two students to kneel. The black-haired student stood firm and replied, "You can hit me, but you can't insult Feng Shan. We're not trash." Half-face-covered man excitedly raised his fist and laughed. "A strange request, I'll indulge you." Suddenly, a hand grabbed his fist and Su Ping appeared, saying, "Let them go." He turned around in surprise and his companions asked, "Who are you?" In the evening light, he coldly repeated, "I said let them go." Saying this, Su Ping released his grip on the Sword Blue student. Dai Yan immediately raised his voice, daring to touch the members of Sword Blue. The student beside him laughed loudly, adding that he was bold. Another chimed in enthusiastically. The two Phoenix Mountain students from earlier froze in shock upon seeing him, exclaiming, "It's two." Not letting them speak further, he raised a hand to signal and smiled faintly. "What happens here no longer concerns you. Leave quickly." That man ignored the two retreating, his eyes scrutinizing with interest as he asked, "Are you also a Phoenix Mountain student?" His friends stepped closer, the brown-haired one taunting first, "Look at you still riding that ancient bike from last century." The black-haired one laughed loudly, saying how ridiculous it was. The half-masked one scornfully said, "With that look you dare to help, better go home." He clenched the bike handles to stay calm. Dai Yan stomped hard on his wheel and mocked, "No need to ride anymore, walking suits you better." The aura around him suddenly surged. He curled his lips and replied, "Is that so? I think you suit lying still more." Suddenly Dai Yan's body wavered as if pressed by invisible force. In an instant he lost balance and fell face down painfully. Dai Yan forced his head up, his mind in chaos, not understanding what had just happened. Half-masked one laughed loudly, mocking Dai Yan, clumsy even on flat ground. As he stood, Dai Yan shouted angrily, "What are you laughing at?" Anthene stood silently behind, observing, realizing he had seen no movement from him. The brown-haired immediately pointed and demanded, "What did you do just now?" He replied calmly, "He touched me, so I responded, that's all." Hearing this, he rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward to provoke, "Consider yourself capable, try to fight me." Dai Yan behind shouted, "Get out, he's mine." Without hesitation, he gritted his teeth angrily and reached into the spatial rift to summon, "Dare touch me and I will make you remember." Summoned pets roared in authority. Dai Yan smugly said, "Forcing me to release the king card of the terrifying golden sect hero was commendable." He laughed arrogantly and said, "But your end will still be hard to avoid. He watched the display and sighed, thinking if it weren't for Phoenix Mountain's salary, he wouldn't interfere. He glanced at the bracelet on his wrist, reminding him class was soon, then said, "Can you all go up together? I'm in a hurry." In the vice principal's office, conversation could be heard. Chu Van Thien of Sword Blue lifted a teacup, saying he heard Phoenix Mountain had the genius Yahello, already level 5 in 3rd year, and controlling Silver Serpent Thunder Dragon very proficiently. He laughed, reminding to maintain decorum in the exchange. Beside him was Senior Master Fei Yan back of Sword Blue. Vice Principal Dong sat sternly, responding swiftly, "If our trump card is revealed, then no need to hide." He frowned, saying in previous exchanges Sword Blue had won many times. This time Phoenix Mountain should gain some honor. Van Thien smiled, replying, "Not every time is a win. There was a draw too." Vice Principal Dong looked at him challengingly, saying, "See you on the arena." Wu Zhu interjected, asking for the list of students competing before noon, so they could register the information. Fei Yan touched his wrist, replying, "No problem. They are strolling to prepare mentally. I will call them immediately." Soon Dai Yan appeared with a bruised face, greeting Vice Principal Chu and Master Fai. Besides Tan Thien, the other 4 were also marked, making Fei Yan astonished. Vice Principal Dong clasped hands behind his back, stepping forward to scold, "What happened to you? The competition is tomorrow and you are like this." He and Gu Zhu behind tried to suppress laughter at their miserable state. Fei Yan, seeing this, grew more irritated. He shouted, "Why so quiet? Explain clearly. Dare to act but not admit. If you don't confess, prepare for punishment." Dai Yan hastily raised his hand to report we were. He pointed at Vice Principal Dong, saying a Phoenix Mountain student attacked, sneakily surprising both him and Gu Zhu. Hearing this, Vice Principal Dong asked about our students, thinking silently, since when did our school have someone so strong? Van Thien's expression turned grave, asking who acted. "Speak clearly. Don't smear Phoenix Mountain's honor." Dai Yan, flustered, said upon learning we were the exchange team, the other struck, catching us off guard. He warned in a cold tone, if dared to lie he would punish severely. Then he turned to the remaining 4, asking if what he said was true. Dai Yan glanced at them threateningly. They nodded quickly, confirming. The brown-haired also added support. Receiving confirmation, Van Thien slammed his hand on the chair, questioning, "Is this how Phoenix Mountain entertains guests?" Vice Principal Dong frowned, asking if they knew the name and appearance of the person. Before everyone's eyes, he answered, "A male student about our age. Seems surname too." Hearing this, the principal was shocked. Dusk fell, indoor lights casting a quiet scene. Touched the bracelet, receiving a call, saying, "Vice Principal, I'm training. What's the matter?" The Vice Principal asked if Tu's instructor had struck any Sword Blue students today. He confirmed and asked if it was a problem. He replied, "The situation is serious." Worriedly explained those hit were exchange team members sent by Sword Blue. They were searching everywhere for him. He calmly replied, "I only gave light instruction. Nothing excessive. They still dare search for me." Vice Principal, hearing he acted first with Phoenix Mountain students as witnesses, said 2 of them were found but could not speak. He asked why. Vice Principal, next to the 2 students, said someone had acted, quickly preventing them from speaking. Understanding the hint, his gaze immediately darkened. His face coldly asked how he wanted him to respond. He frowned, saying, "Believe you didn't start trouble without reason, but Sword Blue may not be sure. I will handle it." He silently listened to the reminder that recently influential people visited the school. If they act, I would struggle to protect him. The call ended. The screen displayed Long Jiang base connecting to the instructor online before he touched it. The conversation with Su Quang appeared, asking when he was free to help with something. Scene shifted to the arena, where the MC loudly announced the annual exchange pet battle between Sword Blue and Phoenix Mountain. Over 9 years, Sword Blue won 8 and drew 1. This year, can Phoenix Mountain break that record? Everyone waited eagerly. He pointed left, introducing 5 third-year Phoenix Mountain pet masters, all key figures of the competition. 5 confidently stepped forward amid roaring cheers. "Yihao go," to fellow student Go. After introducing Phoenix Mountain's team, the MC moved to Sword Blue, then paused as only one person appeared. Tan Thien, standing proudly as the sole third-year representative of Sword Blue. Realizing the unusual atmosphere, the members of the Sword Lamb student group in the stands began to discuss excitedly. Someone asked in confusion, wasn't their team supposed to send 5 participants to compete? Why is only one person appearing in the match? The person next to them immediately agreed, "That's right, where are Dai Yan and the other?" The person sitting in front even anxiously said he was waiting to see Kim Tong's overwhelming performance. Suddenly, a voice from above spread down, saying that it was rumored that before the match they had been ambushed by the people of Fengshan, leading to injury. The person next to them, upon hearing this, stood up in anger and shouted at Ling Yue, "What, isn't this too petty? Winning doesn't require stooping so low." The Sword Lamb students became even more upset, all raising their hands and loudly demanding an investigation and an apology. Seeing the chaotic situation, Ling Yue pointed directly at them and retorted, saying there must be evidence, don't slander them. A Sword Lamb student immediately responded, saying he saw Diane injured with his own eyes, so how could it be fake? The person next to him even mocked Feng Shan for playing dirty when they couldn't even win. Ling Yue clenched the railing in anger at the mockery of his school, and replied in a low voice. Before she could react, they joined in mocking her, saying that she wanted to take action as soon as she couldn't argue anymore. Sure enough, the people of Feng Shan were just like that guy with the surname To. Hearing those two words, she froze for a moment, repeating them in surprise, the surname To. On the field, Yi Hao and Yan Ying were awkward when they heard the stands collectively shouting for Feng Shan to apologize and calling them cowardly. Yi Hao stepped up, suggesting to Tan Tian that they should forfeit today's match and schedule a rematch for another day. The other side casually asked if he was scared. Yan Ying coldly explained behind him that they shouldn't misunderstand. Winning in such a crowded situation wouldn't be glorious. He nodded in agreement, advising not to let the advice go to waste and suggesting that Tan Tian should leave while he still could. Tan Tian smiled slightly, then his expression suddenly darkened, saying that they clearly didn't understand the situation at all. Mentioning how Su Ping defeated Diane, he spoke in a low voice, recounting the moment he attacked Sword Lamb. Then he walked past, softly telling them to move aside. The meaning of this match had shifted from a simple victory or loss to something else. Finishing his reminiscence, Tan Tian summoned his summoned beast, and immediately a heavy pressure enveloped the entire field. Then he ordered the match to begin. Yi Hao, facing such an overwhelming presence, couldn't help but marvel at the wild aura. Vice Principal Dong in the stands exclaimed in shock, wondering if this was the bloodline of the 9th level of the Dark Min Black Dragon. Wen Tian stroked his beard and warned that if they continued to cover for them, they couldn't blame him for not showing courtesy. Yan Ying and Yi Hao immediately summoned their summoned beasts, reminding everyone not to underestimate the opponent. Tan Tian's gaze became cold, asking if they truly thought that 5 of them working together could defeat him. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 summoned beasts of the 5-person team were simultaneously attacked by the Dark Min Black Dragon. In the blink of an eye, all those summoned beasts collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain before him. The announcer, stunned, declared that Feng Shan had lost in just a brief moment, with the difference in strength between the two sides as vast as the gap between the heavens and the earth. Sight left the Feng Shan students in the stands shocked. Some exclaimed that the gap in strength was so great, even Yi Hao couldn't resist, unless the Dark Min Black Dragon had reached the 9th level. Others angrily said that Sword Lamb was too much, relying on sheer force to suppress them. In contrast, Diane and his companions, who had been beaten earlier, were now smug about this result. He loudly praised Tan Tian, saying that they should let Feng Shan experience more suffering to understand the consequences of provoking them. Ling Yue tried to hide her pale face in horror, muttering that this had gone far beyond a simple match. On the field, the Dark Min Black Dragon was pinning down the opponent, while Yi Hao was being controlled by Tan Tian in a dangerous position. Watching this, she could only think that this was like pushing someone to their breaking point. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Vice Principal Dong stood up and demanded the referee stop the match. Wen Tian calmly said it was useless because the referee was one of theirs, and they would just wait to see how long Feng Shan could withstand it. He turned around and affirmed that the witness was still unconscious, and once he woke up, everything would be clear. Bei Yan impatiently asked how much longer, and he hesitated before answering that it would take at least half a year due to the severity of the injuries. Wen Tian sneered, saying that half a year meant the students would have changed classes. It was just a delay. He then ordered Tan Tian to continue teaching them a lesson, wanting to see how long that toe guy would hide. Tan Tian replied, and Yi Hao forced himself to say, "Are you going to pin all the responsibility on me?" In the stands, Ling Yue anxiously pressed the communication bracelet, asking why they hadn't stopped yet. When the other side picked up, she quickly called out to him. Su Ping reassured her that he had already guessed most of it and had arrived at the auditorium. Looked towards the 3 leaders in front of the stage, and said he hadn't expected the match to escalate to this point. Hearing his voice, Vice Principal Dong turned in shock and asked what Su Ping was doing here. When Tian also looked over, laughing and saying he was the toe guy, coming by himself made it more convenient for them. Under the evening light, Su Ping smiled and said he just happened to stop by, asking what they needed from him. Vice Principal Dong angrily scolded him, saying he had told him not to come. Su Ping calmly glanced at him, saying there was no choice. His lovely younger sister begged him, so he came. Ling Yue stood beside him, her eyes still wet. Fei Yan, furious, raised his hand, shouting that they had injured their students and were still so arrogant. Quickly tie him up. Vice Principal Dong immediately stopped him, asking if he wanted to cover for them. He affirmed that this was his territory, and without evidence they couldn't just arrest someone. Fei Yan withdrew his hand, coldly warning that they should hand him over, or when he struck, even the vice principal would not be able to avoid it. Su Ping remained unfazed, casually saying, "So what if I was the one who struck them? Your students are weaker and lost. What's wrong with that?" This made the opponent grit their teeth in anger. Vice Principal Dong leaned in and advised him not to argue, as Fei Yan was an 8th-level beast master. Su Ping smiled and reassured him to not worry. Wen Tian interjected, saying Dai Yan was an excellent student, and even if he was ambushed, one had to have the strength to win, then asked what grade he was in. Vice Principal Dong answered on his behalf, saying Su Ping was not a student but a senior instructor. Fei Yan sneered, saying that someone so young could be a senior instructor. Wen Tian smiled intriguingly, saying that having 4th-level energy could make someone a senior instructor, so he must have special skill. Su Ping was secretly surprised that he could sense his energy, but it seemed like he only sensed the surface level. He coldly said that they didn't need to worry about him, and he was here to get an explanation. Fei Yan disdainfully said a 4th-level instructor who only knew how to ambush didn't need to explain anything. Su Ping approached, smiling as he suggested a bet, saying not only would he not apologize, but he would make the two of them bow their heads and apologize. Fei Yan exploded in anger, shouting that the young man dared to be disrespectful, had attacked their students, and even insulted the vice principal. He challenged him to a match to see whether words or fists were more effective. Su Ping immediately accepted the challenge. Vice Principal Dong quickly intervened, saying that if he lost in front of so many students, it would have a huge impact. Su Ping coldly replied that if the Feng Shan instructor lost to Sword Lam, it would mean publicly admitting defeat, and the loser would have to step down and apologize. He worriedly said that since he knew that, he shouldn't accept the challenge, as the honor of the entire academy couldn't bear such a defeat. Su Ping walked past him, saying so what if they lost? That honor, which had been repeatedly suppressed by Sword Lam, was no longer worth anything. Fei Yan snickered, saying that he thought Su Ping had some trick up his sleeve, offering to change the location to avoid embarrassment. The killing intent radiating from Su Ping thickened as he said there was no need. He accepted the challenge. The announcer stammered, announcing that the match had been upgraded urgently, and today's exchange had turned into a duel between the instructors. An Tian on the stage snorted upon hearing this, saying that someone who didn't know life or death dared to challenge, and would soon understand the difference between an instructor and a student. Ai Yan in the stands disdainfully said that fighting with old Devil Fei would definitely end in defeat. Those around him agreed, hoping that Instructor Fei would teach him a lesson. They discussed how the young instructor didn't look much older than them, while Fei Yan had decades of experience. How could he lose to such a rookie? Ling Yue didn't expect things to escalate this far, clutching her head in panic, wondering why her brother had to duel with the Sword Lam instructor. The announcer shouted, requesting the competitors to leave the competition area. He raised his hand and introduced, saying that Fei Yan, senior instructor of Sword Lam, would face off against Su Ping, senior instructor of Feng Shan, and invited both to enter the arena. Fei Yan jumped up first, saying he would enter the arena first. His landing caused the floor to crack. The announcer commented on Fei Yan's jump, saying it was magnificent and powerful, truly an 8th-level beast master, as just one jump had created such a destructive force. He continued, inviting Su Ping. Vice Principal Dong stood up to look around, and everyone looked up to see Su Ping hovering in midair. The crowd gasped in disbelief, unable to believe that Instructor To could hover. Could he have reached the titled rank? Vice Principal Dong and Wen Tian were both stunned. Titled rank. Su Ping gently landed on the arena. Fei Yan began to worry, thinking how could there be such a young titled expert? Wasn't his energy only level 4? An Tian suddenly remembered that Dai Yan didn't fall because of the speed, but because the energy-based attack didn't require any movement. Ling Yue couldn't believe it, pinching her cheek, wondering if her brother was really a titled expert. Yihao gasped, asking Instructor To for help. The Sword Lam students who were beaten could only yell in disbelief, wondering how Feng Shan could hide such a person. Su Ping remained calm, saying, "Please begin, 8th-level Beast Master Instructor Fei." The announcer eagerly requested both instructors to summon their first summoned beast. Yan reassured himself, thinking that even if the opponent was in his 20s, his cultivation could only be over a decade. Perhaps he specialized in energy cultivation, which is why he could fly. He told himself that his combat skills must be his weakness, which could never compare to his decades of experience, then unleashed his power and shouted for the fight to begin. The savage demon fox appeared, roaring, and Fei Yan ordered it to advance and face him. The crowd in the stands immediately erupted when they realized it was an 8th-tier bloodline fox shadow beast, and judging by the tail, its combat power had reached upper 8th tier. Everyone clutched their heads in tension, knowing Latan Thien's 7th-tier upper dragon H had already been formidable, and now an 8th-tier shadow fox appeared, though only one rank higher. The difference in power was immense, especially as it was a notoriously ferocious lightning type, causing the Sword Blue faction to immediately flaunt their strength. Su Ping narrowed his eyes coldly, 8th tier. He slowly performed the summoning, the aura blending intensely. The forging nether bamboo appeared behind Su Ping. Fei Yan's eyes widened, while Su Ping calmly stated he also possessed an 8th-tier pet. Fei Yan could not believe it. It was the forging nether Zhu Longshu. Forging nether bamboo roared with authority, the dragon aura spreading everywhere. Those in Sword Blue paled as the dragon aura pierced through all protective circles, and Deputy Principal Dong realized Su Ping's pet was the forging nether Zhu Longshu, a top-tier lightning entity, explaining his confidence. Raised his hand, adjusting the protective barrier to the highest level, while activating a second layer of defense. The protection system immediately operated at maximum capacity. Su Ping smiled faintly, saying no need for formalities, and Fei Yan replied not to be overconfident, as the current combat power of the forging nether Zhu Longshu was only around lower 8th tier. He mobilized his strength, reasoning that lower tier against upper tier might not be a loss, and then increased the force to 8th tier. The aura of the shadow beast instantly surged. The host analyzed that the shadow fox resisted the suppression of dragon aura, and under the enhanced effect, likely reached 9th tier, questioning why Su Ping had not further strengthened the forging nether Zhu Longshu. Su Ping smiled coldly, saying that still wasn't enough to be considered taking on 2 enemies. Fei Yan shouted in anger, feeling disrespected, commanding the shadow fox to execute 8-fold lightning break. The shadow beast roared, power erupting. Yahello nearby was horrified as even a single strike of lightning held terrifying force. Now 8 strikes unleashed simultaneously. A series of lightning strikes flew straight toward Su Ping. The host commented that the attack had locked Su Ping's retreat and waited to see how he would respond. As the lightning neared, the forging nether bamboo roared, causing them to dissipate. Fei Yan immediately launched the shadow clone multiple lightning fragment technique. The host was astonished, as it was the 7th-tier lightning mastery shadow fragment. Countless illusions simultaneously closed in and executed 8th-tier lightning devour, making it hard to distinguish real from fake. The target remained the master pet, showing Fei Yan was going all out. Explosions thundered, obscuring vision. Everyone worried if Su Ping could dodge in time. As the smoke cleared, Su Ping still stood firm, calmly reciting the shadow fragment technique as a memory of the past. He smiled faintly, regretting that his execution of the move was still lacking. The illusions were quickly dispelled by the forging nether bamboo, revealing the true shadow beast. Fei Yan panicked, waving his hand, ordering the shadow beast to retreat quickly. Pulled back, the shadow beast gritted its teeth and unleashed the lightning cannon. Su Ping tilted his head slightly, sensing the surge of powerful energy approaching. The host worried that sustained 7th-tier lightning cannon attacks at close range would be very dangerous. Fei Yan laughed mockingly, those beside him cheering Fei Yan on, thinking Su Ping was too inexperienced. Deputy Principal Dong slammed the table in regret over the experience gap. Yun Zhen sighed, believing the outcome clear, yet Su Ping remained calm. Fei Yan was startled, exclaiming, "What just happened?" The shadow beast on the field gradually weakened under the suppression of the forging nether bamboo. The host was astonished to see the forging nether bamboo had only a few minor scratches from the lightning cannon, while the shadow beast exhausted itself, chunks of the bamboo's body shedding. Fei Yan was stunned to realize it was the advanced defensive skill of rock and plant types, rock armor and vine armor. The host confirmed the forging nether Zhu Longshu was almost unharmed thanks to its sturdy body, and the 2 layers of defense combined. Fei Yan complained that teaching top-tier dragons too many defensive skills hurt dragon pride. Su Ping calmly asked about this so-called pride. He recalled times being overwhelmed by stronger kin despite being a top-tier dragon. At that time, the forging nether bamboo was weak, only enduring and learning to protect itself. Su Ping smiled, thinking no one wanted to be eliminated from the game, and his first battle victory made Phoenix Mountain students cheer wildly. Diane was so angry he trembled, swearing aloud. Deputy Principal Dong exhaled in relief, as things had not yet gone out of control. Fei Yan maintained his confidence, saying it was just a secondary pet, then summoned the abyssal dark snake. Students were shocked, as it was a 9th-tier abyssal dark snake. Yan regained his smugness, confident that 9th-tier power could overwhelm the exhausted forging nether bamboo. The crowd cheered for Fei Yan, while Su Ping smiled, asking who said the forging nether bamboo was his master pet. He opened a small summoning slot, and the host guessed it was a speed-oriented pet. A tiny rabbit leg poked out from the slot. Yahello appeared, causing the stands to shudder in confusion, as it seemed too weak for the situation. Ling Yue noticed the abnormality in Yahello's unfamiliar form, unlike anything she had seen. Fei Yan despised it, thinking it a mutation from the radiation zone, and allowed another summon. Unexpectedly, the abyssal dark snake retreated. Fei Yan clearly felt rare fear from his pet. He looked at Yahello suspiciously, wondering at the source of that hesitation. Yahello suddenly displayed powerful aura and charged to attack. In the blink of an eye, the abyssal dark snake was subdued. Fei Yan was stunned, unable to understand what had happened. A burst of red energy shot out, and the abyssal dark snake collapsed. Fei Yan and the host were both stunned as the 9th-tier abyssal dark snake was instantly defeated, questioning Yahello's true strength. The audience was horrified. Su Ping raised a small protective layer and told Fei Yan to recall his pet for treatment. Fei Yan's voice trembled, unable to believe his 9th-tier abyssal dark snake could fail against a tiny skeleton. He angrily demanded to know its true identity. Su Ping only smiled and asked if he wanted to know. He turned his head away, but I have no obligation to reveal anything to you. The students below cheered loudly. Su Ping won. That was amazing. After 10 long years, this was finally a time to shine. The group was visibly excited, constantly praising Instructor To's excellence. The recent victory was indeed spectacular. Diane was furious, pointing his finger and shouting loudly, "Wait, don't let him leave. He's the one who injured a member of our Sword Lamb exchange group, and now he's severely injured our instructor's summoned beast. If we don't get an explanation, don't expect him to leave here." The Sword Lamb group was fueled with anger, all shouting in unison, "Don't let him go." The villain apologized and explained clearly. A barrage of questions echoed. Su Ping tilted his head. "Do you want an explanation? Fine, I'll show you." With that, he pressed a button, opening the video chat right there. He turned to the host for help to connect with the large screen. The other party smiled and replied, "It's a small matter." The screen immediately showed the message, "Connecting." Su Quang's face appeared, and upon seeing it, he exclaimed, "Finally, Master is calling for a video." The Sword Lamb people were confused, not understanding what was going on, who that person was, and what Su Ping was planning. Su Ping helplessly said, "I haven't even accepted you as a disciple yet. Move aside, let the two people behind step into the frame." Su Quang immediately stepped back as ordered, revealing two people lying in the solution tank. People from Sword Lamb were startled, realizing it was the two of them. "Brother Yan, will they tell the truth?" Diane coldly laughed, seemingly having anticipated this. He thought to himself, so they want to bring them out as witnesses. I've done enough damage, those two have long fallen into a deep coma, they can't pose any threat. But just then, both suddenly opened their eyes. Su Ping smiled in satisfaction. It seems the hospital in Upper City really has some strength, they've recovered quite well. Can they speak? They both replied in unison, "Greetings, Master To." Diane's face turned pale. How could this be? Wen Tian looked at the two of them with suspicion, while Diane quickly looked for a way to retreat. But Ling Yue quickly blocked him. "Where do you think you're going?" Su Ping calmly gave orders, summarizing the events of that day. One person in the tank spoke. "That day we were surrounded by several Sword Lamb students. They forced us to reveal the whereabouts of Yi Shao, but we didn't answer, so they attacked us and caused us harm." The testimony only further confused Diane's people. Then, Instructor To saved us. But that afternoon, some Sword Lamb students ambushed us again, and when we woke up, we were here. The Sword Lamb people were shocked. Could it really be like that? It seems like we've truly lost this time. Ling Yue stepped forward, "So you attacked first and still dare to change the facts." Diane swung his hand and shouted, "Get out of the way, they're lying, they've conspired from the beginning." Wen Tian now understood the whole story, his aura rising, his cold gaze turned towards Diane. Diane's people were terrified, sitting on the ground, stuttering and calling for Vice Principal Chu. Wen Tian sternly spoke, "I warned you that day, if you dare to deceive me, do you remember what the consequences would be?" Diane trembled and answered, "Expulsion, loss of the Bloodline Beastmaster qualification, and being banned from touching summoned beasts forever." Wen Tian took the initiative to admit Fault, Lao Dong, it's because I wasn't strict enough. I will cover all treatment and living costs for those 2 students. I hope you will overlook the previous grievances and allow Sword Lam and Feng Shan to remain friends forever. Vice Principal Dong smiled and replied. Su Ping flew up to block him. Wait a moment. He asked, have you forgotten something? When Tian frowned, what else do you want? Appeared generous, saying, rare treasures or high-level summoned beasts. Anything within my ability I can provide. Su Ping calmly shook his head. I don't ask for much, I just need you to kneel and apologize. Fei Yan immediately became furious. Don't push it. Su Ping's voice grew cold. You've lost. You're no longer the Sword Lam instructor. What qualification do you have to speak up? Fei Yan could only grit his teeth in frustration. Vice Principal Dong tried to mediate. Instructor To, there's no need to make things so tense. Su Ping interrupted him. Of course it's necessary. I want everyone here to remember, from now on, anyone who dares to touch Feng Shan will have to consider the price they will pay. The warning sent a chill down the spines of the Sword Lam people. Su Ping also added to Wen Tian, we're not that close yet. It's just a subordinate relationship. The best resources should be prioritized for us. Wen Tian suppressed his anger and bowed his head, while Vice Principal Dong was stunned. Rest of the Sword Lam people, seeing this, also bowed one by one. Vice Principal Dong couldn't help but sigh. So this is the way you resolve things peacefully. Not long after, countless people gathered in front of Su Ping's store. Boss, is it my turn yet? I want to buy a summoned beast. Some were surprised. This old shop is really crowded. A Feng Shan student replied, haven't you heard? He explained, the shop owner is a titled expert. Cultivating summoned beasts only takes half a day. The price is high, but the results are truly worth it. The girl widened her eyes in doubt. Really? Another Feng Shan student quickly pulled him back. Don't say everything like that. The more people who know, the harder it will be to get in line. Su Ping couldn't help but chuckle. He originally just intended to go through a little exchange to put the past to rest. He didn't expect his fame to spread and the business was thriving. He called out next. Ling Yue hurriedly reminded everyone to queue. Su Ping was surprised. Why are you here too? She blushed and replied, I also want to cultivate a summoned beast. Is that not allowed? Su Ping smiled. It's a small matter, you just need to say so. There's no need to wait in line for so long. Ling Yue shook her head. I don't want to be given special treatment just because I'm your sister. I want to rely on my own abilities to get stronger. Su Ping nodded. Then how many summoned beasts are you planning to cultivate? Ling Yue summoned. Snowball had just recently broken through to level 4. Su Ping checked the information on the tablet. Level 4 was just enough to upgrade its quality. The price for a single upgrade was 100,000. Ling Yue was stunned. 100,000. I've worked hard for 5 months just to earn more than 30,000. Su Ping hugged Snowball and said, the next person, it's so unlucky, you should just call it a lump of coal. Ling Yue quickly called back, wait a moment. The girl hesitated, I don't have enough money, I'll come back next time. Su Ping placed Snowball into the private space, it's alright. The system displayed a warning, prices cannot be changed arbitrarily, personal discounts are not allowed. The host is required to return the summoned beast to the customer. Su Ping thought to himself, I'll make up the difference, I won't let the girl lose out. His eyes lit up, hoping that the system would go easy on him this time for the sake of cultivating stronger summoned beasts. The system helplessly replied, this time it will be an exception, but there won't be a next time. Outwardly, Su Ping said to Ling Yue, I learned a few cultivation techniques from you before, so let's consider today as a repayment for that favor. Ling Yue was stunned, I only cultivated at home, how did he learn? Besides, he had already reached level 9 in his field, while I was just beginning to learn spiritual power. In a high-level cultivation city, a voice rang out, the challenger must avoid attacks, withstand the golden scale Nyan Long beast for 10 minutes. Su Ping stood opposite the golden scale Nyan Long beast, level 9 mid-tier, fighting power level 9 upper-tier, fully equipped with skill. He smiled and entered the match. When his combat power reached the 6th tier, I could finally confirm additional information about the high-level summoned beast, Zio-Kyulu. Zio-Kyulu immediately charged at the command, with a cold black smoke rising from the sword. The smoke condensed into a powerful slash aimed at the golden scale Nyan Long, but the opponent immediately created a protective layer around itself. Su Ping waved his hand, don't worry, support Zio-Kyulu, attack the weak points, unleash all your power. Other summoned beasts also charged in to cooperate. The gem on the golden scale's forehead emitted a dazzling golden light. Zio-Kyulu roared, leaping onto the opponent's body, at that moment delivering the finishing blow. The golden scale Nyan Long's body shook violently, as if splitting in two. Collapsed, its golden scales slightly trembling. The spiritual consciousness revealed its true form, a two-headed dragon beast at the king level, with 7 minutes remaining in the challenge. Su Ping raised his head and stared intently. so this was only the second phase. He issued a command to Yahello. So what if it's a king-level beast just right? Let's test you with the royal bloodline it just absorbed. Two streams of force surged from both ends of the spear simultaneously, creating a violent shockwave that struck Yahello, causing the tower to explode at the center of the clash. Surrounding mountains were split in two by a single strike from Yahello, rocks and soil scattering. A voice echoed, signaling the end, and he appeared, revived on the spot. Mechanical sounds rang harshly. The Dragon King trial closed, system announcing completion of elimination. The forging nether Zhu Longshu raised strategy to level 8, mastering stubbornness. Tian Xiang Zhu raised strategy to level 5, awakening vine armor skill. The illusion beast increased combat power to level 4, unlocking dream deception. The Chase Moon Dog raised strategy to level 6, evolving into Dark Dragon Quan, bloodline jumping from 1st to 7th generation, simultaneously understanding the dragon's banner. He stared in astonishment at the scene. The bloodline orb had taken another giant step. Looking at the fierce pet before him, he slightly curled his lips. So that's how it is. A horde of monsters roared in charge. He immediately commanded Tian Xiang Zhu to execute poison paralysis, while Dark Dragon Quan directly devoured the enemies. All the pets surged forward together, coordinating to wipe out the monsters. He continued coordinating. The forging nether Zhu Longshu and illusion beast provided support. Bamboo dragon spewed fierce flames ahead. He observed the increasing number of monsters and calculated. After Yahello absorbed the iron blood beetle, the normal monsters on Long Land continent grew significantly stronger. However, Dark Dragon Quan and the forging nether Zhu Longshu remained under control. As long as Illusion Beast and Tian Xiang Zhu coordinated support, clearing them was only a matter of time. He smiled confidently. Forging nether Zhu Longshu, Dark Dragon Quan deliver finishing strikes. Dark Dragon leapt up, two claws swinging down consecutively, immediately defeating the monsters. The system displayed another announcement. Dark Dragon Quan increased strategy to level 7, mastering 100 soul pursuit, expanding perception and enhancing tracking ability. He patted its head with satisfaction. Just when scouting means were lacking, this skill arrived timely. Later, choosing materials, just smelling them would reveal quality immediately. Progress board continued appearing. Forging nether Zhu Longshu reached strategy level 8, mastering Dragon Devastation Mountain, effect multiplying defense, and expanding attack range in direct confrontation. Propped his chin and sighed, another skill favoring defense. Have you accumulated so much armor you're becoming more turtle than dragon? The pet upgrade boards popped up continuously. Illusion Beast increased strategy to level 7, mastering Fire Dragon Fist Rampage, using flame to create a whirlwind consuming targets, causing wide explosions with vitality loss effect. Tian Xiang Zhu increased strategy to level 6, mastering Nightmare Prison, forcing targets into nightmares, and continuously suffering mental attacks until collapse. He observed thoughtfully. One side was 8th tier fire with top wide area attack, the other was 8th tier spirit with one target deadly strike. Satisfactory for now. He recalled all pets. The exploration time in Dragon King Inheritance Realm ended. System began teleporting back. The next morning the shop was again packed. Shopkeeper, my turn. Shopkeeper, I want to buy a pet. Shopkeeper. Ling Yue, catching snow orb, was astonished. That fast? Nearby people were curious. Didn't the shopkeeper say a month later? He sighed silently. Entry ticket to Dragon King Inheritance Realm costs 2,000 energy, can't afford delay. Moreover, the secret realm opened, must seize the chance to improve strength. The girl's eyes widened. Wow, look at those muscles, is this really my Tian Xiangzhu? Ling Yue also stunned. My illusion beast too, where did such muscle come from? He calmly turned away. Next person. Don't believe, verify yourself. The crowd behind erupted. No need to try our turn, complete procedures quickly, don't block. Right, shopkeeper 2 style has always been like this, nothing to doubt. They began arguing, then moved elsewhere to test, avoiding interference with sales. The girl and Ling Yue quietly stepped back, still fearful. He exhaled in relief. Seems no need to explain further. Dusk fell, the moon gradually rose high in the sky. System announced completion of professional training mission. Reward being intermediate primal force pill and a random set of god-demon combat techniques. He checked his newly gained strength, surprised. What combat technique is this? Accepted. A radiant light enveloped the item, revealing a small book inside. He stepped forward to take it, frowning slightly. Devil God Fist. When his hand touched the book, light flared. He was immediately pulled into a barren world. He exclaimed in shock. Observing around, he saw giant feral beasts. Their appearance and aura each rivaled king beasts. The feral beasts all lifted their heads, drawn by the golden halo above. From the halo, a colossal hand extended downward, forming a humanoid diamond figure, tall and imposing. Its fist shadows swept through, destroying everything, causing the land to tremble. The beasts could only watch. His consciousness trembled. This force was truly terrifying. Diamond figure spoke. Devil God Fist consists of 5 forms. The first form can defeat 9th-tier enemies when perfected, but unleashing a strike uses full power, overwhelmingly supreme with extreme recoil. Ordinary people can only endure the first form. By the second form, the body struggles, minor damage to tendons, majorly risking physical integrity. Hearing this, he instinctively tensed. The voice continued. Only pure gold bird bloodline can endure full recoil of all 5 forms of Shock Devil God Fist. Do you wish to train? Smiled slightly, calculating. Already having the gold bird divine body, what technique suits better than Shock Devil God Fist? He immediately chose to train. The figure laughed. Good, long time since I met someone with your courage. He transmitted multiple streams of light into his body. First form, Grass Devil. Second, Restoring Devil. Third, Shock Devil. Fourth, Exterminating Devil. Fifth, Void Devil. He explained that one must perfect the previous form before comprehending the next. He observed the training points thoughtfully. This secret realm differed from ordinary wilderness. Surely masters were present. Relying solely on Zio Kyulu, hard to face multiple fronts, must raise his own strength, not overburden it. He clasped hands. All right, grant me a few days of rigorous training. I will surely clear all monsters in Dragon King Inheritance Realm. Time passed from morning to afternoon. 2 days outside equaled half a month in Training Realm. In the Dragon King Inheritance Realm, he was bare-bodied, wounded, and exhausted. Alone, he had cleared all monsters. First form of Shock Devil God Fist reached great completion. System-warned energy was nearly depleted, asking if he wished to return. He was astonished, that fast. Almost perfected, but Gold Bird Divine Body also improved significantly, nearing level 2. Hope current strength suffices. At Wilderness Base 7 in a building, an exchange was underway. Captain Nai, you invite us even though your God War team is strong. The speaker was Elder Ming, 8th tier upper battle pet grandmaster. Beside him, Chen Long of equal rank. Chen Long laughed heartily. Not afraid, we will share your treasures. Facing them was captain of God War team, Nai Cheng, 8th tier upper. He chuckled. Strong, eh? Not hiding from 2 of you, this time I target a special treasure. Cheng stated frankly. Investigation shows the treasure is guarded by extremely powerful beasts. The God War team's fame is only from experience. Only I, Chen Shan, and Gu Zhu have strength at this realm. Continued, experience shows safely taking the treasure requires at least 8th tier experts. Chen Long whispered, targeting delicacy but wants whole. Elder Ming glanced back, agreeing a fair split is negotiable. Chen Long immediately stood, showing sincerity. Captain Nai valued me, I will give full effort. But the secret realm has not only beasts but also many covetous. If successfully obtaining the treasure, we choose our portions first. Cheng nodded. All right, if successful, Elder Ming chooses first, then you. Remaining divided by achievement. But he thought privately, treasure belongs to the survivor. If any greedy in team, consequences unpredictable. Elder Ming stroked his beard, thoughtful. You are captain, choosing first is reasonable. Cheng shook head. Elder Ming mistaken, first chooser isn't me. The 2 were shocked, asking back. They whispered anxiously. Besides Nai Cheng, who else can compete for this spot with us? That moment someone led he in. Captain, shopkeeper 2 has arrived. Elder Ming glanced to observe. Who is that next to Chen Shan? Chen Long evaluated aura weak, perhaps below level 6, relying on relations. Cheng stood, shaking hands. Brother to welcome, he saluted. You must be Captain Nai Cheng. Cheng introduced the 2 seated. Chen Long asked incredulously. Captain Nai, the one chosen to pick first, you mean this young junior? Captain cheerfully clapped he on the shoulder. Brother to once saved Gu Zhu, also defeated 8th tier upper bone demon beast. Brother to would not refuse first pick. He smiled. If so, I accept. Chen Long and Elder Ming were stunned. 8th tier upper bone demon beast defeated by such a young person. Cheng smiled. Any objection on the pick order? Elder Ming immediately agreed. A young person with such achievements surely qualifies. Chen Long nodded. Also Chen Shan's benefactor, I do not oppose. The group ascended the towering spire. This was the entrance to the secret realm Long Terrace Mountain, called Ascending Dragon Terrace. Cheng led then turned to say, Brother to Ascending Dragon Terrace is high, air thin, report if uncomfortable will slow down. He calmly replied, climbing stairs isn't worrisome, only slightly time-consuming. Flying up isn't faster. Shenlong scowled, warning, don't speak carelessly, I don't want trouble. Cheng hurriedly explained. Brother to is new, unaware of rules normal. Ascending Dragon Terrace's terrain is perilous, accidents likely. Falling without flying pets, even level 8 would be hard to survive. Therefore, the wilderness world has unwritten rules forbidding combat or summoning pets on Ascending Dragon Terrace. Violators isolated or pursued by other teams, all for the safety of masters here. This matter still doesn't have a clear conclusion. It's best if we hold back for now. Before the words were finished, a loud noise in the front drew everyone's attention, and the two figures in front were charging into battle. Cheng Kong immediately accelerated towards them, recognizing the two as the young masters of the Quang and Tang families. Su Ping asked in confusion, wasn't this place prohibited from fighting? Cheng Kong answered in a flat tone, saying the rules only apply to ordinary people like us, while the powerful families are rarely interfered with and the managers simply turn a blind eye. Their battle shook the mountainside as if it might crack open, and Cheng Kong speculated that the Quang family might be trying to take the #1 spot on the long Gu Tianqiu list from the Tang family. Debris from the aftershock began rolling down and he changed color, saying, "We're in trouble, we're going to get caught up in this." A calm voice responded, telling him to relax. Long, still calm behind them, thought that such slowly falling rocks could never reach them. Su Ping paid no attention to the two of them and continued moving forward, causing Cheng Kong to freeze and call out, "Brother Two, you remind everyone to deal with these falling rocks quickly. We can dodge, but others may not." He threw a punch, breaking the rocks into small pieces while also reminding the others behind. Cheng Kong nodded, saying, "Got it, I'll help too." Chen Shan and Gu Zhu also rushed forward to assist in handling the falling rocks. Before long, all danger had been cleared. Elder Ming and Chen Long were secretly amazed at Su Ping's judgment and coordination skills, which had lifted the spirits of the entire team in an instant. The group continued climbing towards the peak of the dragon-shaped mountain, the place called the Long Gu Tai. Crowd was pushing and shoving forward, and the people behind kept shouting for others to make way. A group of people with great momentum rushed forward, declaring that the young miss of the Tang family wanted to challenge the Long Gu for the 6th time. All eyes turned to the Tang family. Along with them were Feng Jun of the 8th level upper rank and Feng Xiao Feng Ma of the 9th level middle rank. The crowd murmured, calling them the famous double Feng of the Tang family. In the middle was the young master of the Tang family, Ru Yan, at the 9th level upper rank. People around were talking, saying that she had passed the Long Gu trial 5 times before. Ru Yan arrogantly declared that the rare opening of the secret realm meant the #1 spot on the Long Gu Tianqiu list would definitely belong to the Tang family and advised everyone not to waste their efforts. But a voice from behind asked, "Are you sure about that?" The person who spoke was Quang Xiaoshan of the 8th level middle rank, who sneered and said that he had passed the 5th level and was preparing to try the 6th. The crowd murmured, recognizing the young master of the Quang family. Ru Yan snorted softly, releasing an aura that made those around her marvel. This match would surely be worth watching. The only one who could stand beside the Tang family was probably the Quang family. Xiaoshan also adjusted his aura, saying that the previous skirmish on the mountain was just a test with no clear winner. Ru Yan immediately jumped up, challenging him to continue. He threw a punch in response, saying that he had been conceding before and not to take it seriously. She shouted, saying it was useless to talk, just attack. At that moment, another figure rushed up, loudly proclaiming, "I agree with you." He carried numerous weapons on his back and coldly declared that the secret realm of Long Tai Mountain had officially opened. Crowd below immediately erupted in chaos, urging each other to enter quickly, obeying the order of Dao Zun. However, a surge of force suddenly swept through, blocking their way. Feng Jun withdrew his aura and coldly said, "Before the Tang family speaks, who dares to take another step?" But unexpectedly, a foot calmly stepped past that boundary. Su Ping casually walked forward amidst the astonished gazes, and whispers began, asking who this person was, daring to surpass the Tang family and go ahead. Feng Xiao was furious, releasing a bolt of lightning and shouting, "You want to die?" He controlled the lightning to form a huge hand that reached out to grab Su Ping, shouting, "Try to take one of my strikes." To everyone's surprise, Su Ping remained calm and took the blow. Another force from above descended and shattered the lightning strike, leaving the crowd dumbfounded. Terrifying residual force made the mountainside tremble. It turned out Dao Zun had intervened. Dao Zun waved his hand, his voice cold as ice, saying, "Settle your personal grudges yourselves. No one is allowed to cause trouble here." Su Ping clasped his hands in thanks, secretly thinking that the sword technique was indeed powerful, as it exerted an overwhelming influence without needing any spirit pet. Dao Zun glanced at him and said, "No need to thank me. I just disciplined the one breaking the rules. Besides, that little force couldn't hurt you." Ping smiled and returned the gesture. However, the double Feng still couldn't hold back and charged forward. Feng Jun and Feng Xiao both closed in and shouted, "Dare to ignore the Tang family." Then they jumped over the secret realm gate to chase him. The people outside were discussing how arrogant the young man was. If Dao Zun hadn't intervened, he would have been in a terrible situation. daring to offend the Tang family showed he was fearless. Some were curious about which team he belonged to, wondering if they caught him, would there be a reward for turning him over to the Tang family, and they urged each other to enter quickly as the double Feng had gone ahead. Qianlong covered his face and whispered, worried that Su Ping was causing trouble. Cheng Kong praised him for his courage or recklessness. Gu Zhu smiled, saying he wasn't afraid of brute force. Su Ping approached a tall tower shaped like a dragon pillar, where a guard asked if he was there to take the inheritance trial. He stroked his chin, contemplating whether to wait until others tried, seeing if it was any different from a system training ground, while also checking how many floors he could climb. He smiled and said he accepted. Outside, Ru Yan stepped out of the secret realm, wondering why there had been no feedback for so long. She heard that a team had entered before. Feng Jun and Feng Zhao bowed their heads and reported to her. Feng Jun apologized for not finding the whereabouts of the person, saying he had sent people to investigate their identity. He took responsibility for letting him escape and accepted the punishment. Ru Yan patted his shoulder and said that in the past 4 or 5 years, only the Tang and Quang families had passed the 5th level, maintaining the top spot. The Liu and Yi families only passed the 3rd level last year. The long Gu Tianqiu list represented the prestige of the Tang family, and an unknown person, even if they entered, would have difficulty passing the 2nd level. The goal this time was to maintain the top position, and other matters were not worth worrying about. Her subordinates responded in unison, saying they would do their best to help the young miss pass the 6th level. Suddenly someone exclaimed, "Look over there." Everyone looked up in panic and saw the light of the 6th level of the long Gu Tower lighting up. They counted from 1 to 6 and then realized someone had just passed the 5th level. Flame did not stop but continued to light up the 7th and 8th levels. Only 2 levels remained. The Tang family changed color when the 8th level also lit up. Feng Jun gritted his teeth, guessing it was the Yi or Liu family, furious that their top position was being threatened. The tower's pillar shone brightly, and a dignified voice announced that the 9th level had been surpassed, and the first Tianqiu had earned the inheritance qualification. Others could continue, but the crowd was astonished that someone had passed all 9 levels, something the Tang and Quang families had never achieved. Ru Yan and Xiaoshan widened their eyes in disbelief, and the people below called out to hurry and see. Inside the tower, Su Ping and his spirit beast exuded an impressive aura. He was pleased that the Ma Shen palm only required the 2nd stage to clear all opponents, demonstrating its overwhelming power. He thought to himself that he had finished testing, and this place was similar to the system's training ground. When everyone was absorbed into the tower, it would be a good opportunity to go back and look for treasures. Cheng Kong's team didn't know that Su Ping had broken the tower and lamented that although their goal was to acquire treasures, seeing someone lightly past 9 levels was indescribable. Su Ping quietly appeared behind them, reminding the captain to take action. Cheng Kong turned around and called his name. He stepped forward and asked where Su Ping had been, as the team had been looking for him. Su Ping casually replied, "Just getting some exercise. Now that others have entered the tower, we should take the opportunity to proceed." Chen Shan and Gu Zhu exchanged glances and understood. They thought that Su Ping charging in first must have had a reason, and they even suspected that he was the one who broke the long Gu Tower. Long was uncomfortable with Su Ping being treated with importance and acting on his own. Elder Ming gently stroked his beard and said, "Don't rush. Wait for the right time to suppress him and see who the real leader of the team is." The Long Lin Continent Effect 92 appeared, with a gray and lava-filled landscape. Cheng Kong assigned tasks, with Elder Ming responsible for the ground, Gu Zhu handling the air. She summoned the Holy Flame Bird, and Elder Ming also summoned the Earth Fire Eye Dark Beast, preparing to act. Su Ping also summoned the Dark Dragon Guardian to test its new ability. Elder Ming curiously asked why Su Ping was using the Dark Dragon Guardian with a 7 bloodline when he already had the 9 bloodline Dark Beast for reconnaissance. Su Ping didn't answer, only instructing the Dragon Guardian to scout the surroundings. Chen Long snorted, suggesting it should be recalled because its large size was unsuitable for reconnaissance, and bringing a level 6 spirit beast into such a dangerous secret realm was reckless. Dark Dragon growled softly, and Su Ping narrowed his eyes, saying that he knew something was approaching. "Captain, be careful, there are enemies." Cheng Kong asked in surprise, "What?" Elder Ming immediately used the Earth Hearing technique to check. Cheng Kong asked what the result was, and Elder Ming coldly replied, "Nothing at all." Gu Zhu also confirmed that the Holy Flame Bird had detected nothing unusual. Qianlong crossed his arms and sneered, thinking that Su Ping was just showing off. No one believed his words. Suddenly, snake-headed bat-bodied monsters appeared in the distance and charged forward. The Holy Flame Bird and Earth Fire Eye Dark Beast immediately became alert. The swarm of bat-winged monsters rushed in, dense as ants, and they were very close. The whole team quickly retreated, realizing the scale of the monster swarm was no less than the 9th level lower rank. There was no way to dodge, so they prepared for battle. King Kong also summoned the demon beast with a 9th level bloodline, with combat power reaching the 9th level lower rank. He gave clear orders. Tran Long commanded the great earth leviathan to shield the battle pet master, while the other battle pets coordinated with my demonic beasts to confront the enemy. The group responded in unison, yes. A series of pets charged into battle simultaneously. Tran Long summoned the great earth leviathan of level 8 bloodline, combat power lower than level 8. Black Duck suppressed the Saint Deemdia of level 8 bloodline and mid-level combat power 8. Min Lao summoned Lim Vijia of level 9 bloodline and lower combat power level 9. Chen Shan deployed Koi Lan Thur Thur of level 8 bloodline and upper combat power level 8. Finally, the quadruple Earth Treasure Guard activated, making the ground beneath them noticeably firmer. The pets surged forward to purge the feral beasts. Guzu suddenly realized that the dark dragon sovereign of Master To had yet to join. Tran Long laughed, waving his hand, saying 2 level 9 masters were guarding outside. As long as it was not careless like its owner, it was fine. Guzu worriedly suggested recalling the horde of Long Duck before escape became impossible. Tran Long replied opening the treasure now would cause the feral beasts to rush in chaotically, and it was not worth risking for a level 7 pet. Chen Shan immediately objected, saying the Dark Dragon Sovereign had warned of danger and Master Tu was a benefactor, thus requested protection. Only Su Ping calmly declined, thanking them for the offer but unnecessary, turning to say his dog was merely a mixed blood of ordinary combat power. Su Ping smiled faintly, suggesting that defeating the alpha would cause the rest to scatter, better to gather strength for a major strike. Those words angered Tran Long. Min Lao hurried to intercede, saying he was only boasting. The Dark Dragon Sovereign of level 7 bloodline and upper combat power facing a level 9 horde would struggle. Letting it suffer a little loss was acceptable. Min Lao summoned the Earth Fire Eye Shadow Beast, casting concealed movement to Guzu's amazement, as this was a stealth skill. He smiled, confirming he had concealed the protective treasure, so everyone could silently observe the battle situation. Outside, the pets continued to suppress the feral beast, yet the sheer number of feral beasts made cleaning them out extremely difficult. Guzu covered his mouth in shock, asking where the Dark Dragon Sovereign was. Had it been scattered? Chen Shan pointed, saying no. He looked into the distance and remarked that a strange light seemed to appear amidst the horde. Guzu realized it was the Dark Dragon Sovereign standing within the protective circle, still counterattacking confidently. The light must be the defensive layer. Everyone was astonished that a level 7 elite pet could move freely among a level 9 pack, yet it was said to have only modest strength, and at that moment, the level 8 upper pack leader appeared. It lashed its tail, causing the dark dragon to sway, the pressure forcing even the Lolas to retreat. The group anxiously watched over the Dark Dragon Sovereign. The pack leader tightened the protective circle around the Dark Dragon, restricting its movement. Min Lao was shocked by such formidable defense. Tran Long also could not believe it, feeling it even more solid than his great earth leviathan. The dark dragon silently focused to lower its body. Suddenly, the wings of the pack leader were flung back. The dark dragon seized the moment to spring forward with claws extended. The strike left only a faint scratch on the pack leader's wings, causing almost no harm. Tran Long quietly chuckled, thinking the dark dragon was only good at defense, hence the hard shell. His great earth leviathan also had offensive skills, but then the pack leader suddenly howled in pain. It fell straight to the ground, dark red liquid oozing out. Pack leader foamed at the mouth, its wings unusually swollen. Min Lao gasped, realizing it had been poisoned. Tran Long was stunned as well, both acknowledging the dog's formidable power as the dark dragon surged. A single pass was enough to make the pack leader collapse completely. Su Ping remained calm, thinking that even in the Long King's cultivation grounds facing fiercer monsters, the dark dragon alone could handle these, so it should end quickly. The dark dragon roared from afar like a dragon chant, causing the other pack leaders to panic and flee. Everyone cheered as the team remained unscathed, achieving total victory thanks to the exceptional Dark Dragon Sovereign. Tran Long stepped forward saying, "Master Tu, your Dark Dragon Sovereign is truly top tier." Su Ping turned away indifferently, saying it was only of average talent. Min Lao laughed, remarking that if so, their pets would be low tier. The system interface showed the Earth Fire Eye Shadow Beast belonged to Earth and Fire bloodline. Level 9, mid-level combat power 7, possessing stealth, fire and earth techniques, tracking soul, talent ranking below low level. Su Ping looked silently, thinking low level yet so conceited. Chen Shan noticed the dark dragon bringing back a strange item, realizing it was a young pack leader larva, absorbing essence from the mother, extremely nourishing. Min Lao decided that since the Dark Dragon discovered and defeated the leader first, it deserved the reward. Su Ping thought, then generously said the Kilin scales used for stealth were expensive on the market. Anyone in need could take them. Tranlong was surprised that they not only did not claim but shared the spoils. Min Lao silently assessed his deep and unpredictable strength and chose to be cordial. Tranlong agreed. Both bowed in thanks, saying any future matters could be entrusted. Su Ping smiled and accepted. Kong produced a map pointing north, saying there was a cave there. Confirmed it was the target and estimated they would arrive by tomorrow morning. Su Ping recalled this location had appeared in Long King Inheritance as a secret vault, but there should have been more than one point, so he wondered if the map was self-drawn. Fan Kong replied he had spent a lot buying. Su Ping said he was only curious as the secret vault location was unusual. Fan Kong laughed, saying speed was key. Tran Long added perhaps other treasures had been taken already. Su Ping did not reply, silently pondering. The next day they reached the deep cave on the steep cliff. Su Ping stepped forward, reminding not to rush inside. He probed, saying there were level 9 feral beasts inside, causing Fan Kong to ask how he knew without entering. Su Ping smiled internally, familiar with Long Bone Tower, knowing where the monsters were. He asked if the Dark Dragon's sense was insufficient to convince them. Fan Kong hesitated, admitting thanks to the Dark Dragon they detected the fierce pack. Chen Shan frowned at another level 9 monster. Gu Zhu worried about the unclear cave terrain. Min Lao judged the difficulty greatly increased, even with the Dark Dragon hard to handle. Fan Kong suddenly proposed luring the snakes from the nest, instead of smashing their heads in the cave. Chen Shan agreed, suggesting setting a trap at the cave entrance to ambush the beasts. Tran Long immediately summoned the Great Earth Leviathan for support. Rocks were quickly piled to form a large structure, earth movement techniques, revealing a deep pit beneath. Gu Zhu coordinated, summoning Than Deem Bird to cast Blazing Flame Strike. The stones were immediately engulfed in layers of blazing red fire. Min Lao ordered concealment. Chen Shan reported the trap ready, but Fan Kong said there was no time to delay and decided to enter personally to lure them. Chen Shan was astonished, thinking it too risky. Fan Kong coldly said he had a level 9 demonic beast and was not worried. Waiting would lose the opportunity as others had entered the Long Land continent. Chen Shan intended to stop him but was too late. Su Ping stepped forward, saying he would go along. Fan Kong was surprised but smiled, agreeing as he felt less anxious with him. The two entered deep into the cave together. Fan Kong reminded that the cave's aura was thick, not enough to resist poison, advising to stay outside. Su Ping replied he had primal armor, so poisons level 8 and below were not a concern. His gaze sharpened, saying the captain yielded the first 3 selections of treasures. Now he ventured alone. There must be hidden reasons, and since no one was around, he should speak clearly. Fan Kong bowed, smiling, admitting there was still a spiritual pearl inside the cave. Stated that this tree species produces the spirit dew fruit, which has the ability to awaken the potential of beastmasters from level 8 and below, like a complete transformation, and even allows reaching higher realms. It's an extremely rare treasure in the world. He must obtain it at any cost. Su Ping confirmed, so you mean you've given up on 3 rounds of treasure selection, and now you're personally entering this dangerous place to grab the spirit tree as a prize. He remained silent for a moment and answered, yes, that's right. Didn't want to stir up painful memories. Tok Shuan, there are things you don't need to inquire about. That spirit tree, I must bring it back. Fan Kong coldly warned, if you're after it too, even as the benefactor of Chen Shan Gu Zhu, I won't back down. Su Ping secretly laughed, so it's for the spirit dew fruit. It's similar to the origin pill the system gave me and it's incredibly precious to him. Looks like Nai Cheng is a greedy man, only picking what he truly needs. Thinking this, Su Ping showed his goodwill. I'm not interested in that fruit, but I must remind you of something. Inside, there's a level 9 upper-tier Azure Dragon battle beast named Flame-Scaled Blood Beast, specializing in mental attack. If you charge in to pick the fruit, you may not leave with your life. Fan Kong was utterly shocked, level 9 upper tier and also proficient in mental attacks. How do you know so much? What else are you hiding? Su Ping simply repeated his words, there are secrets that are best not asked. If you want the fruit, follow me. He suddenly broke through the wall beside him, causing Fan Kong to exclaim in surprise, what's going on? He widened his eyes, it's the soul-stabilizing lantern. It can block most mental attacks. How did you know it was hidden here? Su Ping thought to himself, I've been here before. Treasures like this can only be used in the Long King Inheritance ground. They can't be taken outside. but outside he just smiled mysteriously, secret. Su Ping took the soul-stabilizing lantern and said, "Let's go. With this, we meet the requirements to get the spirit fruit." At that moment the ground shook violently. "It's here." Su Ping suddenly realized something was wrong. It seemed it wasn't targeting us. Fierce Beast had left the cave earlier, and the people outside were the ones in danger. The guards outside screamed in panic. The beast has appeared. TR letter 1EA7N Long immediately went to face the beast. Now's the time. The massive earth beast used the rock smash move to block the path. Min Lao coordinated. Lierm V letter 1EC7 N-hand dealt a strong strike. Fiery rocks from the cliff came crashing down onto the beast. Lierm V letter 1EC7 N-hand's summoned beast also rushed in to attack in coordination. The fierce beast roared, shaking the entire space. Lierm V letter 1EC7 N-hand swung his blade, injuring the beast, but it immediately retaliated with a flurry of counterattacks. Fierce beast fell to its knees, letting out a painful groan. Su Ping and Than Kong had just reached the cave entrance, and Su Ping quickly raised his hand to stop him. "Wait." TR letter 1EA7N Long reported from outside, "Our team leader has succeeded." Gu Zhu was overjoyed. "Look, we've taken it down." Su Ping gritted his teeth. "Damn it, still a step too late." Than Kong was stunned. "What are you doing?" Outside, their summoned beasts had taken heavy damage. He answered casually, "What's the team leader talking about? Didn't we already?" They continued, "We've wiped out the level 9 monsters." But in reality, all of them had fallen into an illusion created by the fierce beast. The gem on its forehead was glowing. Lierm V letter 1EC7 N-Han even turned to attack its owner without them realizing. Team leader. Than Kong now understood. "Damn it, it's an illusion. To make my subordinates harm each other." Su Ping immediately activated the soul-stabilizing lantern, summoned the evil beast. "Don't leave the protective screen of the lantern or we'll end up like them." Lierm V letter 1EC7 N-Han's blade swept across, but was blocked by a dagger. That was Than Kong's summoned beast. Su Ping raised the soul-stabilizing lantern high. "Team leader, take the chance to expand the range." Than Kong responded simply, "Understood." The energy from the soul-stabilizing lantern spread out, enveloping everyone. Those who were under the illusion slowly regained their clarity. They clutched their heads in pain. "What just happened? Why is our beast like this?" Su Ping and Than Kong jumped down near them. "Are you all right? Stay within the protective range of the soul-stabilizing lantern." He ordered, "Quickly channel energy into soul-shaking lantern to expand the barrier, dispelling the illusion." The group responded in unison. "Understood." Feral beasts changed attack tactics. Chen Long quickly realized the situation was unfavorable. The front pets swiftly blocked the incoming spikes. Someone shouted, "Brother, to be careful." Unexpectedly, Chen Long dashed forward to shield he with a spirit shield. He called out in surprise, "Chen Long." Everyone immediately heightened vigilance, protecting the soul-shaking lantern. Caught Chen Long and shouted, "Who dares to act?" On the cliff, another group laughed coldly. The power of the tail star strike was indeed formidable. He was a level 8 mid-tier deputy captain, Shu Jai Zai, upper 8th tier combat power. He sneered, apologizing, but the boss ordered. "The poisonous evil battle team cannot let you defeat Flame Land Blood Cross." Cheng Kong was furious. "We hold no grudge, why harm?" Jai Zai laughed scornfully. "Harm? About to die yet still clueless, pathetic. Think why you obtained that map." Cheng Kong suddenly recalled that map. He realized, could it be you intentionally lured us to the Flame Land Blood Cross? Jai Zai mocked, too late to realize now. The secret realm hides precious treasure maps, think a little money buys it. Best to obediently be bait. He was extremely angry, immediately summoning Zio Killer. Jai Zai curiously asked, "Planning what?" "Before engaging me your team will be devoured." But he paid no mind. Intermediate spirit capture bag appeared. He ordered, "Restrain it for me." At the same time, he threw the ring toward the feral beast. The ring burst with bright light, energy chains instantly wrapping the target. Jai Zai panicked. "What is that? Can even restrain a 9th tier Flame Land Blood Cross." The beast struggled, bound, only screaming. Soon its body turned to ash. Everyone froze, exclaiming. The Flame Land Blood Cross disappeared. Unknown when he had appeared behind them, still standing there. "Don't intend to stop me." His voice cold. "Hurry." The group panicked, unable to fly. The God War team has a young 9th tier expert, completely different from Intel. "Damn, this time we encountered a major figure." Jai Zai tried to reassure, "Fear what? Rank, title, so what? Don't you see he only has a single skeleton louse?" Shouted Shu Jai Zai, "Charge." "I don't believe it." Jai Zai continued yelling, "What can he do alone?" Across, Cheng Kong gravely asked, "What of the others?" Gu Zhu hesitated, Elder Ming and Chen Long. Chen Shan sorrowfully turned away, situation still not improving. Cheng Kong, though weakened, said, "Brother, too, there is still me." At this moment, he also descended from the air. He said softly, "The rest is yours." Cheng Kong's face calmed, "I trust you." He recalled in the cave, cautiously saying, I always had a bad feeling. If something happens to me, can you take the spirit essence fruit home? He wondered that fruit only boosts cultivation. If he's gone, what use? Cheng Kong said the spirit essence fruit can awaken potential in a battle pet master, perhaps helping his daughter overcome illness. Mentioning the past, Than did not seem burdened, only saying that he had overcome the haunting memories. Having spent his life on the battlefield and never having time to take care of the girl, this was the only thing he could do for her. Finishing his sentence, Than did not stay but silently left. To HUY letter 1EC1N, the rest is up to you. Chen Shan hurried forward and called loudly, Captain. Su Ping's eyes suddenly lit up. I'll be back in a moment. Inside the cave, it was filled with gold, silver, and jewels, and someone shouted to gather everything before noon. One person spoke, Captain, this spirit tree is too large to carry. The other man shouted, useless. I am the captain of the poisonous battle team, level 8 supreme combat strength. Do I still need to ask? The fruits are to be harvested, the tree to be felled. If we cannot take it, no one else should benefit. Person beside him laughed and added, the captain is right. At that moment, a dark red light streaked through the air. The beam of light pierced through the neck of the one trying to fell the tree, causing him to collapse instantly. Group panicked and looked around. Who did that? Could it be that the people of Ba Shen have arrived? Captain of the poisonous battle team bent down to check and shook his head. Impossible. The flame beast outside is said to be level 9 mid-tier, and with the second elder's assistance, unless Ba Shen's team has a superhuman appearing. An uneasy feeling rose within him. This type of attack was clearly from a level 9 expert. He then spoke, I don't know which expert is interested in the treasure here. Please reveal yourself for negotiations. We are willing to share half. But the brilliant lights kept shooting out, sweeping away everyone. He quickly retreated, pulling out weapons in defense. Who is it? Show yourself. Hiding in the shadows and attacking, what's there to say? Su Ping stood silently, waving his hand, and his energy condensed into a solid form. That force chased after each person. Those trying to escape could not flee. Captain of the poisonous battle team shouted, found you. You refuse wine but want to taste punishment. Charge. But a streak of bloodlight flashed past him in an instant. Zio Kilu drew his sword, cutting down the summoned beast before it could even be summoned. Captain of the poisonous battle team collapsed. 2 level 9 lower-tier summoned beasts of mine were taken down in an instant. He trembled and begged, please spare my life. I will give up all the treasures, just spare me. He looked at Su Ping with fear. You're not here to seize the treasure. You want to wipe us out completely. Before collapsing, he whispered, tell me your name. At least I'll know who I've lost to. A ray of golden light flashed between his forehead. Su Ping's voice was cold and sharp. Those I have decided to eliminate will not have the chance to resist. Take your doubts with you as you leave. Su Ping gathered the corpses together into one spot. He ordered the infernal flame slash to burn everything, leaving no trace behind. Standing before the divine tree, Su Ping pondered. Even at the beginning, someone was eyeing it. Fortunately, thanks to the Qianlong Association, my life was spared. The Imperial Realm is full of competition. I must quickly adapt. At Stone Desolate Land number 7, everyone gathered to discuss what's next for you all. Hu Zhu replied, first, we must bury the captain, then deal with the matters of Old Ming and Qianlong. Chen Shan laughed awkwardly. Mr. To, I owe you again. I really didn't want you to see us in this miserable state. The casualties were too great. We might not be able to continue the exploration. Would you like to return with us? Su Ping handed over the divine tree. No, farewell here. I have other matters. Please keep it safe. The fruit should go to the captain's daughter. Chen Shan was stunned. Mr. To, this is the legendary spirit vine. Are you sure you don't need it? Hu Zhu was also surprised. How did you know the captain had a daughter? Su Ping answered indifferently, it's a small matter, no need to ask. This is the captain's wish, can you do it? They immediately stood up, we will keep it safe. Su Ping also handed over some other treasures, which could sell for a considerable amount. All of it will be given to you as compensation for the families of the fallen. Gu Zhu was moved, Mr. To, with so much, are you really not keeping any? Su Ping casually turned away. Yes, the captain and Chen Long traded their lives for hours. He thought to himself that the most important item had been secured, and the rest could be used to build some goodwill. Loudspeaker announced, attention, anyone who wishes to leave with treasures must go to the security room. Uninspected items will not be allowed to take out. Chen Shan, still injured, slightly bent over. Gu Zhu worriedly asked if he was okay. Su Ping said, I'll see you two off, then we'll head to the security room together. The staff began inventorying. The beast crystals were entered into the data system successfully. The level 6 Heavenly Fist battle technique treasure was entered into the data system successfully. The The level 8 Mystic Bronze Sword was entered into the data system successfully. The level 7 Haoshan Rune Seal was entered into the data system successfully. The level 6 Wind Wings Azure Lizard Scale was entered into the data system successfully. The level 7 Treasure entered the data system successfully. The others waited tiredly, yawning. The Bloodstone Flame was entered into the data system successfully. The level 5 Night Beast Demon was entered into the data system successfully. The level 6 Scarlet Stone was entered into the data system successfully. The level 6 Treasure entered into the data system successfully. Su Ping asked the three others who they were. Chen Shan replied softly, they were sent by the inspection team to supervise with significant authority. The one in the middle is a level 9 expert, and the two on the sides are level 8 P. Someone spoke up, this is not bad, how much for it, name your price. Chen Shan hurriedly stepped in front, sorry, this one is not for sale. If it were another item, we could discuss it. The fat man stepped forward and lightly kicked his foot, what's the big deal? 5 million, is that okay? They showed their intent to force a sale, just one fruit and you could rise a level. But Su Ping quickly grabbed the old man's arm. The old man frowned, wondering who this person was that could hold his arm. He still acted arrogantly on the surface, what do you want? Su Ping replied calmly, nothing, we're not leaving anymore. The inspection is over. He cursed silently, the so-called inspection was just an excuse, they were all eyeing the treasure. I should have hidden it better so they wouldn't need to inspect it. They moved to threaten, where do you think you're going, who are you? The two men immediately acted, it's not your turn to speak. Chen Shan and Gu Zhu worriedly called out, Mr. To, Teacher To. Crowd murmured, what's going on, are they fighting? Su Ping stood up to reassure, I'm fine. The two men still did not release, citing Regulation 72 of the management laws, obstructing inspection can lead to forceful suppression, and if serious, on-site punishment. In their minds, the chance to advance to level 9 was right before them, how could they miss it? People around were gossiping, someone dares to oppose the inspection. The one before was heavily punished. This black-haired man looks familiar, he seems like the one who crossed the line before, or maybe they're taking him to the exit. Suddenly a voice rang out, that kid went too far. Hiding your strength just leads to more trouble. Everyone looked up, the voice came from above. Dao Tuan sat casually on the roof, finishing his wine, kid, if you want to step into a wider world, show them your claws. Someone gasped, it's Dao Tuan. Dao Tuan smiled, when your strength shows, they will naturally make way. Su Ping lowered his head, a wider world, thank you for the advice. Two men charged together, where did you come from? But golden light streaked out to block them, what is this? Su Ping swung a palm, knocking both of them back, energy bursting forth. With just one strike, both were sent tumbling to the ground. Two men scrambled to get up, an expert with a peak title. They stared at Su Ping in horror, how could someone so young be at level 9? Even the young masters of the 4 great families haven't reached level 8 supreme yet, who exactly is he? Su Ping did not stop, channeling his energy up. Golden light turned into a hand and lifted the spirit vine. The divine tree disappeared in his hand as soon as it touched it. Everyone gasped, that's spatial energy. They stared, it's gone, could it be there's a spatial treasure? The old inspection officer glanced over, wary, spatial treasures are rare and hard to come by. Who exactly is this person? The teammates whispered, who knows, we thought we could make a big profit, but we've run into an unpredictable figure. They hurriedly stood up and bowed, we were blind, we were rude earlier, we admit our mistake, please forgive us. Su Ping cracked his knuckles, his gaze cold, forgive you. That slap just now was for my friend, now let's continue. The two men quickly offered to compensate with 20 million star coins. The head of security stepped forward, 20 million. Not enough, 30 million each, if this gets out, your positions will be hard to keep. The two men were stunned, the head of security. Head of security was in charge, originally giving you freedom as long as you didn't cause trouble, but now you've made a big scene, go back and reflect on yourselves. Su Ping silently scoffed, you think money will make me silent? Don't dream, but the cost of upgrading the store was quite high. 60 million is acceptable. He calmly said, fine, hand over the money. Back with the others, Su Ping discussed that he would keep the spirit tree. Chen Shan bowed his head, blaming himself for being weak and being pressured. Gu Zhu also felt guilty for not being strong enough. Su Ping waved his hand, telling them it wasn't their fault, then generously said he would take the spirit tree back. After healing the team leader's daughter, it could be used as food for the summoned beast, and when they broke through to level 8, he would give each of them a tree to help them reach level 9. Gu Zhu and Chen Shan were stunned. They never expected to get a share, feeling extremely grateful. After that, Su Ping entered a new area called the Long-Scale Continent 98. He jumped off the back of the Dark Dragon King, instructing it to scout the surroundings. while he dove into the lake to check the situation. He observed the area, remembering that a very rare secret treasure had been hidden here. Su Ping found the ancient house deep under the water, where an item with immense power was stored. He pushed the door open and thought to himself that if he hadn't seen it in the Long King inheritance, he would have never discovered it. Inside, only the skeleton of a cultivator remained, along with the item he sought. Su Ping took the box from the skeleton's hand. Inside was the universe painting scroll, a treasure that could create a mini-world using spiritual energy, similar to a storage space but much more special. He smiled, as it could even accommodate living beings, with capacity depending on the spiritual energy of the user. At his current level 5, it could open up a space 4 times larger than the blue orb, which would be convenient for planting the spirit dew tree in the future. Suddenly, the dark dragon roared, and Su Ping quickly realized that there was movement on the ground. A bird-like beast was scouting. He surfaced, using the skill to share vision with his summoned beast, discovering that someone else had noticed this area. He remembered that there was another treasure, the soul demon fruit, which helped summoned beasts, demons, or evil spirits avoid fatal injuries, perfect for Yahello, who specialized in mental attacks. Su Ping immediately contacted the Dark Dragon King to find the owner of the bird, wanting to know if they had obtained the soul demon fruit yet in the heavily poisonous forest. 2 level 8 beastmasters were holding the treasure, fleeing while complaining about the bird's persistent pursuit and suspecting they were being targeted. Suddenly, a tree branch shook violently, causing them to panic. The 2 quickly jumped down, preparing to fight. Feng Jun blocked their path, casually asking if they had just found a treasure. They stepped back in caution, recognizing the other as a member of the Duong family, and asked for his purpose. Ru Yan appeared calmly and demanded they hand over the item if they knew who she was. She released her spiritual energy to threaten them, Feng Ziu behind her supporting the demand for the soul demon fruit. The 2 immediately began to flee, planning their escape. They were stopped by a gigantic hand formed from condensed spiritual energy. The 2 panicked, their spiritual energy surging. Feng Ziu shouted angrily for daring to run before him. The hand pressed them down to the ground, and the man being suppressed struggled to resist, mentioning the Duong family's reputation. Feng Jun coldly replied that as long as they remained silent, no one would know what happened. He arrogantly seized the treasure. The box flew into Feng Jun's hand, and he mocked them for not knowing their place. Just then, Su Ping let out a soft laugh. The box suddenly disappeared before Feng Jun's eye. Feng Jun was astonished, sensing a different force pulling the treasure away. He immediately summoned his 2-die shadow beast, a level 9 lower-tier beast, to chase after it, while warning Ru Yan to be careful and ordering the capture of the thief. 2-die immediately dashed in the direction the box disappeared. He smirked coldly, ordering Dark Dragon Quan to enhance the dragon banner for the poison dragon beast. It continuously activated rock armor, hardening, ice bone outer shell, fire flame outer garment, then doubled defense and damage, sending 2-die flying. Feng Jun was stunned seeing his 9th-tier demon beast being overwhelmed. He intended to continue attacking, but Feng Hiu stopped him, deeming the opponent too strong. Reckless moves might trigger a trap. Feng Jun nervously asked what to do. Feng Hiu reassured him that he couldn't escape, then created a psychic hand to sweep forward. He calmly called Yahello. 1 slash from Yahello split the psychic hand in 2. He stood before the 2 suppressed, mocking that the treasure falling into their hands was wasted. Feng Jun was furious. Feng Hiu judged this young man with a rank banner could become trouble if kept. Feng Jun, enraged, summoned the Storm Wind Spirit King, an infernal Lasat beast, vowing not to let he escape. But Yahello closed in, executing soul-destroying slash with high-grade sword aura. Feng Hiu hurriedly pulled Ru Yan back, warning her to be careful. Sword light swept across, shaking the area. Ru Yan was horrified by Yahello's attack power. Feng Hiu immediately converted psychic energy into countering strikes. A volley of sword aura shot out like 10,000 converging blades. All surged toward he, yet he stood firm without retreating. He also unleashed psychic energy, wanting to test the unmastered move from Ascending Dragon Terrace. A colossal image appeared blocking all sword aura, terrifying Feng Hiu. He raised his fist, executing first form of Shock Devil God Fist, Wind Demon. Feng Hiu raised 9-fold psychic shield for defense. But all were crushed under divine might. Ru Yan worried. Feng Hiu tried to resist, admitting the opponent's strength was unfathomable. He ordered Bamboo Dragon King to escort Ru Yan to retreat. He smirked coldly, commanding Dark Dragon to chase and capture her. Though weakened, Feng Hiu unleashed secret skill of Tang family, shadows covering his body, declaring victory undecided. His figure transformed into a fierce face, executing soul-seizing spirit theft. Ru Yan hid behind her pet, realizing it was the final deadly move. sacrificing the body to seize another. Feng Hiu roared, demanding the opponent's life. Yahello rushed to confront him. A sword pierced Feng Hiu, but he sneered, believing physical attacks couldn't stop him. Feng Hiu erupted, declaring that even if his body disintegrated, he would take he with him, while he calmly retrieved the soul-shaking lantern. Treasure immediately created a mental protection barrier around him. Feng Hiu was astonished at his inability to penetrate. He raised the soul-shaking lantern, causing Feng Hiu to turn pale, realizing it was a secret mental defense treasure, intensifying his fury. At that moment, a flash of lightning pierced through the body of the summoned beast. Ruyan panicked and rushed out. What's happening? Is Feng Lao's dragon bamboo king trying to swallow me again? Let me out. But immediately after, she was pulled back by a force, appearing in front of Su Ping. His voice was cold. So you've finally shown yourself, noble lady. Standing on the back of the level 9 mid-tier war king, Ruyan raised her head to look at Su Ping. Don't call me that, you're not qualified. She soon realized that she could no longer sense Feng Lao's aura. Could something have happened? Looking at the devastated scene around her, Ruyan was shaken. Even a level 9 powerhouse like Feng Lao couldn't hold out. She immediately circulated her energy. Who exactly are you? Why are you cornering us like this? Su Ping responded with an icy tone. What about you? He pointed down to the two people who had received the treasures earlier. Why did you attack them? Ruyan was momentarily stunned, unable to speak. She quickly regained her composure. The law of the strong preying on the weak is natural. Do you think we're just like those beastmasters who treat lives as cheap? Su Ping sneered. That's right, you're no different. Yahello erupted with power. In its eyes, the opponent was just prey waiting to be captured. War King immediately spread its wings to shield Ruyan, blocking that power. Ruyan frowned. Could he really suppress even the War King, a level 9 beast? She reluctantly lowered her tone and said, Tell me, what do you want? Just let me go, my family will comply. Su Ping smiled faintly. To be let go, you need to show sincerity. Ruyan suddenly understood his intention. What are you planning to do? Su Ping reminded her. Why are you still standing there? Break the contract with it. Ruyan gritted her teeth, thinking, once the contract is broken, the Beastmaster will enter a weakened state. Is he trying to take advantage of this opportunity to defeat me? In the end, she still jumped down to the ground. Ruyan approached Su Ping. All right. She outwardly agreed. I'll break the contract. Behind her back, she secretly summoned another beast to attack. The War King and the Fang Howling Wolf charged at once, but in front of Yahello, they were like fragile shadows. Ruyan gritted her teeth in frustration. Su Ping glanced over. If you've chosen that path, I'll help you fulfill your wish. Yahello defeated the two beasts in the blink of an eye, while Su Ping opened a spatial artifact, pulling Ruyan into a separate space, capturing her. Her eyes were filled with shock. Ruyan was pulled into a completely separate, unfamiliar space. She anxiously scanned her surroundings. Is this a spatial artifact? Su Ping appeared in front of her. This place is quite spacious, isn't it? Ruyan shakily asked, Why haven't you killed me? Su Ping smiled. If you want to die, that's fine, but before I act, I need to gain something first. Only then did Ruyan notice the inheritance mark on his forehead. She lowered her head in acknowledgement. So you've surpassed the 9th level. Then, suddenly, she laughed, causing Su Ping to become slightly wary. Do you know what you're about to face? Ruyan wiped away her tears, still not understanding. You're about to be crowned the legendary leader of Feng, taking on the sacrifices of the continents. Su Ping frowned. Speak more clearly. Ruyan turned her face away. Anyway, there's no way out. Whether I say it or not doesn't matter. Su Ping sneered. You dare make demands in my hands. If you don't speak, I'll make you lose all your face in front of the world. Ruyan's face flushed as she cursed. You're shameless. Su Ping shrugged. You forced me first. Ruyan had no choice but to explain. The one who wants to hunt you down is the legendary Beastmaster Yuan Shen. The inheritance spot for the Long Bone Tower was originally meant for his granddaughter, so those who had the chance before were eliminated. Su Ping was puzzled. Why did your 4 major families still come here? Aren't you afraid of being silenced? Ruyan coldly replied, the 9th level isn't something you can just surpass. Moreover, we promised Lord Yuan that if we were fortunate enough to pass, we would voluntarily give up the qualification or we would bring disaster. Su Ping slowly pieced it together. So this secret realm is entirely under the control of that legendary figure. The internal blockade before was just a cover. He ordered Zhu Longshu from the infernal prison to burn everything, silently thinking that the 4 major families were just pawns enjoying some leftover benefits. His gaze darkened. Although he had defeated a king-level beastmaster before, it came at a cost, but now he was facing a legendary beastmaster. He could not be careless. Su Ping carefully considered. Although no one had seen him surpass the tower, if the opponent investigated, it would just be a matter of time. For now, he needed to upgrade the store to level 3 to protect his mother and sister. He couldn't let them get involved. Afterward, he returned to the store, which was packed with people in front. Boss Toe is back. Everyone excitedly gathered. Help me train my beast. I'll register 5, I'll take 7. Su Ping smiled and reassured them, having them line up one by one. Everyone would get their turn. He sighed with relief inside. At least outwardly, everything was calm. From morning until late at night, he was busy without a break. Checking the system, he saw that the store's revenue had been converted into energy, with a total of 11,035 remaining. He calculated the store earns about 10,000 a day, and it would take about 10 days to gather enough energy for the upgrade. First, he needed to check the land prices. The screen displayed the private land organization. This was a private service organization established by land developers. As long as you paid, they would meet almost any request. A staff member appeared on the screen. Hello, how may I assist you? Su Ping replied, I want to expand the store. I need to buy more land. Staff member checked the information. The address has been confirmed. How much land do you need? Su Ping said 3,000 square meters. The other side quoted the price according to the current market. The total cost is 300 million star coins. Pay 200 million first and the rest later. Su Ping was stunned. The price increased so quickly. The staff member explained that due to the opening of the Global Elite League, land prices have been rising sharply. Su Ping thought for a moment, it might increase even more if I wait. Better buy now. He suddenly remembered that he still had a level 9 upper-tier blood-horned beast. How much could he sell it for? The staff member was shocked and checked. A level 9 upper-tier beast on the market is about 400 million star coins. This type of fierce beast is extremely rare, and some places have already offered 250 million. Would you like to sell it? Keeping it might increase the price. Su Ping decisively replied, sell it, everything for the store. The staff member quickly completed the transaction. Turning off the screen, Su Ping calculated, 250 million plus the accumulated money should be enough. In the next few days, he would continue to increase his strength. System, is there any cultivation location harder than the long bone inheritance? The system immediately displayed, God tier cultivation location costs 10,000 energy, highest divine realm. Selling a god-tier cultivation location costs 1,000 energy. Su Ping's gaze paused on the highest divine realm, but 10,000 energy was too high, and after the newbie stage, it only recovered 10% per session. It was hard to bear. He switched to the god tier, a place where he could find divine flame beasts to complete the second stage of the Golden Crow divine demon body. The energy surrounded his body. If the Golden Crow demon body reached stage 2, his defense would reach level 9, greatly improving his survivability. He made up his mind, let's go. Su Ping's divine soul immediately entered the god tier. Landed on a vast grassy field, the scene was vastly different from the previous cultivation locations, as if stepping from the wilderness into civilization. The system displayed a notification, you have arrived at the divine realm. Would you like to purchase the divine language translation function for 500 energy? Su Ping was surprised. This time there's even divine language translation. It's clearly a big difference. Being able to communicate would save a lot of unnecessary trouble, so he chose to buy it. The system began installing. The translation function is being activated. Please wait. Behind Su Ping, the surface of the water gently rippled. A figure appeared muttering in divine language. He turned around cautiously. The system reported that the installation was complete. The host can now communicate with the divine race. In front of him stood a beautiful girl softly singing. Sight left Su Ping momentarily stunned. How should he respond in this situation? The girl also sensed the energy fluctuation, her gaze cautious. Was there an intruder? She immediately withdrew her aura and released a probing force. Su Ping immediately shifted the battle, counterattacking while summoning Xiao Qulu and Infernal Prison Zhu Longshu to charge forward. The two war beasts instantly closed in, one unleashing Supreme Blade techniques, the other releasing the Infernal Dragon flames from the prison. Yet both quickly faltered. Infernal Prison Zhu Longshu collapsed, causing Su Ping to secretly fear the enemy's strength, reluctantly activating Spirit Devourer Fruit to nullify damage. Thanks to this effect, Xiao Qulu's body instantly recovered, and Infernal Prison Zhu Longshu also regenerated its strength on the spot. After a brief pause, the young man resumed his assault. Su Ping ordered Infernal Prison Zhu Longshu to revive in place, aware his own energy could not sustain long, hastily explaining he meant no harm, but Anna merely replied coldly that she knew he came from another world. Su Ping was stunned and asked how she could recognize his foreign identity. Su Ping calmly explained that his appearance resembled theirs, likely a low-class human, and that this place belonged to the divine territory filled with transcendent energy. Without teleportation, humans would hardly set foot here. Su Ping pointedly asked why she was not surprised by his human status, and she turned away, explaining the divine race had once mingled with humans, so his presence was not strange, only curious which star cluster he came from that they had never heard of, leaving Su Ping enlightened but still puzzled as he had never heard of humans arriving here. Anna observed closely, realizing that although his war beasts were only student level, they had all reached Sea Realm and could even revive at any moment. Scanning his spiritual energy, she discovered Su Ping's aura was unusually unpredictable, causing unease and questioning whether he was truly human or backed by some hidden power. Anna coldly demanded he clarify his purpose in the divine central territory, simultaneously shifting into combat mode and demanding the force behind him appear. Su Ping asked in surprise whether this place was truly the central divine territory he had heard of. Anna's expression flickered for a moment. She suddenly struck, sending Su Ping flying, causing him to awaken in the real world and silently surmise she did not wish to be called a demigod still here. Sighing, he reminded himself his main goal was to increase his strength and would not linger, quickly logging back in to continue. The next summoning transported him to a desert, the system deducting thousands of energy points the moment he set foot. Su Ping cautiously observed, sensing danger as the surrounding sand gradually rose into sharp points like teeth. It turned out he had fallen into an ambush by aggressive desert sharks. He leapt high, shouting to see if they dared swallow him. Channeling internal power combined with divine palms, he forced the beasts to collapse onto the sand. The monsters struggled to rise. Su Ping chuckled scornfully and activated the appraisal technique. The system revealed they were Void Space Demon, level unknown, combat strength equivalent to level 9 spear rank, mortal talent and skills unclear. Intrigued by their high power, he summoned Xiao Qulu, Infernal Prison Zhu Longshu and Dark Dragon Quan to coordinate, attacking while protecting each other. The two sides clashed, Infernal Prison Zhu Longshu leading the assault, using Dragon Support Mountain to pave the way for Xiao Qulu's advance. After a fierce fight, the beasts were finally cut down by Infernal Prison Zhu Longshu's strike. Yet Su Ping felt it was insufficient, urging the two war beasts forward again when the jewel on the beast's forehead glowed, triggering petrification. Dark power erupted, sweeping everything aside, and Dark Dragon Quan could not resist, collapsing. Xiao Qulu was also gradually overloaded. He immediately activated the soulbending demon fruit to greatly enhance defense and damage resistance. Noticing that after rebirth Xiao Qulu returned to a state as if never having fought, he seized the opportunity to strike, while summoning the Dark Dragon Sovereign to rebirth on the spot and coordinate a counterattack. Finally, he leapt high, clenching his fist to deliver the decisive blow. The Purgatory Zhu Long Tree unleashed a fire-power covering attack, incinerating the opponent. The strike shook the entire beast. The demonic seal burst forth, causing its body to disintegrate into pieces. The Dark Dragon Sovereign stood nearby observing, attentively watching the remaining fragments fall. It swiftly darted forward to snatch a sparkling gem as spoil. Su Ping was astonished when the system notified it was a divine essence. A crystal formed after the divine race absorbed the evil clan, containing strong divine nature, capable of helping a pet evolve into a divine beast, prompting him to inquire further and receive an explanation about increasing longevity, physicality, comprehension, and ability to counter demons and immortality. It even amplified ordinary skill power multiple times, leaving Su Ping impressed by its superior effectiveness. He handed the divine essence to the Dark Dragon Sovereign, saying if it found it on its own, use it to upgrade. Seeing Xiao Qulu looking on admiringly, he laughed and reminded to maintain noble bloodline composure and focus on learning from the Purgatory Zhu Long Tree. After absorption, the aura of the Dark Dragon Sovereign soared, entering divine transformation with dragon and demon attributes. Combat power reached level 8 upper rank along with new skills and divine nature 1 out of 10. Su Ping noted the stats hadn't changed much beyond increased divine nature, guessing other conditions were needed for complete divine beast transformation, so he decided to continue hunting monsters. Suddenly a distant cry for help rang out. He turned to see two divine clans being besieged by beasts below. One shouted claiming to be from Shen Feng Team 5, a trainee-level disciple, begging for help. He raised his hand to create a barrier before them, trembling for mercy. Su Ping casually struck the beasts away, then rode the dragon forward, astonishing everyone at the appearance of a formidable human. Coldly ordered to capture the monster. The two divine clans immediately grasped the Purgatory Zhu long tree's legs to leave the dangerous area. Team 5 trainee gratefully thanked him, while Su Ping said he only saved them to guide him and asked why they were in danger. Learning they were resisting evil clans entering via spatial caves, and some comrades had already died in battle. Observing the ruined pits, he asked if they were responsible for handling it, and casually wondered how a human like him could enter. He casually replied he was just passing by, also asking why the divine clans with wings didn't fly to avoid, then speculated that perhaps the divine clans were unaware of the spatial fissures like Lam Tin. Jing angrily said they could not use divine wings freely. Fighting evil clans was honorable. While the trainee explained only 10 purebloods in the divine realm possessed divine wings and semi-divine could not fly at will, reminding Su Ping the previous person must have been a pureblood. He silently assessed the large power gap, thinking if regarded as a pet, her aptitude surpassed Xiao Qulu, prompting him to consider training her. Su Ping inquired about semi-divine still in place, but the trainee shook his head saying never heard of it, they only lived at the edge of the divine territory. The other enthusiastically recounted legends of the heights of divine wisdom, but Hai Jing coldly dismissed it as illusions of the weak, while Su Ping thought it seemed the place was considered non-existent. The trainee bowed saying the central divine territory still sought traces of the heights of divine wisdom to counter evil clans, hoping to train there even briefly. Hai Jing helplessly rebutted that no clues had appeared in years. Instead of dreaming, they should diligently cultivate in reality. At that moment, beasts attacked again, causing all three to lose balance and fall to the ground. Hai Jing was startled and turned around. It really was them. That group had followed all the way here. Behind them were countless ferocious giant beasts closing in, along with the 100 master of the evil clan. The 5th Shen Feng trainee team nearly collapsed in spirit. How long would these monsters last? Today it seemed unlikely anyone would survive. Hai Jing withdrew his weapon and advanced. The two of you leave quickly. The moment for me to shine has arrived. Su Ping quietly gathered his energy, a faint smile at the corner of his lips. These divine clans had some pride, but my target is their divine essence. He strengthened his pet then shouted, you still haven't seen the heights of divine wisdom, yet you recklessly throw away your lives without regret. Hai Jing thought in astonishment, how could a human disciple radiate such overwhelming authority? Su Ping's aura flared, he shouted, move now. Hai Jing clasped his hands in awe, never expected humans to be so formidable, then I entrust this to you. 2 divine clans hurriedly retreated, warriors take care. Only Su Ping remained, smiling faintly, looking at the beast's stirred memories of the past. His blood surged, potential pressed to the limit. This was exactly what he needed. Su Ping landed on the ground. He called his pet and advanced. Charged straight into the horde of beasts, a wave of power engulfed Su Ping. Fight to your heart's content. In his consciousness world, he immediately lost 535 energy. He panted, only 1 rebirth left. Didn't expect them to be so tough. 9 revivals exhausted. In that world, Su Ping was still defeated by the united beasts despite their heavy losses. Indeed, the higher the level, the harder to surpass. He checked the treasures obtained. Divine essence was considerable. No loss, time for looting almost up. Continuing the fight was unwise and hard to win. He pressed the system to choose random rebirth and tried another area. Elsewhere, Anna was happily cuddling the white tiger. My little fur is the prettiest. She buried herself in the soft fur, biting affectionately, my obedient little fur. Just then Su Ping was summoned to Anna's private room. She froze, Su Ping was surprised too, quite a coincidence. Anna blushed with anger, that human was indeed shameless. She spread her wings and raised her staff, repeatedly following the divine trail. Finally, what were you planning? Su Ping smiled wryly, had to improvise, no time to call Xiao Qulu. He waved his hand saying it's a misunderstanding. I really am not a match for you. Can you lower your guard for me? Anna's tone was cold, if not a match. Why did you remain calm when pierced by the holy spear? Leisurely as if nothing happened, if there was a single lie I would make you pay dearly. Su Ping pondered, couldn't reveal he had reborn. He cautiously replied, I know the path to the heights of divine wisdom. Anna was shocked. The heights of divine wisdom. Every divine clan dreamed to step there. If it weren't for forces from there, we would have long wiped out the evil clans. Her words shook her, years of effort without a clue. An ordinary human said he could reach there. She asked sternly, how did you get there? Su Ping smiled, does the method matter? You know I can freely enter the central divine area without you killing me. That alone proves my strength. Anna's silence made Su Ping believe she was swayed. He decided to apply more pressure, pretending to turn, if so I will leave. As for the heights of divine wisdom, you find it yourself. Anna asked directly, power, treasures, or territory, tell me what you need. Su Ping inwardly pleased but remained calm. I need strength. without power, wealth, or land is just bait for others. Anna conjured a book very well. She tossed the book over. This is the divine wisdom adapted for humans. After training, the divine origin technique enhances skill, magic, and comprehension. Su Ping considered, this helps speed cultivation, worth it. He reached to open the book, but the book immediately repelled him, accompanied by a protective barrier. Anna smiled faintly. Once I enter the heights of divine wisdom, it will naturally help you open it. Su Ping nodded before entering to prevent you from getting lost in temporal chaos. I need to draw a tracking sigil on your forehead, okay? Anna stepped forward coldly. Fine. Su Ping lowered his voice. I am not tall enough. Please lower yourself. Anna squatted as instructed. Draw it. Su Ping secretly smiled and began establishing the contract. Could the system use the pet contract to control her? The system responded quickly. The contract applies to all beings. Even a goddess is no exception. A blazing red seal appeared on Anna's forehead. She immediately sensed the change. This human was using a pet contract on me. I underestimated him, but Anna quietly manipulated forces. Let's see if you can reverse your sigil. Su Ping finished and shouted, contract complete. At the same time Anna activated, the contract reversed. Countless golden chains radiated from her body, shocking Su Ping. The contract could even reverse. Anna smiled coldly. Wait until you become my pet and then reveal all secrets. Su Ping's body stiffened, the chains froze as well. Anna was stunned, time seemed to freeze. The chains suddenly vanished. In the darkness, a pair of eyes slowly opened. What was this? Anna suddenly suffered a violent backlash. She collapsed, words unspoken. Her black eyes revealed a chilling gaze. Anna gritted her teeth. How could that gaze suppress me? Could it be power hidden in his bloodline, such a terrifying existence? Everything returned to normal. Time continued flowing. Su Ping moved and looked around in confusion. I thought it was a rebellion. How did the roles switch in an instant? He asked the system. The system explained, I hadn't acted. She touched the defensive barrier, so suffered backlash. Su Ping pondered, backlash, unbelievable. The pet contract system seemed useless. Is there another way to subdue her? A golden contract appeared. For beings with high intelligence, it could bind them as hirelings. Su Ping was surprised. Not only can you tame but also sign contracts. He changed tone. That was a small trial. Congratulations on passing. Now the main part. Read it. Anna, still groggy, hireling contract. The content clearly stated hireling contract for the pet shop. Clause 1, protect the owner and obey. Clause 2, maintain shop reputation. Clause 3, assist in development. Benefits include 7-day trip, 1-year term. Su Ping smiled. Outstanding employees get trips too. I don't lie. Anna sensed the domineering aura from the contract. Once signed, both parties bound. She stood up angrily. Why must I be your slave for a year? Su Ping turned. If you don't sign, I leave. This chance won't come again. Anna fumed. This human was crafty, words hard to believe, but his backing forces considerable. She gritted teeth. For the future, I'll try once. If you betray me, I'll make you pay double. Then quickly sign the employee contract. System announced, employee information received. Name Anna, pureblood goddess attribute, self-sufficient, combat level Feng Shen realm. Employee points 100, 200 becomes core staff. Below 60 becomes pet. Su Ping astonished. Can I see others? Points 2. This shop had great authority. What were the realms of self-sufficient God and Feng Shen realm? The system explained, above Lam Tin there were High Jing, Void Motion, Destiny realm and Legendary realm. Above these three were the two major Feng Shen realms. Only the strong able to turn the universe reached, which amazed Su Ping further. No wonder the pet contract failed due to vast level difference, and the system could cause such strong beings to suffer backlash. Just how deep was its power? What was the origin of this system? Being mocked by the system in every way, now I realize it doesn't even respect me. The semi-divine contract period is nearly over. Su Ping could only be speechless. When did this system start adding all these strange expressions? Anna and Su Ping were immediately transmitted back to the pet shop. She glanced around. This was the human territory. Su Ping was astonished to see Anna reduced to about 1 meter or 2. She crossed her arms proudly, saying her divine demeanor did not fit this world, so it had to be adjusted. He frowned and asked why she appeared as a young girl here, easily misunderstood as breaking the law. Anna calmly replied she had lived tens of thousands of years and need not worry about that. Su Ping sighed and turned away. Never mind, prepare a little. The shop was about to open for customers. Anna asked suspiciously, customers indeed. Immediately she unleashed her ability. The divine pupils of her race penetrated all outside objects. A strange movement startled Su Ping. Could it be people from Yuan Shen had arrived so fast? He immediately realized, indeed underestimating the speed of a legendary strong one. Originally planned to wait for the shop upgrade to bring mother and sister, though entering the cultivation area could cause trouble with them around. But now he could not overthink. A stranger appeared on the clock screen. Su Ping was shocked and asked who he was. The other didn't answer but asked back, confirming Su Ping's identity. Awakened Battle Pet Master, senior tutor of Phoenix Mountain Academy, owner of the pet shop, right? Su Ping, worried seeing his home behind him, unsure of mother and sister, cautiously asked what he wanted. Continued listing: Mother Li Qing Ru, elementary teacher; Father Su Yuan Shen, low-ranking sailor; younger sister Ling Yue, first-year battle pet master of Phoenix Mountain Academy. Unable to endure, Su Ping shouted, "What exactly do you want?" He replied that Master Yuan wanted to meet him. As long as he appeared obediently, the family would not be troubled. Su Ping tried to stay calm, knowing he was the target, said he was outside the shop, wanted to meet, but had to bring them along to see them first. The man agreed and hung up, thinking there was no escape from Master Yuan. He immediately contacted another, reporting that Su Ping's location had been sent to Master Yuan. He smiled slightly, wanting to see which brat dared to snatch the Long Dai Shan inheritance. Group quickly flew over, causing Phoenix Mountain Academy to stir. Students pointed, seeing the Strong One's insignia floating above. Immense pressure scared everyone, wondering what had happened. Ninth-rank elder of the Mu family coldly said, "Isn't it true? One who broke Long Bone Tower lives among these ordinary." The ninth-rank mid-elder of the Qin family doubted the intelligence of Master Yuan. The mid-elder of the Liu family suggested maybe just lucky. The mid-elder of the Tang family bowed, concluding, "Whoever dares seize Master Yuan's possession will meet a tragic end." Behind them appeared an elder, legendary Yuan Shen Tri-High, accompanied by Dao Zun, ninth-rank upper. Dao Zun said coldly, "Handle this quickly." People of Phoenix Mountain feared and stepped back, seeing Dao Zun. The elder beside exuded legendary aura. A single glance already oppressive, Mu family shouted for juniors to avoid. He displayed his forces, yanked open the shutter, loudly declaring Master Yuan had arrived, hurry out. The Mu family concentrated all strength and roared, "Let's see now." Yet the door remained still, everyone astonished. Could this place have high-level protection formation? Just then the door automatically opened. Su Ping stood behind calmly, telling them not to make such a fuss. His voice cold. If they wanted to meet, they were brought here. Dao Zun was stunned, realizing the gifted youth he once wanted to nurture now became a thorn in the legendary's eyes. Tang family strode forward, saying Su Ping had no right to set conditions. He exerted power to seize him, shouting to step forward. But that aura was easily neutralized by Su Ping. Tang family immediately shocked to the point of spitting blood. Those behind became cautious, never expected the technique to be so quickly nullified. Surrounded yet dared resist, they shouted to teach him a lesson. One person lightly stepped on the ground. The elders in front were startled and immediately avoided, asking Master Yuan to let them handle it as they still had strength. Yuan Tian narrowed his eyes, "Leaving this to you will only bring shame. This youth's power far exceeds your imagination." He waved to protect and escort the person, saying, "This is who you need." Su Ping angrily gathered in her power, demanding they be released. In a blink he controlled two guards, reclaimed Ling Yue and Mother. Seeing them unconscious, Su Ping angrily asked what had been done. Yuan Tian calmly replied, "Just fainted, will awaken in half a day," then asked how it felt to have something taken from you. Su Ping disdainfully asked if the Long Dai Shan inheritance had your name engraved, or only because you wanted it others had to yield. Mu family shouted, scolding him for disrespecting Master Yuan. Yuan Tian sneered, saying, "If you have strength, you have right to inherit." Truly a fearless cat. Mu family reminded they couldn't enter the shop, so could not detect internal strength, could be hidden experts. Yuan Tian's gaze turned cold, confident he was a legendary battle pet master. A small town cannot stop him. He stepped in front of Su Ping, threatening that this small shop could not stop a legendary. If compliant like the four great families, he would not trouble them but bring them for nurturing. People around murmured, hearing Master Yuan wanted to recruit the young. Only Dao Zun stood far, understanding this was his usual precedent strategy. Outwardly Yuan Tian was amiable, but aura silently oppressive. Even the four great families could hardly refuse. He continued presenting benefits, saying resources of secret realms wasted otherwise must be gathered by the elite to maximize. Su Ping inwardly despised the elite he spoke of was probably pre-selected. He said he hated those treating everything as their own, not letting others touch, and if taken, recklessly pursue. Words angered Yuan Tian. He said if capable, must pursue, and juniors demanding equality was laughable. Aura surged, he asked finally, submit or meet tragic end. Su Ping coldly replied, no matter how many times you ask, same answer. Yuan Tian drew his Yuan Shen sword, said then don't blame me. The giant sword immediately descended. In an instant, the blade was shattered by honor. Those outside were terrified. Master Yuan's technique, even ninth rank would be cautious. Yet the child blocked single-handedly, unless legendary, unexpected Long Jiang appeared as such existence. Yuan Tian angrily exclaimed, "How could one hide such refined power? Nearly fooled me." "Are you his master?" Su Ping calmly asked Anna as he had not told her to act. She crossed arms, replying according to Rule 1, protect the shop. Anna reminded she had completed the protection task. According to rules, points should be added upgrading to employee attribute if violated, points deducted as punishment. She speculated Su Ping intended her to lose points. Su Ping, speechless, thought quite clever. That indifferent conversation ignoring Yuan Tian made him roar, daring to disregard me, but immediately after he was struck flying from the shop. Yuan Tian's body flew through the crowd. Finally, he crashed into the house behind, causing it to collapse. People panicked, calling Master Yuan. Only Anna looked annoyed being interrupted, asked if he wanted to continue. Su Ping reminded this was not wild territory, so don't go overboard. Those young familiar leave alone, others at will. Anna glanced, asking if missing limbs slightly would be okay. Killing intent radiated from her, making everyone shiver. If so, he would not hold back, hard to subdue them otherwise. The people outside whispered in fear as if facing ghosts. If one employee was this terrifying, how formidable must the shop owner be? Never expected Lam Tin to have such astonishingly strong existence. On the horizon, Yuan Tian silently drew on dark energy, spiritual aura coiling into a heavy armor. He poured all his strength to summon the strongest minion under his command. Giant aberrant beast with 4 arms emerged, the Shadow Luminous King Beast, its combat power reaching the border of high Jing level royal beast. Yuan Tian roared that it was not over. Shadow Luminous King Beast, proceed to fusion. Fragments of stone immediately swirled around his body like armor. Su Ping rested his chin on his hand and smirked, fusion still possible. He casually remarked, looks decent enough. Upon entering fusion state, Yuan Tian's aura surged to void motion realm, his eyes blazing, requesting instruction as a legendary Yuan Shen battle pet master. The elders turned pale with fear, for only legendary level could qualify for fusion. It was their first time seeing Master Yuan like this. Terrifying, after fusion his combat power jumped an entire level. This place could not be stayed in, or all would be in danger. Dao Zun had to loudly plead for Master Yuan to temper his attack. 2 legends clashing here would surely devastate the stronghold. Yuan Tian sneered, striking here. So what? In his eyes they were nothing but petty scavengers. He raised his weapon, a single strike enough. Wild slash descended, the force sweeping everything like a whirlwind, yet Anna instantly teleported, lightly catching the spear tip. The spear immediately shattered. She glanced indifferently. What's wrong? Already used full power. Yuan Tian widened his eyes in disbelief. What is happening? Anna condensed her weapon. A single thrust knocked Yuan Tian to the ground. Her voice cold, this divine spear serves as a sacrifice for you. Yuan Tian's body cracked in pieces. Screams of pain echoed. Su Ping stood beside, quietly reminding, don't go too far. Anna sheathed her weapon, calmly noting it only drained a portion of his Yuan Shen. At least 35 years to recover cultivation, everyone stunned. A single move settled the battle. Su Ping smiled coldly, beckoning. What are you still standing there for? Come here. Ling Yue gradually woke. Su Ping asked gently, awake now? Any discomfort? Ling Yue struggled to open her eyes, head still ringing. What about mother? He avoided, probably tired, and fell asleep. Mu stepped forward with a considerate smile, respectfully greeting Miss Su. Ling Yue panicked. Who are you? Mu smiled, introducing himself. Just call me Zio Mu. Others behind spoke in turn. Zio Tan, Zio Liu, Ru Yan. Ling Yue could hardly process. Stammered, then asked, brother, what are they doing? Why appearing in our house? What mischief are you causing? Su Ping replied casually, did I summon them? No, they are tutors I invited. Ling Yue frowned, you just said summon. Study what? I'm always top 10. Do you think I'm dumb? Su Ping countered, have you ever ranked first? He added, the Spirit Link tournament is about to start. During this time they will teach at the academy. Ling Yue raised her brow, so what will you instruct? Zio Liu stepped forward fiercely, with the Doquang insignia, able to guide usage and dispel poisons at level 9. Zio Tan clasped hands, Hui Gu insignia, ready to teach healing and body-strengthening arts at level 9. Yu Yan stepped up, Ziatam insignia, proficient in dark arts and mechanisms at level 9. Finally Zio Mu, Xiaowang insignia, able to teach control of level 9 pets and had prepared a juvenile silver bone lunar dragon for him. Ling Yue was extremely excited. Everything was level 9 and she even received the silver bone moon dragon. Could this be a dream? Could she really raise it? The girl, her eyes sparkling, looked at Su Ping. Brother, are they telling the truth? Can I trust them? He smiled and replied, of course. 3 hours ago, Yuan Tian was defeated and fell to the ground. The old servants were stunned and immediately scrambled to apologize. We are deeply sorry, we truly failed to see the mountain. All 4 of them bowed their heads to the ground, begging for mercy. Su Ping leaned over to Anna and whispered, "Do you have any kind of charm or dark magic?" She responded indifferently, "How ridiculous, as a noble divine race, why would I use such dirty tricks?" Su Ping secretly gave her 2 points for her professionalism. Anna lazily glanced over, "Are you worried they won't accept it? You want to keep them here, right?" Su Ping laughed, "You're really smart." Anna waved her hand to channel her spiritual power. "Watch closely. This is the divine blessing I bestow upon these ants." The old servants immediately became dazed, muttering that they had seen the divine manifestation. Dao Zun was stunned upon witnessing this, a title of expert held by a mere young man. He had never heard of such a domineering spell. Could this person be from another star system? If so, then there might be more experts in that shop. Su Ping curiously asked what she had done to them. Honor explained that it was a divine seal of blessing, a divine manifestation that made them form a seal of belief. When sealed, a mark of obedience to the caster would arise. He concluded, anyone sealed who dares to disobey will be consumed by divine flames for 10 days and nights, then dissipate like dust. Su Ping broke into a sweat. She was truly ruthless. He raised his hand to accept. "All right, I will imprint the seal of belief on you. Do not offend the Chuo family." Seals on the foreheads of the old servants glowed brightly, and they all answered in unison. Su Ping turned to Dao Zun. "Senior, you have arrived. Are you interested in passing down your sword techniques to me?" He shook his head with concern. "You're being too polite with your strength. Do you still need to learn my sword techniques?" Su Ping cupped his hands respectfully. "I still hope to receive your guidance." Dao Zun sighed. "If you've made up your mind, then I agree, but there are 2 conditions. First, my sword technique is extremely powerful. You will need an appropriate place to practice." He carefully looked at Su Ping before continuing. "Do you really want to learn it? From what I can see, your combat style leans more towards fists and kicks, doesn't it?" Su Ping turned away and replied, "Senior, please rest assured. Leave your contact information. In a few days, I will come find you once I prepare." Back to the present, Su Ping felt quite at ease. He stood up and instructed, "You should study hard with them. I need to go back to the shop." The staff suddenly connected and announced, "Mr. Chuo, the location and the special blood essence you wanted to sell are ready. Do you have time?" Su Ping silently praised their professionalism. The efficiency was truly impressive. He responded, "I will come to the shop to make the transaction." 10 days later, Su Ping's shop opened as usual. The system reported that the energy conversion had been completed, and the remaining balance was 125,348. Su Ping requested to open the upgrade interface. The progress bar appeared and he silently assessed. The shop had unlocked level 3, with the limit for training pet beasts now reaching levels 7 to 9. Su Ping remembered that he could receive million yuan orders from the local tyrant Yahello, and his income would definitely skyrocket. He suddenly realized he could also sell pet beast functions. The shop was becoming more and more legitimate, preparing to level up. Inside the shop, Su Ping sat waiting, while Anna quietly practiced beside him. The system notified that 100,000 energy had been deducted, leaving 25,348. The shop's area expanded to 3,078 square meters, and the surrounding streets were also covered with protective barriers. The screen displayed a prompt asking if he wanted to subdivide the area. It noted that after dividing the regions, spiritual energy would be automatically generated for each zone. Su Ping was surprised. There's such a feature. This way, the training equipment will be even more efficient. He performed a few steps and decided to allocate 300 meters for a residential area for his mother and sister. Once the system confirmed the completion, all the furnishings in the house gradually appeared, fully equipped. Anna immediately realized that the source of the mysterious power was quietly creating an item. However, what was being born was entirely different from ordinary objects. It seemed to belong to the category of eternal existence, something even high-tier gods would find difficult to touch. Where exactly did this energy come from? Su Ping calmly activated the system operation, designating 1/10 of the remaining area for the guest reception area and office. The interior began to materialize, complete. He continued the planning, allocating another 1/5 of the space for the dining area. Even large items were neatly arranged, complete. The remaining area was arranged for the breeding zone and laboratory. The system displayed confirmation, complete. The zoning is complete. Note the pet breeding limit has increased from 25 to 50. Would you like to purchase more? Su Ping immediately chose to buy 25 level 2 breeding pods. The system reminded him 25,000 energy will be deducted, leaving 348. He frowned and asked the system, what are the current privileges of the staff? The system replied, staff can use the breeding pods and the space for clone cultivation. Each week, 1 hour is allowed for the shop owner to enter the cultivation area. Would you like to arrange it? Su Ping smiled, that's enough to keep the shop running. Next morning, Ling Yue was stunned. Both she and her mother were momentarily dazed. Could it be? How come? The two stood rooted in front of the magnificent building. Could it be a complete new construction? Su Ping cheerfully approached. Everyone's here, right? Did you bring the belongings? The Mu family and the Qin family bowed and said, Master, as per your instructions, we have moved all the belongings here. If there's nothing else, we will take our leave. Su Ping waved them off, telling them to leave, then had the staff move the items inside. Ling Yue pointed and asked, you, the teachers have already moved out, so how am I supposed to go to school? Her mother was also worried. Yes, Bing Bing, why did our shop end up like this? Su Ping smiled, pointing to the house in front. I will take care of the school issue. Now, let's go inside and have a look. A few ill-mannered individuals approached Anna. I want to raise 3 pets. Beautiful lady, can I have your number? She coldly rejected them. No, please queue up. Su Ping reminded, don't address the customers like that. Seeing Anna's professional demeanor, the group became louder, teasing her. She simply turned away indifferently. With so many customers, where else would they go? Su Ping turned around and said, I have some matters to attend to. Please look after the shop. Ling Yue toured around, amazed. There's even a private pool here. Su Ping just smiled lightly. There's more. Ling Yue lay down on the bed. Is this going to be my new room? Her mother sat down to test it. It's really soft, much softer than the old bed. Su Ping asked how everyone liked it. Ling Yue said the old bed was indeed too hard. Her mother worried this room must be expensive. He casually replied, the costs are covered by the high-end customers. He smiled politely. The previous pet training was very successful, so they were satisfied. To them, it wasn't much. In the future, we can stay here with peace of mind, and if needed, I'll hire extra help. His mother smiled and said there's no need since she retired. She's free and can take care of the housework herself. Ling Yue teasingly asked, who was that gentle beauty in the shop earlier? Su Ping paused, remembering Anna's cold demeanor. Gentle? She's just a new employee. His mother gently nudged him, smiling, I understand. Why not ask her to join us for a meal? He quickly replied, Mom, don't joke around. Anna appeared gently, bowing greetings, Auntie, hello, Ling Yue. His mother asked her name. Anna smiled and replied, my name is Anna. Ling Yue admired, your hair is beautiful, may I touch it? Su Ping was about to stop her when Anna said, go ahead. Ling Yue hurriedly touched it, so smooth and soft. His mother helped serve food and asked where she was from, how old she was, and if she had a boyfriend. Anna politely answered, I'm from overseas, 18 years old, and I haven't thought about having a boyfriend yet. His mother sighed softly, such a pity. Su Ping lowered his voice just for the two to hear in front of them, she's so gentle. Anna replied calmly, that's my duty as an employee. Don't like it? Su Ping coughed lightly, I like it, it's very good. You really are a cold person. His mother asked with concern, there are only 2 people in the shop now. Is it very busy? Anna smiled, with the current number of customers, 2 people can still manage, but doing it alone would be a bit tough. Ling Yue tilted her head, you're really good. I saw more than 100 customers earlier. Su Ping considered, with Anna's ability, just one more assistant means he wouldn't have to be present all day. He suddenly remembered the young master was still in prison. Perhaps release her to work, otherwise planting the spirit tree would be inconvenient. The system immediately responded, the request for additional personnel was approved, issuing a temporary contract. Note, temporary staff cannot use shop functions. Reaching 200 points grants official status. Below 60 points revokes eligibility and converts to a pet. Su Ping completed the procedure and smiled slightly. Perfect. He threw the summoning scroll to Ru Yan. She asked cautiously what he wanted. Su Ping reminded her to untie the ropes and said, otherwise she would have to clean later. Ru Yan quietly observed, this place resembled a normal bedroom. Could this be his house? She assessed he was alone, no pets, sensed no expert aura. The room had a flaw, just the right moment to break the window and escape. Ru Yan pretended compliance, planning to summon the elite of the Duong family later, to show him the price for imprisoning her. Unexpectedly, she rushed forward and hit an invisible binding layer. He held her forehead. What kind of window is this so hard? Ru Yan rubbed her stomach, muttering she was weakened from confinement and lack of food. That despicable man, Su Ping watched from afar with an unreadable gaze. Ruyan frowned. What exactly do you want? Su Ping smirked, of course, to think of fully exploiting her value. Ruyan stepped back cautiously. Don't beat around the bush. Su Ping's hand slowly reached out. She covered herself, shouting, I won't let you achieve your goal. But Su Ping only offered a steamed bun. Ruyan froze, gritting her teeth. Do you intend to insult me with this? Our Duong family trained with dignity even when hungry. Yet the fragrance of the filling gradually spread. In the end, Ruyan still ate the bun cleanly. Don't bother. I have nothing for you to exploit. Su Ping tilted his head, offering a contract. No, it was a temporary work permit. The next day the clients were surprised. The number of beauties in the shop increased. This store truly was high class. Anna stood formally and bowed, welcoming customers. For nurturing and boarding, please line up in 2 rows. Only Ruyan blushed in annoyance. Why must I stand here for those men to watch? So-called value meant serving these people. Anna corrected, serving customers. Ruyan looked at the door, calculating. This time she would definitely escape. Su Ping reminded, don't forget she signed a temporary contract, cannot leave for a year. Ruyan rushed forward. This was when she was forced to sign. Don't think that paper could bind me. But as soon as she touched the door, a barrier immediately blocked her. She bounced back inside, struggled to stand. What secret does this door hold? Can't break the window, can't pass the main door, Su Ping casually assigned. Honor is the old staff teaching the new. I give her a point, teach her work. Anna replied, no problem. Few people outside with cameras approached, asking, who is Mr. Tu? Su Ping stepped forward. It's me. They asked if he booked filming and short advertisement services on the subway. He nodded yes. They continued, asking where to film and any additional requests. Su Ping considered. Currently most clients were familiar with mid-level combat pets. Needed to expand for clients with pets above level 7. He then summoned Lion and Guk Zhu. Hurry and take the shot. Everyone around fell silent, the pungent stench spreading. The long beast's aura so fierce it was suffocating. My God, what is he planning? Could it be filming? Unbelievable. The cameraman's voice trembled as he asked, Mr. Su, what is our slogan? Su Ping smiled faintly. No slogan needed, just capture the long beast and the shop sign, he thought silently. Lion and Guk Zhu Long Shu ranking 3rd among main bloodlines is the ultimate highlight. Any seasoned battle tamer would recognize it instantly. Ling Yue ran up from afar. Brother, Su Ping asked in surprise, weren't you coming to class today? The people behind were still murmuring about the 2 escort powerhouses. Those are the master rankers, hurry back. Ling Yue pointed at them. That's right, but they kept following me and even waited outside the restroom. Their aura was too strong. Teachers and classmates paled in fear. Su Ping laughed after hearing that. Ling Yue said angrily, how can you laugh? What exactly is happening? Su Ping reassured, don't worry, they mean no harm. I only asked them to silently protect you. Ruyan inside the shop quickly realized, isn't that Senior Zia Zin? Felt secretly happy, unexpectedly meeting Senior Zia Zin here. Su Ping, did you think I couldn't contact my clan? If my artifact hadn't been taken, you wouldn't have defeated Elder Fong. You only ranked 8th among my ranks, while Senior Zia Zin ranked 3rd. The paper weapon in her hand was miraculous, capable of controlling enemies from afar. Ruyan hurriedly transmitted mentally, Senior Zia Zin, is that you? I am Yan Nhi suddenly turned. Someone transmitted with spiritual power, that sound was. He immediately replied, young master, why are you here? The clan has been searching for you in the secret realm for a long time, Ruyan hurriedly said. Senior Zia Zin, this story is long. I was held captive by the villain, please save me. The way out froze as he pointed at Su Ping. Could he have been brought here too? Ruyan was stunned also. That moment Su Ping suddenly turned. His sharp gaze made Ruyan flinch. Ruyan quickly withdrew, almost discovered whatever the senior just said had meaning. He stealthily peered through the door crack to observe. Su Ping was instructing the way out and Liu Ra. Even during the day they must silently watch in the academy. Do not disturb it too much, our main duty is cultivation. You can alternate, both bowed and replied. Ruyan pondered. Indeed, Senior Zia Zin's clan and Liu family's solo elder are top city powerhouses, yet still suppressed by Su Ping. What exactly happened? The system notified, ANA points increased by 1, totaling 104. Su Ping smiled slightly. Anna's points increased again, monitored by the system. She can't slack behind me. A well-trained staff earning a point is worth it. At the same time, he took out the divine tree and planted it in the treasure space soil, hoping it would find suitable land. The system scanned, confirming potential to awaken growth instincts. Unfortunately, this spirit seed was too low grade, over 10,000 years old but still only partially awakened, even consciousness not fully roused. Su Ping pondered, over 10,000 years and only this. fully awakened spirit intelligence could directly serve as a spirit pet. He smiled and closed the treasure space, said that spirit seeds take decades to centuries to bear fruit. Commercialization is not easy, if evolved into spirit pet as system mentioned. Combined with nurturing to enhance healing, perhaps annual harvest, system reminded, host hasn't learned spirit awakening. First become a nurturer. Su Ping raised an eyebrow. I see. After battle tamer, the next step is nurturer, though I run a pet shop and studied much. I haven't mastered nurturing deeply, now mainly rely on system, need to learn more. He waved away thoughts, can't think now. Yuan Shen matter quiet for now but may still flare up, most important to increase combat and fame. Selection board opened, enter nurturing realm. Su Ping began infiltrating, though could rely on system to quietly develop at home. Mother and sister need normal life, can't be bound in shop under watch, must grow stronger. Anna sensed familiar power appearing. After a hard day, Su Ping collapsed onto the bed, arms exhausted, resurrected over 100 times to defeat that monster. Now he reached Supreme Demon God First Form Mastery. Su Ping felt hot changing clothes, no longer dare reckless since free novice resurrection gone, shop income tight, bathed then continued battle. At that moment Anna brought food, placed on table, said, Madam instructed me to bring this to you. Su Ping frowned slightly, even prepared soup, since when so enthusiastic, never mind should be fine in shop, tricks won't work anyway. He tilted back and drank. Anna spoke, you just used law to the divine border, right? Su Ping stayed alert, her intuition sharp, detected me everywhere. He turned and said, knew already why ask, say what you want. Anna crossed arms, next time bring me, I can use central divine power to help increase your cultivation. Su Ping serious, thinking she surely had other intentions. Anna seemed to understand, rest assured, this time I don't need staff points, only require you let me handle personal matter. Su Ping looked intently. Clearly she tested shop limits, what allowed or forbidden, mind active, but under contract can't exceed limits. This transaction benefits me too. He stood and asked Ru Yan if she follows me, who watches shop. Anna calmly replied, I arranged it. She recounted she worked all day, must be tired, added my lost sleep. Ru Yan lay on chair mumbling, Senior Zia Zin save me, Yan Nhi doesn't want overtime. Anna lowered eyes unless danger occurs, otherwise she'll sleep till morning. Su Ping marveled, handled neatly. He stepped to hold Anna's hand and opened the door, come with me. Anna surprised asked, now always, Su Ping urged hurry. Both entered the semi-divine realm, where the world resided. Anna amazed, indeed the world really returned, only meant to probe clues, didn't expect him to open such vast space with a wave. His strength truly unfathomable, perfect for entering high divine region. Su Ping reminded, stop daydreaming, she not yet standard staff. I don't know path, lead the way. Anna frowned, don't you know the significance of your energy to my clan? Fine, I reported to master. He will fetch us. Su Ping asked, what realm is master, how is divine region divided? Anna replied wearily, basic question, pure-blooded divine naturally reaches true god realm. Like the spider you defeated, equivalent strength. Su Ping thought, so pure-blood divine equals level 10 spirit pet. Anna explained further, our great divine realm simpler than yours includes high divine intellect, ancestral divine, master divine, divine general, archangel, 6 tiers total. She bowed sadly since high divine intellect disappeared, fewer breakthroughs, now reality only 5 tiers remain. Su Ping understood, limit shrank so more forces encroach, no wonder Anna risked. A giant divine clan arrived, said, Your Highness here to fetch, who is this? Anna replied, a valued guest, take along. Divine clan extended hand, said, hold my hand. Immediately they teleported to the castle. Anna said, you may retreat. Divine clan replied, yes, all in palace bowed to your highness. Anna skillfully ordered divine selection. They answered in unison. Su Ping thought even divine selection needs prep, like purifying before advancement. Inside room, ancient divine clan statues covered in moss, neatly chained. Lightly cut their arms, divine blood dripped into large cauldron. Su Ping surprised seeing dark red liquid. Anna explained, divine essence purifies impurities, enhances enlightenment and aptitude, benefits cultivation. She added only peak prodigies qualify for annual immersion. Today considered favor for you, after soaking arena nearby for training. Su Ping smiled, frequent soaking even better. Anna stern must trade, each time you bring me I let you soak once. Next time won't destroy rogue spirit pets, right? Su Ping surprised, don't you oppose rogue clans, if same goal why stop me? Anna pointed at him, because I sensed divine essence on you. Su Ping looked around, divine essence, why can't I feel it? Anna turned, when first arrived you surely noticed the world tree. Su Ping nodded slightly, yes. Anna looked up, that's our mother, after divine clan disperses, body turns to divine force returning to tree. She continued, "Mother fuses and purifies us, then becomes new individual." Anna lowered gaze, "Intelligent one like you surely understand." Su Ping puzzled, "After divine clan consumed, divine force as essence remains in me. Can't return to tree." Anna squeezed hands, "Yes, higher cultivation means more divine force after dispersal. Overall divine region power should increase." She recalled painfully, if rogue clan conquers, divine force lost, casualties drain power and rebalance. The divine race is now divided into many territories, and with the supreme divine intellect lost, no one is capable of reaching the ultimate realm. That golden age is hard to return. Anna looked briefly sad. Just as he spoke, Su Ping suddenly grabbed her hand. He placed a large golden gem in Anna's hand, as the harvest for today. Anna looked up, her eyes full of doubt. Su Ping smiled and nodded, recalling Xiao Kyulu, understanding her meaning that she did not want him to absorb all the divine essence like the evil race. Rest assured he would avoid them in the future. Su Ping turned and led the way, the goal of advancement clear. All that was needed was to train here, then quickly bring them to the arena, to let them taste the divine race's methods. He soaked in the bath, feeling reborn, truly refreshing. Anna smiled lightly and thanked him before saying she would leave first, call if needed. Su Ping called back, asking about the divine flame scorching core that the blue essence lacked. Anna immediately understood it was the core of a supreme-level fire divine beast, rare but would help him. Su Ping replied with interest, urging him to find it quickly. The battle form needed it to reach the second tier. This water activated potential and greatly accelerated cultivation. Anna quietly bowed her head in thought behind him. She led the beasts away, pleased with the great harvest. He could easily gather more than ordinary supreme-level warriors, and willingly gave it all, considering long-term cooperation. Then Su Ping opened the system check. A space full of gold appeared before him. He thought to find a hidden place to handle it. Afterwards, the two returned to Su Ping's home. He felt a surge of power. The divine golden bird body reached tier 2. His body at upper 9th level, demonic suppression skill at 1st tier mastery, enough to defeat 9th level opponents. With flight ability, though stamina was only 6th level, could still imitate insignias, thinking of surpassing the remaining legendary rival. Su Ping excitedly called Ru Yan to prepare. Yesterday's advertisement was costly, so today would be busy. Anna calmly agreed. Unexpectedly, the shop was empty. Ling Yue arrived stunned. She suggested taking a break. Su Ping coldly replied he was still working. Asked why she was still here, Ling Yue explained she had just finished school with classes tonight. Breaking news appeared on the clock. The extraordinary shop gave top 10 nomination to high spenders. No compensation needed. Ling Yue was amazed. She was angry at the trick to attract customers. Even if compensation was required, they would profit from many branches. Su Ping laughed, making her confused, teasing that her anger looked cute. Ling Yue blushed and said it was unfair. Su Ping analyzed this trick was not all. They also invited the previous champion as representative. That was the key to attracting customers, likely already dominating the market. Ling Yue was unwilling, suggesting to counter in the same way. Su Ping smiled and said if playing must play big, would nominate the champion directly. The next day news would explode everywhere. Everyone discussed. The minor shop was nominated for champion. Many turned to try their luck there. Opponents angrily slammed the table and cursed it. They saw it as provocation, suggested retaliation. Li Yu calmly said no rush. Use media to expose information, then release unfavorable news. He laughed, requesting to smear the shop and nominee. The more controversy, the better to make them a target. Staff praised the clever strategy. No effort needed yet could cause opponents to collapse if they failed. In the provincial mansion, people discussed daring shop nominating champion. Elders sought to use this to weaken the Liu family. The Liu family was also furious, questioning the source of the minor shop. Guards reported the Su Ping shop owner was only a senior lecturer, not from a major force. Rumors said a legendary powerhouse once went there and was carried back, making the clan leader suspicious and inquire further. Clan leader ordered secrecy. Without clear strength of the opponent, should not act. A few days later, the champion nomination news spread everywhere, surprising everyone. Su Quang asked in surprise. Su Ping confirmed it was no joke. Both students worried about the selection. Su Ping explained the advertisement was just to attract customers. The choice must be certain, could not risk it. He affirmed he would select a trustworthy person. Su Quang worried that misleading advertisement could backfire. Su Ping said only need to top consumption. Su Quang confident. Ling Yue unexpectedly asked for first place. He was determined to endure hardship for training, astonishing Su Quang. Su Ping objected, saying champion nomination was not simple. Top 10 already feasible with her current condition. Ling Yue said top 10 was not enough, wanted to get strong quickly to catch up to him, believing he had trained similarly. Su Ping reminded her she was young, top 10 was good, champion nomination would make the whole city target her. He analyzed forces would use many methods, even acquaintances could change attitude. Still, Ling Yue was resolute, accepting all risks of this path. She recalled her dangerous past, trusting Su Ping always protected her silently. He insisted not to stand behind, wanting to protect others. Su Ping reluctantly accepted, seeing her determination. At that moment, someone rushed in shouting for compensation. System alerted defamation of the shop. Assigned task to restore reputation within 24 hours with legendary skill reward. Failure would deduct points. Su Ping was surprised at the eliminate request. While outside, Zhang Bing caused trouble, accusing pets of weakness and reduced lifespan. Crowd speculated on stimulants, demanding the shop owner explain. The crowd grew increasingly agitated, demanding refunds and fearing loss of nomination rights. Anna stepped out and stomped, overwhelming aura silenced the crowd. Zhang Bing trembled but still threatened to call police and close the shop. Su Ping appeared to stop Anna, claiming to be the shop owner and asked for detail. Zhang Bing summoned his pet, body full of injuries, exhausted, blaming the shop. Su Ping checked information, confirmed Zhang Bing's identity, and asked if this was the pet recently trained. He brought the deposit slip here. On it still remains the signature confirming he received his pet. Is this really your handwriting? Tan Bin waved his hand dismissively. What if it is? Don't think you can scare me with that little evidence. He loudly accused that his Aurora spirit fox had shown abnormal symptoms as soon as it returned home. Su Ping bent down to examine it, then reassured him, "Don't rush, let me check first." He immediately cast identification technique. Tan Bin snorted, "Do as you like." The system displayed information that the Aurora Spirit Fox was a level 6 snow and ice type, with battle strength at level 4, lower tier, low-quality constitution. Skills included Aurora Ray, Lightning Disruption, External Ice Thrust Technique, with a gentle temperament and easy to tame. A rare individual known for loyalty to its master in the Fox clan. Su Ping frowned slightly in thought. Clearly, its battle strength had greatly diminished, but its external condition didn't resemble a typical illness. It seemed more like it had been poisoned by something. He turned to Anna and asked, "Do you know how to heal?" She nodded slightly, replying that she knew a little. Tan Bin hurriedly blocked, "Don't try to deceive me, I already took it to the top-tier hospital. They confirmed your training center injected it with something strange, causing the mutation," he yelled. "Don't talk about curing it, just saving its life would be a blessing." Anna pushed him aside, "Move away." Tan Bin angrily retorted, "You dare lay a hand on me." Anna calmly sat down and began to cast a healing spell. The gloomy aura surrounding the pet slowly dissipated, and it was finally able to stand up, healthy and strong again. Anna gently stroked its head and praised, "Good boy." Everyone around was amazed. "It's incredible, the fox that was so weak just moments ago is now standing strong. It seems all problems have been solved." The system updated the data of the Aurora Spirit Fox. Its battle strength rose from level 6 to level 7, lower tier. Its constitution remained low and its skills stayed the same, including Aurora Ray, Lightning Disruption, and External Ice Thrust Technique. Su Ping was secretly astonished. It's really impressive. Not only was it completely restored, but its battle strength also increased by a level. The pet joyfully leaped up and licked its master's cheek. Su Ping's gaze suddenly deepened. Tan Bin snorted, "If it's healed, then I won't pursue this matter anymore. I apologize for any disrespect earlier." He turned around and called out to the Aurora Spirit Fox, "Let's go." But Su Ping grabbed his shoulder. "Don't rush, we still have special services. Please come with me," Su Ping said as he threw him into the dark room behind. His voice turned cold. "You can see that the pet is still uneasy after being treated. This means the trouble behind this isn't simple. Now tell me who sent you here." Tan Bin stubbornly replied, "What nonsense are you talking about? Who sent me I don't know. Let me go or I'll report this to the authorities." Su Ping controlled him, making both him and his pet float in midair. "Don't refuse a toast or you'll be forced to drink the penalty wine." Tan Bin turned pale as he realized Su Ping's level of authority. Su Ping smirked, "If I'm not mistaken, someone with authority level can deal with those who insult them. I'm curious to see how this works." Tan Bin panicked and quickly revealed, "All right, I'll tell you, it's the Li family." Su Ping pondered, "Is the Li family behind Phi Fam?" he coldly demanded. "Explain it clearly." After being let down, Tan Bin quickly recounted, "Yesterday, my pet was severely injured after a battle. I had to spend a large sum to recover before the elite competition. Then people from the Li family came and said if I smeared your store, they would treat my pet for free. Su Ping asked. Who gave the order? He avoided answering. I don't know, they wore masks. Su Ping quietly asked Anna, can you use soul poisoning technique? Anna lowered her eyes and replied, our divine clan doesn't use such methods. Su Ping raised 2 fingers, signaling 2 more points. Anna glanced at him. Hasn't he already confessed? Are you afraid of being tricked? Su Ping thought for a moment. His easy confession makes me feel like something is being concealed, as if this whole thing has been staged. If Phi Fam really used such underhanded means, they brought this upon themselves. Anna reluctantly agreed to take action. Han Bin stepped back in fear. What are you going to do? Aurora Spirit Fox, save me. The pet immediately rushed forward to protect its master and unleashed Aurora Ray. Anna easily neutralized the attack and used her divine power to probe into Tan Bin's mind. His memories revealed a scene where several tall figures surrounded him, forcing him into a corner. They said, if the pet is raised well, it will become famous, then mentioned a debt to be paid. He begged them to wait until the tournament rewards came in before paying, but they coldly suggested injecting level 9 poison into the pet and slandering Phi Fam's store to erase the debt. Tan Bin hesitated, but heard that once that poison was injected, it would cause unbearable pain and was almost impossible to cure. One of them put his arm around his shoulders and sneered, it's just a level 6 pet. When this is done, I'll give you a level 8 one. Tan Bin was stunned by the promise of a level 8 pet. In the end, he compromised and apologized to the Aurora Spirit Fox. Su Ping became enraged by the cruelty. He lowered his head and begged me, claiming that he had no choice and hoped for forgiveness. Unexpectedly, the Aurora Spirit Fox was even angrier and growled before it. It suddenly lunged and bit Su Ping's hand. Tan Bin hurriedly softened his tone. Please spare me this time for its sake. I'll treat it better in the future. It can't leave me, Su Ping called Anna. She appeared immediately behind him, replying, yes. Su Ping decisively added 2 more points, severing the bond between Tan Bin and the pet. A golden light flashed, breaking the bond between Tan Bin and the Aurora Spirit Fox. Immediately, the anger in its eyes faded, and it gently released Su Ping's hand. Tan Bin panicked and called out to the Aurora Spirit Fox, I'm your master, Su Ping coldly replied. You haven't been worthy for a long time. Tan Bin was truly terrified, tears falling as he begged, Master, please don't take action against me. Su Ping dragged him and flew outside, saying, killing you would only soil my hand, then headed straight for the Chu family's estate. The guards looked up in astonishment. There's a person in the air. Su Ping dragged Tan Bin along, with the mighty pet escorting them. They were stunned by the authority of his level and quickly asked, a distinguished guest, are you here to visit the Chu residence? Su Ping coldly commanded. Call your patriarch out here, my store demands justice. Guards hastily pleaded, please, expert, wait. We've already contacted the patriarch, just a moment. Su Ping glanced indifferently. I don't have much patience, he muttered, hellbound beast cage. The pet immediately flew up, knocking away the guards, but was unexpectedly stopped by a protective formation. The Chu family's members simultaneously formed seals and set up a formation, shouting for the intruder to retreat. This is the Xuanwu Cold Tiger Formation, one of the 4 great secret formations of the Chu family, formed by 32 8th tier or higher masters, capable of withstanding a mid-level 9th tier strike. Su Ping coldly asked, I want to see your patriarch, didn't you hear me? Leader of the Chu army, a level 9 lower tier battle master, disdainfully said, how dare you? The patriarch isn't someone you can meet just because you want to. Even someone with a title can't come unannounced. Su Ping clenched his fists. If you won't call him, then I'll knock on his door myself. He gathered all his energy into a punch and used the second form of the demon disrupting fist. A massive illusory divine figure appeared, throwing a punch that caused the defenses to shake and crack violently. Chu family members were horrified. What kind of martial art is this? This power exceeds ordinary title levels. The leader of the Chu army yelled, everyone, use all your strength to block him, stop the fate. Yet no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't stop the punch. He hurriedly reinforced the formation, thinking that the opponent was just a title-level expert and couldn't possibly break the Xuanwu Cold Tiger Formation with one strike. Everything was shattered by the rebound, and the leader of the Chu army frowned. Could he be trying to flatten the Chu family? That force didn't weaken at all. At that moment, 2 other figures descended from above. He exclaimed in surprise, the Protector Lords. The 2 Protector Lords acted immediately to reinforce the defense, vowing not to retreat. They exerted all their strength in the Xuanwu violent break technique, shaking the formation violently. The leader of the Chu army immediately knelt, thanking the Protector Lords for their intervention. One of them coldly spoke, the Chu army is an elite of the Chu family, trained by me. The minimum condition should be a level 7 Beastmaster. How has it become so weak? The clan leader of the Chu family, Chu Tianlam, a ninth-tier upper-level warrior, slowly stepped out to reprimand, unable to stop even a young title holder, and had to call upon the left guardian elder. Commander of the Chu Wang army knelt down to apologize, asking the clan leader for a chance to redeem himself by repelling the enemy. Su Ping also made the infernal bamboo descend to the Chu family's courtyard and asked, "Are you the clan leader here?" He spoke sternly, "Then it's simple, your subordinates plotted to harm my shop, bring them all here." Left guardian Chu Tianguang, a ninth-tier middle-level warrior, shouted angrily at the presumptuous person who dared to barge into the estate and accuse them. Right guardian Chu Qi also snorted coldly, coming here alone and still daring to demand people. He immediately summoned his spirit beast, the dream-enshrouded chaos beast, a ninth-tier middle-level beast. Chu Qi shouted with murderous intent, and the Chu clan members appeared one by one. They formed a formation to surround Su Ping, with the Chu Wang army mobilizing everything, determined not to give him a chance to escape. Su Ping only gave them a cold glance. Even if there were more of them, it wouldn't change anything. Tian Guang used his power to summon beasts, mocking the frog in the well before calling for the formation. The sealing marks flew in the air, forming a massive summoning circle, bringing all the beasts into the battle. His spiritual sense converged into a giant phantom dragon, sealing off the entire space with a secret formation. The dragon held a sharp long sword in its mouth. Circling above, the Qing Long Chu Xian formation officially formed. Seeing the formidable formation, Su Ping only sneered, "Another dragon, huh? Clan leader Chu, are you still planning to protect the culprit?" Tian Lam disdainfully replied, still arrogant at this point, "It's not too late to kneel and beg now." In his heart, he calculated that the difference between a ninth-tier lower-level and upper-level warrior was like the distance between a first-tier and a ninth-tier. Tian Lam half-closed his eyes, thinking that the opponent's strength was at most a ninth-tier upper level, while the power of the Qing Long Chu Xian formation far surpassed that. Giant dragon roared, displaying the ultimate ninth-tier aura, almost touching the threshold of legend, even strong enough to compete with Dao Zun. Su Ping softly spoke, "Infernal bamboo Zhu Long Shu, dark dragon gate." The two spirit beasts immediately rushed up to engage in battle, and he smiled, telling them to use all their abilities to deal with it. Darkness and infernal power intertwined into a massive shield, slowly pushing the giant dragon back. The overwhelming pressure made common people like Tun Bing unable to bear it, crying out for help. Chu Qi and Tian Guang were shocked. The ninth-tier ultimate attack was blocked. This defense is absurd. Xiao Qiulu jumped up, while Su Ping remained calm. "I didn't come here to reason with you." With just a light jump, Xiao Qiulu caused the ground of the Chu family estate to crack open. Tian Lam was stunned. What exactly was Xiao Qiulu planning to do with that decayed tooth? Xiao Qiulu summoned the spiritual sense of the skeleton and blood fire, striking the top of the dragon's image, the cutting strike resembling a dragon-slaying move. Tian Lam was alarmed. This move was extremely effective against dragon clan forms. The situation was dire. He quickly focused his energy to reinforce the defense. He couldn't underestimate this skeleton, the fire transformation phoenix armor. The fire energy turned into a solid armor surrounding the giant dragon. Su Ping sneered, "It's too late to think about defense now." Xiao Qiulu decisively swung its blade, the strike not hesitating at all. The armor was destroyed before it could even fully form, and the dragon form was pierced through. Tian Lam was thrown back, spitting blood, and Tian Guang rushed over despite being injured, anxiously asking his elder brother. Chu Qi cursed inwardly, originally planning to use others to eliminate them but instead brought trouble upon himself. Clearly, the memories and documents had been erased, yet he had somehow tracked down the truth. Su Ping coldly spoke, "I'll ask one last time, do you still want to cover up, clan leader?" Tian Lam helplessly waved his hand, "I'll hand them over. Bring them here now." Didn't expect things to escalate this far. Secretly cursing the plan to use a borrowed knife to eliminate them turned into self-inflicted disaster. The Chu Wang army suffered heavy losses. The ancestral land was destroyed. The title holders were injured and the gains didn't compensate for the losses, leaving only a way to settle it. The servants tied up the three culprits and brought them over, trembling, begging for mercy. Tian Lam closed his eyes and said, "They took the liberty of offending you. Please punish them severely." Su Ping tossed Tun Bing aside, checking carefully to see if anyone was missing. He frowned and said he didn't know the others, and the three culprits denied knowing them. This made Su Ping suspicious. They clearly appeared in Tun Bing's memories. Could it be that their memories had been tampered with? Chu Qi stood far off, secretly laughing. Every task had been spread across many layers and all traces of the memories erased. it seemed the key part still hadn't been restored. He thought that the young brat might have used a treasure to probe Tun Ku's consciousness, but that treasure must have consumed a lot or had limited uses, so it couldn't track him through these people. To his surprise, Su Ping had used a single thought to deal with all three. He threatened, "This is just the surface, don't think you can deceive me. One last time, hand over everyone involved and the mastermind, the honor of my shop that was tarnished must be avenged." Tian Lam furrowed his brow. How could he be so resolute? He had no choice but to call for more people, saying another group was on the way, hoping to calm his anger. The servants immediately followed the order. The others lined up, crying and begging for mercy, asking not to bring down disaster upon them. Tian Lam stood aside, saying, "These are all the people involved, please deal with them." Su Ping gave them a cold glance, silently weighing things. Those who weren't the masterminds may not deserve severe punishment. But besides the system task, today's purpose was to establish authority. He closed his eyes to meditate, determined not to show mercy to avoid future trouble. Blood stained the Chu family's courtyard red. Chu Qi stood far off, sneering, thinking that killing them here should be enough to calm his anger and shift the disaster elsewhere. The system warned, the person who carried out the act has been dealt with. The mastermind is still at large. 20 hours remaining. Su Ping's voice turned cold, Zio Kyolo. It immediately soared into the air, a slash sweeping across that caused the Chu estate to tremble. Tian Guang angrily shouted, "We've already handed over all the relevant people. Why still destroy the ancestral home? This is too unreasonable." Su Ping coldly responded, "I didn't come here to reason. You haven't handed over the mastermind, so I can only eliminate one by one to find out." He flew closer, starting with you, clan leader. Tian Lam waved his hand in panic, protesting. He thought to himself, if the left guardian falls, the Chu family would lose an arm. Finally, unable to withstand the pressure, he pointed toward Chu Qi. Chu Qi never expected to be betrayed, standing stunned in place. Su Ping coldly spoke, "The mastermind is you, any last words to explain?" Chu Qi laughed loudly, for a small shop to cause such a disaster for the whole clan, truly ironic. Pointed to Tun Bing, cursing, "I've worked hard for the Chu family, planned many schemes. If not for your slip-up, this would never have been exposed." Chu Qi decided to risk everything and drag Tun Bing down with him. Having reached this point, they had to sink or swim together. Punch was thrown, knocking Tun Bing down, but Chu Qi was immediately brought down by Zio Kyulu's blade. Su Ping swept his gaze across the Chu family's estate, calling infernal bamboo Zhu Longshu to clean up. Red flames erupted, the screams echoed through the sea of fire. The remaining people trembled, silently relieved they weren't involved. Tian Lam thought to himself, from now on, every street where that brat appears will be off-limits to the Chu family. We must never provoke him again. System announces congratulations. The target leader has been successfully dealt with. Tun Bing and Chu Qi have been directly removed from the game by Su Ping. Tian Lam trembled and lowered his head, constantly muttering, "Senior, all those involved in slandering your shop have been handed over to you to deal with. Please calm down." Su Ping crossed his arms coldly. "It's not over yet. I just cleared out the troublemakers. The consequences you caused still need to be resolved. The Chu family must publicly apologize to the entire city, restore the honor of my shop, and also compensate for the time lost this morning." Tian Lam paused for a moment before forcing a smile and agreeing, "That's obvious. The apology statement will be handled by me personally." But in his heart he was furious. The rumors online about the shop owner dominating the legendary level, stepping on the rank of titled warriors, turned out not to be false but true. If he found out who spread the rumors, he would not let it go. Returning to the main matter, Tian Lam cautiously asked, "As for compensation, I wonder what you are interested in, money, property, or treasures?" Su Ping raised his hand and smiled, "I don't want much, just a set of rare treasures specifically for nurturing beast tamer." Suddenly Su Ping's eyes turned cold. "You have raised the young master to such an extent." Tian Lam was startled. Countless calculations flashed through his mind. The young master was the #1 successor. To raise his talent beyond the previous clan leader, the family had exhausted all elite resources. He gritted his teeth. "You want us to hand over those resources? That would be no different from the Chu family cutting off their own development path, like raising us as pets." Su Ping smiled coldly. "That's one way to look at it, but you've forgotten one thing. You confidently said, even a pig I can raise to be the clan leader." Tian Guang angrily shouted, daring to compare a pig to our clan leader. Wang Jun also got angry, rather fight than suffer this humiliation. Tian Lam immediately shouted for the two of them to be silent. Both were dumbfounded. Wang Jun softly called, "Clan leader." He looked at Su Ping's back and reminded, "Have you forgotten? The skeleton he brought with him originally had the lowest bloodline of a spirit beast. yet it exuded the aura of a king beast under his hand. Tian Lam spoke in a deep voice. Him saying he could raise a pig to level 9 might not be bragging. Wang Jun and Tian Guang turned pale upon hearing this, realizing what he meant. Su Ping clasped his hands behind his back and turned to leave. No wonder he is the clan leader. If you cooperate with me, I can provide powerful beasts and rare food below market value. You must have been eyeing the position of the 4 major families for a long time. To challenge them you need sharp weapons, and I am the one who supplies that. Tian Lam widened his eyes. Could it be that your target is also aimed at the 4 major families? Su Ping patted him on the shoulder and looked into the distance. Look further than that. The next day, riding the infernal bamboo in midair, Su Ping declared that this entire base would become his shop. The people were whispering, so it turns out the Chu family was the one causing trouble. I told you the owner of Shop To was fine. Some even said they heard that the owner of Shop To got angry and went to the Chu family, causing them to panic. Gossip spread everywhere. Turns out the rumors online were true. There was no exaggeration from the Navy. The owner of Shop To said he would do it. Back to Su Ping, the system reported that the shop's reputation had been restored, and the legendary Beast Tamer skill book could now be redeemed. He ordered the withdrawal. A red orb floated in front of him. Su Ping was curious to see what was inside. The orb transformed into an object resembling a dragon blade. The system announced the legendary skill Beast Soul Fusion. This skill allows a beast to fuse with its master for a short period, during which the master gains the full combat power of the beast and can temporarily use a skill with double the effect. Su Ping shook his hand to grab it, muttering, fusion was originally a legendary beast tamer ability. Now even beasts can use it. This reward is truly valuable. He thought about who should use it. He sat down on the bed and thought about the infernal bamboo. If Zhu Longshu used it, I could transform into a dragon warrior, spewing dragon flames, spreading wings and soaring with great momentum. But then he hesitated. He was used to flying with spiritual energy. Turning into a dragon beast might not be convenient, and he thought about the dark dragon gate. Enhanced version of the 100 Li Soul Pursuit was also tempting, but still not convincing enough. Remembering the silly look of the dark dragon playing with the bone, he shook his head and dismissed it. It didn't feel right. Suddenly Su Ping stood up with a smile, called out Zio Kyulu. This book is only suitable for you. As soon as it appeared, it swung its blade, ready to fight. Su Ping quickly reassured. This time it's not to fight anyone. He handed the item to it, saying it was a reward for you. Zio Kyulu embraced it gratefully. Su Ping reminded him to eat, and immediately the skill book was used. The system displayed the Bone King Zio Kyulu, demonic system, level 7 superior, combat power 11.5, mid-upper rank, equipped with Soul Death Fruit, possesses the Beast Soul Fusion skill along with many blade techniques and necromantic abilities. The royal bloodline forces weaker opponents to submit. Seeing the combat power increase by half a point, Su Ping was delighted. He patted its head, recalling that after absorbing the blood pearl, its appearance had changed and its combat power had skyrocketed to 10. But after that it was difficult to increase further through regular battles. Thanks to many battles and the support of Anna, it had reached 11, and he didn't expect this skill to add another 0.5, truly legendary. Su Ping opened the system. The storm in the shop had subsided. A message arrived, asking for help finding a location for 2 new level 5 students to enter the elegant wilderness zone. At this moment, Su Quang beside Ling Yue was surprised to see Dao Zun talking with Su Ping, the renowned strongman known as the #1 sword master. Dao Zun followed Su Ping inside, admiring the new shop, then said, "This time you invited me. I assume the swordsmanship training is ready." Su Ping nodded and asked what kind of background he wanted. Dao Zun replied his swordsmanship was broad and inclusive, suitable for places with mountains and seas. Su Ping opened the system and said no problem. 2 of them immediately appeared at the cliffside by the rough sea. Dao Zun was astonished by the realism of the space. He could even smell the salt. Su Ping humbly said, "This place is perfect for free training. Even if destroyed, it will recover." Dao Zun drew his sword and said, "Many want to learn, but they don't have the foundation. If Shop To is confident, then draw your sword." Su Ping responded and summoned Zio Kyulu for a trial battle. Dao Zun was surprised. Could it be that the one learning is this skeleton? Su Ping smiled and confirmed, "I will be leaving soon, so I need you to teach it." He also presented a treasure as a reward. Dao Zun recognized it as the hidden spirit fruit, which could help a beast tamer at level 9 increase their rank. Dao Zun pondered, although it wasn't enough to break through to legend, shortening 2 years of cultivation was still worthwhile. This was incredibly rare. Money alone couldn't buy it. He said seriously, "The Chaotic Soul Reincarnation Sword requires a foundation of level 9 or above. otherwise it would be hard to comprehend. Su Ping gestured. Yahello jumped up and used advanced sword techniques. The red light swept through. As the technique was launched, rain fell. Dao Zun was stunned. Su Ping asked if the foundation was enough. Dao Zun was astonished. Just with the basic sword move, it had the power to break waves. If it learned the Chaotic Soul Reincarnation Sword with an additional 120% power, its strength would be unpredictable. He laughed loudly. His whole body radiated golden light as he flew up, declaring that the foundation was sufficient and he would wholeheartedly teach it. If he failed to teach, it would be hard to be at peace. Unfortunately, no precious footage could be recorded when Dao Zun and Yahello passionately practiced swordplay. Su Ping smiled and called Ru Yan, asking her to record the majestic sword training scene as a poster for the shop, which surprised her as she responded. Back to reality, Su Ping pointed in a direction and called Ling Yue and Su Quang over. The two looked puzzled and called out to their master, and he explained that everything at home had been arranged, and it was time to head out to clear land for development, immediately starting. The three climbed onto the old vehicle filled with miscellaneous equipment and left. Su Quang eagerly jumped onto the vehicle and began chattering excitedly, asking if this was the rumored battle chariot. He mentioned that his sister had once told him that such vehicles were hard to come by for ordinary settlers, and that only those with a silver medal had the right to buy one. Sure enough, his master was no ordinary person. It was impressive to drive this into a wilderness area. On the other hand, Ling Yue seemed more cautious and a bit uneasy. Su Ping drove while talking, saying that he had asked an acquaintance to recommend a suitable wilderness area for them to train in. The figure of Chen Shan briefly appeared with a guarantee that it was a small matter, Boss Chu. He continued, praising Chen Shan's thoroughness in not only preparing the vehicle, but also handling the land clearing certification. Soon, they would be heading to the base's warehouse to pick out suitable battle armor for the two of them. When battle armor was mentioned, Su Quang's eyes lit up with excitement. Ling Yue, however, quietly asked where he had been last night. She had heard on the internet that he had clashed with someone. Was he hurt? Su Ping calmly replied that he was fine, but that the Chu family in the city had tried to use him to confront the Liu family and profit from it. So he had gone to make things clear with them. He emphasized that he had dealt with the leaders and their subordinates decisively, causing the two behind them to turn pale. Su Quang muttered that the Chu family was a well-known big family in the city, so how could they have been wiped out so quickly? Ling Yue frowned slightly and asked if this was because of the connection she had introduced that led to this incident. Su Ping smiled and denied it, saying that conflicts with old powers were unavoidable on the path of growth. Culture is the best, martial arts second. He couldn't blame her, she shouldn't blame herself. He just didn't want them to be implicated. Su Quang widened his eyes and asked if his master was trying to claim the championship himself. He replied that he was just a businessman, and taking first place himself wasn't as interesting as helping someone else rise to the top. Moreover, the greatest benefit of the championship was simply the accumulation of battle pet master experience. He bluntly said that this opportunity was a huge stroke of luck for them, but not enticing enough for him. Su Quang smiled awkwardly and admitted that with his master's strength, joining the legendary league would still be an easy task. After traveling a bit more, they arrived at the B-level wilderness area with 43% progress in development. The place was unusually quiet and barren. Su Quang and Ling Yue had changed into their combat uniforms and were lying flat on a high rock, observing. Below, a large dragon had just taken down all its kind. It was a level 7 infernal evil hound. Ling Yue sighed softly, waiting for a bit more. Su Ping replied that it was fine. Suddenly, Ling Yue summoned her spirit beast. The little cat cast an infernal flame spell directly at the dragon's face. Dragon roared in fury, its fur standing on end before being shot out like rain towards the cat. However, the fur that touched the air gradually dissolved, as if it was swallowed by the void. Soon after, a slippery tentacle wrapped tightly around the dragon's leg at the cat's command. Ling Yue seized the opportunity to shout for the infernal flame beast to unleash its full power. Flames erupted, engulfing the dragon, which howled in agony. Despite this, the dragon resisted, launching all of its remaining fur to sever the binding tentacle and extinguish the raging flame. With just 3 powerful jumps, it closed the distance to Ling Yue and Su Quang's position on the high ground. Two of them fought desperately to block the frenzied attacks. Su Quang whispered for the little master to be careful, it was coming towards them. Ling Yue responded that she had already injured it, just a little more, and next, he would block it while she attacked. She called upon the Silver Moon Dragon to join the battle. Ling Yue raised her hand to signal, ordering the summoned dragon to activate a level 4 enhancement and unleash the Moon Claw. As the attack landed, the dragon immediately collapsed, its head severed from its body in an instant. Su Quang sighed with relief, finally feeling like they had taken it down. But Ling Yue remained alert. Just as she had feared, an unexpected danger appeared from a hidden corner, causing her to turn around with a terrified look. Fortunately, she quickly summoned a shield to protect them both. The ambusher was a level 7 elite soul-devouring snake. However, its teeth still swept across her back, leaving a wound. Ling Yue gritted her teeth in pain. Su Kuang exclaimed in horror, calling it a soul-devouring beast. He immediately ordered her to hide the poisonous aura, help her into a safe position, and gratefully said thank you for earlier. These monsters seemed to carry poison. Was she okay? Ling Yue struggled to her feet and cast a healing spell, firmly stating that he had saved her before, so there was no need for thanks. She had been taught advanced healing and detoxifying techniques by Master Wang, and this wound could be healed with some energy circulation. In just a moment the wound closed. Su Kuang stared in awe, praising Ling Yue for being truly powerful. She pouted and said not to call her little master anymore as it sounded too old. From above, Su Ping observed intently. Su Kuang suddenly became worried as he heard the call of the monster pack. Ling Yue reassured him, saying the poison aura was still well hidden and they hadn't been detected. The advantage was still with them. They continued to exchange tactics, remaining calm as they used the 3 swamp traps to coordinate with the illusory flame beast to suppress their opponents, while the soul-devouring beast maintained the poison aura. Su Ping watched with satisfaction, initially thinking this girl would be scared in the wilderness, but her will was surprisingly strong. Su Ping silently assessed from above, considering her personality, talent, and coordination. Ling Yue was no less than the young heirs of famous families. Having Su Kuang draw the pressure seemed to be an overestimation. She quickly assigned him to attack while she defended, then cast a level 4 defensive enhancement. He pondered that if Ling Yue really won the elite tournament championship, he wouldn't need to worry about her safety anymore. Once both of them were cultivated to a rank, he could have them take care of the family and travel with peace of mind. He had heard that the Holy Light Base was famous for its farming. He wondered what the scenery there was like. Su Kuang's voice interrupted, saying the soul-devouring beast was injured. Ling Yue told him to heal it while he absolutely had to maintain the poison aura. He agreed, leaving it to her. After a long battle, they defeated all the monsters, drenched in sweat. Su Kuang handed her some water. Ling Yue realized it was a high-level energy recovery potion, quite expensive. He smiled and said not to be polite. Without her healing arts, his battle pet would have been in danger multiple times by now. From above, Su Ping called down, saying that they would stop here for today and rest. Su Kuang eagerly responded that he was still full of energy, while Ling Yue also excitedly said she wasn't tired and wanted to continue hunting beasts. She firmly expressed that she had never fought so joyfully before and requested to continue in order to accumulate money for the Silver Moon Dragon training store and climb the ranking. Su Ping smiled and agreed, saying they should go at their own pace. At the wilderness hunting area, they used specialized equipment to scan the bones and confirm the collection. A man with a data machine announced the score 90 and stepped forward to receive the merit points. The man read the results, a total of 1,280 points. The young man was stunned and asked why he had killed so many monsters but only earned that much. The man explained that the points were based on level and value. Level 1 was 10 points, level 2 was 50, level 3 was 100, level 4 was 1,000, level 5 was 10,000, level 6 was 100,000, and level 7 was 500,000. The person next to him laughed and teased that the highest level beast he killed was only level 4. The official cheerfully said that returning alone was already better than most, and that young people needed more practice. He continued to announce that the Da Lang team of 64 members had earned 1,572,540 points. The whole team looked confident, and the crowd was stunned by the over 1 million merit points. When asked how they divided the points, the team leader said Team 1 would get 100,000 each, Team 2 would get 20,000, and the interns would get 5,000. The young man frowned in dissatisfaction, saying that he had risked his life to earn over 1,000 points, while a large team, including a few girls, got 5,000 each. Only a fool would go solo. Next time he would join a team. Ignoring the complaints, the person in charge continued calling numbers 91, 92, 93. The 3 registrants stepped forward. He squinted at the data and was shocked, shouting out 2,256,720 points. Su Ping, Ling Yue, and Su Kuang stepped forward calmly. Da Lang team members were stunned when over 2 million merit points were split between the 3 of them. The young man gaped in disbelief. That meant each of them was getting nearly 700,000. The person in charge asked how they wanted to divide the points. Su Ping calmly said he would give everything to the other 2, as he didn't participate in the battle. He smiled and asked if they wanted to split it evenly. Su Kuang suggested giving more to Ling Yue since she had saved him multiple times. She declined, saying she had only done her duty and that it should be split evenly. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd outside began to complain, saying it was unfair. Many people murmured about fairness, arguing that they had killed so many beasts and should have earned more than 100,000 merit points, but only received 5,000 each, which was truly unfair. Contrary to the crowd, Yan Ying remained silent. The girl beside her asked why she was quiet. A male student added his opinion, wondering if she was willing to trade all her effort for a few points to buy a few treasures. The Da Lang team leader sternly ordered silence. The loud command made the entire team quiet down, but those behind sarcastically commented that the rookie didn't understand the rules and should just follow the team to expand their horizon. Wanting more merit points was a bit much. The other members angrily rebutted, saying that though they were students with less experience, they hadn't caused any harm. The level 8 Flaming Thunder Dragon was taken down by To Shitai's Thunderclaw, so how could it be evenly distributed to others? They continued to give examples, saying they had also taken down several level 5 and level 6 beasts, but the meager points they got didn't match the effort they put in. They demanded to receive their fair share of merit points. Seeing the tense situation, Ling Yue quietly called out to Su Ping. He raised his hand, signaling for silence, telling her not to jump to conclusions yet and to listen to what came next. The team leader bluntly said that the rookies shouldn't think they were amazing just because they took down a few monsters. They asked, wasn't killing beasts and earning merit points a given? He coldly pointed at the two veterans behind him and confirmed that when it came to killing beasts, they were far superior. The rewards for this harvest were substantial, and so were the merit points that could be exchanged. He raised his voice, reminding them not to forget who made it possible for them to safely return, from guiding them, leading, healing, to providing support. This left the group speechless. The team leader analyzed the benefits of joining a battle team, explaining that they had to ensure the rookies' safety, even compensating if they got hurt. In exchange, they wouldn't fight directly, and the merit points earned by rookies had to be shared with the team. He looked at each new member and sternly said that if they were not satisfied, they could enter on their own next time. Everything had its price. Hearing this, Ling Yue seemed a bit sad. Su Ping smiled inwardly, thinking her straightforward nature made her susceptible to being swayed by true power. Joining this way was also a chance for further training. Suddenly, Su Ping stepped forward and called out to the idiot still standing there, wondering why they hadn't gone yet. Their path would be much harder than theirs, so they should collect their merit points and head back to the store. There was only a month left to prepare, and after that, he would take both of them to make money every week. Whether they took first place or not would depend on their ability. Ling Yue excitedly nodded in agreement. The image of Ling Yue and Anna caring for the little dragon appeared, alongside scenes of Su Quang happily shopping in the supermarket. They had been trained by Su Ping to become skilled and stable. Their future would undoubtedly be even brighter. Thanks to this, Ling Yue's name gradually climbed the Zio Daoqi expenditure ranking, surpassing 7 Yi Tao, 8 Lu Yingfei, 9 Si Quang, and 10 Su Lang Yue in succession. After coordinating a battle in the forest with the beasts, her ranking continued to soar, now reaching 5th place. Next, she seized the opportunity to strike, defeating the dinosaur in a single decisive move. Su Ping stood before the hall, discussing the rankings as the opening day approached. The shop's expenditure chart closed, the champion secured, and the audience buzzing with curiosity about the victor's identity. Yu Yan looked at the ranking, laughing with delight, finally placing someone on the list, wanting the name to echo across Longjiangjai, and even Soft Chu could do nothing. Not even the 4 great families could pressure him, as 2 subordinates knelt and whispered respectfully, asking if this was the top rank, while the other scoffed, saying it was just an empty title, questioning if he could survive 2 more rounds. A subordinate respectfully reported, "Clan leader, if I encounter that person." Ling Yue's image appeared on the hot news screen before him, and Liu Yan Heng, who coldly declared that dealing with Ling Yue immediately would not be a problem. Hot air balloons circled the stadium as the MC appeared on the screen with shocking news, announcing the 52nd Global Elite Battle, Longjiang qualifying round officially open, his voice echoing across the stands as the preliminaries began. The crowd erupted in cheers, urging competitors to the arena, unable to wait, eager to see a fiery battle. The MC smiled, acknowledging their enthusiasm, and invited the competitors to the arena as the walls slowly opened. First contestant Ling Yue stood tall and ready, representing Phoenix Mountain Academy as a battle beast master. With the large number of participants, 30 preliminary matches occurred simultaneously, followed by La Tan Tian from Sword Peak Academy and other disciples confidently stepping out, the MC revealing 1,000 participants today. Lowering his voice, he announced the opening of the gates, activating the screen's energy, revealing the theme of the first round. A massive swarm of bees was released in the center of the arena. The MC loudly announced the challenge. Face 7 venomous bees, each unusually enhanced, almost like winged monsters. 2 boys horrified to recognize them as the infamous level 5 demon bee. The MC confirmed the theme was survival among the bees, whose stings could paralyze with a 6-hour time limit. The first round alone, hundreds of contestants cried out, unable to endure 6 hours among level 5 bees, unprepared for such harshness, turning the challenge into a test of luck, leaving many despairing. The MC reminded contestants to summon their beasts. Outside, observers noted the difficulty surpassed previous seasons. Yet for La Tan Tian it was merely a stroll, as Ming Tong, vice principal of Phoenix Mountain, oversaw. Chu Yunzhen from Sword Peak also spoke, praising Yi Hao, nurtured by him, as exceptional. Ming Tong modestly said he was just adequate, but Ling Yue was the focal point, leaving Su Ping sitting between them, surprised why they were present. Yun Zhen smiled, recalling a previous interaction where the master's demeanor impressed both teacher and students, inquiring if he would consider Sword Peak for a top tutor position, offering 5 times what Phoenix Mountain would pay. Ming Tong angrily shouted not to poach people before him. Yun Zhen remained firm, claiming Chu's advisory role was insufficient for his talent. Ming Tong insisted he had noted beforehand, while Su Ping, tired, almost forgot his role as teacher, replying he had been busy and only assisted with materials likely unsuitable. Ming Tong confidently stated no one would dare disturb with him present. He smiled smugly, noting that although the master had been oppressed by the Chu family, even without teaching directly, his presence was a pillar for Phoenix Mountain, helping many students progress rapidly and teachers meet KPIs effortlessly. He suggested appointing him as director of the newly established cultivation department, commanding half the school's resources, without teaching regular classes, only training elite battle beasts, hoping he would consider. Su Ping smiled, stating he wanted to focus on watching the competition for now, leaving other matters aside. Seeing the 2 contests, Yun Zhen secretly fumed, regretting not acting sooner to secure Su Ping. Back in the arena, the MC loudly asked if the contestants were ready, warning that those unable to fight or who withdrew would be escorted out. He also reminded that anyone harming wildflowers would be disqualified, as medical staff continuously removed injured participants. The MC shouted the official start. With poison stingers launched by the bees, many contestants cried out in pain. MC laughed, noting eliminations already, indicating this round was extremely tense. Chaos fell upon the arena, with countless participants injured and leaving the competition. Camera shifted to Ling Yue, turning her back to the swarm, the MC noting she was targeted, yet she dodged with ease. The MC marveled at her nimble steps, escaping the encirclement. Ling Yue thought the swarm was too numerous, unlike those controlled by battle beasts. If they were wild bees, why didn't the wildflowers get attacked, implying hidden factors? Elsewhere, a confident contestant claimed brute strength would suffice, throwing punches to repel bees, arrogantly assuming clearing them was enough. MC analyzed that he relied on his own combat skills, rather than beasts to handle the level 5 illusion swarm. His actions subtly concealed and showcased his strength, burning many bees as they fell. Another swarm emerged immediately, chasing relentlessly, making him scream in panic. The MC remarked he likely misjudged the challenge, being swarmed and needing medical assistance, stressing rapid bee multiplication and caution despite strength. Ling Yue calculated most level 4 contestants, few reaching level 5, level 6 counted on one hand, level 7 still struggled to survive 6 hours under continuous attacks as the bee's power remained unchanged. She laughed, realizing the test was not purely of combat power. Just then 3 dangerous strangers appeared behind her. 3 sneered, holding weapons, mocking her audacity to compete for the championship against their young master, ignorant of her strength, intending to teach her a lesson, all heirs of the Tang family. Ling Yue leapt toward the wildflowers to experiment, wondering what would happen if the swarm approached the flowers. As expected, the flowers were not targeted. She continued moving and analyzing, concluding only 2 possibilities. 1, an elite beast controlled the area. 2, a secret treasure repelled the swarm. She reasoned that if it were the first, it should sense advanced aura, yet no signs were detected. While considering the second possibility, the 3 opponents and the swarm approached from behind without her noticing. Ling Yue realized the rule against harming wildflowers was involved, as the opponents' hidden weapons surged forward. Outside, Yun Zhen worriedly recognized them as Lam Xin Zai, Needle Poison Silver Seed, and Janzin Nio Dan Shu, extremely deadly, dangerous to anyone below level 6. yet Su Ping remained calm. Back in the arena, Ling Yue calmly evaded all hidden weapons with ease. Gaze passed coldly over the three. She unleashed the secret art serpent heart secret reversal, reflecting the hidden weapons, then used floral shift momentum to speed away. The three struck, screamed in panic, questioning how she knew the move, quickly seeking antidotes. The MC declared the three Tang family core contestants seemed harassed by bees and halted in the preliminaries, an unexpected outcome. Ling Yue smiled, noting that a hidden treasure repelling the swarm remained somewhere on the field, finding it would clear the round, while the swarm prepared to strike again. Elsewhere, a contestant summoned Flame Shield Wall, deploying a fiery barrier to prevent the swarm from approaching. Each bee flew in only to fall to the ground. Observers recognized it as a level 6 battle beast skill, Flame Shield Wall, and begged to be allowed to take shelter. He refused as it was the preliminaries, saving others would harm himself, though he was secretly glad for training from Master Chuo that allowed him to endure. Suddenly, an unusually glowing bee appeared among the swarm, catching Ling Yue's attention as she wondered what it was. Her expression darkened, noting no hidden treasure repelling the insects was visible across the field. Ling Yue accelerated, evading the swarm, reasoning that the secret might be within the swarm itself, and using an illusionary bee wind might detect a larger individual among them. In that moment, the space around her seemed to freeze. Ling Yue immediately locked onto a rather large target. Her heart leapt, finally found it. Ling Yue activated her 5th level power, speed exploding. The ground beneath her shattered into pieces. In the blink of an eye, she surged upward, captured the target, and said coldly, "Caught you." Without hesitation, she bent its wings in half. This was definitely the one. He could not hide his astonishment. In less than an hour, someone had already found a precise way to clear the trial. The arena erupted. Contestants turned to look at Ling Yue in shock. It was her again. The host loudly congratulated her, confirming she was the first to gain the promotion. Even in victory, Ling Yue remained solemn, showing no relaxation. Many contestants held their heads in regret, realizing the way to clear the trial was so simple. Some grumbled angrily. Had they inadvertently ruined the secret ring while dealing with the swarm of bees earlier? Ming Zong exhaled in relief, luckily only startled, no danger occurred, or else Phoenix Mountain would have lost more people. Tian Wen's eyes widened. Ling Yue's counter with hidden weapons had been precise and decisive. He glanced at Su Ping, curiously asking Master Tu, "Where did your sister learn that skill?" Su Ping merely smiled proudly, replying it was nothing special. Su Ping honestly said she had only picked up a few moves from the elders of the Tang family. Tian Wen was even more astonished, being able to borrow Tang family's power. Such connections were extraordinary. On the screen, the image of 3 targets struck by hidden weapons lay motionless. The host happily announced that, in just a moment, a few more contestants had followed Ling Yue's method and secured their advancement. The contest would award a total of 100 military insignia orders. Another contestant entered the next round. The host emphasized that those who had not succeeded should try harder. Those promoted could leave to rest and prepare for the arena match in 3 days. Ling Yue exhaled lightly, thinking if not discovered in time, the melee would have cost everyone their chance. She ran quickly back, intending to inform her mother she was safe. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from behind. "The Tang family's blockers have been eliminated. Now it's my turn, Demon Claw Beast." Immediately, a summoned ape appeared in the arena. Han unleashed the blood mark elimination strike. The sky turned a deep red. Ling Yue turned her head in confusion. The bees became far more aggressive, surging toward her, but she dodged gracefully. She spoke in a low tone, "This is the Tang family's blood mark elimination strike. It can drive weak-willed spirit beasts into a frenzy, recklessly charging the marked target." Ling Yue added that this skill consumes tremendous mental power, requiring the spirit beast to share half the pressure to activate. He was stunned. She even knew this, but knowing so, what then? The host shouted, "Not good." The bees seemed manipulated, swarming toward Ling Yue. The situation grew tense. The arena roared, many outraged, certain someone was deliberately targeting her. The host noted that although rules do not forbid attacking other contestants, morally, this behavior deserves condemnation. He sneered, "So what if it's vile? Does nobility win the match? Only victory is truth. With this number, I don't believe I cannot surround you." He commanded. Thousands of bees surged forward. He shouted, "The championship this year must belong to the Tang family." Ling Yue remained calm, but her eyes turned cold. quietly calling forth. The host announced she had opened a summoning fissure. Surrounded on all sides, she still prepared to counterattack. She unleashed Fire Dragon Whirlwind Assault. A golden dragon emerged from the ground, coiling and charging straight ahead. Host shouted that is the most powerful level 8 fire-type pet skill, Fire Dragon Whirlwind Assault. It was unleashed by Ling Yue's Illusion Flame Beast. Though only Bloodline level 3, it wielded a level 8 skill, rare indeed. Ling Yue appeared beside her beast companion. He widened his eyes so the trump card was such a terrifying battle pet. But then he laughed defiantly. Countless illusion butterfly wins on the arena. Let's see how long you can maintain such a high-cost skill, Demon Claw Beast. Suddenly dozens of snakes crawled onto him. Turning his face pale, he shouted in panic. Where did the snakes come from? He frantically ordered Demon Claw Beast to deal with the snakes. It turned out Ling Yue's beast had unleashed Dream Suppression Head Snake. Panicked as the snakes disobeyed control, his body stiffened. Ling Yue calmly explained that when the spirit beast shares mental pressure with its master, vigilance decreases, making it easy to approach. She slowly removed the ring, accumulating his power. He trembled, shouting for her to stop, asking what she intended. Ling Yue silently departed, leaving him surrounded by the swarm. Fighting poison with poison, her brother had once taught her. She quickly dealt with 2 more beasts, then anxiously looked toward 3 beams of light in the distance. Tan Xiaotian and Lu Qingfeng were closing in on Su Kong. Not good, must assist immediately. A sword strike carrying terrifying force suddenly appeared. A series of tree trunks in front of him were neatly cut in half. Qingfeng proudly said he had been looking for him, yet dared to wait instead of running. He smiled slightly, courage not small. Su Kong silently admired. A single move had felled such large trees. The swordsmanship was indeed sharp. He smiled, introducing that he aimed for top 5, sooner or later would have to duel, so no need to evade. 2 nearby young masters mocked. You dare compete for 5th with Liu Xiao, don't be overconfident. Best surrender early or learn the gap. Su Kong calmly replied the 2 mocking were all talk. Soon he would show them the true distance. Both were left speechless. At that moment, Qingfeng suddenly drew his sword and charged. The ultimate move, Whirlwind Falling Leaves, was unleashed instantly. Space seemed torn apart in an instant. Su Kong rode his beast calmly, unharmed. Qingfeng forced a smile, praising his skill, introduced himself as Liu Qingfeng, and asked the opponent's name, thinking he had not been harmed. Su Kong raised his head high, responding clearly, I am. But before he could finish, Qingfeng suddenly attacked, unleashing a continuous whirlwind fury strike. Su Kong had no time to dodge, struck by the full assault. The 2 young masters behind laughed gleefully, daring to offend Liu Xiao. This is the end. Yet from within the white mist, a voice sounded, I am Su Kong. The 2 paled in shock. Su Kong mocked, can you let me finish speaking before attacking? Always ambushing only. Qingfeng was momentarily stunned, speechless. Outside, the audience whispered Liu Xiao, who had defeated hundreds before, was being overshadowed. Where did Su Kuang come from? The dark dragon coil normally only reached a few meters, but that one must be 5 meters. How was it raised? Vice Principal Dong frowned at the familiar name. Memory flashed in his mind. He suddenly widened his eyes, recalling the boy had called Su Ping master. He was Su Ping's disciple. Su Ping sat calmly beside him. Qingfeng, now truly angry, gritted his teeth at Su Kuang. I will remember you. Immediately, a beast appeared beside him. He arrogantly declared, you are the first to see my pet in this arena. You should feel honored. The 2 young masters trembled under tremendous pressure. That was Shadow Dark Dragon, the 5th-ranked royal dragon pet. Vice Principal Dong clenched his fists, recalling the exchange with Sword Lam Academy. La Tan Tian had once used a similar beast to defeat 5 outstanding students. But Liu Qingfeng's Shadow Dark Dragon surpassed even that. It resembled a terror creature beyond ordinary levels. Su Kong was startled as dragon might surge. Qingfeng glared, asking how it felt to be suppressed by bloodline, then declared, let's see if you can withstand this strike. Unexpectedly, a foot appeared in the air. Ling Yue did not hesitate and kicked straight at Than Fong. Han grinned and immediately swung his sword. So you're Ling Yue, huh? Su Ping replied indifferently. That's right, I'm here to be your opponent. 2 young masters trembled and exclaimed, she's the one who declared she would claim the number 1 spot in the entire city. Why does Long I not affect her at all? From a distance, I letter 1 EBF U Theern suddenly spoke up. Was that the body of eternal binding? Than Fong asked in surprise, body of eternal binding. Ling Yue furrowed her brows. How did you recognize it? He confidently replied, I fought against the young master of the Tang family, so of course I can recognize it. Tan Fong secretly worried. I heard that the body of eternal binding is a secret technique only passed down to the young master. Why can Ling Yue use it? Also, the Tang family's young master hasn't appeared at this elite league competition yet. He suddenly laughed, so that's why my father's strict attitude toward the little Daiki pet shop had a reason. No wonder they dare claim to be number one. It turns out the Tang family's young master is supporting them. I letter 1 EBFU Theern asked in confusion. Why are you laughing? Tan Fong shook his head and replied, nothing. I heard that Brother Tan wants to compete with Ling Yue. Why not let me help? If the Tan family forms an enemy with little Daiki, both sides will suffer and then the Li family can take advantage. Su Kuang shouted loudly from atop his large beast. Li letter 1 EC5 U Tan Fong. Old man H letter 1 E9 wanted to continue fighting a few more rounds just now. Ling Yue quickly reminded him. Su Kuang, leave Tan I letter 1 EBF U Theern to me. You watch out for yourself. I letter 1 EBF U Theern arrogantly said. All right, let me see what the strength of someone who claimed to be the champion is like. I letter 1 EBF U Theern shouted loudly. Appear, earth-shaking ancient dragon, thunderfire fierce dragon beast. In the blink of an eye, two enormous dragon beasts manifested. Audience buzzed. That's the earth-shaking ancient dragon with defense as solid as a city wall, and the thunderfire fierce dragon beast, ranked 7th on the dragon ranking. Having both beasts is truly extravagant. Ordinary people would dream of having just one beast like owning an airplane, but Tan I letter 1 EBF U Theern seems to have nearly everything. An airplane and a cruise ship. I letter 1 EBF U Theern smirked. Ling Yue, I know you have a dragon beast too. Don't hide it, summon it. Ling Yue anxiously thought, one illusory beast won't be able to stand up against a dragon beast. She reluctantly called out, come forth, Zio Bai. Soon, Ling Yue's pet beast appeared directly in front of I letter 1 EBF U Theern's beast. The two young masters turned pale at the overwhelming aura. The 4 dragon beasts appeared simultaneously. Even my father never managed to get even one for me. Elsewhere, Tan Fong proudly unleashed his level 8 dragon technique. Min Vierm Th letter 1 ED5 T letter 1 E9C. Su Kuang, dare you take it? Su Kuang answered loudly. Why wouldn't I? Move forward, Dark Dragon Guard. His pet beast immediately rushed to attack. Tan Fong gritted his teeth in frustration. Min Vierm Th letter 1 ED5 T letter 1 E9C was a terrifying dragon technique, powerful enough to stun the opponent. Su Kuang scoffed. Li letter 1 EC5 U Tan Fong, this level of attack doesn't even deserve to touch the Dark Dragon Guard. Shadow Dark Black Dragon, hold it back. The Beastmaster is the key. Tan Fong arrogantly challenged. It's already been controlled by the dragon pressure, let's see you run. Su Kuang replied confidently, run. If I step back, I'll change my name to H letter 1 E9 a hen. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange aura erupted around him, and Tan Fong's sword snapped in half in the blink of an eye. He stared in shock. At the same time, the Dark Dragon Guard was enhanced with Wind God's Shield, Spike Shield, Tough Shield, Windstorm Lightning Armor, and Dragon Blood Battle Armor for Su Kuang. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Su Kuang threw a punch directly at Tan Fong. You think you're tough, he shouted in fury. Tan Fong shouted back, relying on your family, huh? After the punch, Tan Fong collapsed to the ground. Kuang smugly said, well done, got any more moves, let's see them all. Tan Fong lay on the ground, still upset. The competition only allows a level 6 sword. If I had a stronger weapon you would have lost already. Shadow Dark Black Dragon. His pet beast received the command and immediately appeared behind its master. Su Kuang raised an eyebrow and asked, is that all? Getting impatient already. Tan Fong growled, don't get too proud. His beast immediately performed the death's curse. Tan Fong shouted loudly, you're too arrogant. Dare you take this move? Ling Yue realized in worry. That's the level 9 dragon technique, Death's Curse. I letter 1 EBF U Theern sneered. What's wrong, scared now? My earth-shaking ancient dragon can take the blow for you. She coldly replied, take care of yourself. Your 2 dragons are struggling, almost turning into ice statues. Witnessing the battle, the audience marveled. Amazing. Ling Yue and Tan I letter 1 EBF U Theern are evenly matched. To be able to compete with the young masters of prestigious families is impressive. If it were me, I would have lost after 2 moves. Look, Death's Curse is almost complete. I doubt even a corner of the island can be saved. This moment, Tan Fong desperately shouted, put all your strength into it. Su Kuang laughed loudly. Dark Dragon Guard, use that move to counterattack. The beast immediately shot forward and he ordered, activate Spirit Domain. In the blink of an eye, the Thunder Minion Killing Domain was activated. A fierce collision exploded immediately afterward. The result quickly became clear. Su Kuang's ultimate skill completely overwhelmed his opponent. Audience gasped, Death's curse has disappeared. The Dark Dragon Guard's domain swallowed that attack whole. Incredible, once you enter it, you turn to dust. This is the first time I've seen such a terrifying domain. Su Kuang proudly said, my beast is trained by my master. You've never seen anything like it. Danfeng anxiously asked, who is your master? Su Kuang smiled and replied, remember well. My master is the famous owner of the little Daiyaki pet shop. Su Kuang shouted excitedly, Su Ping. Danfeng was secretly shocked. The disciple of Su Ping is this strong and belongs to little Daiyaki. It seems the Tang family won't sit still. This elite competition is about to get interesting. Li letter 1 EC5 Yu Thanfeng was controlled, and Su Kuang shouted loudly, you too, go down with him. Two young masters frantically pleaded, don't attack. After the match, we'll have our family express gratitude. He snorted coldly and shouted, two useless ones, is this the genius they recommended? The audience outside murmured, little Daiyaki is too strong. Bai Fam is completely inferior, even the Li family's young master couldn't withstand it. After watching, I'll definitely go to little Daiyaki for training. What am I waiting for? I'm going to cancel my Phi Fam membership. Vice Director Dong spoke up. Director To, handling the Li family's young master like this in front of the public is almost like challenging the four major families. Isn't this a bit too much? Su Ping smirked. I actually wanted to make a scene. Su Ping recalled that day, Su Kuang, I'll temporarily lend you the Dark Dragon Guard to protect yourself. Su Kuang joyfully said, I really get to use my master's treasured beast. This isn't a dream, right? Su Ping replied seriously, it's not a dream. Lending a beast is a regular service. The temporary contract will incur a fee. Su Kuang laughed, money's not an issue, I just worry it's too powerful to control. Su Ping explained, the temporary contract only requires compatible level. It is combat power at level 9, but its level is just 7, so with your level 6 energy it's enough. Su Kuang respectfully said, thank you, master. Dark Dragon Guard, please guide. Su Ping added, don't call it master. Just let others see it as your beast. During the competition, you can use it freely, no need to hold back. Back to the present, he smiled smugly. Rarely have we had an opportunity like this in the elite competition, just in time to dispel all doubts about our shop. The entire stadium froze in astonishment, murmuring, what is happening? As a strange sound suddenly echoed, Long Jiang, long restrained by the four great families, seemed poised for change. Gigantic hands suddenly appeared in midair. The Feng Shen Thunder Wolf arrow shot forward like a flash of lightning. Commentator Ding Gong shouted, aiming straight at Tan Xiao Tian's battle beast, revealing a lightning-type move never seen before. Xiao Tian flinched and stepped back, the pressure suffocating. This is going to be tough, make your move. Natural Tiny Guardian, level 9 combat strength, was instantly summoned. Beside it was the Bloodstar Demon Tiger, its power at mid-level 9. Commentator was stunned, that was the Bloodstar Demon Tiger, one of the most unruly and ferocious level 9 battle beasts, extremely powerful yet prone to rebellion, similar to the bamboo dragon furnace of hell, notorious among fierce beasts, as a violent attack was immediately unleashed. Xiao Tian widened his eyes and shouted, Thunderfire Savage Dragon Beast, Natural Tiny Guardian, Earth Colossus. Long Blood Battle Armor, Tiny Guardian Divine Maiden, good and evil protections simultaneously activate. Broadcast erupted in excitement as 3 level 9 defensive skills appeared in an instant. Tan Xiao Tian's strength truly formidable. The opponent merely smirked, all in vain. Suddenly an arrow pierced through the defensive layers. The swarm of battle beasts instantly scattered in a flash. Xiao Tian panicked, shouting, what is happening? Why is my defense useless? Bloodstar Demon Tiger moved, leapt, intercepting the entire attack. In a moment, a roar of pain resounded. At that instant, the attack was repelled, its violent force hurled far away. Announcement echoed, 36 people were eliminated. Su Kuang exclaimed, the situation and pressure are mesmerizing to witness. The commentator gasped, this skill is terrifying, piercing through 2 layers of level 9 defenses. Hard to anticipate. Luckily, the Bloodstar Demon Tiger's constitution is top level 9, barely withstanding a single strike. On the other side, Xiao Tian gritted his teeth tensely. Ling Yue was that her full power, the battle beast cannot be underestimated, but I countered it. Bloodstar Demon Tiger go, he commanded. The Bloodstar Demon Tiger suddenly appeared behind Ling Yue. She startled, spinning around, its speed astonishing. The broadcast immediately remarked, both battle beasts targeted the beast master, showing no mercy. a massive ice block abruptly formed. Xiao Tian opened his eyes wide in horror, that was. He stammered a level 9 ice defense. Ling Yue shifted into ice divine maiden tiny guardian form, coldly stating, "Your blood star demon tiger is fast, almost caught up with my little white." The blood star demon tiger was restrained instantly. Xiao Tian called its name in disbelief. Ling Yue asked in a low voice, "The roar from little white was merely a probe, now how will you respond?" Looking around, Xiao Tian wondered where he went wrong, not realizing he had been completely encircled. He asked in horror, how could it shoot continuously despite the distance difference? The commentator was stunned. Following Su Quang, contestant number 2 also reached 200 points. Who in the arena could stop their overwhelming offense? A Chen appeared smugly. Tan Xiao Tian and Lu Qingfeng were defeated. Too careless. Long Tian nearby cracked his knuckles arrogantly. "Fine, I will act." Announcements continuously reported another elimination. Ling Yue loudly called Su Quang, "I attack from above, you sweep below, gathering the rest at once." Su Quang nodded, "No problem, watch my Long Quan battle chariot crush them." The broadcast quickly analyzed. Su Quang and Ling Yue were charging toward Mu Chen and Yi Long Tian at terrifying speed. How would the young masters of Mu Yi respond? Long Tian thought tensely, have they already swept from the beginning? He snorted, "Due to competition limits I cannot use high-level treasures. Lucky the others are absent." The person beside agreed, "Me too. Otherwise we would have competed with them directly." Observing the situation, the commentator lamented, "All have withdrawn. No one left to continue. Truly regrettable." Soon after, only 5 people remained in the arena from thousands of contestants. He excitedly announced, the final 5 contestants revealed, the hunt concluded. The representatives for the Longjiang City Finals confirmed, "Congratulations to them." Long Tian murmured, "Almost eliminated." Yi Long Tian's final score 112. Mu Chen pale with shock, "All monsters." His score 118. Only Zhou Wen remained confident. His total score 149. Su Quang's final score was 327. Ling Yue closed at 289 points. The commentator excitedly invited contestants to leave the dorm. If unadapted, report to staff for side effects. Su Quang clenched his fist in excitement. "You hear, we made the finals." Ling Yue reminded to stay alert. The final match still ahead. He smiled, "You are too serious. How could the others compete with us? In the finals you handle one, I worry for one, then I admit defeat. The championship is ours." She slightly annoyed said, "Don't be so complacent." Su Quang cheered, "Young master, cheer up. Tonight I treat everyone at the city's largest entertainment district." Ling Yue helplessly rubbed her forehead, feeling the pressure and wanting to train. Xiao Tian appeared unexpectedly, admitting defeat to her in this contest. Su Quang, surprised, recognized Lu Qingfeng. Ling Yue, also startled, calling Tan Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian hurriedly explained, "Don't misunderstand. I only came to congratulate your promotion, and for acquaintance, your Feng Shen Thunder Wolf arrow was impressive. I admit defeat," hoping for a rematch. She irritably asked if he was making friends or seeking revenge later. He laughed, saying she overthought. "This time I'm not aiming for the champion. My target is the True Martial Academy." Ling Yue was shocked, mentioning True Martial Academy, #1 in the Asian continent. That night Su Quang excitedly draped an arm around Qingfeng, asking, "Fight him properly, have free time to continue." Qingfeng thought, who wants to duel a monster like him, bringing a still strong beast? After being hit he still clings. Seeing Su Quang frown, Qingfeng loudly said, "Minor injury only." Saying this he waved off, needing to leave. Someone hurriedly approached, requesting the young master to calm down. That was Liu Yan. Flustered he bowed, saying this time the standout was merely luck. "I already have another plan." Qingfeng angrily retorted, "Do you not know the skill of the standout? Dare provoke? If you involve our clan we will hold you accountable." Spectators murmured, "Ling Yue's move must be immovable glazed body. Report to the clan quickly." Elsewhere, the vice principal initiated conversation. Ling Yue entered the top 5 citywide, highest achievement in Phoenix Frost history. If Supervisor Chu is free later, Su Ping coldly replied, "Unavailable." Serpent Heart sent a message. The screen showed a confidential notice that the young lady using immovable glazed body may cause trouble. "I have temporarily blocked it, awaiting instructions," he thought. "Finally this path is exposed." Su Ping quickly replied, "Release the news in a few days. This cannot be hidden forever. I have a plan." Then the scene shifted to the Zhou family mansion. The team leader shouted, demanding everyone train seriously, no slacking. He was suddenly shocked, recognizing the arrival, immediately commanding to stop and conveying the clan leader's order to salute Su Ping. The group reluctantly complied, greeting Master Chu. Su Ping thought, though the clan leader is loyal for benefit, The others only obey outwardly, needs correction. Thinking so, he sternly said, if you dislike it, no need to greet. I want to see the clan leader. The team leader gestured for subordinates to lead the way, who respectfully obeyed and quickly escorted him. The scene shifted to a quiet room, steam rising from a teacup. A voice sounded, the master is busy with countless tasks, so why stop by leisurely today? Su Ping replied calmly. Previously they had signed contracts to train over 100 high-level pets. The other party honestly responded that the results exceeded expectations. The pets brought to the shop and returned were outstanding. He then asked why Kao Wangjan's troops didn't show obvious progress. He lowered his voice to explain that those 100 slots were for high-ranking members of the Kao family. The subordinates got nothing. Su Ping immediately understood, so that's how it was. The lower ranks suffered losses and gained nothing. No wonder Kao Wangjan reacted that way. He asked further if they had watched the elite battles yesterday. He replied enthusiastically, the young lady's performance was dazzling, defeating 2 main opponents in succession, especially the rare lightning technique. Watching it gave goosebumps. Many Kao Wangjan disciples even recorded it daily, hoping to master that divine skill. Su Ping stood up satisfied. Very good. Tell Kao Wangjan to call out the main combat pets. He was surprised and asked what the master wanted during training. He calmly replied to distribute some benefits. A massive serpent suddenly appeared. It was the mid-level Strategy 9 secret treasure. The martial hall, a shout echoed, Yanzai Infernal Slash. A timely shield rose to block all attacks. The serpent's tail immediately flashed. Someone excitedly cheered, amazing, 7-layer green light. Red Flame finally reached mid-level strategy rank 7. The person beside was not to be outdone, only mid-level rank 7, watch me. He loudly called out Thundercloud Beast, Thunder Break. Powerful strike tore through the air, the serpent's body gradually turning orange-yellow. The crowd buzzed. 8 layers of orange light meant top-level strategy rank 8. The seal almost exploded. Last month it was lower rank 8. Progress now was too fast. Someone exclaimed that at this age to possess top-level rank 8 pets, becoming a guardian in a few years wouldn't be hard. He smugly shrugged, despite seniority, why not compete? The other quickly bowed and said, not daring, I'm old and stuck at this realm. With his speed he will surpass me eventually thanks to Dai Fu's nurturing. Xiao Dao advanced rapidly. Just need regular training and proper care to become a grand pet master. He laughed loudly, not bad, very aware, old man, take rest early. From afar a familiar voice sounded. Just came by the shop a few times for training. Su Ping appeared with a booming aura. He asked if just a few small rank increases were enough to feel proud. The chief behind immediately ordered Kao Wangjan to line up. Call out the main combat pets for the master to inspect. Everyone responded in unison. Not long after countless pets were summoned. They emitted a glittering demonic aura. Captain Yang Yang proudly asked about Kao Wangjan's aura. Su Ping replied coldly, yes, each one is fierce, thinking perhaps bad luck or low comprehension. None adapted quickly, continue searching. Soon a youth came into view. Su Ping happily called out Qdeng Beast, lower rank 9 strategy, found it. He stepped forward. Su Ping asked if this was a plant bloodline rank 7 favoring healing, main force seems lacking in damage. He nodded, correct, I want to train it into a versatile pet both offensive and defensive, capable of frontline protection. Kao nearby sneered, said sounds nice, Qdeng Beast in battle weaker than attack pets, later weaker than healing pets. Half-hearted type will eventually be eliminated. Why care, look at my Thundercloud Beast. Su Ping didn't pay attention, only smiled lightly. Having healing and attack in one body is indeed interesting. I understand. Carved seal 993 Thunder Pack. In the blink of an eye a large seal appeared, ancient Qdeng Dragon Strike. The chief was astonished, directly carving a pet skill. Even 9th rank trainers rarely use such forceful method. Su Ping patted the pet's head and said, I followed your idea to give it a new skill. See how healing and attack perform. The boy asked in astonishment if it was really a new skill, but if no one is injured how to use heal. Su Ping pointed at Kao, simply, Demon Shock Divine Palm awakened 1. He immediately screamed miserably, my ear. Su Ping calmly smiled, now it's fine. The boy hastily ordered Qdeng Beast to perform ancient Qdeng Dragon Strike. In an instant a violent force erupted. Kao recoiled in panic. Oh no, isn't that the tracer racing move? Trembled, shouting, my ear. My hand. He opened, eyes wide in astonishment, seemingly no longer in pain. Nearby chief froze, hand restored, captain also horrified. Isn't that extreme rank 8 healing technique capable of this? At that moment immense power crashed directly into the giant serpent. In an instant the serpent figure shattered. Everyone exclaimed, the seal broke. Power reached extreme rank 8. Indeed, there exists a pet skill combining attack and healing. Moreover, it was controlled so skillfully. Just a swing increased combat power several small ranks. The boy exclaimed astonished. My Kudeng beast unleashed such terrifying power. Su Ping thought silently, that arm hasn't fully recovered. He said, unfortunately, by my estimation its energy not fully exploited. More training needed later. Hearing this everyone turned pale. Such a skill offered freely, indeed generous, earlier attitude regrettable. Now is reconciliation still possible? Does he bear grudge, missing this chance then? Without a word, they quickly all knelt. The entire Ko Wangzhen vowed to serve Master Su for life. Su Ping nodded in satisfaction. Well done. In the next few days those coming to the shop for training will get benefits, seized to increase combat power, but he worried loyalty alone may not be enough. The chief stood there, heart shaken. Does this kid intend to control my defensive system? He hurriedly asked if Master Su needed this urgently. Su Ping looked at him and said, hasn't Chief Ko realized Longjiang is about to upheat? At that moment a message arrived. Zha Xin sent to the master, rest assured, this mission of Tin Kong is to help Bing Yue win the City Elite Championship. The two families secretly cooperated to strike in the final. Please be cautious. Audience cheered. Finally, the City Elite Finals had arrived. Today would decide the champion. At A2 field representatives from Longjiang base competed for the world entry ticket. Spectators whispered looking at the people on the high tower. All were high-status figures. Some wondered who the empty seat was reserved for. On the high tower Longjiang muttered, annoyed, the match is boring and I must participate. While High beside advised, calm down, if the finals stir, that elder won't stand by idly. Du Hong asked doubtfully if that girl defeated his. Thien Tong continued, how strong is she now? Let me see myself. Vo Min folded arms deep in thought, perhaps today a major event occurs. Only Chu Thien Lam remained calm, smiling. Suddenly a formidable team entered the field. Gentle female voice sounded, everyone been waiting long. Bing Yue coldly commanded to start. On the stands Vice Principal Dong asked who the girl was. Su Ping wondered if it was her. The broadcaster joyfully introduced formally. Seated at the center was Enhan Bing Yue, young lady Enhan, member of Tin Kong organization, directly into city final. Some astonished as she was on par with family clan leaders. Audience murmured, Tin Kong the strongest organization in the continent, outsiders straight into finals unfair. Whispered, this place is dangerous, better watch live. Broadcaster added, today 6 contestants vie for champion. Being noticed by Tin Kong is a great honor for the city. The changes in contestant numbers, final rules adjusted. 6 drew into 2 groups A and B. Whoever won 2 consecutive opponents in a group proceeded. Champion chosen from 2 group winners. The remaining 4 stopped at 6 strength. Long and Gayat Trat nervously said, dividing like this means we will. Very quickly the results announced, before the official finals elimination occurred. Chiefs on the high tower showed unpredictable expression. Broadcaster continued, alright, start first match of Group A, Enhan Bing Yue vs Muk Tran. Suddenly a hand raised high. Bahai proactively declared Muk family forfeited. The audience erupted. Last time Muk family champion voluntarily abandoned defending title. Could it be for Tin Kong? Even powerful clans dare not oppose. The city's only promotion spot about to be seized by outsiders must rely on her. Vice Principal Dong worriedly said to Su Ping, though government hasn't announced, Master to surely understands the rules. Elite or Wang Ha competitions select talents. For individuals an advancement opportunity. For the city a bargaining card to gain resources from Lam Tin Alliance. Bases unable to train strong would be undervalued. His face darkened, confirming that if the championship of the elite tournament fell into outsiders' hands, the years of building the city would stagnate, even decline. Normally the great families flaunted their power, yet at the sight of someone from Tin Kong they shrank like the unsupported. Vice Principal Dong entrusted his expectations, demanding that I, as class leader, seize the championship at all costs. The broadcast announced the second match of Group A between Enhan Bing Zhu and Deep Long Thien. Vo Min smirked inwardly. It turned out the old foxes of the Mu family intended to use Tin Kong to clear the path. In this siege, the Deep family also contributed. Losses were not small, but as long as they could turn the tide and win the next round, it was acceptable. He raised his hand to concede, shocking the broadcast station as 2 great families surrendered consecutively. Miss Enhan naturally advanced to the final. Vo Min Trat whispered, if you still want to stay in Longjiang, tell the young master to leave some trace for Ling Yue. In the opening match of Group B, Ling Yue faced Chu Van. Kai Lam casually stroked his beard and said to La Deep, this time the people from Tin Kong might find it hard to restrain themselves. If they wanted to continue standing in Longjiang, they must not act half-heartedly. Jumped up in surprise, implying someone acted in the shadows. No one responded. Dean Lamb calmly declared that the Chu family conceded. The broadcast was wide-eyed, even the Chu family withdrew. The audience murmured. It turned out the Chu family sided there, widening the path to victory. Pak Hai frowned in annoyance for picking the wrong side again. Long Chin was irritated, old yet careless. Chu family would face consequences after the match. The broadcast continued to announce the next Group B match between Ling Yue and Su Quang. Su Quang sternly reminded, Master had said En-Han Bing Yue never revealed her full strength, must be extremely careful. Ling Yue nodded slightly in agreement. Without hesitation, he loudly declared, Su Quang here steps onto the stage. Hope you show your full strength so that the one dreaming of the championship understands what real power is. The girl puffed her chest and responded with vigor. The broadcast immediately announced the Long Jiang Elite Tournament final officially began. From the stands rose cheers. Ling Yue, stay strong, do not lose. Continued to speak about the confrontation, while she firmly insisted the outcome be decided in one match. The broadcast tensely announced En-Han Bing Yue. Bing Yue briefly showed delight at being called adorable. Old memories of a small cat unexpectedly surfaced. She suddenly sank into silence, recalling that image. The man beside her gently stroked her head, praising Ngayat Nhi for being affectionate. The young attendant marveled at the cute kitten, saying if the young lady liked it, she would bring the cage. Yet Bing Yue coldly waved it off, unnecessary. In a blink, the tiny creature was gone. She glared coldly, I hate things that are overly cute. Returning to reality, she brought fierce energy as she stepped onto the stage. Before Bing Yue stood the petite Ling Yue. The referee gestured both to positions and activated the 6-level protective barrier. The final was best of 3. Surrender or unconscious counted as losing a round. Spirit beasts carried must not exceed 7 levels. Audience roared wildly, Ling Yue, stay strong, make them retreat. Our Long Jiang does not yield easily. Suddenly an explosion shattered the atmosphere. Everyone panicked, shouting that someone was knocked down. Su Ping frowned in displeasure at the scene. Vu Kuk angrily warned, whoever dares insult Tin Kong would meet the same fate as just now. Bang Tiu nearby chuckled coldly, seems Long Jiang still needs discipline. All seated quietly, the match continued. Broadcast hesitated but then announced continuation. The referee emphasized no healing during the match. Contestants must take responsibility for their spirit beasts. Ling Yue questioned, did you come here for our spot, or lack confidence to act otherwise? In reply came only a cold snort of disdain from the three. Ling Yue realized the disadvantage, and immediately focused all strength. At that moment Bing Yue suddenly lunged forward. The broadcast panicked, commenting the punch was too sudden, power exceeded 6-level limit, could Ling Yue withstand? Luckily she blocked just in time and angrily asked if she hit the mark. The broadcast announced Ling Yue safe, deflecting the dangerous blow. Long Chin tensely thought to himself, that was the immovable Liulai form of Yen Nha. Gritted his teeth, threatening to settle the score after the match. Vice Principal Dong turned to say the referee hadn't started yet and he acted excessive. Su Ping replied calmly, the star markings on En-Han Bing Yue were extraordinary. Su Ping analyzed, using immovable Liulai form yet being knocked back, the star energy must have exceeded 7 levels. Hearing this, he asked in panic why the referee ignored it. Su Ping said he noticed irregularities since the group division. Sponsors and referees likely favored Tin Kong. On the field they still showed bias. Su Ping said even if the opponent broke rules, intervention was difficult. Vice Principal Dong worried if all were theirs, what's the point in fighting? Su Ping calmly affirmed precisely why they must win. Ling Yue calmly called out, come here. Silver Frost Dragon Star Moon instantly manifested. Audience gasped in amazement. The dragon's form differed from before, seemingly mutated. Golden aura radiated sacredness, forcing Bing Yue back. As she hesitated, Ling Yue's spirit beast unexpectedly struck. Bing Yue was flung to the ground. Clan leaders were secretly amazed. Merely the body had subdued a powerful star-marked being. Silver Frost Dragon Star Moon was no simple spirit. Xiao Gyu suddenly appeared shouting for the young lady to take her sword. The sword immediately blazed, emitting brilliant radiance. Onlookers shielded their eyes from the dazzling light, unclear what had happened. Ling Yue ordered Xiao Bai to finish. At the same time, the sword clashed directly with the barrier. In a blink, the blade pierced the protective layer as if nothing. Ling Yue calmly gripped the hilt tightly. She decisively slashed down. The broadcast gasped. Miss En-Han's sword not only broke the 6-level barrier but also injured Silver Frost Dragon Star Moon, terrifying. Vice Principal Dong was stunned, realizing it was the 9-level Yishin sword, said to cut iron like mud and had slain countless beasts of equal rank. Even Silver Frost Dragon Star Moon would struggle, but it was a family heirloom from a Fap City clan. how did it fall to her? Fang Tiu snorted coldly. Forcing my young lady to relinquish Yishin's sword is already skillful, but that's all. Many in the stands angrily criticized using a 9-level heirloom in a 6-level match against regulation. Vu Kuk scowled, ordering silence, silently channeling star power into a spear. In a blink he struck and questioned, Tin Kong, why are you commenting instead of acting? Fortunately, a large punch intercepted in time. He was surprised, not understanding, when Su Ping appeared, reminding that if you want to fight, follow the rules, do not cross the line. Su Ping cast a cold gaze there, as a warning not to go too far. The referees immediately separated to confer quietly. Was he warning them? For one who could lightly block a 9-level powerhouse's attack was not easily provoked. Someone quickly suggested asking Tin Kong for advice, but Vu Kwok muttered in displeasure, saying that someone who couldn't tell right from wrong dared to preach, while Fang Tiu, standing nearby, calmly smiled and responded, don't rush. The goal of this trip is to help the young lady win the position of military officer. After they settle their differences, you can do whatever you want. Hearing this, Vu Kwok reluctantly asked Tiu Quat to explain. The little girl obediently stated that she was the Sword Clan's Tiu Quat, a level 6 strategist. Thanks to the awakening ritual, she could form contracts and thus be considered a spiritual pet. She was responsible for managing the spiritual pets for the young lady. The two judges appeared shocked, as there was a precedent where a battle pet strategist from Ding Kok had awakened items, granting them intellect. The sword of Miss Enhan met the conditions to be a spiritual pet, so it wasn't limited by grade, and the match continued. The host marveled that it truly was the most powerful organization in Alu with vast resources, with even top-tier battle pet strategists serving them. However, the audience began to murmur, many believing that the sword being counted as a spiritual pet clearly had an advantage. Possessing such a divine weapon made the match even more unpredictable. Bing Yue began to use sword spirit sub-body, and Miss Enhan's spiritual energy surged, according to the commentator. Bing Yue softly called go, and then summoned 3 battle pets all at once. The first to appear was a level 9 middle tier by Thuong Software. Next was a level 9 middle tier own Muck Evil God Beast with a battle power of level 9, and lastly, a level 9 upper tier 2 La Mo Dragon, one of which was ranked second on the Dragon leaderboard. The commentator couldn't help but be amazed, throwing all their power from the start. Wasn't she saving anything for the next round? On the other side, Lauren Guyot remained composed, telling the pet beside her, Tiu Bok, let's go. Determination was evident on Ling Yue's face. She had to win. The bloodline resonance was activated when 2 Lam Mo Long prepared to unleash 2 Lam Ma Flame. However, Tiu Bok immediately responded with Ice Wind Celestial Journey. 2 energy sources collided violently in midair. The other 2 summoned beasts simultaneously attacked Tiu Bok, and Ling Yue softly murmured, this is the opening. Under her control, Tiu Bok continued to unleash Moonlight Strike. The host admired as the 2 assistants were suppressed by Tiu Bok, truly the unique beast mastery technique of the Mu family. The unity of mind and body allowed the move to reach its target before it even launched. Tiu Bok then drew the sword Thunder God Thunder Wolf, and the commentator remarked that it was better to decisively end it once than to wear them down. Ling Yue had indeed used her ultimate technique. A brilliant beam of light descended, blocking the arrows summoned by Ling Yue. Her face immediately showed confusion. The audience was in an uproar as Ling Yue's ultimate technique was blocked. Bing Yue explained that the thunder arrow had the property of bypassing defenses. The more energy was focused on defense, the weaker it became. If the technique had not been revealed in the previous round, no one would have thought of destroying the arrow's body with a direct attack. She coldly added that repeatedly ambushing was just a trick. They couldn't rely on it every time. 3 battle pets and Bing Yue charged forward together, and Miss Enhan's direct attack arrived. The 2 engaged in close combat, and Ling Yue was still able to fight evenly with her opponent. Meanwhile, Tiu Bok was holding off the 3 summoned beasts alone, and the strength of both sides was temporarily balanced. Bing Yue continuously swung her sword, while Ling Yue skillfully dodged. Commentator constantly updated, the close combat hadn't stopped, and Ling Yue was being forced to retreat by the sharp sword energy. The distance between her and the pet widened, making it harder to fully activate the bloodline resonance. The tide of battle was shifting. Under the pressure from Miss Enhan, Ling Yue was gradually losing steam and could only find opportunities by dodging step by step. On another battlefield, the Silver Bone Star Moon Dragon was also facing multiple opponents, surrounded on all sides, making the situation even more unfavorable. Ling Yue's eyes flashed with caution, and she decided to use her 8th level divine technique, Divine Herb Slash, intending to wipe them out in an instant. The 3 summoned beasts were simultaneously hit by an unseen move, suffering heavy losses despite being level 9. Could the battle be about to end? Wu Kwok, standing outside, smiled coldly. The young lady's battle pet far surpassed the weaklings they had encountered before. Bing Yue prepared to counterattack, and the murderous intent spread, causing the summoned beasts to transform. Her eyes were red and filled with madness, ready to risk everything to suppress the silver Bone Star Moon dragon. Ling Yue refused to submit, and if they wanted to settle the score in the first round, she would give it her all and released Snow Ball. While moving, she calculated that Enhan Bing Yue's battle pets had weakened. As long as she and Snow Ball could hold their ground, victory would be theirs. Fire Dragon Fist was prepared. To her surprise, Bing Yue spoke up, saying she had already guessed her plan. The illusory flame beast's Fire Dragon Fury was just an illusion and wouldn't cause harm. Ling Yue's eyes froze in shock. Bing Yue raised her sword and continued, saying the illusory flame beast must have circled behind her to launch a sneak attack right. He coldly declared that this move was a repayment to the opponent. Ling Yue was horrified to see the pet severely injured, stained with blood. She called out for Snow Ball, and Bing Yue coldly asked who could save her now. With that, Bing Yue immediately moved. Sword Strike was launched directly at Ling Yue. The audience gasped in shock at the teleportation speed, wondering if Ling Yue could avoid it as the space was filled with a red mist. Just as she struggled to defend, the Ice Guardian Goddess arrived in time to block the deadly strike for her. Ling Yue furrowed her brows in annoyance, as she was separated from her teammates in this disadvantageous situation. She understood that Enhan Bing Yue's strength exceeded hers, and only Tiu Bok had the strength to counter, and it roared loudly. Tiu Bok charged in, forcing Bing Yue to step back a few paces. Ling Yue's eyes became sharp as she seized the opportunity. A move she had prepared earlier was activated, and Bing Yue glanced at her warily. In an instant, Bing Yue teleported behind her and said that even the Ice Guardian Goddess, no matter how firm, could not stop the Thunder God Thunder Wolf's arrow from piercing through all defenses. She mockingly asked how it felt to beat yourself up. The host noticed Tiu Bok hesitating. The silver Bone Star Moon dragon was surrounded, and Bing Yue's pets took the opportunity to close in and control the situation. Tiu Bok used Ice Wind Celestial Journey again. Bing Yue immediately responded with Divine Sword Bullet. A heavy sword strike came down on Tiu Bok, causing it to roar in pain as its clones disappeared. Ling Yue's strength gradually weakened, and she softly called for Tiu Bok. Suddenly, a few tentacles shot toward her. They tightly bound Ling Yue, preventing her from admitting defeat. The commentator concluded that both her battle pets were severely injured and that she was completely controlled. This match will she finally lose? Wu Jai smirked coldly, then waved his hand slightly. Receiving the signal, the referee immediately declared that Ling Yue had not surrendered and still had the possibility to resist, so the match continued. The audience immediately protested, as it was clear she had surrendered but was silenced. Such deceit and bullying. Wu Jai calmly admitted, so what if it was bullying? The strong suppress the weak. It's natural. If no one feared and dared to offend the young lady while Ling Yue was still tightly bound. The crowd couldn't bear to watch what was about to happen in broad daylight. They anxiously wondered what they were going to do, and some even turned away, unwilling to continue watching. The elders sitting high above could only frown. The actions of Xing Kong were indeed excessive, and if they kept this up, they would soon meet a tough opponent. Su Ping began to move, his cold gaze showing he was about to act at any moment. Soon after, everyone saw a sharp beam of light flash. The tip of the sword stopped right before Ling Yue's face. Su Ping appeared to block Bing Yue's attack and said that she had already surrendered in the first round, so the match should stop here. His weak voice caused Bing Yue, Wu Jai, and Feng Xiao to freeze, not understanding what had happened or when. The host looked at the protective shield on the floor, shocked. The level 8 defense had been torn open with a large hole. Su Ping pressured the referee, asking what they were waiting for, and they hurriedly declared Ling Yue had lost the first round. Ling Yue secretly observed Su Ping. This person appeared to be an ordinary beast master, but she could feel a terrifying force hidden within him. Wu Jai doubtedly asked if this was the master behind Xiao Daoqi, Su Ping, to which Feng Xiao added that his aura wasn't bad, but this was a contestant's arena. He had not only hurt the young lady's beast but also interfered with the referee's judgment. He released his aura to put pressure on Su Ping, clearly intending to use force to bully the weak. The space shook from Feng Xiao's momentum, and even Ling Yue had difficulty standing. The immense energy caused the entire arena to tremble. Su Ping smiled and pointed at Ling Yue, saying, "Don't misunderstand. I'm just a normal shopkeeper delivering beasts to this girl." She widened her eyes when she saw the object that just passed by. Su Ping continued, "It's just a skeleton." Wu Jai's face darkened, and he shouted that if they interfered with the referee and let the beast participate, Don't expect them to let it go. Su Ping calmly replied that his shop offered beast rental services, and while Xiao Qiulu was his, it was rented out to Ling Yue. While speaking, he secretly handed Ling Yue a talisman and explained that she had rented it earlier, so he just brought it here. Ling Yue took it and Su Ping turned to question Tian Men, didn't they once send beasts into the match? Wu Jai couldn't argue and shouted loudly, while Feng Xiao coldly asked, what about your beast hurting the young lady? Su Ping pointed at Bing Yue and simply said, your young lady's beast no longer had the ability to fight, so it should retreat. He smiled and added, no matter how many beasts you replace, it's important that they lose convincingly. The elders high above were uncomfortable with his arrogant attitude. Did he know what he was saying when he dared challenge a master of Xing Kong and even claimed that numbers didn't matter? Wu Jai and Feng Xiao also revealed a threatening aura. Waves of energy cut across the air. The audience below stared in shock at the overwhelming aura. The match became extremely tense. A number of beasts were summoned onto the arena, and everyone was astonished as they easily broke through the protective shield. It seemed like each one had reached the peak of the 9th rank. People discussed that this match had turned into a display of power. Yue spoke, thanking the summoner for the support. Yue Nhi would not disappoint the expectations and would show the opponent what she was capable of. Ling Yue was overwhelmed when she saw 5 beasts even stronger than the 2 La Molong, but Su Ping remained calm and said this was the appropriate level for a battle. She should use a temporary contract with Xiao Qiulu. She was worried about the huge disparity and feared forcing it would be dangerous. However, Xiao Qiulu kneeled before her. Su Ping gently said, trust me. Ling Yue hesitated before extending her hand toward Xiao Qiulu, its body full of battle scars. Upon touching it, she realized that while it didn't have warmth, it wasn't as cold as she imagined. The temporary contract was completed, and Ling Yue's consciousness entered a new space where the silver sun, moon, dragon, and the illusionary beast still existed faintly. She sighed in relief, thinking she must find an opportunity to heal them. She was surprised when she couldn't sense Xiao Qiulu's consciousness. Suddenly, a massive figure appeared before her. Ling Yue turned back astonished, wondering what it was. When the contract was completed, she couldn't hide her shock at the true size of Xiao Qiulu, the beast that had followed her brother into battle. Host announced the start of the 2nd round of the final. If Ling Yue continued to lose, Miss Enhan would be crowned, while each of Bing Yue's beasts was extremely powerful. Everyone was worried for Ling Yue, wondering if she could turn the tide. Su Ping stepped back and reminded her to just give the order, and let Xiao Qiulu handle everything else. The command was given, and Bing Yue controlled all of her beasts to charge forward with overwhelming force. Bing Yue whispered, Xiao Qiulu, I'm counting on you. The boy charged forward like a flash of lightning. A red streak of light cut across the air. Xiao Qiulu's gaze was icy as it swung its sword. Its sword strike pierced through the opponent easily, like cutting paper. Bing Yue was shocked, unable to see the movements clearly, while Wu Jai and Feng Xiao turned pale when the 9th-ranked beast was defeated in one strike. As other beasts rushed in, Xiao Qiulu struck one with a blow, causing its weapon to fall. It spun around, ready to unleash the next strike. With just one more strike, the other opponents fell into a pile of disarray. Another beast launched a powerful skill and charged in, but Xiao Qiulu was ready to counter. It roared, completely overpowering the dragon in front of it. Bing Yue was stunned as each beast fell. Even the 9th rank couldn't hold out. What level was Xiao Qiulu? Xiao Qiulu had appeared behind her at some point, and Feng Xiao and Wu Jai both shouted in unison, warning the young lady. Bing Yue still couldn't withstand Xiao Qiulu's strike. Bing Yue's eyes widened. In nature, dangerous things were often divided into 2 types. Feng Tiao and Wu Jai looked worriedly at her. The first type had bright, vivid colors to warn others to stay away. Ping, on the other hand, calmly stood above, watching as if he were watching a play. The second type completely concealed itself, hiding any trace of existence. At this moment, he smiled faintly, as if becoming one with the surrounding scene. However, Xiao Qiulu before him was not like either of these types. It was pitch black to an extreme, a color that sent a chill through one's body due to its stark contrast. Xiao Qiulu suddenly closed in, heading straight for Bing Yue's face. Her face clearly showed astonishment, completely unable to hide it. Ling Yue looked over and silently sighed. That must be a protective treasure, indeed powerful. The person who once forced Xiao Bai into a difficult position now had no strength to resist. The elders above were also stunned. The elite of the Void Sky had fallen into such a passive position. Su Ping's strategy was probably beyond imagination. Each person had their own thoughts, and indeed, it was as the Poison King had said. It seemed that matters related to Yuan Dai Ren were not fictional. The man lazily stroked his beard and asked, "Did you know his strength from the start?" The other person calmly nodded, "Yes. The man asked how it was discovered, almost costing him his life. Yahello moved forward and grabbed Bing Yue's hair. Wu Jai and Feng Tiao rushed forward to block in front of her, shouting for him to stop. We can see. They tried to stop Yahello, repeatedly pleading for peace. The scene was hard to believe. A 9th-tier battle pet had been overpowered by Yahello. Miss Enhan directly declared their surrender. Su Ping stepped into the arena, coldly questioning. Surrender? Where was that unyielding spirit from earlier? He smiled sarcastically. So you've given up on the championship? Everyone was stunned, thinking he was being reckless. At this point, who would still dare to think about the championship? If something really happened to Bing Yue, the Void Sky would definitely not let it go. Feng Tiao frantically said, "We give up the championship. As long as we don't harm the young lady, the old matters will be forgiven." He observed and noticed the wound was spreading, the dark energy too dense. This was the poison of the corpse. Su Ping remained unmoved. He said he wouldn't repeat himself. That meant if I touched you, it's my fault, but I'm generously forgiving you because you're in danger. Wu Jai gritted his teeth and demanded the poison be neutralized immediately. If their star encountered trouble, this city would bear the consequences. Feng Tiao also threatened. They were from the Void Sky and they could not afford to offend. Su Ping didn't care. When bullying the weak, they were fierce, but when things turned unfavorable, they sought compromise. Yahello's action rendered Wu Jai incapable of further resistance, and Su Ping coldly remarked that keeping you around would only bring more trouble. He shouted angrily, "Do you dare do this?" Feng Tiao muttered while holding off, "Today ends here. To dare to confront us, you bring disaster upon yourself." Su Ping's gaze turned cold. The MC suddenly shouted, "Something's wrong." Dozens of 9th-tier experts had appeared in the arena. The leader stared at Su Ping. The target of the king's trial order was him. Wu Jai and Feng Tiao immediately pointed and confirmed it was him. "Su Ping, aren't you so strong? Let's see how you escape this time." The man explained that the king's trial order had just been issued. The Void Sky would mobilize 30 9th-tier experts and 10 extreme 9th-tier experts to eliminate the target of the king level. Su Ping still calmly asked, "What is the king's trial order and who are you?" The elders above also tensed up. That was the mobilization order used only when the city faced a king-tier beast threat. He whispered that this was the greatest support for the Void Sky's survival to this day. The leader removed his hat and sternly requested that unrelated people leave the scene. He sneered and said that if a real battle broke out, this tiny long river would likely be reduced to ruins. Running away would be useless. I don't want to die in vain. Bing Yue heard this and immediately worried for the entire city, thinking of notifying her mother to leave. Su Ping smiled and reassured her she was already in the safest place. In another corner, the person mentioned was leisurely sipping tea. The interruption of the match made her anxious, but Anna calmly said that no matter how many ants there were, it wasn't worth worrying about, and invited her to drink more tea. Su Ping added, wanting to eliminate the king with just this many people was still far from enough. Wu Jai angrily cursed him as arrogant, then loudly called for the prominent families to support the Void Sky, promising a heavy reward. Those who defied the order would be considered enemies. Ru Yan's father also stood up, saying there was no need for many words. Su Ping had caused trouble with his daughter, where is Fei Yujun? A voice responded from above and a series of figures appeared. The MC gasped. Over 1,000 extreme 8th-tier bloodline experts had appeared in the sky. Ru Yan's father pointed towards Su Ping, ordering his capture. Fei Yujun immediately drew his bow in response. In the blink of an eye, a torrential rain of arrows poured down. People below panicked and dodged. The buildings shook and cries for help rang out everywhere. Someone marveled at the terrifying sight. The Tian Wu army of the Duong family was indeed formidable. Tian Xian had already begun to act. Battle pets assisting in evacuating the people caught them off guard. Tian Xian ordered to prioritize protecting the civilians. Some commented that the Duong family was truly ruthless in their action. Ru Yan's father continued to threaten. Su Ping had now become the target of Fei Yujun, quickly surrender. This level of destruction was no different than a beast wave. Feng Tiao and Wu Jai also urged the clan leaders not to pretend to be neutral. An elder immediately stood up and declared that he supported Su Ping. The elders were caught in a dilemma. Helping Su Ping or siding with the Void Sky both carried risks. If the wrong faction was chosen, the family would be implicated. This was now a matter of survival, not just personal grudges. Su Ping's displayed strength could suppress 5 extreme 9th-tier battle pets. The depth was unfathomable. But the opponent was the Void Sky, which had repeatedly dealt with king-tier beasts. 40 experts had been mobilized, their total strength far exceeding the current one. Moreover, the prior relations were not friendly. so helping Su Ping might not bring any benefits while the Void Sky promised great rewards. Therefore, they quickly concluded that the choice of which side to support was nearly clear. At that moment, Tian Xian suddenly called out to his father. Qin Du and several elders had prepared to act, but upon hearing his son's voice, they stopped. He said this place was dangerous, and they would confront Su Ping alongside the Void Sky later, asking his son to avoid it. Tian Xian responded from below, asking his father to reconsider. Qin Du sternly asked, "What were you going to say?" He analyzed that the Void Sky didn't care about their safety. Even if they won, they would have to pay the price. Qin Du doubted, "Could it be that you want to side with Su Ping? This is no joke." Tian Xian continued, "The resources handed over to the Void Sky were increasing, and conceding only made them push further." He was still hesitant due to the overwhelming prestige of the king's trial order. Tian Xian affirmed that only by personally fighting would they know how terrifying Su Ping's strength really was. Said seriously, "Father, trust my judgment." He even believed that Su Ping could break the Void Sky's control. Qin Du repeated the word overthrow with a thoughtful expression. The other elders looked at him with doubt. Hu Jai frowned and cursed Tian Xian as young and naive, speaking arrogantly, while Qin Du, as the clan leader, needed to think carefully. He was uncomfortable seeing Qin Du descend closer to Su Ping and sneered, questioning if his mind was messed up. Only Tian Xian smiled, waiting for his father's decision. Ru Yan's father also spoke, criticizing Qin Du for being old yet acting impulsively. "Don't ruin his plans," then ordered the continued barrage of arrows. Another elder sighed, saying he was too tired of the things Void Sky had done, which is why he had been silent until now. His strength was never inferior to anyone. It was just that at that time, my name was Qin Du. The moment Qin Du stretched out his hand to block the rain of arrows from the enemy, I swore that I would never bow my head to anyone. Subordinates of 5 Vu Long were all thrown away, and the area around him was immediately clear, with not a single person left. The onlookers couldn't help but be amazed. Hong Kong truly was domineering. Qin Du of the Qin family had hidden for many years. Who would have thought that his strength not only hadn't weakened but had grown? Ru Yan continued to issue orders. Fei Yujun, quickly adjust the formation. My elites never let anyone take advantage. Even Qin Du is no exception. Prepare to meet your end. Qin Du hesitated not at all and was ready to fight. "Oh, I accept your challenge." But just then, Su Ping smiled and spoke. "There is no need for the senior to make a move. Let the Chu Wang army enter the fray." Their offensive quickly overwhelmed the advancing enemy. Ru Yan was completely stunned and blurted out, "What is this?" A large force suddenly appeared from nowhere. They moved in according to Su Quang's command, surrounding the arena and blocking all escape routes. He stepped forward with a confident smile. "At last, it's our turn to reveal ourselves, Master. Leave the aerial battle to us." Ru Yan glanced and muttered, "The Chu Wang army is just the miscellaneous troops of the Chu family. How could they face Fei Yujun, my 8th grade ultimate expert?" Su Ping calmly explained, "In my opinion, paying the training fee here will increase understanding." "Right, Lightning Dao Seal. Have you forgotten what our shop specializes in?" Su Quang, "Leave no one alive." The enemy immediately obeyed and began to mobilize their forces, anti-aircraft units ready. A series of lightning bolts rained down. The skill was displayed. Lightning ranked 982. When the lightning struck its target, it would automatically jump to the next, linking up to 12 people. The elder's eyes widened in shock. Impossible. The route leading through many strongholds was easily crushed by the Chu family, who had just submitted to Su Ping. Ru Yan's side immediately fell into chaos. Scatter quickly, don't gather together, but it seemed there were no hiding places left. They were completely outclassed by Su Quang's relentless attacks. Su Quang shouted loudly, "The front line holds the defense. The anti-aircraft team keeps firing. The ones up in the sky are all living targets." Ru Yan's face grew even darker. Fei Yujun was famous for his stealthy agility, yet the lightning skills of the Chu Wang army could automatically track targets. It was so coincidental that it countered him. Could it be that he already knew I was hiding Fei Yujun? If the battle continues, it's likely that we will be wiped out before even reaching Su Ping. Fei Yujun has never suffered like this. Retreat the whole army. But the cold laughter rang out, not giving him the chance to escape. Want to run? The enemy's morale has crumbled. Annihilate them all for me. Not a single hair should be spared. King Wang also joined the fray, calling for the interstellar coordinates. 31 degrees 33 minutes 24 seconds north, 120 degrees 16 minutes 24 seconds east, the main orbital coordinates of Lam Tin in deep space. A cannon immediately fired at the coordinates just received. Su Ping quickly sensed the incoming attack. Bright spot flashed in the sky, then a beam of intense light shot straight down toward his position. Su Kuang's army was severely affected by the shockwave. Luckily, he was shielded by a protective layer, so he remained safe. Looking up at the sky, he murmured in doubt, "What is that?" Chindu immediately explained, "Quickly dodge, that is the great killing weapon of the Tin Kong organization, a 10,000-ton heavy artillery, the interstellar cannon." Another elder sneered, "Do you think you can still escape from Lam Tin? Aligning with Tin Kong is the right choice, let us hunt them down completely." The cannon fired again with a thunderous roar. People below panicked and fled. Here it comes again. This time it's hard to survive. Just then, a pair of dragon wings spread wide and blocked in front of them. The massive dragon welcomed the incoming attack. It was the Hellforged Zhu Longshu. Its colossal form shielded everyone beneath it from the wide-range bombardment. The elders were completely stunned. "What is this?" The dragon roared again. A layer of protective barrier named 9-stage Divine Flower Barrier, Heavenly Divine Steel Wall, was raised by. That shield actually absorbed the attack from outer space. Su Ping stood quietly by, observing. It's not simple to make the Hellforged Zhu Longshu cautious enough to deploy its trump card. Wujun and Feng Tiao exchanged fearful glances. No matter how ferocious a 9-stage beast was, it would turn to dust under the interstellar cannon. Yet there still exists a battle pet that can withstand the direct hit. Hakan chuckled lightly. "Looks like the probing has ended. You've impressed me. I thought you were just lucky, but your hidden strength is much deeper than I expected." He signaled his side. All forces, summon the battle pet. The members and elders of Tin Kong responded in unison. Numerous cracks appeared in the sky. Ling Yue and Xiao Tian were worried for Su Ping. Hundreds of summoning cracks of the 9-stage powerhouses. The pressure was immense. Tin Kong was preparing to use all their strength. The number of summoned battle pets was so great that they formed an army. Su Kuang's men were sweating profusely. This scene was overwhelming. Is this the power that Tin Kong is proud of? King Wang led the charge. "Su Ping, let me see your true strength." All-out attack. A brief order was passed down, annihilate them all. On Su Ping's side, he began to act, temporarily withdrawing my right to use Zio Kulu. "Keep an eye on Ling Yue for me, I'll be back." Qin Du and Xiao Tian were both stunned with worry. The opponent was Tin Kong, capable of kingslaying. This won't be easy to handle, but Su Ping reassured them to stay calm. As he stepped forward, he activated the skill he had prepared, Chaos Star Reincarnation Blade. Tin Kong's side buzzed with excitement. "It's a fusion. Is there really a legendary young person like this?" Bing Wang sneered, reminding them not to slack off. "We too are a legend. This is the best chance to eliminate him." Su Ping was now in soul attachment state, the manticore form, to show you what a true legend is, and not just a title. Su Ping stood proudly alone, facing the entire army of battle pets. Initiated the equipment restoration process, and proceeded with the upgrade. She drew a blade exuding dark energy. Su Ping aimed the tip at the pack of battle beasts and swung in a sharp arc. Everyone froze at that power. A single strike toppled the front line, and the rear surged forward to fill the gap, re-establishing a prolonged defensive stance. Su Ping darted through the beasts, leaving countless slashes across their bodies, their cries of pain echoing relentlessly. Stellar Legion instantly fell into disorder. "It's over, the battle beast masters have fallen. The unclaimed beasts are out of control. Quickly deal with those attacking." But before the situation could be turned around, Su Ping had unleashed his move first, with an unbelievable speed. Alone, he was enough to disrupt the entire formation. Dangerous. After cutting through the front line, he directly challenged the battle beast masters. "The reckless boy, someone watch him. Mada, the unclaimed beasts are throwing the formation into chaos, and he's nowhere in sight." Shen stood aside, observing intently. "Very good, keep fighting like this." The biggest difference between legendary battle beast masters and king beasts lies in strategy. King beasts can be gradually overwhelmed by numbers, but humans cannot. With clever handling, their numerical advantage becomes a burden. And most importantly, Su Ping is a legendary level powerhouse. He turned to his son, raising his thumb proudly. "Young man, well done." The stellar forces showed visible anger. Detestable. Su Ping's body was too resilient to take down. First collect those. Shifted focus to weaker targets and surged, destroying. Ling Yue was startled. Not good. The 9-tiered powerhouses were closing in. Yet Qin Du struck out, blocking their advance. He shouted, "To pass through here you must get past us first. Don't even think of disturbing Su Ping." Nu Shen and his son, along with Su Ping's supporters, put all effort into defense. Watch the flank. Too many. A giant foot suddenly slammed down. The dragon crushed the beasts as easily as stepping on ants. Yu Tian looked up in awe. The power was astounding. Not only defensively solid like a fortress, but offensively overwhelming those of equal level. The Berserk Vanguard charged ahead, attacking. Dark Long Quan Sr. "Let's stir things up." the luminous killing abyss activated. The two sides plunged into chaotic combat. Cries of annihilation and roars echoed everywhere. Elder Lu Jia gradually showed unease. In both quantity and quality they were incomparable. That boy is legendary, and even his subordinates are absurd. Ma De truly makes one want to switch sides. Bing Wang did not give up and continued to control. The blood-absorbing great demon, this battlefield is your offering, absorb and grow. He maneuvered the giant skeleton forward to suppress the enemy. Yu Tian and Qin Du were stunned. What, this form is even larger than the purgatory Zhu Long Shu. It can absorb forces from nearby corpses, and this place is full of 9-tiered powerhouses. The situation is not simple. Su Ping commented calmly, no wonder you ignored the loss of numbers, waiting for this opportunity. Bing Wang smiled half in jest, half seriously. Discovering it now is too late. In size he has never feared anyone. He welcomed it with the second form of demon-seizing divine palm. The two forces collided violently, astonishing everyone. Bing Wang's expression changed. What kind of formation is this? His power was entirely inferior to Su Ping. Here Xiao, still worried about Bing Yue, young lady, she sighed. The blood-absorbing great demon had always been senior Bing Wang's pride. Another sword strike headed straight toward Bing Wang. Seeing this, Bing Yue quickly said, Xiao, take me away, she asked in confusion. Young lady, Bing Yue explained further. Senior Bing Wang is no match for him. He continued, we must endure, accumulate strength for another day and settle accounts. Xiao nodded, yes, later we will make Su Ping pay 100,000-fold. She escorted Bing Yue away, but this path cannot open. Why, young lady, this battle beast defense is like a sealed cage. We're locked inside, terrible. Su Ping raised his sword and declared, indeed, the god's iron seal can block everything. Even news cannot leak out. No one outside can observe within. Don't dream of leaving here. A powerful sword stroke cut through. Wu Jai and Feng Xiao shouted, young lady, ice army. Yue turned back, just in time to witness the giant beast collapse. In outer space, at the near orbit of Lam Star, the main stellar city. Inside the Supreme Conference Room, a report sounded, Chief of Council. All council members except Bing Wang were present. Very good. A council member spoke, Chief, did you summon urgently due to the weakened seal at the abyss? The chief replied gravely, not serious enough for that. Long Qi and Shang Ma escorted a flourishing star to Long Jiang for training but encountered overwhelming foes and sent a signal for aid. Another member said in surprise, Long Jiang is just a minor border area, yet even Long Qi and Shang Ma could not hold them. The chief continued, that's why I approved the king's decree for Bing Wang to lead the team. Even nurturing one flourishing star is costly, but not enough to summon the entire council. A member scoffed, with Bing Wang's strength plus 39 9-tiered powerhouses and the authority of the king's decree over the fortress seat, any enemy can be suppressed. The chief pointed at the screen, easy to say, watch this. The image displayed the stellar forces in total defeat. Leading figures were all captured neatly. Beasts piled high like mountains, everyone astonished. What Bing Wang captured alive, they murmured. The army nearly dissolved. Who struck? Chief touched the screen and said, the one who acted is Su Ping. Close-up images appeared, the boy himself. The data had been sent to everyone's transmission devices. A person read, Su Ping, 18 years old, awakened postnatal, displayed Feng title level prowess in the city realm, owns a beast shop, wait, so young yet already Feng title. The chief nodded, yes, I also found it hard to believe and wanted to observe his movement. Unfortunately, the scene was covered by secret arts, so detailed monitoring was impossible, gentlemen. One below cautiously asked, do you mean he deliberately concealed his true strength? Elder Yan slowly analyzed, saying he still doubted the power behind him could reach the legendary tier. His words were immediately contradicted, claiming that was unlikely in such a small border city. If the place held no exploitable resources, he would not bother setting foot there even once. How could such a place be protected by a legendary expert? The elder continued, based on our intelligence network, Dao Zun, Yuan Shen's right hand, has a very close relationship with Su Ping. He even publicly displayed photos with Dao Zun in his shop. The people below murmured, Dao Zun was reputed to be the strongest under the legendary tier. Indeed, without a powerful backing, who would dare exploit his title for gain? Likely, trouble would arise on the streets by the next morning. After considering Elder Yan's words, they all nodded in agreement. Thus, the relationship between Yuan Shen and Su Ping was far from simple. For now, assume Yuan Shen once intervened to save him. Then they asked the elder with Bing Wang in Su Ping's hands how should they proceed, should reinforcements be brought in. He shook his head to reject the proposal, saying it was unnecessary. Although Tin Kong had not yet failed at the legendary tier based on their network, influence, and the king's mandate, they could form a force equal to Yuan Shen. Allowing legendary experts to clash would only benefit other forces on the continent, a taboo. Yuan Shen surely understood this, which was why he did not act ruthlessly against Bing Wang, leaving room for negotiation. Furthermore, our Fan Tin faction was the instigator. If the situation escalates, authorities may intervene. The reputation of Tin Kong cannot be compromised for a few juniors. Saying this, the elder ordered information to be sealed, publicly stating as before that during the competition they were ambushed by beasts. Tin Kong provided timely aid, yet some officials and civilians suffered. His subordinates asked if they should apologize to Yuan Shen or Su Ping to secure Bing Wang's relief. The aura around Elder Yan suddenly turned cold. His deep voice asked back, "Apologize. Our main force was annihilated, must we grovel? This matter I handle myself. Tin Kong remains the dominant force here." The eyes sharpened. Not just Su Ping, even Yuan Shen would have to show respect. On the other side, Su Quang looked at the ruins caused by Su Ping in amazement. His actions were extreme, nearly crushing everything. He reported to the master that no survivors were found. Su Ping spoke lightly, "Another guest has arrived. Let's entertain them." The order was immediately passed down. "Yes, surround them all." The elder shouted for everyone to step back. "Juniors, do not be disrespectful." The subordinates were shaken at his presence, a titled expert. Elder Yan calmly introduced himself. "I am the head of Tin Kong and Elder Yan, here to negotiate." Bing Wang and companions were overjoyed like celebrating New Year at his appearance. "Elder Yan, Tin Kong reinforcements have arrived. Please save us." Su Ping glanced coldly and told them to report their names. Body and Elder Lu immediately shouted for silence, sealing the throats of the talkative ones from Tin Kong with spiritual energy. They angrily demanded, "Do not go too far, speak. What are your conditions?" Elder Yan spoke gently to Su Ping. "My subordinates acted thoughtlessly and offended you. Can the junior show some tolerance?" Su Ping's people reacted fiercely. Who is he calling a junior? Begging and still acting that way. Careful or we'll strip him of all face. Those words irritated Tin Kong's people. The kid dares defy Elder Yan. He waved off the grievance, no need to mind the junior, then silently sensed around, seeing no sign of Yuan Shen or Dao Zun. Perhaps the backing had left. If it's only Su Ping, creating a major stir would be difficult. Elder Yan spoke again. "You have caused heavy losses to my 9-rank elite. What about this? Hand over Bing Wang and I may spare him." Su Ping just curled his lips in a cold smile. "What if I don't hand him over?" That attitude angered Elder Yan's subordinates. "Do not be arrogant thinking a legendary tier shields you. Even Yuan Shen, our leader, would yield. Know when to stop." Su Ping coldly replied, "Seems you trust your strength greatly. Let's test it against me." Elder Hong confidently reassured Bing Wang, who was gagged, "Do not worry. I will claim justice for you." He turned to ask Su Ping how he wanted to fight. He raised 3 fingers and said, "Simple. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes in 3 seconds, take him. If not, you must submit to me." Those words made Elder Yan laugh coldly. "A young title dares claim to subdue me in 3 seconds. What a fantasy. If I agreed, then what?" Bing Wang inside was secretly worried, could not accept. That kid is truly legendary. Elder Yan waved. "Fool, withstand 3 seconds. You said it yourself." He summoned 5 prime dragons, then added, "If I exert all defensive power, let's see how you break it." In Su Ping's eyes they were insignificant, only that. The words offended Elder Yan. These 5 were top-grade dragons with 9th-level bloodlines, seasoned through countless trials, enough to shake heaven and earth. He looked at Su Ping in confusion. Why was he not afraid, even exuding unusual aura? Su Ping's smile in his eyes seemed outright contempt. Elder Yan shouted in anger, "Dare to despise me." All dragons launched attacks simultaneously. Elder Hong shifted aura, displaying most of his strength, his cold voice declaring to show Su Ping his 70-year-old posture. "Dare to act, prepare for Tin Kong's wrath." His side grew more confident. It was a forbidden technique consuming lifespan to enhance form. Elder Yan was truly serious. Bing Wang and Ru Yan signaled repeatedly to stop. Su Ping also entered combat mode. "Rest assured, I will make him acknowledge my strength, beast, spirit, and body." Elder Yan's eyes widened in astonishment at the scene. It was. Before Su Ping appeared a skill list including beast, spirit, and body, recovery technique, spirit servitude, corpse poison, corpse howl, severed limb worm nest, Chaotic Star Reincarnation Blade, Spirit Trap, Dragon Slash. A prompt appeared. 1. Temporarily seize a skill from a companion beast when merged. 2. Skill power double. Su Ping considered which skill to choose. Calculated, choosing beast's spirit and body could also merge another combat companion. Moreover, the effect doubled, meaning after merging he would not only have Xiao Qulu's combat power, but gain double strength from another companion. Su Ping quickly decided now was a chance to test. Masters have come, not trying would be wasteful. System announced beast spirit and body chosen, merge second combat companion. Su Ping smiled in satisfaction, indeed feasible. The armor pieces gradually covered his body. He muttered, "Come, infernal flame Zhu Long Shu." In the special beast spirit and body state, Su Ping's aura changed drastically. Opponents turned pale in shock, merging twice, impossible, not a trick, but beyond what a legendary first tier could wield. Even allies gaped, unless Su Ping's cultivation had reached legendary second tier, the void motion tier. Wasting no time, Su Ping charged to attack, starting the countdown. Elder Yan's dragons hurriedly erected barriers to block. His face showed slight worry. Could it be he relies not on Yuan Shen? Su Ping is the true legendary, wielding the double merge of void motion tier. With a single strike of the demon-subduing divine dragon fist, Su Ping shattered the entire defensive layer that the organization leader had painstakingly set up. His brain seemed to freeze, only able to widen his eyes in astonishment. The 5 colossal punches from Su Ping fell like a storm, forcing the organization leader to struggle to defend, his face pale with disbelief. How could this be possible? He shouted loudly, "I concede, I give up, please spare me." Su Ping calmly asked, "Are you surrendering so soon?" As Huo Kan was just freed from his seal, he let out a cry. The organization leader collapsed to the ground, his strength gradually fading, his silver hair returning to its original state. Over here, Su Ping spoke leisurely. "I've only used 1/83rd of a second, not even close to finishing. Should we try again?" Sweat drenched the organization leader's face, his mind in turmoil. Is there more? If he didn't concede in time, there'd be nothing left who could withstand even 3 seconds against a void stage expert. But if you're bold enough to fight, you must bear the consequences. The organization leader had no choice but to declare, from now on, you are the new master of Void Sky, the strongest organization in the Asia continent. Su Quang excitedly shouted. Master is so cool. The subordinates all knelt and shouted, "Long live the Void Lord." Elder Kang opposite him felt another wave of disappointment. Crowd gathered in front of Su Ping's shop buzzed. Rumors say this place trains the best in the city. Let's check it out. Hot news today. Bing Yue gave up the title. Ling Yue crowned champion of the elite tournament. During the monster wave, many were in danger. Void Sky intervened to push back the crisis. The pet store successfully escorted the champion, reputation soared, becoming the hottest shop in Longjiang. Ru Yan and Anna were busy with the influx of customers. What would you like? I want to board 3 pets, train 6, by the way. What's the number of that beauty? I'm buying pet food. Turn left at the end of the hallway. Ru Yan glanced around murmuring, "It's really crowded today, huh, that S." She unexpectedly saw her father. "Father, look over here. N.A. Chai is here." He recognized her. Ru Yan sighed in relief. Thankfully, he finally came to rescue me. To her surprise, her father turned and left, his attitude leaving her stunned. "Hey, don't leave like this." Ru Yan quietly pondered. Her father's expression was so serious. What was happening, moreover, the other clan leaders were also present. She quickly deduced, that's right, it's a coalition to pressure Su Ping. Surely father has summoned the clans to put pressure on Su Ping. Thinking so, she smiled smugly. Finally, Su Ping would be in trouble. Let's see how formidable my Fei Yu Jun is. Then she called out to the next customer, "May I help you?" A young man cheerfully said he wanted to train 3 second-level pets. "My sister is a fan of yours. Can I shake your hand?" Ru Yan smiled professionally, extending her hand. "All right, today I'll indulge you." The young man eagerly grabbed her hand, thanking her profusely and joking that he wouldn't wash his hands for the entire month. After seeing off the guest, Ru Yan brightly called out for the next one. Anna glanced at her with suspicion. "You seem so happy today," she bluntly replied. "My father has connected the major families to negotiate with Su Ping. This young lady is about to be free." She stretched her back smugly, saying, "We are all the unfortunate ones kept by Su Ping. If I can escape, I'll drag you along," Anna nonchalantly replied. Ru Yan didn't mind and switched the subject. "But why hasn't there been any movement after they've been inside for so long?" "They've been in there for so long and still no response." At the same time, in the meeting room, unable to suppress her curiosity, Ru Yan cracked open the door and peeked inside to see what they were discussing. Inside, Su Ping, dressed in a majestic cloak, was being respectfully questioned by her father, Mr. Su. Does it meet your satisfaction? Su Ping coldly replied, it's acceptable once worn it takes effect more convenient than my soul-binding lamp. The long black cloak is the Xuanwu armor, a 9th grade secret treasure. Its materials and crafting methods are lost. Wearing it can automatically avoid mental energy by relying on luck. All mental attacks below the 9th rank, such as investigation or locking, will be rebounded. Ru Yan was stunned. Isn't that the heirloom of the Dong family? Why did my father offer it to someone else? She glanced around the table and saw more treasures scattered about. Just then, the organization leader sensed a disturbance and gathered his inner strength, shouting, who's outside the door? Show yourself. He condensed his inner strength into an invisible hand and grabbed Ru Yan, pulling her straight into the room. The organization leader threw her onto the floor and barked, you're bold. Ru Yan anxiously looked up, wondering what was going on. The pressure from the organization leader descended, questioning her for daring to eavesdrop on the confidential matters of Feng Hao. She trembled, thinking, wasn't the enemy Su Ping? Fortunately, Su Ping spoke up to defuse the situation. It's Ru Yan, just in time. I'm thirsty, make some tea. She awkwardly replied, yes. Sitting in the master seat, Su Ping said, those who have arrived are all guests, pour for everyone. Ru Yan obediently replied, yes. She served tea to each person. Offering to the old gentleman, the organization leader stroked his beard and pondered. As Su Ping didn't blame her for eavesdropping, his face darkened, wondering, could it be that these treasures aren't considered secrets? Or because she's the most trusted servant? If it's the former, then forget it. But if it's the latter, if something happens to her, it might cause big trouble. The organization leader grew more anxious. Ru Yan saw his unusual behavior and asked, why are you sweating so much? He leaned close and whispered, sorry, miss. I got momentarily dizzy and almost caused you harm. Please don't tell Mr. Su. I will compensate you. Ru Yan was confused, not understanding why his attitude changed so suddenly. She had many questions in her mind. Wasn't this old man invited by my father to deal with Su Ping? His aura was definitely at the peak of the 9th rank. Why was he acting so uneasy? Her father and an elder heard this and secretly thought, how clever. The old man claimed the young master was missing, but it turned out he brought his daughter here for training. Saying she was kidnapped was just an excuse. The other elders also secretly despised him, benefiting yet pretending to suffer. Your young master's aura is purer than before, and his cultivation has improved significantly. When has there been a case where the captor helps the hostage level up? Ru Yan ground her teeth and thought to herself, if I came here on my own, would I have to search for it myself? Who knows, maybe you set up this miserable strategy to deceive others. You really hid it well, you. She leaned closer to her father while pouring tea and whispered, has Fei Yu Jun been arranged? When are we going to act? He asked in surprise. Act? She replied, of course, to rescue me. Didn't you come here for that? Upon hearing this, he silently rubbed his forehead without saying anything, placed his hand on his daughter's shoulder and said, Yan Na Chai, from now on, you'll stay with Mr. Su. That sentence was like a thunderclap. He didn't explain further but gripped her shoulder tightly. Our family is in trouble, being squeezed by the Chen family and the Zhou family. We are now under Mr. Su's command. Whether we can reclaim our position depends on your performance. Just then, an elder from the Liu family enthusiastically spoke up. Mr. Su, why should only the young lady of the Dong family serve you? Let our children come and serve too. The other elders immediately began recommending. Long Tiania from our family is quick at cleaning. Qing Fengya gives excellent shoulder massages, and Chen Shan from our family has been taught massage techniques by the Feng Hao experts. Su Ping raised his hands slightly, cutting them off enough. The staff is already sufficient. The elders immediately shifted from excitement to regret, lamenting the missed opportunity, blaming the Dong family for acting too fast. Not letting them regret for too long, Su Ping placed both hands on the table and added, when I said enough people, I meant only the main shop in Zio Dao Qi. He smirked, calculating. With so much real estate owned by the families, it would be wasteful to leave it unused. It's better to take advantage of it and open a few more branch stores to match the scale. Su Ping's plan was even more clever than a layered model. Each family's heir would manage the branches in their own territory. Anyone who contributed enough would be promoted to temporary staff providing supplies for Ru Yan. Those who didn't meet the standards or secretly formed factions for personal gain, he subtly reminded, the fate of your entire clan is in your hands, if you understand. Clap. Everyone sweated profusely. None dared delay and clapped loudly in unison. After a moment, only Su Ping remained in the room. He crossed his arms and softly called, System, upgrade the store. The notification board immediately lit up. Level 4 store requires 300,000 M2 of space and 10 million energy points to upgrade. The total land the contractor holds, including dependent regions, exceeds 4,480,000 M2, with 19,865,121 energy points remaining. The new feature allows unlimited shipments for training while at the store, and 10,000 points are consumed for teleportation to any branch. Would you like to confirm the upgrade? Su Ping selected confirm without hesitation. With level 4 teleportation, opening a branch on Mars would be a breeze. The system reported successful energy deduction. The renovation will start tonight, and the contractor can plan the zoning in advance. Wrist communicator suddenly beeped continuously. Su Ping tapped the message icon. Dao Tun reported that there was movement in the secret realm of Long Dai Mountain. He chuckled with excitement. The Dragon King inheritance had finally been activated. Standing in front of the large screen, he focused on the map, marked the area for the new store renovation, and then began to divide the zones. He calculated the next development direction. The branch staff hadn't used their training authority yet, so he only needed to add a few feeding troughs. Pets requiring in-depth training would be sent back to the headquarters via transportation functionality. Dormitories, meeting rooms, reception areas, and dining areas for pets would remain the same. System board flashed with green light, confirming that the branch setup was complete. Su Ping waved his hand, making the board disappear, and then slowly walked away. Still a few things to arrange before entering the secret realm. Ling Yue saw him leaving and asked, "Brother, Sister Anna said you wanted to see us." Responded gently, "Yes, I'm leaving for a few days. Do you want to go to the wilderness to train? If you do, I'll take you with me." Su Quang immediately beamed, unable to hide his excitement. "That's great, I want to go. Last time I went to the wilderness with Master. When I got back, I saw the battle curriculum at school and found it outdated and too simple." Su Ping, standing beside him, snorted lightly in approval, which showed that his perspective had indeed improved. He then asked Ling Yue, "What about you?" She decisively responded, "I want to go too," then lowered her head, feeling guilty. "I actually lost thoroughly in the finals if it weren't for your Xiao Kula." Seeing her down, Su Ping patted her shoulder reassuringly. "Don't belittle yourself. The people from Tin have used many tricks." The image of Bing Yue, glowing red like fire, floating in midair with a cold aura, appeared in his memory. The battle was supposed to be between her and that woman, but in reality, it was a clash of the forces behind both sides. During this, Ling Yue seemed to understand better. "Then what if I had met a different opponent that day?" Su Ping smiled and assured, "I'm sure you could have one. I believe in you absolutely." After saying this, Su Ping summoned another jade platform, lifting 2 treasures to give to Ling Yue and Su Quang. He gave Ling Yue the primordial turbulent armor, explaining that its defense would increase with cultivation, perfect for your stillness of crystal body. Ling Yue took it, softly saying, "Thank you, brother." The other one was given to Su Quang. Su Ping reminded him that his mental defense was still weak, and this soul-quaking lamp would make up for it. Su Quang thanked his master gratefully. Now he wouldn't fear the dragon roar anymore. Su Ping spoke seriously. "These treasures are just external items. It's your cultivation that is the foundation." After giving the instructions, he turned to Anna and reminded her about the housework. "Remember to send branch pets back to the headquarters for training every day and monitor the families. Handle anyone who slacks off." The new authority was now entrusted to her. Anna nodded in understanding. The scene shifted to tall buildings backed by mountains. This was the frontier base number 7. Giant beast lay prostrate on the ground. Its horn had been cut off. The people around were handling it, some hanging the claws, some debating whether to keep the fur, others sawing the bones into manageable pieces. Chen Shan stood on the beast's back, directing over there. "Adjust the drill. The size hasn't pierced yet." This time they hunted a high-quality 9th-grade beast. "Don't waste it." Everyone followed orders obediently. He was the leader of the Northern God team with a golden medal rank for frontier work. Ling Yue and Su Quang, following Su Ping, marveled at the professionalism of the team. They had never seen such a huge beast. Su Ping casually approached and greeted, "Brother Yi, long time no see." Chen Shan wiped his hands and responded, "Boss Su, you're here." He looked at the 2 behind Su Ping and asked, "Is this the junior you mentioned last time?" He jumped lightly off the beast. Su Ping introduced both parties and clarified his intention. "Yes, this is Ling Yue and Su Quang. They will train in your team from now on." Hearing this, both of them were surprised and excited. The Northern God team usually only recruited students from the top city schools. It's such a great opportunity to be trained here. Chen Shan waved his hand humbly. "It's just a rumor. Last time we almost failed, thanks to Boss Yi. Later, we'll handle the formalities for joining the team. You'll be working with us on frontier duty." Chen Shan led the 3 of them around the camp, introducing the team members and the environment. Everyone responded in unison, looking forward to being guided. Walking together, Su Ping asked about the situation with the former team leader's daughter. Chen Shan smiled gratefully. Thanks to Boss Yi's spiritual fruit, she showed signs of recovery that very day. Turned back, his face still slightly worried, but it would take time to accept that a loved one had passed. Either way, thank you, Su Ping, for not letting the team leader's wishes go to waste. Su Ping pondered for a moment before replying, if fate brought us together, then I will do my best. After handing over his students, Su Ping prepared to leave. I have other business, they asked me to trouble you. Chen Shan wanted to keep him for a meal, but he decisively arranged for another time. Seeing this, Chen Shan didn't insist. The people from Boss Yi will be properly taken care of. Su Ping turned and walked away, his figure slowly fading into the distance. In his heart he felt conflicted and blamed himself. If only he had been stronger at that time, perhaps the outcome could have been different. The Dragon King inheritance must be obtained. In the vast space, a towering platform emerged, touching the clouds with its peak hidden in the mist. The entrance to the Long Dai Mountain secret realm, Long Dai platform, was crowded below. The supervisor floated high in the vast air, watching closely. No flies should get through at this crucial moment. The crowd, eager to advance, was stopped by the guards raising their hands. Step back, unauthorized personnel, stay away. They murmured in discontent, why has the secret realm closed so early? The chatter grew louder. It said the long-scale continent's final piece has been purified. No wonder a powerful expert is guarding it. No one knows who the inheritance will go to. An elder in purple spoke, no need to ask, Master Yuan is in charge of this secret realm, and of course, the one favored is the genius Ling Lu. A brilliant stream of golden light tore through the wind, aiming to split the sky and landing on the platform's peak. The figure descended, still radiating golden light, facing the two supervisors. Su Ping's appearance caused an uproar in the crowd. Some recognized him. Look, it's that battle pet master. It's Su Ping, the one who single-handedly entered the secret realm. He stood there with his hands in his pockets, ignoring the murmurs. The two supervisors, seeing he didn't stop, raised their hands to block him. Sir, please stop. The Long Dai Mountain secret realm is closed. Please turn back. Su Ping smirked and replied, closed, but the space is still open. I fear someone is trying to monopolize the inheritance for themselves. Two supervisors shouted angrily, watch your words. Master Yuan has already decided on the air. In the wilderness, the legendary battle pet master is the will of heaven. Do you dare defy it? The crowd gathered, gossiping. This guy dares to provoke Master Yuan with his 9th grade status. Something exciting is about to happen. Su Ping chuckled lightly, the will of heaven, huh? He pressed a button on his wrist, sending the coordinate. A laser beam shot down from the massive machine above, locking onto the target. Both supervisors and several people around were enveloped by the targeting beam. They looked up at the sky, their faces changing. That's the spatial particle cannon. Li letter 1 EC7T, Kong T letter 1 ECD. One supervisor trembled. Only those truly in control of the space can operate the Li letter 1 EC7T, Kong T letter 1 ECD. Without the king's order, could he be? Su Ping no longer hid, the corner of his mouth curling into a threatening smile, his aura pressing down. Do you still want to stop me now? Two supervisors trembled and fell to the ground, repeatedly kowtowing, begging the hero to show mercy, explaining that Yuan de Ren's relative was attacking the Long Bone Tower, hoping he would not harm her. Su Ping glided past as if he hadn't heard, leaving only a message that if no one committed a crime, he would not touch anyone, then slowly stepped through the spatial gate into the secret realm. Two supervisors panicked and immediately transmitted a message to Yuan de Ren, realizing the recent troublemaker in the city was him, and urgently connected to Yuan de Ren. Yuan Tian, gathering energy in the room surrounded by water, was disrupted by subordinates rushing in, reporting that Yuan de Ren's guards had just contacted the Long Terrace Mountain secret realm. Yuan Tian angrily placed his hand on his chest wound and shouted. The remaining divine flame that had tormented him for days was finally under control, yet they dared disturb him during his secluded repair of Yuan Shen. The female subordinate bowed in fear and apologized, and he coldly warned that minor offenses would taste pain. The subordinate straightened and activated the communication ring. The image of the supervisor appeared pale and hurriedly reported that Yuan de Ren Su Ping had entered the secret realm. Yuan Shen nearly choked on water upon hearing this, coughing repeatedly. Wiping his mouth with disbelief and unease, he asked Su Ping again, then rapidly questioned the current status of the forward team on Long Lion Continent. The supervisor quickly summarized that the forward team was fine, only requiring Miss Ling Lu to surpass the 9th level to clear the final area and immediately receive the inheritance. Yuan Shen struck his thigh in anger, wondering if Su Ping intended to step over him. The supervisor cautiously suggested the forward team temporarily halt operation, But Yuan Shen considered that Long Bone Tower had cut off outside communication, and stopping the cleansing might result in Su Ping venting his anger on Ling Lu. Anger made the old wound throb. He gritted his teeth to endure because Su Ping's injuries at the shop hadn't fully healed, and his legendary cultivation hadn't recovered, making it hard to intimidate him. Yuan Shen narrowed his eyes and coldly summoned the centaur to depart immediately, bitterly feeling like a fallen tiger despised by dogs. A streak of golden light flashed and landed on the rocky ground. Su Ping landed lightly with hands in pockets. The dragon-shaped mark on his head suddenly glowed, drawing his attention. The wide gate opened, the wind blowing Su Ping's robe as he floated in the air. He stepped in calmly as ancient sounds echoed, announcing that the candidate had passed the 9th level, and a large stone pedestal lowered with chains inviting him to the highest level. Su Ping slightly curled his lips and whispered, showing some insight. Inside, a small tower appeared supporting blazing flame. He looked up as the 9th light shone, recalling the condition of resisting 10 minutes against the 9th-rank Supreme Kim Lion Dragon Beast, wondering what method Ling Lu had used to surpass it. Golden Dragon coiled with a third eye on its forehead approached the pink-haired girl, and solemnly declared that the time had come and she had completed the trial. The pink-haired girl in armor was Yuan Tianlu, Yuan Shen's granddaughter with the golden dragon mark on her forehead. She smiled proudly, grateful to Senior Dragon King for the guidance. Su Ping reached out, stroked his chin, realizing she had not recalled her pet but used her own body to pass, her cultivation around 7, and he devised a plan to test her, prompting Ling Lu to turn and bark at someone. Su Ping pretended to appear mysteriously from afar. Ling Lu raised her sword in defense, and asked how he could enter when Long Terrace Mountain had been sealed. Su Ping's body shimmered black with gold. His cold voice asked whether the one who had passed 100,000 trials wanted to inherit his legacy. Ling Lu suspected he was the true soul of the Dragon King, but was not easily deceived, pointing her sword to question if he too had passed Long Bone Tower. To enhance credibility, Su Ping released dragon energy. A golden dragon appeared behind him, roaring that he had waited for an heir like her for 10,000 years. Ling Lu stammered in astonishment, exclaiming, "This is Long Han." Half believing, half doubting, she recalled her grandfather's tales of legendary beings transforming into humans, observing carefully but not sensing the other's cultivation. As Su Ping pretended to leave, saying he would wait for others, Ling Lu naively tried to kneel and accept the inheritance. Su Ping smiled, secretly thinking he would teach her a lesson in worldly cunning. He turned back to continue playing the Dragon King, saying this place was only a fake tomb, not the real fall. Ling Lu excitedly asked if that meant the true legacy was hidden elsewhere. Su Ping praised her intelligence and fabricated that the real dragon mausoleum lay 72 miles south of the tower. She clasped her hands to thank him, about to set off, but Su Ping called her back, saying wait. He added that the dragon mausoleum had a barrier destroying armed intruders, advising her to remove all treasures so he could watch for safety. Ling Lu laughed innocently, thanking the kind Dragon King impersonator and praising his noble character, while outside the secret realm a blinding pillar of light descended. Two supervisors following Yuan Shen reported that the final area of Long Lion Continent had been purified, proving Ling Lu had passed the 9th level, to which he responded calmly. Yuan Shen frowned, placing his hopes on Ling Lu, as his future fame depended on this inheritance. Outside, the Dragon King coiled around the tower, thinking the last royal soul had revived, approached two people, and declared he had waited 10,000 years for a fake heir. Seeing Ling Lu act strangely, the Dragon King, puzzled, hesitated and asked what the fake heir was doing. Ling Lu blushed, stammering accusations that he dared to trick her, while Su Ping stood nearby, turning away with a click of his tongue. She angrily asked if he had clicked his tongue just now. Su Ping calmly denied hearing wrong. She insisted he look straight and speak. He joked, fearing she had some spell, causing the Dragon King to silently judge the straightforwardness of one and the cunning of the other. A sense of unease and fatigue arose in the Dragon King, wondering if there were no more outstanding candidates. If reading that thought, Su Ping pointed at Ling Lu, asserting that the secret realm was surrounded by forces behind her, leaving only two choices and no more candidates could wait. The Dragon King, irritated, stared at him with cold eyes, and though displeased, opened the next secret realm. A blue light appeared, announcing that both had passed the first trial and the final challenge began. The blink of an eye, the scene transformed. and both hovered in a galaxy radiant with stars. Amid the galaxy rose a bizarre structure like a giant skeleton with sharp spikes. The Dragon King's voice echoed, urging them to climb with all their strength. Thin Luo marveled at the colossal bone spanning the galaxy, truly massive. Was this the final stage? At the same moment, Su Ping quietly concentrated energy into his palm but only saw a faint flickering light. Wavering like a flame in the wind, unable to form, he suddenly felt uneasy, as if an immense pressure suppressed the power here, unable to gather large-scale force. Flight was restricted, even opening a fissure impossible. The only option was to run. Facing Su Ping, Ling Lu was extremely confident. She gripped her sword and darted forward. Just surpassing him would suffice. Deceitful goodbye. With that, Ling Lu became a streak of light gliding across sections of massive bone, leaving behind a taunt. Take your time with your tricks behind. With no other choice, Su Ping accelerated to pursue. It seemed he could only climb using his strength, his body like the wind, easily passing the first few bone tiers. Upon stepping onto the next bone layer, Su Ping sensed something unusual. He paused, looking down at the ground below. From beneath the white bones, 5 or 6 withered hands reached up, attempting to grab his ankle. Su Ping immediately struck downward, the punch enraging the dry bones, which rose from the ground with a fierce appearance. Calmly observing the skeletal encirclement, Su Ping noticed new bones continuously emerging. The automatic evasion mechanism of the armored phantoms seemed ineffective. He stood still for a few moments as if listening, while the skeletal hands still stretched toward his face. Suddenly he shouted, eyes blazing like spotlights, power erupting. Step back. Instantly all the dry bones dissolved into void. Su Ping smiled. A single roar caused them to retreat, indeed an illusion, yet more lifelike than the previous long bone tower mirages. Seeing other skeletons continue to rise, Su Ping pondered, so that's it. The illusion was vivid enough to trigger defensive and counter reflexes each time it appeared. Amid over 100 skeletons, Su Ping silently calculated. Attacking illusions wasted physical strength, suppressing reflexive defenses drained mental force. This trial clearly tested both spirit and body to the extreme. He strolled leisurely, quite interesting behind. The bones kept following each step, Su Ping decided, then one by one. Meanwhile, Ling Lu faced a deadly challenge, the 9th tier of the long bone platform. Seeing the fierce ancient dragon ahead, Ling Lu snorted. Compared to grandfather's harsh training, these illusions were nothing. Eyes gleamed with determination, childhood memories resurfaced. Since age 10 she had conquered ferocious beasts. Any target grandfather assigned she would win. No need for complex calculations, just follow grandfather's instructions. Success would come. Recalling his teachings, Ling Lu felt empowered. As before, so now too, grandfather never erred, the air must be her. At the same moment, the long bone platform illusion vanished. Before her appeared a familiar back. She softly called, "Grandfather," he gently praised. "You did very well." Then Yuan Tian suddenly turned, revealing a grotesque face with deep black eye sockets. Dark fluid trickling down, the scene chilling. He croaked, "You think this is enough, unrecognized child?" Immediately, Yuan Tian's phantom lunged, gripping Ling Lu's neck. In an instant, voice full of resentment, disappear. Ling Lu stood unmoved, swinging her sword down, the blade slicing through the air. Immediately Yuan Tian's phantom was torn apart and dissipated. Su Ping remarked, "Grandfather would not act thus, you are merely a projection." Having passed that trial, Ling Lu continued climbing, breathing heavy, the grip mark on her neck clear. Though an illusion, it left a real trace. Reaching the 17th tier, she scanned, unsure where the other had gone. Suddenly a familiar figure flashed before her, leaving her stunned. Seeing Su Ping quickly catching up, Ling Lu clenched her teeth in frustration. How is this possible? Detestable, how could he surpass me? At that moment, a horde of grotesque monsters with sharp claws charged, yet in an instant, Su Ping pierced through all the illusory beasts like an arrow. Knowing the rules of the long bone platform, he found everything much easier compared to life and death training experiences. The realism here was trivial. After countless mental conditioning and facing celestial lightning, he wondered how high he could climb. Before long, Su Ping continuously surpassed tiers, 30, 50, 90, then suddenly. The voice of the Dragon King echoed in the air. The trial ended. Candidates could stop. Su Ping, drenched in sweat, panting, asked why it ended. The Dragon King replied, "Someone below fainted at tier 33. He was startled. A transitional level talent reaching tier 33. So where am I now?" The Dragon King calmly said, 143. Upon regaining consciousness, Ling Lu saw the Dragon King before a dark figure, voice steady, "I have handled your injuries." Ling Lu inhaled, looked at her hands and softly asked, "Did I faint just now?" The Dragon King nodded in confirmation, then announced results. In the first round, Su Ping won. Whoever wins 2 matches first would become the final heir. Ling Lu glared at Su Ping, teeth clenched in frustration, missed the opportunity, unexpectedly losing to him. The Dragon King reassured, victory undecided, be patient. Every 10 tiers of the long bone, human talent pressure increases. Reaching 10 tiers suffices for qualification. He continued, eyes deep on both. You, though unconscious, reached tier 33, rare in 100 years, regardless of outcome. I will reward you, strive harder. Seeing he did not mention her, Su Ping anxiously asked, what about me? The Dragon King replied indifferently, you are not needed. Those words made Ling Lu reflect, the reward only for him. Perhaps the Dragon King valued her more. Her spirit immediately lifted, still a chance. She cheerfully said, Senior Dragon King, please start the next round. Seeing her youthful demeanor, the Dragon King sighed slightly. Good seedlings must not be wasted. First offer consolation, extraordinary talent like Su Ping too dangerous. Likely targeted by heavenly calamity, must retain a glimmer of hope after consideration. The Dragon King declared round 2 began. Content was a combat match, whoever defeats the other wins. Ling Lu stepped forward, summoning her spirit beast. Battle intent rising, go, show him our strength. Instantly behind her appeared a white phoenix with 2 black birds, emerald eyes blazing. Su Ping observed slowly, recognizing the Tsu Ling divine phoenix with king beast lineage. The statue at the Phoenix Mountain Academy gate clearly modeled on it. No wonder it seemed familiar, a mere glance revealed its rank, royal line battle beast, maturity could reach 10th stage. Yet this phoenix had not completed its symbolic ice formation. He smirked. Your Tsu Ling divine phoenix is not mature yet, right? Confident, Ling Lu smiled faintly. Indeed, Tsu Zhu has been a companion since childhood, not fully matured, but already defeated countless 9-tier powerhouses with me. Even senior Dao Zun once lost to us. Hearing this, Su Ping laughed, summoning his spirit beast, and said, Dao Zun accepted her as a disciple. Perhaps yielding out of respect for Yuan Shen. Ling Lu's expression darkened. What did you just say? Su Ping smiled. Behind him, the massive dark Long Quan appeared, eyes blazing yellow. He taunted, don't believe it, try me. Ling Lu scrutinized its scales, quickly analyzing. Long Quan, though slightly mingled with Dragon Clan blood, was ultimately still a canine. Yet dark Long Quan's calm gaze puzzled her, showing no usual ferocity, aura disciplined and pure. Perhaps it had endured a heavenly calamity. Immediately, Ling Lu ordered Tsu Ling Divine Phoenix to charge. Lu Du Mo Cha, enhance with wind spirit. Tsu Zhu, follow me. The phoenix cried brilliantly. Phoenix God Flame activated. Beam of furious light shot straight forward, yet it caused absolutely no damage. Ling Lu eagerly rushed toward the dark dragon gate, swinging her sword to attack, believing she had seen through the illusion. But she made a mistake when the tip of her sword touched the target and was immediately knocked back by the recoil, sending her flying dozens of feet, her panicked scream echoing in the air. Holding her dizzy head, her mind tangled like a mess of threads, she realized in shock that it wasn't an illusion. Could it be that the opponent was simply using his hard body to block the Phoenix God's flames? Su Ping remained calm, his gaze pitying as he looked at her, coldly provoking that all the strength she had, his words igniting her anger, causing Ling Lu to yell in fury, disgusted. She would not forgive. She immediately activated her inherited skill. The phoenix roaring, sacred fire erupted, enveloping her body. In an instant, the surrounding area was submerged in flames, and it soared higher from the fiery waves. The dark dragon gate stood tall beside Su Ping, a majestic aura rising, while he calmly felt the spreading heat and determined that the scale of the fire this time far exceeded before. Ling Lu knelt before him. Streams of fire burst from the sword's blade. Though her realm was incomplete, she still determined to use this move to defeat the dark dragon gate. Her face paled from exhausting her energy. She flew straight towards Su Ping from the sky, her fiery gaze showing that this was an all-out attack. Haste my sword technique, fused with the inheritance of the bloodline of the royal beast, the grand and extreme royal slash. At Ling Lu's shout, the small sword in her hand suddenly enlarged, fiery flames wrapping around the sword, glowing brightly. Su Ping smiled faintly in admiration. The move was indeed beautiful. I take back my previous underestimation to show respect. He paused for a moment and signaled the dark dragon gate to go all out. The spirit beast immediately deployed a lightning strike murderous area, dragon armor, wind shield, heavenly shield, a solid covering and thunderstorm cloak. The two spirit beasts collided like meteors, crashing into each other. One side was a golden phoenix amidst the flames, the other was the dark dragon gate emitting a cold purple energy. Ling Lu shouted with determination, then gathered all her strength and swung the sword straight forward. The aftermath of the clash erupted from the tower, shaking the air, and the crowd outside stirred as they felt the overwhelming aura radiating out. Tian Tian stood before the tower, silently observing, while the subordinates behind her continuously praised that she was truly worthy of being the granddaughter of the great master. Her combat power was no less than that of the war beast master, with the royal title of the main lineage. Some sighed that if she were to win the Dragon King inheritance, she would probably step straight into the legendary realm, but Yuan Tian heard this with displeasure, his gaze colder as if he had already foreseen the outcome. Inside the tower, the two forces of Ling Lu and Su Ping clashed head-on, neither yielding. Her gaze was full of resolve, and then she roared loudly. But the sword strike, carrying all its power, shattered into countless sparkling pieces as it reached the center. She stood stunned, unable to believe it. She was so close. Despair surged when she realized she was still not strong enough. All her efforts turned into nothing. Su Ping stood still, showing no emotion. At that moment, the Dragon King declared the second trial had ended with his victory, then looked at Ling Lu sitting down and gently confirmed that he had won both matches, becoming the heir. The Dragon King's voice was deep, carefully observing her expression and asking whether she truly accepted her defeat. Ling Lu lowered her head in silence, tears wetting her skirt, her hands clenched tightly, suppressing her resentment. She looked up at Su Ping and the dark dragon gate ahead, then burst into tears, unwilling to accept losing to the one she hated without even touching him, while Su Ping quietly observed with a cold expression. In her desperation, Ling Lu brought the sword's tip close to her neck, trembling as she muttered that she was ashamed before her grandfather. That action made Su Ping's gaze suddenly turn cold. Could it be that this was enough for her to not bear it? In that moment, the image of divine winds dissipating in the air appeared. He gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction. Clearly, there were still limbs left to act. Fleeting memory made Su Ping decisive, and before Ling Lu could react, he lunged forward like an arrow, delivering a kick that sent the sword flying from her hand. Hit by the force of the kick, Ling Lu spun several times in midair, a pained scream echoing without stop. After struggling to regain her footing, she clutched her aching stomach and angrily questioned. While the Dragon King remained silent, Su Ping calmly replied that he only wanted her to learn to cherish her strength, then explained that he ran a spirit beast shop and disliked abandoning his war beasts, for if the undying phoenix fell and turned into a ferocious beast, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hearing this, Ling Lu became even more enraged. She gritted her teeth and retorted, while Su Ping turned his back and challenged her to go back and train. His shop was always ready to provide top-tier training services. Ling Lu was speechless with anger. She struggled to reply that she could only dream. She would never seek him for training, causing the Dragon King to shake his head at the scene. After a while, the Dragon King gathered 3 drops of crimson dragon blood from his claws and said that it was the essence of the true dragon, waving his hand to send them toward Ling Lu, who received them in surprise. The Dragon King explained that the dragon blood had 3 uses: to threaten a royal beast to escape, to improve one's physical condition, and to replace certain rare resources. Before this treasure, Ling Lu joyfully thanked him and promised not to disappoint. The Dragon King pointed his claws at Su Ping, declaring that the true inheritance would soon take place, and asked Ling Lu to step aside. Before leaving, Ling Lu tightly embraced the 3 drops of dragon blood, her gaze firm as she declared that in 3 years she would surpass Su Ping, to which he only smiled faintly, welcoming the challenge anytime. Then the Dragon King reminded him to prepare to receive the inheritance. Su Ping felt a sense of curiosity rise in him. If such a small gift was so miraculous, then the true inheritance must surely be even more astonishing. Soon after, a magnificent golden coffin was lowered by golden chains, and the Dragon King introduced that this was his true dragon clan's original world. Surrounding Su Ping suddenly appeared countless weapons and rare treasures like a treasure trove. He silently marveled at the Dragon King's collection habits as he looked at the sparkling items, a variety of functions from attack, defense, cultivation, to mounts all gathered together. The golden coffin hovered in midair. The Dragon King's voice rang out heroically, saying that those treasures were nothing. If they liked, they could take them, because after the inheritance, they would all turn to dust. Su Ping was stunned, his eyes showing slight astonishment at those words. So many treasures, yet they were not the focus of the inheritance. He smiled with interest and took out the ever-changing scroll, shouting loudly to activate it. Immediately the scroll transformed into a massive screen, creating a strange gravitational force that sucked all the weapons inside. With his mental command, the scroll expanded to the left like a screen, covering and absorbed more of the remaining treasures. Then it swept to the right, continuing to collect everything in sight. Before long, all the treasures around were sucked into the scroll, leaving only the coffin. He tried to collect more but failed, then curiously approached the golden shimmering lake to pack it up, causing the Dragon King to remind him that the inheritance should wait a moment. Dragon King finished speaking and called loudly, The coffin crashed to the ground, sacred fire burst in all directions signaling that the ritual was about to begin. From inside the coffin, the soul of a silver dragon slowly emerged, its voice full of pressure, demanding the reception of its inheritance. At that moment, the soul of the divine dragon broke free from its coffin. He boldly proclaimed, "I am the grand performance true Dragon King, having fought all my life and only suffered defeat once." My gigantic dragon form soared toward Su Ping like a silver ribbon in the sky, his voice calm. "Now that the coffin's protection has shattered, my life's power is about to dissipate. You step forward to take it." Upon reaching Su Ping, he roared, his eyes shining brightly, "Become the descendant of the grand performance true dragon." Su Ping was stunned and exclaimed, "What?" He raised his hand to block between himself and the Dragon King, awkwardly asking, "Wait, after inheriting it, will it be transformed into the true dragon bloodline?" Seeing him flustered, the Dragon King hesitated. "Are you dissatisfied with my bloodline?" Suddenly, a huge golden fist grabbed the body of the grand performance true Dragon King. A towering Yuan Shen appeared behind Su Ping, tightening its grip on him. Realizing the opponent, he broke into a cold sweat. "What, Golden Bird?" the Dragon King yelled. "Why are you the descendant of the Golden Bird deity?" Before he could finish, the Golden Bird crushed a part of his body. The Dragon King widened his eyes in panic and cried out, "Save me." In a moment of desperation, the Dragon King turned to the Dark Dragon Crown and spoke soothingly. "Dark Crown, do not act in consideration of your dragon lineage. I entrust you with the responsibility to restore the bloodline." Hearing this, Dark Crown stood frozen, eyes wide, letting out a surprised bark. Immediately after, the Dragon King charged straight into its body, and his voice resounded again, "Accept my primordial inheritance." Witnessing this, Su Ping could only feel suspicious. What is going on here? Looking at the giant egg slowly forming behind him, he was speechless. The inheritance is falling into the dog now. Seeing Ling Lu come out, Yuan Tian anxiously asked, "Did you get the inheritance?" Ling Lu darkened and softly replied, "Grandpa, it was taken by someone else." Realizing something was wrong, Yuan Tian immediately set up a soundproof barrier with his energy. "What happened?" Ling Lu trembled as he apologized and knelt down. "The inheritance was stolen by Su Ping. Please punish me." Yuan Tian thought for a long time before sighing. He helped his grandson to his feet and asked, "Did Su Ping hurt you?" Ling Lu shook his head. "It was my fault. Even with all my strength, I couldn't break his battle pet's defense." Yuan Tian's gaze darkened as he silently pieced together the information. The report to the government stated that the beast tide had caused damage to Tin Kong. But in reality, according to his subordinates, without that blonde girl, Su Ping had single-handedly defeated the allied forces of the four great families in Tin Kong, seizing the real power of the organization. Indeed, his strength far surpassed the typical ninth-grade title. As if remembering something, Ling Lu rummaged through his clothes. "Grandpa, the senior Dragon King gave me 3 treasures." Seeing his grandson fumble, Yuan Tian clicked his tongue. "Where did you hide them? You're just learning bad habits." Soon enough, Ling Lu found 3 drops of rare dragon blood, lifting them with both hands to offer, smiling as he said he would return to train diligently, and would definitely defeat that villain. Seeing his calm and collected demeanor different from before, Yuan Tian was moved, stroking his beard with a satisfied smile. This inheritance was not in vain. After saying this, Yuan Tian withdrew the soundproof energy. His gaze turned cold as he advanced. "Go back now. Su Ping is already a threat. If he gets the inheritance, he will be even more unpredictable. I must stop him." Ling Lu understood and nodded. "Grandpa, be careful." Yuan Tian shouted, "Where are my men?" Into the tower immediately, dozens of people followed him in. Inside, the egg formed by the Dark Dragon Crown and the Grand Performance True Dragon King was still consolidating. Hearing the noise from below the tower, Su Ping wondered what was happening. He placed his hand on the golden egg, uneasy because Dark Crown had fallen into a deep sleep with no response, unsure if the inheritance was successful. Thinking of the poor Dark Crown, Su Ping sat by the egg to guard it. Whether it ended up as a dog or a dragon, he would wait. His gaze suddenly caught sight of the green grass growing thickly under the egg. When did the grass get this dense? Upon closer inspection, he guessed that some force was nurturing them. Perhaps pure dragon energy was leaking out. Thinking this, Su Ping sat in meditation to absorb the abundant energy. Cultivating here would surely yield great results, and he took the opportunity. 7 days later, 2 guards rushed out of the tower, pale-faced, shouting in panic, "Save me, dragon, don't swallow me." Seeing Yuan Tian arrive, one guard reported that inside the tower, the dragon bone was covered by the berserk dragon soul. Even a battle pet master at the 6th grade spiritual power could hardly resist. Yuan Tian remained calm and ordered the addition of divine protective treasures. Subordinate questioned, "It's been 7 days without any movement. Maybe Su Ping has escaped." Yuan Tian looked at the top of the tower and confirmed, "It's impossible. The energy up there is still surging. Find a way to get up." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful energy beam shot straight up to the sky from the top of the tower. His subordinates turned pale in shock. He's appeared. In the sky, a pair of steady feet appeared within a radiant halo like the sun. Su Ping hovered in the air. Beside him was a golden dragon with red mane and gleaming horns, swirling majestically. The soldiers on the ground panicked and called out his name. The grand performance golden dragon's roar echoed, shaking the surrounding. Dragon's roar caused the entire group, including Yuan Tian, to falter. They collapsed to the ground. Trembling, the pressure was overwhelming. This dragon seemed to carry the aura of the five-clawed golden dragon, the leader of the dragon clan. Su Ping slowly descended, as if stepping out from the sun, smiling as he asked, "You just said you couldn't do anything, right?" As he approached, the pressure intensified. Yuan Tian struggled to speak. "It's too heavy," inwardly horrified, because the golden dragon was only a 9th grade peak bloodline. But on the outside, he still bowed his head, pleading for mercy. Just a glance revealed that this dragon had reached the strength of a king beast. Su Ping smiled coldly, his golden pupils shining brightly. "I haven't even made a move yet, Yuan Tian. You can't withstand it already." Yuan Tian bowed his head, drenched in sweat, inwardly cursing as the dragon pressure continued to rise. If his cultivation were intact, it wouldn't be so humiliating, knowing he had no other options. He grit his teeth and asked, "What do you want?" Ping crossed his arms and replied, "You should be asking what you want. It looks like you've been searching for the inheritance to deal with me," hitting the nail on the head. Yuan Tian awkwardly denied it was a misunderstanding. Su Ping lowered his voice, "You haven't touched my family, so I won't touch Ling Lu. Longjiang is my territory from now on. The water of the river shall not interfere with the well water." He flew toward the grand performance golden dragon's roar, hoping he wouldn't do anything foolish. Before leaving, he glanced down and asked again, "Understood?" Yuan Tian nodded softly and replied, "Understood." After speaking, Su Ping mounted the dragon and flew off, the dragon's tail swishing, creating a vortex that caused the soldiers to stagger. When he was out of sight, Su Ping quietly released the dragon form technique. Immediately, the grand performance golden dragon's roar transformed into Long Quan, the majestic brown-maned dragon. Long Quan, a 7th grade high level, with the bloodline branch of the grand performance true dragon, battle power 14-2, high-grade aptitude, possessing the skills dragon form technique, grand performance golden dragon roar, thunderstorm destruction realm, dragon armor, dragon roar, 100 miles pursuit soul, death poison slash, wind triune shield, grand earth shield, rigid shell, and thunder skin. Su Ping remembered the senior had placed 3 seals to prevent Long Quan from becoming too powerful to control, sealing off 90% of the power. Just one part had already exceeded the 9th grade limit and approached the Han H letter 1 EA3 I realm 14-2, which shocked him. Senior diligently taught how to control the power of the king beast. Opening the first seal, Long Quan reached the void realm. Opening the second seal entered the heavens mandate realm. When the final seal is lifted, it will break through to the legendary stage and enter the Tin Kong realm. Su Ping understood why the seal was necessary. The senior emphasized that only when he had enough control should the seals be opened. After receiving the instructions, Su Ping bowed his head in thanks. The senior's voice rang out, telling him to leave as time was running out. Take care. Immediately after, the entire illusion before Su Ping vanished. Su Ping didn't know when, but Ru Yan was standing before him, handing him a letter, saying, "Finally, you've returned. The other continental sectors have sent letters to you." Su Ping asked in surprise, "What letters?" Took the letter from Ru Yan's hand. She replied, "It's an invitation from the Cultivation Association of the Sacred Light Stronghold." Su Ping looked at the card in his hand, hesitating because his knowledge of this place was limited. Only knowing that the profession of cultivator was thriving there, he might need to find someone knowledgeable to inquire. Immediately, he sent a message to the chief of council of his clan, asking if he was free to discuss something. At the same time, an object hurtled toward the ground outside at an astonishing speed. Within a few breaths, it struck the crowded street, drawing curious murmurs from passers-by. Yet Su Ping remained calm, muttering, "So much fuss for that." In the solemn room, the chief of council asked respectfully what Master Su needed, and Su Ping immediately inquired about the Holy Light Sanctuary City, the Nurturers, and requested detailed explanation. The elder leisurely explained that sanctuary cities were divided into 3 tiers: A, B, C based on scale and safety, with C being the smallest, capable only of withstanding Tier 9 monster waves, and usually on the outer edges like outposts. Images of the cities appeared with his narration, Tier B being medium-sized but most common, able to resist a few king beasts like Longjiang where Su Ping was. While Tier A excelled overall, even king beasts found it hard to breach. Each continent had 7 cities, and Holy Light was one, honoring nurturers like blacksmiths forging weapons and battle beast masters leading swords into combat. He emphasized that Holy Light was the earliest cradle of nurturers, gathering global training elites and regarded as a sacred place in this field. His eyes sharpened, mentioning the peak era when many nurturers reached saintly spirit level, equivalent to legendary, with the ability to awaken and nurture king beasts, elevating both quantity and quality of legendaries at the time. After those saints departed, each continent had only a few legendaries left, and the Holy Light Nurturers Association likely sent invitations upon hearing of Su Ping's battle beast brilliance in the elite competition, aiming to recruit talent, which made Su Ping thoughtful as his training still relied on the system, and he knew he had to seize the chance to stand on his own. He asked how to get there, and the chief replied he would arrange a drop into low orbit, only an hour away. But Su Ping worried about being too conspicuous, and the elder explained that as a legendary he would be received with honor and the entire city would come to watch. Surprised at being treated like an exhibit rather than a trainee, he suggested discretion, and the elder pointed to a watch, saying if he wanted humility he could take the submarine for 2 days and nights like ordinary people, and tickets could be arranged, to which he immediately agreed. Just leaving the room he heard the ticket confirmation announcement, stunned, then nodded with satisfaction. Looking around, Su Ping thought, is this considered modest? A high-end business submarine ticket costing 1,699,999 stellar coins. Suddenly, a majestic dragon appeared, causing the crowd to panic and scream, asking who failed to control their pet. It seemed out of control. A nearby man angrily pointed at the girl beside him and shouted, "How dare you call my beast that?" Su Ping thought of delicate shadow chain dogs that became agitated after too much sugar, realizing this type losing control and being casually summoned was very dangerous. The dragon lunged suddenly, frightening people, but was immediately subdued by Su Ping, who whispered for it to calm, and it fell asleep. Ling Tong appeared quickly to warn that when enraged, this species could not be restrained to unconsciousness as it would endanger respiration. The girl solemnly introduced herself as a nurturer and requested permission to calm it herself. Ling Tong signaled Su Ping to loosen his grip, and as soon as she touched the dragon it made a slight sound and relaxed. Within 2 seconds it was peacefully asleep. Ling Tong smiled, soothing it while continuously praising its good sleep, impressing Su Ping with her rapid calming skill. Looked up proudly, explaining the star-gathering gloves allowed precise control of spiritual force to enhance calming. She was Ling Tong of Tianlong Academy and thanked him for the help. As a blonde boy rushed over to question her, she explained she only used the beast control technique to let it sleep half a day before waking. The boy angrily demanded that if his beast remained immobile, she should be accountable. How would she take responsibility? Ling Tong, fearful, tried to explain it had just eaten too much sugar, yet the blonde youth insisted it be awakened immediately despite her protest that it was impossible. Su Ping clenched his hand, eyes cold, and ordered him to retract the battle beast. The boy shivered in pain and begged for release. Su Ping's gaze did not leave him, each word coldly sounding, apologizing, then leaving. The blonde youth sat down, mumbling that such a gaze was terrifying. He bowed apologetically amid the crowd's murmurs about public pet management, while the announcement called for the submarine to accelerate, asking passengers to return to cabins. Su Ping entered the cabin as the system verified his identity and wished him a good rest. The steward brought a strawberry cake. He was surprised, saying he hadn't ordered it. She smiled, explaining Ling Tong had arranged it for him. The girl popped her head out happily to thank him for earlier assistance. Su Ping relaxed, saying he was hungry just then and thanked her. Suddenly a loud explosion shook the entire submarine. The steward trembled seeing the ceiling crack and shouted that something was attacking outside, falling debris causing passengers to panic, shouting that a feral beast was ambushing. Despite fear, she reassured that the submarine was protected by level 8 battle beast masters who would handle it, while Su Ping calmly held the cake plate and entered another room. He closed the door slightly and shut his eye. His calm face contrasted the panicked crowd. Su Ping sighed that he could not even eat in peace, focusing to sense spiritual force. Using skills, he saw Tier 7 fierce man beasts breaching the cabin, realizing the situation had not ended. Looking further, he was stunned to see a venom-tailed dragon sweeping ahead, a Tier 9 black venom 100-spiked dragon. Battle Beast Master Captain swore seeing the Tier 9 beast, immediately ordering himself to distract it while others rescued the wounded and reinforced the structure. The team obeyed in unison. Just then, a familiar shadow leaped onto the cabin, prompting the captain to wave his hand, warning the place was dangerous and ordering a retreat. But before he could finish, the Black Venom 100-spiked dragon was struck down in an instant. Battle Beast Masters were too stunned to speak. Everything ended too quickly. Su Ping stood there with blazing golden eyes, spiritual force surrounding him, freezing the beasts in place. When Su Ping landed before them, the entire pack panicked, turning to flee scattered into the air. When the pack of beasts retreated, the team leader of the Beast Master group hurried over, flashing a grateful smile. He never expected things to be handled so smoothly. "Thank you, expert, for the assistance," Su Ping replied indifferently. "It's nothing," then casually asked, "Do you often face dangers like this on your trips?" The question made the team leader only smile awkwardly. "Normally it's pretty safe. At most we encounter a few level 6 or level 7 Earth-type beasts. The black poisonous 100-claw dragon, level 9, rarely appears this deep underground." Upon hearing this, Su Ping was a bit surprised. He asked again, "You mean that's usually the case?" The team leader nodded and slowly explained, "The deeper you go, the rarer the food sources. The black poisonous 100-claw dragon with level 9 combat power is enough to dominate the surface. So if it was pushed down here after finishing the cake," his words still lingered in Su Ping's mind, "so there must be something far more dangerous above." Even though he was in seclusion training, Su Ping couldn't stop thinking about what the team leader mentioned, something more dangerous. Clearly, the traffic protection capabilities of Longjiang are still not up to standard. I'll need to discuss with the government to provide Beast Master training for them when I get back. That way, we can both increase the safety of the city and expand the market. Su Ping couldn't help but feel anxious about Longjiang. Outside the city walls, there are already presences that even level 9 beasts are wary of. At least, it should be upgraded to an A-level base city to be safe. When the train arrived at the station, the public announcement system sounded to announce that they had arrived at the Holy Light base city. The crowd carrying luggage exited the train. A girl with light brown hair approached Su Ping, her bright blue eyes twinkling mischievously. "What a coincidence, are you in Holy Light too?" Su Ping nodded slightly and then asked for direction. "I'm just here for work. Do you know where the Beast Master Association is?" Ling Tong covered her mouth and laughed. "You're really joking. How could any Beast Master not know the association? Follow me." Before long, the two of them arrived at the Heavenly Dragon Academy. At the entrance, two stern guards demanded badges or certificates of beast mastery. Ling Tong showed her badge and introduced herself as a beast master from the school. Seeing this, they immediately stepped aside and invited them in. When Su Ping followed, one of the guards raised his hand to stop him. "Wait a moment, where's your paperwork?" He slowly took out a black envelope from his coat. "I don't have a certificate, just this. Is that all right?" Upon seeing the envelope, the guard's expression changed immediately, and his attitude became much more cordial. "An invitation letter from the Beast Master Association. Honored guest, please come in." Ling Tong looked at Su Ping with admiration in her eyes. Anyone who receives an invitation from the association is a person of great reputation. "Could it be that you're a hidden master?" Su Ping put the letter away and shook his head. "I just read too many novels. I'm actually not familiar with beast mastering. If I was, I'd already have a certificate." Hearing this, Ling Tong crossed her arms in doubt. "I don't believe it. How could someone who doesn't know anything be invited by the association?" Su Ping shrugged. "Whether you believe it or not is up to you." Suddenly, she pulled his hand and pointed towards the stadium. "Forget about it. There's a performance over there. Do you want to watch? I'm free." Su Ping nodded in agreement. "Sure, it'll be good to observe as well." The two of them walked towards the beast battle arena. On the field, a monkey faced off against a wind-talon eagle. The commentator's voice echoed across the stands. "The two contestants have chosen their beast. The match between the deep forest monkey and the wind-talon eagle officially begins." Su Ping asked, "Do beast masters each bring one beast like this?" "It looks quite similar to a beast master battle." Ling Tong shook her hand. "It's not a beast master's beast. It's a wild beast that hasn't been contracted yet." He explained calmly, "The first part of the match tests taming ability, to see who can make the beast hold food in its mouth for 5 minutes without swallowing it." She continued, pointing to a steel stand filled with stones of various colors. "Next, they test the enhancement ability within a limited time using special materials that have been prepared." On the field, the beast master poured spiritual power into the wind-talon eagle. Ling Tong said, "It can temporarily increase the strength of a part of its body and then enter the battle." Wind-talon eagle charged like the wind, causing the monkey to spin uncontrollably. The commentator was excited. "Its speed is incredible." The deep forest monkey couldn't react in time. Choosing to enhance the wings was indeed a brilliant move. The deep forest monkey fell into a passive state, continuously taking hits. One strike aimed directly at a vital spot. Could this be the end of the match? Suddenly, sharp spikes grew densely on the monkey's back. The commentator exclaimed in excitement, "So it's the back that was enhanced." When the wind-talon eagle stepped on it, the spikes pushed back, causing the eagle to take damage. The Earth-type spikes easily pierced the opponent's belly. Watching the entire development, Su Ping understood the nature behind it. It turns out that it looks like a beast fight, but it's actually a test of potential exploitation ability and analyzing strengths and weaknesses to come up with the most suitable enhancement plan. Suddenly, a young man in a white shirt approached, casually asking Ling Tong, "When did you return?" She was slightly startled and bowed her head to greet him. "I just arrived." Su Feng smiled warmly. Watching more matches will help increase observation skills. But if your paper doesn't pass, he paused and switched to a condescending tone, then graduating won't be easy. The blonde and green-haired men behind him snickered. Feng Yiling arrogantly said, "No matter how many you watch, you're still too cowardly to even tame a beast." The green-haired man chimed in, "That's right, stop standing here and being an eyesore, go away." Ling Tong lowered her head and tightly gripped her back, softly replying, "Yes." Feng Yiling laughed triumphantly. Just then someone stepped in front of Ling Tong, speaking in a calm voice. "I saw her tame the beast with my own eyes. She did very well, no problem at all." Su Ping looked coldly at the group, continuing, "On the contrary, your noise is making it hard for me to follow the match." His words made Feng Yiling and the green-haired man freeze. Feng Yiling furrowed his brows and snapped, "Who are you to speak to a level 6 beast master like that?" Su Ping chuckled lightly, "Level 6? With the way you're speaking, I thought you were a level 9. Feng Yiling pointed at him in fury, "You dare look down on me? Do you have the guts to fight in a beast master battle by the rules?" Su Ping calmly agreed, "Sure, but it'll be boring without a wager. How about adding a bet?" Feng Yiling stood with his hands on his hips in caution. "What kind of bet?" Su Ping's golden eyes gleamed. "A life bet." Feng Yiling turned pale and broke into a cold sweat. "A life bet? Are you crazy?" Seeing his reaction, Su Ping looked up and laughed. "I was just kidding." He continued gently, "The loser just needs to apologize." The green-haired man laughed loudly, patting Feng Yiling's back. "Are you scared after just 2 sentences?" Being mocked, Feng Yiling shouted, "Get lost." He snarled at Su Ping, "Dare to mess with me? If you lose, you'll have to kneel and apologize. Slap yourself to remember it." Ling Tong, sensing the tense atmosphere, softly pleaded with Su Feng, "Please stop them, sir." But Su Feng sided with Feng Yiling, leaving Ling Tong stunned. "It's fine, I'll prepare the arena, you be the referee." After completing the selection of spirit beasts, Sun Feng confirmed both sides had brought their pets to the arena. Su Ping decided to use Thunder Armor Beetle, matching the pet's metallic shell. In contrast, Feng Yiling chose the Flame Hound, whose main skill was Blazing Bite. Observing the formation, Ling Tong gripped his hands anxiously, both being feral beasts hard to control, and the metallic shell of the Thunder Armor Beetle could hardly withstand the blazing bite of the Flame Hound. Feng Yiling put on his gloves, smiling confidently with a hint of regret. Su Ping indifferently asked if they could start. Xuan Fang nodded and declared the first round was taming, immediately bringing out 2 portions of food, a plate of fresh ribs and a boiled corn. Whoever made their pet hold it without eating for 5 minutes would win. Ling Tong calmly analyzed. Taming had 2 methods. One was using rewards and punishments to make the pet understand that enduring hunger would be beneficial. The second was ignoring training and directly using spiritual energy to command the pet to hold without swallowing the food. At this moment, Ling Tong saw Su Ping standing still, unease rising, uncertain which plan he was considering, while Feng Yiling still leisurely coaxed the Flame Hound. His eyes suddenly brightened. He muttered softly upon hearing the command. Hearing Xuan Fang announce, he was surprised that the opponent was an outsider, confident his spiritual control would soon complete implanting the command. Xuan Fang showed astonishment as the Thunder Armor Beetle held the food. The clock started ticking. Su Ping stood nearby, radiating spiritual power that made it tremble yet still hold. Feng Yiling objected, but Xuan Fang said the rules did not forbid using aura to tame. Soon time ran out. The Thunder Armor Beetle passed the taming round. If Feng Yiling lost another beast round, he would be defeated. Feng Yiling angrily admitted being outmaneuvered by that strange training, vowing to win in the next round. Sun Feng announced the start of beast combat. Both sides selected enhancement materials for 3 hours. Feng Yiling immediately rushed forward with blazing determination. He gathered all dragon essence herbs, telling himself to maximize fire attribute, believing metal no matter how hard would not withstand fire, confident the Thunder Armor Beetle could not defeat him. In contrast to that haste, Su Ping still stood silently like a statue. After a while, he finally touched the steel box. Ling Tong watched tensely, fearing that despite Feng Yiling's skill and attribute counter, victory would still be too uncertain. 2 minutes passed. Xuan Fang cut through the tense atmosphere. declared time up and began the beast fight. Immediately the flame hound lunged, growling, and using blazing bite aimed at the thunder armor beetle. Fire erupted around its body. A gray-haired youth outside laughed loudly, praising Feng Yilyang's spiritual energy control had improved. Only 3 hours and the beast's legs were affected by blazing bite. Feng Yilyang smiled smugly, eyes provocative as if to say he was far different from those who only show off. Suddenly, Xu Wenfang coldly sighed and told Feng Yilyang he should go back to train more, leaving him stunned. In his pride, he did not realize the flame hound was suppressed. The metallic shell of the thunder armor beetle had turned into icebone shell, melting water putting the flame hound at a disadvantage. This reversal occurred in just 3 short hours, making everyone incredulous. At that moment, Feng Yilyang realized his opponent was no ordinary person. Seeing Su Ping silent, he grew cautious, guessing he must have deep understanding of spiritual energy and reach 7th level to do so. Su Ping smiled slightly, eyes brightened, gently saying he had lost and should honor the agreement. Feng Yilyang trembled and stepped back, unable to sense any spiritual fluctuation from the other. Thinking this, he turned to flee, but stopped mid-step. An invisible force suddenly gripped his leg. Immediately after, he was thrown to the ground, groaning in pain, struggling to sit up with a scratch on his forehead and muttering incomprehensibly. Before he could recover, he was tossed by the invisible force. A blue-haired youth ran over asking why he fell even on flat ground. Su Ping calmly watched, turned away without seeing him off, while Ling Tong beside held his stomach, laughing uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, the ice bone on the thunder armor beetle melted and then restored, Ling Tong amazed as this was not just surface enhancement but complete transformation in 3 hours. Su Ping explained indifferently, as long as it swallowed mystic cold crystals, the thunder armor beetle would absorb and transform itself. Ling Tong wide-eyed in astonishment. Taking notes and reasoning, Ling Tong thought extreme fear could trigger potential, recalling Master Hu and Master Bai's thesis mentioning suppressing spiritual energy and harsh environment aid effective training. Thinking so, Ling Tong kept writing. Understanding these conditions are hard to control and risky, so few dared try, yet someone succeeded, leaving him extremely excited. Xu Wenfang coldly stepped forward and asked about the name of his training method. Su Ping paused for a moment before vaguely answering. If I had to name it, I'd call it life and death training. Xu Wenfang smirked with a hint of intrigue. Life and death. It sounds like you've experienced many life or death situations to come up with that. Realizing the atmosphere wasn't very friendly, Su Ping glanced over and caught the half-smile of probing on his face. Xu Wenfang turned to Ling Tong, slowly saying, "Your friend is quite impressive, you should get to know him." Ling Tong awkwardly scratched her head and introduced herself. "I'm a third-year student at Heavenly Dragon Academy, a level 6 beast master, and I'm preparing to graduate this year." Xu Wenfang smiled in a friendly but somewhat fake way, saying, "My 2 students have caused you trouble. I'm the guidance teacher for Class 8 of the Heavenly class at Heavenly Dragon Academy. May I know your name?" Su Ping casually used a different name. "I'm Su Quang." Xu Wenfang was slightly surprised. "Su Quang, I've never heard of you in the training community." He subtly probed further with such unique techniques. "You must not be a local. May I ask where you work?" Su Ping calmly replied without revealing his true identity. "I don't really have a job. I just run a small shop in a B-tier city in Asia." Xu Wenfang clicked his tongue and continued, "So, Mr. Su, what brings you here?" Su Ping walked while answering. "I heard about the Beast Master Association's exchange conference in Holy Light, so I came to check it out and look for opportunities." Xu Wenfang immediately became warm. "What a coincidence, the conference is being held at our Heavenly Dragon Academy this year, but the hall is still being finished. It will officially open in a few days." He followed closely behind, continuously expressing hospitality. "Mr. Su, since you're so modest, why not have dinner tonight? I'll treat you to make up for my students' behavior." But Su Ping wasn't very interested, simply waving his hand to decline. "No need for all that. I'll just take a walk around. If there's nothing else, I'll excuse myself." Xu Wenfang smiled and took out a black card, saying, "If you insist on being modest, I won't press you, but I'd like to show my sincerity. This is my professor's ID card." Xu Wenfang handed the card to Su Ping and enthusiastically explained that it could be used to arrange lodging and provided some high-level privileges, making the stay at the academy more convenient. At this thoughtful gesture, Su Ping was momentarily suspicious. Could it be that he truly just wants to express gratitude, or am I being too paranoid? Su Ping accepted the card, saying he would temporarily borrow it. Xu Wenfang cheerfully waved his hand, reminding him to return it when he leaves. At this moment, Ling Tong also approached, asking to leave and prepare for her thesis. Ignoring Ling Tong's words, Xu Wenfang opened the map on his watch and activated the ID card's positioning feature. Ling Tong was surprised and didn't have time to say anything before he changed the topic. asking, "What stage is your thesis at?" Ling Tong innocently reported that the research on low-level creatures holding high-level inheritance skills had completed the most difficult part of the experiment, and only data comparison and conclusions were left. However, Xuan Fang sternly demanded that the topic be paused. Ling Tong froze, thinking she had misheard. She softly repeated the words pause, furrowed her brow in confusion, and asked for clarification. Xuan Fang looked at her coldly, filling the air with tension. He said the direction of the thesis was problematic and would fail the graduation defense, advising her to switch to researching life and death training, the topic he had just mentioned. His words struck Ling Tong like a heavy blow, leaving her speechless. She lowered her head, confirming, "Are you saying all my work over the past year has been wrong?" Xuan Fang leaned in close and said each word like a knife, "It's true, but you're smart. Adjusting to this new direction by next year is still possible. Your senior brothers and sisters also struggled to stand on their own. You don't want to always be seen as the bottom of the class, do you?" Her clear blue eyes immediately darkened. Ling Tong whispered, "I understand." Xuan Fang patted her shoulder and gruffly praised her for being obedient. As he turned away, Xuan Fang's mind was already plotting. Su Quang He, his energy manipulation clearly belongs to the Beast Master, but his training skills are also impressive, a rare talent in both fields. Too bad I haven't extracted any useful information yet. After walking for a bit, he suddenly stopped and dialed someone. Phone rang once before someone picked up. Xuan Fang got straight to the point. "Zio and Gu, there's a research topic about to be completed. Are you interested?" The voice on the other end immediately became excited. "Really, Teacher Ding, I'll agree to whatever you ask." Looking at the Heavenly Dragon Academy's library tower, where people were coming and going sparsely, Xuan Fang instructed, "There's someone from outside who's easy to handle. Make sure to investigate his background for me. I've sent his location in the library." At that moment, Xuan Fang's black card was used to pay for services, borrowing 67 level 7 training texts, 14 level 8 books, and 5 level 9 volumes, totaling 340,000 accumulated points, with 582,310 points remaining. Su Ping, carrying a pile of books too high to see over, approached the counter. The female clerk returned the ID card. Su Ping calmly thanked her and continued walking, telling the clerk to return the card to him later. As he walked away, the staff whispered, "Look at that student, who's so generous, borrowing books that even teachers hesitate to borrow due to the points required, yet he takes so many at once." After checking the information on the card, the brown-haired clerk exclaimed, "That's from the top heavenly class at the school, a student of Teacher Ding from Class 8. The person beside her covered her mouth in surprise. "He spent so many points. He must be treated like a direct disciple of a prestigious master." At that moment, the ID card was placed next to Su Ping's mask on the table. Su Ping focused on reading the books with a relaxed mood. The headmaster's words turned out to be true. Holy Light truly gathers the best beast masters from all over. The library is rich and offers rare texts that are hard to find in the market. Picked up another book and was pleased to find all kinds of topics from dragons, elements, demons, to evolution and transformation stages. Compared to figuring things out through experience and past mistakes, these texts are the crystallization of knowledge compiled by generations of experts, making the knowledge much deeper. The more Su Ping read, the more fascinated he became. Thanks to his accumulated practical experience, even the dry pages became vivid and easy to understand. He seemed to be drowning in a sea of knowledge, picking up precious pearls, reading quickly as he constantly had new realizations, and by the time he looked up, the sun had set behind the building. Last book closed, Su Ping let out a light sigh of relief. Looking at the pile of books he had finished reading, he was a bit surprised to find he had completed them all. Thanks to Teacher Ding's ID card, he was able to use a quiet private reading room, allowing him to read as much as he wanted, which was really convenient. Su Ping gathered the books to return them and suddenly wondered if he could exchange the points he had used for some currency and pay the owner back. Turning the corner of the hallway, he bumped into a beautiful girl with purple hair. The stack of books fell, and she let out a small cry. Two quickly bent down to pick them up. Zio and Gu apologized and offered to help. Su Ping waved his hand, telling her not to worry, but she quickly finished cleaning up and asked, "With this many books, where are you planning to take them?" Unable to refuse, he let her help. Zio and Gu and Su Ping brought the books to the counter. The clerk checked and smiled, confirming the quantity and welcoming him back next time. Su Ping simply nodded lightly. Zio and Gu looked at the book titles and curiously asked, "Did you read the 900 training method book by yourself? What level beast master are you to understand such a detailed text?" Su Ping laughed and shook his head, saying, "I'm just returning it for my teacher. I haven't even passed the certification yet." Hearing this, she widened her eyes in surprise and eagerly invited him. since I'm about to retake the Level 7 Beast Master certification. Why don't you come with me? In the exam area, a pale Beast Master ran desperately, shouting loudly. Behind him was a giant beast with massive horns chasing closely. A middle-aged man with a stern expression and thick mustache holding a wooden cane shouted loudly, "This is the Beast Master exam, not a race, who turns and runs as soon as they see a beast. This doesn't meet the requirement." The man was the disciplined Master Ning. He did not hesitate, swinging his staff directly into the back of the trainer, causing him to scream in agony. His harsh voice rang out, "Get back to training." The trainer clutched his back, crying out, "Yes, sir." The man shouted again, "I can't hear you clearly. What are you going to train beasts with a voice like that?" The trainer's whole body trembled, desperately shouting louder, "Yes, sir, Master Ning." The three trainers quietly left the arena, their backs torn, with clear red marks left by the staff. The cold voice of Master Ning rang out again, "You've barely learned any skills and you're dreaming of passing. It's not that easy." The next test began. The air around the area seemed to thicken, becoming suffocating. A black-haired trainer frowned and asked, "Why is he in charge of the evaluation this month?" A purple-haired man trembled, replying, "Master Ning is known as the living Yama. His standards are extremely strict, and if you fail, you're punished." After finishing his words, the purple-haired man turned and left decisively. "I'll wait until next month to try again," he said. Another person, equally frustrated, turned and followed, grumbling, "I failed the level 5 promotion exam once. If I fail again, I'll probably be demoted." At that moment, they encountered Su Ping and Xiao Niu in the corridor. After hearing the conversation, Su Ping asked, confused, "Demotion?" Xiao Niu looked at Su Ping's puzzled expression in surprise, then lowered his voice to explain, "Did you forget? The rank of a trainer is different from that of a beastmaster, which requires strong bloodlines to hold. We are evaluated through the assessment system. After the first level, you can gradually advance. To reach level 7, you have to pass the test and submit a qualifying thesis to officially graduate as a level 7 trainer." Hearing that, Su Ping asked, "So what happens after level 7? Xiao Niu chuckled at the question. "Level 8, when you achieve the title of master, you can become a lecturer. Only those who have been professors for a long time can reach the pinnacle of level 9. As for level 10, the Holy Spirit rank, I don't even dare to dream of it." Su Ping didn't stop, continuing to ask more questions. "How often is this assessment held in a day?" Xiao Niu answered enthusiastically. "Before the instructor finishes his shift, the test can be taken at any time. But that instructor is famous for being strict with students, so I plan to wait until next month. It's tough to reach level 6 and I'm so close to breaking through. I don't want my efforts to go to waste." After waiting for a while, no one dared to step into the arena. The instructor showed clear impatience. He slammed his staff down onto the ground, his voice filled with irritation. "What are you standing there for?" He yelled at the people by the door. "Tell those guys, get in." The entire waiting area fell silent, as if frozen. At that moment, Su Ping calmly stepped forward. Since he was starting from level 1, he didn't have to worry about being demoted. A trainer standing nearby quietly reminded, "That instructor is terrifying." Others sighed in relief. "Thankfully, someone's starting. Let's follow and observe him." Seeing Su Ping's unfamiliar face, Master Ning coldly said, "A level 1 rookie, huh? Come here and report your information." On seeing this, the trainers outside covered their mouths, mocking him. The calf doesn't fear the tiger. These 3 level 1 novices were about to meet their bad luck. Only Xiao Niu vaguely sensed something. She focused her spiritual power into her eyes with strong belief. Mouths can lie, but certification can't. Let's see how he hides it this time. Xiao Niu's gaze followed Su Ping closely, activating her enhanced vision. However, when scanning Su Ping, her vision seemed to distort, and she couldn't read anything at all. Xiao Niu rubbed her eyes, filled with doubt. "What's going on? Could I be seeing things?" Just then, a layer of energy appeared in front of Su Ping, formed from his spiritual power. This was a disturbance shield technique, an advanced control skill that bent the surrounding light to conceal oneself. After completing the registration, the system announced that the initial level registration was complete, and Su Ping was assigned number 44. Level 1 assessment, 0 failures, please enter the test arena. Immediately, a cage containing a white mouse was placed in the center of the arena. The task for this test was to use spiritual power to turn the mouse's fur black within 30 minutes. 2 other trainers were also testing alongside Su Ping, both tense. They put on gloves and began, "Let's get started." Su Ping, barehanded, picked up the mouse and lightly praised, "Truly a sacred place for trainers, even the mice are larger than normal." Just then, Master Ning declared the start of the timer. As soon as the order was given, the other 2 trainers poured all their spiritual power into the mouse. Master Ning silently approached one of the candidates, whose mouse had already turned half black. Upon seeing Master Ning, the trainer began sweating profusely, trembling. Master Ning leaned in close, his deep voice full of pressure. "Why are your hands shaking? Huh?" Then suddenly he shouted, "Is it trying to bite you?" The trainer's hair stood on end. The result was the same as for the others. He was struck with the staff on his back and immediately eliminated from the test, failing. This moment, Master Ning announced that half of the time had passed and the remaining candidate needed to hurry up. The gray-haired man gritted his teeth in frustration. His mouse had only turned the back half black. How annoying. In desperation, he screamed, "Hurry up!" At that moment, a powerful surge of spiritual power spread throughout the arena. Su Ping stood tall, one hand channeling power into the mouse, his demeanor calm, as if he were doing something incredibly simple. The surrounding trainers whispered, "Look at what the guy in black is doing. The spiritual power is flowing out so violently, it's like he's fighting with a beastmaster. Don't even bother watching, there's definitely something wrong." Trainer, pretending to be knowledgeable, murmured, "Not necessarily. I've read in a book that the key to changing the color with spiritual power lies in accurately controlling the stimulation of the pigment cells. Whether it's a light or heavy touch, the difference is just in time and difficulty." Ignoring the chatter around him, Su Ping completely immersed himself in his own world. The spiritual power around him grew denser. Before long, the white mouse had transformed into a brilliant rainbow-colored one. Trainer gasped in shock. He only took about 10 minutes, and not only did the mouse change color, but its fur also grew longer. Master Ning, who had been silently observing, walked up, his gaze fixed on the strange mouse. A wave of disbelief rose in his heart. Its fur is so smooth that it completely changed color like this. He reached out and touched it, a shockwave reverberating, causing his fingers to tingle. Master Ning slowly explained, "This fur also has a protective layer outside." Number 44 didn't use the usual pigment stimulation. He fixed the molecular structure, changing the biological properties from the root, thereby affecting the surface fur color. Though still weak, it has clearly become a multi-element mouse. The trainers outside stood frozen in shock. To modify the multi-layer attributes and complete it without using any supplementary materials, this is no longer a level 1 task. It's far beyond the basics. Master Ning carefully observed Su Ping once again. He began to doubt, is this really a new student? I've never met him before. Or is he a disciple secretly trained by some expert? It's been a long time since I've seen a student who pleased me like this. Then a rare smile appeared on his stern face, his voice full of excitement. Number 44, you've passed the assessment, completing all the criteria before level 6. I've decided to specially promote you to the level 7 test. Immediately, the surroundings buzzed with excitement. Even that tough instructor is smiling. Jumping straight to level 7 if he passes, doesn't that mean graduation? A cage containing a bizarre creature was brought into the center of the arena. This was the legendary level 7 Beastmaster's Blood Vortex Soul Beast. Master Ning looked at Su Ping with a gaze full of both challenge and expectation. "Subdue it and also enhance it. You have half a day. You dare try." The trainers couldn't believe their eyes. One muttered in disbelief. The Blood Vortex Soul Beast is a level 7 demonic beast with both demonic and psychic powers. It's extremely difficult to control. Its violent nature can backfire if tamed incorrectly. It can even disrupt your mind instantly. Yet they're letting a level 1 contestant try? Truly the living Yama. However, Su Ping's gaze remained calm. He decisively replied, "No need for half a day, 5 hours will be enough." The Blood Vortex Soul Beast growled in response, as if to answer his confident declaration. They opened their mouths wide, filled with sharp, pointed teeth that were terrifying to look at. Immediately, a dark red mist, seemingly carrying toxins, shot out, spreading rapidly across the space. Pungent smell pierced into the group of students, causing their stomachs to churn with discomfort. Everyone hurriedly covered their noses, and the sounds of complaints echoed continuously. What kind of beast was this, with such a dreadful stench? Even Xiao Niu's expression changed slightly. His brows furrowed as his gaze scrutinized the arena, silently assessing. The mental attack ability of the Blood Fog Dark Soul was extremely overbearing, especially the evil soul possession, which could directly invade living beings. It slowly eroded the will of its prey, and once it possessed a body, it became almost immune to physical attack. Without a holy light or lightning artifact nearby, even a beast tamer at level 7 wouldn't dare to casually engage. Looking at Su Ping's steady figure ahead, a complicated feeling rose in her heart, both worried and expectant. What would he do? When the cage door opened, a wave of killing intent rushed forward violently, but Su Ping's face remained calm. He stared intently at the ferocious beast, his cold gaze mixed with a hint of interest. Then he calmly spoke, teasing, "Come here, Chuck." In front of Su Ping, the mysterious fog dark soul hovered closer. Facing him alone, it shrieked in anger, activating the evil soul possession, releasing a thick layer of red mist filled with murderous intent. Its figure surged forward, as if it wanted to devour his small body whole. The moment the cold aura hit, Su Ping remained unusually calm. With a slight shift of his body, he easily avoided the opponent's ambush. Then he lowered his center of gravity, bent his knees to gain momentum, and his eyes flashed with a sharp light, as if a bold idea had just taken shape. In the blink of an eye, Su Ping leaped into the air, soaring upward under the beast's vicious glare. Before the mysterious fog dark soul could react, Su Ping's figure appeared right above it. One of his feet stomped firmly on its head. He looked down with a disdainful gaze and spoke mockingly. "Want to try the lightning path?" Knowing the opponent's weakness, Su Ping immediately slapped down on the beast's head, using his lightning technique to control it instantly. At the point of contact, a brilliant red light burst forth, so dazzling it was hard to look directly at. The pain seemed to penetrate throughout the body, causing the mysterious fog dark soul to widen its eyes, its pupils contracting in shock. Overwhelmed and frightened by Su Ping's pressure, the mysterious fog dark soul turned and fled. It screamed in panic, completely losing the imposing aura of a seventh-tier beast. It rushed straight toward the cage, clinging to the bars as if they were its only shelter. It even desperately hoped to be locked up. After successfully taming the soul beast, Su Ping immediately moved on to the next step, enhancement. He carefully selected materials to make enhancement agents. Standing before the material counter, he said casually, "Taming is done, now it's time to enhance." In his mind, Su Ping silently calculated Xiao Qulu's future upgrade. The mysterious fog dark soul was highly sensitive to lightning, so he would focus on strengthening that aspect. He quickly refined 2 types of materials into the main source of energy. Suddenly his gaze stopped as he spotted something on the counter. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled the method for advancing evil beast familiars below Tier 9 from the 9 nether hundreds of refinement. He decided to try a new technique. First, he would refine soul-gathering herb and lightning-flowing land. With just a slight hesitation, Su Ping gathered his energy, focusing intently on casting the technique, muttering to himself, "Fusion." When the 2 energy sources merged, they collided and compressed into a massive ball of energy. Su Ping shouted loudly, "Go!" His arm swung, sending the energy ball flying toward the trembling monster, making it scream shrilly. The energy entered the mysterious fog dark soul's body, silently spreading through every cell. In the blink of an eye, its vicious skin transformed into a brilliant hue, signaling a change. Xiao Niu's eyes widened in astonishment at the marvelous sight, his mind filled with speculation. Could this light be the sign of evolution, just as she thought? On the other side, the mysterious fog dark soul was gradually undergoing a transformation. Su Ping calmly sent it into the air, continuously channeling energy to speed up the metamorphosis. The brilliant light spread, enveloping the entire area. He kept a composed expression, only slightly furrowing his brows, indicating his absolute concentration. Female instructor standing beside him observed with her brows slightly furrowed, her gaze becoming more profound. She couldn't help but praise him internally. His demeanor was natural and his movements were smooth, as if following the flow of water, clearly guided by a master. On the examination stage, after a brief and silent contraction, the mysterious fog dark soul completed its transformation, its figure now faintly visible behind a layer of gray mist. As the mist dissipated, a new, majestic form emerged, completely shedding its previous sinister appearance. The beast was now taller, with dark green skin that shimmered with a golden sheen. A powerful yet gentle energy radiated from it, marking its rise to a new level, now known as the Thunder Giant Spirit Dark Soul. Upon seeing the new form of the beast, the students were stunned, continuously exclaiming in amazement. The mysterious fog dark soul had changed its shape. Someone curiously asked loudly what kind of evolution this was. Ignoring the question, Su Ping continued to observe, muttering that the initial fierceness had now been tempered with dignity. Under the focused gaze, Su Ping calmly explained, "During the ranking process, I fused in an understanding of the lightning element which suppressed its demonic bloodline. It has now gained a certain resistance to holy and lightning attacks. However, the downside is," he paused, glanced at the cage, and slowly said, "its temperament will become more irritable." As soon as he finished speaking, the Thunder Giant Spirit Dark Soul swung its arm violently against the cage bars, the sound of metal clashing loudly. Witnessing the new strength, the students shouted in panic, "The destructive power is too great. The cage won't hold much longer. Get away." Xiao Niu stood frozen. Instructor Yan immediately rolled up his sleeves, tightening his gear, preparing to subdue the beast. He thought to himself that after evolving, the mysterious fog dark soul's combat power had increased by a tier, so he had to act before it escaped. Before he could act, the beast effortlessly bent the bars as if they were dry twigs. Seeing the cage door burst open, he was startled, his face showing clear tension. Before Instructor Yan could regain his composure, the Thunder Giant Spirit Dark Soul had already lunged forward, attempting to grab him. Just as the hand was about to reach him, Su Ping's cold voice rang out, "Impertinent." He leisurely turned around, his imposing aura spreading out. His fiery gaze locked onto the beast as a stern warning. Lightning purple energy flashed on Su Ping's hand and lightning crackled. He spoke in a deep voice. "Want to try again?" Hearing that familiar voice, the beast froze, its body shaking, its earlier fierceness vanishing, replaced by clear fear in its eye. It immediately lowered its tail, crouching down and trembling in the corner of the open cage. Students who had narrowly escaped let out a sigh of relief. "It's under control now, that was really dangerous." Inside the cage, Su Ping stepped up to Instructor Yan and calmly asked, "Is this up to standard?" He froze, looking at Su Ping thoughtfully. The task only required enhancement, but this person had also perfected the evolution for the mysterious fog dark soul and had successfully tamed the beast twice. This wasn't just meeting the requirement. After some consideration, Instructor Yan spoke in praise. "With this ability, you could certainly aim for a top-tier beast tamer at level 9. Upon hearing this, the students outside began to murmur. "Top-tier level 9? Who is this person?" The elderly man who had been observing from above laughed with great interest. "Quite spectacular." He leisurely stroked his long beard, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction. "What a mesmerizing display of training." Feeling the pure energy like crystal, Zio Niu exclaimed in surprise, "That's the vice president of the Beast Tamer Association, Bai Lao." Everyone immediately bowed. Instructor Yan respectfully said, "Greetings, Vice President." Bai Lao looked at Su Ping and said, "Follow me." Seeing that Bai Lao was paying special attention to Su Ping, Instructor Yan couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt. Could this young man be the disciple of the vice president? Bing immediately followed the vice president into the private room, and as soon as he set foot inside, Bai Lao spoke, asking him to remove his mask, saying that esteemed guests from Longjiang need not hide their faces. Knowing that his identity had been discovered, Su Ping flinched slightly, but he only laughed, saying there was no need for surprise, as someone so young with his skills was rare and easily recognized. Then he slowly revealed his background from the caretaker Zio Kulu, Ham Long Quan, Yin Xuang Tin and Gaiet Long to the owner of Ru Su Ping. And as he removed his mask, he calmly responded that such thorough investigation surely meant he was called for a purpose. Without further preamble, Bai Lao went straight to the point, asking if he had ever heard of the legend of the Four Kings. Elsewhere, the stern instructor suddenly recalled something, his face darkening, and he exclaimed in alarm that the situation was dire. In the vice president's room, upon hearing that name, Su Ping immediately unleashed lightning arts, sparks dancing across his hands, heat radiating and distorting the space. Memories seemed to rewind to a distant past when the world was wild, and Bai Lao spoke in a deep voice that the Four Kings were the four great king beasts, once the most ferocious creatures in Lam Tin history, making anyone shudder at the mention, consisting of good and evil, Yuan Zhu, 7 sins, and Bai Gan. He continued, saying they understood human speech, were extremely cunning, had leveled countless lair cities, and walls hundreds of meters high could not withstand even a single strike. Their blood had flowed enough to dye mountains and rivers red, long becoming the greatest threat to Lam Tin humans. He looked directly at Su Ping, emphasizing that each king beast possessed strength no less than heavenly fate realm, leaving him astonished as he inquired about the highest level of the 3 legendary realms. Realizing for the first time that such terrifying beings existed, his pupils shrinking in shock, wondering how Lam Tin could harbor such monsters, and despite all his effort, he had only reached Han High realm. Then could not help but question why he had never heard of them attacking human territories. Bai Lao paused, then calmly replied that long ago, a great human emperor had risked everything to seal the 4 kings beneath a deep abyss after severely wounding them, and now the young elites of the 4 major regions took turns guarding them, so in theory they could not disturb human lands. Hearing the implication, Su Ping immediately asked if any incident had occurred in the abyss, but he denied it, saying that if it had fallen, all Lam Tin lair cities would have entered first-level alert. What worried him was that while the abyss remained stable, the wilderness had begun to show unusual beast movements. Recalling the anomalies he had encountered, Su Ping remarked that on the way here he had also witnessed similar phenomena, and the train had nearly been in danger. Bai Lao snorted softly, concerned for human safety, yet powerless against the sudden actions of others, sighing as he said the risk had reached the populace, so lair city security must be strengthened, and suspecting some hidden motive behind these anomalies, he used the elite caretaker convention to issue hero summons and gather experts to strategize. Hearing this, Su Ping crossed his arms and smirked, commenting that the association managed too broadly. But Bai Lao did not get angry, only smiled, saying that in the examination he must have felt that caretakers valued coordination and granting authority more than battle beast masters focused solely on techniques, for they were the ones bestowing power. Then returning to the main topic, Su Ping asked why they didn't directly send people to the wilderness to investigate. and he replied that exploration teams from lair cities had been dispatched, but the wilderness was too vast, beasts too dense, so no quick results were possible, then bluntly asked if he had any clues. Su Ping replied seriously that clues were scarce and thinking on the spot was futile, better to use the time to enhance combat strength, then inquired about the caretaker's skill awakening spirit, as he had searched all the Tian Long archives without finding. Hearing this, Bai Lao laughed heartily, praising his ambition, stroking his beard to regain composure, then explained that awakening spirit was a secret technique only top-tier caretakers of rank 9 could learn at the association headquarters, naturally absent from the Tian Long archives. Bing, losing interest, glanced at him and asked if he qualified for rank 9. Bai Lao considered and said that based on his strength, he fully did, even able to become the second in history to master both battle beast and caretaker cultivation, while reaching legendary and holy spirit level. Seeing him mention the second person, Su Ping curiously asked who the first was. Bai Lao nodded in confirmation, saying the only one to have simultaneously reached legendary and holy spirit was the great human emperor who had once confronted the four kings alone. Those words ignited Su Ping's determination, and he resolved to quickly learn awakening spirit to follow in the predecessor's steps. But Bai Lao raised a hand to stop him, saying he was currently a rank 6 caretaker. To reach rank 7 he must complete a 50,000-word thesis in addition to the examination. Rank 8 required 2, rank 9 required 3, and hearing this his enthusiasm immediately deflated. He smiled to please him, eyes sparkling as he looked at Bai Lao, requesting him to make an exception and pave the way first, reasoning that once he became humanity's light, writing these secret manuals would be easy. But the methodical vice president firmly refused, emphasizing that the more critical the moment, the more rules must be observed, for if the strong could do as they pleased, the weak would have no place and the world would descend into chaos. Hearing him ramble on about rules, Su Ping felt dizzy. Thinking the old man was rigid, fighting was one thing, but writing 7 theses, when would that ever be done? He suddenly recalled Ling Tong was skilled in this area and intended to consult her. At the same time in Ling Tong's study, books and papers were scattered across the floor, crumpled pages forming a chaotic scene. Sitting at the desk, Ling Tong kept pulling at her hair, face tense as her small hands tore up the ideas she had just written. The pages were filled with crooked writing and erasure marks, showing she was truly stuck. Ling Tong held her head, blaming herself for too few real-world examples and relying only on her own experience, making it hard to complete the topic. Elsewhere, Xu Feng, looking superior, rested his feet on a kneeling student, haughtily remarking that the wine he had aged for 20 years was indeed fragrant. The other hurriedly joined in, asking the teacher to consider the favor. Xu Feng replied he would prioritize consideration. At that moment, Xiao Yu entered, bowing respectfully, and in a low voice called Master Ding. Being addressed, he stopped, slowly lifted his seemingly kind face to her, and asked if she had good news to report. At her eager demeanor, Xiao Yu trembled, apologizing that the opponent was too strong and well hidden for her to gather information. And as soon as she finished, Xu Feng became furious, kicking the kneeling person, who fell and spat a mouthful of dark red blood with a choked groan. He cast a cold glance at Xiao Yu, scolding her as useless, unable to handle even a small task. What hope could there be? Hearing the tone full of anger, she trembled, stammering that the person had begun the examination from rank 1 and easily progressed to rank 7. Xu Feng leisurely sipped wine and coldly said he already knew those matters, asking if there was anything else. Xiao Yu hurriedly added that in the end Bai Lao took him away. The smile on Xu Feng's face vanished instantly, replaced by a grave and suspicious expression. He tilted his head, muttering about Bai Lao, wondering if the elderly association members had noticed this golden egg, seeing that his patience had been too great. After pondering for a long time, Xu Feng finally broke the heavy atmosphere, ordering Xiao Yu to step back. She responded obediently and left, and he then loudly called Long Shan. Suddenly, a muscular man with a solid build leapt down from above. His voice was low but clear. San Fang slowly enunciated each word, ordering that a golden egg was about to slip out of reach, instructing someone to follow protocol and persuade him, using any means necessary. After receiving the order, he curled his lips in a calculating smile and responded concisely with a word of obedience. That man was Fuang Long's son, nicknamed Master King, with a rank 9 mid-tier combat strength, the most loyal and reliable right hand of Xu Feng. After the exchange with Bai Lao, Su Ping couldn't help but ponder the road ahead. To prevent unforeseen disruptions, he quietly prepared the necessary item. While browsing the system store, He considered his options, though the future remained unclear. For now, stocking up on the animal traps sold in the system was a safe plan. With his current energy, he weighed medium traps costing 10,000 points, catching 75% of level 7 wild beasts, 50% of level 8, 25% of level 9, and 1.25% reaching king beast, against high-level traps costing 1 million points, with 75% success on level 9 beasts and 10% on king beast. Looking at the price difference between the two types of traps, Su Ping calculated silently. Though expensive, only the system could produce traps capable of capturing king beasts directly. The store refreshed twice daily. Manual refresh and buying twice more would cost 100 energy and double thereafter. After careful consideration, he decisively used his black card to pay. Remembering he needed Ling Tong's assistance, he opened the system map to locate her. No need to find the classroom as her teacher card listed Tianyu Class 8. At that moment, a familiar muscular arm draped over his shoulder, breaking Su Ping's train of thought. Long Sun spoke in a hoarse, mocking tone, "Hey friend," causing him some surprise. Without waiting for Su Ping to respond, he cut in, asserting dominance, asking what he had just discussed with Bai Lao of the Master Training Association. Su Ping ignored him, slightly frowning, then coldly replied that the two had apparently never met, telling him to step aside. Being dismissed bluntly, Long Sun's face darkened, grinding his teeth in frustration, snorting lightly before raising his tone, asserting that he still didn't understand the situation. Without allowing anyone to react, Long Sun unleashed his power on the spot. A violent golden-orange light erupted like scorching fire, consuming the space. He stood at the center with a fierce expression. The flames rose high in the street, causing passers-by to recoil in fear, murmurs spreading about the intense energy fluctuation of a peak-tier master and the misfortune of those crossing him. Yet contrary to the crowd's expectations, Long Sun was suddenly flung into the air as his rage peaked, leaving him bewildered and crying out in confusion. Su Ping said nothing, nor did he show off. He turned, lowered his center of gravity, then leapt up, using his strength to throw Long Sun's large frame to the ground. A shockwave resonated as the floor caved in, sending debris flying. Before understanding what had happened, Long Sun lay motionless on the cold ground, eyes wide in terror. The onlookers were stunned. Just moments ago, they had been discussing Su Ping's strength. Now they stared wide-eyed as Long Sun collapsed from a single strike. Whispered exclamations of surprise spread. What just happened? A peak-tier master defeated so easily. Lying on the ground, Long Sun suddenly curled his lips in a cunning smile and noted that he could not sense the opponent's cultivation, surely using a method to hide his true power. Recognizing the man before him was not ordinary, he felt excitement rather than fear. He sprang up, unleashing spatial sealing techniques without forming any seals. His eyes glowed red, filled with murderous intent, and he arrogantly declared he would no longer hold back, acknowledging the opponent's caliber, then shouted, "Come out." Immediately, the enormous crimson gold lion appeared behind Long Sun, majestic and imposing. They roared in unison, sharp fangs and claws revealed, ready to charge and crush their enemy. The spectators couldn't stop marveling at the grand spectacle. The crimson gold lions were level 9 top-tier bloodline, revered as rulers among the 6-element companion beasts. Strangely, all 4 had wings. During the praise, Long Sun excitedly explained the origins of the companion beast. Since childhood, they had joined Long Hong Ba Ruk Min, bloodlines refined at a rate of 1 in 1,000. Already fierce, now with wings, their 4 ferocious mouths could overwhelm opponents. Despite this display, Su Ping crossed his arms calmly, giving a sarcastic compliment to maintain composure, then summoned his own companion beast, ready for battle. Su Ping loudly called Long Quan. Instantly, a massive figure with gleaming golden skin appeared behind, far surpassing Long Sun's beasts in size. With a simple preparatory movement, Long Quan exuded a commanding presence that made the surrounding space tremble. Before Su Ping could give orders, seeing the arrogant lions ahead, Long Quan charged, kicking them aside, causing shrill cries. Long Sun panicked, calling out the beast's name. With overwhelming advantage, Long Quan cleared the lions in an instant. Then it gathered them into a heap before Long Sun as a reminder to clean up the aftermath. Seeing his proud companion beast motionless, Long Sun finally felt Su Ping's pressure. He shouted in disbelief that the crimson gold lions were suppressed so easily by a dog. That breath, could it be? He stammered, trembling, uttering the words King Beast. Seeing his fear, Su Ping only curled his lips mockingly, asking why he was no longer aggressive. Long Sun's initial aura vanished, his gaze now only panicked. Knowing there was no escape, he quickly changed tone, pleading that it was just a misunderstanding. On the upper floor, Bai Lao silently observed from start to finish. Watching everything, he stroked his beard with delight, quietly saying interesting, like a cat playing with a mouse. Below, Long Sun's shrill cries echoed, warning others to stay away. Meanwhile, in Tianzai Class 8, within the experimental building for teachers, A level 5 wild goblin bloodline companion beast was locked in a cage, obediently curling in a corner with a pitiful gaze. A student reported it was ready for tomorrow's exam. Xuan Feng nodded in satisfaction. Then he took out a bag containing a strange purple solution, selected a suitable vial, and slowly drew it into a syringe. Without hesitation, Xuan Feng injected it into the beast despite its pleading eyes. The small, weak creature could only emit a few pained whimpers in despair. As the drug took effect, it screamed in agony, veins bulging, eyes red with excitement, claws sharper as if undergone a violent transformation. Just then, Long Sun quietly appeared behind, startling Xuan Feng. Recognizing him, Xuan Feng asked in surprise why Master King returned so quickly. How was the golden egg? Repeatedly asking without noticing his unusual expression. Before he could respond, Long Sun suddenly collapsed, knees hitting the floor, falling face down, eyes blank like a puppet manipulated invisibly. As Long Sun fell, Su Ping stepped forward confidently from behind, his gaze icy, saying the golden egg is with him. San Feng squinted, observing, though radiating immense pressure, his face remained calm. Recognizing Su Ping, San Feng smiled, greeting him with amusement, saying it's good to see the master again, how were the past 2 days? While speaking, he subtly reached behind, touching a bracelet as if preparing a shady action. Su Ping, assessing the opponent, activated lightning techniques in his hands, his gaze coldly fixed on Xuan Feng, speaking slowly that aside from being monitored, everything was fine, only wondering what students would think if they saw a teacher secretly adding something strange to the exam companion beast. Meanwhile, the beast, under the drug's effect, continued to grow, over-enhanced, now dazed and moaning. Hearing this, San Feng not only felt no guilt but also laughed loudly, hands on hips, mockingly asking about the tactics. Having finished speaking, Xuan Feng spun, delivering a powerful kick to the student's abdomen behind, then slapped the female student beside, producing a sharp sound, clearly demonstrating the cruelty and hatred he unleashed upon them. Seeing the student still kneeling under the bridge begging for grace, Xuan Feng suddenly spoke up, saying that his shoelace was dirty and asking what to do about it. Without hesitation, the two of them immediately knelt down to the ground, trembling as they replied that their teacher should rest assured they would clean it for him. Witnessing this act of submission, Su Ping couldn't hide his extreme hatred. He coldly glanced at the self-proclaimed teacher and the volunteers who lowered themselves. The disdain seemed to freeze the air around them. On this side, Xuan Feng casually asked if they resented him. The young man quickly responded with a look of adoration, saying that the teacher was just disciplining them because he wanted what was best for them. The girl beside him also chimed in, praising nonstop, saying that if they couldn't handle such a challenge, how could they survive in the harsh world? Their teacher couldn't be separated from them. Enjoying the flattery from the very people he had just punished, Xuan Feng triumphantly pointed at Su Ping as if to show off his achievement, sneering mockingly, his eyes clearly revealing provocation aimed directly at the opponent. Immediately, the sound of rushing footsteps was heard. The first group hurriedly rushed in, followed by many others answering Xuan Feng's call, filling the room to the brim and making it stuffy. In front of this noisy scene, Su Ping sighed in frustration and said that seeing his true face, the old conservative man seemed more bearable. So, you're calling in all these people to shut me up, huh? Sun Feng tilted his head and smiled gently, replying that I don't need to shut anyone up because no matter what you say outside, people still believe I'm a top-tier 9th level teacher. I just want you to understand that. At this point, he became even more smug, loudly declaring what a war master was like water flowing, like forging iron. Even the most powerful titles had to humble themselves to be trained by me. Thinking that Su Ping only cared about fame and profit, Xuan Feng squinted and sweetly promised, asking if you wanted to hold power in your hands, join us with your talent, I can make you the strongest teacher in history. Not giving him a chance to say more, Su Ping unleashed an astonishing speed, charging forward like a flash of lightning. In the face of the opponent's astonishment, he decisively covered his mouth, cutting off all seductive words that tried to escape his throat. Su Ping put all his strength into his arm, forcefully pressing Xuan Feng's head to the cold ground without hesitation. The overwhelming force left him no room to resist, only able to endure the absolute control. Su Ping looked up, his eyes cold enough to chill the bones, leaning in close to his ear and slowly saying, "Shut up, one more word and you'll make me nauseous." Seeing Xuan Feng pinned under his hand, the worshippers immediately started shouting to release Master Ding, with some even threatening that if anything happened to him, you won't be able to rest easy, all of them fiercely wanting to charge forward. Su Ping merely shot a cold glance and spoke in a low, disdainful voice, saying, "You think you're enough to stop me." Pressure from the crowd immediately surrounded Su Ping, but his overwhelming momentum made them hesitate. He clearly declared that if they didn't want to die, they should leave. If they wanted to try, they could step up. As soon as the words left his mouth, brilliant golden light erupted from him, swirling like a large wave. The dazzling light and the terrifying pressure made the crowd shudder and step back. Those who had just been fierce now exclaimed in shock that how could he have the aura of a 9th-level master? Careful, that's a title-level powerhouse. Xu Feng, lying on the floor, struggled, his face pale, breath quickening, but even with all his effort, he couldn't escape. He sent a mental message to his subordinates, commanding them to kill this madman, promising 1 year of cultivation for killing him, 3 years for capturing him alive, and telling them that he wanted him to suffer a fate worse than death. Hearing the reward, the crowd couldn't help but stir. The title-level powerhouses recognized that it was Master Ding's mental energy transmission, and others excitedly said that 3 years of cultivation was enough to help them break through their limits. Without hesitation, they unleashed their mental energy, columns of green light and golden radiance enveloping their bodies. Laughing arrogantly, they shouted that as long as he was still breathing, they could rush in together. But before they could finish, a cold flash of light shot through, leaving them only time to cry out in horror. The sound of tendons snapping rang out and they all collapsed. In the chaos, Yahello appeared like a shadowy ghost, his blade drawing lethal arcs. In the blink of an eye, the arrogant ones had fallen, red liquid spreading across the floor in the terrifyingly quiet atmosphere. It was Su Ping who had summoned Yahello in time, neatly dealing with Xu Feng's subordinates as planned. The reddish liquid splashed onto Xu Feng, causing him to panic. Amid the chaos, Su Ping stood there with a cold, icy gaze, his heavy pressure choking the opponent, then calmly said one last time, "Anyone who wants to try, step up. Let me see how far your authority goes." Su Ping coldly glanced at Xu Feng and his trembling subordinates. Surrounded, he and Yahello stood back to back, unwavering. The murderous intent around them swirled like a black vortex, thickening the air, forcing the opponents to fearfully retreat. One of them shouted to retreat, as the 9th-level powerhouses were taken down in the blink of an eye. Despite the fear, he still asked what Yahello was, and the person beside him said it seemed like they had seen this black skeleton somewhere. Whispers spread with someone recognizing that this was Yahello, famous from the Asian Elite Tournament who had defeated many Starspace powerhouses. Someone else shouted, "I've read about him online." This was the first time Xu Feng had tasted true fear, his body trembling uncontrollably, cold sweat soaking his back, staring at Su Ping with doubts about the identity of the War Master possessing such miraculous power. Those words pierced Xu Feng's mind like needles. Seeing Su Ping's dignified demeanor, he instinctively took a step back, his legs going weak with fear. Xu Feng suddenly dropped to his knees, trembling like a dry dog, begging continuously, completely opposite to his previous arrogance. When he guessed the identity of the opponent, he threw away his pride and begged for his life, saying, "I have no eyes to offend you, please spare me, I'll give you anything you want." Hearing this, Su Ping stepped closer and asked, "So if I spare your life, you'll give me everything?" Xu Feng quickly nodded. Su Ping smiled warmly but coldly and said, "Then you die, everything belongs to me." Xu Feng's face turned pale, his eyes vacant. Without saying another word, Su Ping grabbed Xu Feng by the collar and lifted him up, causing everyone to gasp in horror. Then he threw him forcefully, sending him flying far away, his body rolling on the ground like a broken puppet. Su Ping coldly looked at the crowd and said, "If you've heard of me, you probably know about the pet shop I opened." He pointed at Yahello and introduced, "This is the war pet I personally trained, its aura makes no one dare to approach." Witnessing this power, the crowd murmured that Yahello was comparable to a perfect king beast thanks to him training it. Some compared it, saying Master Ding hadn't created a war pet like this, and even the Tianlong Academy probably didn't have a trainer like this. Xu Feng struggled to stand up, nervously wondering what he was going to do. Su Ping raised a glowing book high, smiling with excitement, saying, "If you want a war pet as strong as this, then the rest should be self-explanatory." That he casually reached into the book and pulled out daggers from within the space. When the daggers hit the ground, Xu Feng muttered in confusion, "Daggers." Amidst the stunned gazes, Su Ping spoke in a low voice, "Anyone who doesn't want to get involved can leave." Then he turned his back, calmly saying, "If you want to follow me, show me your worth, don't make me wait too long." The crowd murmured with some asking, "Do you want us to betray Master Ding?" The person beside him added in disdain, "What Master Ding? He promised to train me last time but still hasn't delivered." Another person angrily said, "He even assigned my war pet to students to take care of casually. Aside from the rare beasts of the 9th-level powerhouses, he doesn't care about anyone." Exposed on the spot, the humanistic mask that Xu Feng had carefully built collapsed, revealing his fake face. With no way out, he blushed and shouted, "You're all talking nonsense, a bunch of ingrates." But the pent-up resentment of the crowd erupted. They gripped their daggers tightly and stepped forward to surround him, gritting their teeth saying, "You hit people at the slightest provocation. We've put up with you for too long. You think you're so impressive as a trainer, pushing all the hard work onto us and framing us, is that right?" Pushed by the crowd, Xuanfang stepped back, not understanding what was happening, shouted for everyone to disperse, voice full of authority, but no one listened. Before his words ended, a student swung a blade and lunged with lightning speed. A heavy clash rang out, the blade driven deep in accumulated fury. Xuanfang fell with a choked cry, while the attacker screamed words of hatred. The crowd lost control and surged forward, leaving him only to curl up in despair. Finding the remaining secret command card on Xuanfang, a student hurriedly brought it before Su Ping, nailing and presenting it respectfully, declaring it was the inseparable item of Ding Xuanfang. He said the card could be used to wield 9th-level teacher authority. Bowing like he once served Xuanfang, Su Ping looked on with disdain, coldly refusing the title of Grandmaster. Holding the card, Su Ping calmly said there was no need to show fear, just call him boss to later. Hands were already stained with blood, so they should know what to do next. The onlookers only exchanged glances. After a moment they understood, simultaneously kneeling on one knee with hands clasped, swearing they had never been here, never met Ding Xuanfang or Boss Tu, pretending ignorance. In just a few seconds from the spatial crack, a strange phenomenon with blue light suddenly appeared. Giant pet poked its head out, Su Ping shouted like giving a command. The dragon opened its mouth and spewed blazing fire, filling the room with heat. Then the scene shifted to the 8th grade dormitory where Ling Yue and Ling Tong's room was. The dormitory air was silent, the meal tray at the door had cooled. Ling Yue lamented sadly that even the favorite roast chicken remained untouched. She knocked on the door calling Ling Tong, reminding him that skipping meals for 2 days would harm his health. Outside the calls were incessant. Inside Ling Tong sat unmoving, hair disheveled, heart heavy with thesis stagnation, fearing punishment if not submitted tomorrow. A student once mentored by Xuanfang, unaware the pressure had already vanished. A bang on the table shattered the atmosphere. The principal angrily yelled at the absence from the meeting, scolding 8th grade as if they had forgotten all discipline. Ding Xuanfang's seat was empty. The secretary reported the communicator unresponsive, and no one had seen him since yesterday. Frowning, the principal ordered to track his location using his authority. The secretary immediately complied. He anxiously asked for the result. After searching, the secretary reported no signal, possibly missing. The principal, stunned as a 9th-level trainer could not vanish without reason. Some in the room joked it might be karma, but others objected since a 9th-level trainer always had pet master protection. No one dared intervene. The principal then summoned power in his palm. Ding Xuanfang tracking system appeared and began scanning per command. His eyes gradually hardened as no energy signatures were detected in the area. He loudly called for a subordinate. A masked figure appeared immediately awaiting orders. The principal clenched his fist in anger, ordering an investigation of everyone who had contact with Ding Xuanfang. If any opposed the Tianlong Academy, they were not to be spared, the subordinate acknowledged in unison. At that moment, the message clock signaled. He realized it was Vice President of the Trainers Association Bai Lao, and signaled for silence to listen to the call. The principal stood and respectfully greeted Bai Lao, asking if he had any instruction. Bai Lao gently advised not to pursue the disappearance, words that astonished the principal, realizing Ding Xuanfang had crossed paths with someone extraordinary. After a brief hesitation, the principal bowed in agreement, admitting Ding Xuanfang often bullied students and brought consequences upon himself. He forced a smile, saying he should thank Bai Lao for cleaning up the disaster on his behalf. Bai Lao nodded but asked why he knew of the behavior yet never intervened, leaving the principal embarrassed. He immediately admitted fault, reasoning that authority made 9th-level trainers complacent, promising to tighten academy discipline from now on. Bai Lao calmly reminded him to keep his word, or if misfortune occurred in the future, he would be hard to protect. The principal hurriedly responded. Before concluding, Bai Lao instructed to protect the future seeds during the coming storms. The principal nodded in acknowledgement. Outside, the streets suddenly filled with crowds. An announcement was made that Ding Xuanfang retired early. 8th grade students would be reassessed. The outstanding transferred to other top classes, the poor sent to lower classes. Anyone not registering on time would be considered dropped out. After reading the announcement, the students cheered excitedly. "This is great. No need to bury ourselves in books anymore. You're so silly. We have to pass the exam to continue studying. If we fail, we'll be sent down to the remedial class. I heard that students in the remedial class have to do all sorts of trivial tasks for the wild beasts in the school. It's so disgusting. No one wants that." It's hard enough to get into the main class. If we end up in the remedial class, it's a real disaster." While everyone was chatting loudly, Ling Tong stood there confused. What's going on? Several boys saw her and gave her mocking looks. "Oh, the scaredy cat is here too. I heard your thesis was rejected, right? This is a good opportunity to drop you down to the remedial class. The main class isn't for you anyway." Just then a girl stepped forward to defend Ling Tong. "Don't think that just because you're relying on Teacher Ding you're so impressive. Why don't you go to the remedial class instead?" The boy still wouldn't stop, speaking up for her now. "Did I say anything wrong? You can't even tame a beast. You're really embarrassing the main class." "Stop it, don't waste your breath on these useless people. After the teacher exchange conference we probably won't see them again." The girl continued to retort loudly. "You don't know who will be kicked down. Stop talking nonsense." Ling Tong looked at her friend timidly. "Thank you for helping me, but maybe we should separate." The girl shook her head firmly. "I'm just worried they'll make things hard for you." "I'm not afraid, don't listen to them." She approached and encouraged her. "The taming theory you taught me. They're just jealous because you used to be the top student in the class." Ling Tong turned away sadly. "That was when I first entered the school. Now I feel like I can't do anything properly. Just give me a moment." Seeing that she was too withdrawn, her friend decided to take matters into her own hands. "Let's go and check in for the class placement test first, then we'll figure it out." Over on the other side, Su Ping carried a pile of books to the counter. "Hello, I'd like to borrow these." The staff enthusiastically guided him through the card scanning process. Ling Tong, still shy, wanted to pull her hand back. "Let go of me." But her friend refused to release her. "No way, I won't feel at ease until I see you check in." Just then Su Ping turned around and saw Ling Tong. Both of them surprised and exclaimed, "It's you, it's you." Su Ping approached, immediately noticing the uneasy expressions on their faces. The girl beside Ling Tong sighed. "Don't bring it up." Teacher Ding not only rejected her carefully prepared thesis, but also gave her a topic about Beastmaster death training. "It sounds so unbearable." She grumbled. "Tell me, who would want that unlucky topic? What's Beastmaster death training? It sounds so absurd." Su Ping crossed his arms, nodding. "It's hard to believe. How could there be a research direction so disconnected from theory?" Seeing Ling Tong chuckle, her friend asked in surprise, "Did I say something wrong?" Su Ping cleared his throat and said, "Speaking of theses, I'm looking for someone with writing experience who's willing to collaborate as a co-author. Do either of you know anyone suitable?" Ling Tong looked down, speaking softly. "I'd really like to research this topic with you, but we're about to be reassigned to different classes." Hearing this, Su Ping hesitated for a moment. Reassigned? After they explained in detail, he thought even more. How strange. A level 9 Beast Masters incident didn't cause any uproar at the school. It's treated as normal. Is someone intentionally suppressing the issue? Su Ping continued. "The sudden retirement of the advisor and the large-scale class reassignment, don't you two find that suspicious?" The girl replied immediately. "The school said it was due to issues with the teacher's conduct. Someone from the Beast Master Association took Teacher Ding away for investigation." Su Ping glanced at Bai Lao, smirking slightly. "So it was someone from the Beast Master Association, so I guess the storm has been quelled." He turned to Ling Tong and asked, "Is the class placement test really that hard?" She replied dejectedly, "The main class already has a filter. Only about 30 out of 100 students are chosen by other teachers. The rest are pushed into the remedial class for all kinds of reasons." Seeing her self-doubt, her friend encouraged her. "You have to believe in yourself. We'll definitely get through this." Ling Tong still looked worried. "But right now I really feel like I can't do anything right." Su Ping observed from a distance, seeming to understand her mood. "Maybe you're not as hopeless as you think." Su Ping asked more carefully, "What exactly is the remedial class like?" The girl replied, "I used to study there. The conditions are very poor and we often have to do heavy labor. The school calls it training," she emphasized. "One teacher is responsible for thousands of students. It's rare to get proper guidance the whole year. If it wasn't for Ling Tong, I'd probably still be doing the cleaning tasks there." Ling Tong quickly spoke softly. "I only shared a few basic techniques. The most important thing is you have the ability. That's why you made it to the main class." The girl continued, "Anyone in the remedial class wants to get into the main class, but not everyone has the right guidance at the right time." After hearing that, Su Ping suggested, "Once you two check in, could you take me to see the remedial class?" The girl asked in surprise, "Why would you want to go there?" The scene shifted to the heavenly class area where the professors and main class students live. While the remedial area is where the students and janitors of the remedial class reside, a convoy of garbage trucks appeared on the road. Su Ping looked at the scene with slight surprise. Inside the garbage trucks were the corpses of beasts that had passed away. The trucks stopped at a spot, and a batch of beast corpses was dumped into a large pit. Workers nearby rushed over when they saw the trucks. The pets are here, hurry up. If you're a little late, there'll be nothing left. I hope we can get something useful this time. Got it, my research topic on fur needs this. It still has some residual toxicity, but if we treat it well, it'll be usable. Among the pile of beasts, one was still weakly making noises. Everyone was startled to realize it wasn't quite dead, thank goodness. Maybe it got injured in the fight. It's rare for it to survive until now. Quickly treat it. We can practice beast control more often in the future. Students in the remedial class could only reuse tools that others had discarded. How pitiful, but wasn't it because of lack of strength? They should ask themselves why they couldn't make it to the main class. We're not any better off. We sleep poorly and have to run far just to earn a few course credits. Su Ping stood silently. The girl asked, "Why are you in a daze? Didn't you want to come here?" He snapped out of it. "No, it's nothing. Let's keep going. I'll follow behind." Ling Tong quietly asked, "Do you mind what just happened?" Su Ping's face grew serious, his voice low. With the scale of the Heavenly Dragon Academy, which is the pinnacle of academies, there shouldn't be so many students in this kind of situation. Has it always been like this? Ling Tong shook his head, saying that he wasn't sure either. By the time she arrived, everything had already turned out like this. Hearing that, the girl beside her suddenly recalled, "That's right, every time you brought the magical beast, you would stay behind to guide us on how to nurture and control them. Thanks to those sessions, we were able to qualify for the heavenly class." At that moment, a man was suddenly flung past Ling Tong. The haughty man made a move while loudly taunting, shouting, "Xiao Feng, this guy is really tough." The man who called himself Xiao Feng grabbed a stick and stepped forward, moving aside. These punches and kicks were nothing interesting. Witnessing the scene, Ling Tong and the girl gasped. What are they trying to do? Hey, are they trying to corner him to death? Xiao Feng gripped the stick tightly, preparing to strike. Suddenly, Xiao Feng's stick vanished without a trace. He glared when he saw that you had grabbed the stick, veins bulging in his neck as he shouted, "Who are you? Dare to interfere with my business?" Su Ping calmly responded, "I'm just a passerby. What's so proud about bullying the weak?" Hearing that, Xiao Feng and his lackeys burst into laughter. Bullying. Xiao Feng grabbed the hair of the man lying on the ground and mocked. He volunteered for this. Why are you interfering? The man, beaten and trembling, begged. They promised to teach me the nurturing techniques and how to advance to the class. I'm just one step away from reaching the heavenly class. Please leave. Xiao Feng sneered, just a little resource and you can dominate the auto-training zone. You probably haven't tasted that yet. Ling Tong opened her eyes wide in fear. This was too much. The girl beside her gritted her teeth, feeling indignant. People like him, aren't they afraid of retaliation? I don't believe he can teach anything decent. Su Ping casually threw the stick on the ground. If it's unfair, then why don't you step up and teach real nurturing techniques? Ling Tong stepped back in shock. Me? Su Ping nodded confidently. Yes. A lackey of Xiao Feng immediately swaggered up and provoked. What are you saying? Looking for trouble? Our Xiao Feng is the representative of the 4th Heavenly Class Training Department. You'd better know your limits. I glared coldly. Then let's make a bet. If we win, the man goes to us. Seeing your arrogance, Xiao Feng became furious. And if you lose, don't even think about leaving unscathed. You'll have to take his place. Dare to. Hearing this, Ling Tong and the girl froze. Betting was a life-and-death match for the 4th class. This bet was too disadvantageous. Ling Tong trembled and said, I can't win. The girl was also worried. In Ling Tong's current state, it's hard to compete. Should we apologize and prepare for the class placement test instead? Xiao Feng laughed triumphantly. I thought someone was tough. A lackey stepped forward, pointing a finger. So you're just some weaklings from the 8th class. You mess with Xiao Feng, don't expect to leave easily. Su Ping remained confident. Trust me, these punks aren't her match, especially not. Isn't saving people what you've always wanted? Looking at the helpless man, Ling Tong hesitated. Su Ping silently observed her expression. After a moment, Ling Tong closed her eyes, seemingly having made up her mind. She clenched her fists, speaking decisively. I understand, I'll participate. Hearing that, Xiao Feng sneered. You're just good at talking, I'll show you how tough it is. Follow me, I know a good place. He then led the group to a darker, unfamiliar location. On the way, Ling Tong was filled with unease. He brought Su Ping in front of a metal cage containing a magical beast. Ling Tong and the girl instinctively grasped each other's hands. Su Ping stepped forward and said firmly, Don't worry, no one here can touch you too. Just focus on the fight. Ling Tong looked at him with a trusting gaze and softly replied, Okay. Xiao Feng at that moment explained the familiar rules of the game. Nurture the beast and then battle it out. The first round is to tame the wild beast, the next is to fight them. Defeat the opponent's beast and you win. 3 rounds, 2 wins. Ling Tong nodded without hesitation, and Xiao Feng's lackeys immediately brought out the cages. Upon seeing the magical beasts in the cages, Ling Tong shuddered. Long Hu, wearing gloves, sneered, This is the most chaotic and dangerous underground arena in the district. Don't even think of using those docile beasts here. You'll be scared to death soon, little flowers like you. Ling Tong broke out in a cold sweat. her mind flashing with images of the magical beasts attacking. Just thinking about it made her shiver uncontrollably. The crowd around the arena shouted loudly, "Go, you weakling, stop standing there like a piece of wood." Girl said anxiously, "This is bad. Ling Tong has suffered too many shocks, she shouldn't be here, she's not ready." Su Ping remained calm, "No, she's overcoming herself." Seeing him so confident, the girl was surprised. "You're just a passerby, you don't understand her situation," Su Ping asked briefly. "Have you ever heard of the story of the jar and the fish?" The girl frowned, confused. "What are you talking about?" Su Ping slowly recounted. "Once, someone put a fish into a transparent jar. The fish couldn't see the jar, only wanting to swim out. But after countless times of bumping its head and failing, it began to believe that the world outside was just an illusion and couldn't be reached. In the end, the fish spent its whole life trapped inside the jar." The story ended and the girl was still puzzled. "What are you implying? If we lose, we'll be beaten." Su Ping fell silent, his eyes seemingly still watching the invisible jar. His eyes sparkled with a strong belief. "Now the jar is gone. You only need to take one step out." The imagined jar seemed to lift, returning freedom to the little fish. Xiao Feng suddenly froze and the girl stared wide-eyed, as if witnessing something beyond expectation. A magical beast appeared behind Ling Tong, transforming into a dragon. She decisively said, "Let's begin." Xiao Feng's confidence wavered. "What is this? This chill is different from before. Stop being so cocky, watch how I defeat you." He exerted all his strength to cast the beast training technique. Seeing that the situation was still under control, Xiao Feng laughed proudly. "Most of the wild beasts used in this area have been removed from the main zone. The old ones have all been tamed multiple times and are familiar with normal beast training techniques. Only those who have fought in this district understand this. You won't win against me." Ling Tong spoke calmly. "I've completed the beast training," causing Xiao Feng to exclaim, "How can that be? How did you tame the old ones?" Seeing him stunned, the girl snickered. "Why not? Every time Ling Tong brought a beast here, she taught us the beast training techniques. It's great. Ling Tong from back then is back." Xiao Feng, annoyed, grumbled, "I'm done too. Now it's time for nurturing." Lackey immediately pressed a button in the stand. Su Ping, standing outside, noticed electricity subtly spreading. He observed carefully and thought the railing around the arena had been secretly electrified. If the magical beasts touched it, they would be shocked and disadvantaged. He needed to use spiritual energy to send Ling Tong a warning. Ling Tong also sensed something was off. "This is." After seeing no change, Su Ping sighed in relief. "Maybe I'm overthinking it." Both sides finished nurturing their beasts, and Xiao Feng ordered the berserk giant to ride. Ling Tong quickly shouted, "Lamb Leap Beast, enter the arena." The two magical beasts immediately charged into battle, their momentum colliding in an instant. Seeing the lightning flashing around the Lamb Leap Beast, the girl gasped, "It's electrified." Xiao Feng laughed. "My berserk giant has part of its body transformed into lightning element. The shock only causes light damage. You've already lost." The girl angrily cursed, "This is cheating." Su Ping remained calm. "Don't be too quick to judge. Electric resistance isn't just a lightning attribute." When the Lamb Leap Beast revealed its anomaly, Xiao Feng froze. "It's a My Armor Earth system. All the electricity has been grounded." Immediately, the Lamb Leap Beast swiped its claws, counterattacking the opponent. The stands erupted in cheers as Ling Tong claimed victory. Ling Tong casually stepped in front of Xiao Feng. "You have lost, according to the agreement. The students of the Earth class belong to us. I take my leave." Xiao Feng's subordinate widened his eyes in shock. How could this be? Xiao Tiu has been defeated. The man, beaten to a pulp, finally exhaled in relief. "Luckily, no longer must I endure that." The girl below cheered enthusiastically. "Ling Tong, you did great." Xiao Feng gritted his teeth in anger. "So annoying, how did I lose to a girl?" That man began drawing his weapon. "I absolutely cannot accept this." Xiao Feng charged straight at Ling Tong. "Don't think you can leave so easily." Su Ping, standing below, merely focused his gaze, and the pet suddenly appeared, subduing Xiao Feng in an instant. Su Ping only glanced calmly. The senior student strode forward fiercely. Without a word he moved to act. "Isn't this overbearing?" The girl exclaimed in surprise. "It's the senior." Su Ping asked curiously. "Senior, is he also from the Heaven class?" She explained immediately. "He is the oldest in the Earth class and the leader here. No one knows how many years he has stayed. Everyone calls him senior." Xiao Feng struggled in anger on the ground. "Let me go. Class 8 has disbanded. Only 7 classes distribute pet resources. If you dare touch me, future resources of Class 4 will rather be destroyed than shared with you." "Senior, think carefully. I am of the Tiu family. What I say, I do." Seeing him ramble too much, Yushurst immediately struck him. Xiao Feng yelled furiously, "Damn it, you dare hit me." Senior ordered in a deep voice, "This kid has helped our Earth class a lot. We can utilize everything possible but still distinguish right from wrong. Moreover, our people have received many instructions from him. The beaten man stepped forward slightly, calling, "Senior." On the arena floor, Xiao Feng was pressed, shouting, "Stop, Tiu." After a while, his face swollen from beating. "Senior, I know I was wrong. I won't dare again. Please spare me." The senior waved coldly, "Get out. If you dare enter the Earth class again, you will be dealt with immediately." The subordinate trembled, escorting Xiao Feng away. "Yes." Ling Tong's group approached him. "Senior, thank you for intervening." The senior replied calmly, "You are welcome." He turned to thank Ling Tong. "Thanks to your guidance, our people have improved greatly. I should be the one thanking you." She still lowered her head shyly, "But this time we angered Xiao Feng of Class 4. He really will cut off pet resources. If not for the class division, Class 8 could have still offered some support." The senior smiled lightly. "Don't worry. Lack of pets isn't a day-to-day problem. One barefoot is not afraid of those in shoes. No need to fear him. Speaking of the class division exam, if you get pushed down, don't worry, just join me. I have reserved good spots for everyone." Ling Tong's eyes widened in surprise. "Really?" The girl next to her glared warningly. "Stop talking nonsense, sharp tongue. Ling Tong is in very good condition now." Su Ping strolled forward. "I dare to ask, do you have surplus in your Earth class?" Senior squinted, observing. Seeing him calm, asked, "How should I address this brother?" Su Ping replied matter-of-factly, "Just a regular pet trader. I heard there is a market here. I want to survey it." After a moment's thought, the senior said, "Those entering the academy are usually well off. Families can spend a lot. Only those placed in Earth class generally have average talent or no backing. But if you plan shortcuts for that, forget it. This money is gathered by families to make their children capable. If it falls to me, the result will be like that person." Seeing the misunderstanding, Ling Tong hurried to explain, "Senior, you are mistaken. Boss 2 taught me several times. He is not a bad person." Su Ping added, "She is correct. I just want to see if there is sufficient capability to pay for my pet rental service." The girl was puzzled. "Rent pets? Can you really provide pets?" The senior sighed. "Perhaps you are not from the school. Pet trading is school monopoly. Without relations, cannot enter." Su Ping said seriously, "As long as there is a store, I can bring pets in, unlimited quantity, all ranks, high quality." Hearing this, the senior pondered. If this really solves pet resource problems, it is timely aid, but why are you so confident? The senior hesitated. "How do you plan to do that?" Su Ping smiled confidently. "Business secret anyway. Trying shouldn't hurt you, right?" Seeing his determination, the senior nodded. "Fine, I'll take you to the prosperous trade street of the Earth class." There a middle-aged man shook his head firmly. "Not selling." Senior politely persuaded, "Sir, if not for sale, renting is fine. Set your price." The old man shook firmly. "Not renting either. This shop was inherited from grandfather." Su Ping sighed, thinking, is this the prosperous trade street? He glanced at the senior and whispered, "Aren't you the leader here? Why not be flexible?" He scratched his head embarrassedly. "Being leader doesn't allow bullying the elderly." Out of options, Su Ping opened his observation system. "Let me see." The council system responded promptly. "Yes." A modern skyscraper appeared quickly. A while later, Su Ping approached the old man. "Sir, this is the top shop in Holy Land Metropolis. An entire building, renting for a year is enough for generations. Would you trade?" The old man froze. "Huh." The old man jumped up. "What trade? I trade." Su Ping immediately proposed. "If traded, sign this contract." The captain beside blinked. Unbelievable. Can trading pets earn that much in such a small place? What does he intend? While later Su Ping entered the room, signed the contract. The shop was his. System, I want to load this shop into the pet branch. He looked around smiling, then activated the chaotic control spirit pointer. Elsewhere in Class 4's office, the man asked Xiao Feng, "Who did this to you?" He immediately reported, "Master, it's the Earth class. They disregard law, bully by status." Hearing this, he was surprised. "Earth class? Then why attack you?" Xiao Feng shook innocently. "I don't know, just passing through Earth class, got beaten and threatened. Next time face punishment. Master must act for me." The man pondered. If this kid hadn't caused trouble, why punish this way? But the Tiu family is prominent. Holding anger may make following him difficult. Punishing the Earth class isn't really worrying. The man reassured, "Don't worry, tomorrow I will handle Earth class strictly, reclaiming justice for you." The man smiled contentedly. "Thank you, Master. In the future I will offer thanks." He nodded. "Yes, lead." After Xiao Feng left, he activated the system. The system responded, "Lao Su, what do you need?" He directly ordered. For the next 6 months, Class 4 will have authority over all disabled pets in the school. Scene switched back to the previous road. The collection vehicles still operated as usual. They dumped pet corpses on a vacant lot. Some outside pets spat fire, incinerating everything. A man tried to stop. "Ko True, how dare you take my pets?" Lao Lei knelt quickly begging, "Master Su of Class 4 Heaven Class, please stop them. The training council is about to hold." The association will recruit high-achieving students. Professor of Earth class, Lao Lei, what you do is like destroying exams before the big test. The man said coldly, your students injured mine, yet demand credit. What about Xiao Feng's injury? Xiao Feng joined in. Exactly. Your student intentionally hurt me. If not held accountable, this isn't over. Lao Lei froze. My student hit him. He turned to shout at two behind, who, step forward and take responsibility. They shook their heads trembling. Master, we don't know. Xiao Feng yelled angrily, don't pretend. It was your senior who did it. He charged aggressively, bring him out. If you stay silent, you bear it. Let's see how long you last. Senior arrived and asked, Master, why is everyone gathered here? No classes, Lao Lei shouted. How dare you touch heaven-class students? They brought a master to seek justice. Apologize quickly, or our prospects will be cut off because of you. A young man worriedly advised, Senior, run. They are here to retaliate. Xiao Feng smiled smugly. Finally you arrive. Today I will show you the consequences of offending me. Senior shouted directly, Xiao Feng, truly despicable. Hearing this he immediately ordered up, don't let him escape. The senior replied disdainfully, dream on. The rest charged with sticks, blocking in front where to run. Senior immediately opened a cardboard box in hand, then laughed loudly releasing them. Xiao Feng recoiled in shock. Inside the box were pets. Lao Lei was also astonished. 3 more, where did you get them? Senior smiled mysteriously. Times have changed, master. Now we no longer fear their temper with high-quality pet resources. Xiao Feng was stunned. What did you say? Lao Lei also found it hard to believe, really. Scene switched to the shop on prosperous Trade Street. Thank you, boss. The senior led everyone in. Everyone look around. The youths were excited, each hugging a pet. Lao Lei rejoiced. Truly everyone has a pet now. Xiao Feng was amazed. How can there be so many healthy pet resources? Impossible. Earth class was restricted. How could there be a pet shop? Senior smiled lightly. Then I tell you, now there are, moreover, not only pets. In addition, there were many types of food, specifically for pets, on display. Suddenly Xiao Feng noticed something unusual. The premium food that only the elite class with specialized training could use was available here. The school explained that all the food and pets here were sold below market price. The quality was no worse than the academy's exclusive supply. Hearing this, Lao Lei brightened up. That was excellent. Students had spent considerable elemental resources, so there was no need to worry about the next prejudice. This shop truly was doing good, not just business. Xiao Feng objected, Master, this shop surely has something hidden. Pets and food supplied by the school are all clearly registered, but this place may be operating illegally. Someone go and raid the shop. Confiscate all unregistered pets. The group immediately charged in with overwhelming momentum. Understood. As they crossed the threshold, the beast statue suddenly opened its eyes, its gaze sharp and cold. Soon, someone noticed this anomaly. When it stirred, everyone fled in panic. That massive beast dog had awakened. Xiao Feng recoiled, covering his face. That was a dragon roar. That golden-furred Long Quan was such a terrifying presence. Figure leisurely stepped out of the shop. Outside the commotion, what was happening? Seeing Su Ping, Xiao Feng froze. Su Ping smirked slightly and asked, why are you surrounding the guard dog of my house? The Long Quan's footsteps made the group pale and retreat quickly like a receding tide. Xiao Feng panicked, shouting, useless fools, you can't even fight one monster dog. Master, please command your guards. Su Ping stood straight, realizing they intended to use the strong to pressure the weak. The purple-haired man tensed. That Long Quan radiated the aura of a king beast. He had never seen this person in the school. It was said only a genius breeder from the association could control a king beast. Both strength and background made him untouchable. He forced a smile. I heard from students that someone was beaten in the letter district, so I came to mediate. Can you give us an explanation? The head student covered his mouth, chuckling softly. The master was so proud earlier, why so gentle now? That man gritted his teeth in anger. Ling Tong spoke to soothe. Don't worry, the owner promised to protect you. Let's recount the incident to the 4th grade master. The green-haired youth nodded in agreement. Xiao Feng smiled wickedly. No matter what you say, it's useless. The Xiao family funds the school generously every year. Master will demand justice for me. Earlier was just pre-ceremony post-war. He gaped at the others' laughter. Very reasonable, both sides took hits. Very fair. Xiao Feng was stunned. What? The purple-haired man continued. After the contest you even ambushed them, you still owe an apology. He asked awkwardly, Master, why defend them? Who are your students after all? He pointed at the Long Quan. This is a matter of justice. Even if the emperor errs, compensation is necessary. Apologize. Purple-haired man lowered his tone. Besides an apology, the medical expenses for the injured classmates will be covered by Xiao Feng. Everyone, is this handling acceptable? Xiao Feng was shocked. What? Both replied in unison, we have no objections. Hearing this, he shouted, heard clearly, apologize quickly. He remained stubborn, humiliated and still forced to apologize. The head student smiled coldly, we are only recounting your actions. Is that considered humiliation? Xiao Feng angrily activated the watch on his wrist. Fine, wait. If master doesn't help me with this small matter, I will call my clan. He waved and summoned his men. Subordinates immediately appeared. Young master, why did you call us? Those dare to slander me in front of everyone. Lao Lei shouted in horror. Those three were all strong peak fighters. The purple-haired man advised, know when to endure, they have accepted mediation. Think carefully. Xiao Feng gritted his teeth, I won't swallow this humiliation, I want to see destruction. Master, join forces with me, that monster dog might still not win. Ling Tong worried, 3 peak fighters are hard enough to deal with, if defenders join, consequences are unpredictable. Su Ping remained calm. These 3 peak fighters were only at the 9th level threshold, true masters hadn't appeared. He looked up and saw an elder descending. What, there is an even more formidable figure. It was Xiao Si, exuding overwhelming presence. He could sense the elder's presence, admirable. Xiao Feng broke into a sweat, dead, it's the 4th master, why did he come? The elder's voice deepened, daring to deploy Xiao family forces before me, do you take me for blind? Xiao Feng's face turned pale, sweat streaming. He pointed at Su Ping's group, 4th master, they bullied me, my injuries were caused by them. Master did not intervene, I had no choice but to seek help. Please demand justice. The head student frowned, you clearly attacked first. A system screen appeared before Su Ping, branch threatened, prolonged it would be unstable. Mission published, build reputation in this city. Reward, 50% Chaos Spirit Pool voucher for 1 day, valid for 1 month. Failure deducts 5 points, progress 12,100. He pondered, voucher, never seen a mission like this. Level 3 Spirit Pool generates 1,000 energy, halved to 500. Low benefit but effective after upgrade. Decided to accept. Ground shook, making Ling Tong and the head student stagger. What's happening? A giant hand carrying violent force descended. It was colossal spirit power. Xiao Si furiously pressed down, daring to bully the Xiao family. Mong Huck excitedly shouted, 4th master's action ends it. The old master dual-trained and raised combat pets to upper 9th level, the strongest pillar in 100 years of the Xiao family. Lao Lei hurriedly pleaded, Senior, please hold back. Hear our explanation. He did not allow them to speak. One palm struck down, but Su Ping's dragon stretched out and shattered the attack. Even he was shocked the technique was nullified. What? The other's eyes widened. That beast dog was the incarnation of the golden great dragon. Su Ping coldly mocked, old and still bullying the weak. Hit. At the command, it charged directly at Xiao Si. Xiao Feng panicked seeing him thrown aside, 4th master. The head student froze, a 9th level fighter defeated by a single roar. Ling Tong's eyes widened in admiration, truly formidable. Xiao Si staggered to his feet. Xiao Feng, why did you provoke such a person? He scrambled to support him. I don't know either, I only saw him as a normal shop owner. Su Ping calmly asked, can you now listen calmly? He turned to the purple-haired man, you are the 4th grade master, right? He smiled flatteringly, yes, let me explain. He patted the green-haired youth, Master Xiao, I guarantee in my capacity as master. Indeed, Xiao Si acted first. The owner intervened out of justice. This student is a witness. Xiao Si even urged me to help him get revenge, I always stopped him. Xiao Si glared, what? Xiao Feng, did you really bully him? Xiao Feng knelt in fear, 4th master, I was wrong, I won't dare again. Xiao Si glanced at him coldly, my 100 years of cultivation almost ruined because of you. Someone take him back. Family law, crippled leg, 5-year confinement to prevent further harm. Xiao Feng struggled and screamed as he was dragged away. Don't, 4th master. I know I was wrong. Bowed to Su Ping, I was negligent in teaching, offended you. May I ask your name? I am willing to compensate generously. Onlookers were shocked, Elder Bai Zhou addressing respectfully. Never thought the proud Xiao family would have this day. Su Ping whispered to Xiao Si, I am Su, the rest you can guess. He tried to recall Su. There were no clans like that in this region. Xiao Si suddenly remembered a Su from elsewhere. Could it be Su Ping from Long River? System voice sounded, congratulations, the owner's reputation increased, progress 47,100. Su Ping stood as others expressed gratitude. Thank you, if not for you, we might have been oppressed by that young master. He smiled warmly, protecting customers is the shop's duty. To thank, support regularly. When you are strong enough, no one will dare disrespect. The black-haired youth excitedly, the owner is right, the shop's goods are high quality, buying is gain. The head student cheerfully said, the owner said more help is needed, I'll assist. Ling Tong raised his hand, I also want to help. Su Ping sighed and declined, you should focus on exam prep. I'm used to managing myself, too many is inconvenient. Both expressed regret. He added, if I go out, I will need someone to watch the shop. Ling Tong and the head student happily replied, great. One night passed quickly. The next morning, the purple-haired man opened a suitcase full of gold before Su Ping. The owner wishes to present a small gift. He asked in surprise, what is this? He smiled, explained, just a token to make up for yesterday's misunderstanding. Zio C stroked his beard. I have already taught the vicious Zio Feng a lesson he won't forget. Su Ping turned his back and declined politely. I'm very busy. If you want to buy something, say it. If there's nothing else, please leave. The man with purple hair was stunned. Could it be that the boss rejected the gold? When they returned to the base, everyone immediately surrounded them, asking if there was still food for the pets. Su Ping waved his hand and called them over. Come here, I just got a new batch last night. After finishing the sentence, he summoned a glowing purple ginseng root. Su Ping's subordinate stared in awe. This ginseng is too strange. It's never been mentioned in books, boss. What kind of food is this? Ling Tong curiously peeked. The purple mist swirling, the color as sharp as ancient copper, the roots resembling dragon tails. Could this be the purple cloud heavenly dragon ginseng? He exclaimed in shock, what the purple cloud heavenly dragon ginseng? The purple-haired man was also shocked, never expected that the extinct pet food would appear in such a small shop. Curiously asked the price, boss, how much is this? Su Ping bluntly quoted, 330,000 spirit coins, no bargaining. Ling Tong nodded in agreement, all right, but he immediately intervened, wait a moment. TOC put his hand to stop her, boss, sell it to me. The purple-haired man quickly called out, no, sell it to me. Su Ping stepped forward to separate the two from Ling Tong, stepping back, first come, first serve. If you both want it, come early tomorrow. The purple-haired man thought for a moment, treasures like this are rare, can't wait until tomorrow, probably only encounter this once in a lifetime. He made an offer, I'll exchange the profit of half a year from our listed corporation for it. The purple-haired man wasn't to be outdone. I'll offer my research institute's advanced research rights for 5 years in exchange. People around them whispered, seeing the intense competition. The top city corporation's half-year profit is worth 10 small targets, it's too exaggerated. Being so generous is really typical of the TO family. The Research Institute under the 4th-class master's name isn't ordinary, it's the top facility for training 9th-grade masters, equipped with the best technology in the city. Just using it for one day would be a satisfaction. Su Ping folded his arms and asked again, with such a high price, what do you plan to do with it once you buy it? He explained, thanks to my network, countless people will come to admire this extinct 1,000-year-old ginseng. Even the Breeder Association will be in awe. We will immediately become prominent figures in the industry. TOC stroked his beard leisurely. I'll fully exploit its commercial value. Turning it into a $100 billion project won't be difficult. At that point, the commissions will naturally not be lacking. Su Ping turned to ask Ling Tong, and what about you? She softly replied, I'm afraid I can't bring as much benefit as they can. He smiled, it's okay, just tell me. She explained, have you ever heard of the ancient dragon race, the bloodline of the purple blood heavenly dragon? Many great masters want to restore its bloodline and dragon techniques, but lack materials and have to give up. The purple cloud heavenly dragon ginseng was originally pet food from that time. If we obtain it, the research won't only make breakthroughs but also push the entire field forward. Su Ping asked, is the resource shortage still holding back breeding techniques? Ling Tong lowered his head sadly. Yes, a lot. Most techniques related to ancient creatures can't gather useful materials because of dangerous wastelands, so development has slowed down. The purple-haired man crossed his arms and sighed. Some scholars have evaluated that ancient pets were much stronger than the current blue star, but the difficulty of restoration is too high. Just one item can't change the situation. If we fail, it'll be in vain. Su Ping smiled faintly, who said there's only one. Wait for me, I'll go pick more for you. 3 of them watched him leave, dumbfounded. He stammered, did the boss just say he's going to pick more? Ling Tong thought to herself, the boss's last name is Su, isn't it Su Quang? Half an hour later, the door flashed with a spark and opened. Su Ping stepped out holding 2 glowing purple ginseng roots. Done. The purple-haired man and TOC widened their eyes in disbelief. What is this? Su Ping handed each of them 1 root. Everyone gets a portion, hurry and pay. The purple-haired man hurriedly shouted, boss, take it easy. TOC quickly intervened, how can you treat a 1,000-year-old treasure like this? Su Ping laughed and reassured him, don't worry, it's not that precious, I still have plenty in my bag. The 2 men gaped in astonishment, while Ling Tong worried, boss, you're losing a lot of blood, are you alright? He shook his head, it's not my blood, it's not a big deal. The purple-haired man and TOC whispered to each other, what's the secret behind all these treasures? We've never seen anything like this in over 100 years. Ling Tong rushed over, let me wipe it for you. TOC raised his hand to stop her, wait, let me do it. The purple-haired man called out, "You old fox, doing this in front of everyone isn't appropriate." His gaze lowered slightly. Toc using his sleeve to wipe the stain off Su Ping's face made both Su Ping and Ling Tong uncomfortable. He even laughed and said, "No need to worry about gossip, boss. Your face is dirty, let me help." Su Ping frowned, "Get up or others might misunderstand. Remember to pay and keep your promise." Toc grinned shamelessly, "No problem." The purple-haired man also chimed in, "My portion too, please." Su Ping summoned a few more items. "Oh, by the way, I also found a few other types. Let's see if they're useful." Ling Tong immediately recognized them. These are Bodhi Herb Loam, Jade Dragon 7th Kingdom, and Spirit Demon Soul Herb, all extinct pet foods. Su Ping laughed, "You're quite knowledgeable. Want to buy any?" Ling Tong awkwardly shook her head. "Let's leave it for next time. I really want them, but the Purple Cloud Heavenly Dragon Ginseng already wiped out my food budget for the whole year." Looked at his watch and clicked his tongue. "Once a famous family of breeders, I heard the higher-ups only focus on research and are bad at business. Now it's hard to even buy materials, really makes me sigh." At that moment, a system warning announcement sounded, warning the host about signs of using the shop for personal gain. Su Ping smirked, "Who said I want to make money?" Ling Tong was surprised when he pointed at her and said, "Tio, Master Su, please give the great gift to her." She pointed at herself in confusion. "For me?" The purple-haired man and Xiao Feng both froze. "For her?" Su Ping nodded. "Yes, let her use it to buy resources and set up a research place. Is there any problem?" Toc hurriedly advised, "Boss, think it over, leave this food to me to manage. With the Tio family's support, I'll ensure you're on the global wealth ranking within a year." Ling Tong humbly said, "I can't bring that much return, is it worth it?" System sounded again with its mechanical voice, warning the host about attempts to exploit the manager for income beyond the set limits. "Don't think you can fool the system." Su Ping spoke coldly, since when is value only measured by money? The two men were stunned. The Tio family, as a breeding family, only cared about manipulating money flow. Even the master put benefits first, not understanding the struggles of low-level students, and wanted to bully the weak. He shouted loudly, "Is what you're doing worthy of your position?" The purple-haired man turned pale, sweat dripping from his face. "Yes, boss, you're right." Toc stammered, "Sorry, I truly feel ashamed." People around were moved, as expected of the boss. Even the grand elder of the Tio family and the master were left speechless. After the scolding, someone spoke up for them. "Boss, you're so kind." A senior student enthusiastically praised, "So cool, I've wanted to say that for a long time." The two men hurriedly flattered him, didn't expect the boss to be so righteous, not caring about personal benefit. The purple-haired man smiled obsequiously, "As long as there's a supply of food from the boss, I'll do my duty." Toc chimed in, "Me too, I'll respect the elderly, love the young, and save those in distress." Su Ping sighed and thought to himself, "They really think I don't want to rake in all the money. Dividends that aren't turned into energy are just paper, and high-end pet food is hard to sell, yet they want to control my sales channel. They're just asking for failure." He smiled and said to the system, "Listen here, investing in Ling Tong will first help bring pet food to the public, expanding the market. Second, it will unlock new pet techniques and breeding skill. The death training method I use is too dependent on tapping potential. I need other methods to increase combat power faster. Third, her research will produce papers, and I only need to put my name to qualify for Spirit Awakening." Su Ping looked at the system screen. This move is called hitting 3 targets with 1 arrow, all aimed at training the strongest pets. So where's the exploitation of management in this? In the blink of an eye, it was a new day. In the 8th class room during self-study, Feng Yilyang and the purple-haired man sat laughing and discussing. The video they just watched was really boring. That's right, the author must be outdated. The girl with bangs asked Ling Tong, "Should I bring the books back to the dorm now or later?" Ling Tong replied enthusiastically, "Just take them straight there. We'll stay there until the class division exam. We can rest there." She nodded, "Okay then." Two passed by their table. The man there was bored scrolling through his phone. "What game should we play later? I just found a really fun one." Seeing Ling Tong, Feng Yilyang stood up and blocked her way. "Oh, the busiest person in the class, huh?" Ling Tong replied indifferently, "Feng Yilyang, please move aside." He scoffed, "Are you not coming to the review room before the class division exam, or can't handle the pressure and gave up? This place doesn't accommodate useless people. Go back to your own class." The girl next to him quickly reminded, "Hey, stop it." Ling Tong silently walked past him and went to the desk to pack her books into her bag. The man laughed sarcastically, putting on airs of cold arrogance, but didn't respond. Ignored, Feng Yilyang got angry and rushed to snatch the book from Ling Tong's hand. He shouted, "What are you pretending for? Don't you hear me speaking?" Ling Tong hastily reached out to take it back. "Please return my book." The purple-haired man cheered, "So obedient, as I said, she'd do it right away." The girl with bangs angrily clenched her fists. "Stop it, are you guys children? Doesn't this seem childish? He raised the book high and taunted, if you want it, admit your mistake first, then I'll return it to you. Didn't you always pride yourself on lowering your head before? Feng Yiliang kept pushing, hurry up, I can't wait to see how you cry. Just then, Master Ding's bodyguard appeared and snatched the book from his hands. Feng Yiliang was startled as he was pushed back. Hey, you're the bodyguard of our class's master. The bodyguard didn't hesitate and knocked him down to the ground. The bodyguard coldly said, don't mind them, let's go. Ling Tong quietly said thank you. Man quickly ran to help Feng Yiliang up, are you all right? Then he asked in surprise, why is Master Ding's bodyguard protecting Ling Tong? He suddenly realized, so she has a special relationship with the master. The man crossed his arms and sneered. No wonder she's been so different lately. Turns out she has support. Feng Yiliang smirked cunningly. Follow them. I'll take some photos later. Let's see how I handle her. After speaking, the two of them silently followed her and the attendant of Master Ding. The man with the messy hair was surprised when he saw the destination was the researcher's lab for masters, wondering what she was doing there, and then smirking, thinking, what else could she be doing? Quite bold, let's go see. Inside was a spacious and well-hidden laboratory. The brown-haired boy immediately bowed when he saw Ling Tong. Sister Ling Tong, you've finally arrived. She didn't beat around the bush and immediately asked what had happened. He reported that when training the immature fierce tiger beast, its claws were continuously bleeding, with no clear cause. Feng Yiliang stood outside the door, looking inside and wondering why so many students from the Earth class had gathered. Inside, Ling Tong sat down to treat the magical beast's injuries and asked if they had overdosed on spirit grass and failed to properly treat the veins in the claw. The young man nodded in confirmation. She lightly nodded and said she understood the problem, then guided step by step on what to do next. He was excited upon discovering Ling Tong's secret. This was supposed to be a place for master researchers, but they were using it for basic training. Truly bold. There must be something fishy about the use of academy assets. He needed to record this and report it for proper handling. Master Ding's attendant appeared just in time, looked at the two of them and asked, what are you two doing sneaking around here? Feng Yiliang immediately pointed inside, accusing that the Earth-class students were occupying the research facility illegally. The attendant laughed, telling him not to speak nonsense. Ling Tong stepped out and asked what he was doing here. He sneered, saying he had caught them red-handed. Using master-level equipment without authorization was a serious offense, and if they didn't want to be suspended, they should reconsider. Ling Tong remained calm, activated her watch, and said, you can check it yourself. On the screen, the transfer terms for the special research facility usage rights between Shihao and Ling Tong were displayed, along with an agreement to donate training resources, funded by the Xiao family. Feng Yiliang was stunned. Ling Tong explained that the research facility was a gift from Master Shi of the 4th class, and the resource funding was provided by the Xiao family. The flat-haired girl stepped forward and said they should stop wasting time and restart the project on the Crimson Blood Heavenly Dragon. Ling Tong nodded, asking for permission, then turned and entered. The two short-haired men were wide-eyed when they heard about the restart of the Crimson Blood Heavenly Dragon project. If this research succeeded, even without the class division exam, many masters would be fighting to recruit her. It turned out she had been absent from class all this time to focus on this project. A giant lotus snail appeared, causing everyone around to marvel and take pictures with their phones. The man with glasses on the podium continuously introduced that this magical beast had been raised using the eightfold body technique, giving it superior strength and endurance compared to its original form, inviting the judges and investors to learn more. Its body was enlarged, yet still maintained stable endurance, evenly distributed without any local deformities, and its individual emotions were also stable. It could be considered a successful training case. He scratched his head and laughed, asking the judges to assess how many points he could get with this result at the competition. The judges raised their boards simultaneously, with scores ranging from 1 to 2 out of 10. One of them said that this was the highest score that could be given. The man with glasses was stunned when he realized that the maximum score was only 2 points. Please wait a moment, did you make a mistake in your judgment? One judge turned around and replied that this method had been outdated for hundreds of years, with limited practicality, and completely lacked creativity or progress. This was a competition gathering the elite training masters from the entire city, not a place for the mediocre. The host solemnly announced that the triennial event had officially opened at the Heavenly Dragon Academy, ranked 5th in the Holy Light District. Thank you to the school for providing the venue. The principal waved and smiled in response from the stand. city's top young talents were gathered here. We hope everyone will give their best, achieve high rankings, and find investors. We also thank Bai Lao for personally attending despite his busy schedule. Bai Lao stroked his beard and said slowly, "The competition will still follow the rules with 3 judges. Those who perform well will not only win a prize but also have the opportunity to join the Training Master Association for further specialized training." The audience buzzed, as it was rare for someone to be chosen. The previous competition had a 19-year-old reach the 8th stage. "So admirable, I also want to join the association to advance." "Forget it, so many wealthy families still haven't gotten in, how could they let you in for free?" In the inner area, the door slowly opened. A man raised a badge to prove his identity and led the group behind him to the reserved seating area for the heavenly class. The senior masters seated there were discussing whether they had selected any top talent. One said the association hadn't acted yet. The old men only picked the best seeds and moved quickly to take in disciples. Someone joked that if that was the case, the principal would have to call them brother. It was also mentioned that this time Master Ding was absent, reducing one opponent and the pressure, and everyone wanted to seize the opportunity. Su Ping quietly walked over and sat down, surprising everyone who asked who the young man was that dared to sit in the 9th class master's seat. Someone guessed that he might be a new member of the association, so young but already at such a level. He silently calculated, letting them remain unaware of his identity, so no one would compete with him for resources. The next contestant to present didn't perform much better than the man with glasses, using optical camouflage to become invisible, but the highest score was only 3. A judge coldly remarked that just applying a camouflage layer to a magical beast could not be considered a training technique, and it was easily detectable by spiritual energy. Although it had scouting value in the wilderness, it earned a few points for progress. Still, they advised to improve it. The investors immediately withdrew their funding, leaving the contestant frantic and trying to hold on to it. The other contestants discussed that this year's judging was too strict. No one had scored above 6 points, as Bai Lao was directly supervising and no one dared use underhanded methods. A judge glanced at the contestants and reminded them to hurry up if they wanted to be scored. If the competition ended without a score, it would count as missing the exam. A few people quickly asked the judges to move to another area because they hadn't finished preparing. Someone sighed in disappointment, wondering if there were no more talented people left. From afar, Ling Tong's voice rang out, "I'm here. Please come and see this side." The other contestants were surprised to see a girl step forward at this moment, truly daring. The judges praised her courage and instructed to lead the way. He led them to her area, a simple room that disappointed many people, thinking it lacked the high-tech feel, looking more like a humble area. How could it produce any remarkable results? A judge sternly said if she planned to use sympathy to ask for points, she should stop right now. Ling Tong confidently responded that she had no such intention and signaled that they had arrived. She raised a bottle of purple liquid, making everyone curious about what it was and what it was used for. A judge explained it was purple blood serum. Ling Tong smiled confidently. "Please observe carefully." In front of them was a 4th-stage dragon beast that had never been trained. She and her assistant exchanged glances and then simultaneously called out, "Dragon blood meridian severing technique." Everyone was shocked, wondering what would happen after absorbing the blood serum. Purple streaks of light sparkled in the air. The sky showed signs of abnormality, causing those with weak constitutions to feel the pressure, their minds seemingly crushed, as if a terrifying life form was about to awaken. Bai Lao looked at the shadow of the dragon appearing and was astonished. "Isn't this the Crimson Blood Heavenly Dragon, extinct for 9,000 years?" The image of the Crimson Blood Heavenly Dragon only flashed briefly, before fading into the void. The judge was stunned, asking if it had disappeared. The host was also confused, not knowing if they had just seen something or if it was an illusion. Ling Tong quickly took out her notebook and murmured that the result was far from what she expected. If only she had tested it earlier, she would have known. She had thought the scale would be larger. Someone beside Feng Yiling asked what had just happened. He replied, "No one knows. The dragon blood meridian severing technique might just be imagination. It seems Ling Tong hasn't achieved any remarkable results yet." He stroked his chin, saying the competition standards were so high that she'd likely score low. With so many people watching, this was just waiting for her to embarrass herself. Meanwhile, senior masters crowded around, requesting to replay the earlier segment. Everyone wanted to know who performed it and were fighting to get the first look. The image of Ling Tong appeared on the big screen, and the host announced that the special judges from Heavenly Dragon Academy were particularly interested in this contestant. The audience was amazed to see her face, realizing she was a student from the academy. The training association members buzzed, having discovered that Ling Tong was from the 8th class. So it's her. We didn't realize her talent before. Master Ding really hid this treasure well. I think her name is something like Jean. News about the 8th grade student Mao Cha. Ling Tong, 17 years old, nurturing master level 6, measured body stat, weight, passionate about reading ancient texts and research on nurturing. Join my sect. I possess a collection of rare books even the Tianlong library lacks. You can freely use them, choose me, and I will pass down exclusive nurturing secrets, plus you will receive free afternoon tea daily, choose me. Suddenly, 2 streaks of light flashed and shot across the sky. Principal and Bai Lao hovered high above. The principal spoke, apologizing to everyone. I must take the lead below. 7 loud shouts immediately called out to Old Fox. The host was also helpless before the talent dispute of the two, marveling that even Bai Lao, vice president of the Nurturing Association, and the director of Tianlong Academy, directly intervened. The principal glanced at Bai Lao and asked why the vice president was acting hastily. Bai Lao deftly evaded, merely going out for exercise to relieve stiffness. While the principal was robust, could he be as weak as this old man? The principal rebutted, don't deceive others. Clearly you intend to snatch my student. He laughed at being caught. The principal glared and said, don't be cunning, Shundai, 9 heavens Kai force. Bai Lao smiled faintly, replying that the battlefield never fears trickery, secret technique level 9, Earth Stomp. The host hurriedly commented that both had appeared here simultaneously. Bai Lao landed, waving for everyone to step back. The judges obeyed in unison. He excitedly asked to see the 2 nurtured pets. Ling Tong calmly invited them in. Her assistant whispered nervously, gaining Bai Lao's attention. Truly a stroke of luck. Those around gasped. It was rare for a genius to be personally evaluated by Bai Lao, but don't celebrate yet. His standards were even stricter than the judges. Bai Lao approached the Deathblood Tianlong. Legend said this was the ancestor of 10,000 dragons, with superior bloodlines. Even the golden ancient dragon at the top of the blue star ranking was hard to match. Its wings shimmered with purple lightning, scales shining with abundant dragon aura. Its gaze exuded royal authority. No doubt this dragon had successfully fused with the Deathblood Tianlong lineage. This method elevated bloodline potential, allowing restrained combat power to break through easily. The principal laughed in praise worthy of our school. Bai Lao stroked his beard and said in a low voice, though imperfect, the achievement was undeniable. I give 95 points. The host exclaimed in astonishment, 95 points, the highest level ever in the school. Bai Lao suddenly gestured, come with me, young lady, with association backing and my guidance, you will shine even more in the nurturing world. The principal immediately intervened, telling her not to follow him. You are trained by our school, stay to contribute. With me you will have the best resources and freedom to research what you desire. The audience was stunned at the lavish offers from both sides. The principal's treatment was top tier, but Bai Lao's inheritance was equally enticing. Learning a few secret techniques was enough to secure a future in the field. King Yilyang said in panic, he is truly a phoenix among sparrows. Those nearby lamented, if they could redo it, they would ally with him. Ling Tong was serious, surprising Bai Lao and the principal, who asked if she had decided so quickly. She replied, yes, I have made my choice. The host excitedly asked who would become the new star in nurturing. Association members discussed animatedly, some believing the principal had the upper hand due to power, others favoring Bai Lao for authentic discipleship and higher future prospects. Stop guessing, whichever she chooses, the future will be brilliant. Su Ping sat quietly, smiling, saying it was time to return to the shop to prepare goods. At the same time, Ling Tong thanked Bai Lao and the principal, and declared her decision to follow Master Su Quang for life. Su Ping froze upon hearing this. She recalled previously introducing herself as Su Quang. The crowd immediately buzzed, asking who this was. Never heard of him daring to compete with the two. Investigate in 10 minutes, full information required. The host awkwardly commented that after Ling Tong chose a stranger, the scene fell into chaos. Su Ping helplessly said on camera, the person she mentioned is probably me. The audience couldn't believe it until they saw the screen, realizing he was Su Quang. Ling Tong chose him. Bai Lao showed disappointment. The principal pointed and asked if there was a mistake. Who is he for you to decide this way? Ling Tong seriously replied, whenever I face difficulties, Boss Su helps from materials to research funds. Without him I wouldn't be where I am today. The scene was shocked, as materials for the Deathblood Tianlong project, thought lost, were actually restored by this person. Su Ping stood high and said she was about to leave, yet still wanted to follow. Ling Tong replied, as long as I can work for Boss Su, I am willing to go anywhere. The principal objected vehemently, saying Shengguang is the global nurturing sanctuary and an A-tier fortress city. No place more suitable for growth. Taking her away would harm the young talent. Ling Tong calmly said to the principal, learning from 1,000 books isn't as valuable as traveling 1,000 miles. Zheng Guang, though praised, still had many undocumented methods, such as the death-nurturing techniques of Boss Su, which left contestants bewildered, fearing losing talent would be regrettable. The principal firmly refused to let her follow Su Ping, saying to lead she must prove her ability. Only top-tier nurturers deserve to be her master, compete with me, and win first. Su Ping casually glanced at Bai Lao and Master Su, asking why they wouldn't say a word. He silently agreed they wanted to witness his true skill. Su Ping sighed, fine, but this match will not be free. Principal suspiciously asked what else he desired. Su Ping stepped down and requested the match be live-streamed across the city. He responded lightly, as if walking on air, impressing everyone. Someone explained this was hovering flight. Only new masters can control vital energy. Achieving it so young, the principal laughed, approving confidently, leading him to the citywide livestream equipment for nurturer duels. The audience continuously wondered who this young man was, daring to challenge the principal of Tianlong Academy. Someone remarked he looked familiar, perhaps seen online, quite interesting. The principal suggested using a beast duel to determine victory. Su Ping nodded in agreement. At that moment, a deep sound came from within a cage. Those nearby panicked, looking at the cage squeaking, worrying whether such a dangerous creature should be used in the duel. Principal enthusiastically introduced the school's 9-die pet, aggressive by nature. If unsure, we can swap for a lower-level one. No worries about the live stream. Su Ping thanked him but said this was sufficient. Golden light suddenly radiated from his body. Light condensed into a humanoid figure. The ferocious beasts in the cage shifted from hostility to fear and collectively knelt when sensing the overwhelming aura of the strong. Su Ping looked at one monster and said, "Now that it's human, stand up." The armored ice beast stirred slightly. The audience was continually amazed as he tamed the 9-die pet with a glance, commanding it to sit or stand without touching it. Bai Lao explained this was not just taming, but choosing the creature with the highest awakening potential from the school's selection. The host excitedly said the duel between masters had begun from such small detail. The team leader spoke, "Your armored ice beast has high talent, but my fiery spirit pet is no less." Right from the start, he analyzed that the infernal flame dragon claw facing the iron-armored ice fang beast was essentially a clash between fire and water. However, when the opponent had previously chosen the ice beast, using the fire type despite its disadvantage seemed somewhat reckless. Bai Lao immediately interrupted, affirming that the dragon-type ultimate skill did not fear elemental suppression. A strong dragon bloodline could even compensate for a disparity in talent. With proper nurturing, overpowering the iron-armored ice fang beast would not be overly difficult. More importantly, the Heavenly Dragon Academy was famous for training dragon-type pets. Their dragon transformation spirit skill had earned nods of approval from many masters in the association. The principal laughed, admitting that nothing could escape the vice president's eyes. He had intended to pass the dragon slumber spirit skill to Ling Tong after accepting him as a disciple. Then he excitedly declared he would give everyone a broadened perspective. When the 100-year dragon bone was activated, a blue dragon image gradually appeared within the light stream. He was astonished to see the dragon soul materialize from the rare, single-use dragon bone. Members of the Breeder Association could not help but marvel. It had been a long time since the principal truly acted, showing that Ling Tong had indeed been chosen. The principal shouted, "Unleash the spirit." Everyone present was stunned by that terrifying aura, unable to imagine how fierce the next beast battle would be. Yet the other side remained completely calm. At this moment, Su Ping casually fed the iron-armored ice fang beast, telling it to take its time. He was shocked to see him give the beast a large amount of Buddha heart herb, a herb that slightly boosts comprehension. Spectators speculated whether he intended for it to randomly grasp a skill mid-battle. Su Ping smiled in satisfaction, saying it was enough. Thunderpath Seal continued. In an instant, the sky darkened, and lightning suddenly flashed across the firmament. What is happening outside? The sky was clear just now. Why the sudden thunder? Bai Lao looked up, muttering, could it be the Saint's spirit insight? With each of Su Ping's incantations, bolts of heavenly lightning descended one by one, completing the seal. 766 Thunder Path, Flying Lightning Heaven Shadow Shield. The iron-armored ice fang beast opened its cold eyes, while Su Ping leisurely stated he was done. The audience was utterly astonished. Everything happened too quickly. He doubted himself, if not witnessing it firsthand, it would be hard to believe that Su's nurturing method was completed so swiftly. Infernal Flame Spirit Dragon. Both the iron-armored ice fang beast and the flame spirit dragon had completed their nurturing, their speeds almost equal. Many began to doubt, fast yes, but the iron-armored ice-fang beast seemed unchanged. Some thought the young breeder could only do so much, as nurturing required years of experience. Compared to the principal of Heavenly Dragon, he was still inexperienced. Only evolving it might give a chance to win. Ai Lao silently judged that what Su Ping had induced was no ordinary lightning, but seemed to touch the essence of the thunder element. Only breeders with Saint Spirit aptitude could approach the essence. Bai Lao admitted he thought Su Ping was far from that realm, but the gap was surprisingly narrow. He stirred the atmosphere, announcing that the most exciting beast battle was about to start. First round begins, Infernal Flame Sea. Iron-armored Ice Fang Beast was ambushed but still skillfully evaded. He commented that the Flame Spirit Dragon had taken the advantage, using its level 8 pet skill Infernal Flame Sea to control the situation. The arena temperature soared to 600 degrees, and failure to react promptly could severely harm the opponent. The Flame Spirit Dragon countered, Dragon Breath Absolute Flame Slash. Blades of fire shot toward the iron-armored Ice Fang Beast. With a relentless offense, the level 9 pet skill Dragon Breath Absolute Flame Slash nearly blocked all escape routes. Was the battle over? The audience cheered at the ferocious combat, the attacks overwhelmingly dominant. Truly a pet trained by the principal, experience was evident. He confidently stroked his beard, reminding Ling Tong that the opportunity to be chosen as a disciple was rare. Ling Tong forced a smile, subtly reminding that the battle seemed not over yet. Principal's eyes widened in shock. The image of the iron-armored Ice Fang Beast gradually vanished, revealed as a residual image, leaving the Flame Spirit Dragon bewildered. Only 2 humans and 1 beast remained on the arena. The iron-armored Ice Fang Beast's figure had disappeared. Su Ping curled his lips provocatively, saying it was here. A silent wind rose from his direction, flinging the flame dragon far away. He was stunned as the strong wind suddenly swept by, extinguishing Infernal Flame Sea in an instant. The principal refused to yield, using his level 9 enhanced vision to track. He asserted that the iron-armored Ice Fang Beast's breath remained on the floor, unable to escape his sight. Suddenly he gasped in horror. He asked what he had seen. Bai Lao replied that seeing once was better than hearing 100 times. Switching to high-speed cameras would reveal all. He nodded, requesting the director replay the slow-motion footage. Whether live or on screen, all spectators showed identical astonishment. The live broadcast continued uninterrupted. When the iron-armored Ice Fang Beast launched an attack, only fleeting afterimages were visible. He announced that the iron-armored Ice Fang Beast was flying. Even high-speed cameras could not capture a clear shape. The audience realized that the wind was created by its extreme speed, truly beyond imagination, proving the young breeder's terrifying strength. While no one paid attention, one of the Flame Spirit Dragon's horns was trimmed. The principal could not believe his eyes. His Flame Spirit Dragon hadn't even counterattacked yet. Su Ping leisurely snapped his fingers to signal a halt, asking if it should continue. The iron-armored Ice Fang Beast's claws were close to the Flame Spirit Dragon's neck, making it tremble. The principal collapsed in helplessness, unwilling but forced to admit the vast gap. He declared no more battle and conceded. He immediately announced the result. The iron-armored Ice Fang Beast won overwhelmingly. The victor of this match was Su Quang. Bai Lao corrected that his real name was not Su Quang but Su Ping, from Longjiang City. The audience collectively marveled, realizing Su Ping Longjiang was the one who had shaken the network with the starless battle, at least legendary rank. Youthful and gifted, his training method was exquisite. It was said his shop nurtured quickly and efficiently, indeed impressive. Everyone admitted the principal was strong but far weaker than Su Ping, both in combat and training ability. Some suggested the most suitable candidate as Ling Tong's master was him. Those beside Ling Tong were astonished, the red-haired one also commenting that he was indeed extraordinary. His reputation in the city reached the pinnacle. The system congratulated task completion and issued a 50% discount voucher for the Chaos Spirit Pill for 1 day. Su Ping confirmed on the system interface, completing and receiving the effect. Principal regained composure, enthusiastically shook hands in admiration. He asked the name, source, and whether he could be taught a little of the training technique. He remarked that the question was too direct since the secret technique was hard to teach externally. Su Ping calmly replied that the move was called Thunder Path Seal, gained by fate but not fully comprehended, so he could only use it himself and could not teach yet. The principal regretted, for if the technique were perfected, it could change the entire training world. Su Ping raised his hand to channel Thunderlight, saying there was no need to mention it. When his understanding of Thunder Paths advanced, he would find a way to record it fully. Members of the association were stunned when they saw him willing to openly share his secret. Very well, When that moment comes, I will definitely support him fully. No matter how high Su Ping's masterpiece costs, I will willingly own it. Su Ping confirmed that my training method has no intention of charging any fees. It will be uploaded for free online when the time comes. Everyone was even more astonished. Sharing for free, could there really be such a good thing? He calmly replied, that's right, but this is not just for everyone. It is to create a fair opportunity so that anyone can access advanced training techniques. The red-haired person was moved to tears. He still thought of us. Boss Su, I am willing to follow until the end. The purple-haired person took Ling Tong's hand. Meeting a great teacher is truly a great blessing. Hurry up and pay your respects to the master, don't keep us waiting. Ling Tong replied, if I go you guys must be okay too. The purple-haired person smiled, don't worry. Thanks to you, many grandmasters have already contacted me. Bai Lao lifted his cup of tea and spoke. Ling Tong knelt down and offered the tea as a sign of respect. From now on, I must honor the master like a biological father. Every meal and sleep, I will take care of him wholeheartedly. Ling Tong gently replied, yes, I will remember your teachings. Su Ping stopped him. He reached out to receive the tea. There is no need for such grand ritual. Considering age, I am not much older than Ling Tong. Her refusal to others shows a very clear determination. Moreover, I am healthy and full, so I don't need anyone to serve me. Bai Lao shook his head and explained, once a master, always a father. That is a tradition that cannot be casually broken. He arrogantly replied, coincidentally, my rule is not to follow the beaten path. Today, Ling Tong does not need to kneel before me. In the future, she will not need to kneel before anyone. When with me, the only thing you need to do is to focus on your strengths until you become a unique existence in that field. So, how about it? Do you dare to try? Ling Tong silently looked at Su Ping, then took a step toward him. Girl smiled and replied, yes. Bai Lao helplessly looked at the two of them. Do as you wish. Su Ping suddenly called, Bai Lao, there is one more thing. With Ling Tong's help, my Dao heart will soon be unlocked. Combined with my newly developed ancient training technique, my thesis will certainly be fine. Therefore, Bai Lao interrupted. You want to learn to open the spirit first, right? Su Ping calmly replied. As expected, only Bai Lao understands me. The old man shook his head in refusal. Think again. Finish your thesis, then we'll talk. I can't even manage your disciple, but I can't teach you. Su Ping mumbled, old fox. A subordinate entered and reported. Report, Vice President. The pioneering investigation team you sent has returned to the city. Bai Lao immediately asked, how many people returned? The person respectfully replied, the entire team is safe and unharmed. Su Ping asked, is something wrong? Bai Lao looked at him and explained, this team had lost contact and I thought they were in trouble. Now they are back safely, it's truly a relief. After the conference ends tonight, we will hold a press conference to report the results of the investigation into the abnormal activity in the wilderness area and discuss countermeasures. Strong experts from all cities will be present. You should attend as well. He nodded. All right. Headquarters of the Training Association in Dallas. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. The noise filled the air. When you all arrived, did you encounter the anomalies that Bai Lao mentioned? Yes. Many rare beasts appeared in unusual locations. It felt like they were avoiding something. The fact that it caused such large-scale disturbances is not simple. Could it be related to the Four Kings? Not sure, I hope not. You must know that the Four Kings are all at the peak of the celestial realm. Even those from the Wind Tower might have a hard time dealing with them. Team leader Liu Hong stood on the podium and announced, now the pioneering team from the association will report the results. After thorough investigation and comparison with other city teams, we have not found any clues related to the Four Kings. Team leader Liu Hong presented. The entire hall immediately stirred. Why is there no news about the Four Kings? Then where did the abnormality come from? Why did you lose contact before? He raised a blue crystal. It was because of this, someone asked. What kind of mineral is this? Hong Qiu explained, this is not an ordinary stone. Crystal had been swallowed by the beast behind him. The crowd erupted again. When the white shining silver wolf with lower rank 9 bloodline absorbed this strange crystal, it erupted with strength reaching mid-rank 9. Bai Lao added, unlike a temporary boost, this is a permanent upgrade. Everyone was even more astonished. It normally takes a very long time to rise from lower rank 9 to mid-rank 9. Hong Qiu confirmed, I'm sure everyone has guessed the source of the anomaly. A new rift in the void appeared in the wilderness area. On the other side is a planet rich in this type of energy mineral. Around the rift, large numbers of fierce beasts gather, strong enough to destroy a standard B-level base. The danger level is extremely high. Only then did everyone understand. I see. The investigation team lost contact because they entered the rift to investigate, right? The strategic value of this energy mineral is enormous. We must find a way to deal with the fierce beasts gathering there. Not only do they obstruct resource extraction, but they also threaten the safety of neighboring cities. The establishment of a base near the rift cannot be delayed. Hong Qiu proposed, If we want to clear out the fierce beasts, our team has a small path leading to the rift. We can take the advantageous terrain first, but we need to summon more elite combat forces for support. Another person added, for elite candidates we have suitable nominees. Yes, Brother Sue, we hope you will take action. The brown-haired person with the scar showed skepticism. He's too young, does he have enough strength? Su Ping sat up straight and said seriously, I suggest sending the mineral samples and the beasts that have used it for thorough testing. Do not act hastily before confirming the safety and side effects. The other person rebutted, we've been using this crystal for dozens of days and haven't seen any problem. If there was danger, why would we risk bringing it back? Su Ping replied calmly, it's not that I doubt you, just that a few dozen days isn't enough to rule out the possibility of slow toxin accumulation. Bai Lao raised his hand and said, that's right, we must consider both the pros and cons. This time I agree with Su Ping's opinion. Since Bai Lao spoke up, the brown-haired person with the scar reluctantly placed the item on the tray carried by the person in black, who then took it away. He muttered to himself, since when has the association allowed young people to lead? Bai Lao laughed heartily. The waves behind push the waves before. Sometimes it's good to give the juniors a chance to show themselves. 5 hours later, the person in charge read the report. Report Vice President, the results are in. We'll call this energy glass for now. After dozens of tests, no harmful components were found. Side effects are nearly non-existent. The other person crossed his arms and said, see, giving them a chance was useless. We've been working for the association for years, could we have been wrong? Others nodded, that's right. Brother Sue, people from outside the profession directing those in the profession is a taboo. Team leader Liu is the expert, we should listen to him. The brown-haired person with the scar asked proudly, any more questions? Su Ping continued to ask, what are the characteristics of the world on the other side of the rift? Are there native inhabitants? What is their strength? Screen displayed interference waves. He looked at the device on his wrist. As you can see, there's a strong magnetic field on the other side causing interference, so we can't get any visual. As for the native inhabitants, we haven't encountered them yet, so we don't know. Su Ping pondered and then said, so this is no different than having no useful information. He thought, as long as I know the appearance of that world, I can safely search in the training grounds of the system. With such powerful, effective resources, I must be cautious. When Su Ping stood up, all eyes were on him. I will go with you to handle those fierce beasts. The brown-haired person with the scar sneered. Bai Lao, this one is too inexperienced. I can't even feel his spiritual energy. Please dispatch at least 15 level 9 high-rank combat beasts for me. Bai Lao smiled. Team leader Liu, you've been in the wilderness area for so many years, you probably don't know the recent situation at the base. Let me introduce it to you. He looked at the aura radiating from Su Ping and said, this young man is the new legendary beast trainer Su Ping, a powerhouse who can fight 10 by himself. The other person's eyes widened. What, legendary? He quickly clasped his hands together. My apologies, I misspoke earlier. Someone this young has already reached such strength, surely extraordinary talent. With Brother Sue's help, we only need 3 more rankings to wipe out the fierce beast lair. Bai Lao declared, good, we'll gather the personnel tonight, rest for a night and set off early tomorrow morning. The scene changed to a mountain covered in red hue. The helicopter flew over the forest painted red. The captain slowed down and announced they had reached the target airspace. Inside the cabin, a quiet atmosphere enveloped the group. Yin Xiao looked at the screen on his wrist and asked, Team leader Liu, is the rift in this forest? Why couldn't the satellite locate it? Han Ling beside him said, yes, didn't you say there was a small path? Flying straight in like this is too obvious. The brown-haired person with the scar replied, the rift is hidden in a cave. It's normal that the satellite can't detect it. Walking through the dense forest below, it's very easy to get lost. He smiled and asked, I've been working for the association for decades. You 2 rankers still don't trust me. Su Ping remained silent. This person seemed to be hiding something. Suddenly the helicopter shook violently. It was attacked and plunged down with the alarm sounding. Enemy attack. Scatter. Under the command of the brown-haired, scar-faced man, the group quickly landed on the open ground and immediately adopted a fighting stance. He cleared his throat and shouted, the armor that can withstand a 9th-tier beast's attack has been pierced with a single blow. And Ling immediately recognized them as the magical beasts rushed towards them, shooting laser-like beams from their mouths at the super-powered individual. He charged forward and set up a barrier. There are too many, I'll hold the line, you counterattack. Yin Xiao understood and responded, got it. She leaped forward and unleashed her ultimate move. Eagle Claw 100 slashes fist. Beasts panicked and fled behind nearby trees, but those places weren't safe either. Yin Zio's attack still forced them to tumble. A beast let out an eerie laugh as a red energy surged from the place it was struck. Han Ling kept attacking inside the barrier, mocking, "These guys are really good at hiding. My eagle claw can cut through steel, but it only left a faint scratch. Those trees must be something special." He was startled when he felt an ambush from behind. Su Ping immediately rushed to assist. "Careful behind you, spirit-breaking strike." But his wrist was tightly coiled by the beast's tail. Su Ping struggled to grip the tail and said, "Senior Toe, don't worry about me and Han Ling. These beasts are tough, but they're no match for top-tier beast tamers like us. Please focus on yourself." He suddenly realized that fighting in the air wasn't a disadvantage. They could hide while they became sitting targets. The brown-haired, scar-faced man suggested, "These beasts aren't too strong, maybe we can split up and deal with them, then regroup." Yin Zio immediately agreed, "I've had enough, let me handle them with my beast." Han Ling was full of spirit, "Let me use my battle beast to capture them." Su Ping flew up, wait, splitting up without knowing the full situation is dangerous. The enemy responded confidently, "Don't worry, Senior Toe. We've already scouted them, we can handle it." He muttered softly, "I hope so, all right then." Su Ping waved his hand, summoning Zio Kyulu, "Strike quickly and decisively." As soon as Zio Kyulu appeared, it charged straight into the battle. The sword in its hand sliced through the air, cutting down the incoming killing intent. Beasts howled as Zio Kyulu's sword struck them. They were severed with their heads and bodies separating, but they quickly reformed. After reforming, the beasts roared as if revitalized. Su Ping calmly clapped his hands, "Let me try this technique." As soon as he finished speaking, a golden glow emanated from his body, creating pressure so intense that even those watching felt it. This time, the beasts were scorched and dropped to the ground. He continued to channel his internal energy, preparing for another move. Su Ping, working with Zio Kyulu, unleashed Twin Dragon's bewitching strike. The strike hit the ground with immense force, creating a giant crater, but the beasts were still moving. Su Ping clenched his fists tightly, feeling the tension. He observed carefully and muttered, "What could withstand that strike?" Their bodies melted like liquid, but the horns remained intact. Su Ping pondered, "Are those horns or spikes? How does such a thing exist inside these strange beasts?" A sharp cry from his teammates startled him. Su Ping and Zio Kyulu landed lightly. It was a cry from Han Ling's group, "Let's go, Zio Kyulu." After speaking, the two of them rushed off. A giant beast had appeared where Han Ling was standing. Su Ping arrived just in time to see the creature. The 8 beasts around them cheered excitedly upon seeing him. He gritted his teeth and threw a golden punch. "Damn it!" Su Ping charged forward, flinging them aside, clearing the path. The beasts screamed as they were hit by his punch. But against the giant, the punch was insignificant. It let out a deep laugh before opening its mouth to unleash an attack. Su Ping immediately recognized the characteristic. Its attack sped towards him with incredible velocity. Su Ping quickly raised a barrier, while summoning a divine beast to join the fray. He furrowed his brow thinking, the second form of the spirit-breaking divine fist can defeat a powerful opponent just entering the Han Sea realm in an instant, but this beast blocked it easily. It's not only strong but unusual. Moreover, it seemed to laugh like a human. Was that not an illusion? Su Ping immediately used dragon form technique, calmly pulled Zio Kyulu and the dragon shadow back to his side. Giant beast snarled, "Are you scared now?" The words made Su Ping's face turn pale. Su Ping's dragon shadow groaned as it was struck by the beast. He muttered, "This really isn't simple." That only strengthened Su Ping's resolve. "I must capture you and uncover the secret." He took out 2 new treasures. An intermediate beast capture ring with a 75% chance to tame a 7th tier beast, 50% for an 8th tier, 25% for a 9th tier, and low odds for a king tier beast, and a high-level beast capture ring that could definitely capture beasts below the 9th tier and had a chance for a king tier. He thought to himself, "Fortunately, I gathered some intermediate and high-level rings before. Though they drained a lot of energy, they're still worth it." Su Ping silently thought, "Once you're in my shop, no matter what skills you have, you'll have to accept defeat." He was startled when 2 young beasts suddenly charged at him. Su Ping moved swiftly between the 7 aggressive beasts. His entire body burst into flames of rage. "Don't block my path." Su Ping summoned all his internal strength. The giant beast roared and struggled as it was held tightly. Su Ping immediately shouted and unleashed a barrage of energy spikes. It stood still as Su Ping's treasures flew towards it one by one. Despite that, the giant beast used its head to toss the items aside. Everything exploded into pieces, and it grinned wickedly as it stared at Su Ping. He was still busy sending signals, and had already transmitted the target coordinate. The system activated, starting alignment, locking firmly onto the designated target. In the dense night, a brilliant golden halo suddenly flashed. The giant beast was forced back, its body staggering. It snapped its head up as the blinding light approached. A violent strike descended directly onto the massive body of the beast. He screamed in pain as if being burned. Suddenly a shadow darted past. Yahello stopped in front of it and raised his sword. The man staggered, swinging to block the boy's sword. The remaining two dragons surged simultaneously, attacking from different directions. Its horns shattered one by one under the armor-breaking blows. The beast had to exert all its strength to fling Yahello's sword away. It angrily turned to deal with the shadow. Before it could act, another golden beam poured down. It thrashed in a sea of fire, raising its head warily, roaring it would not be trapped again. A punch tore through the flames before it when four of Su Ping's items shot forward. The beast froze, staring at the objects flying straight at it. It hastily raised its hands to block and was shocked to see the items melt and vanish. The boy kept swinging his sword, creating a dense rain of items. It sneered contemptuously, realizing most were fakes. The smile stiffened when it found one was real. Yahello taunted, "Make the most of your laugh while you can." A burst of golden force erupted from the ring. The power became invisible chains, pressing the giant body to the ground. Before fading, it still gritted, "How is this possible?" The remaining beasts scattered like headless snakes trying to save themselves. Su Ping gently landed on the ground, all eyes focused on him. He bent down to pick up the ring lying on the ground. His gaze lingered on the two pieces of armor of Han Ling and Yin Zio. A fleeting memory annoyed him for being one step too slow. The brown-haired scarred man suddenly appeared behind calling Boss 2. At the sound, he flinched slightly. He turned his head to look back. He helped Yin Zio, asking if the beasts had been driven back, eyes full of surprise at the chaotic scene. All the recent beasts had been driven off by the boss. Hearing him, Su Ping turned back slightly. He observed the intact armor on Yin Zio, then looked at the torn piece under the black dragon. He stood up, stepping near the black dragon's claw, murmuring that those beasts were unusually strong. Placing his hand on the rough foot, he said even the Hell Zhu Long Shu, usually hard to injure, could not stop them. He himself had to exert full force to hold them back. Brown-haired scarred man bowed apologetically for misjudging the enemy's strength. Elder 2, forgive me for the trouble. They had not yet entered refined craft, and the team was down to 3. The armor beneath him gradually dissipated. Su Ping looked up, asking Yin Zio what he had said to Han Ling before the plane crashed. He shook his head, reporting no trace of the refined water as Captain Liu said, questioning why a plane was needed, and asked why Su Ping cared. Brown-haired scarred man smiled wryly, admitting the mistake and apologizing for underestimating, noting both he and Yin Zio were seriously injured. Su Ping ordered a return to base for a thorough discussion. He nodded in agreement. Brown-haired scarred man guided her away first, suggesting calling reinforcements and gathering more strong fighters, but both were unexpectedly grabbed by the black dragon. The dragon then flapped its wings and flew out of the red maple forest. The scarred man gaped, stammering, asking his brother why he did that. Standing on the dragon's back, Su Ping explained the beasts were too cunning, so returning to base this way would be safer. The two had to endure a little. He gritted his teeth in agreement. Su Ping gazed into the distance, thinking he wanted to enter the refined water as Liu Hong said to see with his own eyes, but could not know how many red-faced monkeys were hiding. Too many suspicious elements to risk. 8 remaining beasts stood on the ground, watching the 2 dragons depart. Soon they returned to base. Bai Lao's guards reported seeing the 2 dragons, sensing only 3 people's aura could it be. Black Dragon descended onto the rooftop first. Everyone worried seeing the brown-haired scarred man and Yin Zio return injured, requested Su Ping release the pets to take them for treatment. He stepped down on the rooftop, ordering private rooms for each, reinforcing with 10 armed 9th grade or higher guards, forbidding outside contact before permission and temporarily sealing their cultivation, leaving both stunned. Bai Lao frowned, asking if he intended to confine them. The chief guard said only dangerous criminals were confined. Captain Liu and Yin Zio were veteran combat pet masters with over 10 years of service and many achievements. What fault had they committed? Brown-haired scarred man panicked, explaining though he once underestimated him, they did not deserve this treatment. She weakly accepted responsibility for acting on her own and any punishment. The other guards expressed that without proof they were dangerous, it would be difficult to follow Su Ping's request. Su Ping said firmly, without clear evidence, but the enemy this time was unusually strong. No mistakes could be allowed. Please give some time and trust. Bai Lao nodded, permitting following his orders, though some objected as unreasonable. He firmly demanded compliance, then entered the office, stating Liu Gongkeo and Yin Zio were arranged as requested. Not everyone here had freedom like him. Recount the incident during the reclamation. He produced 2 sets of armor obtained from the maple forest, reporting he had not agreed to join under him. This must be the first time the association dispatched subordinate combat pet masters on a mission. Bai Lao nodded slightly in confirmation. Indeed, Yin Xiao and Han Ling were the first to go, his gaze stopping on the 2 sets of armor placed in front of him. He looked surprised and asked if these were the chest armors of the war beast trainers under our command. Why did you have 2 sets in your hands? Su Ping slowly recounted the entire story, saying that he had witnessed Yin Xiao and Han Ling fall, and these armors were identical to theirs. He made a judgment, suggesting that the man who resembled Yin Xiao now was highly suspicious. Su Ping speculated that there must be something shady behind this fake colonization. A subordinate wearing a black cloak knelt down to report urgent news to Bai Lao, who signaled for him to continue. Both he and Su Ping were stunned when they heard the report. Numerous colonization teams from various bases had brought back information regarding energy glass, and many large bases had decided to send additional teams to excavate this type of crystal. In the Extreme Path base city, 2 war beasts were fiercely engaged in battle. One suddenly became frenzied, overpowering and pinning its opponent to the ground. The young man wearing the ring spoke up, questioning what was going on. As previously the 2 beasts were evenly matched, how did the tactics suddenly create such a large difference? The crowd continued to press, stop beating around the bush. What are you actually going to do, Quan? The 8th level blue-haired expert laughed when looking at the glowing blue stone in his hand, saying it was all thanks to it. This was the quartz ore his brother brought back from a newly formed spacecraft. As long as the war beasts absorbed it, their combat power would increase significantly for the long term. The crowd murmured around him, thinking the ore was too miraculous. Some suggested paying to learn the location of the spacecraft. He casually agreed, as the information had originally been given to him by someone else. The 8th level blue-haired expert called out to see if anyone wanted to go mine the ore with him. Tan Bin eagerly joined the group, adding himself to the list, while the brown-haired girl anxiously advised against it, saying the space crack might hide danger. But he stubbornly said that even a small piece had greatly increased his combat power, having been stuck at level 6 for many years with no teams accepting him. While rare resources for accelerating cultivation were all in the Federation's mining stash. Han Bin walked forward, waving his hand and saying that just a little risk could lead to reaching the cultivation level that one normally wouldn't reach until 50. Wasn't this a rare opportunity? And he promised to bring back more pieces. The scene shifted to the registration area outside the city. 2 middle-aged men stood blocking the gate, asking everyone to turn back. The young man with black hair at the front was puzzled, and the man with the right hair explained that the blood forest had become a restricted area. The man with the left hair added that according to the instructions of the association, there was an unknown danger there, and no one was allowed to mine without proper investigation by the authorities. The crowd protested, stating that many teams had previously gone in and returned safe. The man declared that from now on, even the colonization teams were prohibited from entering. Anyone who had already returned would be interrogated by the authorities, and asked if anyone had any questions. Under the pressure of the 2 9th-level powerhouses, everyone turned pale and sweat profusely. Feeling heavy and out of breath, they apologized for their rudeness and promised to leave immediately. The crowd dejectedly turned back. Some complained that they were one step too late and missed the opportunity. The good items always went to others, and they even had to spend money on mining tools. The young man with white hair sighed and said they had no choice but to give up since the gatekeeper was a 9th-level powerhouse. At that moment, B letter 1EC9 NG letter 1EA1N suddenly appeared in front of him. He spoke up, saying that the association's behavior was too much. His friend had been taken away just for mining the ore, and even suffered severe interrogation just so they could take the ore for themselves. The young man with black hair asked if he was the owner of the war beast that had just used the ore. The person behind reiterated that people were being taken because of the ore. Tan Bin worriedly speculated that the so-called danger was just an excuse. The real goal was to monopolize the ore. B letter 1EC9 NG letter 1EA1N seriously said that throughout history, rare resources had always flowed into the hands of the authorities or major clans, and now this opportunity had been snatched away right in front of them. Who could swallow this anger? Everyone immediately agreed that if they were not blocked by higher-ups, they too would want to increase their cultivation and rise to a higher position. Seeing this, he declared loudly that he knew of a secret path to bypass the controls and leave the city. Just follow him. and they would reach the blood forest for mining. The crowd cheered with excitement, believing that the heavens had not closed off their last path. They continuously thanked him and called more friends and their own teams to join. The man thanked him, saying he had thought he would have to struggle for a lifetime without ever lifting his head, then asked his name. B letter 1EC9 NG letter 1EA1N smiled and replied to just call him Abby. The scene shifted to a white high-rise building. An H letter 1EA1C Lao pressed the off button on the device, ending the communication. He called Su Ping, saying that he had issued a ban on all global base cities to partially block it. But Su Ping was worried that if the news about energy glass was intentionally spread, the ban would be misunderstood. Bai Lao agreed that as long as people kept bringing the crystals back, it would be hard to resist the temptation, whether they were powerhouses progressing slowly or weaklings eager to rise. Su Ping gripped the ruby ring, determined to get to the bottom of the truth soon. Bai Lao said he had already interrogated Lu C letter 1ED9NGTRI letter 1EC1U and Yin Zio, asking what plans Su Ping had. Su Ping replied that he too had a subject to interrogate. Ending the call, Su Ping immediately summoned the giant beast. That man roared and was about to charge to attack, threatening with his words, but Su Ping calmly stopped its two giant hands, his attitude still composed. He squeezed tightly, causing the beast to writhe in pain, then coldly told it to get straight to the point. Su Ping easily twisted its arm back and interrogated what these energy glasses were, where they came from, and what their purpose was. The beast sweated profusely, doubting that Su Ping was hiding his true strength. Su Ping smirked and told it to guess for itself, then demanded an answer immediately, not to ask twice, which only enraged it more. Its two hands quickly joined together, growling that it would either be killed or wait to be swallowed. The beast was horrified when Su Ping suddenly charged forward and attacked straight to its forehead. He activated the teleportation skill, consuming 10,000 energy points, landing exactly where the beast was. At the same time, its body gradually faded away. The beast was stunned, not understanding what was happening. It was transferred to another location, and the people around remained calm. Some marveled that this human-shaped war beast was really handsome and asked Su Ping when he had returned. Seeing the crowd, the beast laughed loudly with excitement, but just then, a small golden sword shot through. The sword pierced through its enormous body. Honor appeared and joked that letting the guest die in the tiger's mouth was the new marketing style. Su Ping reminded her to be careful, not to casually kill it, as they still needed to use the super soul to extract its memory. The beast retreated in panic as it was cornered against the wall. Su Ping said, according to the usual rule, he would use 2 points of worker credits to quickly activate the super soul memory extraction, because he needed it urgently. Anna refused, saying that this time it would be hard to follow the usual procedure. Su Ping asked again why, thinking that it shouldn't be hard for her. She looked at him and said it was easy to say but very hard for him. Was he only coming to her because he had no other way? Honor explained that the right to set the price was no longer in his hands. This transaction required 20 points, and if it was something he couldn't handle in the future, the price would double. Su Ping laughed and reminded her that he was the store manager, and the regulations clearly stated that employees must follow orders. Was she not afraid of being deducted points? Anna lowered her head and replied that the regulation only applied within the scope of the pet store, and the system next to her confirmed that this was correct. She smiled confidently and said that while he was absent, she had already understood the rules set by the supreme power, that she was an employee, not the personal slave of the store manager, which stunned Su Ping. The system reminded the host to grow up and not rely too much. Su Ping unhappily said, "Fine, Anna. If there's a day when you become my slave, don't blame me." He calculated that the first time was 20 points, the second time 40, the third time 80, just 3 times, and it would exceed 200 points, qualifying for the excellent worker status, meaning if he wasn't stronger and needed her help 3 more times, he would have to bring her to the divine high realm and the contract would end. Anna clasped her hands and performed magic with a satisfied expression, seemingly having decided to make the trade, while the beast hurriedly looked for a way to escape. But before it could run far, Anna struck it down with a blow. It writhed in pain, its limbs flailing wildly. Anna stood in front and launched her attack. The super soul from afar could also clearly feel the pressure bearing down on the beast. Anbin saw B letter 1EC9 NG letter 1EA1N's expression darken and worriedly asked if something was wrong. He held his forehead and shook his head, saying he was fine. He continued leading the group forward, saying they were almost there. B letter 1EC9 NG letter 1EA1N smiled softly, muttering that he didn't expect humans to have powerhouses like this, then tightened his grip and decided on the direction. He snapped his fingers, causing the giant beast to explode, with the target being Longjiang Base City. Su Ping asked Anna if she had destroyed it. She denied it, saying a force recognized her before she could extract its memories and controlled the beast to self-destruct. He was angry about losing 20 points without getting any information. Anna took back the golden arrow and commented that the one he encountered this time was very crafty, much stronger than the previous ones. She thought that although it hadn't reached her level, Su Ping coldly said he already knew all that, and if there was nothing else, he wanted to request a point refund. Anna turned and said not to rush. She could rely on her experience and knowledge of 10,000 years to answer another question for him. Su Ping rested his chin in thought, then opened the clock screen to check the green stone again. He slowly explained, "This is what we call condensed energy. Consuming it can drastically increase power. Countless battle pet masters risked their lives to dig for it in obsession. Ultimately, where did this mineral come from? Explain its origin to me." She chuckled softly with hidden meaning, mineral and excavation. "Are you pretending to be dumb, or have you completely forgot?" Su Ping frowned in discomfort. What exactly is she trying to say? Stop beating around the bush. So many innocents suffered because of it, and even now many are still rushing to seek it. Anna replied sternly, "You've used similar items at our place countless times without realizing." He looked him straight in the eye and continued, "Or rather, the material had been altered into a similar form." Anna's words left him stunned and hard to accept. Su Ping muttered, "Similar item." He suddenly remembered the stone he obtained after his pet was deified. Physical lifespan and perception both surged along with the ability to counter demonic and spirit types and the chance to comprehend divine skill. Su Ping whispered material. He couldn't believe his own speculation. She meant those energy crystals. Su Ping asked blankly, could they have been man-made? The smartwatch on his wrist suddenly vibrated repeatedly. Su Ping answered the call. "Bai Lao, any news? Get straight to the point." Liu Gongchao and Yin Zhao suddenly died. "How did this happen? Did you do it?" he asked coldly. "Were your people silenced too?" "What?" he snapped. "Were my leads wiped out as well? Who has the power to do this?" Su Ping replied thoughtfully, "I'm not sure, but it seems someone is setting a trap to lure countless battle pet masters and eliminate them." Bai Lao continued, "Those crystals were condensed from the life force of battle pet masters." His students looked at the screen in shock. "Really? Never heard of this tactic. Do you have proof?" He whispered, "Quiet, there seems to be something in that red pool." Su Ping took it out to check. He nodded in confirmation. A fragment of a giant beast's remains slowly emerged from the dark liquid stream. Bai Lao asked curiously, "When you were ambushed in the red forest, did the beast leave behind anything like sharp spines?" Su Ping confirmed it, though only fingertip-sized. He added, "When Liu Gongchao and Yin Zhao fell, they also left behind spiny body parts as you described. At first I wasn't certain. Now seeing this we can conclude," Bai Lao announced, "those samples all belong to." He stated decisively, "The plant-type royal beast among the four kings is named Bayan Gan." Everyone was shocked to hear the name, Bayan Gan. "How is that possible, Bai Lao? The four kings are sealed in Shen Yuan and cannot set foot on Earth." Su Ping spoke gravely. "Shen Yuan, where the four kings reach the legendary high-level destiny. With a hand they can shake mountains and fill seas, steps capable of crushing all with humanity's current foundation. What door could hold them?" Bai Lao's subordinate quickly explained. "Su Ping, you misunderstand. Shen Yuan isn't a gate-like structure." He explained, "At the northern edge of the wasteland exists an artificial pit, averaging about 8,000 meters deep." Subordinate continued, "Its bottom lies hidden in a crevice between the starry sky." He added, "The planet behind the crevice called Shen Yuan is the prison that confines the four kings." Su Ping nodded in understanding. So the world beyond the fissure is also used as a sealed space. Yet he still wondered about the door. "Wait, you said it's artificial?" The other confirmed, "Yes. A pit thousands of meters deep cannot occur naturally, and that's why the four kings cannot intervene on Earth through the spatial rift." Continued, "Above the crevice is covered by a star sea condensed from countless powerful energies sacrificed by the human emperor. Terrain formed from the ground being violently pressed down." That was beyond his imagination. Just thinking about it was suffocating. Su Ping said, "The energy pressure at that scale could instantly obliterate anything emerging from the fissure." Bai Lao added, "Yet energy wanes over time, and the other side may have developed the ability to refine energy. If only they go out, it would be tolerable." He confessed his greatest worry was that the remaining three of the four kings had also broken the seal and descended to Earth. The three asked in fear, "Why?" But Bai Lao explained the entry to Shen Yuan. A subordinate answered, "Four legendary battle pet masters guard that place. Reminded if there is any movement among the four kings, they cannot remain silent. Su Ping suddenly understood Bai Lao's meaning. Su Ping's next words left everyone stunned. The four legendary guardians had perished, and on the surveillance screen appeared only disguised creatures from the other side. As he suspected, Bayan Gan was busily creating new products. Focused on his work, each horn falling at Bayan Gan's feet. Underground, a head was still being molded by him. Bayan Gan's other creations bowed to orders, existing strongly, probing the entity. Bayan Gan gave each a blue stone that attracted the entity's attention. Location at Longjiang Base City, they accepted respectfully. He waved his hand like a parent saying, "Go, go, children." Back at Bai Lao's base, subordinates anxiously asked how to respond if the hypothesis is correct. Bai Lao turned to command. First, urgently summon all battle pet masters who had left the wasteland after crystals appeared. Confine and verify identities to filter disguised creatures, including the four legendary Shen Yuan guards. Simultaneously enhance warnings about energy crystal scams to prevent further combat power loss. Finally appeal to the Feng Tower organization for powerful beings to confirm Shen Yuan's situation. Everyone obeyed in unison. Su Ping asked what he could do. Bai Lao replied, "The other side possesses destiny-level power. Frankly, before them we are like dust." He analyzed, logically they don't need secrecy with us, yet still act so. You investigating the reason behind it may be the key. He responded solemnly, "Yes," after which Bai Lao declared dismissal. Anna smiled and said, "It seems you are about to face great disaster. Let me help. Just 40 minutes, whether 4 kings or 8 kings, I'll sweep it clean for you." Su Ping declined frankly, "It's not yet at a level to need her help. I can handle it myself. As usual, she guides me through tribulation and divine baths is enough." She snorted lightly, "Fine, whatever you wish, boss." While calling, he thought before arriving at Light City Base, he needed to inform Ling Yue and promise Yihao Shan's vanguard to stay on standby, unsure which wasteland sector they were in, whether safe. The spiky-haired young man waved to the master, "Are you here to find us?" Ling Yue was surprised. "When did you return?" Su Ping asked why they weren't in the wasteland. She nodded. "Recently many strange events. Captain Yi said stay in the city, not go out." On the screen, exchanging the situation, Su Ping understood Chen Shan's caution was truly useful. He added, his master's pet shop also contributed greatly. Just daily maintenance leads to clear progress. So in Longjiang hardly anyone gets lured into the wasteland. Ling Yue excitedly suggested opening a branch in another city. She counted on her fingers. "I've been to Jio La and neighboring cities, craving our nurturing effects. They actively invited branch openings at preferential rates, some even willing to invest to bring us back." Teased, "This is truly an opportunity to elevate the shop to a global city base. Since when do you have business acumen?" Ling Yue blushed, "Even without you I'm busy." Su Ping ruffled her head, "Rest assured, build it and inform me when done, little boss." She muttered, "Got it, you troublemaker, messed up my hair." Watch suddenly signaled a call from Ling Tong. As he answered, Ling Tong asked, "Did the master face danger on the mission?" "I searched everywhere, couldn't find you," Su Ping replied, "All fine, just minor trouble. Now at another base, any reason?" She asked again if he remembered the blood dragon vein method. "Start it," he nodded, "enhancing dragon-type pet veins for strength." "Right," she confirmed. But then serum limits only improved about 1% of blood heaven dragon's vein. MA explained, "Now mass production serum technology has broken through. Using dragon blood for modification can raise the rate above 1%, cautiously estimated. Pets of 9th rank and below can have strength boosted up to 80%. Su Ping excitedly said, "Excellent. I have a 9th rank pet to upgrade. Where are you?" Ling Tong looked at the test tubes on the floor. "I'm in your shop." He asked in surprise. Pet research usually takes time. "Why so fast this time?" she explained, "Because not starting from scratch but building on predecessors' achievements with your provided material." After solving the bottleneck, completed smoothly, Su Ping marveled at the usefulness. "Wait 2 minutes, I'll be right there." He thought 2 minutes is enough, then greeted Ling Yue and the spiky-haired youth. "I'll go ahead, you stay home." Carefully they looked after him curiously. Master mentioned something about genes, unclear but probably powerful. System announced a deduction of 10,000 energy points and accumulation. He appeared beside her. "Here I am." Ling Tong astonished, "So fast?" Su Ping asked, "Next project, which technology will you start?" "I'll support data collection." She hesitated, not decided. "Continue blood heaven dragon veins research to possibly recreate extinct ancient dragons, or research contracts to unlock bonding so strong pets return partial power to the signee and vice versa." Hearing this, he was shocked. If upgraded with feedback, his long quan which inherited from the sealed Dragon King triple layer, each unlock boosts level significantly. With such contract effect, wouldn't progression be rapid? Thinking, Su Ping decided decisively, no hesitation. Next technology focused on contract bonding. At a skyscraper, brown-haired youth sincerely apologized to the 4 legendary Shen Yuan guard. He held 4 specialized cuffs, explaining they temporarily block energy without harm and will be removed immediately after completion. Someone approached claiming rudeness, asking the legendary seniors to cooperate. They wore hooded hats, appearing relaxed, trivial matter, no need to stress. Another staff thanked sincerely for their cooperation in the investigation. The last man stood silently, yet on his body a strange silhouette gradually appeared. In an instant the room was dyed with a heavy, ominous gloom, as if a violent wave swept through. All the staff fell into a state of chaos, pushing and shoving each other in a frantic escape. One employee hurriedly reached out for help, his voice breaking as he begged for the headquarters to be notified immediately. But he was quickly wrapped tightly by one of the monster's tentacles, barely able to mutter a few calls. Red veins protruded across his neck, and from his body, the creature drew out a strange green object. Those standing outside the bars froze in shock. This was the creature that the Breeding Master Association had warned about, a true monster. The employee's appearance suddenly aged like an elder, his body trembling and voice hoarse as he urged everyone to leave quickly. No sooner had he finished speaking than his body withered to mere skin over bone, and a strange stone fell from him. The crowd outside immediately rushed over to examine it, and quickly realized something was amiss. "This is bad, he cannot let us die here. This is the crystal energy the association mentioned before." The long-haired one shouted impatiently not to freeze and to run, and Ahau had no choice but to nod in agreement. Even so, he reached out to pick up the stone. Long-haired one spun around, pulling Ahau and urging him to leave because the monsters were closing in fast. Yet Ahau managed to swallow the stone whole. The other panicked and slapped him to force it out, scolding him as if he had gone mad, saying it was created from human life. Ahau angrily pushed him away, shouting that it was nothing serious. He had done reclamation before, not in a single day, so what if it came from human life? Gradually he felt a powerful force surge through his body. The energy exceeded anything he had before, spreading through every vein, making it hard to believe it was his own strength. Could there be a more effective way to enhance power, he wondered. Turning to ask for an opinion, Ahau realized the other had passed out without him noticing. Beside the long-haired one, another tentacle with a gem at its tip appeared, a sight that sent chills down the spine. The creature spoke of the legend of the Buddha sacrificing himself to feed tigers, saying that whatever one wished for would be granted. Then it drew a similar green stone from the body. Ahau panicked and shouted, asking if it intended to swallow him too. The creature laughed, holding out the stone and saying, "Foolish, it was not for eating, and if he performed well, he might be rewarded further." Elsewhere, a helicopter entered the snowstorm, a voice calling for it to stop at the foot of the mountain. Two people stepped down before the helicopter, discussing that the Feng Tower was at the peak, so they would have to climb on foot in this blizzard. The black-haired one looked at the vast space ahead, saying it was the tower's rule that anyone seeking an audience must climb themselves. The other asked in surprise if they did not know they belonged to the Breeding Master Association. He replied that everyone was the same, legendary-level members were hard to oppose. Then both approached a barrier. Black-haired one vaguely felt an invisible obstruction, while the gray-haired one guessed it was the mountain-ceiling barrier. He knelt, begging the legendary Twixian, stating he followed Bai Lao's orders to provide support and requested an audience with the Tower Master, as Baiyan might have broken the Abyss's seal to enter Lam Tin. Black-haired one also loudly pleaded for the legendary Twixian to intervene. There an elder lay resting on a giant gourd. He leisurely sipped wine with a relaxed demeanor. Elsewhere, someone angrily slammed the table, saying Bai Lao's 3 orders were not executed smoothly, and a secret evil organization had appeared hunting people to increase their strength, showing Baiyan had openly emerged to compete. Many base cities were in chaos, high-tier families divided, order collapsed, and many places descended into turmoil. Bai Lao remained silent after hearing this. He suddenly asked about Su Ping's investigation results, as no report had come for many days, wanting to know what he had been doing recently. The other immediately checked and reported that Su Ping had been constantly moving between base cities. Bai Lao nodded, thinking it understandable given the investigation. After all, Baiyan was notorious for deception, its true form unknown, and after years its appearance likely changed, making investigation as difficult as reaching the heavens. Perhaps Su Ping needed more time, recalling the image of the royal beast. Yet the other hesitated, saying Su Ping seemed not to investigate but to be stocking up for a shop. Bai Lao thought he misheard. The other explained that Su Ping had opened multiple branches in one base city. He was shocked, wondering why at such a crucial moment he would open stores while Su Ping elsewhere still carefully picked flowers. In New High Base City, there was the Pet Lu shop. A few people were scrambling for the last flower on the shelf. One who seized it raised it triumphantly, while the other two regretted, as it was the final imperial lotus. The crowd crowded the counter, bidding repeatedly, some tripling, some quintupling, some even tenfold just to obtain this rare quality. At that moment Su Ping appeared, asking everyone to step back and not crowd the goods. A young man with bangs recognized him and hesitantly asked. He used his power to make the flowers float in midair, announcing it was the shop owner's restocking time. Under Su Ping's control, the flowers gradually landed on the shelves. The young man couldn't help but marvel at the skill. He was about to compliment when he turned to find the person next to him gone. In a blink the shelves were full, and he asked in astonishment where the person had gone. The system announced a deduction of 10,000 energy points at Shuhu Base City, and Su Ping immediately requested teleportation. As he said the owner was restocking, he retrieved all flowers from the shelves. The owner was used to this, joking that he had met him 3 times today. Su Ping thought 3 times were few, as the neighboring Mokshuan city had been restocked 7 times. This time Ling Yue called. Su Ping answered quickly, asking what was the matter as he was busy. She reported that stores in several major cities were short-staffed, asking if he should recruit locally. Emphasized the staff must come from their own team. Before she understood, Su Ping explained that the branches in Longjiang were managed by 6 families: Qin, Zhou, Tang, Mu, Liu, Yi. In the past period, many experienced personnel were trained. He delegated to Ling Yue to allocate them elsewhere, and vacant positions would be filled by the families. Longjiang would become a training base. Before the call ended, the association commander called and he asked to disconnect briefly. As he picked up the other end, questioned Su Ping about what he was doing. He said he was thinking of countering Baian, but they did not believe, thinking he was merely managing stores. Su Ping asked, and if he were managing stores, then what? The brown-haired one said seriously it was a matter of survival, providing data that over 200 base cities existed on 4 continents. Half had lost order under Baian's influence. Hundreds of combat breeders were captured daily and disappeared without a trace. The most horrifying part was, this tragedy was also caused by some high-level combat breeders colluding outside. Those who did not join were eliminated. The stronger devoured the weaker. Baian's influence spread like a plague, taking over half the world in just a few days. They asked why focus on business in a crisis, but Su Ping calmly said to investigate the departure rate. Bai Lao seemed to understand, requesting a comparison between the number of reclamation specialists in major cities and the number of disappearances and deaths, and the brown-haired one complied immediately. The results showed 13 cities had very low departure rates, 12 in the Asian continent. He speculated the remaining city was where they were, and indeed it was correct. All 13 shared the feature of having Su Ping's pet stores like safe shelters. Everyone wondered how he managed nearly 100 stores. Ling Yue on the other end laughed, saying someone seemed to mention her, introducing herself as the manager. She waved through the screen, naming herself Ling Yue and hoping for guidance. The other was surprised at her appearance, and Su Ping explained he brought her in to get acquainted and said the shelter idea was her suggestion. In the office, everyone murmured, learning that many stores were run by a girl, guessing she was Su Ping's sister. Ling Yue analyzed that if half the city was chaotic, there were still people not following Baian who could be brought to the shelter within the store's scope for protection. Su Ping continued that when resources were lost, those following Baian had only the choices to harm weaker teammates or surrender before elimination. Either way, their numbers decreased, allowing step-by-step recovery and reconstruction of the base. Bai Lao cautiously said the plan was good but difficult to execute now, as their side lost many experts, while the opponent had Baian support, and they had no aid from the tower's top. If attacked simultaneously, 13 shelters would be hard to defend. During the tower's top mentioned, Su Ping curiously asked what it was and if it could counter Baian. Bai Lao explained it was an organization of over 10 legendary combat breeders, the strongest force in Lam Tin, little known, whose intervention would be significant. Su Ping was surprised, as each continent typically had only 2 or 3 legendary members, yet so many appeared. Jiang Yue was also astonished, saying it was the first time hearing about it, wondering why they had not come to support them. He explained to the 2 of them that each continent only had about 2 to 3 legendary powerhouses. To be more precise, there were only that many people who would serve the structure of humanity in Lam Tin. Normally, they enjoyed top-tier resources and supreme glory, and when war broke out, they would unconditionally fight under orders. Su Ping suddenly realized, which meant that the old monsters at the top of the tower would not take any responsibility unless there was a benefit involved. Everything depended on their mood. Bai Lao nearly admitted that this was the truth. Ling Yue asked in shock how that could be. Could they really just watch us fall into danger? he dismissed it as a small matter, saying he was just an ordinary person who had lived over 300 years. In front of legendary beings who had lived for thousands of years, he humbly saw himself as a mere child. How could he possibly guess their thoughts? As he spoke, Bai Lao's expression remained calm, not showing any signs of worry. Suddenly, the red alarm bell in the room rang loudly. The person responsible for observation immediately reported detecting several king beasts and a large number of high-level beasts gathering. Bai Lao immediately asked if it was the beast tide and where it was. The answer was near the Long River base city in the continent region, and the two brothers Su Ping immediately recognized. The red alert repeated that Long River might face the beast tide. Again, it was repeated that Long River could be attacked. A dangerous horde of monsters was gathering, preparing to strike. After the signal was sent, the staff in the room were confused. Long River was where Su Ping's main shop was located. Someone asked Bai Lao if reinforcements should be sent, but he did not answer immediately and turned to ask the two brothers for their opinion. Ling Yue analyzed that Long River was only a B-class base, but was strong enough to fend off the beast tide due to the few king beasts leading the charge. Moreover, thanks to her brother's store, the battle pet master level here was higher than elsewhere, so they could handle it on their own. Even so, she still worried because the beast tide appearing at this time might hide another secret. She suddenly remembered and suspected it was related to Bai Yan. Bai Lao's point was that in addition to the beast tide appearing, they also had to beware of the secret forces of Bai Yan behind the scenes. Bai Lao praised her quick wit but admitted that there was no countermeasure yet. It was unclear how much Bai Yan had developed. If they missed the opportunity to coordinate with the beast tide for a surprise attack, it would be too late to save Long River. Ling Yue asked how long it would take for the beast tide to arrive. The brown-haired person answered that it would be about 2 days and the wasteland was extremely dangerous right now, so even the fastest deployment would take that long. She understood that a decision had to be made immediately. Just then, Su Ping, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, telling everyone to wait, which surprised the other two. On continent number 43, in a C-class base city, the commander stood in front of the screen and asked if the beast tide warning had been sent to the headquarters. The staff nodded in confirmation that it had been sent. On the screen, a series of red arrows pointed to one location, accompanied by a notification that multiple branches of dangerous beasts were approaching Long River, expected to arrive in 48 hours. Orders were given for Saint Light and surrounding bases to immediately send reinforcements to ensure Long River wouldn't fall, and several green arrows also moved toward that area. Blonde man patted the staff member's shoulder, saying that was enough. It was good that so many bases had responded, and thanked him for the hard work. The staff member trembled and asked if he could leave now that he had followed the orders. Before he finished speaking, the blonde man's hand was placed on him, and he coldly replied that the plan had changed. He thought it was a waste of time and that it was better to go over there and collect the equipment instead. The room was littered with dried-up bodies. He wiped the blood stain from the corner of his mouth and told the person behind him that the attack on Long River was the order of Lord Bai Yan. The long-haired man picked up a dagger and said he knew it was Bai Yan's order, but dealing with these ordinary people who had no energy left was of no use. The blonde man looked at his hand with excitement, bragging that this was the power of a 9th-level powerhouse, and that just one thought was enough to make the opponent fall. Both he and the long-haired man were members of the Bai Yan Legion. The long-haired man chuckled lightly, saying that even conquering Lam Tin was no longer a problem. He believed that everything was within reach. The tentacles of the monster wrapped around the necks of the people, pulling the demon stone from their chests. Then they threw the bodies aside, piling them into a high mound. C-Class Base City number 43 was completely occupied by the Bai Yan Legion in just 1 hour and 14 minutes, with ruins everywhere and engulfed in flames. At the same time, Bases 44, 45, 46, and 47 met the same fate, and other areas quickly fell into similar conditions. Communications outside the continent were cut off, and the movements of the beast tide could not be tracked in time. Red alarm points continued to appear on the screen. The wave of beasts continued to rage forward. Everywhere they passed was left in ruins. An orange-haired man from the Bai Yan Legion said that now that the path for the beasts had been cleared, there was no need to worry about their survival. He compared the blunt weapons that couldn't raise any alarm, and said that the sharper the blade piercing the enemy's heart, the more effective it would be. A Bai Yan officer with the strength of a top Han H letter 1 EA3 I realm stood there, smug, thinking that the continent had surely been frightened by the rapid fall of the C-Class bases and was now focusing all their strength on Long River. Orange-haired man seemed intrigued, saying that everything was going as Lord Bai Yan had predicted. All the other gates had been opened. He eagerly wanted to proceed with the next step and asked if Bai Yan had made his move. The other person replied that the key figure in the Fox Mountain plan was Bai Yan. 2 days passed, and the crowded beast tide had gotten much closer. Among that formation, Bai Yan appeared. The monitoring staff reported that the beast tide was about to reach Long River, and they had detected a human figure who seemed to be Bai Yan. Bai Lao immediately issued orders for all troops in Long River to prepare for battle. Everyone received their orders and quickly dispersed. He appeared behind Su Ping, reporting that Long River's guard troops were ready and waiting for battle instructions. This elite team had been selected by Su Ping from the Qin, Zhu, Dang, Mu, Liu, and Ai clans and specially trained. He briefly said to follow the original plan, and the entire team responded in unison. Bai Yan looked at Su Ping with disdain, mocking that the humans were even preparing a ceremony to greet him. Su Ping calmly responded that it wasn't just a greeting ceremony, but a farewell ceremony was also ready. The beasts growled aggressively. A gigantic foot suddenly stepped forward, crushing two beasts without hesitation. It was a massive giant with long curved tusks. It charged directly toward the city walls. Kim Shui saw it and immediately recognized it as a king beast. Su Quang confirmed that it was the Tithan giant elephant with the bloodline of the Han H letter 1EA3I realm, famous for its power to flatten mountains and hills. Every heavy step it took caused the ground to tremble. The city walls immediately launched a counterattack. Fire projectiles were shot, and the area in front of the city gate erupted in a violent sea of flames. Su Quang excitedly said it had charged through their three-layer lightning formation, and even a king beast would have suffered significant damage. However, the giant continued advancing without a scratch. It turned out that there was a protective layer around it. Kim Shui was not too surprised, acknowledging that it was a 9th-level Earth defense skill, Tai A Acute Shield, a common measure that was hard to penetrate for king beasts. As the giant got closer, everyone understood that Bai Yan had sent it as the vanguard because of its powerful defense and massive body, which was enough to break through the lightning formation. Bai Yan observed the situation from afar, silently. The giant not only didn't stop, but also accelerated. Su Quang noticed something unusual, and Kim Shui, horrified, guessed it was going to use its momentum to crash straight through the wall. Su Ping remained calm and ordered, "Go ahead, teach it a lesson." Gently raised his hand, summoning from another dimension. The Hellforged Zhu Longshu immediately shot out of the city, its two legs pounding heavily on the ground. It roared, its momentum overwhelming. Its claws reached out, blocking the approaching giant. The giant pushed forward with all its might, but Hellforged Zhu Longshu dug its feet into the ground, causing the stone floor to sink. It clung tightly to the protective shield around the opponent, causing cracks to appear on the surface. When the shield broke, it grabbed the tusks to maintain balance. Its mouth opened, gathering energy, and a burst of power shot out, causing the beasts behind to panic and dodge. Half of the giant's face was swept away, revealing white bones. Bai Yan showed a slight look of surprise. Hellforged Zhu Longshu did not stop, and Su Quang was overjoyed, while Kim Shui remained calm, realizing it had overwhelmed the king beast and perhaps entered the legendary realm. Su Quang excitedly said that Zhu Longshu, the disciple's mount, had successfully leveled up. Kim Shui was curious about this evolution branch and was told that it was a rare path that fused the bloodline of the purple blood heavenly dragon, a long-extinct ancient dragon beast, so the power it released earlier was truly extraordinary. Hellforged Zhu Longshu continued to breathe deeply, preparing to unleash the next strike. This time its target was Bai Yan, standing at a distance observing, but two massive king beasts suddenly appeared in front of him to block the way. The two king beasts also released corresponding powers to stop Hellforged Zhu Longshu's attack. Kim Shui was stunned by its power, facing two war beasts at once while Zhu Longshu still didn't falter. But Su Quang noticed something else and immediately pointed out, "Not good, Mayor. Look at the herd of beasts approaching from afar." Behind them was a formation of 10 war beasts, far surpassing the initial report, and from a distance, the gigantic war beasts led a dense swarm of monsters. B letter 1EC9 and G letter 1EA1N stood observing as if enjoying the show. He came merely out of curiosity to see if the dragon beasts raised by humans truly surpassed the natural war beast. A giant foot stomped down, shaking the ground. The leading one was the Sich H letter 1ED3N Vierne Ma Vierne, ranked 4th in the fire-type war beast rankings, resembling a gigantic fire gorilla. With a single swipe of its hand, the flames spread into a blazing circle, directly targeting the LUY letter 1EC7 and NG letter 1E5C truck. Kim Shui was shocked to recognize that it was the bloodline skill of the Sich H letter 1ED3N Vierne Ma Vierne called Infernal Annihilation Fire. Su Quang noticed something unusual when he remembered that the damage range, which was originally only 100 miles, had now extended to nearly 1,000 miles. He speculated that the gorilla had likely been enhanced by B letter 1EC9 and G letter 1EA1N. Hearing this, the mayor couldn't help but exclaim. Then it's no longer an ordinary war beast. LUY letter 1EC7 and NG letter 1E5C truck immediately raised a shield to block the fierce attack. Kim Shui worried that infernal annihilation fire had forced even the war beasts to dodge most of it, unsure if Zhu Longshu could withstand it. But Su Kuang remained calm, reminding that although it had previously torn apart the iron-bodied giant beast with great ferocity, its true strength lay in defense, and a roar echoed as the divine transformation skill activated. Near the city, a pair of massive legs suddenly revealed themselves, slowly rising. Behind the city wall, the figure of a muscular warrior appeared. The Chu TH letter 1EA7N THI letter 1EBF T bitch technique was activated, covering the city in a massive shield. B letter 1EC9 NG letter 1EA1N carefully assessed this defensive skill, noting it did not belong to any familiar clan and even surpassed the traditional bloodline heritage of war beasts. Truly noteworthy. TK looked up at the sky, sighing in admiration of the divine transformation skill. Su Ping's unique technique truly was better seen than heard. Su Kuang felt proud thinking that B letter 1EC9 NG letter 1EA1N, being imprisoned for so long, must have fallen behind with the changes of the time. At that moment, Su Ping spoke up. Don't you think this is strange? It seems those two still don't quite understand the situation. He pointed down at the Tai Shen giant beast creating a safe path through the thunderous zone. The opportunity to encircle was too obvious, but B letter 1EC9 and G letter 1EA1N didn't order the troops to approach the city. The new herd of beasts still stood still, observing. The battle between LUY letter 1EC7 and NG letter 1E5C truck and the gorilla remained fierce. It continuously provoked the defenses ahead on its own. Kim Shui speculated that B letter 1EC9 and G letter 1EA1N might be probing, but Su Kuang immediately denied it, as his forces didn't seem to be present here. Below the city, the battlefield was filled with war beasts. Those who once relied on B letter 1EC9 and G letter 1EA1N were completely absent. At that moment, he recalled the locations on the screen and realized that B letter 1EC9 and G letter 1EA1N hadn't fully deployed his forces to attack Longjiang. The elite forces from 11 bases had gathered here, so if those other places were attacked, it would be extremely dangerous. As expected, at another base, a group of people secretly approached. The leader, riding a war beast, shouted orders. Attack the city. Anyone, regardless of age, gender, or cultivation level, will not be spared. He ordered a clean sweep, and the herd of beasts surged forward. Urgent reports from 11 bases such as NGUY letter 1EC5 UH letter 1EA3I, TH letter 1E9 H letter 1ED3, Ma's Iron, and others confirmed that B letter 1EC9 and G letter 1EA1N's forces were attacked. Kim Shui suddenly realized that his original target was the bases with branches of Su Ping, and bringing his forces to Longjiang was merely to stall for time. Over there, B letter 1EC9 and G letter 1EA1N appeared at ease, now realizing it. It was too late, humans. You can only be trapped in the city while watching other places become prey. Not a step can you take. He knelt in despair, blaming B letter 1EC9 and G letter 1EA1N for being so cunning, thinking there was no way out, when suddenly Thiern Lam and L letter 1ED9 TH letter 1EA7N appeared, reporting that they had completed the arrangements as requested by their boss. Everything seemed to be as Su Ping had predicted. He smiled and said, "It's not too late, B letter 1EC9 and G letter 1EA1N. B letter 1EC9 and G letter 1EA1N vaguely felt that something was wrong. On the second battlefield, suddenly artillery rained down from above the city. A commander panicked and shouted, "It's an airstrike." Then came the deafening explosion, rising high into the clouds. The commanders struggled to set up shields and lamented that it was the explosive rounds from the guardian beasts, created from the unstable cores of high-level 9-star beasts, extremely powerful but rare, originally the trump card of an A-grade base. The leader wondered why a B-grade base had such a supreme weapon, when the defense resources should have been allocated to stop the beast wave. He quickly ordered a retreat, then low on the Lam Tin trajectory, machines from the starry sky city were deployed. He looked up at the objects descending and was stunned, wondering what they were. Machines slowly descended, getting closer to the ground. The hatch opened and groups of people stepped out slowly, declaring that the enemy was now trapped like turtles in a jar, with no way out. Leader asked in astonishment, "Who are you?" On the first battlefield, Kim Shui, after grasping the situation, sighed in relief, realizing that these were the elite forces from the bases. It turned out that Su Ping had seen through the ruse of leading the tiger out of the mountain, deliberately provoking to buy time, then secretly transferred reinforcements to the star. Su Ping challenged B letter 1EC9 and G letter 1EA1N, saying, "I'm waiting to drop the parachute, what are you waiting for?" Provoked, he coldly ordered all the beast forces to flatten Longjiang. Below the earth, the logistics system continued to operate continuously. The staff behind were startled as the sound of war beasts charging up all at once reached them. They set the equipment down and exchanged words, saying they had never heard such a violent noise before. The scale of this beast wave was far beyond A-grade, making it hard to imagine how fierce the battle was up there. The manager wrote notes while reminding them not to stop. Then a heavy tremor shook them all. Cracks appeared in the ceiling of the tunnel. Two workers, confused, realized that the battle on the surface could affect the tunnel hundreds of meters deep. This was the destructive power of the war beasts. One of the workers trembled, saying that B-1EC9 NG-1EA1N must have deployed the Celestial Beast King, and that they would be hard-pressed to resist, fearing a catastrophic end. The manager sternly stated that no retreat orders had been given. Above, countless war beast trainers and soldiers needed pharmaceuticals and ammunition. Their mission was to supply, not panic. He raised his hand in encouragement, saying that they had to win this battle, and with the large scale of the beast wave, they would gain a lot of resources. Everyone responded in unison, trusting Su Ping, the youngest legendary war beast trainer in history, to triumph. The manager rubbed his hands together and said that the next battle was about to begin, and urged everyone to speed up. The trains continued speeding ahead, while on the first battlefield, a giant monster emerged from the sea of flame. Trails of fire followed its body, then charged toward another creature. The entire scene seemed to be dyed red by the shadow of the monster. A fierce wolf lunged but was immediately knocked down. A worker controlled a robot to fire. A barrage of bullets was fired from his hands. Don't even think about getting close, fall back immediately. Beasts took the full brunt of the hail of bullets, while the fortress above continued to fire support. One of the gun barrels still smoked faintly. The operator glanced at the glowing ice emblem of the Xuan Bing Spirit Archer. That emblem sped away with the bullets, heading toward the wolf, but it still recklessly charged forward, causing him to exclaim, "Danger." Just then, a giant foot blocked in front of him, absorbing the attack. The owner kicked the monster away and shouted, "Go back to where you came from." The worker looked up and recognized the right field leader. It was Qin Du, the right field leader of Longjiang's Imperial Guards, standing tall on the fortress, reminding that the war beast had been enhanced by B-1EC9 and G-1EA1N and was stronger than its level. The subordinate confirmed, then another scream echoed. He looked down and saw a worker surrounded by several beasts. One of the monster's chest, a red glow flashed, catching his attention. Qin Du recognized it as the unstable core. Then a large explosion erupted. He quickly grabbed the worker and rushed out of the area as rubble fell around, silently thinking how dangerous it was. He shouted loudly that B-1EC9 NG-1EA1N had planted unstable cores in several war beasts to destroy the fortress and city wall, recommending a retreat. Thiern Lam, who was behind Su Ping, thought that leaving the city full of war beasts was like submitting themselves, so he asked for permission to deal with it. The manager stroked his beard and ordered the Imperial Guards to set up a formation. Left field leader Chao Thiern Lam clasped his hands and accepted the order. He gathered a stream of green energy, forming a sword in the air. Fan Long arranged the vanguard formation. A surge of lightning energy dragged a dragon tearing through the wind while the horde of monsters pressed forward. In the next instant, a streak of blue energy flashed across the battlefield. The dragon thrust its sword-like snout down, blasting the ground apart, red matter splattering and forming a deep crater. Monsters charging toward the pit suddenly froze as a heavy head fell, forcing them to look back. The dragon roared, unleashing a fierce momentum. Su Quang stood beside it, raising his hand and shouting, "Another beast king down." Kim Thai watched in disbelief. "We really have repelled this siege." A red streak spread across the ground, and the monsters plunged toward it as if drawn in. Not a single other dragon circled in the sky, its body cloaked in dark hues. Ho Bing looked up, eyes full of astonishment. Kim Thai and Su Quang exclaimed in unison, "Oh my!" A long tail rose from the bottom of the pit. What kind of monstrosity is this? On the second battlefield, two men looked upward. What movement was that? It seemed something was emerging. Tail extended from the earth, drawing everyone together to watch. It emerged from the ground and slammed down, the tail lifting with red streaks trailing. One man smiled, the superior beside him smiled along, the other laughed dazedly. Finally, Master Bai Gan has acted. This is the power of the Destiny Realm. The beast's body bloomed a bizarre flower, drawing something from the corpses below. It tore open their bodies to extract blue streams of light, the tail gradually showing blue spots. The superior asked Master Bayangan. He replied, "Did you hear? They have sealed our spiritual energy, please help unlock it." Looking toward the mouth pulling the strands, "If possible, grant us some strength." Liquid poured down but we can still fight. Two men stood, eyes wide in panic. "Hey." Strands quickly reached toward them. "Wait, no," he shouted hoarsely as a strand pierced the body. "Don't, I won't be abandoned, my power, the power I struggled for." The scream echoed in the air mingled with a curse. "Bayangan, you will not be left in peace." First battlefield. Bayangan stood there, eyes half closed. He sat atop the tails of beasts in cultivation. Su Ping frowned, thinking. Zhulong Shu returned quickly. A purple dragon flew through the sky. Suddenly a tail wrapped tightly around its leg. Monster squeezed and it roared. Chindu paled, not good. Master Tu's line. Tianlin immediately formed a seal, Than Long strike. The blue dragon lunged, gripping the greatsword tightly. Sharp sword strikes slashed into the tail. The enraged body charged fiercely at the face, but the cut was too shallow. Lao Chu, Su Ping in another form lunged with the sword. Su Quang stood baffled. Master, Kim Thai behind also froze. Su Ping. The sword streak from him shot far. The sword blade cut straight into the beast's tail. Bayangan slowly opening his eye. His gaze was chillingly cold as he opened them. Sword light flashed through the beast's body. He continued to charge fiercely with the sword. Kim Thai looked up in horror. Dangerous. Su Ping, be careful, Bayangan. Su Ping poured all his strength into the fight, launching one final strike. A purple gash tore the night, but his weapon struck the beast. Open, return it. Instantly the tails were forced to release the purple dragon. He stood on its back, controlling it with the weapon. Zhulong Shu advanced. It darted out of the encirclement, tails still flailing behind. Under Tian Lin's control, the blue dragon with sword lunged. Master Tu, I come to assist. Yet the tails crushed the green sword. Tian Lin immediately spat a mouthful of blood. Chindu froze, thinking. The defensive line we took pride in has collapsed. Watching the fallen in a sea of fire, he shuddered at the devastation and the difference in power. Bayangan extended his hand, revealing the power of the Destiny realm. The long beasts had escaped, but the tails clung on, refusing to let go. Those tails nearly reached Su Ping. A system notification appeared. You have entered the sky zone above the store. He lowered his head, finally arrived. Bayangan looked down. What has arrived? Su Ping stepped into the safe zone while the tails still tried to reach him. System notification. Within the store's protection, the host reaches invincible status. He looked out coldly. Your end has come. Bayangan muttered, the end. He still stood firm atop the tail. Suddenly, a gigantic humanoid creature rose from the ground, terrifying. Kim Thai's voice trembled. How can one defeat such a monster? Su Quang beside him paled. Bayangan stood there with a sinister expression. How do you dare say I will die? Humanity. The demon body separated from Su Ping. He spread his arms, looking down. Don't believe it, try. Chindu saw him flying behind, not only actively canceling the fusion before Bayangan of the Destiny realm, but also retrieving his battle companion. What is Su Ping plotting? Using emptiness to create an opening. If Bayangan doesn't fall for it, there might be no other chance. Giant beast lifted its foot, as if carrying a pit of fire. Su Quang held Chindu back. Mayor Ta, this place is too dangerous, retreat. He smiled bitterly. Where to hide now? The long river base has fallen, no one escapes absorption. Might as well risk it. Monster slammed down with a heavy stomp. The enraged body beside Su Quang looked baffled. I'm not dead yet, what is happening? The sky suddenly shook violently. Su Ping stepped forward with immense force as if holding up the sky, terrifying Su Quang. Master, he stood solemnly looking down, just some vines, watch me restore it. Bayangan looked down, surprised, just humanity. He mocked the monster as if it were a grasshopper daring to kick a cart. Its foot immediately swept forward, aiming straight at him to strike. Yet he merely curled his lips to meet it, showing disdain. Immediately, the foot was engulfed in golden energy, accompanied by a chant-like roar of suppression. Then its foot shattered under the dazzling golden light. Bayan's eyes widened in shock. What was happening? The monster gradually faltered. While it was still stunned, Su Ping charged in close. Bayan, take one of my punches. The figure fell straight into the yawning pit. Its body broke apart and collapsed. It sank beneath the water, life signals dropping rapidly. He sat before the console and decisively reported, Vice President, Bayan has been defeated. Suo Quanqi successfully overcame it. Bai Lao behind confirmed, yes, we have won. Su Quang cheered, amazing, I knew Master could do it. Chindu knelt, clutching his face in tears. Luckily Long Jiang was secure. If I were a girl I would have rushed to kiss master. Su Ping exhaled lightly, glancing. Lucky he cannot fly or I would be troubled. Su Quang wiped tears playfully. Master is so cold, someone is about to cry. Suddenly a voice full of astonishment rang out. What have you done? It is only a human pretending to be legendary. What trick did you use? He hovered above, observing all around. Bai-in, come out, stop hiding. Su Quang looked up and asked, what is master saying? Was Bai-in defeated? Its body is still there. He remained serious. It is not dead. I still hear it speak. Bai-in, manifest quickly. A step echoed, stop wasting effort searching. Honor appeared, hands slightly open. You will not find it. Su Ping frowned, turning. Anna, what do you mean? Su Ping replied casually, strictly speaking, what you call Bai-in is not here. Su Ping froze, asking again, not here, impossible. I just clearly heard its voice. My instincts never fail. He sensed enormous red eyes watching him, gaze like a predator stalking prey. Thinking that, he immediately flew to Anna's side. Su Ping got straight to the point. Goddess Anna, explained clearly. Why do you say Bai-in is no longer here? Anna calmly countered, what do you notice that makes Bai-in different from you? He answered promptly, different. It is a beast, I am human, what else? Her face suddenly became stern, then rephrased, in your view, what is the gap between Heavenly Destiny Realm and Rank 8? Su Ping pondered, Heavenly Destiny is stronger than me, faster than me, lives longer than me, even has more tentacles. Anna chuckled, covering her mouth. The thoughts of an ant are indeed interesting. In your eyes, a Heavenly Destiny monkey only surpasses a Rank 8 monkey by the stones it gathers. He looked puzzled, stop being cryptic. What exactly are you saying? Her eyes turned sharp, listen carefully. Those reaching Heavenly Destiny grasp a type of law. Hearing this, Su Ping unconsciously formed blue lightning in his hands, a law, like the path of thunder I am touching. Anna shook her head. Your current mastery of lightning law is far from proficient, at best only at the threshold. Moreover, what you call Bai-in is the one truly controlling spatial law. As long as it retreats into another dimension, no one can trace it. Somewhere, shadows silently watch, trembling at this revelation. Black aura suddenly spread toward them. He immediately became alert. The previous sense of being watched vanished. Perhaps Bai-in's spatial law was exposed by Anna, causing it to panic and retreat. Wait, if it escaped, the body outside the city is just a substitute. Realizing this, Su Ping concluded Bai-in's true body had always hidden within the spatial law. Anna nodded, correct. Without your own law, even a smart mind cannot touch its true form. Su Ping gritted his teeth, truly hateful. Anna softly reassured, but you need not be too discouraged. Even as a substitute body, the power it absorbed remains intact inside. Shifting to the giant monster's corpse, 2 dragons clawed a large hole. A notification sounded, the severance of the giant link completed, no toxic gas detected, can proceed. Su Ping rushed forward from a distance. He stopped before a massive object glowing blue. This is the place. He reached through the blue membrane and tore it apart. Immediately inside, hundreds of thousands of energy crystals surged like breaking waves. Su Ping shone a light. So many crystals, how many people did it swallow? On the device screen appeared Mayor Ta's sad face. Beyond the frontline fighters, it also seized trains carrying replenishing elixirs. Even logistics teams were not spared. Su Ping asked in anguish, can these crystals still be restored to humans? Bai Lao on the other side silently shook his head. With current science, it is impossible. He bowed in grief. The departed cannot return. We can only honor those brave enough to stand for others. Hearing this, he remembered the soldiers, doctors, and countless ordinary people striving for others' survival. Su Ping clenched his hand, trembling. Those on the other end also choked. Recalling that scene, tears were hard to hold back. Then Nu Shen spoke sternly. Boss Su Ping requests instructions. Lingering even a moment in the wild zone is dangerous. How to handle these crystals. Tian Lin also agreed. You repelled Bai-in. No one would oppose your decision. Su Ping held a crystal, eyes resolute. The sacrifice of everyone will not be in vain. Let it transform into power to help me defeat Bai-in. Around them, countless people were processing and gathering spoils from the beast. They collected loot from the monster's body. A man, drenched in sweat, laughed. Today's harvest almost equals a year's salary. Someone asked if Long Jiang would regret it. From above, a loud reply. Boss Su said, all who came to reinforce the base contributed. This reward is deserved. Feel free to accept. Another sat heavily, face sullen. What use is a big reward? A wave of beasts had claimed many lives. The city was in ruins. Bai-in still escaped. How can we resist next time? Nu Shen sat and patted a shoulder in comfort. Although the cost was high, remember one thing. Block the beast wave. The creatures cannot pass our corpses to reach loved ones behind. He looked at Chin Du. He pulled him up, shouting firmly. Moreover, Boss Su single-handedly repelled Bai-in, one of the 4 kings. What do they have to fear? Our job is to pour all effort into boosting combat power and fortifying the fortress. Next time the beast wave comes, let them arrive but not return. From afar, Tianlin quietly watched, eyes heavy with thought. Hearing this, their will for revenge flared even stronger. Come and not return, come and not return. Elsewhere in the beast combat room, Su Ping arranged each energy crystal into small stacks, contemplating Bai An's target this time. Conveniently, all were cities where he had opened branches. Unsurprisingly, its goal was to seize stores and consume elite resources produced there. It did not know that when I am in the store, I am almost invincible, intending to use this opportunity to completely eliminate Bai An. It turns out I had miscalculated. I never expected him to play such a trump card. In the end, I only destroyed his fake body. But if the Abyss had been able to easily breach the fortress, why didn't he strike from the start? After breaking the wall, letting the beast tide sweep in and cornering the defenders seemed like the best strategy, didn't it? Or perhaps at that time, the Abyss didn't possess the terrifying strength he has now. According to Bai Lao's story in the early days, the great emperor of the human race had sacrificed his life, using his energy to seal the entrance to the Abyss. If that energy source hasn't completely dissipated, forcing his way in would cause severe backlash. Thinking of the scene Su Ping once. If the Abyss had returned to Lam Tin with such wounds, he would have surely risked everything to devour another being to recover his power. These crystals are not harmless like plants to him, they are crucial to his healing. This moment, your body was slowly enveloped by a golden halo. The Abyss had lost its source of crystals, he must be in a weakened state. With that thought, you slowly floated up and sat cross-legged. Once you reached the third level of the legendary Fate realm. With that in mind, you slowly levitated and sat down cross-legged. Once you reached the third tier of the legendary Fate realm, Su Ping seemed to awaken to something. His whole body erupted in golden brilliance. Once he reached that level, he might be strong enough to end it. A notification appeared. The host has broken through to the extreme limit of the legendary Han H letter 1 EA3 I realm. Gain the fundamental skill of the space law, Divine Eye. Effect. The host now possesses a data collection speed far beyond ordinary people, and can cause the world within sight to slow to 0.01% of its original speed within a short time. After the breakthrough, Su Ping felt a surge of power flowing through his body, landing on the ground and creating a gust of wind that blew the leaves beneath his feet. Clenched your fists, amazed. You felt your body become 100 times more agile, as if you had just escaped from a heavy steel shell. With the Divine Eye in hand, even if the opponent was one level higher and tried to sneak attack, it would likely be hard to deceive you. To think such an extraordinary ability was just one of the fundamental skills of the space law. No wonder Anna had said that to deal with the Abyss, you must master the power of the laws. Just then, a gate opened, and Tianlin and Ru Yan stepped forward, respectfully congratulating the boss, Su Ping, for his successful promotion. Su Ping kept his expression unchanged, asking what was the matter. Tianlin solemnly reported that the recent beast tide had caused the loss of over half of our elite beastmasters, and those remaining, even if trained, could hardly withstand another wave. After a brief pause, you asked if there was a plan. Tianlin replied that new reinforcements were needed to withstand the next wave. Ru Yan stood beside him, her gaze lowered. The base had fallen, and apart from the remnants of the rebel army following the Abyss, there were still several powerful families holding out. If we can rescue them, they will become a significant support. Su Ping nodded in agreement. Recruiting the remaining families was indeed a good idea. But why was she so concerned about this? She bit her lip, her hair covering her flushed face. Our headquarters has been surrounded. Su Ping was shocked and asked who surrounded them. Ru Yan explained that it was the Sima family and the Wang family. The two families, along with our Tang family, are major forces spanning dozens of cities across the Ailu region. This time, the Abyss rise had caused them not only to fail to unite against the enemy, but also secretly collude, joining the Abyss in an attempt to take over the Tang family. At this point, she couldn't help herself and knelt down. I have never begged anyone in my life. Ru Yan's gaze was filled with despair. Please let me leave the store, I need to go back for reinforcements. Su Ping stared at her, already making plans in his mind. The image of the proud girl from before flashed in his memory. Ru Yan, who had always been so proud, now humbled herself and gave up her dignity. It was truly unusual. His gaze darkened as he looked at the one who was kneeling. She said the two families had joined forces to devour the Tang family, even if I let you go. Could a mere beastmaster like you do? Can you stop two powerful families when even the Tang family was helpless? Even if you risk your life, it would be hard to change the situation. She took a deep breath as if she had made a decision. At least I must get that person out of danger. Su Ping understood, so she was lowering herself to save someone. He nodded as if he had a plan. That was my intention as well. Give me the list and their locations. Why rush into danger yourself? She murmured resentfully. Isn't that like escaping from the wolf's den only to fall into your tiger's mouth? Su Ping laughed, so that's what she was worried about. If you don't want to say, then don't. With that, Su Ping touched the device on his wrist, and the screen connected to Ling Tong appeared. Ling Tong, busy with something, turned around when called, asking if the teacher was looking for her. Su Ping calmly asked how the contract research was progressing. She opened the evaluation document. Thanks to the materials provided by the teacher, the research was progressing smoothly, and in about 5 months the first trial could be conducted. Hearing this, Su Ping fell into thought. 5 months, I doubt the abyss will wait that long. Ling Tong hesitated and said, with the manpower and equipment available at the Heavenly Dragon Academy, that's the fastest we can go. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If there were better equipment and more talent, the progress would certainly be shortened, right? Elsewhere in the high-level meeting room of the Saint Light City, a man in a black suit reported to Bai Lao that Su Ping was calling. He stroked his silver beard, and the others in the meeting room whispered upon hearing his name. This is the young man who led Long Jiang to repel the abyss, and it said he's not even 20. Some laughed, half believing, could someone so young really have the strength to rival the pinnacle of the Fate realm? In this age of declining vitality, to see a beastmaster like this is truly a blessing. Bai Lao suddenly raised his voice after hearing the request, seemingly not believing his ears. What? You want to mobilize global research equipment and manpower? Su Ping smiled warmly. There's no need for such a grand move, just the most elite team will suffice. Those who are too weak will hardly be of any help. I want them to finish the project within a month. The meeting room fell silent, some even spilled their tea unconsciously. A month. Many were infuriated and wanted to retort through the screen. Do you know what it means to delay a top-tier scientific project by a month? Even a hero who repelled the abyss can't act so casually. The noise gave Su Ping a headache, so he decisively cut off the connection. Ling Tong wiped the sweat from her brow, asking what was wrong. It seemed like many people were blaming the teacher. Su Ping waved his hand with a smile. It's fine, I've found the people. You just focus on your work, I'll have them contact you. She nodded, still puzzled. After saying this, you ended the connection. Ru Yan, still kneeling beside him, reminded him that he hadn't agreed to their plan yet. Su Ping turned around, his gaze deep. With your strength, forget about saving someone, you can barely protect yourself. Follow me. Before we depart, you need to level up first. You cracked your knuckles as if preparing for a grueling training session. My employees can't go outside and lose face. Not long after, a notification appeared elsewhere. The time for this exploration is 8 days, with 1 day in the cultivation area corresponding to 1 hour outside. Good luck. Ru Yan walked with pride but still asked where this place was. Su Ping replied, this is an illusion created by my secret treasure. She smiled slightly, asking why she was asking so many questions. She should focus on keeping herself safe first. At that moment, Ru Yan clearly sensed the cold aura from the monster. The gigantic creature lurking behind her caused her to break out in sweat. It only needed to swipe its claw, and she couldn't react in time. Su Ping sat silently on a nearby rock, observing. Ru Yan fell to the ground, her body covered in wounds, blood seeping through. A notification appeared in front of Su Ping. Temporary contract target Ru Yan has died. Would you like to resurrect her? Without hesitation, he selected resurrection. She slowly opened her eyes, horrified, and touched her stomach where she had been torn open, now healed. What is this? Did I really die just now? Su Ping pointed to his head, saying it was an illusion. If you want to save someone, don't get distracted. Focus on dealing with the one in front of you. The monster charged at an unbelievable speed. This time, Ru Yan was more cautious, leaping to the side to maintain distance. Keep your distance from it, understand. It's just a level 9 beast, right? Let me handle it for you. Childhood memories flooded back. A girl with a wooden sword swung it in front of a plush dinosaur, muttering to herself, 10 steps to take down a person. She wore a scarf, pretending to be a hero in battle, with her younger sister playing with dolls beside her. 1,000 miles with no trace left. Ru Yan struck a heroic pose but staggered slightly. After finishing the task, she dusted off her clothes and turned away. Hide, quickly hide. As soon as she read that chant, her legs went limp and she collapsed onto the floor. Her younger sister hurriedly ran over to support her. Her hand touched her swollen red knee. Hang in there. The little girl quickly wrapped bandages carefully around her sister's leg. The pain seemed to dissipate. Ru Yan gently wiped the tears from her eyes, softly saying thank you. The little girl hugged Ru Yan tightly, comforting her. I will take care of everyone on our journey, especially you. Back in reality, as she was giving her all to face the monsters, her sister would definitely protect her too. After taking down one, two others with similar forms rushed toward her. Ru Yan immediately spun around, gracefully evading the ambush. He leapt high and instantly the monsters. Wolf didn't realize that Ru Yan had already been sitting on its back. When she was about to strike down, it violently threw her off, causing her to stagger. She felt quite overwhelmed, to be honest. Give me a little more time. At that moment, she gathered strength and plunged a strike into the monster's back. The remaining wolf couldn't just stand by, continuously launching sharp red stone projectiles at Ru Yan, but she managed to dodge them. The monster continued to use its attack. This time it was even more vicious. Ru Yan shouted loudly, motionless. Instantly, a protective shield surrounded her, blocking the sharp objects flying toward her. Liulai body. But the number of sharp stones was too great, all converging at one point, causing Ru Yan's shield to show signs of cracking, but she still drove her knife deep into the monster. The monster she was riding, determined to bring it down. She shouted fiercely, then poured all her strength into driving the blade into its neck. The monster took the fatal blow, exhausted, and fell to the ground. Ru Yan withdrew her weapon, and the red liquid splattered everywhere. It splattered all over her. Her eyes turned icy, causing the remaining monster to hesitate. Ajun turned around and fled. Ru Yan threw her weapon at him. The blade pinned his leg. Don't expect to escape. The injured monster collapsed, unable to continue running. He leapt high, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. The monster staggered up, continuing to shoot red stone. She dodged and closed in, pulling the blade from its leg. A thrust into its neck silenced it completely. She gasped, looking at the large monster's corpse. Only when it fell could she rest assured and take a break. Sitting high observing, she could clearly see monsters, corpses scattered everywhere. In the shop that bound the chaos, she initially thought Ru Yan's skills had declined, but now she realized she had misjudged. Unexpectedly, compared to the first meeting, she had improved quite a bit. Under the divine eye, no issues were found. It seemed she never slacked off even for a moment. With more life-and-death training unlocking potential, her realm had gently reached the 8th tier. Fighting beyond level 9 wasn't too difficult. You condensed a small golden ball, just lacking a bit of fiery intent. This would be enough to help an 8th tier expert step into the 9th tier threshold. The object turned into fine dust, blending into the air and entering Ru Yan's mouth. She gasped and whispered, Wu Zhai. After absorbing it, her whole body began to glow and floated as if she had comprehended something. A notification appeared. The exploration time was over. The boy Rucked eye closed, preparing to return. Even with her eyes closed, Ru Yan mumbled, Wu Zhai, wait a little longer. I will come to rescue you. Under the blinding sunlight, Ru Yan gently closed her eyes and slowly woke up. She opened her eyes, startled, sitting up and surveying her surroundings. With a serious expression, she asked Su Ping, how long have I been asleep? He answered and reminded her, just a while, you sit steady. This isn't an illusion. Once you die, you won't come back. Ru Yan still worriedly asked. I've been delayed for too long. Where are we now? Su Ping reassured her, we just left the base city. In the real world, it's only been one night. Don't worry, just tell me where you want to go. Ru Yan calmed down, pointing toward the Dusk Fight base city. Go that way and turn here. The first A-grade city is that one. He nodded, understood. Su Ping then took out a roll of golden thread. Without saying more, he inserted the sword into it. I watched this action in confusion and asked, what are you doing? Unexpectedly, Su Ping placed the sword in Ru Yan's hand and explained, I defeated your beast in the Long Tai Mountain secret realm. You can't go empty-handed. She focused on the sword, secretly amazed. The sword energy was incredibly strong, and the blade exuded a powerful tearing sensation. This sword's energy alone could break the Liulai body she had once trained in the illusionary realm. Sharpness was something she had only seen in her uncle's sea god's demolishing fang, a legendary weapon that could kill king beasts and make families fear it. Ru Yan held the sword and asked curiously, such a precious treasure, yet you, really? Su Ping immediately replied, of course, I'm lending it to you. This is an ancient treasure seized from the Grand Yan True Dragon King. What were you thinking? It's not free. He opened a portal and called, Zio Kulu, come out. The boy immediately appeared under Su Ping's feet. Zio Kulu quickly walked towards Ru Yan. She looked at him and asked, are you hiding in my shadow? Su Ping instructed, watch over her, don't let her lose the sword. Ru Yan suddenly realized something and asked softly, so you agree to let me go alone? Su Ping sighed, otherwise why would I bother training you? She said, I thought you didn't like our family. He calmly replied, I never agreed with bullying the weak, killing people, or seizing treasures in secret realm. Right now, with the great enemy before us, we need to gather forces. that's all. Fine then, Ru Yan nodded slightly, as if understanding, but her mind was still in a mess. Suddenly Su Ping delivered a kick that caused her to lose her balance and fall. Ru Yan looked at the ground below, panic flashing in her mind. From above, Su Ping's voice rang out, saying that other base cities had also sent distress signals. There was no time left, everyone split up to take action. She was in free fall and quickly called up, asking to wait because she didn't have a flying war beast. Su Ping could only shout a few words, telling Ru Yan to improvise, focus on controlling her energy, and then left, leaving her to fall while feeling frustrated at being thrust into an unexpected situation. Hey, but then Ru Yan suddenly remembered what she had gone through and the words he had said. It was the reminder to control her energy. She closed her eyes, gathered all her focus, and concentrated her energy into one point for easier control. Eventually, she grasped how to use it and maintained her balance in midair. Ru Yan opened her eyes and saw herself hovering, joyfully tearful, without a flying war beast, and she had already achieved a 9th level title. This was no dream, it was all real. She wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes, took a deep breath, gripped her sword into a fighting stance, her gaze as sharp as a blade. As she moved forward, she muttered that the Tang family would forever remember this favor. In the Dark Fight base city, headquarters of the Tang family, amid the destruction caused by the monsters, a soldier dodged an attack, angrily scolding the Si-Du family and the Wang family for being crazy enough to corner the war beasts in the city. If this continued, the grade base city would be flattened. A golden mace with a sharp iron blade suddenly shot towards them. Light flashed, piercing through the bodies of several monsters. Large holes appeared on their bodies. A mighty general stood atop the enemy's corpses, shouting that they thought this was enough to defeat the Tang family. It was nothing but a wild fantasy. That was the head of the Tang family, Tang Zhan, who loudly commanded Fei Yujun to battle, setting up a net to catch them. Subordinate riding a Yang Gong Dong Qing bird responded, saying, "Yes, sir." From the monsters came the voice saying that they weren't foolish enough to think that just 2 out-of-control war beasts could handle the Tang family. Another voice followed, saying that your trump card, the legendary secret treasure, wasn't it already out of energy? Shuan High Divine Hunter had been severely depleted. The head of the Wang family coldly remarked that this was only the beginning. The head of the Si-Du family smiled, saying that the Tang family wasn't the only one with a legendary secret treasure. Tang Zhan froze, realizing something. Could it be? An explosion erupted in the center of the city, the shockwaves spreading far enough to affect Ru Yan's flight path. She worried, thinking that the disturbance from the Dark Fight base city was so far-reaching. What exactly had happened over there? 2 clan heads worked together to activate a mysterious array. Twisted skulls appeared, sucking the energy from the fighters, causing them pain and confusion, not understanding what was happening. Tang Zhan leaned on his staff, struggling to guess that the demonic cauldron was like an endless abyss draining their energy. The only thing that could threaten an entire clan like this would be a legendary evil energy forged from the blood and flesh of countless people. The soul-devouring cauldron, the head of the Si-Du family, laughed maliciously and said that old Tang truly understood. Otherwise, why would we have waited until now to strike at a tough bone like you? The tide of battle reversed. The enemy forces mercilessly oppressed the civilians here. Amid the tragic scene, a victorious laugh echoed, saying, "Without energy, you are just dogs with broken backs." Tang Zhan still swung his staff, pushing forward as much as he could, saying he would rather die than suffer this shame. Panted, but firmly stated that the Tang family would surely repay this grudge 100-fold in the future. The head of the Wang family mocked, saying, "The future. Today, I will send your entire clan down to the underworld. Bring the person up here." A girl was being escorted, controlled. Tang Zhan panicked and called out for Wu Nai. The head of the Wang family squeezed her neck to intimidate her, saying everyone knew that the Tang family had raised 2 young masters, one in literature, one in martial arts. One was proficient in everything, the other had a peerless physique and was incredibly brave. If they were allowed to grow together, would there still be room for us? Pressed Wu Nai against the wall, asking where the other young master was. If she didn't speak, he would let her experience being drained by the soul-devouring cauldron, and demanded she speak quickly. Wu Nai thought back to the warm memories with her beloved sister and thought to herself, "She must be living peacefully now, 1,000 times, please don't come back." A sword shot through the air at breakneck speed, causing the ground and rocks to shatter. Shockwave threw the head of the Wang family and the Si-Du family off balance. He shouted loudly, "Who did this?" The sword lodged into the stone surface. Tang Zhan was stunned as his family's legendary secret treasure was destroyed with a single strike. The head of the Si-Du family angrily shouted, who dared to ruin my plan, capture him. The sword trembled as if being recalled. A voice rang out, no need to waste effort. The sword changed direction, flying towards a new target, knocking down the soldiers who had just received orders to pursue. Returned to its master's hand, who coldly said, I'm here. Wu Nai, just released, tearfully turned back to recognize the familiar voice. Ru Yan appeared in the sky, her aura blazing. You want to destroy the Tang family without me? Tang Zhan happily asked, have you achieved the title and can now fly, Ru Yan? Have you reached the 9th level? Head of the Si-Du family scoffed, saying that a title alone wasn't much. Capture her, and I'll show everyone her fate. The soldiers immediately surrounded her. Ru Yan merely lifted her sword. She coldly said, come on then. Too slow, a sword strike flashed before them. The sword's aura swept through the oncoming soldier. The head of the Wang family feared that it could break through a 9th level energy shield and defeat 3 titles at once. Could that sword be a legendary secret treasure? Ru Yan stood high above, assigning tasks, saying that the Zhang Ta Mo energy restriction had been broken. Wu Nai was assigned to others, and Tang Zhan was also ready. Yes, Ru Yan, let's wipe them all out, she replied sternly. Yes, Ru Yan adjusted her stance, preparing to counterattack. She swung her sword repeatedly, creating sharp cutting lines. The enemy's subordinates still recklessly charged forward. It's not over yet, wait until you see my trump card War Beast. A beast, but before he could boast, Ru Yan closed in. She unleashed a move, knocking the subordinates out of the battle. 2 clan heads watched the battlefield in the sky, their faces grim. The head of the Si-Du family opened a space portal, ready to take matters into his own hands, furious at losing so many titles, while the Wang family head was determined to take revenge on Ru Yan at all costs. The two appeared simultaneously on the battlefield, and he immediately called forth his war beast to join the fight. Come here. The 2 sides faced off, and the monster roared like thunder. Provoked, the subordinates of the Duong family rushed forward with great momentum. To protect the young master, they would not allow anyone to approach, as the monster, resembling a muscular bull, swung its massive fist towards them. The Duong family's forces quickly shifted tactics to respond. He drew his heavy golden sword and unleashed his ultimate move, Solar Strike. A beam of light tore through the air, striking directly at the monster's front. The soldiers seized the opportunity, shouting loudly to counterattack. However, it seemed that every counterattack had been anticipated by the enemy, as the 2 clan leaders only curled their lips in cold smile. The monster showed no sign of weakening, and instead delivered a punch that sent the soldiers flying. The Duong family's subordinates panicked when they saw their attacks were ineffective. Tang Zhan immediately shouted for them to keep their spirits high, ignore the beastly monsters, and focus on capturing the enemy's clan leader. They rode their war beasts, drawing their bows and preparing for battle. Dongqing decisively replied to follow orders. Clan leader Si-Du did not back down, signaling his war beast to act while coldly warning them not to interfere. The beast exhaled a dense green mist, obscuring the view, while the poisonous gas spread, making it hard for the soldiers to attack. That moment became a precious opportunity for the monsters to recover their strength. With the advantage in hand, they immediately accelerated, soaring into the sky and heading straight for their targets. Wu Nai quickly realized their intentions. While Ru Yan was still engaged with her opponent in front of her, 2 monsters had closed the encirclement around her. Wu Nai provided timely support, immediately reporting their attack directions. Be careful behind, at the 6 o'clock and 8 o'clock position. Ru Yan had anticipated this, gripping the hilt of her sword tightly and spinning to unleash a series of sharp strikes to push the monsters back. Wu Nai looked up, a bright and confident smile on her face. She gently nodded back in reply, sharing the joy of their seamless cooperation. At that moment, the tentacles suddenly rushed forward, wrapping around her tightly, leaving Ru Yan unable to react. She was trapped in the bindings, stunned with shock. Clan leader Si-Du laughed triumphantly, mocking that the girl had never seen a war beast transformed into a tangled form, where even if one hacked it apart, escape was impossible. Only then did Ru Yan realize she had fallen into a trap, silently cursing herself for being careless. Clan leader Wang seized the opportunity to charge forward, coldly declaring that the decision to eliminate the Duong family now was correct, as her meridians had been sealed, preventing her from using the immobilizing crystal body technique. Wu Nai panicked, reaching out and shouting to stop him. He swung his sword down, aiming for the top of Ru Yan's head with murderous intent. Unexpectedly, the sword of clan leader Wang shattered into pieces. Zio Kulu materialized, standing firm in front of Ru Yan, holding his sword. He was horrified, his face turning pale, sweat pouring down like rain. Boy swung his glowing red sword down with ferocious momentum. Thunderous explosion rang out in the city, now plunged into chaos. After the sweep, dust swirled up, covering everything. When the dust settled, clan leader Si-du lay among the rubble, trembling, asking what that was. Zio Kilu exuded a powerful aura, standing proudly as he shielded Ru Yan. In the vast desert, the shadow of a figure stretched long across the sand alongside a proud scaled serpent. Su Ping's clone split into two, one soaring high to scout. The other remained as a human figure, standing below to observe the situation. As he circled in the air, he noticed a strange, muscular figure ahead. Its body was covered in numerous tentacles, some of which were wrapping tightly around its prey. Recognizing the familiar signs, Su Ping clenched his fist, his eyes filled with clear rage. The image of Bai Yan briefly flashed with a victorious smile, his hand reaching for the glowing blue gem. Without hesitation, Su Ping gathered his strength and threw a punch, his momentum erupting. His fist, magnified many times, shot straight toward the muscular figure. Just then, a cold voice rang out, telling him it was all in vain. The monster suddenly appeared behind the target Su Ping had intended to strike. Su Ping remained unfazed, immediately spinning around to retaliate with a devastating blow. Another voice echoed, causing him to hesitate, still declaring it useless. Anna calmly appeared in front of him, softly asking if he had forgotten something. Even though Bai Yan was weakened and no longer had his lawful power, he still couldn't be moved. The distance between him and the heavens will realm seemed like a bottomless chasm, and at that moment, the voice of Master Tso intervened. Master Tso, do you hear me? Su Ping jolted, realizing he was on the phone, and took a deep breath to calm himself. He sat down, murmuring that it must have been a dream. Tian Lin anxiously asked why he had been overworking since returning to Longjia. Su Ping regained his composure and asked about the status of the contract research plan handled by Tso Ling Tong. The other end of the line reported urgent news, with piles of complaints and the steps of the Education Association nearly worn down by the people pulling in. Su Ping was worried upon hearing this, asking if it was too serious. If needed, he would return immediately. Tian Lin smiled reassuringly, telling him not to rush and to listen first. The training effectiveness of the shop with the war beasts had been clear, with customers and orders pouring in every day and the workload growing exponentially. The reputation was becoming more solid, and the research team's size, initially planned to be small, had expanded significantly with the actual number of people involved in the project. Binding contract could share some of the war beast's power with the beast master, marking a turning point that could change the entire training world. Despite many doubts, this trend couldn't be stopped, so Master Tso could rest assured and wait for the results. Su Ping smiled confidently, thinking that the foundation was solid enough to advance to the heavens will realm. Now, what mattered was rescuing his teammates fighting against Bai Yan's forces, accumulating strength, and waiting for the contract's completion to equip them before launching a counterattack. He stood up, demanding a further report on the distress signal. The other person confirmed that the source had been traced back to the Yuan family, the family of Yuan Shen, the legendary beast master of the Asia continent. If they received that support, their team would be like a tiger with wings. After hearing this, Su Ping stood still in shock, never expecting it to be Yuan Shen. Indeed, fate was unavoidable. Despite their past conflict, he had still not joined Bai Yan, which made Su Ping reconsider his stance. The war beast carrying him seemed to sense something, and Su Ping looked down ahead, speculating that the target was right there. Below was a desolate land, where the monsters were spreading disaster among the people. They treated destruction as a game, and amidst the mournful cries, someone shouted loudly to ignore them and run. An old man, running while worrying, called out for the young lady, and Ling Lu immediately swung her sword, using the Phoenix King's roar technique to clear the way. The girl continued to slash, facing the monster directly in front of her. After defeating the enemy, Ling Lu was almost exhausted, leaning on her sword, gasping for breath and saying that she and Zai had reached their limit, as the beasts were truly too numerous. Just as Ling Lu was straining to defend herself and let her guard down at the back, someone shouted a warning. The little miss is being ambushed from behind. Quickly dodge. Before she could turn, a massive hand slammed down, throwing her off balance. The little girl screamed in panic. Everyone looked up at the sky. High above, fists filled the air. A horde of green beasts scrambled in terror as Su Ping's golden strikes rained down like a storm. One of them cursed bitterly, seeing his comrades topple. Truly a bunch of useless fools. Ling Lu turned pale, unable to believe the terrifying power. The beast she had struggled to defeat with full force was torn apart effortlessly, surely the leader among them. The giant beast roared, charging to confront him alone, its body bracing against the golden fists descending. Yet before it could show arrogance, it revealed fear in the face of his power. A single colossal punch brought it down. The desert around was scarred with deep craters. The black-haired boy cheered, thankfully reinforcements arrived. The little girl was stunned by the overwhelming might. The opponent's magic dissipated like grass before the wind. Could this be a legendary level? Linglu clasped her hands and bowed, not knowing which senior had come to help. Please appear so I may express gratitude. My family will surely remember this favor. Su Ping slowly descended in front of her. Only this few people left. Hearing that voice, Linglu felt a strange familiarity. He gasped, recognizing it was that Western man. Remembering previous encounters, Linglu was annoyed seeing him again. He approached and said, "There's no need for ceremony, Yuan Shen isn't here." She immediately changed attitude. "What ceremony am I doing?" Easily restrained her as she tried to struggle. If it weren't for him taking the Long King inheritance, I could have handled these beasts, and don't call my grandfather by name. He's guarding the ancestral mansion against enemies. Su Ping sighed. "All right, stop making a scene, lead me to him." Hearing him, she paused, worried her grandfather might be in trouble. Linglu crossed her arms skeptically. "Don't try to fool me. My grandfather is a legendary, defending the ancestral mansion. How could there be a lapse?" He sighed, touching his watch. "If truly no gaps exist." Su Ping had to present evidence, otherwise why would I take her? Linglu covered her mouth in horror. "Such a serious wound. What did he do to my grandfather?" He explained, "Previously he came to our shop due to the secret of Long Tai Mountain. We merely defended ourselves, though Yuan Shen blocked news. His current strength has dropped below legendary level." Su Ping lowered her voice. "A senior over 100 surrounded by rebel forces would face consequences. You understand?" she asked seriously. "At that time my grandfather was one of 2 legends of the continent. You hadn't inherited the Long King yet. How could you severely injure him?" He summoned the black lineage. Could it be that only her family has strong defenders? Su Ping leaned against the dragon's foot, saying, "Those who dare come here must bear the consequences. The foundations of our shop are evident. You've never trained under me, right?" Linglu's followers widened their eyes. "Its body is huge. That's 3rd-ranked Zhu Long Shu on the dragon chart. Yet I've seen purebred half its size with golden horns and purple fiery mane emitting unique aura. A rare branch," she grumbled. "Who wants training from him?" He shrugged. "Up to you, so will you go?" She replied clearly. "Grandfather told me to reach the safe base city for refuge. Before permission, absolutely no return." Linglu extended her hand to Su Ping. "If grandfather said so, it must be reasoned. I intended to leave after being rescued, but for him I disobeyed for the first time. I can trust him." He pulled her up. "I said I save people. The current situation is clear. How important a legendary beast master is. If you want to heal Yuan Shen and restore his strength, lead me immediately." Linglu nodded. "I understand." The black dragon carried Su Ping into the city, engulfed in smoke and fire. He observed and shook his head. The city's defense has completely failed. Linglu was astonished. Before leaving, the city was intact. Now, less than half a day later, suddenly some attacks arrived. Su Ping gripped her hand in haste. She ground her teeth angrily. "Are these from the rebel forces? Don't worry about me. Zai Shu can fly, I can call it." After pulling her to safety, he asked if she meant Zai Ling Phoenix. "Not yet. Firepower too dense. Many 9th-level fighters. Tends to long, annoying attacks." She was puzzled. What should we do? 8 rebel members discovered them and sneered. "Our defensive beasts can't defeat it. That dragon is surely a big prey. Absorbing it will increase cultivation significantly." They focused all firepower on it, but Su Ping erected a barrier so attacks had no effect. The golden lineage reminded, to prevent Long Quan from being too strong to control, I used 3 seals to lock 90% of its power. Only when fully capable can it unlock. Su Ping pondered. If fully unleashed. When the 3 seals are removed, Long Quan can enter legendary level space, a crucial step in reaching destiny through a contract. Su Ping considered, now at legendary level can withstand backlash. First seal serves to test if locked energy is real. The rebels panicked seeing the sky change color. Quickly stop him. That one is summoning something formidable. He clenched his fist and shouted, "Long Quan, come out. Unlock the first seal." Long Quan stomped the ground fiercely. Performing the legendary Long Quan reached 2nd legendary stage in mid-motion. Su Ping observed. After unlocking it, looked even more like a true dragon. Strength unclear. Ling Lu astonished by the changed appearance and familiar dragon aura. Beasts roared. "Just a dog daring to claim heavenly dragon. Expend all force to handle them. Let me see the taste." As soon as he finished speaking, they all launched attacks at it and the black dragon. Su Ping stood on the black dragon's back observing. Most of the rebel forces were 8th or 9th level. Concentrated firepower caused slight pressure, but like children swinging wooden swords, not lethal, just annoying. So Zhu Long Shu actively used defensive skill. Looked at Long Quan, seeing it showed no pain. It even seemed to enjoy it. His thoughts, the attack was like scratching an itch. The beasts panicked seeing legendary Long Quan arch its body. We clearly struck all hits yet no reaction. What kind of body is this? White Hat yelled, could this be peak legendary, facing a stubborn one? Ling Lu gritted his teeth drawing his sword. You harmed so many and plan to run, Su Ping reassured. Relax, I am only testing Long Quan. She was determined not to let anyone escape. Beasts and rebels scattered in fear looking for survival. Seeing it lift a foot from the sea of fire, they shouted run and scatter. Long Quan stomped fiercely causing ground cracks, shockwave blowing away all nearby. The White Hat gritted teeth. What is it planning? Suddenly huge rocks sprouted, he froze. One action changed the terrain. Su Ping thought, thorn defense skill that only increased individual defense now expanded into prison-like area. Indeed, Long King's power not only boosts physique, but elevates beast skill application. Ling Lu asked anxiously, so strong, is this the monster that once defeated me? The White Hat knelt clasping hands pleading, Senior Legend please lightly strike, spare us a way to live. Su Ping replied, following the rebels you should understand, strong defeats weak. When you oppress others, prepare to be suppressed. He shook head in panic, not like that, Senior misunderstood. We didn't insist on following the dark path. Trembled, offering glowing blue stone, we just wanted to be stronger following anyone. We are familiar with this area. If Senior spares us, we will guide to treasures. Ling Lu gritted teeth. That is the rebel extracted from living beast masters. They destroyed a city for it. The little girl was startled hearing him. Then bow your head and stand up. He and comrades rejoiced thinking spared. Senior generous, from now we obey orders. Long Quan suddenly roared and unleashed great heavenly dragon roar. The booming sound reduced the others to dry bones, trembling without understanding why. The stone flashed a blue light and rolled down to his toes. Su Ping subtly moved his mind, lifting it straight toward himself. All the blue stones were sucked up by him. Su Ping said coldly not to think that exceeding limits would allow a casual return as if nothing happened. Ling Lu stood behind, watching him absorb all the blue crystals with an unchanged expression, inwardly astonished. This approach was no different from those relying on buy-in. Su Ping glanced at the girl and said to lead him to her grandfather tomorrow. Killing intent surged from him fiercely. Only by dealing with buy-in could this calamity be extinguished. Ling Lu looked at his serious expression in bewilderment. Could he intend to shoulder this responsibility alone? The girl obediently followed the direction and said she knew the way. Ling Lu anxiously looked at the sky, wondering why the patterned clouds above were thickening. The scene shifted to Yuan Mansion, the entire town submerged in rolling flame. Su Ping sighed as everything went as predicted. This place had been devastated. They were still one step late. Ling Lu said in shock her house had a grand defensive formation set up by her grandfather over many years. If he held it, even royal beasts could be resisted for more than a day, and the previous ambush was neither legendary nor royal beasts. He decided to dive into the sea of flames as guessing was useless. Checking first then deciding, Ling Lu nodded and followed closely. Su Ping ordered Long Quan to follow him. Long Shu to stay in the air to monitor, provide immediate support if any movement occurred. The others all responded in unison and followed the orders. Soon they landed in a messy courtyard. Ling Lu hurriedly ran up, calling loudly grandfather. Su Ping vigilantly observed the surrounding, strangely seeing no one and sensing no spiritual fluctuation. Ling Lu turned and said her communicator was off. Trying to transmit through the secret passage got no response either. Su Ping pondered, noting the situation was very unusual. Doubts arose in him. If they were taken, there should be signs of battle, yet it was just empty ruins. He blurted, asking if after taking her they would join buy-in. Ling Lu angrily pressed her sword to his neck, saying she would be the first to deal with him if so. Yet Su Ping calmly asked why Yuan Shen did not allow her to return. Clearly something was hidden. The accusation made Ling Lu slowly lower her sword and say she also wanted to know the truth. Immediately after she knelt on one knee. Using the sword hilt, she drew long lines on the ground, forming a formation in an instant. Su Ping curiously asked what she was doing. Ling Lu said seriously her grandfather had once been famous for formation. She took out a small pouch glowing pale blue and said her grandfather had once passed her a secret soul-seeking formation. The pouch was tossed up, light spreading in all directions, placing a personal item of the target allowed instant location. Su Ping showed approval. He observed with interest while Ling Lu confidently said to watch carefully and learn. She shouted. The formation lit up, condensing into a dragon head in the air and activated. Immediately a beam shot into the sky, piercing thick clouds. It rotated slowly like a radar scanning the area. Suddenly Ling Lu faltered, the dragon head above gradually dissipating. Su Ping looked up, asking why the soul-seeking formation seemed drained. Ling Lu gasped, saying she had searched within hundreds of miles, but he was farther. Current spiritual power insufficient to trace beyond 1,000 miles. Su Ping was surprised to hear Yuan Shen was over 1,000 miles away. Ling Lu affirmed. He suggested using his own spiritual power to control it, but she shook her head, saying the formation only operated by the deployer's power and she had another method. She bent down, writing quickly like flying dragons and dancing phoenixes. Su Ping asked, bewildered, what it was. Ling Lu said seriously she had to maintain the formation, so asked him to find the ingredients listed on the paper. Looking at the long list, Su Ping asked why so many rare materials were needed. Ling Lu smiled confidently, saying it was a formula to normalize evil accumulation energy, storing for 2 or 3 days sufficient to trace her grandfather, asking if he saw she was a genius. The long scroll could wrap around the body several times. Su Ping casually said just gathering the materials took 3 days, charging another 3 days. By the time found it would be too late. Ling Lu was angry because he directly named her grandfather and challenged him for a better plan. Su Ping said nothing, snapping his fingers to summon Long Quan. Let my Long Quan try. It approached to sniff Ling Lu, making her flustered, but Long Quan quickly distinguished countless scents, their canine companion's sense far surpassing a beast master of equal level, all smells clear as images to them. Su Ping had absolute trust because Long Quan's 100-mile soul-tracking skill amplified its sense of smell 100-fold, combined with inheritance from the Elder Dragon King, making its use even stronger. Long Quan detected a broken hairpin and immediately sniffed it carefully. It instantly identified it belonged to Yuan Shen. Long Quan used its skill to follow the scent trail. To it the aroma was like a path stretching ahead. The trail led to a distant towering snowy mountain. The flat peak of the mountain was surrounded by many fierce beasts. Yuan Shen struggled to resist, suddenly pausing as if sensing something. The second legendary figure of the Asian continent was also present here. Di Bing, in merged illusory form, repelled a beast while asking Yuan Shen if he was overexerted. Yuan Shen said no, only a strange sensation like something sliding past his defense along the back of his neck made him shiver. Di Bing continued fighting, laughing, asking, could it be he felt that way just because of being sniffed by beasts? Yuan Shen unleashed dozens of sword beams, saying it was not these beasts but a distant existence he could not trace back to. Di Bing changed expression, saying that was impossible. This mountain was a high-level secret of Lamb Star. Only 2 people in Asia knew. At that moment golden light descended from the sky. Long Quan suddenly appeared behind Si Bing. Su Ping rode on its back laughing, saying they had arrived. Apparently the girl was not only wrong, Ling Lu had yet to understand, seeing Yuan Shen and calling loudly grandfather. Yuan Shen was surprised to hear his grandchild. Si Bing asked cautiously who they were. Ling Lu knelt on one knee and introduced herself as a junior paying respect. She bowed respectfully to the legendary elder. Su Ping stood by, thinking, initially only wanting Yuan Shen's help. Now with another legendary joining, morale and the situation would improve significantly. At this moment the beasts approached. Yuan Shen shouted first to push them back, then discuss. Si Bing remained still as if considering something. Ling Lu drew her sword eagerly in response. He leapt high with fighting spirit, while Su Ping observed, wondering why the Lamb Star map showed no such snowy mountain. The peak leveled as if cut, guarded by 2 legendary figures. Yuan Shen even abandoned his main base to protect it, showing its unpredictable importance. In the midst of battle, Ling Lu suddenly paused, asking what was coming. Before her were the massive tentacles of a royal beast octopus. Yuan Shen immediately told her to handle the other beasts while he dealt with it, simultaneously condensing thousands of arrows above. They gathered into a giant blade aimed at the octopus. Ling Lu recognized the familiar left-swinging technique, eyes full of admiration as he had cleared countless beasts with it. Even royal beasts were wary. Seconds later, Yuan Shen waved his hand to drive the blade forward. The octopus reacted quickly, using its tentacles to block the attack. Yuan Shen's face suddenly showed clear signs of shock mixed with confusion. What is this? A red light suddenly flared up in front of him, so fast that it was almost impossible to see in time. The octopus swung its tentacle, knocking Yuan Shen away, causing blood to spill from the corner of his mouth. Si Ping also expressed surprise and said, Lao Yuan, you could do this move with one hand before, now with the old injury too, don't push yourself too hard. His gaze shifted slightly towards Su Ping, The kid who came here next must not be ordinary, no need to hide his skills anymore. Si Ping spoke with authority, asking for his help to eliminate this ancient beast. Hearing this, Su Ping immediately leapt off Long Quan's back. He nodded without hesitation. All right, then summoned the power of the Golden Crow. Grabbing the monster's tentacle, the Golden Crow divine demon body manifested instantly. The octopus changed direction, and its remaining tentacles all rushed toward him. Su Ping clenched his fists, his gaze cold as ice, willing to sacrifice a part rather than losing the whole, then used the second form of the demon suppression fist. The Golden Crow divine demon body held tight to a tentacle, the other hand slashing down to sever it, then immediately launching another powerful punch. Shockwave made the entire mountain tremble. Ling Lu behind him couldn't help but exclaim, "The martial arts are truly overbearing." That strike nearly knocked the octopus off the mountain peak. A giant beast was almost thrown off. It seemed to have truly gotten enraged, its suckers glowing green. Su Ping opened his divine eye and realized it was poisonous venom shooting out from the suckers, preparing to retaliate. That moment, a powerful force flew straight into its tentacle. A strange mark appeared on the monster's forehead, causing Su Ping to be stunned. Its eyes turned blue, emitting a painful screech as if it had been severely provoked. Si Ping somehow had already shielded Su Ping. The move just now was executed by him. Quite good, because of that, I managed to catch its opening. Unfortunately, still not enough to defeat it. The next move, I will open a path for you. Su Ping nodded lightly in agreement. Below, Yuan Shen propped himself up, trying to stand, and weakly called Ling Lu. The girl quickly ran over, worried, saying, "You are badly injured." But the old man interrupted and asked, "Why are you here? I told you to move to another city for safety. Why didn't you listen?" Ling Lu stuttered, not having time to reply when Yuan Shen pressed on, asking, "Did that brat Su Ping force you to come?" Girl lowered her head, biting her lips, not speaking. Her voice mixed with questioning. "If it were you before, would you have let that beast run rampant like this?" Yuan Shen asked back in confusion, but Ling Lu calmly admitted, it wasn't forced, nor was it for righteousness. She just hoped he could rise again. So even though it went against his will, she had no regrets. Yuan Shen became furious and raised his hand to reprimand. "You brought Su Ping here just to treat my injuries. Do you know the trouble you've caused?" Ling Lu shut her eyes and screamed, "As long as you recover, I'm willing to accept any punishment." Yuan Shen froze for a moment but still swung his hand down. Several sharp arrows flew toward the beast horde sneaking closer. The old man placed his hand on the girl's shoulder, helplessly saying, "Get up, let's deal with these first." Ling Lu smiled and responded, "Yes." Above, Si Ping and Su Ping coordinated in perfect harmony. One strike tore a large section of the octopus's body. Below, the two were also fiercely fighting other beasts. Seeing the Beast King collapse, the remaining ones panicked and fled. Ling Lu wiped her sweat and sighed in relief. "They've fled, it's finally over." Yuan Shen simply responded softly. Ling Lu then asked, "Why are beasts constantly attacking in this cold, distant place?" Yuan Shen sternly reminded her, "If it's something you shouldn't ask, don't ask." She lowered her head in obedience, and at that moment Su Ping landed and said, "Now, let's talk about the main matter." Yuan Shen turned to ask, "What matter?" Su Ping replied straightforwardly, "I have a way to heal your injuries." The old man responded, "I know," which made the boy slightly surprised as Ling Lu's expression suddenly changed before he could finish. A silent attack was heading straight toward Su Ping, unnoticed by him. "As long as I want, not only will I help you recover your cultivation," he continued, "I could even help you surpass your previous cultivation." Just then, Ling Lu rushed over, pushing him aside, shouting, "Be careful." However, it seemed she couldn't retreat in time. A flash of light and then a loud explosion shook the mountains. Splitting into two forces, Ru Yan was in the base city of Yidu, among the ruins. Two figures swiftly moved. The one with a wounded forehead was Ma Fu. The blood had yet to dry and he thought of Ru Yan, wondering what she was that destroyed 3 body doubles and almost took his life. Was the escape route hiding the trump card? Then holding his shoulder he asked, "Si-du, is this the weakling you said could be caught with one move?" "Ma Fu, don't blame me." Both landed on the rooftop, Si-du said. According to intelligence, she was once kidnapped and imprisoned in Longjiang, never leaving. Ma Fu, shocked, replied, "Kidnapped? Her strength now is 100 times greater than before. You call that kidnapping?" Suddenly, the rooftop was split. Si-du immediately flew up to dodge the sharp sword Qi, and Ma Fu followed, saying, "Our main forces have suffered losses at your escape route, and our vitality is greatly damaged. It will be difficult to cause waves for decades." Ru Yan's cold voice sounded from behind. "This is now the world of our escape route. Why bother with such threats, you two clan leaders?" She had previously declared to annihilate their entire escape route. She launched a circular sword attack toward them. do you remember? The cold sword light swept through, and one of Ma Fu's arms was severed, leaving him stunned. He let out a pitiful scream. Immediately after, Ma Fu collapsed, cursing. The sword returned to Ru Yan's hand, and her gaze was colder than ice. This strike is in place of my sister's vengeance. These words shocked Ma Fu, and next, the other clan members would follow. He tried to crawl up, pleading with Si-do. Brother Si-do, help me, we had an agreement. Ma Fu, clutching the severed arm, still tried to charge forward. For one family in trouble, another must come to the rescue. But he was immediately struck down again, breaking a leg, causing him to fall flat. One who attacked him was none other than Si-do, his face unchanged. I will take care of your family. Tell them you bravely sacrificed yourself. Ma Fu crawled on the ground, his eyes filled with hatred. Old Si-do, you betrayed me. I'm not finished with you. As soon as he finished speaking, Ru Yan stepped forward, stomping on his head. Her cold eyes said, don't worry, clan leader Si-do, his clan members, and even his whole family will go with him. Meanwhile, Si-do had already leapt to another rooftop, muttering to himself. Fortunately, I still kept a branch of the Dark Guards. The enemy is scattered, they won't be able to pursue. After Si-do's order, a group of people emerged from the house. Come out now. A moment later, someone approached the body of Ma Fu. The people of the escape route whispered, the corpse of clan leader Wang Jia. Is the young master also gone? Such cruel methods, can't imagine what the young master went through in Longjia. Unhi clenched her fists, her voice full of doubt. Something's wrong, why do we only see clan leader Wang Jia's body? No sign of Si-do or his trusted subordinates on the battlefield. Maybe they have a way out. If my sister encountered an ambush, it would be dangerous. Tang Jian frowned, looking afar. We must pursue quickly. Since Ru Yan was little, she never missed anything. This time we witnessed her clan members being trampled. Meanwhile, not far away, the situation became even more tense. Si-do's Dark Guards were clashing with Ru Yan's, and it seemed that just one moment of recklessness could cause trouble. Si-do stood high, waving his hand in threat. Ru Yan, I give you one last chance to turn back. If you dare take another step into my territory, even if I have to pay with my life, I'll drag you down with me. She took a deep breath, her hand gripping the sword hilt tightly, her eyes showing the resolve I had hoped for. Suddenly, she crouched down, quietly instructing Yahello to hide in the shadows quickly, not to hesitate. The boy looked confused, tilting his head at Ru Yan with questions in his eyes. She leisurely stepped forward and softly spoke, this is a personal matter. I don't want you to get hurt because of my impulsiveness. Behind Yahello, a blinding light suddenly flared, and his head detached from his body. The boy's spine shot toward Ru Yan and merged with her body. In the blink of an eye, Ru Yan was transported to a different space, dimly lit. Where am I? She looked at the weapons laid out before her, her amazement clear in her gaze. And what is this exactly? Yahello's head suddenly appeared beside the panel, his small hand pointing at a sword. Ru Yan pointed at herself, hesitantly asking, you want me to touch it? She saw Yahello smile and nod in confirmation. She immediately pressed the sword symbol, and a strange vortex appeared outside. A group of Si-do was pushed back by the force, the chilling air making them confused about what was happening. Ru Yan and Yahello fused into a swift beast-human hybrid. This change shocked the Si-do group, realizing she was a legendary beast tamer. Without a word, Ru Yan dashed forward, disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a blurry afterimage. The Si-do group immediately became cautious, but she appeared right next to them, striking decisively. Be careful, they couldn't see her anymore. Before they could regain their bearings, they were continuously attacked by her. Numerous cuts appeared on the bodies of the Si-do group, leaving them stunned in disbelief. Their faces were filled with horror, their bodies bleeding, unable to believe that in such a short time they had suffered so many blows. Soon after, their bodies shattered into pieces, a result of Ru Yan's ultimate technique, the Chaotic Star Reincarnation Blade. Si-do saw this and turned to flee, wondering if this technique didn't require a beast to assist. But he hesitated, realizing that with just his own strength, he had reached the Sword Monarch level, truly a unique skill. Hundreds of cuts also appeared on his body. Hard to believe a young girl could comprehend such a terrifying sword technique and reach the legendary level. His end was no different from the others, gritting his teeth before he fell, muttering in resentment, I am unwilling to accept this. While later the Tang Jian group arrived at the scene, he spread his arms to block everyone behind him. Don't move forward. Unai asked in confusion what her father had seen. Tang Jian looked ahead, his hand clenched tight. and only uttered 2 words: hell. Wunai hurriedly covered her nose, the strong stench nearly making her unable to open her eyes. She pointed to the distance, where corpses were piled up. In the blurry scene, Wunai briefly saw the figure of Ru Yan but didn't recognize her. When she sensed someone approaching, she turned around to look at them. Everyone cautiously stepped back since they had been noticed, but Wunai suddenly realized it was her sister. Tang Zhan frowned, denying it. That's not right. The figure doesn't carry Ru Yan's aura. We can't let our guard down. It could be someone from the Su Duo family. At that moment, Ru Yan jumped down from the pile of corpses and approached, emitting a dark aura around her. Tang Zhan and the others slowly retreated, their weapons ready. Someone worriedly asked if the killing intent was too overwhelming. What should we do? The patriarch answered that this aura is most likely at the legendary level. If it's from Su Duo, it could be a big problem. He immediately gave the order for everyone to prepare for battle, and everyone answered in unison. At that moment, the outer armor on Ru Yan slowly dissipated, and she closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. Tang Zhan was astonished, exclaiming, "Ru Yan." Those around her joyfully cheered, "The young master is safe." He turned around and loudly ordered to recall the beasts. "It's our young master. The Su Duo group has been taken care of." Then he sternly reprimanded Ru Yan for recklessly chasing after 2 clan leaders. "It was too dangerous. If something happened, I would be blamed." She lowered her head to apologize for acting too hastily. Shortly after, Tang Zhan laughed, easing the tension, saying he was just joking. "You did great." Everyone continuously praised her for merging with the beast and breaking through to the legendary level, a rare event in a century for the family. Behind her, Zio Kulu quietly sank into the ground. The compliments grew louder. They hailed Ru Yan as a pillar in these chaotic times. "Long live the young master, long live Ru Yan the legendary," but she turned pale and waved her hand, saying things weren't exactly as they seemed. In her heart, she just wanted to cry silently. Zio Kulu, "Stop teasing me, hurry and show up." I don't know how to explain otherwise, but he just waved and vanished. Not seeing any movement, Ru Yan glanced back. Could it be that Zio Kulu didn't know how to handle this situation? Then she looked at the crowd clapping, suddenly understanding that maybe he didn't want to ruin the joyous atmosphere. The clan members were so moved they were teary-eyed. Everyone was overjoyed that Ru Yan had defeated the 2 families. No one noticed the sorrow on her face, for everything had been arranged by Su Ping. Without Zio Kulu and the legendary sword, someone like her would have a hard time changing the situation. Even her current strength had been cultivated by Su Ping, so she didn't dare to be confident before everyone's expectation. Just then, Wunai ran up and hugged Ru Yan tightly, choking up, saying, "It's good that you're safe. When I saw you come alone, I feared I might never see you again." Ru Yan gently hugged her back, apologizing for making her worry. Wunai tightened her embrace, burying her face in her sister's shoulder, saying, "You don't need to apologize. I'm just happy you came." Your voice sounded like a plea, causing Ru Yan to pause. "Don't leave me anymore, sister." Childhood memories rushed back, the invitation to stay like in the old days echoed. Ru Yan hugged her tighter and answered firmly, "Yes, I'll stay." Wunai asked in surprise, "Is it true?" Ru Yan gently pushed her away and said she still had many important things to handle. Once she was done, she would come back to find her. Hearing this, Wunai froze. She turned to speak to the others, saying the long story would be explained later when they returned. But for now, they must go to the Su Duo treasure vault and clear it out before it falls into the hands of others. Everyone responded in unison, obeying the order. Soon the Tang family opened the Su Duo treasure vault door. Inside were piles of gold, silver, and precious treasures. Ru Yan looked around. Is this all of Su Duo's accumulation over 100 years? Wunai admired. It's magnificent. Tang Zhan loudly ordered, "Gather everything, leave nothing behind." While checking a room, he found the long-lost spiritual hidden tree of the family. Surprisingly, it was here. Su Duo had taken good care of it. At that moment, someone reported that the door was hidden by a secret treasure. Ru Yan immediately noticed, and Tang Zhan gave the order to open it without hesitation. The person quickly complied and the door opened. Ru Yan's face clearly showed astonishment. Inside was like a prison cell. 2 people were locked in there. Who were they? Tang Zhan deduced that this was probably Su Duo's dungeon. Ru Yan shook her head, sensing something unusual. Who would build a dungeon inside a treasure vault like this? Moreover, even though it was a dungeon, the scene was too brutal. The grand elder of the Jia cat family limped toward the voice, hoarsely asking, "Who's there? Su Duo, old thief. I'll never forgive you even in death." Wunai frowned as she observed. His limbs and eyes were tortured terribly. Tang Zhan quickly recognized him as the grand elder of the Jia cat family. Sharp slash was swung to break the lock of the prison cell. Wu Yan approached to open the door, remarking that the Jia cat family, one of the 4 major families of Alu, had fallen to this situation. "We'll talk once we're outside." The Grand Elder skeptically asked, "Is it Tang Zhan and Ru Yan?" The other prisoners murmured with excitement at being rescued. She bent down to help him up and confirmed, "Yes, it's us." He smiled bitterly, never expecting to be saved by the once arrogant Tang family. Tang Zhan thought to himself, if not for Ru Yan, they might have shared the same fate. Wu Nai volunteered to treat the wounds. Ru Yan asked bluntly, "Why did Su Du collude with Bai Yan and turn people into crystal energy? Why bother imprisoning so many people?" The Grand Elder answered, "Because they were still useful." The Jia cat ancestors were skilled in beast tamer contracts, and 100 years ago, they created a unique secret technique to help the family stand strong among the 4 major families of Alu. It was the Soul Beast contract. Tang Zhan pondered and repeated the name of the secret technique. It said that this secret technique uses the blood and bones of beast tamers as intermediaries to create special soul beasts unlike regular beasts, and as long as the master survives, no matter how much the soul beast is harmed, it cannot perish. Wu Nhi grew suspicious of the contract with the spirit beasts. He had heard rumors. Could it be that Tu Du Ra intended to confine them in a distant desert, exploiting the immortal nature of the spirit beasts to drain their essence endlessly? He immediately admitted it, indeed. If it weren't for the legendary demonic aura of the soul-devouring bell secretly harming our clan, why would we fear Tu Du Ra and that royal family member? In the end, the clan chief trusted the treacherous words of the old scoundrel, surrendering their spirit beasts in hopes of securing a path to survival for the young master. But they insulted the young master daily before our eyes, using it as leverage to force the captured tamed masters to submit. Clan chief and young master left evidence while the opponents were careless, instructing us never to repeat past mistakes. We have endured until today, only hoping to one day make Tu Du Ra pay in blood. The fragments of beasts manifested by their spiritual energy all erupted in rage. Wu Nhi quickly intervened. "Elders, the injuries are severe. Please do not expend more energy." They shook their heads. Their sole wish was to see the old scoundrel punished, so they accepted whatever the cost. A sword suddenly plunged into the ground. Ru Yan planted the sword amid the stunned gazes of everyone. Su Ping calmly stated that over 1,200 lives under Tu Du Ra had fallen to this blade. "If you don't believe it, go see for yourself. Your injuries will be treated by our clan's top healers, fully recoverable in a month. Any other difficulties, just tell me. The Duong clan will handle it. Please rest and recover." Senior elder of the Jiaji family bowed in gratitude. "We will never forget this great favor, even in times of peril." Wu Enhi's eyes were full of admiration, quickly stabilizing the decapitated dragon situation. Tang Zhan smiled. After subduing the royal family and adding the high-level tamed masters of the Jiaji family, the Duong clan had a foundation to rise as the top clan in the Asian continent. He spoke emotionally that this was an achievement generations of clan chiefs had strived for but never attained, yet Ru Yan accomplished it alone. "Ru Yan, Ru Yan." Ru Yan calmly turned, addressing her uncle. "What instructions do you have?" Tang Zhan smiled kindly at her seriousness. At home, there was no need to be overly restrained. She clasped her hands and replied yes. He asked if she knew why the Duong clan wanted to nurture the 2 young masters, her and Ru Vu. Ru Yan replied that the family expected them to be tough externally, lenient internally, managing and accomplishing the grand plan to lead the Asian continent. Tang Zhan nodded. "That is correct, but ambition confined to this continent is too narrow. Ru Yan, you haven't officially assumed office yet and already achieved this on just one home visit. I think it's time to grant you the position of clan chief. In times of chaos, those who contend either weaken or are wiped out. Ru Yan, no, clan chief, lead the clan to conquer the remaining 3 regions of Lam Tin." He responded with obedience. "Uncle, now that the clan chief role is entrusted to Ru Yan, all Duong clan forces are coordinated by me, right?" He looked at her with curiosity, of course. "Ru Yan, what is your next step?" Ru Yan's fingers traced the sword, decisively saying to gather all forces, eliminate the remaining rebels and pacify Bai Gan. Tang Zhan panicked, calling to stop. She coldly demanded to be called clan chief. He changed his address. "Clan chief, the Duong clan doesn't act unconditionally. Why waste a rare opportunity on unprofitable matters?" Ru Yan silently replied in her heart. "Because that is what he wishes. As long as it is his wish, I will execute it unconditionally. I am willing to be his sword." The air tensed like a string ready for a storm. Su Ping turned, saying, "The eldest miss personally saved me. deeply grateful. Ling Lu immediately denied it. Don't misunderstand. I only feared that if you were harmed, no one could treat my grandfather. Long Hong spoke. This young man was already wary. Ling Lu wondered why Elder Engai Long Hong acted against Su Ping. Previously, he had quietly helped repel the beast. Chian Kai gently held the girl back and explained this was Lam Tin's highest secret stronghold. Anyone intruding recklessly must be dealt with according to the rules of the Feng Tower. Su Ping glanced. Feng Tower, this mountain is related to the organization considered the strongest worldwide. He bluntly said, "Old man, you should have introduced the name of this place first. It seems you skipped the most important part." Long Hong impatiently dashed like lightning. Enough. No need to explain further to one about to leave. Long Vuong immediately charged, launching a direct attack at the opponent. A layer of blue light enveloped Long Vuong. Ping immediately noticed something unusual. Long Vuong gradually became encircled. Ling Lu was horrified. Long Quan's defense was broken too easily. That is the illusion reality level might. He frowned, not right when unlocking the final seal. Long Quan's combat power reached illusion reality level, same tier as him. The previous force could not breach the sphere unless he held an ability unknown to me, rendering defense useless. I will attack proactively. Su Ping shouted Spirit Strike. Long Hong scorned, I saw through that move when you fought the beasts. He shouted Divine Power. The opponent reacted quickly, retracting claws. Su Ping gave full force. Two forces clashed, gradually tilting the balance. Long Hong only then felt the immense weight. Su Ping struck straight again. That blow immediately forced him to bow to the ground. He crossed his arms, remarking fairly, "Stay down, don't rise again." Ling Lu turned to plead, "Grandfather, we accidentally wandered here. Su Ping just repelled the beasts, no ill intent. Could you advise Chian Kai to stop?" Chian Kai replied, "I cannot decide." Elder Hong added, "Rest assured, Lao Nuyen guarded the formation for years with merit. I will not let the Nuyen family line be cut off. Afterwards her memory will be erased. As for this young man, the threat is too great. He must be eliminated." Su Ping thought he said protect the formation, so this mountain is a formation, guarded for years by two top Asian legends. What kind of formation is so crucial? Two figures transformed into lightning, rushing at each other. He smiled faintly. Punishment comes in many forms. When Bai and Gan invaded, the Asian continent suffered, yet two famous legends lounged here comfortably, typical of them. He replied decisively, "Don't expect to provoke me. I will not reveal more information. Save energy for strikes." Su Ping silently realized difficulty. Long Hong shouted, "Because I am a legend." Long Vuong opened his mouth wide, seizing Long Hong in an instant. He still resisted. "The brute only knows strength. I will make you remember." Su Ping quickly realized that was the shield breaking and spirit shock strike. Long Quan must keep distance, using ranged attacks. Powerful fists struck consecutively. Long Hong sneered, "Just child's play. A brute remains a brute." The sequence was nullified in an instant. Ling Lu had to exclaim, despite the legendary shield, the force was palpable. He gasped, realizing they had retained full power when previously repelling the beasts, a confrontation of legends indeed terrifying. Not truly a legend, Su Ping had not yet unleashed full strength. Ling Lu was stunned. Current combat power could flatten a base city. You say he still holds back. He calmly explained legendary tamed masters and titles rank 10 and 9, seemingly close but vastly different. Beyond body and energy, key is fusion skill only legends can train. When a beast merges, the tamed master inherits part of its power and skill, also gaining elemental control. Gu Ping's fusion is Lu Yen Haiyan Min Ku, dual water attribute. Control ability is Hai Hong Strike. When using water attribute, effect rapidly melts and erodes opponent's shield, armor, and body. Even legendary bodies suffer serious damage. The girl realized why Long Quan's defense broke easily, but why Su Ping had not fused yet. Perhaps he had other plans. Su Ping forced a smile. "There are no complex schemes. I just entered legendary rank." Legend was shocked, just reaching legendary. He thought, could this be a sign of heavenly tribulation? No wonder his energy differs from true legends. He had not yet transcended. Ling Lu spoke, "Grandfather, can I ask a favor?" He replied, "I've said many times I cannot decide this alone. She insisted you can do it." The legend asked, "What is it?" Ling Lu looked straight. "Can you teach fusion to Su Ping?" He froze. "What, you want me to teach that boy?" Flurry of strikes clashed with brilliant blue sparks, creating a breathtaking scene, when suddenly a green light tore through the assault like a piercing strike. Long Huang acknowledged that the boy's peculiar fist power was incredibly fierce, its force like a 1,000-pound steel hammer. Any slip could topple even a legendary level, yet unfortunately it collided with the Sea Emperor's wind. His fist power was like shattering upon contact, making both ranged and close combat attacks hard to be effective. It was all just struggling before the end. Ling Lu loudly asked if he could teach Su Ping the combined technique, and the legendary master froze upon hearing his grandchild wanted him to instruct that boy. Long Huang firmly declared not to dream, he would never teach him, and his grandchild should not interfere. Suppressive shield was instantly destroyed by the force of the attack. The master had already opened a path for you. The ferocious assault was unexpectedly blocked, surprising Long Huang, revealing a hidden move. Ling Lu marveled as Lion and Guk Zhu Long Shu burst into radiant purple flames. Su Ping thought to himself there was no hidden card, it was just that Zhu Long Shu leaned toward defense and had not yet shown its power. Without Xiao Qulu's soul animal body, he lacked the resources to confront the legendary combined technique, likely needing to try the secret combined method to reach the Yuan Shen level previously mentioned. Yuan Shen might have been moved seeing him save the granddaughter, perhaps cooperating, but the legendary master insisted he would teach anyone except Su Ping, who had stolen and occupied his territory, leaving only the option to rely on his grandchild to handle it. Seemingly, the only way was to find a chance to retreat. Ling Lu continued to speculate how Su Ping being defeated would affect the master's injuries, and he irritably replied that even without him, he would return to legendary cultivation in a few years, keeping him close even after regaining his peak, yet always under Su Ping's shadow without advancing. Now he refrained from calculating in the chaos, already grateful the boy had saved his grandchild. Girl asked about the Bai Ng letter 1E1N, hearing the four kings' fates could escape the abyss, and even the Bai Ng letter 1E1N alone could destroy half of the Asian continent base in a few years. The master reassured that as long as the Feng Tower remained intact it was not hopeless, but then impatiently told her not to mention it. Self-preservation was best. A faint voice echoed in Ling Lu's mind, saying reasoning with him was useless. Waiting for him to regain legendary status would turn him into a lost soul before the Bai Ng letter 1E1N. The girl realized it was telepathy through spiritual energy. Su Ping silently guided that to persuade him she must shift his thinking and just follow my words later. Long Huang sneered, continue then, where was that earlier arrogance, now only stirring wind before fleeing? The attack coordinates had already been sent. Colossal beam of light tore through the clouds, erupting into a fire pillar. The giant flame struck straight down on Long Huang before he could react. He quickly retreated and scornfully remarked the weapon's force was impressive, but only reckless beasts would fall for it. And as he finished, a gigantic hand emerged from the void, clasping him before he could stabilize. Long Huang's body was squeezed tight, unable to move. He declared this was not enough to imprison the master, Lin Yang. Ling Lu accelerated toward the falling flame, causing the legendary master to panic and call her name. He shouted at his grandchild what she intended to do and to return quickly. Ignoring the warning, the girl stubbornly raised her sword and charged. Long Huang curiously asked what the commotion below was. Su Ping smiled, saying everything was calculated. Ling Lu possessed the technique to absorb fire attributes to strengthen sword strikes. Previously, she only absorbed the incomplete fire power of the young spirit phoenix, so the effect was limited. With the heavenly secret 10,000-pound cannon fully activated at the target, the difference was complete. Thanks to Zhu Long Shu and the Guardian, she did not fear being consumed by fire, allowing her to continuously compress and amplify the flame to the extreme. Ling Lu shouted the Hong Hong extreme slash, then spun the fireball back toward Long Huang. He remained calm, mocking innocence, thinking such a level could threaten him, as the massive flame blade descended. Ling Lu gripped the sword hilt tightly, slashing with all her strength. Long Huang could not defend and bore the full brunt of the sword strike. Su Ping slightly curled his lips in satisfaction, eyes flashing. Long Huang's killing intent surged as he spun around Yuan Shen. The legendary master hurriedly intervened, saying the child did not understand, please do not engage, he would immediately take her away. He was furious, declaring if so, the master should flee faster than him. Today he wanted to wipe everything out. Ling Lu wondered why the master had changed. He explained he had handed control to his main battle beast, revealing his violent nature. This state greatly increased power but no longer distinguished friend from foe, truly intending to wipe them out. Su Ping said it seemed the only way was to cooperate. The master angrily blamed the boy for corrupting Ling Lu. He replied it was just a late rebellious age. Both suddenly sensed impending danger. A blinding light suddenly erupted. A colossal circle appeared, enveloping everything. The 9th level transformation deployed. The divine iron wall activated. Su Ping waved to order Long Quan to reinforce fully. No time to hesitate. The battle beast's maximum resistance would last only a few minutes. Either the master teaches the combined secret technique or waits to be reduced to ruin. Quickly choose, the master clenched his fists, trembling with anger. Threw out the device recording the legendary combined technique to be attached to the forehead, instantly transmitting the entire content into the spirit sea. Su Ping was momentarily surprised by the advanced technology, still calculating how to buy more time. The master said did he think he would follow every move. Only then did Su Ping and Ling Lu realize the arm holding the learning device had been severed. Since when had Long Huang passed through the shield so effortlessly? The expanding breach caused the protective layer to gradually dissolve. The master now clearly felt the injury, quickly holding the stump to stop the bleeding. Previously damaged flesh was also being corroded by the force. Su Ping gritted his teeth and charged, the beast transformation's corrosive power evolving to a spreading attribute. Dangerous, Yuan Shen's severed arm still held the device. If it got contaminated, it would be a major problem. A scarlet sword light slashed down. Ling Lu acted just in time. She successfully separated the corroded fingers from the device. She immediately grabbed the device, shouting it was secured, still safe. But as she looked up, she saw Long Huang appear right in front. Violent clash engulfed the surrounding space in dense smoke and dust. The master panicked, calling Ling Lu, as Long Huang struck without mercy. He was astonished the girl had evaded in that brief moment. A majestic dragon king hovered above, shielding in front of him. Su Ping timely saved Ling Lu. He shouted to take the blow, then dashed away. Long Huang hurriedly pursued at full speed. Su Ping pressed the learning device to his forehead, and in an instant everything became clear to him. It turned out the essence was like this. He gently stopped the opponent's reaching hand. The fusion state had succeeded. Ling Lu cheered with joy, finally catching up. Jai worriedly reminded, this idiot, how could he dare to be so reckless? Why didn't he use a safer method and directly touch the hand? Si Bing originally possessed the Sea King Kai Wen. Long Huang roared and launched a surprise attack, but Su Ping casually responded, is that all you've got? Froze, what is this? After completing the fusion, he calmly continued, now it's my turn to strike. Su Ping's hand transformed into a stream of force and tightened around Long Huang's arm. He poured strength into his other hand to prepare a counterattack, shouting that it's not over yet. Ling Lu nervously shouted, let me go, if you do this, you won't have a hand left to block his attacks. Su Ping reassured her, don't be afraid, open your eyes and watch closely. The little girl exclaimed in astonishment, so even that could be blocked. Ling Lu widened her eyes in shock. The corrosive power from the Sea King Kai Wind of that legend was completely blocked by the energy emanating from Su Ping. That force was pure like sacred light, exuding an unmatched majestic aura. This feeling was so familiar. She suddenly remembered the old Dragon King in the secret realm. The Blood Dragon had always countered evil energy, and the old Dragon King's clan stood at the top of the dragon lineage, which was why Su Ping had previously avoided it. Now, he was as steady as a mountain. Long Huang stared in disbelief. How could this be? He hadn't finished speaking when Su Ping coldly interrupted, too weak, and then hurled Long Huang away for dozens of kilometers. The powerful throw created a violent shockwave upon impact. Long Huang's body fell into a motionless state. After the throw, his whole body went numb, causing him to faint. Ling Lu happily exclaimed, he's unconscious, let's stop. Su Ping nodded, I understand. Any loss of a legend now is a blow to humanity's overall situation. Let's go take your grandfather back to the base city for treatment. The little girl blushed and muttered, let me down first, it's embarrassing. Suddenly, Long Huang's body was lifted and suspended in midair. A strange force enveloped him. The legend quickly realized something and shouted, Miss Si Bing, has he gone mad? Stop now. Su Ping also focused on observing, as this fluctuation in spirit power was completely different from before. Zhu Longshu moved them further away to avoid being implicated. Ling Lu called out, Su Ping, what are you doing? Calmly replied, of course, I'm receiving his attack. I haven't even tested how strong my current state is yet. Long Huang raised his hand, gathering energy into a giant sphere. Su Ping also prepared, let's go, finally, I can fully utilize my grand destiny true dragon's bloodline. Both of them poured all their strength into accumulating energy. As the seconds ticked by, their energy sources swelled to a terrifying size. Both of them simultaneously shouted loudly, and two massive energy blocks surged out and collided violently. Bright streak of light burst forth immediately afterward. Su Ping shouted, Grand Destiny True Dragon Demon Suppression Fist, suppress for me. He amplified the power of the attack, while Long Huang gritted his teeth, muttering it's still not enough, it needs more. The energy source greedily absorbed strength from all directions. Su Ping gradually began to feel something was wrong. He laughed ferociously and shouted die. Long Huang also added more strength to his move. Frowned, the energy of this man suddenly became infinite. No matter how much was poured in, it didn't decrease. As expected, the formation hidden within this nameless snow mountain contained strength far beyond imagination. The voice of the legend sounded a warning. Miss Si Bing, you are so bold, not properly protecting the formation and activating it on your own. Su Ping was shocked to realize there were still others. He shouted loudly, get out of there now. The final sealing mechanism of the Wind Tower has activated. Even someone at the Void Realm would find it hard to avoid disaster in a moment. Long Huang spoke, I did this only to eliminate the threat, not for personal gain. He smiled coldly. Indeed, the Wind Tower is loyal to the end, selling their lives for them, yet they receive such an end. The organization at the top of the world acts like this. Su Ping quickly left. Yuan Shen, please explain more about this snow mountain. What is this formation for? He shook his head. I'm not sure either. It's a global formation set up by my predecessor. I'm just responsible for guarding the Asian continent. Su Ping asked, I heard you were a master of formations before. Are you only here for guard duty? The legend sighed, I can only say this much. If you want to know more, you'll have to go up to the Wind Tower and ask. Ling Lu softly called out, Grandfather. He fell into deep thought. Go to the Wind Tower in person. Then he left a message. Ru Yan is me. Return to Longjiang immediately and meet at the Longjiang base city. Su Ping landed. We've arrived. Everyone below immediately recognized Boss Tso. Look, Boss Tso has safely returned, the hero who saved our city. He said, please make way for Anna. Ling Lu turned and whispered, Grandfather, look at how many people in Longjiang support Su Ping. The legend snorted, just a bunch of random people, it means nothing. I just know I've been outwitted by him 3 times and now my granddaughter is favoring an outsider. The little girl blushed and apologized, I just hope you recover to your peak soon. He mocked, dreaming that boys' words are smooth. How can you be sure he'll keep his promise? Chindu stepped forward to greet him. Excuse me, are you the senior Yuan legend? Ling Lu was surprised. You know my grandfather. He replied, of course. The reputation of the senior in the Wind Realm is known to all. I Chindu pay my respects. The legend stroked his beard and asked, Chindu of the Zhang family from Longjiang, right? I've heard many legends about you. I heard you've been in seclusion for many years. Why did you come here to open a beast training shop? Chindu clasped his hands respectfully. The senior misunderstands. I'm only helping Boss Tso manage the shop and do menial work. He was surprised. Chindu, who once single-handedly drove back 3 level 9 beasts and repelled a beast tide, is now willing to do menial tasks for a young man. He quickly said, please don't misunderstand, senior. Although I don't know what happened between Boss Tso and you, Boss Tso has not only enhanced the battle power of the beast masters in the whole city, but even the once unruly void space has been subdued. He even single-handedly repelled a great crisis. Now, the city lacks combat power. Boss Tso has been constantly looking for survivors. He is definitely not someone who only seeks fame. Only when the Bai Yan is resolved can the catastrophe truly be extinguished. Only then can this disaster be completely stopped. The little girl was secretly pleased this time. She really didn't place her trust in the wrong place. A hand suddenly grabbed the legend's sleeve, asking him to follow. Ling Lu panicked, Grandfather, why did you bring him into that dark room? The blonde girl calmly replied, weren't you planning to treat this little ant? If you like, you can treat it right here. Little girl blushed and covered her eyes. No need. You should close the door again. Su Ping slowly walked out, saying, don't worry, Cheng'en, leave it to Anna. Your grandfather will be fine. Oh, by the way, do you have money? Would you like to try our training service? We can help your beast improve rapidly in a short time. Ling Lu was stunned. All right then, but I think I heard some strange sounds inside. He called out loudly for Ru Yan to come out and greet the guests. The inner attendant bowed and reported, Boss, Miss Ru Yan hasn't returned yet. Miss Yuan asked to hand over the beasts to be trained to me. The little girl replied, then purple sweet potato, matcha, and green bean are in your care. Su Ping frowned. She hasn't returned yet. He began to think. The nameless snow mountain guarded by Yuan Shen not only contains unpredictable energy, but it is also a key part of the global formation. It's hard to imagine how grand the display would be when the whole formation operates. If I had that kind of power, forget Bai Yan, even the 4 kings would struggle to hold it off. But looking at the current situation, the Wind Tower doesn't seem to intend to use it against Bai Yan, so I must go there in person to clarify what they intend to do. The Wind Tower gathers all legends. I have to wait for Zio Kulu to return before I can move forward with confidence. Chindu spoke up, Boss Tso, I heard from Chief Chu that you haven't slept for days. Please go rest. Su Ping shook his head. Now's not the time to rest. With Zio Kulu's help, Ru Yan should resolve the family matters and return soon. They might be in trouble. I need to go find them. He added, as far as I know, Ru Yan doesn't have a flying beast. Even if they walk day and night, they still can't be as fast as you flying back. Please remain calm and wait. He still wasn't reassured, but Lu Shen continued, look here. These are the people Ru Yan arranged before leaving. Each one has been personally trained by her. Boss So, during the time you were absent, they served the guests very well, and there has never been a mistake. I believe Ru Yan prepared well for this trip. Please trust her judgment. You are not alone. Su Ping finally nodded, all right. When Ru Yan returns, inform me immediately. He responded, yes. The system interface popped up for a check, noticing that the host requested a break, so it reminded that after the shop levels up, it will unlock a feature for Beastmasters to send their war beasts into the training and recovery pod, while also allowing the clone to record the process of harvesting low-level beast food. Su Ping was pleased after hearing this, as he was tired and now had the opportunity to upgrade. The shop was currently at level 4, and to reach level 5, 1 billion energy points were needed. He mumbled as he counted the long string of zeros, confirming that it was indeed 1 billion. Level up to level 5, an additional 100 billion spirit coins were required. The figure was truly staggering. Money didn't just fall from the sky, and he remembered that the richest person in the world's annual revenue used to be only around $50 billion. The system checked the balance, which was 1,086,246,915 points, enough to pay for the upgrade, and asked if he wanted to confirm. Su Ping immediately touched the watch on his wrist. Ling Yue's image appeared with a playful reproach, saying she was in a meeting and asking why he needed to find her. He teased her, asking if she had robbed a bank because the shop's revenue had skyrocketed, wondering when the income had become so high. She sighed and said he always forgot that after the Bai Yan incident, everyone realized the effectiveness of the shop's training, so they had opened branches in cities across the Basie. The pioneers kept coming for training, becoming stronger and earning more money, then returned to reinvest, benefiting both sides. Su Ping thought to himself that thanks to the clone's commission feature, the training had almost become purely profitable. He smiled and praised her for doing a great job, then asked why she was still upset. Ling Yue replied that if it weren't for Bai Yan destroying so many cities, it would have been even better. That time, more people would have benefited from the training, and revenue would have increased even more. He sighed, thinking that Ru Yan and clan leader Chu's decision to save the survivors was truly correct. Unfortunately, he didn't have the splitting technique yet. Su Ping reassured her that once the Feng Tower issue was handled, he would bring more people back to improve the results. Ling Yue hesitated to mention the war beast food supply, hoping that when he had time, he could provide more as customers praised the effectiveness, but the quantity was too little. He nodded, saying that after reaching level 5, the food supply would improve, even though low-level food was still precious. They said their goodbyes so she could continue her meeting. Su Ping ordered the system to confirm the shop upgrade and use all the remaining energy to level up the pet pod. The system announced that the deduction had been made, and there were 2,103 energy points remaining. The renovation would be completed by night. He was curious about the advanced pet pod and wondered what it would feel like to transform into a war beast for the first time. The system reminded him that his body size would adjust automatically upon entry. Immediately afterward, he was teleported to another space. Before him was a small, clear waterfall. The interior space was entirely different from the outside, and as he bent down to touch the water at the bottom of the pond, he realized it was extraordinary. Water contained special energy, relieving fatigue and nourishing the spirit, seemingly also assisting in body training and increasing comprehension. Indeed, it was a rare treasure. Even the Yan Zhu Long Shu and Long Quan found it hard to resist. Feeling of drowsiness arose, so he decided to rest for a moment. In his drowsy state, a familiar voice called out to him, Master Tso. Master Tso asked how his rest was, and Su Ping stretched, replying that it was very good, suggesting that customers should try it next time. He then asked how long he had slept. The other person casually said a week. Su Ping was surprised and asked where Ru Yan was. He was told that she had gone back and was outside the city, so he immediately flew out to check the situation. Soared high to observe the entire scene. His gaze quickly caught the target. Ru Yan and Zio Kyulu were advancing through the sea of sand. Behind them was a long line of people following. These must be the survivors she had saved. Group approaching caused the guards to be surprised. Before long, they had reached the city gates. Hair tests were completed, meeting the requirements. Retina scans, EEG, and chromosomes all passed. Confirming their identity as citizens from other base cities, the city gates were fully open to welcome them back. Tianlin marveled at how many people had been saved. He reported that Jia Cat, Qing, and Yan were all powerful experts who had joined the team, which would significantly increase their strength. Su Ping nodded in agreement. Ru Yan apologized for being late. Su Ping noticed the injuries on her body. She reported that commanding the large formation was harder than expected, and they were delayed by the rebel army and savage beasts along the way, but it had all been dealt with, and she apologized for making him worry. He stepped forward and patted her shoulder, complimenting her, saying that Ru Yan had done excellently. She blushed, scolding him for making her jump. Su Ping sincerely thanked her for all the hard work, which made her even more embarrassed. He asked what was wrong and she turned away, saying it was nothing, then returned his sword. She remembered that Xiao Qilu had shown unusual behavior earlier. After the battle, it had remained motionless for quite some time before recovering. The system displayed information that cursed demon Xiao Qilu was at the 9th extreme limit, with combat power 20, along with various skills and the Immortal Sin Curse bloodline ability. Su Ping was stunned because the Immortal Sin Curse fruit had disappeared. This treasure was originally meant to absorb a fatal blow for Xiao Qilu, and perhaps during the battle with the rebel army, it had used it. He thought it didn't matter, as it was originally taken from Ru Yan's hand to protect her, and returning it could be seen as repaying her. The most important thing was that everyone was safe. The Immortal Sin Curse bloodline ability. The system explained that this ability allowed for resurrection as long as the core remained intact, and with the cursed Demon King bloodline, it could return from the realm of death unless its lifespan had expired, making it nearly immortal. The recovery time depended on the extent of the damage. Su Ping speculated that Xiao Qilu had been absorbing death energy and refining the curse fruit to awaken a new bloodline. Ru Yan looked at his expression, worried that something was wrong. He coughed lightly, telling her that Xiao Qilu was fine, then handed the sword back, saying that if it was convenient for her to use, she should keep it. When she asked if it was an ancient treasure, Su Ping laughed and said it was, but the person who gave it to him had a whole store of them, so she could just take it without worry. She curiously asked where he had been, and Su Ping only told her to wait at the shop, saying he would have something for her later. Ru Yan stood there thinking, unsure of what Su Ping was planning. Tang Jian called her clan leader. He reported that the wounded and the war beasts needing training had been arranged, and asked who they should be handed over to. Ru Yan said to give them to her and register the information on the spot, which shocked him. He reminded her that as the future clan leader of the Asia continent, she shouldn't be doing this. She replied that outside, she was the clan leader, but in the shop, she was just an employee of Master Tso. The people around them curiously watched their conversation. Tang Jian advised her not to disappoint everyone. Just then, Su Ping's voice rang out from the teleportation gate, saying he had been waiting for a long time. He appeared and explained that he was delayed because he was testing Xiao Qilu's new abilities and setting up the clone. Tang Jian asked why there were no signs of space disruption and if Su Ping was famous. Su Ping replied that this was an internal matter for the shop, and that from now on, each training session would generate low-level war beast food for sale. Ru Yan accepted it. She looked at the object in her hand in confusion, as the image of a fierce beast appeared. The guard turned pale as he sensed a familiar, terrifying aura. It was something that the entire Duong family could never forget. The king beast, the pressure was truly overwhelming. Tang Jian shook his head, saying it wasn't an ordinary king beast but the Longji demon serpent. A storm of poison reached the king's throat. The stone demon serpent beast. From my knowledge, these are all infamous beasts in legends. Once they engage in battle, it could last for 10 days and 10 nights without stopping, until either the opponent collapses or they are exhausted. Even with the Sea Mirage Divine Hunter, I still couldn't be certain of victory. Su Ping glanced sideways. The royal beasts suddenly trembled. Then they all knelt at his feet. Everyone was astonished as the fierce royal beasts from earlier now bowed their heads, as if asking the clan leader for permission. He casually said that while gathering food for the beasts, he accidentally encountered them, noticing their potential, so he tamed them on a whim. You still lack a combat beast, right? I'll gift them to you. The crowd buzzed with excitement, gifting royal beasts. Even though one could sign a contract beyond their level, capturing royal beasts on their own was almost impossible. Controlling them was an unattainable dream. Yet he gave 3 at once. Turns out he is the owner of the Raju shop. How deep is the shop's background? Tang Jian blamed himself for almost missing this huge opportunity and was still doubtful of Ru Yan's decision. Indeed, the clan leader had far-reaching vision. Ru Yan quietly asked him, "Do you have to leave again?" Su Ping smiled and replied, "It's hard to say." She remarked that usually he was so stingy, only selling canned goods, but today he gave so much. Is this trip dangerous? He nodded in acknowledgement. A flash of memory quickly passed through his mind. The Wind Tower, I need to go there to clarify everything. Maybe I'll deal with a few who have taken others' belongings on the way. Watch the store carefully. Ru Yan replied, understood, and wished him a safe return from the Wind Tower where the headquarters of the Night Tomb Mountain was located. Su Ping's knee was suddenly blocked by a layer of light. Realized this was the wind mountain barrier that Bai Lao had mentioned. A voice from above asked who was coming and what business they had. Su Ping respectfully replied that he had an important matter and wished to meet the tower master. The old man sitting on the gourd, the legendary drunken immortal with middle-level strength in the Han H letter 1EA3I realm, responded that he had never heard of Su Ping. He ordered him to leave as the tower master, and the legends were all busy. He had no time to entertain an unknown junior. As soon as he finished speaking, the barrier shattered. Su Ping immediately charged forward and said, "Don't misunderstand. I didn't come as a guest." He made his move, sending the old man crashing to the ground unconscious. It turned out that the mountain outside was just a camouflage. Wind Tower was actually deep inside. It turned out that the headquarters was on another planet connected by a spatial rift. No wonder Bai Lao had difficulty seeking help, so mysterious. Today I'll see it clearly. He was led into another space, with mountains and forests stretching endlessly. The scene was like a paradise outside the world. The energy in the air was twice as rich as Blue Star. This place was constructed from the massive revenue of the 4 major districts. No wonder all the prestigious titles were eager to enter the Wind Tower to serve the legend. Just a few breaths made him feel refreshed, as if it extended his life. Su Ping silently observed the architecture ahead. Death Kai Palace, People's Palace, Lost Kai Palace, Purple Kai Palace. East Kai Palace, nearly every palace exuded the aura of legends. They must be members of the Wind Tower. Su Ping stood up and headed for the Death Kai Palace. The atmosphere in the Death Kai Palace was thick with killing intent, freezing the air. Every step forward made his heart heavy. It seemed this place had witnessed countless beings falling. He was finally about to meet someone from the Wind Tower. He had a feeling that the person inside was different from the old man guarding the door, so he called out all his beasts first, but the scene before him left him stunned. Su Ping narrowed his eyes and observed carefully. A large knife was chopping down on bones on the chopping block. He muttered, "What are they doing?" He remembered the Beast Tamer, the rare group of talented people among the masses. They possessed exceptional abilities, quick reactions, could sign contracts with rare bird beasts. The gap between them and ordinary people was like that between adults and children. The Beast Tamer world had strict rankings from level 1 to level 10. The higher the cultivation, the harder it was to increase. Most would reach level 7 by 30. Making a living by teaching or pioneering, reaching level 8 was difficult. And to get a title, one had to be a genius with strong back. For someone who had just entered the level 9 title, the real journey was only beginning. They looked up at the high peak where others were also climbing. The title was the vast distance between the strong and the weak. To climb higher, one had to invest all their resources and efforts, sometimes sacrificing family and honor. Standing at the peak made one the pillar of a region, facing the beast tides alone and being hailed as a hero of the ultimate title. That was Su Ping's understanding before entering the Wind Tower. Now, those powerful beings who were once praised were wearing aprons, busy in the kitchen. One side quickly sliced ingredients, the other side cooked skillfully. Finally, they plated the exquisite dishes. When the dish was finished, the Beast King sat high, looking down on the lavish banquet. The head steward of the Death Kai Palace held a list and reported that this table was offered by the A Lu district, with thousands of pioneers spending months hunting across the star system. The appetizer was Thunder Snake Egg with 7-colored divine venison and century-old spirit wine. He took a deep breath of the aroma. The Beast King raised his hand to stop, saying that was enough, then ordered the chef to stop and pour all the food out. The blonde chef, confused, asked, "You haven't tasted it yet?" He snapped, "I ate it last year. The title recently has poor memory. The Beast King of Legends is the master of the Death Kai Palace." The brown-haired one presented the dish, explaining that they had changed the cooking method. The blonde one earnestly asked him to taste a bite as they had put in much effort. But the head steward coldly said, "If you can't do it, then change the cook." Outside the door, shadows appeared, crowding the entrance. The 2 chefs were pushed out into the middle of the circle. They begged for another chance. Others pulled off their chef hats to fight for the spot. Many titles waited for a chance to serve the Beast King. The blonde one cried while the brown-haired one knelt and begged not to be expelled from the Wind Tower. The head steward coldly said, "The door is there, no one is forced to stay." The brown-haired one said they volunteered, hoping to get some pointers, as the benefits for their cultivation far outweighed the dangers outside the wasteland. He nodded in satisfaction and punished them to work as low-level labor, saying they could return to serve after a few years of good work. Everyone bowed their heads in thanks. Rolled up the notice and said the new table would be done in half an hour with the best ingredients. Those who pleased the Beast King would receive guidance. Those who didn't want to stay could leave. Everyone replied in unison, yes. Witnessing this, Su Ping involuntarily clenched his fist. The head steward noticed him standing at the door and ordered the newcomer to first report and check their strength, no exceptions even for title. Before he could finish his sentence, an invisible force suddenly struck, hitting him directly. He opened his eyes wide and took a deep breath, trying to hold on to some clarity. Touching his chest, he wondered in shock if he was still alive, or if it had just been an illusion. He immediately scanned the room, but outside was empty. There was no sign of anyone, and the glass of wine had also disappeared. Who dared to release such a presence right here in the tower? Meanwhile, Su Ping had soared into the air at a higher altitude. He passed by the Zhai Kai Palace, the Shen Kai Palace, then quickly changed direction towards the Wang Kai Palace. After that, he moved towards the Kai Palace, and finally, Su Ping landed in front of a towering tower. A voice full of authority rang out, demanding him to stop. Upon hearing the voice, he furrowed his brows, a familiar feeling passing briefly through him. Above, a lightning bolt struck, tearing apart the air, and the gate slowly opened. The bold person finally appeared, and Su Ping recognized the owner of the voice as the one who had activated the lightning mechanism on the snow mountain. The cold voice continued, "The formation has not been fully activated, and you dare to act recklessly. The Vice Tower Master of the Wind Tower with his advanced Void Realm cultivation has arrived." His gaze swept down, asking the junior where he came from, daring to disrupt the place. Su Ping replied indifferently, "I'll say it clearly, your Wind Tower." He showed no restraint, criticizing outright, "It's really useless," causing the Vice Tower Master to angrily shout back, "What did you say?" Multicolored lights flashed and converged, and 4 figures gradually appeared. The masters of the Sot Kai Palace, the Shen Kai Palace, the Wang Kai Palace, and the Rin Kai Palace. 4 transformed into beams of light and flew toward a central point. When they arrived, they reverted to their original forms. Also appearing was a gigantic dragon, and a knight with wings standing next to the Vice Tower Master. He gathered his energy and began merging. In the blink of an eye, the 3 bodies merged into one, forming a complete unified form. Vice Tower Master looked down from above and asked, "Who are you? Why do you intentionally cause trouble with the Wind Tower?" Su Ping still calmly responded, "About the formation, tell me clearly." A vicious aura enveloped his body. "The audacious fool I was looking for is right here." In an instant, a sword with a skull-shaped hilt appeared in his hand. From the small skulls on the hilt of the sword, waves of resentment emanated, and behind the Vice Tower Master, a massive, towering figure appeared. He didn't expect his opponent to put himself in such a difficult situation. He squinted his eyes and muttered, "The Wan Shen Fei Su sword is truly rare." The Vice Tower Master was truly serious now, and the master of the Sot Kai Palace spoke up. He lowered his hood and clicked his tongue, but the Vice Tower Master's aura drowned out all sound, so no one could hear what was exchanged. The master of the Wang Kai Palace wondered who the unfortunate soul was that caused the Vice Tower Master to unleash his ultimate technique to suppress them, and the master of the Shen Kai Palace chimed in, saying the person might have been pushed to the brink. The master of the Sot Kai Palace folded his arms and said casually, "The Vice Tower Master is the second strongest in the world right now. No one can deny that." The master of the Wang Kai Palace agreed, believing that it wasn't just one reckless person trying to assassinate but someone with comparable strength. He sighed, twisting a lock of hair, and mocked, "Are you all out of your minds, gambling everything away? Today, Sui Tian is in charge of guarding the Yimo Mountain and hasn't arrived yet. You think he ran off to deal with his own matters because he's drunk?" He turned sharply, surprised. "What?" Upon hearing that, his anger flared. "Who's the idiot talking about someone being brainless?" She pointed forward and asked, "Is it him, the master of the Wenkai Palace?" Everyone looked in that direction, where the Vice Tower Master was facing a young man in black. He remained calm, showing no signs of fear. Su Ping raised his hand to summon, and immediately 2 dragons appeared. He placed his hand on the golden dragon, Long Quan. Then he began to transform and merge. Su Ping completed the fusion. The master of the Wang Kai Palace marveled at such a young age reaching this level, but the person next to him looked down on it, saying, "Only fusing once means still being at the legendary limit of the Huanhai realm, while the Vice Tower Master is almost entering the Heavenly Motion realm." The master of the Sot Kai Palace believed that the Vice Tower Master could fuse up to 2 times. He argued confidently that the Vice Tower Master's real strength didn't stop there. Su Ping observed the sword that could tear space apart, quickly formulating a strategy in his mind, realizing he couldn't face it directly and needed to maintain distance. Chefs below looked up and shouted loudly, that the man was about to flee. The master of the Sot Kai Palace sneered, "How foolish, how could he escape? Don't watch anymore." Vice Tower Master stood still, using his technique, while Su Ping retreated, glancing back, wondering why his opponent didn't chase after him. Suddenly, a huge black hole appeared in front of him. The Wan Shen Fei Su Slash appeared, with countless skulls flickering inside. Cursed silently, unable to dodge, and called Zio Kyulu and the Zi Yan Bamboo Dragon to unleash their full power. The golden light surged up to meet it with a Ma Shen power strike. The shockwave sent the people below flying far away. One person screamed in pain, clutching their eyes, "My eyes." He observed and commented, "Though the Vice Tower Master is in the legendary Void Realm, the Wan Shen Fei Su sword has reached the limit of the heavenly mandate, carrying the power of the laws that must strike down." The master of the Wang Kai Palace also questioned, "Why use such a move to deal with a beginner in the Huanhai realm?" He still showed disdain, thinking it was no different from a daydream. A crack began to appear on Su Ping's face and he coldly replied, "Who said I can only fuse once?" He thought to himself, "The soul beast fusion of Zio Kyulu looks like a legendary fusion, but it's actually a completely different system." Su Ping still held the initiative, meaning no matter how many times I fuse, I can still absorb it. Masters of the Sot Kai Palace and Wang Kai Palace exclaimed in unison, "Could that brat fuse for a second time?" But that was originally the ability of the Void Realm. Su Ping stood in front of the inventory, saying, "I haven't stopped there when Zio Kyulu and I fused." He raised his hand to select the Soul Beast fusion skill, and immediately a strange force poured out. The sky suddenly filled with lightning. Dark clouds gathered to cover the previous green light. Vice Tower Master's face began to show signs of unease. A steel hand reached out and scratched at the black hole, causing the surface to crack and spread everywhere. Su Ping appeared in a new form, having completed 3 fusions. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Could this person have reached the heavenly mandate realm? With just one punch, Su Ping shattered the black hole, and the fragments began to fall. The debris flew straight towards the buildings below. When they hit the ground, they caused loud explosions. The 4 watching exclaimed, "3 fusions," and he even stopped the Wan Shen Fei Su sword with his bare hand. He's definitely reached the heavenly mandate realm. At this moment, the Vice Tower Master's sword blade scraped down, sparking a shower of sparks. He panted, asking, "What is your name? Why did you come to the Wind Tower and cause trouble?" He leaned in, coldly saying, "Don't try to buy time to recover." Su Ping spread his hand, summoning a sword, then swung the huge sword towards him. The Vice Tower Master blocked and snarled, warning, "Don't get too cocky. You're still too immature to fight me." He immediately turned the tide, striking to push him straight downwards. Su Ping lowered himself onto the roof tiles and without hesitation, leapt forward again. 2 blades clashed violently, sparks flying with deafening clashes. Below, the fat man hurriedly reported to Master Thao Thiet that the other had shattered Sat Kai Palace. Brown hair was barely holding on, requesting reinforcement from the Deputy Tower Master to eliminate him. Hearing this, he furiously roared back. The previous strike was at the heavenly fate level. If he couldn't withstand it, we wouldn't have needed to intervene, yet he deflected it effortlessly. Then Thao Thiet flew away. This matter was beyond the capability of us Han-Hai guards. At least the great master could handle it. Remaining 3 paled, silent without a word. They hurried back to their positions, none wanting to get involved in this trouble. Su Ping laughed coldly when Bai Gan attacked the holy light. "You shrank away. Now you leisurely enjoy it, sword at your face yet still acting noble. Not everyone possesses heavenly fate strength like you and him. Entering the battlefield only leads lost souls astray." He lost patience, delivered a kick straight to the man's face, telling him to be silent. Deputy Tower Master of the Wind Tower was thrown back toward the tower, shouting what kind of formation this was. Why not use it against Bai Gan? He replied with difficulty that the formation could not be used. Su Ping immediately asked why. Suddenly, a massive golden fist appeared from the sky. The Deputy Tower Master panted, saying it was a rule of the Wind Tower. He would not reveal anything about that formation. Su Ping tightened his grip, ready to strike, declaring today he would break all their rules. The man closed his eyes, waiting. The giant fist descended. He coldly declared from now on the Wind Tower belonged to him. The cooks were also blinded by the dazzling light, not understanding what had happened. Suddenly Su Ping paused, feeling something blocking his shock demon divine fist. A golden lotus appeared, a foot lightly placed on it, astonishing everyone. From another black hole, a man stepped out, surprised that chaos had erupted in his brief absence. Yuan Feng sat leisurely on the golden lotus, asking why such commotion while he was gone. The Deputy Tower Master welcomed him joyfully. He wiped his tears, murmuring, "My home." Bowed respectfully, saying after 400 years of separation he could finally see him again. Above, Su Ping's fist was halted midair. He was surprised that without sensing spiritual power it still could not move, asking who the old man was, an ally of his opponent. The man casually replied he was Qi Yuan Feng, current tower master of the Wind Tower, asking what young master sought, mentioning master of Tu Tri Palace and the legendary Tui Xian. Tui Xian tried to recall the recent event. He held his head, suddenly realizing. Tui Xian spun around, recognizing the brat who had stormed the Wind Tower, smashed Night Tomb Mountain symbolizing the tower, eyes blazing with fire vowing not to spare Su Ping. Suddenly Su Ping emerged from the radiant golden pit. He squinted, observing below. Tui Xian immediately lay down, channeling the Great Breath method, only sighing in relief when Su Ping flew away, cursing silently. He laughed smugly, thinking Su Ping fled out of fear from past discipline. In the sky, Su Ping flew away muttering for his master. Su Ping's face was serious, saying he bore no grudge against that madman, recalling the Deputy Tower Master's report that he had stormed the Wind Tower recklessly, destroying Sat Tri Palace, causing many severe injuries and even Tui Xian legendary perish. The man even pointed at the massive fist above, saying he wanted to meddle with the formation. The Deputy Tower Master increasingly accused, claiming the brat abused his high cultivation, begging Master to prevent the aftermath. Yuan Feng nodded slightly, raising his hand causing the fist to dissolve instantly. The force also shattered part of Su Ping's protective mat. His body was thrown far away. Su Ping regained composure. Even with divine eye could not see the old man's movements clearly, knowing he was not a match. He planned to retreat, asking about Tui Xian still unconscious and Sat Kai Palace destroyed by 10,000 gods devouring void. During this, the Deputy Tower Master frantically explained, but Yuan Feng covered his ears, not wanting to hear him, preferring Su Ping's account. He looked at the scene of master and disciple with disappointment. He interrupted, saying Bai Gan was one of the 4 kings wreaking havoc. The other 3 could descend on Lam Tin anytime. Su Ping complained, everyone crossed arms watching while they had to risk lives to repel Bai Gan, mentioning the northern formation containing infinite energy, suggesting if the Tower Master would not intervene, he should be allowed to use it. Yuan Feng suddenly recalled, saying it was the 10 Directions heavenly binding formation. Deputy Tower Master hurriedly warned Master not to reveal the secret. Su Ping immediately seized the point, asking what the 10 Directions heavenly binding formation actually did. Yuan Feng drew his fan. Small lights like fireflies gradually appeared. The sky darkened instantly, revealing 2 spheres like planets of different sizes. He pointed, explaining the larger sphere was former Lam Tin. The smaller sphere was present Lam Tin. Su Ping silently calculated if danger arose he would withdraw immediately, asking why Lam Tin had shrunk and where the vanished part went. Yuan Feng replied concisely inside the formation. He understood, asking if the enormous energy of the 10 Directions heavenly binding formation came from Lam Tin's territory being absorbed, and why it had to be done. He nodded, saying all was for survival. Su Ping argued that righteous words could not conceal the reality of Lam Tin's desertification. People crammed in base cities like cages, always fearing Bai Gan's trampling. Deputy Tower Master shouted for him to maintain attitude, while Yuan Feng solemnly admitted Lam Tin was indeed barren. He sadly said compared to the days of daily volcanic eruptions, 100-meter tsunamis, continuous earthquakes, and poisonous gases everywhere, now life was much easier. Ping froze, asking what he was saying. Yuan Feng reminded Lam Tin had been abandoned by the Planetary Federation due to decay. Now having shelter was lucky. Su Ping did not accept and demanded why the 10 Directions heavenly binding formation was not used against the 4 kings. Yuan Feng presented an object, saying the formation locked heaven and earth, using accumulated essence to form a nearly ripe fruit. Consuming it could reach immortal fate level. Su Ping thought about surpassing the void spirit realm. Using it now would be regrettable, wondering if he could match 4 heavenly fate level opponents. He assumed defensive stance, asking why he suddenly revealed the secret, a scheme or silencing. Yuan Feng brushed sleeves, saying some pursue it like ducks, some avoid it like him. He slowly took out the object, saying some were indifferent, up to him to choose. He himself was bored and wanted someone to converse with. Yuan Feng continued, saying the formation's entrance lay at the central junction of the world's 5 highest peaks. Su Ping pondered, clenching his fists, standing in the desert where 5 peaks intersected. The target he sought had arrived. He nodded in thanks to the council. The other side replied that if he only spoke, even boiling water and fire could not refuse. Su Ping took the object Yuan Feng gave him, yet remained hesitant. He flew to a tower, wondering if it was a trap. If Qi Yuan Feng intended to kill, he could have done it immediately. If not, the most treacherous regions of Lam Tin were absorbed into the formation, danger comparable to a trap. Finally, he leapt into the black hole before him, believing to obtain the fruit he must take risks. With it, neither Bai and Gan nor the four kings would be frightening. Black hole transported Su Ping to a deep cave. He looked ahead where the faint light appeared at the end of the path. It seemed to be the exit, but it was unclear if he would find what he needed. Yet Su Ping continued flying forward. Suddenly a chain shot out, locking tightly around his arm. Su Ping noticed countless chains slowly rising from the ground. He yanked the chain hard and broke free, coldly saying, "This way of receiving guests isn't quite right." On the cracked earth, a giant beast began to reveal itself. He recognized it as the Ming-Tu lion ghost beast, encountering a vicious beast of the void realm as soon as the battle began. Su Ping immediately summoned Xiao Qiulu, and the boy appeared, rushing in to attack. Xiao Qiulu's sword light continuously struck the body of the ghost beast. It refused to be outdone, using chains to wrap around and defend itself. But Xiao Qiulu easily cut through the chain, causing the ghost beast to emit a shrill screech. Despite this, it quickly regenerated and used Ming Chuo Quan Hua. Su Ping's expression changed. That was the killing move of the Ming-Tu ghostly beast, Ming Chuo Quan Oa. Both he and Xiao Qiulu were sucked into the vortex that swallowed everything around, but the boy was still preparing to swing his sword. Su Ping immediately ordered to destroy the center of the vortex. Xiao Qiulu heard the command and charged straight into the eye of the vortex. He slashed from the outside in, but was unfortunately caught by the chain. Even Su Ping was tightly bound, unable to react in time. The ghost beast gleefully squeezed them both tighter into the vortex. Chains intertwined to form a massive sphere. At that moment, Su Ping changed his state and broke the chain sphere. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. He shouted, "Disorderly star reincarnation slash." Countless sword lights erupted, tearing the ghost beast apart. Su Ping instructed Xiao Qiulu to hide within his shadow and be ready to assist, for the area was filled with danger. After that, he continued towards the light, searching for the exit. Su Ping flew into the vast snow-covered land, pondering that if it were to be called a fruit, it must have grown in the most energy-rich part of the 10 directions array. He summoned Long Quan. Without hesitation, he ordered it to search for the place with the densest energy around. Long Quan used long-form technique and flew up high, looking down below. Below was a herd of mutated beasts, a beast tide formed by dozens of king beasts. Su Ping folded his arms and observed, just 3 or 4 king beasts were already terrifying, let alone the place being filled with even more. A dragon roared, commanding the others to block them, while someone nearby ordered to eliminate them. Su Ping realized there were other people in the formation and thought they might know about the fruit. The group of king beasts launched their energy towards one direction. A figure wearing a hooded cloak erected a barrier to protect himself, muttering that there were too many king beasts to handle. A slit of light appeared behind him, and a strange object shot out, ambushing him before he could react. His teammate with black hair quickly drew his sword and rushed to assist. He decisively struck with a powerful sword at the object. The object spun, breaking the sword and injuring the black-haired person, who was horrified, realizing even his Huan-Hai realm sword was ineffective. It spun even faster, then it simultaneously attacked both of them. Su Ping witnessed all of this from a distance, seeing their peril and deciding to step in to save them. He used demon-shattering divine fist, launching 2 enormous punches to squeeze the spinning object. It revealed itself to be Sha Chan, a bloodline of the Void Realm. Su Ping landed on the ground, and someone behind reminded him that its weak point was its wings. He replied that he knew and would disable its wings. His hand cupped in the air. The massive hand squeezed its wings, making the creature emit a painful screech. From its chest, green light flashed as it used Golden Phoenix escape, breaking free from the shell it had been trapped in. The creature broke free and flew far away. The brown-haired person panicked, saying it couldn't be allowed to escape, as it would regrow new wings. Su Ping calmly reassured him that it wouldn't escape. He summoned Xiao Qiulu to appear in the snow and ordered him to strike. With a single slash, Xiao Qiulu took down Sha Chan. From above, other dragons opened their mouths and fired energy towards Su Ping. He calmly called forth the Grand Dragon Fist. Thunder Fury Kill domain exploded, and the true Dragon King manifested, immediately taking down one dragon. The black-haired person asked in amazement what technique that was, and the brown-haired person also admired the strength of the combat pet. After completing the task, the true Dragon King descended in front of the demon beasts. The demon beasts, terrified, turned and fled in all directions. Su Ping praised Xiao Qiulu and Long Quan for their good work, as someone ahead called them brothers. The black-haired person thanked him and asked his identity, while the brown-haired person praised his combat pet. Yiwu too smiled, saying they now had another young teammate. Su Ping wondered if they had also been sent by the Tower Master, their demeanor vastly different from those in the Wind Tower. He introduced himself and asked if they were imprisoned, to which the brown-haired person explained that they had volunteered to guard this place. The black-haired person speculated that Su Ping wasn't a reinforcement sent by the Wind Tower. Su Ping denied that the Wind Tower had any authority over him. He said the Tower Master had asked him to find something and presented the token. The brown-haired person confirmed it was indeed the real token, and Yiwu too introduced himself as the leader of the team guarding the ice prison frontier. Su Ping silently thought that was the name of this place. Yiwu too asked seriously what Su Ping was looking for to aid him. Su Ping straightforwardly asked if they had ever heard of the midday fruit. Yiwu too shook his head, saying he had never heard of it, and the brown-haired person asked the black-haired person, who also shook his head. This made Su Ping ponder if someone was deliberately hiding it. CHUY letter 1EC3 NK letter 1EF3 sat beside him and spoke. "To brother, perhaps I know a few things about what you're trying to inquire." He pointed at the body of a royal beast lying sprawled on the ground, behind the group of beasts. It seemed to conceal a secret that no one had ever discovered. I always tried to trace the mist that enveloped it. His eyes distant as if lost in memories. CHUY letter 1EC3 NK letter 1EF3 slowly recounted. "A few days ago, I encountered the afternoon beast once more, so I decided to advance and investigate." He stood on the back of the royal beast, observing from the air. When flying over a range of snowy mountains, he suddenly saw a towering green ancient tree standing amidst the sea of ice, right before the rolling waves of the afternoon beasts. I witnessed with my own eyes a jade tree standing firm in the sky. On a branch, a glowing, transparent fruit hung, shimmering like the stars in the sky. The fruit seemed to emit an enchanting radiance. The royal beast immediately approached the ancient tree, but just when I intended to move closer to the divine fruit, the jade tree suddenly faded like an illusion. As I reached out to touch it, the fruit disappeared. In an instant, the entire ancient tree vanished without a trace before my eyes. After hearing this, Su Ping was momentarily taken aback, full of suspicion. The jade tree could perform teleportation. Vo Tu, not believing it, asked again, "Lai Elder, are you saying the afternoon beasts were attracted here by the divine fruit on the jade tree?" He simply shook his head, unwilling to confirm. "I too have only grown suspicious, but I have no solid evidence." CHUY letter 1EC3 NK letter 1EF3 turned to continue. "But To brother, this is the strangest thing I have encountered since entering the Grand Formation. Could that be the divine fruit you're looking for?" Su Ping also felt awkward. "Truthfully, I don't know any more than this. I can only follow the clues and try my luck." Vo Tu curiously asked further, "To brother, what exactly is the purpose of finding that divine item?" He answered resolutely, "One of the four kings, B letter 1EC9 and G letter 1EA1N, is causing havoc among the humans. 3 kings with cultivation at the celestial fate realm are about to return to Lam Tin. Only by using the divine fruit can we break through to the starry void realm to deal with and suppress them." Hearing this, he was horrified. Has the continent reached such a perilous state? Su Ping remained calm. "This is known across the world. Haven't the guardians here received any news from the Wind Tower?" Brown Hair interjected, "The 10-direction binding heavenly formation is extremely dangerous. The Wind Tower can hardly maintain regular communication with us." At this moment, Su Ping noticed his missing arm. The wound seemed to have been caused by a type of force that was difficult to heal. On the surface, he asked, "How long have you been guarding this formation?" Black Hair pointed to himself and introduced, "I've been serving here for over 300 years, considered one of the later arrival. The earliest is Old Chen, who has been here for 800 years. Su Ping asked why he stayed so long. He explained, "According to the rules of the Wind Tower, as long as you guard for 50 years you can leave." Brown Hair sighed, "But as you can see, there are countless demon beasts, and we can never seem to eradicate." He looked at his ruined arm and then gazed into the distance, as the number of legends coming in each year gradually decreased. "If we were to leave, then who would hold this place?" All around them was an endless expanse of snowy sea. Bald Man spoke up, "If there is no one left to guard, the demon beasts will break the formation and flood out. The continent will surely face disaster. At that time, the families we protect will also likely be dragged into it." Su Ping thought differently. "Have you ever considered that perhaps the Wind Tower doesn't lack legends, but they simply don't want to step into this place?" Everyone fell silent, never having considered that possibility. Vo Tu also looked sorrowful. "After all, we've been here for far too long." Later, more legends arrived. "We know very well what those outside are like. Whether they come and go or avoid stepping in here, that is their choice. As for staying, it is our decision," he said with a firm tone. Vo 2 emphasized legends are not just titles but also responsibility and glory. Once a legend, one must shoulder their mission. Everyone agreed in unison indeed. Su Ping looked at them with great respect. You truly deserve the title of legend. Another old man walked over and patted Su Ping's shoulder with a smile. I hope you find the divine fruit to stop the four kings from causing trouble. Our family out there is counting on you. He sighed. After so many years, it's still unclear whether our family still exists. His expression grew faintly sad. Su Ping solemnly promised, when I find the divine fruit and return to the continent, I will certainly take good care of everything for you. Vo 2 turned to the legends. Lai Elder discovered the divine fruit first. Please lead To brother to find it. He immediately replied, all right. CHUY letter 1 EC3 NK letter 1 EF3 step forward to lead the way. To brother, this matter cannot be delayed, let's set off. Su Ping nodded, all right. Two royal beasts spread their wings side by side across the vast snowfield. From above, they watched for 2 days before finally encountering a true afternoon beast pack. Below, a wolf's eyes gleamed brightly. It looked up towards the sky. He squinted and pointed down. To brother. Do their expressions look like those of creatures who smell food and grow red-eyed from hunger? Su Ping seemed interested. Let's fly closer and take a look. CHUY letter 1 EC3 NK letter 1 EF3 thought for a moment and nodded. I was thinking the same. He suddenly pointed into the distance. Lai Elder, isn't that the thing you once saw? Jade tree in the distance amidst the snowstorm. There indeed stood a verdant ancient tree. A swarm of royal beasts pushed forward toward the tree. CHUY letter 1 EC3 NK letter 1 EF3 observed the situation and said, Su Ping, the afternoon beasts are about to arrive, we must stop them. If not, the jade tree will disappear again. Su Ping immediately responded and summoned Go, Zhu Longshu. A colossal dragon appeared, opening its mouth and spewing dragon flame. A powerful force rolled straight toward the royal beasts. One was burned to a crisp and screamed. Su Ping's fist wrapped in light. He performed the demon suppression divine fist. Countless massive fist images descended from the sky to strike the ground. The royal beasts were knocked far away, severely injured. CHUY letter 1 EC3 NK letter 1 EF3 didn't stay back but charged forward. Let me help. Tierm Thu B letter 1 EA1 O long. Merge. He merged with the giant dragon. Wings sprouted from his back. In the blink of an eye, he had knocked over a nearby royal beast. Suddenly from behind him, another beast silently approached, preparing to launch a sneak attack. But before it could strike, it spat out a stream of dark red substance from its mouth. The demon beast stood still and slowly collapsed. Zio-Kulu shot up and attacked. The small figure was extremely agile. In a flash, it had cut through the royal beast's body with multiple horizontal and vertical sword strikes. The royal beast closed its wings in front of its chest in defense. But immediately afterward, it spread its wings wide, shooting numerous sharp ice shards toward Zio-Kulu, the ice wind wing. Zio-Kulu, caught off guard, was sealed in a block of ice. The royal beast threw its head back and let out a powerful roar. Stones continued to fall relentlessly. CHUY letter 1 EC3 NK letter 1 EF3, seeing this from afar, became worried. This is bad, Su Ping's beast. Even if the soul could revive, it would be hard to remain intact under such pressure. But the block of ice trapping Zio-Kulu suddenly cracked open. Its innate bloodline ability activated. The eternal sin resurrection was triggered. The boy broke free from the ice as if unharmed. CHUY letter 1 EC3 NK letter 1 EF3 was astonished to recover almost instantly. The power of life force is truly terrifying. Zio-Kulu immediately charged toward the stunned royal beast. With a single clean sword strike, it caused the beast to collapse, unable to resist. The royal beast's heavy body crashed to the ground. Su Ping continued to issue commands. Great performance celestial dragon roar, and Long Quan followed up with a pursuit. In a moment, the battlefield was clear. CHUY letter 1 EC3 NK letter 1 EF3 stood by, silently thinking. I was planning to share the burden with him, but it turns out I was overthinking. These beasts weren't even enough for him to exert his full strength. On the snow-covered ground, the remains of the royal beasts lay scattered. He pondered. Su Ping, the afternoon beasts have been dealt with, but what about the jade tree? Every time we get close, it disappears. How do you plan to pick the fruit? Su Ping silently gazed at his palm. Then he gently clenched his fist and signaled for Zhu Longshu and Long Quan. Bone marrow merged. Su Ping's appearance immediately changed, his body covered in black armor. CHUY letter 1 EC3 NK letter 1 EF3 stood wide-eyed, merging 3 times. This is a technique that only celestial fate realm cultivators can perform. His strength is truly unfathomable. He assumed his stance, telling himself to finish the battle quickly. And in the blink of an eye, that figure vanished from where it had just stood. Under tremendous pressure, the snow surface collapsed into a vast depression, leaving Traian Kai wide-eyed in shock. Everything happened too fast. This time it would definitely succeed. Su Ping reached out, nearly touching the fruit. As Su Ping's fingertips neared the fruit, a dark hole with blazing red eyes opened in midair. A lion lunged out, swinging a mace directly at his hand. The scene made Traian Kai startle, exclaiming, "Who is that?" Su Ping, on the other side, seemed to trigger a considerable shockwave. He immediately ran over, asking if he was all right. Su Ping forced himself up, replying briefly that he was fine. The four-armed lion holding a weapon in each hand growled, almost destroying the master's fruit with a monkey like him. Su Ping was slightly surprised but immediately alert. It could even speak. Its power clearly far exceeded the previous beasts. Caution was necessary, he asked. Is your master the one cultivating this fruit? The lion roared in anger, its eyes blazing red. What the master values belongs only to the master. He still tried to probe, who is your master, but it roared and lunged forward. Stop babbling, accept your fate. The lion swung its mace and slashed with a sword simultaneously. Su Ping leaned back to avoid both strikes, but it continued swinging wildly, forcing both him and Traian Kai to move constantly to escape. The lion accelerated and slammed the mace down again. Traian Kai was confused. What was wrong with this beast? It just attacked blindly with brute strength. Su Ping sensed something unusual and spoke, "Wait." It disappeared. Even its spiritual energy was undetectable. Only when the snow cleared did he see the space ahead empty. At that moment the lion suddenly appeared behind him. Despite timely defense, Su Ping was shaken internally. Traian Kai appeared behind the lion, charging, "Let me assist you." It counterattacked before he could prepare, the strike surging his blood and chi. Su Ping shouted worriedly, "Master Li." Traian Kai stubbornly held the lion's weapon to execute his technique. "Don't think you can swallow me whole, inherit the bloodline, inject this violent wind." Spines extended from his body, piercing it. The lion thrashed wildly, screaming, releasing. Su Ping seized the opportunity. Now's the chance. He exhaled smoke, summoning the sword soul-devouring flame. With a single strike he felled it, leaving it unable to resist. The lion collapsed, black mist swirling around. Traian Kai exhaled, finally subduing the massive beast. It gritted its teeth, cursing, "Hateful monkeys." Traian Kai was astonished. Could it still not be gone? The lion muttered word by word, "You won't escape." Black holes suddenly opened in the sky. A foot and cold voice emerged. "Who dares strike my vanguard?" Heavenly Eye looked down on the two with disdain. Traian Kai seemed to recognize the newcomer's identity and paled. "You are the Heavenly Eye Lasat beast guarding the abyss." Hearing this, he grew furious. "Dare to call me a beast to belittle, you deserve punishment." Su Ping ignored the argument, asking directly, "You appeared because of that fruit, right? I heard it helps people evolve to void spirit realm." Heavenly Eye sneered, "Foolish monkey, dreaming of my treasure without understanding. The fruit is nearly ripe. Conveniently using you two monkeys as nourishment." He spread his giant wings and soared. Su Ping confirmed his suspicion, exhaling smoke to summon the sword again. He swung the sword, determined not to let him succeed, the blade suddenly expanding and reaching toward Heavenly Eye. He did not dodge, merely flicked his fingers. Immediately a protective barrier enveloped Heavenly Eye entirely. As the sword struck the barrier, it seemed to be swallowed. Su Ping was stunned. Where was his sword? Not noticing a sword approaching from behind, he was struck in the back and realized it was his own move. Traian Kai observed and suddenly understood. Could this be a rule power only those of heavenly fate level wield, bending space? Heavenly Eye grew more arrogant, assuming some perception. "I can handle you two monkeys easily." Behind him now a giant hand appeared. Su Ping could not move, taking the full strike. He wondered he should have dodged. Why was his body frozen? Su Ping was pressed deep into the snow, leaving a giant handprint indentation. Traian Kai worriedly looked over. "Brother two." "Quickly leave," he gestured, then dashed toward Heavenly Eye. He laughed, the tail pierced space ahead. "Amusing, your move could not fell my vanguard, hoping to harm me." Soon the tail appeared behind Traian Kai. Su Ping immediately ordered Wang Beast, Zhu Longshu, to strengthen defenses for Senior Leg. The tail was blocked by the barrier. Zhu Longshu reinforced with magma armor, lateral protection, hardened hide, ice bone exterior, and flame outer garment for Li Feng. Heavenly Eye arrogantly flicked again, Tryon Kai seemed hit in the chest. The impact violently knocked him back. He landed next to Su Ping, who quickly asked, "Elder Li, are you all right?" He ignored his wound, warning, "The space-bending power of heavenly fate level is terrifying. We have nearly no escape," Su Ping resolutely replied. "If we cannot run, we take the risk," his fist now blazing. Tryon Kai panicked, "Brother two, your future is long, how can you risk your life here?" Su Ping's eyes glowed, calculating silently, his spatial power not fully mastered, control range must be limited, only chance was to gamble. Heavenly Eye clenched his fist, laughing, "Young monkey, you cannot even touch a hair of me." Su Ping unleashed Shock Demon Divine Fist, shouting, "Stop being arrogant. My target is there." The giant fist shot straight toward the distant sturdy tree. Su Ping's fist shadow drew closer to the tree base. Yet Heavenly Eye remained calm, flicking his hand. "Did I not make myself clear? Neither I nor the fruit shall you touch." Another layer of barrier appeared before the tree. Force reversed back toward Su Ping's group. Tryon Kai shouted in fear, "Not good, brother two, your strike is reflected." Yet he smiled, "Just as I wanted." Su Ping placed a hand on his shoulder. "Long Quan, Zhu Longshu, strengthen defenses for us." A barrier instantly enveloped both before the fist struck. Zhu Longshu reinforced magma armor, lateral protection, hardened hide, ice bone exterior, flame outer garment for Su Ping. Long Quan also invoked wind god protection, hardened exterior, and thunderstorm blood battle banner for Li Feng. Su Ping decisively ordered, "Long Quan, Zio Kyulu, Zhu Longshu, withdraw ahead." The barrier shattered. He and Elder Li leapt to avoid the fist shadow. Using the recoil force, the two were flung away from Heavenly Eye. He laughed heartily, "Interesting, using one's own strike to escape." Su Ping seemed relieved. Elder Li looked on. "We have successfully escaped." At that moment, the legend suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and he panicked, asking Han, "Elder Li, how are you?" He gently wiped the blood and reassured that it was nothing serious, just that his punch was too heavy. "I have something that can take us away from here," the legend said, still showing hesitation. In his hand, a talisman gradually appeared, given by the Tower Master of the 10 Directions when entering the battle. "It can teleport us out of the 10 Directions heavenly formation, helping us escape the pursuit of the Celestial Eye Hellhound." Su Ping silently breathed a sigh of relief. "Then that's fortunate." Yet the legend tightened the talisman and slowly said that this item would cost half of the user's remaining lifespan. "I really cannot bear to use it." He froze upon hearing. "The price is too great, unacceptable." He did not hesitate and crushed the talisman. A layer of barrier surrounded the two. Su Ping hurriedly supported the legend and called, "Elder Li." Laboriously instructed, "You are young, how can you risk yourself with us old men? I also want to take the chance to visit my descendants." The Celestial Eye appeared behind them. "Since when did you really think you could escape my grasp?" His claws gleamed with a cold sharpness. Celestial Eye launched a fierce strike, as if to lock everything down. At that moment, Zio Kyulu suddenly appeared to intercept the attack. Su Ping exclaimed its name in shock. Even Elder Li was stunned to see it act without summons. The bond was so profound. He still casually threw a punch through that small body, then starting with you. But immediately, Zio Kyulu's body fully restored. The innate talent of reincarnated king activated. Did not hesitate and charged with the sword. The Celestial Eye only lightly waved its hand, causing Zio Kyulu's blood and energy to shake violently. Su Ping reached from the space and called out, "Zio Kyulu, return." Legend helplessly said that it was resisting the recall order. A battle pet defying the master endures immense mental pressure, even risking life. It knew that without someone restraining the Celestial Eye, the teleport talisman would immediately shatter. None of us could leave. Hearing this, Su Ping gritted his teeth in pain and looked at Zio Kyulu still struggling to fight. "Zio Kyulu, wait for me. I will definitely return to save you soon," he said as the spatial door slowly closed. The spatial door slowly shut completely. Two landed in a desolate, safe land. The legend apologetically said for letting his battle pet get trapped, "Sincerely sorry." Su Ping shook his head, saying it was not his fault, and asked, "Elder Li, don't blame yourself. Who would expect a celestial mandate scene to appear? How is your injury?" The legend candidly replied that his vital energy was severely depleted, needing a quiet place to recuperate. He worriedly suggested, "Elder Li, after 800 years of battle you should rest. Where is your clan so I can take you back?" He nodded without formality. "Once I recover we will return to save Zio Kyulu." Su Ping agreed, saying the Dark Claw base city ahead was where his clan resided. The legend sighed, saying the closer to home, the more anxious, not knowing how his family fared. "I will walk the rest of the way," Su Ping responded, "just rest and recover. I will work on increasing my strength to confront the Celestial Eye. Then I will find you." Su Ping watched the legend and the battle beasts stop at the city gate. He did not linger and ordered Long Quan to fly at full speed to Longjiang. Dragon Lord Chen immediately changed direction and soared into the sky. The shadow of the giant dragon swept across, casting a long trail on the ground. He cancelled the dragon form technique, and the Dragon Lord's body quickly reverted to its original shape. Everyone cheered and thanked Su Ping upon his return for nourishing the battle pet. Some even offered a meal, yet some perceptive noticed his expression was off. His face darkened, a cold glare swept across the crowd. Nano observed and quietly asked, looking so grim, "Did you meet a strong opponent? Need my help?" Su Ping calculated that Anna's interventions were limited and the enemy was still manageable. So he decided to test first and ask directly if dealing with a celestial mandate scene required equivalent spatial power. She replied if the opponent hid in a lower spatial layer, yes, otherwise much easier. He asked for clarification, specifically how. Nano casually demanded 30 more points before explaining. Su Ping ignored it, analyzing that the celestial eye's controlled space was under 100 meters and only one target at a time. It likely just entered the celestial mandate. If refining the divine demon body to level 3 could rival a mature one and somewhat influence its spatial force. But he wondered if Lam Tin had enough references, then realized he need not search there, could go elsewhere to gather materials faster. System opened the training area list. Su Ping looked up to signal. Many portals appeared on the screen leading to different spaces. He thought of the area related to the divine demon body. Images of the divine demon body and information about the chaotic heavenly sun appeared, costing 1 million energy and 10,000 per death. He marveled at the expense but, with increased income, was determined to enter. Inside the chaotic heavenly sun were countless volcanoes ready to erupt. Su Ping decisively stepped into the space. Upon landing at a volcano mouth, he was enveloped by heat and exclaimed, "So hot, why is this place all fire?" He channeled his spirit to form a protective barrier around his body against the extreme temperature. The system reported the host had died and asked if he wished to revive. Su Ping groaned, fallen before meeting the enemy, and chose to revive. After safely reviving, he began to scout around and wondered if using the divine demon body at its homeland would be effective. It indeed worked, though only lasting 10 minutes, enough to act freely. He was intrigued by the protective layer around him. He opened the spatial door to call Long Quan and instructed it to release the dragon form technique and ice bone corpse. Su Ping marveled at the immediate relief. He told Long Quan to use its sense of smell to find divine sun grass and give it a sample as a marker. Long Quan sniffed and flew off to search. Su Ping called, asking if it had scented it yet and why it flew so far from him. Soon he stood atop the Dragon Lord, reaching the divine sun grass, a vast patch ahead, thrilled at finding it, rare on Lam Tin. Exactly the right place, he decisively jumped down. As he intended to pick it, a voice scolded anyone daring to trespass in the herb garden to steal sacred grass. Su Ping looked up and saw a divine sun ablaze like a miniature sun. System set the language to divine sun. He immediately apologized sincerely, saying he was inadvertently cultivating the divine demon body, half of the clan perhaps hoping for leniency. The divine sun took human form and coldly scolded, stealing herbs and secretly learning clan techniques. The crime worsened. Emperor Quinn folded her arms sternly to pass judgment. Su Ping suddenly realized the crux and exclaimed, "Wait." He calmly asked if dying just once would erase everything. She unhesitatingly formed a fireball and said, "Of course, otherwise, do you want to die more times?" Su Ping resolutely accepted the challenge. "Come on." Emperor Quinn launched the fireball with a scolding. He stood still, letting the fire engulf him without dodging. She appeared satisfied, thinking he only talks tough. It would vanish in moments, considering he dared take responsibility. Immediately, Su Ping revived in place and calmly asked if she was satisfied. Emperor Quinn was astonished to see him intact and angrily questioned what trick allowed him to disregard her. Su Ping hurriedly explained no jest was intended and reminded that he said once is enough, hoping she keeps her word. She coldly flew up, saying one must truly die to be erased. "Now you are not yet dead, so continue." She summoned a giant fireball radiating intense heat and confidently hurled it toward him. Closely, whether it is a grown-up Jin-O or the power of Diane, anyone hit by this move will shatter in shock. The attack struck directly into the ground. The spot where it landed immediately collapsed into a deep pit of boiling magma. She arrogantly judged, Forcing me to use Diane means you have some skill worth noting. Finishing her words, she executed a resurrection technique on the spot. Su Ping appeared again, calmly advising Dai Quinn not to waste effort. No one can destroy me. His eyes were resolute as he spoke. Seeing Su Ping unharmed, her expression darkened in confusion, struck by Dai Yan yet untouched. In Dai Quinn's hand appeared a small cube. If I cannot handle you personally, let the elders decide. She pushed the expanding box toward him. Before he could react, Su Ping was sucked straight into the box. He struck the wall hard, urgently asking, "Where exactly are you taking me?" Dai Quinn transformed back into Jin-O form, carrying the box away, and answered to Jin-O's homeland, the final resting place. Hearing this, Su Ping pondered. Jin-O's homeland sounded imposing. Perhaps there were rare cultivation resources. Jin-O's nest region. Dai Quinn did not stop but flew straight to the elders' hall. She landed before the three imposing elders on the high platform and knelt. Dai Quinn paid respects to the elders. An elder glanced at Su Ping beside her, asking gently, "Quinn Nhi, what is that object?" That was the great elder of Jin-O. Dai Quinn recounted the whole event, reporting to the great elder, "This heterodox race mixed with my medicine and learned our clan techniques. I could not eliminate it, so I brought it here for judgment." The second elder of Jin-O asked doubtfully, "Even Dai Yan could not destroy him." She answered, "It suffered no damage." The third elder said gravely, "Dai Yan is the fire inheritance from the ancestral bloodline. Even the strongest beings cannot resist, let alone intact like this." Great elder suddenly realized something unusual. Wait, this appearance, could it be a descendant of Tianzun human clan? Years ago I fought alongside the ancestor and met Tianzun. Second elder immediately understood, so it is a descendant of Tianzun. No wonder Dai Yan could not harm him. The third elder reminded Dai Quinn, "Do not be rude to the guest, release him." Then he politely asked, "How should a Tianzun descendant address us, and what is the purpose of your visit?" Dai Quinn glanced briefly at Su Ping. He is a descendant of Tianzun but still followed the order to release him. Su Ping bowed. "I am Su Ping, here to seek cultivation materials for the third layer of Jin-O spirit demon body, hoping to strengthen myself to save my teammates." Great elder pondered. "Spirit demon body. Our clan has friendly ties with Tianzun, so you may learn. Tomorrow we'll open the awakening trial for the body. All Jin-O underage participate. Your cultivation matches this stage, so you qualify. If successful, you may receive materials needed by a grown Jin." Su Ping immediately asked, "Please explain what the trial entails." He explained, "The trial has 4 gates. The first 3 test strength, spirit, and insight. The final gate tests combat ability as a whole." Su Ping was not afraid but interested. "As long as the requirement is met, the materials are received. Thank you, elders." He wondered, with so many people, are they all opponents? Dai Quinn clarified, "Half just watch, the other half compete." He grew more curious. "Isn't passing enough?" She explained, "Rewards are tiered. Only the top gets extra privileges, others receive the basic portion." She pointed to 2 imposing figures, Kim Nhiern Vu and Veem Ki, from the third royal clans. Their power far exceeds ungrown Jin-O. To get the best materials, one must plan carefully. Su Ping nodded, understood, being third royal clan. Then what is the other family? Dai Quinn blinked confidently. "Of course, the Dai clan. I am from Dai clan royal family Dai Quinn." He thought silently, so she was introducing herself but had to admit her strength was extraordinary, the family not ordinary. At that moment, a phantom of the great elder appeared in midair, declaring, "The awakening trial is about to begin." Someone shouted, "Look quickly, the great elder has arrived." The great elder instructed participants to their positions. Su Ping joined the crowd and reminded Dai Quinn, "I go first." She smiled faintly, "Do not get eliminated at the first gate." Participants rushed into the space gate one by one, soon reaching the starting area of the challenge field. In the great elder's palm were small spirit stones. He said, "The first gate tests strength. Choose one from these 10 blocks. Carrying the spirit stone to the end point passes the first gate." With a wave of his hand, the spirit stone enlarged massively. He pointed to a nearby block and reminded, "Choose an extreme your body can bear to be highly evaluated." Then he signaled to start. At the signal, all candidates dashed forward. Su Ping approached a block engraved NH letter 1EA5T, M letter 1EE5C, wondering what M letter 1EE5C stands for. First, test the weight of this NH letter 1EA5T, M letter 1EE5C spirit stone. He touched the giant block and quietly shouted, "Up." Instantly, the stone was lifted above his head. He estimated NH letter 1EA5T, M letter 1EE5C about 10 tons, still within endurance. But energy in the trial field was extremely thin. He set the stone down and looked toward the distant target. Moving such weight would consume greatly. Clearly a strict endurance test. Being a Jin-O lifting Tam M letter 1E5C spirit stone, Su Ping did not act yet, observing others to see the maximum chosen before deciding. Spectators outside cheered through the screen. Look, a Veem clan member testing strength. Veem Key from Veem Royal Clan lifted the stone to carry. Seeing the bot M letter 1E5C character, everyone gasped. Bot M letter 1E5C spirit stone lifted in one try, indeed strong. Elsewhere, Kim En Hiern Vu of Kim Clan lifted C letter 1EEDU M letter 1E5C. Crowd astonished more. Kim Clan even more formidable. C letter 1EEDU M letter 1E5C spirit stone, truly prodigious. Su Ping observed without worry. Indeed, no one was ordinary, aiming for the best materials. The only choice was this. Before him lay the TH letter 1EADP M letter 1E5C block. Some were stunned. He intends TH letter 1EADP M letter 1E5C. Others scoffed. Even Veem Key and Kim En Hiern Vu dare not, truly dreaming. Su Ping summoned Zhen Long Wang. Long Quan appeared. The destination, the second elder was surprised. A summoning technique. The great elder nodded. Correct, combat system newly created by Tianzun, unlike our clan. The third elder worried if it violates rules, one creature is fine, too many. Su Ping after fusion clarified, rest assured, I summon only one Long Quan. Zhen Long Wang opened its mouth to grasp the spirit stone. Su Ping signaled lift. The stone lifted smoothly. The second elder marveled. This system is fascinating. Small beings linking to unleash otherwise unreachable power. Meanwhile, Su Ping strained with the stone. Lacking Zio Kulu could only use first-tier hand-high realm fusion. Weight stretched muscles to the limit. But the pain was negligible. His legs began tearing and bleeding under heavy load. Thinking of Zio Kulu suffering under Tian Mu Lasat, Su Ping gritted teeth. What it endured far exceeds me. This is a shared challenge, must overcome and grow stronger. He stepped forward, red drops fell to the ground. Imki seeing this advised, human brother, do not persist. You are exhausted. Release the spirit stone or danger. Su Ping did not respond, just gritted teeth. What I fear least is danger. Just then, exhaustion caused the stone to press him to the ground. Some were horrified. Lucky I am not reckless like him. A bystander smirked. Another scoffed. Tianzun descendant so fearsome, only this much. But Dai Qin calmly said, wait and see. Under the stone, no movement yet. Everyone amazed, how is he unharmed? Su Ping's body completely intact without a scratch. Veem Ki curious, could it be he just resurrected? En Hiern Vu guessed maybe a secret treasure. But such rebellious power must cost greatly or consume heavily. Perhaps he is only holding on a bit, hard to go far. But Su Ping rose, lifted the stone, and continued forward. Headed toward the rugged mountains ahead, beyond the mountains swift waters. Near the end, a stream blocked the path. Veem Ki did not believe he could finish. Even with resurrection, En Hiern Vu said ultimately futile. He thought it laughable. This is a trial for Jin O. How could a non-winged outsider carry spirit stones over high mountain? Su Ping silently placed the stone down. Blonde-haired curious asked, will he give up? Green-haired wondered, having Jin O spirit demon body and bloodline, why not transform and fly? Brown-haired explained, he just reached tier 2, equal to ungrown Jin O. Only at tier 5 can transform and use our clan's talent. The demon god's fist was a martial arts technique created by the founder, Kim Wo, with incredible destructive power, but the recoil was just as devastating. Foreign entities, if forced to use it, could disrupt and sever their meridians with a single punch. Only Kim Wo's robust body could withstand such power. Su Ping called upon the void dagger. His fist was surrounded by its phantom head. Su Ping shouted loudly, grand display true dragon subduing fist. Barring the power, the void dagger immediately accelerated. At this moment, Su Ping poured all of his strength and recoil from the technique to its maximum, using his life as the price to unleash his strongest punch. He aimed directly at the giant stone wall ahead. Perhaps due to the intense recoil, he was shaken so violently that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Ping, exhausted, collapsed to the ground. The system coldly reported that the host had died. Yan Qi watched the entire scene, unable to suppress a sneer, truly a grasshopper trying to move a cart. But right after, Su Ping's body was regenerated, accompanied by the familiar sound of the system, revived on the spot. He still refused to stop, continuing to tighten his fist, preparing to strike again. Below the stands, someone cried out in panic. What on earth is that human trying to do? A series of rapid punches were thrown at the mountain. The great elder Kim Wo sat beside, stroking his beard, his face filled with satisfaction. A crack of light suddenly appeared on the middle of the cliff. Immediately after, the entire mountain shook and then shattered, rocks scattering in all directions. The mountain peak was pierced by a punch, leaving a round hole. The onlookers gaped in awe. Is this called a trial? It's clearly more like destroying the mountain. Even Yan Qi didn't foresee this. He never expected him to choose this method. Smash the mountain to make a path. Nian Yu gently reminded him, Yan Qi, haven't you figured it out yet? Not only did he open a path through the mountain, but he also used the massive broken rocks to fall into the rushing stream below. The rocks piled up in the river, forming a temporary bridge to cross to the other shore, creating a new way to bypass the water. At this point, Su Ping turned around and grabbed the large stone. He struggled to lift it, continuing to drag it toward the goal. Su Ping gritted his teeth, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. The system's voice rang out again. The host had died, revived on the spot. Throughout the journey from the beginning to crossing the river, the sound of the host dying and reviving repeated endlessly. Someone impatiently urged, the mountain has collapsed, hurry and catch up. As Su Ping neared the finish line, the resurrection notification still echoed nonstop. The host had died, revived on the spot. Finally, he exerted his last bit of strength to lift the stone, gritting his teeth. Over there, give it to me. The huge stone was hurled across to the other shore. Su Ping also surpassed his limits, collapsing to his knees. Ranking appeared in the air, first place Su Ping with 10 points, second place Kim Nian Yu with 9 points, third place Yan Qi with 8 points. The stands were once again in an uproar. A foreign entity took first place. The people nearby were wide-eyed in shock, dead and alive again and fighting on. What kind of monster is he? He really did it. It had been hundreds of years since such a record was achieved. The wounds on Su Ping's body began to heal. Dai Qing observed from the beginning, showing admiration. Unexpectedly, he used this method to overpower the royal bloodline. Could he be a descendant of the heavenly lord? The great elder Kim Wo summoned a Mo Long, announcing the end of the strength trial. The second round, the soul trial, officially began. Mo Long flew around in the air, asking if they wanted him to scare the fledgling ones. The participants trembled at the sight of him. Since the chaotic ancient times, Mo Long had been the nemesis of Kim Wo, with the two factions endlessly fighting. The fear was deeply ingrained in their bloodlines, like humans fearing wild beasts and wild beasts fearing those with weapons. Mo Long opened his mouth wide. The great elder Kim Wo pointed at it, explaining the rules for this round, that they must enter his mouth. Within the time of an incense stick, they must exterminate the hidden blood soul parasites inside its body for it to count as valid. The more blood soul parasites they exterminate, the higher the score. This time they had to fight inside the elder's stomach. Some immediately raised their hands to withdraw, who would crawl into Mo Long's mouth to fight the soul parasites. Others followed, giving up. Their lives were more important. Su Ping silently listened, thinking to himself, are the blood soul parasites really that terrifying? Yan Qi explained, the blood soul parasites live within Mo Long, capable of emitting fierce demonic sound waves that directly target the soul. A weak will and weak soul will be harmed, and worse, they may fall into chaos. Su Ping remained unfazed, staring directly at Mo Long's mouth. Others could give up, but I must take first place to exchange the materials needed to save Xiao Qiulu. With that thought, he charged straight in. Some in the stands were displeased. How dare he take first place? A foreign entity is so arrogant. Someone beside them crossed their arms and sneered, waiting to see him get his mind scrambled by Mo Long. Dai Qing, seeing Su Ping charge ahead first, couldn't help but ponder. His will is 100 times stronger than the flowery pets in the room. I wonder how he'll get through this trial. Nian Yu also refused to be outdone, charging after him. First place is mine. Yan Qi and the others all spread their wings and took off. Mo Long looked at Su Ping leading the charge with mocking eyes, another weakling mingling in. The elder opened his mouth wide, releasing countless demonic thoughts. The participants were caught off guard and were bombarded by them. Nian Yu quickly set up a barrier to block the demonic thoughts outside. He gritted his teeth, fighting back. The thick demonic thoughts were incredibly difficult to deal with. Nian Yu closed his eyes and strained. A huge phantom of Kim Wo appeared behind him. Someone cried out, Yan Qi, quick look. What's behind Kim Nian Yu is the domain. Yan Qi looked over, seeing Kim Wo protecting Nian Yu in astonishment. Had he also comprehended the domain? That was the ability to materialize one's will and momentum. Using the domain to suppress, it could intimidate all being. This skill was mysterious and powerful, not easily understood by a young genius, and its power was immense. Su Ping, however, calmly observed the approaching demonic thoughts. I need to see how terrifying they are. If necessary, I'll handle them a few more times. A vicious soul parasite lunged at him. Passing through his body, Su Ping cried out in pain. Felt as if countless sharp needles pierced his entire body at once. Su Ping gritted his teeth, recalling the days he spent with Xiao Qiulu. What brutal scenes hadn't he been through? This won't stop me, he roared, throwing off the approaching demonic thoughts. Someone exclaimed in horror. He doesn't even need the domain and is still resisting Mo Long's pressure. Mo Long, seeing Su Ping facing his demonic thoughts directly, became furious, spewing even more, intending to shatter both his body and soul. But Su Ping also erupted with his own momentum. I don't understand what the domain is, but I have my own way. Demon God's fist appeared. A giant phantom emerged in space. With a slight motion of his fist, all the demonic thoughts immediately vanished. Even Mo Long could clearly feel it. What is this? The pressure is too strong. Yu Kim Wo almost harmed my true form. This must be the direct descendant of some heavenly lord. And yet you claim to not understand the domain, clearly pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Mo Long awkwardly looked at Su Ping. The third elder of Kim Wo was shocked. The domain of this human is stronger than Kim Nyan Yu's by dozens of times. Someone beside him added, what's unbelievable is that it is so obvious that it has reached a perfected stage. The great elder Kim Wo observed everything, stroking his beard in admiration. As expected, the descendant of a heavenly lord is indeed extraordinary. Mo Long over here quietly considered his retreat. The domain is so strong, I'm not blind, but dealing with this strange person still has a way. He retracted his attack and changed to a more amiable expression, which confused Su Ping, wondering why the pressure and killing intent from him had suddenly disappeared. Mo Long opened his mouth wide, allowing Su Ping to enter. Yan Qi saw this and quickly called out, Mo Long has opened his mouth to him. Nyan Yu muttered in annoyance, damn it, I'm one step too slow. He didn't hesitate, charging straight into the dragon's mouth. Whatever it's planning, I'll first deal with the soul parasites. Su Ping moved deeper into Mo Long's body. He carefully observed his surroundings. Inside were masses of flesh twitching continuously. Suddenly, a soul parasite burst through the flesh, attempting to ambush Su Ping. He had already been on guard, immediately swinging his fist, Demon God. The soul parasite was easily crushed. Su Ping suddenly realized something was wrong. He glanced at the heavily injured hybrid creature in the distance, wondering why it was struggling so much despite not using his full power. Outside, Mo Long secretly gloated over being able to control the soul bugs to self-destruct, avoiding offending the descendants of the Celestial Lord while pleasing the other party. And then more hybrid creatures appeared on the flesh wall, preparing to rush forward. He immediately struck back with a punch, demonic fist of the Divine King. After this exchange, he was more certain something was off, though he didn't know the cause, but things were still going smoothly. Nyan Wu arrived and saw Su Ping fighting leisurely, his face showing clear discomfort. Though his punches weren't violent, he was exterminating soul bugs effortlessly, wondering what kind of secret technique this was. Just a moment's distraction and his hand was bitten by a hybrid creature. Nyan Wu was unwilling to lose, telling himself that as a genius of the Golden Crow royal family, he couldn't be defeated by an outsider. He focused his power into his fist, shouting, Demonic Fist of the Divine King, I know this technique, and launched it directly at the hybrid creatures. But the strike was almost ineffective. Their defense was too strong, and instead the creature tightened its grip, causing Nyan Wu to cry out in pain. Helpless, he used his internal energy to push the creature away, and then unleashed his ultimate technique, Imperial Flame. A surge of fiery lightning erupted around Nyan Wu and spread to the hybrid creature's body. Its sharp teeth were scorched and fell off. Nyan Wu escaped its jaws but was secretly shocked at how much energy was expended just to defeat one. He angrily watched Su Ping continuously throwing punches in the distance, puzzled as to how the other could do this. Finally, the incense stick's time limit expired. Grand Elder of the Golden Crow declared the challenge ended, and everyone immediately retreated, with Mo Long opening the way for everyone to escape. Su Ping lightly descended to the ground. The others also returned, but each of them had injuries. The Grand Elder released his energy and announced the results. The ranking appeared in midair, with Su Ping in first place with 128 Shadow Blood Soul Bugs, Nyan Wu in second place with 27, and Yan Qi in third place with 24. Crowd murmured in surprise as the gap was too wide. Outsiders led for 2 consecutive rounds, severely damaging the Golden Crow royal family's pride. The Grand Elder said nothing, summoning a golden cage. Mo Long was sucked into it, and angrily scolded that it was so cold-hearted to take it back after use. He threatened that if he was released again, he would make the Golden Crow clan restless, but the Grand Elder only reminded him to save his strength for the next round. Suddenly, the sky was filled with countless bolts of lightning. A massive stone block crashed down, and the Grand Elder announced the third door, a test of comprehension. He explained the rules, saying one had to activate the Dao text on the Dao steel, at least 3 Dao characters to pass. The more Dao characters activated, the higher the ranking. Su Ping calmly observed the stone tablet. Grand Elder said that the steel would respond to the Dao intent and make the Dao text glow, and the 10 people in each group would take turns. The first person hesitated in front of the steel. Then he poured all his energy into the stone. 3 lines of color appeared and 3 Dao characters lit up valid. The next person continued forward. Results were announced one after another. 2 Dao characters failed, 4 were valid, and 3 were valid. The person who passed was overjoyed, while the one with only 2 Dao characters looked dejected. Su Ping silently calculated that since the Golden Crow's innate talent was in the Fire Dao, they usually activated around 4 Dao characters, and the second group began with Nian Wu and Yan Qi leading. Nian Wu was the first to try, pouring all his energy into it. Power was so great that small cracks appeared on the stone tablet. The result was 10 Dao characters lighting up, and everyone gasped at the exceptional achievement. Yan Qi stepped up right after, confidently channeling his power. The result was even higher. 12 Dao characters lit up valid. The crowd was stunned and Su Ping sighed, as he had only comprehended a single lightning Dao before, and this door seemed the hardest for him. The system unexpectedly reminded him that the third door was actually the easiest, and that skills were the bridge to the Dao. He thought for a moment, if mastering a skill could make the Dao text glow, then there was still a chance. When it was the last group's turn, Su Ping stepped up and placed his hand on the steel. He gathered his strength, and a Dao character of the lightning Dao glowed blue. He told himself he still had the force Dao and the speed Dao to try. He continued to channel his energy, and 2 Dao characters, red and blue, lit up, totaling 3, meeting the requirement. Grand Elder showed his displeasure, as the Dao characters were too weak and feared it might affect the morale of the clan. The second Elder reminded him that the rules were based on quantity, and though the Dao characters were few, they were still valid. He said that the great Dao encompassed countless small Dao, and mastering a small Dao could lead to greatness. He then asked Su Ping if he had finished his attempt. Su Ping replied that he wasn't done yet, silently resolving to surpass Yan Qi's 12 Dao characters. To obtain the materials to save Xiao Qiulu, he had to come first, and since he had fused with Long Quan, its skills were now his. He condensed several different sources of energy and unleashed a series of skills at the Dao steel. 5 Dao characters immediately lit up. Everyone was stunned, as 5 additional Dao characters appeared. Su Ping gained more confidence, ordered the fusion to be undone, and summoned Zhu Longshu. His form shifted into the flame bamboo dragon form. He continued to unleash various defensive and offensive skills toward the Dao steel. 4 more Dao characters lit up, bringing the total to 12. Yan Qi began to worry. He undid the fusion again. Su Ping thought about which skills he hadn't used yet. The crowd was discussing it, as he hadn't stopped even after reaching 12 Dao characters. Su Ping took a deep breath, and his hands assumed a sword stance. Everyone recognized that stance as familiar. Could it be the sword Dao? The image of Xiao Qiulu seemed to appear beside him. In a moment of realization, he thought that if the fusion pet skills could activate the Dao, then the sword Dao learned from Xiao Qiulu should also work. The space seemed to tear apart as he unleashed the chaotic star reincarnation slash. The sword Dao character lit up, bringing the total to 13 Dao characters. He let out a quiet sigh of relief, smiling as the number 13 appeared, finally succeeding. Yan Qi revealed a mix of disappointment and helplessness, having believed that merely passing the Dao Law trial would secure first place, yet he still trailed behind others. Dai Qing opened his eyes wide in astonishment before slowly turning to admiration, previously thinking that aside from Thunder Dao, he only understood minor forbidden theories, yet he wielded such profound great Dao. Chief Elder Jin O stroked his beard with a satisfied smile, praising him as worthy of being a descendant of the celestial sovereign, indeed showing traces of a godly demeanor. After the duel, the system board displayed the results. First place Su Ping with 13 Dao Tech, second Yan Qi 12 Dao Tech, third Kim Enhin Vu 12 Dao Tech. Below the stands, murmurs of dissatisfaction arose, questioning why there were 13 Dao Tech, why this outsider topped the list, though overall he still claimed first, leaving the Kim O clan with a grim fate. He stood solemnly on the high platform, raising his hand toward the massive stone wall disintegrating into glittering golden dust in midair, and spoke in a deep voice. A streak of brilliant light gradually opened in the sky. A dazzling gate opened, revealing majestic mountains as if tearing through space. This was the comprehensive battle trial. Chief Elder Jin O gestured gently, signaling them to enter. Everyone responded in unison with fervent spirit, yes. Standing before the gate, Su Ping's gaze was resolute, telling himself just one more trial to pass. As he was about to step in, the chief elder held his shoulder, halting him, saying the trial behind was unnecessary for him to join. Su Ping was briefly surprised and asked why, insisting he still had the strength to fight and wished to continue. He stroked his beard, explaining that the final match was an internal Jin-O duel, and if he joined, he could be attacked in coordination, which would be unfair. Moreover, he did not wish his clan to lose face further, and with such a resurrection ability few could defeat him, so stopping here was sufficient. Su Ping considered it carefully. The Jin-O clan had been strong from youth, possessing power others would labor for a lifetime to attain, and the two other prodigies might still have hidden trump cards. The chief elder had truly favored him. He nodded, agreeing to the elder's arrangement, only hoping to learn about his body refining materials. Chief Elder Jin-O clasped his hands, declaring according to clan rules the leader of the trial would grant. A drop of celestial blood would be bestowed. Amid the violent swirling air, the mysterious drop condensed from floating sparks before Su Ping. He could not help but marvel at such a rare treasure, difficult even for heaven and earth to destroy. This celestial blood must be extremely precious, yet the chief elder generously granted it. Su Ping respectfully clasped his hands in thanks. The chief elder lifted the radiant drop, saying that as he cultivated the clan's Tao, he carried Jin-O bloodline and the celestial blood could awaken hidden potential. Celestial blood slowly merged into his body, and if he possessed divine potential, it would awaken from deep within. Golden flames mixed with red lightning erupted, covering his entire body, making Su Ping tilt his head and scream from the searing pain. As the sea of fire surged, a massive green energy descended from above with terrifying force. Chief Elder Jin-O looked surprised, having thought the celestial blood only activated the Dim Yang divine body of his clan, yet it awakened a divine body of the Vu clan. Su Ping gritted his teeth, asking about the origins of the Vu clan, wondering if their bodies were truly that powerful. He gazed into the distance, recounting the early days of heaven and earth before the god clans emerged, the earliest beings called Vu. Su Ping suddenly realized the Vu clan seemed stronger than Jin-O, so their divine body naturally surpassed the Dim Yang divine body by a level. Chief Elder confirmed the potential had been activated, then summoned valuable spirit fruits, saying these were materials needed for Jin-O's third-tier demon body. Judging by his expression, all were bestowed. Su Ping received them, and the elder said he would take him for body refinement immediately. Determination and a trace of coldness gleamed in his eyes. Zio Kulu must wait. Exiting the space gate, Su Ping informed the goddess Anna that he had returned but needed one more trip outside, asking her to watch the store. Then his body was covered in golden light, departing with solemn momentum. Anna stood puzzled. His aura outside was steadier, as if surpassing a great realm, yet what drew attention was the complex layered internal strength. A modern high-rise tower stood in the dark Pan-based city, headquarters of the Han Corporation. Su Ping looked up at the building. The address left by Li Feng legend was here, but why was it called Han Corporation instead of Li Corporation? He went to the reception to introduce himself as Su Ping, expecting to meet Li Feng legend, asking them to notify him. The receptionist awkwardly replied that there was no one named Li Feng here, making Su Ping even more confused. Han Jingtong, polishing shoes for young Master Han, was startled upon hearing the name. Distracted, he spilled water on his shoes. Young Master Han immediately scolded. That man acted arrogantly, stamping hard on Han Jingtong's hand. Not yet stopping, young Master Han pressed down further, threatening that if that hand was no longer needed, he would disable it. Su Ping watched coldly, asking who this man was to act so tyrannically. The girl paled, replying he was young Master Han. He introduced himself as coming from Longjiang to meet the Li family, wondering why only the Han family was present. Young Master Han laughed arrogantly, saying that this city once had the Li family's legend, but they died 100 years ago and their clan long vanished. Han Jingtong gritted his teeth, objecting that Li Feng was merely missing. Without a corpse, he could not be declared dead. Young Master Han sneered not to delude himself. That was an obituary released by the Wind Tower. Su Ping's cold gaze said that just a few days ago he had brought Li Feng here himself. How could he have died 100 years ago? Han Jingtong, seeing a glimmer of hope, asked if the Li family's legend really still lived. Young Master Han's face darkened. He gaped, shouting that what was their clan, now the Han family was in charge and they were mere servants. As he moved to continue, a shield created by Su Ping blocked him. Han Jingtong opened his eyes in astonishment. Young Master Han frowned, sweat beading as he sensed the situation was unfavorable. Su Ping restrained himself with the last bit of control, demanding an explanation of why he now bore the Han name and what was going on. He continued to ask where Li Feng was hidden. Young Master Han scornfully replied that he taught his servants without explanation, and Li Feng was probably dead in the wilderness. Su Ping closed his eyes slightly, saying no reply was necessary. He summoned his battle dragon, determined that even if he had to overturn this place, he would find him. Grabbed by the collar, young Master Han panicked, asking what he intended. This was the Han family's territory. Su Ping leapt onto the battle dragon's back, saying he had fought shoulder to shoulder with Li Feng, shared deep bonds, and wherever he was, Long Quan would find him. The battle dragon used its keen sense of smell to track Li Feng's aura. The divine dragon exuded green energy, tracing with 100-mile soul hunt. Guided by the energy, it surged forward rapidly, cutting through obstacles with powerful momentum. Finally stopping before a mysterious safe room, Su Ping wondered if this was the place. Cornered, young Master Han shouted, calling 8 bodyguards for reinforcements. The elite shadow guards immediately encircled, blocking Su Ping and the divine dragon, launching attacks with purple energy. He remained calm, ordering them to release the young master. Su Ping closed his eyes, calling down a lightning strike, causing the guard to recoil in fear. He cried out in pain. Su Ping finished with a thunder-powered punch, wanting no entanglement. The opponent was sent flying miserably. Young Master Han turned pale, thinking what kind of monster this was, relying solely on his body to defeat 8 wind badge-level bodyguards in an instant. Su Ping clenched his fists, sparks of thunder fire glittering, determination rising. Punch shattered the reinforced safe door. The door burst open, revealing Li Feng inside. Su Ping froze, realizing it was him. Li Feng was tightly bound in a massive silk cocoon hanging in the dark, spiderweb-filled space. He shouted the elder's name, rushing to tear the cocoon and rescue him, saying, "Senior Lei, I have come to save you." Li Feng was astonished, asking why Brother Tu was here. As Su Ping was trying to untie Li Feng, a sudden flash of lightning tore through the sky, startling him into a careful shout. Lightning instantly transformed into a dense web, wrapping him tightly without leaving any gaps. Su Ping spun around and shouted, demanding to know who dared attack, while atop the giant spider Han Yinzhou stood proudly, replying that it was only proper for him to ask. His stern face and cold gaze radiating the authority of the Han family head, daring no one to intrude into their forbidden territory. Immediately unleashed a blazing force around his body to break the chains, while looking at Han Yinzhou with proud defiance, and coldly stating that he was not qualified to know. Su Ping activated his blood battle state, his fists burning like embers, ready to withstand the strike. Han Yinzhou mocked him, questioning whether escaping the web with fire was a legitimate method, but Su Ping paid no mind, coldly replying with few words before closing in. Su Ping focused all his strength into a powerful direct strike against the giant spider. He glared and shouted that he knew he used fire, yet still dared to stand still without dodging. Riding the momentum, Su Ping poured his power into burning the spider, declaring he would reduce it to ashes in an instant. Yet strangely, the stronger the fire, the more it expanded. Han Yinzhou laughed triumphantly, saying that his fiery demon claw was not only immune to ordinary fire but absorbed fire energy, so Su Ping's flames only made it grow. Outside, Han Xiao proudly praised his father, while the Li family could only feel powerless, boasting that their father appeared elite but had long entered the Sea Master realm. As a legendary battle beast with unmatched prowess, he arrogantly declared he would show Su Ping the consequences of touching the Han family, while Su Ping only smiled and continued to increase his fire power. So what now? Greedy spider swallowed the flames, but the heat exceeded its tolerance, forcing it to spew everything back, creating an explosion that shook the heavens and earth. In midair, the spider writhed as fierce flames spewed from its mouth. Han Yinzhou broke out in sweat from fear, surprised that the flames caused the fiery demon claw to swell so much, with red cracks appearing on the spider's body. The giant body finally shattered into countless pieces, making Han Yinzhou scream in agony. He could only despairingly call out for his father. Poison from the spider's remains fell like rain, causing him to cough violently and turn pale. Han Yinzhou, furious and in pain, could not comprehend what kind of fire could make even the fiery demon claw, forged in earthly flames, unable to absorb it. Su Ping appeared full of arrogance, his cold gaze mocking the opponent's shallowness. The primordial flames of Kim O were beyond mortal reach. Hearing Kim O, Han Yinzhou's face turned pale as spider webs scattered across the ground. He softly asked Li Feng why he had been imprisoned and how his injuries were, and Li Feng, trying to stand, replied that he did not expect the Han family head to harbor such deep malice and set an ambush. Li Feng frowned, saying they lured him under the pretext of healing, and thanks to a hidden defensive treasure, he was confined until their energy depleted before they dared act. Closing his eyes to regulate his energy, he said he had recovered 70 to 80% over the past days. Yet unexpectedly, the Su brothers arrived, and Han Yin-jo did not believe that in this poisonous and obstructed place healing was possible. Li Feng confidently walked, remarking that if this place was called a desolate spot, it was more comfortable than any battlefield he had guarded, like a nursing home. The Han Corporation headquarters stood tall under the sunset-stained sky. In the wide courtyard, thousands of Han family members bowed before him. Along with them were the 12 remaining members of the Li family. Li Feng was utterly astonished, eyes wide in disbelief at the scene, wondering what was happening. And Jing Tong respectfully reported to the elder that these were the surviving descendants of the Li family, making him feel devastated recalling the once prosperous clan now in this state. He trembled, explaining that since the Phoenix Tower announced the elder's obituary, the Li family lost their support, seized by the Han family, forced into servitude, with most either defeated or assimilated, leaving only those determined to revive the clan. Could not protect the family legacy. Please punish me, elder. Li Feng reassured him that the Phoenix Tower had promised protection for the clan, so he risked himself. Miscommunication caused them to announce bad news, but even if he fought to the death, protecting the family remained essential. He said he responded to the summons to ensure the clan's safety, and seeing his descendants suffer, 800 years of warfare seemed meaningless. Su Ping's face turned icy as he resolved that no one would freeze to death in the blizzard. The Phoenix Tower had gone too far, and he would settle the score after. Li Feng turned to demand an explanation from the Hans, and Han Yin-jo hurriedly defended that records showed the initial destroyer of the Li family was not the Han family. He said the Li family was only caught in the spiral. Even without the Hans, another family would have intervened. Even if it had been another family, the Li bloodline would likely have perished. Li Feng's anger flared, eyes blazing, still denying responsibility. Today he would reclaim this debt. A mere flick of his hand forced the entire Han family to kneel and bow to the ground. The pressure gradually dissipated into the air. Han and Gan-jo felt his spiritual energy dispersing and begged not to have his cultivation annulled, as it had been so hard for him to reach legendary level. Thieu was terrified seeing a single strike suppress the entire clan. Legendary power truly exceeded imagination. While Li Feng praised Jing Tong for maintaining the ancestral rites, he replied the return of the elder was fortunate. He declared that from now on the entire Li family would restore their original name. Everyone rejoiced with tears and unanimously obeyed. Li Feng said coldly, just as the Li family once bowed, the Han family must bow in the future. The Li family as masters and the Han family as servants. Han and Gan-jo reluctantly agreed. Jing Tong happily noted the elder's room was preserved, but he shook his head saying there were matters to handle with brother too. Jing Tong worried if the elder left there might be trouble. Su Ping also advised him to rest, but Li Feng said comrades were still fighting below. He could not be at ease. They would return together after finishing. Su Ping suggested opening a branch at the AM Trao base, providing resources to help the Li family increase their strength. Each person could choose 10 top-tier level 9 or higher companion beasts, with the nurturing costs covered by him. Also said he would supervise the Han family. Any rebellious intent would not be tolerated. Jing Tong asked if he was Su Ping, the master of the companion beast shop, and explained his reputation for raising extraordinary beasts had spread everywhere. Li Feng clasped his hands in thanks. Su Ping quickly interrupted. It was nothing, as the senior had spent longevity essence saving him. No amount could repay it. Li Feng smiled gently. Indeed, he had not mistaken the person. If other legends were like brother to it would be perfect. He entrusted the task of revival to the juniors. Everyone shouted in unison never to dishonor the ancestors' glory. Then Li Feng opened the gate to summon the divine dragon. He waved Su Ping to join in rescuing Yahello, and he nodded in agreement. Giant dragon flew through the snowy sky carrying the two, emerging from the blazing gate in the 10 directions heavenly binding formation. Lai Trian Kai felt both joy and resentment returning to the old place. The dragon soared over the white mountains of the ice prison world. Su Ping commanded the dragon god to search for Yahello's ore. It used its keen sense of smell to deploy the 100-mile soul pursuit. Dragon transformed into its majestic true form through dragon shape art and led the way. Su Ping instructed Senior Li to follow that direction and he complied. Tracking, a flock of beasts appeared from afar. The fierce beasts charged like a violent snowstorm. Su Ping leapt to confront. A surge of green light exploded, sweeping and scattering the beasts from the air. The overwhelming force tore the beasts apart into fragments. Li Feng kept his eyes on Su Ping, amazed at his progress. In just a few days, he had used his fists to subdue war beasts of hand-high level. The dragon descended among the bone fragments in the snow, dispelled the dragon shape art, and carefully inspected. Su Ping asked in surprise what the little dog was doing, then realized its importance. It was Xiao Qilu's arm bone. He used spiritual energy to control the artifact, pulling the bone segment toward himself. Li Feng was stunned at the sight. In the ice block, the bone hand was shattered with cracks as if torn by spatial power. Hard to imagine how many times it had been tortured. Su Ping's face was cold and resolute, amber eyes blazing. He ordered Long Quan to collect the bones into space and continue searching for the remainder. He focused energy into his blazing arm, launching a punch like a falling meteor. Ground exploded under the pressure, causing the beasts to scatter in panic. Momentum surged, 2 golden fists descended, making the beasts only scream in fear. Bone fragments were gathered within a pale white light sphere. Su Ping sat down to assemble the remaining pieces. Li Feng looked down, realizing the skull was still missing. Then suddenly a purple gate opened behind. Heavenly Sat beast appeared, smiling with hidden meaning, long time no see. He arrogantly tossed the object in his hand, asking if they were looking for this. 2 immediately became alert, the Heavenly Sat beast holding the skull sighed wearily. This item's expression does not change no matter if torn, smashed, or burned, and it continually reincarnates like a nuisance fly. Fortunately, a new toy came to him. Do you wish to take it back? He crushed the skull like fruit and threw it back. Su Ping froze as Xiao Qilu turned into a hazy dust. Lu Trian Kai hurriedly stopped. Brother two, do not be hasty. It is deliberately pulling you into its territory. Heavenly Sat beast laughed gleefully. Indeed, that expression pleases me. Do not dream of escaping my grasp. He immediately summoned forces to gather the fragment. The distance was enough. His controlling spirit surged. The shadowy hand descended toward Su Ping. Once inside my space, obediently received the dark copper extinguishing staff. Horrible energy surged from the earth, forming countless luminous spikes tearing the void. He flinched at the precarious situation. The dark copper extinguishing staff is the bloodline inheritance of the Heavenly Sat beast. Immense power, the monster had reached early heavenly fate level. Previously, one strike forced Brother two to forcibly separate the combination. Now without the combination there would likely be more danger than safety. Yet he stood firm without harm, coldly asking back, finish. Heavenly Sat beast blinked in shock. How could it be? He is unharmed. Su Ping immediately counterattacked. Now it's my turn. The pressured beast unleashed a rain of dark hands. Do not be arrogant, tiny shrimp. The palm strikes rained down continuously. His will remained unshaken. One punch swept all away. The Heavenly Sat beast trembled, its body immensely strong. It resisted my dark copper extinguishing staff. But in my space you are just a pawn. Su Ping appeared beside. That power could no longer bind him. Space around Su Ping erupted, causing the figure to dissolve. He descended majestically before his astonished gaze. Brother two, why is that spatial power ineffective against him? Su Ping calmly explained, when activating space you must channel force into the target point. As long as you leave before he tears it apart, he cannot imprison me. Li Feng pondered, easy to say but to react faster than a heavenly fate level opponent. One must be equal or stronger. The senior pointing must be above heavenly fate. Does Lam Tin have such a person? Su Ping carefully pieced together each bone of the child, finally completing it. Xiao Qilu quickly wake up. Amidst the hazy snow, the small skeleton stood alone with countless cracks and fallen armor fragments. He knelt beside, face full of doubt. Why is there no reaction, spiritual energy undisturbed? Eternal sin was the ultimate resurrection ability of the dead. Severe injuries could heal. Why had Xiao Qilu not awakened? Could there be a limit or a seal, or did I miss an important bone fragment? Li Feng placed a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. Suddenly a black spatial crack opened among the luminous spikes. Purple lightning crackled threateningly. Amidst the purple lightning, the Heavenly Sat beast revealed its true form, massive muscles, countless wide red eyes, quite a surprise. He turned pale. He is not dead, used space to dodge a fatal strike, Su Ping calmly observed. This is his true body, far larger, spiritual energy fluctuation more intense. The beast sneered. seeking its own territory for a useless one. Gently placed his hand on Zyro Kyulu's head. Zyro Kyulu, this is a comrade who has faced life and death with me. Memories of standing shoulder to shoulder flooded back. Tightening his heart, Su Ping clenched his resolve. I will never abandon him. Heavenly Eye Lasat beast spread its crimson wings, laughing arrogantly. When you fall into my hands, you will regret every moment. The two immediately took stance, ready to confront. Suddenly the ground beneath Li Truongkai shook violently. He staggered. Is the earth quaking? Su Ping shook his head. No, not that. Like a pounding heartbeat, the child's heart throbbed strongly, signaling revival. The beast was stunned. What Zyro Kyulu opened his eyes, flames blazed in the eye socket. Boy leapt up, shielding Su Ping. Do not dare harm my master. Su Ping rejoiced. I knew you would return. He was astonished. The soul that had disintegrated could be reassembled alive by the attachment of will. Heavenly Eye Lasat beast bared its teeth with a sinister smile. Do not rejoice yet. An additional monkey cannot change the outcome. Su Ping's momentum surged. Nhi Cow, Purple Flame Dragon Beast, Zyro Kyulu charged. They merged into one, uniting to confront the enemy. The beast clenched its fist, mocking. Merged 3 layers. Last time I was careless. I am a heavenly fate level. Today you will see the real difference. But before finishing, Su Ping's sword pierced through. Blood streaked. He grasped the dark sword, launching continuous relentless strikes. The Heavenly Eye Lasat beast could only raise its head and roar, unable to respond in time. It spat blood. The opponent's speed and strength surged. Sword light interlaced, making space tremble. I was overwhelmed. Heavenly Eye Lasat beast roared. You dodged my space, but not other things. Su Ping spoke gravely. What are you planning? Li Truongkai shouted. Not good. 10 directions. Heavenly binding formation is about to collapse. Brother, to stop him. The beast laughed arrogantly. Too late. The mechanism breaking the formation has begun. If I do not get it, neither will you. Heavenly Eye Lasat beast vanished amidst chaos. Deep Vo 2 shouted. The formation is about to break. Quickly inform the Wind Tower. He immediately responded yes in a corner of the ice prison world. Beneath the dark sky, a planet appeared with countless large cracks shaking, accompanied by explosions throughout space. Ground split open, molten red lava surged, tearing skyscrapers and submerging the city in devastation. Inspected the surface thoroughly. Longjiang Base City. By Lao discovered Lam Tin's crust structure had changed drastically. Volume increased many times. He was stunned. The deputy tower master of Wind Tower broke into sweat. How is this possible? The 10 directions heavenly binding formation destroyed. Could it be due to that brat? I warned not to trust him. In the Wind Tower, Qi Yuan Feng worried. The beasts in the formation absorbed the jade tree's spiritual energy, thus stronger than on Lam Tin. Humanity faces an unprecedented beast tide. From above, the continent was divided by glowing red lava like a web, volcanoes erupting violently, explosions sounding signaling catastrophe. The blackened ground cracked, molten lava flowed from the depths. Su Ping and Li Feng both displayed tense expressions at the chaotic scene. The device displayed a notification. Bai Lao asked urgently. Lam Tin suddenly expanding. Do you know the reason? Ling Yue said in panic. Large waves of beast tides approaching our base. Su Ping temporarily paused. Explanation. I must return to Longjiang first, then explain. He frowned. If beasts are in the formation, our base is in danger. The two decided to handle their homeland first. Brother two, we part for now, each to our place. Su Ping clasped his hands. See you again. Longjiang Base. Soldiers used swords and energy shields to resist the beasts among the ruins. Qin Du shouted, hold fast. Do not let the demonic beasts enter the city. Ru Yan wielded her sword, emitting green light, bravely charging through the encirclement. Du Thien Lam rode the spectral green dragon, releasing emerald energy to sweep away the monster. From afar came a voice of disdain. Tiny Shrimp also dare resist. A dark attack descended. He was knocked down painfully but still struggled to look. That is, Luke Tien Thien Lawa Beast. She panicked at the giant form many times larger than usual. Qin Du inhaled deeply. Do not think to enter Longjiang. He roared, sending powerful sonic waves to suppress the beast. But the roar only pushed it back slightly. It swung its tail, counterattacking. The giant tail swept. Ru Yan was thrown. Qin Du struggled back. She worriedly asked, Uncle Tan, are you all right? He replied, still holding on, but this one is far stronger than usual war beasts. The beast advanced with pressure, sneering weakly. He frowned, sensing force near heavenly fate level. Launched a decisive strike at Qin Du and Ru Yan. At that moment Su Ping appeared. A sword sliced off its tentacle. Both cheered. He arrived just in time. He held the formation firmly, shouting, everyone handle the other beasts. I will lead this one away. Qin Du raised his hand. The army following me. Everyone replied in unison, yes. Su Ping dashed in an instant, Countless sharp blue-green tentacles lunged. He stood firm like a mountain, calmly blocking. Flashes of light clashed repeatedly. Su Ping quickly nullified all attacks. The beast lunged with a mouth full of sharp teeth intending to devour him, but it was not easy to defeat Su Ping. He slid through the air, drawing a long sword line. Making it retreat in panic, the other beasts hurriedly followed. Chindu rejoiced. Luke Tian Thien Lawa beast has been destroyed. The beast tide withdrew. Everyone cheered victory. Clasped his hands in thanks. Master Tu, you returned just in time. This beast tide was too strong. A moment later and the consequences would be dire. He immediately asked, Uncle Tan, with such a large beast tide, did the Wind Tower send legendary reinforcements? Chindu shook his head. They claimed limited legends so did not come to Longjiang. Su Ping kept a cold and composed expression and asked if there was no legendary support coming. Chu Tianlin pondered and replied that essential supplies like stamina recovery elixirs, ammunition and treasures had already been allocated to other cities, while Longjiang received none. Moreover, all locations with Boss Su's branches were also ignored. He narrowed his eyes, speculating whether someone in the tower was deliberately targeting them. Checked the system again and discovered that previously the deputy tower master of the famed tower had issued a new order, demanding nearby medium and small cities consolidate to central cities for defense. Su Ping asked sternly whether the order specified where Longjiang should be relocated and whether the tower sent escorts. Chin Du hesitated and said it had to move to Longqing Base City, but without a protective team, they had 3 days to organize themselves or bear the consequences. Ru Yan turned his face away, his eyes avoiding contact, full of worry and awkwardness. He continued that without escorts for 3 days, they would inevitably encounter the tide beasts along the way. With such a large population, how could they be preserved? Amidst the ruined city consumed by smoke and fire, a little girl clutched an old teddy bear and cried in terror. He could not stand by and watch the citizens continue to suffer like that. Su Ping stomped his foot on the ground, asserting resolutely that they need not listen to them. They would defend this place and absolutely not leave.